Brother, is this task substantial enough? See, I wasn't lying to you. Lin Feng gazed at his friend Zhang Chu, who wore a cheeky grin, and felt an overwhelming urge to punch him in the face. Typically, this face appeared solemn and serious on television, yet when together with him, it exuded an utterly irritating demeanor. Indeed, during a night of revelry, he had lamented to this top military pilot about the lackluster business at the mechanical refurbishment factory he had recently taken over, jokingly claiming he possessed the skills to expertly repair nuclear submarines, refurbish reactors, and maintain aircraft carriers. But everyone knew those were merely jokes circulating online. Yet, Zhang Chu, in a display of audacity, delivered an actual aircraft to him, a severely damaged fighter jet. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Zhang Chu, what on earth are you doing? I operate a civilian machinery repair shop, not an arms factory. How am I supposed to fix this plane? Seeing the stunned look on Lin Feng's face, Zhang Chu was evidently pleased. With a chuckle, he clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "Ha, don't be afraid, old Lin. I didn't bring this aircraft for you to repair. You know the large military expo is scheduled at the Bohai Exhibition Center in half a month, right? They need a model airplane. So your task is quite simple. Refurbish the exterior of this plane, whatever needs metalwork. Do it whatever needs painting, paint it. The appearance must be polished and appealing. If possible, embellish it with some impressive decorations. Hey, it's an expo. You know how it's all about making an impression." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally relaxed, though he remained irritable as he waved his hands dismissively. Even if it's just for cosmetic purposes, this is still a significant undertaking. Half a month? I won't even have time for the metalwork. I can't take this on. Zhang Chu, sensing Lin Feng's refusal, grew anxious. Old Lin, this kind of aircraft refurbishment is a tricky business. Arms factories won't take it, and I can't trust just any regular machinery shop. You're the only one I can rely on. Just consider it a favor for a friend. Besides, the profit is substantial, at least over 100, possibly even more if done well. Weighing his options, Lin Feng realized that if it were merely a surface refurbishment, he could manage it despite the difficulties. After all, it had been quite some time since his mechanical shop had been operational. With that in mind, Lin Feng eventually shrugged and said, "All right, I'll take it on." Zhang Chu's face lit up, about to express his gratitude when Lin Feng interrupted him. "However, let me make this clear. The materials for the refurbishment must be supplied by the military. It's not just a matter of cost. I lack the channels for military-grade materials." Zhang Chu burst into laughter, his face beaming as he patted his chest confidently. "Hey, I thought it was something serious. Brother, go ahead and refurbish. Whatever materials you need, they'll provide. Let's settle this. He'll come by in half a month to pick it up. If anything comes up, just give me a call." With that, he hopped into his military jeep and drove off. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chu, Lin Feng circled the battered fighter jet, his heart sinking further with each glance. Damn it, it seemed he had hastily agreed to this task. The aircraft was in a state barely worthy of salvage, with broken wings and peeling paint. The most alarming sight was the fuselage, which had a gaping wound, exposing a labyrinth of wires and components beneath. What a disaster. This thing appeared to be worth only scrap metal. How could he have been so foolish as to accept this job? Just as Lin Feng felt utterly despondent, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Beep, detected a wreckage of an aircraft awaiting upgrade. The super modification system has been activated. Would you like to commence modifications now? Lin Feng's heart raced with joy. Ah, system, just when I was about to forget, I am a transmigrator. Modify? Absolutely. Generating modification plans, generation complete. Plan 1. Controllable nuclear energy fighter. Required materials: concentrated glaze 35, mini reactor, nickel chromium alloy characteristics, endurance of up to 30 years. Plan 2. Anti-gravity fighter. Required materials: rubidium permanent magnet, proton generator, vector jet device characteristics, defies Earth's gravity, highly maneuverable. Plan 3. Quantum phantom fighter. Required materials: quantum entanglement device plans 4 or 5. Staring at the holographic interface displaying the modification options, Lin Feng gulped, feeling overwhelmed. Goodness, what astonishing technologies are these? Controllable nuclear energy, anti-gravity, quantum phantom fighter? Any one of these could revolutionize existing technological paradigms. After calming himself, he decided against selecting the overly radical plans involving controllable nuclear energy and anti-gravity, as presenting such concepts could likely lead to him being seized for experimentation. After all, this refurbishment only needed to meet aesthetic standards to satisfy the Expo's requirements. Thus, he chose the least impressive modification plan. Commence modification. Filled with anticipation, Lin Feng pressed the start button. Beep. Modification initiated. In the next moment, a fully automated assembly line materialized in his dilapidated workshop. The enormous silver robotic arms and the red-black conveyor belt made the setup appear as if it were from a futuristic realm. Accompanied by barely audible mechanical humming, the ancient wreckage of the fighter jet was seized by the robotic arms and placed onto the conveyor belt. Then, dozens of robotic arms entered the aircraft's body, disassembling it with surgical precision. In merely a few minutes, the once mighty aircraft had been reduced to a heap of scattered parts. Such dismantling speed, if done manually, it would surely take days. Incredible, simply incredible. However, Lin Feng's elation was short-lived, as the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Plan 5. Solar-powered decomposition energy fighter required modification material list. 1. High-purity monocrystalline silicon. 2. Superconducting catalyst. 3. Graphene high-performance composite board. 4. Ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber. Upon seeing the materials list provided by the system, Lin Feng gasped in shock. Each of these materials was at the forefront of contemporary technology, with prices that were utterly staggering. Fortunately, aside from one elemental substance that could not be synthesized, the rest could be derived from basic materials like carbon and sand. Even so, the cost for these items far exceeded Lin Feng's budget. But with Zhang Chu in the picture, who had flung this colossal headache at him, he could certainly count on him to assist. Chapter 2. Super modification. As he dialed the phone, explaining the situation, Zhang Chu gasped in astonishment. Graphene? Ultra-bright polyethylene? My friend, what on earth are you talking about? I can scarcely comprehend. Enough with the questions. Just give me a straightforward answer. Yes or no? Zhang Chu quickly replied, of course, it's a definite yes. I'll consult with my superior immediately. If he disapproves, I'm prepared to relinquish my position as a top pilot to ensure this happens. After hanging up, Zhang Chu pondered briefly before heading to the office of Minister Zhang. Upon opening the door, he realized he might have chosen an inopportune moment. Minister Li Weixin was currently admonishing his subordinate with a stern expression. Lu Jia, the budget for this project is already tight, and yet you insist on incorporating these extravagant elements. Our unit is facing severe financial constraints. All these unnecessary additions must be eliminated. Zhang Chu felt a pang of anxiety at those words and turned to leave, but it was too late. Minister Li had spotted him. However, upon seeing Zhang Chu, the minister's demeanor noticeably softened. Ah, De Chu, you've arrived. What brings you here? Zhang Chu offered a sheepish smile and began, Sir, I would like to report on the modifications to the space station model. We have now engaged a highly specialized collaborator, and the work is progressing smoothly and systematically. However, the renovation project has encountered a minor setback. In pursuit of superior quality, there is now a shortfall of approximately 2 million in funding, and additionally, some specialized military materials are required. After expressing this, Zhang Chu nervously swallowed. Although he had boasted confidently before Lin Feng, he felt uncertain within, especially since his superior had just reprimanded others for the current financial strain within the military. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Minister Li's brows furrowed immediately. After a brief moment of tense silence, he spoke. Zhang Chu, you heard that the military is currently facing a financial crisis. Ordinarily, I should not approve your request, but this upcoming air show is quite exceptional. A dozen esteemed experts from the capital will be attending. It is imperative we take this seriously, as it pertains to the approval of our military funding. Thus, I am making an exception this time. I hope you will not let me down. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt a tightening in his chest and promptly stood at attention, responding loudly, Yes. I will not disappoint your expectations, sir. The soldiers who had just been reprimanded looked at Zhang Chu with envy and pity, filled with grievances. I get scolded for requesting just an additional 100,000 for my small project. Yet Zhang Chu receives 2 million without hesitation. Such is the disparity. After all, he is an ace pilot. Although the funds and materials had been approved, Zhang Chu's unease remained unabated. Evidently, the leadership places significant emphasis on this airshow. Having personally procured the necessary materials, The anticipated results of the aircraft modification fell short, and he anticipates inevitable repercussions in the aftermath. He wished to personally drive to Lin Feng's modification facility to observe the progress, yet an urgent task arose, preventing him from doing so. Consequently, he resorted to a phone call to convey his instructions. Lin Gu, this time the expenses weigh heavily on my shoulders, 2 million, which I will transfer to you shortly. I will arrange for someone to deliver the materials to you. Please do not let me down this time. Lin Feng, seemingly preoccupied, responded with a dismissive tone. All right. I understand. I'm busy here. Just come by in half a month to collect it. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Zhang Chu listened to the dial tone, his expression one of resignation. At this juncture, he had no choice but to place his trust in Lin Feng. Seeking out a specialized arms factory was evidently no longer a viable option. In Lin Feng's modification workshop, he surveyed the array of modification materials scattered across the floor. Excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Graphene sheets, high polymer materials, composite catalysts, and more, such valuable, cutting-edge materials that an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime, let alone assemble firsthand. With all the assembly materials in place, Lin Feng readily opened his live streaming channel to broadcast the modification process. Although this project involved military aspects, the aircraft had long been decommissioned, and its specifications were no longer classified. Thus, streaming posed no issues. Upon entering the live stream, he found the audience rather sparse, as it was a newly launched broadcast with only a handful of viewers present. These IDs are remarkably familiar to Lin Feng. They belong to individuals who have previously sought his modification services. Through his affordable and high-quality modification schemes, these individuals have become his loyal fans. As soon as Lin Feng began his broadcast, the chatroom was inundated with enthusiastic messages. Hey, Lin, where have you been all these days? Why haven't you gone live? I've been waiting so long that my flowers have wilted. The modifications you did on my Civic last time were incredible. The powertrain enhancements for just 3,000 completely outperformed a Porsche that my friend flaunted. My friend wants to come to you for modifications too. As he observed the fervent comments from his devoted fans, Lin Feng smiled knowingly, then donned a mysterious expression as he said, Bro, I might not be able to take on your friend's project recently, as I've taken on a significant task, refurbishing a fighter jet. Upon hearing this, the chatroom erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin, after a few days of absence, your boasting skills have certainly improved. Indeed, that is a bit much, isn't it? Lin Feng chose to ignore the skeptical remarks, gently shifting the camera towards the dismantled fighter jet awaiting reassembly. The disassembled aircraft promptly filled the viewer screens. Initially, the once lively chatroom fell silent, only to be subsequently flooded with exclamations of awe. Wow, amazing, 666. Lin Feng approached the separated aircraft components and began to provide a brief overview. This aircraft is an early model of the retired J-6 fighter jet, measuring 14 meters in length, 8 meters in height, and with a maximum takeoff weight of 75 tons, capable of reaching speeds of 1.3 Mach. The aircraft is equipped with 3 30mm cannons and air-to-air missiles. Accompanied by Lin Feng's enlightening explanations, the previously jovial barrage of comments suddenly fell silent. Wait, are you serious, Shaolin? This lad seems to possess an impressive understanding of aircraft modifications. This is absurd, utterly outlandish. Yet, engrossed in his discourse, Lin Feng paid no heed to the comments, his mind consumed by the modification plans provided by the system. The scheme I intend to implement employs ultra-high polymer as the keel framework to enhance the strength of the original aluminum fuselage, while a coating of graphene enhances its resilience and stealth capabilities. The power source utilizes solar catalytic water splitting to generate hydrogen as a sustainable energy support. Truly an embodiment of green technology. Chapter 3, Live Modification. Astonishing the viewers as Lin Feng elaborated, he meticulously executed the instructions coursing through his mind. Initially, the viewers could barely comprehend his explanations, but as Lin Feng presented increasingly outrageous concepts, new spectators flooded into the live stream, and the skepticism grew louder. Did I hear correctly? Hydrogen-powered energy? Is that for real? Even the United States hasn't unveiled such advanced power technology. What was thought to be a serious educational stream turned out to be an extraordinary spectacle. I'm out of here. Lin Feng merely chuckled at the doubts expressed in the comments. As the modifications progressed, he became increasingly captivated by the exquisite and miraculous nature of the system's proposals, fully immersing himself in the endeavor. Having endured an entire sleepless night, he diligently completed the upgrades to the aircraft with the assistance of the lathe provided by the system. In the heart of Jinghai City, a grand military exhibition is currently underway. On a square comparable in size to a football field, an array of dazzling weaponry is on display: standard rifles, mortars, Type 9 tanks, heavy tanks, and aircraft. The exhibition is organized in a tiered format. As several military helicopters descend onto the rooftop helipad, security personnel throughout the venue instantly enter a state of heightened alert. For aboard these helicopters are a dozen esteemed academicians, renowned for their significant contributions to Longhua. Each individual is a leading figure in the field of military industry. Upon witnessing the helicopters land, Minister Li, along with Zhang Chu and others, immediately approached with utmost respect. As the aircraft came to a halt, several elderly gentlemen clad in simple gray jackets disembarked. Observing this, Minister Li promptly exclaimed, "Academician Jean, Academician Wu, we warmly welcome you to Jinghai City." The two academicians mentioned by Minister Li are absolute pillars of the military industry in Longhua. Years ago, when Longhua faced extortion from another country, it was these two who, despite tremendous difficulties and immense pressure, developed new weaponry that enabled Longhua to weather the crisis. Academician Jean and Academician Wu greeted Minister Li with smiles and handshakes. "Minister Li," Academician Jean said with warmth, "thank you for your gracious welcome. This is not our first meeting, so there is no need for such formality. I still vividly remember our encounter 4 years ago." At the mention of this, Academician Wu chuckled. Indeed, it left a profound impression. Ha ha. The three exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. For years prior, Jinghai City had hosted a military exhibition, during which Minister Li, lacking experience, had displayed models crafted from cardboard instead of actual machines. This necessitated the academicians, eager for guidance, to traverse the treacherous mountain roads in all-terrain vehicles under the relentless rain, nearly leading to a mishap. Consequently, Minister Li decided to procure a decommissioned military aircraft for this event, enlisting Zhang Chu to facilitate its refurbishment for the academicians' inspection. With a reassuring pat on his chest, Minister Li declared, "Rest assured, esteemed academicians, this year will feature only authentic machines, and the quality will be impeccable." The academicians nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu felt a twinge of anxiety, glancing at the combat aircraft concealed beneath a vast black cloth, modified by Lin Feng. He had been preoccupied with securing the venue and arranging the exhibits, merely delegating the task of retrieval to his subordinates without personally inspecting it. Although he held unwavering trust in Lin Feng, a sense of apprehension lingered in his heart. Following the brief speeches from Minister Li and the other leaders, the academicians delivered their own succinct addresses, marking the commencement of this grand military exhibition. This year's event, being fully open to the public, attracted a multitude of spectators and was covered by dozens of media outlets and renowned self-media platforms streaming live. At that moment, the exhibition hall was teeming with people, while Minister Li guided the academicians, introducing them to the various weaponry and equipment utilized by his military district in recent years, ranging from firearms to self-propelled artillery and tanks. The exhibition featured live demonstrations, accompanied by professional narrators. The academicians nodded in approval, clearly impressed, occasionally offering insightful observations and critiques regarding the weapons displayed. As they meandered through the exhibition, they finally arrived at the very heart of the square, which undoubtedly showcased the highlight of the event, the fighter jet. Notably, both Mr. Jean and Mr. Wu are esteemed authorities in the field of aviation, thus their attention was particularly drawn to the aircraft. Observing their engagement, Minister Li promptly called out to Zhang Chu, "Zhang Chu, unveil the jet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's heart raced as he approached the aircraft. He grasped the edge of the black cloth shrouding the jet and with a swift motion, yanked it away. In the next moment, the fighter jet's full form was revealed to the eyes of tens of thousands of spectators. The fuselage exhibited a sleek, streamlined design, its curves resembling the most exquisite of masterpieces. Unlike the typical silver or gray of conventional aircraft, this one boasted a luxurious matte black finish that, under the sunlight, reflected no light whatsoever, seemingly absorbing every ray. The wings were elongated and sharp, adorned with compact and intricately designed turbine engines that exuded a sense of precision and aggressiveness. It resembled a stealthy panther poised to pounce. In that instant, an inexplicable thrill coursed through the hearts of all present, a breathtaking awe that resonated from the depths of their souls. Initially, the official live stream of the Silent Sea Technology exhibition had only attracted a few thousand viewers. However, Within mere minutes of the aircraft's appearance, the viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 in no time. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like a geyser, with viewers exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, what an incredible aircraft! It's simply stunning. Do we possess such an aircraft in our great dragon nation? As an ardent military enthusiast, how have I never laid eyes on it? Could this be a manifestation of our nation's groundbreaking technology? My magnificent dragon nation stands tall. However, let us not rejoice too soon. This aircraft appears to be nothing more than a fade, an empty shell designed solely for aesthetic appeal. In truth, the most astonished individuals are not the viewers in the live broadcast, but rather the esteemed academicians. As the saying goes, outsiders relish the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. Academicians Jean and Wu have already recognized that the aircraft's design could significantly reduce aerodynamic drag, and the matte black coloration is not merely for visual allure. It evidently possesses stealth capabilities. Yet, such stealth features are exclusive to the advanced B-2 bombers of the United States, a closely guarded military secret that could hardly be divulged. Exchanging a glance, both Jean and Wu conveyed skepticism, their thoughts aligning on the notion that this was merely a superficial creation intended to attract attention. Consequently, they turned their questioning gazes toward Minister Li. Chapter 4. The aircraft's debut. Astonishing the audience in contrast to the two academicians, Minister Li appeared utterly bewildered. His initial intent was merely to have Zhang Chu enlist individuals to restore the aircraft to its pre-damaged state. Little did he anticipate that it would be transformed into such an outlandish form. Regaining his composure, he spoke with a hint of indignation, calling out, "Zhang Chu, come here and elucidate this situation." Upon hearing the minister's call, Zhang Chu felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly rushed to Minister Li's side, forcing a somewhat awkward smile as he replied, "Minister, I have meticulously followed your instructions, seeking individuals to refurbish the J-6 fighter jet from decommissioned military aircraft for this model display. As for the transformation in its appearance, the mechanic I engaged is exceptionally skilled, and his alterations surely carry significant intent." On the surface, Zhang Chu feigned composure, yet internally he was in turmoil, desperately stalling for time to avoid revealing the truth. At that moment, a middle-aged expert behind Mr. Jean suddenly inquired, "Oh, a remarkably talented mechanic. May I ask from which institution he graduated and at which research institute he is employed?" This question momentarily left Zhang Chu at a loss. He knew full well that Lin Feng's alma mater was merely a third-rate, second-tier university. The mechanic's formidable skills in mechanical modification stemmed solely from years of rich experience. Thus, he forced a chuckle and replied, "Nothing of the sort. However, he has been engaged in mechanical modifications for over a decade, amassing considerable experience." Before he could finish, the questioning expert disdainfully turned away. Aside from Mr. Jean and Mr. Wu, the other experts' faces were equally etched with contempt and derision. Zhang Chu's words suddenly caught in his throat, and an inexplicable rage surged within him. How dare these experts belittle my brother? This was intolerable. I, as a pilot, would not retreat into the shadows. Resolute, he shifted his tone. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. I believe that no matter how many books one reads, without substantial hands-on experience to support it, one merely becomes a mere theoretical scholar. The underlying sarcasm in this statement was unmistakable, and the expert, who had previously displayed disdain, suddenly wore a rather unpleasant expression. Minister Li, standing nearby, appeared so furious that his face turned almost green, desperately signaling him to cease his remarks. Yet, old Jean chuckled heartily, displaying no offense, and kindly encouraged, "Young man, please share your thoughts." Zhang Chu steadied himself and continued, as a relatively experienced pilot, "I believe the modifications made to this aircraft are remarkably successful. Firstly, the design aligns excellently with aerodynamic principles. I estimate that it reduces air resistance by at least 30% compared to the original model. The camouflage paint enhances its ability to evade detection." Zhang Chu's willingness to speak out was motivated not only by loyalty to his brother, but also by his keen perception as a seasoned pilot, recognizing the exceptional qualities of the aircraft's modifications, prompting him to take a gamble. Just as he finished speaking, the previously disdainful expert sneered, Comrade, why do I get the impression that the one engaging in empty rhetoric is you? All that you've expressed is merely your own conjecture." Zhang Chu opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, it was just a model aircraft and could not be tested in reality. The expert, sensing his triumph, wore a smug expression. At that moment, however, old Wu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I find merit in the words of this young gentleman. From my years of experience, it is evident that the aircraft's design is remarkably aligned with the principles of aerodynamics. This ingenious configuration, though appearing deceptively simple, presents a high level of complexity in its craftsmanship. Such a design I have only encountered in the most advanced F-35 Lightning II fighter jets of the United States. Moreover, if the stealth coating, reminiscent of the B-2 bomber, proves effective, one could assert that the aircraft's exterior design ranks among the finest in the world. When Academician Wu chose to speak, his words resonated with astonishing impact, as he bestowed such high praise upon this aircraft. It is worth noting that the F-35 Lightning II and the B-2 bomber are globally recognized as the pinnacle of military aviation. Yet this model remarkably amalgamates the strengths of both. This is truly astonishing. Wu's statement instantly stirred a commotion in the venue, rendering the previously mocking expert speechless. His mouth agape in bewilderment, unsure of where to position himself. Zhang Chu, filled with admiration, thought to himself, "My friend, I merely requested a model renovation, and you have transformed it into the most formidable fighter jet in the world." Meanwhile, old Jin's expression grew serious as he observed the aircraft closely. Upon tactile inspection, he was astounded to realize that this jet was far from a mere facade. In terms of fuselage material and turbine construction, it appeared more akin to an authentic aircraft than a model. Most importantly, upon scrutinizing the internal powertrain of the turbine, he discovered a propulsion system unlike any he had ever encountered before. The reporters possessed an exceptional skill in reading the expressions of others. Upon noticing the grave demeanor of the two academicians, they sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly leaned in closer, lowering their microphones. Academician Jean, is it true that this aircraft indeed possesses the advantages of both the F-35 and the B-2 bomber, as Academician Wu suggested? Commander Zhang Chu, would you be so kind as to disclose the names of the engineers involved in the modifications? Minister Li, might you allow us a glimpse into the interior of this aircraft? The inquiries stirred a wave of excitement among the onlookers, who clamored to catch a glimpse of the aircraft's interior. Minister Li cast an inquiring glance at Academician Jean, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, signaled for Zhang Chu to proceed in opening the aircraft. Zhang Chu nodded in agreement and approached the magnificent aircraft before him, his heart racing at the sight of its dreamlike design. He pressed the hatch button, and with a resounding whoosh, the airtight door opened, revealing a slender staircase that gracefully descended to his feet. The interior of the cabin was predominantly wrapped in creamy white genuine leather, while the control levers and instrument panel sparkled as if brand new, the transparency of the windshield almost rendering it invisible. Zhang Chu vividly recalled the disarray with which this aircraft had been delivered to Lin Feng. Yet, in a mere fortnight, the transformation was nothing short of astounding. Was this merely a modification? It felt as though a completely new aircraft had been crafted. The expenditure was undoubtedly justified. Indeed, it was worth every penny. As Zhang Chu settled into the cockpit, the ergonomically designed seat conformed perfectly to his back. "This is simply delightful," he murmured to himself. At that moment, the expression on Minister Li's face had shifted from anger to sheer ecstasy, his smile nearly stretching beyond recognition. Originally intending to acquire a model aircraft of decent quality, little did I anticipate stumbling upon a true treasure. Upon noticing Zhang Chu seated within the aircraft, the onlookers erupted in excited cheers. "Start it up. Let us give it a try." Chapter 5. This seems to be the real deal. Upon hearing the raucous enthusiasm from below, Zhang Chu found himself in a predicament. His brother Lin Feng's modification skills were indeed impressive, yet no matter how remarkable, it remained merely a model. The core components of the aircraft's propulsion and control systems had long been dismantled, rendering takeoff an impossibility. Consequently, he cast a questioning glance towards Minister Li situated beneath the aircraft. Confronted by the array of cameras wielded by reporters and the fervent gazes of the crowd, Minister Li exchanged a glance with Academician Jean and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, this aircraft is a model intended for military exhibition. It should not contain any starting mechanisms or electronic devices, thus lacking the necessary conditions for activation. However, to satisfy your curiosity, we can allow our military district's ace pilot, Zhang Chu, to provide a brief demonstration of the aircraft's starting procedure. Zhang Chu, please proceed." With Minister Li's affirmation, Zhang Chu nodded, inhaling deeply as he commenced the standard operational process to initiate the fighter jet. Meanwhile, Minister Li personally elucidated the steps of Zhang Chu's actions for the audience's understanding. As the pilots donned their helmets designed to equalize inner ear pressure and receive instructions from the control panel, Zhang Chu pressed the red ignition button. Guided by Minister Li's explanatory voice, the demonstration concluded, and the audience, along with the journalists, erupted in enthusiastic applause for both Zhang Chu and Minister Li. Academicians Jean and Wu nodded with smiles, acknowledging the success. Minister Li joyfully proclaimed, "Well, the practical operation is complete, and next." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, high-pitched whirring sound produced by the machinery in rapid motion. This ethereal yet piercing noise seemed to emanate from the future, instilling an inexplicable sensation of dread and reverence within all who heard it. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances in search of the sound's origin. Yet none could decipher its source. At that moment, Zhang Chu, still aboard the aircraft, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Minister, Academician Jean, it's the sound of the fighter jet's engine. It can start." Immediately, all eyes, those of Minister Li, Academicians Jean and Wu, experts, and journalists, fixed upon the aircraft. The boarding ladder retracted slowly, and the cabin door closed automatically. The turbine engines atop the wings began to turn silently, disturbing the air with an increasingly shrill whistle. In that instant, a singular thought resonated within the hearts of the onlookers, who dared to claim that this was merely a model. This was the real deal. Minister Li swiftly gestured towards Zhang Chu inside the cockpit, shouting, "Zhang Chu, what are you doing? Quickly, make it stop." At this moment, within the confines of the cabin, Zhang Chu was completely oblivious to Minister Li's shouts. As he observed the sequential illumination of the indicator lights on the control panel, the innate instincts of a seasoned pilot surged within him, prompting an expletive-laden outburst. "Damn it, Zhang Chu, you truly excel. I asked you to modify a model, and you've turned it into the real deal, haven't you?" Just then, the two teams of turbine engines beneath the wings erupted with an ear-splitting roar. For powerful jets of air surged violently from the rear. Everyone present was taken aback, realizing, goodness, it's about to take off. Minister Li was the first to regain his composure, shouting urgently, "Quickly, security personnel, swiftly organize an evacuation to a safe distance of 100 meters. Additionally, the radio tower must connect to the flight control system and establish communication with Zhang Chu in the cabin." As the personnel hastily dispersed, Academicians Jean and Wu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Both were seasoned experts in the field of fighter jets. From the earlier sounds, they had discerned that the aircraft's engine model was unlike any domestic variant. The engines produced such high rotational speeds in such a short span that no domestic engines could achieve this. It was an entirely new engine technology. Could it be that this aircraft was a cutting-edge model imported from abroad? Academician Jean spoke up urgently, "Minister Li, what is happening? Where did you acquire this fighter jet? Such a model cannot possibly exist domestically." Minister Li, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Esteemed Academicians, allow me to express my incredulity. This aircraft was refurbished from a decommissioned J-6 fighter. Can you believe it?" Both Elder Jean and Elder Wu wore expressions of disbelief, almost in unison exclaiming, "How is that even conceivable? The performance and design philosophy of this fighter far surpass those of the J-6. It cannot possibly be a mere refurbishment." However, before they could finish their remarks, a sudden and piercing shriek erupted from the direction of the aircraft. The tail of the fighter belched forth a massive plume of fierce white flames. The crowd, previously evacuated to a safe distance, erupted in astonishment. "Good heavens! Is this for real? Were we not told that everything showcased at this exhibition was merely models?" exclaimed one individual. "This aircraft is astonishingly impressive, far surpassing the advanced fighters of the United States by 100-fold. Oh, how I cherish my allegiance to the Dragon Nation. The thrill is simply overwhelming." Concurrently, the number of viewers in the live broadcast surged into the hundreds of thousands. Not only were domestic viewers captivated by this event, but numerous foreign intelligence agencies also lurked within the stream, observing intently. The aircraft's ascent was no trivial matter. It was an entirely new fighter, shrouded in mystery. The potential for unforeseen incidents loomed large. Fortunately, the exhibition area was spacious enough, allowing for the swift relocation of adjacent weaponry. All personnel had been evacuated, and the military promptly sealed off a 1-kilometer radius around the exhibition hall. Minister Li sprinted with all haste to the nearest command center. In the control room, a rudimentary communication station had been established, with several communication personnel busily engaged in their tasks. Have we successfully connected to the aircraft's communication system? One inquired. Report, sir. We are attempting to decipher the coded transmission. Success. We are connected, exclaimed one of the communicators, holding an object resembling a walkie-talkie with palpable excitement. Hearing this, Minister Li swiftly stepped forward, snatching the phone and shouting, Zhang Chu, what on earth are you doing? Stop the aircraft immediately. A slightly panicked voice emerged from within the aircraft. Minister, it seems that's not possible. There appears to be an AI autopilot system on board that I accidentally triggered, and I don't know how to deactivate it. It might be taking off imminently. Chapter 6. The doubts of the two academicians upon hearing that the aircraft was about to take off. Minister Li was immediately engulfed in alarm. This aircraft's origins were shrouded in mystery. If it were to take flight uncontrollably and collide with a residential area or target military facilities, the consequences would be catastrophic. It seemed that only a forceful interception would suffice. Just as Minister Li prepared to issue the command, he was halted by the arriving directors Jin and Wu. The two produced their portable devices, and after a flurry of operations, they directly connected to the information-sharing platform aboard the fighter jet. On the large screen, the details of the aircraft piloted by Lin Feng were displayed in full clarity. The machine's code was J6-574945. At the sight of the code, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This aircraft identification number was akin to a person's identification card, a unique marker that assured its identity. It is now confirmed that this aircraft is indeed a modified J-6 fighter jet, rather than an enemy craft from foreign origins. The current state of the airframe is ready for takeoff. Engines 1 to 4 are operating at 80 power, with a hydrogen generation rate from water splitting of 40 s. And the stealth mode and hydrogen storage oxidation chamber are functioning normally. However, insufficient runway distance has prompted a shift from horizontal takeoff mode to catapult launch mode. As they observed the rapidly fluctuating data on the screen, not only Minister Li and his colleagues were left in a state of bewilderment, but even seasoned experts like academician Jin and academician Wu wore expressions of sheer incredulity. According to the information displayed, this aircraft's power source is hydrogen generated through the electrolysis of water. Moreover, the fact that it can perform a catapult launch as a fighter jet is astounding. How could this be possible? Academician Jin expressed his skepticism, stating that theoretically, this aircraft should not be capable of vertical catapult launches, as the existing energy structure is insufficient to generate the immense thrust required to lift such a massive machine, weighing several tons instantaneously. Unless the hydrogen energy from water splitting mentioned in the data is indeed authentic. Meanwhile, academician Wu shook his head, declaring it impossible. Given the current state of energy development in the world, the generation of hydrogen through water splitting as a viable energy source does not align with our established physical laws. Unless a special catalyst is discovered that could significantly enhance the process of water electrolysis. I now harbor serious doubts whether this technology is merely a fabrication by those in the military industry to deceive us, the two old fellows from Lonka Institute. Upon hearing old Wu's words, academician Jin displayed an expression of sudden realization. It just dawned on me. That old fellow Chin from the Military Industrial Institute has always harbored significant grievances against us. This is likely the troublesome scheme he has concocted. Minister Li, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. While he excelled in commanding troops in battle, he found himself at a loss when it came to the specialized knowledge of the military-industrial sector. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Minister Li interjected, "Gentlemen, are you suggesting that this aircraft before us is merely a ruse devised by the personnel from the Military-Industrial Institute? That the data displayed on the screen is fabricated and utterly unattainable?" Rarely smiling, academician Wu responded, "Indeed, to speak plainly, take, for instance, the so-called catapult-assisted takeoff. Conventional catapult launches require auxiliary apparatus. Merely relying on the aircraft's own energy is insufficient for a vertical launch. The thrust required must not only exceed the aircraft's substantial weight, but also provide additional power for acceleration. Therefore, instantaneous thrust needs to surpass several tons, a feat far beyond the capabilities of current turbo engines." Just as Minister Li seemed poised to articulate further thoughts, the data on the screen abruptly shifted. Ding! Hydrogen engine ready. Plasma flow prepared. The adjustments of Engine 1's attitude have been completed, with an expected instantaneous thrust of 2 tons. Engine 2's attitude is also adjusted, predicting a thrust of 2 tons. Engine 3's adjustments are finalized, anticipating a thrust of 60 tons. while Engine 4 mirrors this with an expected thrust of 60 tons as well. Upon hearing this, Academician Jean and Academician Wu exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. It seems, indeed, to be a jest. The thrust of a typical fighter jet is approximately 15 tons, and even the most advanced jets in the world boast a maximum thrust of merely 20 tons. A combined thrust of 120 tons from the two engines? That nearly rivals that of a small launch rocket. Their remarks elicited laughter from those present, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere within the room. Minister Li quickly used the radio to inform the young man on the plane to cease this prank, Academician Jean urged. I suspect the earlier engine sounds were simulated through an internal speaker. Nevertheless, the prank has indeed been successful, startling us all. Yet, before Academician Jean could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar erupted, powerful enough to rattle everyone to their core. Accompanying this thunderous sound was an intense flash that engulfed the entire exhibition area. All present, faces etched with fear, turned to gaze out the window. Simultaneously, in the communication device, Zhang Chu's voice trembled with excitement. Minister, it truly can fly. No one responded, for through the window, everyone could clearly see it. That matte black aircraft resembled a swift and astute phantom, vanishing in an instant from the ground to hover in midair. Its movements were so rapid that they almost created a disjointed afterimage. The most terrifying aspect was that, as a fixed-wing aircraft, it simply hovered in the air. Academician Jean, Academician Wu, and another expert, one and all, gaped in astonishment, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. The scene before them was utterly bizarre, shattering their long-held worldview. Such extraordinary maneuverability and hovering capability resembled that of an alien spacecraft, a UFO. The distant onlookers erupted in a cacophony of exclamations akin to a tsunami. My heavens, it has taken flight. Such speed, I felt as though I merely blinked. And it soared into the sky. Incredible, simply incredible. The astonishment within Jean and Wu was akin to a violent tsunami. It dawned upon them their ignorance and short-sightedness. Had the technology of the Military Research Institute advanced to such a degree? This was nothing short of an epoch-defining, dimensional strike. The active-duty fighter jets before it seemed no more than toddlers just learning to walk, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. A few years ago, when old Sheen from the Military Research Institute boasted about anti-gravity and vertical launch capabilities, he was not merely spinning tales. It was indeed a realizable feat. Chapter 7. The terrifying speed, however. This time, old Sheen's actions were excessively ostentatious, and it seemed he would have difficulty explaining himself to the Bureau of War. Just then, a notification sound echoed once more. Ding, current altitude 1000 meters, entering supersonic flight mode in 5 seconds. Upon hearing this announcement, both Academician Wu and Academician Jean displayed expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. It is well known that a fighter jet requires several minutes to accelerate to supersonic speeds. This is partly due to the limitations of energy thrust and partly due to the constraints of the human body. The human physique has a finite capacity to endure acceleration. An ordinary individual may suffer injury under 5g of acceleration, while trained pilots and astronauts can withstand approximately 10g for short durations. To transition from rest to supersonic speed in a mere 3 seconds would result in an average acceleration exceeding dozens of g. This is akin to being struck by a vehicle traveling at several hundred kilometers per hour. Realizing this, Academician Jin's complexion paled, and he snatched the intercom from Minister Li, intending to warn Zhang Chu inside the aircraft, but it was already too late. In the next instant, a bone-chilling sonic boom reverberated. The fighter jet was instantly enveloped in a ring of sonic boom clouds, akin to a bullet being discharged, vanishing from sight with an almost imperceptible speed. Oh my! The crowd erupted in exclamations. Meanwhile, the large display screen indicated that the aircraft was now hurtling forward at a staggering speed of 350 meters per second, directly surpassing the speed of sound at Mach 1. At this moment, Academicians Jean and Wu exhibited expressions of utter disbelief, akin to encountering a specter. The astonishing acceleration they witnessed transcended their comprehension, and remarkably, the aircraft maintained its structural integrity without any signs of disintegration despite such a ferocious surge in speed. This indicated the extraordinary resilience of the aircraft's materials. In addition to the propulsion and catapult launch, this constituted a third layer of astonishment. Minister Li's heart raced at the sight. Although he was not well versed in scientific data or theoretical knowledge, he had ascended through the ranks as a dedicated soldier. He understood the immense damage that excessive overload could inflict upon an individual. The instantaneous surge to supersonic speed could easily pulverize a person under such tremendous force. He hastily seized the intercom, his voice trembling as he called out, calling Zhang Chu, please respond, please respond. After several repetitions, there was no reply from Zhang Chu, only the crackling static of the intercom. A heavy silence fell over all present, as they collectively feared for Zhang Chu's fate. Yet, amidst the stillness, a voice crackled through the intercom, quivering with excitement. Minister, this fighter jet is truly incredible. I merely blinked. And now we've reached a speed of 1 Mach. My body feels no unusual effects. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's voice, a wave of relief washed over everyone, and Minister Li felt tears welling in his eyes, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. After all, an ace pilot like Zhang Chu may only ever train a single prot-G in his lifetime. Over the years, a bond akin to that of a master and disciple has undoubtedly formed between them. The voice of Zhang Chu continues to resonate through the intercom. I have now grasped the control mechanisms of the aircraft. I am preparing to engage the AI autopilot mode and attempt manual intervention. Manual intervention successful. Attempting to return to base. Adjusting course. 180 degrees. What? 0 degrees. The pitch of Zhang Chu's voice rises sharply, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Similarly, Academician Jean and Academician Wu tremble in shock at the sight. A sudden 180-degree turn? My heavens, you are piloting a fighter jet, not a UFO. Achieving supersonic speed from a standstill is one thing, but executing an instantaneous 180-degree turn? It is well known that the faster the speed, the more challenging the turn becomes. A slow-moving car might manage a semicircle with a radius of 4 to 5 meters, while a high-speed vehicle could require 40 to 50 meters and is likely to flip over. Yet the fighter jet that Zhang Chu pilots is currently flying at supersonic speeds. To accomplish an instantaneous 180-degree turn at such terrifying velocity is simply unfathomable. At that moment, a deafening sonic boom erupts once more as Zhang Chu's aircraft reappears in sight, executing an array of intricate aerial maneuvers with extraordinary agility. Academician Jean, jolted from his stupor, turns to Minister Li with an expression and tone of utmost seriousness. Minister Li, I hereby formally request the activation of the red phone. Upon hearing these words, Minister Li involuntarily shuddered slightly. The red phone signifies the highest level of encrypted communication within the military, and the last time it was utilized in their military district was during a state of war with Long Country. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly led Academician Jean through numerous iron gates to a sealed room. At the center of the room stood a striking red phone, adorned with several dust-laden seals. Without hesitation, Academician Jean tore off the seals and dialed a number. A chime signaled a successful connection. You have entered the communication channel. Please hold. The call was successfully established. On the other end, a venerable yet robust voice resonated. Hello, this is the Dongwai 372nd Unit. How may I assist you? Instantly, Academician Jean recognized the voice as that of Elder Qin Weigua from the Military Industrial Institute. He shouted into the phone, Old Qin, what are you doing? Surely, you wouldn't expose the new power energy stealth fighter just to play tricks on me. At this moment, Academician Jean was entirely convinced that this remarkable aircraft was a brainchild of Elder Qin from the Military Industrial Institute. On the other end, Elder Qin paused momentarily, then responded with astonishment, Old Jean? How did you know I was researching the new power stealth fighter? Wait, have you planted an undercover agent in my institute? Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, Academician Jean became utterly enraged. Old Qin, what time is it? Are you still joking and pretending to be confused? Upon hearing this, Qin Lao felt a surge of anger. So, Old Jean, you secretly inquired about the confidential matters of my military research institute. And now you are trying to turn the tables on me. I want to ask you, my new fighter jet is still in the testing and assembly phase. How do you know its characteristics? Chapter 8. Wronging Qin Lao. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing Qin Lao's words, Qin Lao was momentarily taken aback. What? It is still in the testing phase? Then what is that thing flying in the sky? Could it be that he had wronged Old Qin? However, aside from Old Qin, who else in Longhua could produce such extraordinary technology? Noticing Qin Lao's silence, Qin Lao continued his tirade. Old Qin, don't think I am unaware. You called to make me look bad, didn't you? Let me tell you, although my new fighter jet has yet to be developed, once it is, all your current aircraft will pale in comparison. If you don't believe me, Let us compete in the military technology contest in 2 months. The military technology contest mentioned by Qin Lao is held every 3 years in Longhua. At that time, all military research institutions in Longhua participate, but most of them serve merely as a backdrop. Each contest typically showcases the most advanced and formidable equipment, primarily emerging from the Longhua Institute led by Jin and Wu Lao, and the Military Research Institute headed by Qin Lao. The ultimate victor receives preferential policies and financial support, fostering a spirit of competition among researchers. In the previous competition, Longhua Institute narrowly triumphed over the Military Industrial Institute, leaving Elder Qin of the latter unsatisfied. Hence, academician Jin immediately suspected Elder Qin. The call abruptly ended with a busy signal. As Jin listened to the incessant tone, his gaze was drawn to the fighter jets performing intricate aerial maneuvers in the sky, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. If such formidable machinery was not devised by Elder Qin, then who could be its architect? In Kyoto, at the Military Industrial Institute, an elderly man clad in a dark green military uniform adorned with numerous medals, his fierce eyes glinting with authority, forcefully set down the red telephone. Humph. That old scoundrel Jin, resorting to the red phone just to mock me? Or perhaps he has unearthed some uncertain intelligence and is attempting to deceive me. Regardless, once my new fighter jet is unveiled, all the equipment you have developed will have to take a back seat. Guard. Yes. Relay my orders. Everyone must accelerate their work pace and enhance confidentiality. From this day forth, no one is permitted to leave the Military Industrial Institute, and all communication devices must be surrendered. We must ensure our new model is produced before the military competition. Last year, they won by mere chance. Who truly reigns as the leader in Dragon Country's military industrial research and development? Elder Qin's words resonated with clarity and conviction, instantly galvanizing the spirits of everyone in the institute, who responded with fervent shouts as if invigorated by a powerful elixir. Yes, Commander. In the command room of the Jingheim Military Industrial Exhibition, upon noticing the peculiar expression on Old Jin's face, academician Wu inquired, has Old Qin denied that this technology is of their development? Is he attempting to deceive us? After a moment of contemplation, Old Jin responded, it seems unlikely. He appeared quite surprised that I was aware of his work on a new fighter jet. They are indeed engaged in the development of a new aircraft. Yet it is far from completion, and thus could not possibly be present here. Although Old Qin possesses a rather flamboyant personality, he is astute enough to refrain from such reckless actions. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Wu's face. If Old Qin were not the source of this aircraft, then it follows that no other research institutions within Longhua would possess the capability to develop such an advanced fighter jet. As for pilot Zhang Chu's claim that he sourced it from a domestic machinery factory, that assertion is even less credible. The turmoil instigated by this aircraft has already escalated significantly. Our foremost priority is to ensure that the pilot lands this plane in a secure location. Old Jin immediately grasped the urgency of the situation and approached Minister Li. Minister Li, our immediate task is to secure this unidentified aircraft in a safe area. Its research value is extraordinarily high, with its energy systems and flight control technology far surpassing our current capabilities. We must promptly contain all information regarding this matter and prohibit any external dissemination. Please instruct your pilots to land the aircraft at your military base. We shall proceed to the base at once. Minister Li nodded in acknowledgement, gathered the necessary equipment, and communicated through the intercom to Zhang Chu while en route. Zhang Chu, immediately pilot the aircraft to land atop our military base located in Songshan. Yes, Minister, Zhang Chu responded succinctly. He glanced at the instrument panel before him, locating the coordinates for the Songshan military base on the positioning system and confirming his selection. Then, he pushed the throttle lever upward. With a chime, he successfully switched to high-speed mode, the turbocharger igniting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu, an experienced pilot, felt a twinge of anxiety as he gripped the control stick tightly. In the next moment, a brilliant orange blaze erupted from the plasma emitter at the tail of the aircraft. The familiar sound of a sonic boom resounded once more. An overwhelming sensation of thrust, nearly suffocating, surged through Zhang Chu's body. He clutched the control stick firmly, his gaze fixed on the rapidly ascending speedometer, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft's speed had soared to the sound barrier, and it continued to escalate dramatically. Observing the swiftly climbing Mach meter, Zhang Chu's voice trembled as he spoke. Minister, The acceleration of this aircraft is truly terrifying. I estimate that in just a few seconds, we could surpass Mach 5. Meanwhile, Minister Li and academician Jin Wu had already boarded the vehicle headed for the Songzhan military base. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, academician Wu expressed skepticism, his face reflecting disbelief. How is that even possible? The fastest aircraft in the world, the State Route 71 Blackbird, belonging to a certain nation, boasts a maximum speed of merely 3 Mach, requiring several seconds to accelerate. How could it possibly reach such speeds in an instant? Yet, before academician Wu could finish his statement, the aircraft's status reception device emitted an alert. Ding! The current speed of the aircraft is 3.5 Mach, with an estimated time to reach the designated cruising speed of 5 seconds. Gasp! Everyone in the vehicle inhaled sharply upon hearing the announcement. A mere few seconds had elapsed since they issued the command, and the aircraft's speed had already surged to a staggering 3.5 Mach, surpassing the world's fastest aircraft, the Blackbird. Even more astonishingly, this velocity continued to escalate. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Academician Jin, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his body tremble slightly. The most advanced fighter jet in our Dragon Nation does not exceed a maximum speed of 2.5 Mach. Furthermore, increasing the speed by a single Mach typically takes over 20 seconds. He fixated intently on the fluctuating numbers on the device. Almost every second, the red light on the speed display flickered, corresponding with an increase of 1 Mach in the aircraft's speed. Chapter 9. This aircraft resembles a phantom. After several rapid fluctuations, the speed display stabilized, ultimately settling at an astonishing 5.5 Mach. Old Jean felt a tightening in his chest, struggling to breathe. He pressed his hand against his heart and hurriedly retrieved a fast-acting heart medication from his pocket, placing it into his mouth. Ever since their narrow victory over the Military Research Institute in the last military competition, he and Old Wu, leading the Lonka Institute, had remained vigilant, tirelessly developing the next generation of fighter jets. They exerted themselves to achieve an average speed barely reaching 3 Mach, with a maximum instantaneous speed of 3.5 Mach, which was equivalent to the cruising speed of the most advanced aircraft from the United States. They had hoped that such speed would enable them to stand unrivaled in Longhua. But today, an aircraft had unexpectedly soared to an astounding 5.5 Mach effortlessly. It is worth noting that their own fighter jets could barely achieve 3.5 Mach only when equipped with rocket boosters, and even then, it could only be sustained for mere seconds due to the risk of disintegration. This indicated that the aircraft they were contending with utterly surpassed theirs in both power and structural integrity. At this moment, academician Jin and academician Wu found themselves at a loss for words to express their shock. If they could master the technology of this aircraft, it would not merely overshadow the Military Research Institute, it would dominate the entire world. Nations such as the United States, Russia, and others would be relegated to the sidelines. Just as everyone remained engulfed in disbelief, a voice crackled through the intercom. Zhang Chu's voice resonated, "Minister, I have reached the airspace above Songzhan base. However, I am unable to land. The personnel at the military base seem to have mistaken me for an enemy aircraft. Not only have they failed to open the runway for me, but fighter jets are also attempting to lock onto me with artillery radar." Upon hearing this, Minister Li was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that despite their frantic efforts, they had neglected to inform the military base in advance. However, he could not be entirely blamed, for the journey from the Jinghai City Science and Technology Exhibition Center to the Songzhan military base spanned 2,000 kilometers. Even in a straight line, it was a daunting distance of at least 1,500 kilometers. A conventional aircraft, even at full speed, would require nearly an hour to reach the destination. Yet, they overlooked the fact that the extraordinary aircraft piloted by Zhang Chu could soar at a staggering speed of 5.5 Mach. It would take less than 10 minutes to arrive. If this new fighter jet were to be shot down, Minister Li would not only lose a top-notch pilot, but also a remarkably precious aircraft. This could potentially rob Long Country of a rare opportunity to surpass its competitors and achieve significant advancements. In such a scenario, he would undoubtedly find himself etched in the annals of disgraceful history. As this thought crossed his mind, Minister Li began to tremble, hastily retrieving his phone to contact the military base. However, before he could connect, the military base's call came through first. He answered immediately, and a voice on the other end reported, "Minister, our Songzhan base patrol aircraft has inadvertently detected an unidentified aircraft hurtling towards our base at an astonishing speed. It is moving too swiftly for our aircraft to intercept. Strangely, despite our base being equipped with over 100 reconnaissance radars and the fire control radar on our aircraft, we are unable to ascertain the position of this aircraft. Although it is visible to the naked eye, the radar displays a blank screen. The fire control radar is utterly incapable of locking onto it. After decades of military service, I encountered a most bizarre situation for the first time. That aircraft appeared as if it were a specter. Minister, we have no alternative but to request an order to deploy artillery for an intercept. Upon hearing this, Minister Lee's taut nerves eased slightly, and he raised his phone to his mouth, bellowing with fervor, "What do you mean deploy? Hurry and halt operations. Clear the runway." That was indeed our own fighter jet, piloted by Zhang Chu, connecting through channel B532342C. Minister Lee's voice resonated so powerfully that it sent a shiver through the personnel at the military base, leaving them momentarily stunned. A colossal question loomed in their minds. When did our base acquire such an extraordinary aircraft capable of such swift flight and radar evasion? Using the channel code provided by Minister Lee, the base command successfully established contact with Zhang Chu, who ultimately landed safely at the military base. At that moment, Minister Lee and Academician Jean Wu, seated aboard the aircraft, felt an immense weight lift from their hearts upon receiving the report of a safe landing. In unison, the two esteemed academicians directed their intense gaze upon Minister Lee, their eyes seemingly poised to devour him. Even with Minister Lee's extensive battlefield experience, he felt a twinge of unease under the scrutiny of such distinguished figures. Academician Jean broke the silence, stating, "Minister, from where exactly did this aircraft originate? Do not attempt to placate me with your earlier claims of a civilian machinery factory. That is simply implausible. Now that the Military Research Institute has been excluded, which military research institute provided you with this information, or did you obtain it from abroad?" Faced with the probing of two esteemed experts in the military field, Minister Lee felt overwhelmed. The only information he possessed was what Zhang Chu had reported that day. With no other choice, he could only respond with a strained expression. "Esteemed academicians, whether you believe me or not, I truly only know this information. That civilian aircraft modification factory was found by Zhang Chu. When the time comes, we can inquire with him. He should be most knowledgeable about the origin of this aircraft." Under pressure, Minister Lee had no alternative but to present Zhang Chu as a shield. Academicians Jean and Wu exchanged glances, refraining from further questioning. After a brief silence, Academician Jean broke it, placing a reassuring hand on Minister Lee's shoulder. "Old Lee, it has been over a decade since your Jinghai military region began collaborating with our Lonka Institute, hasn't it? When we first started working together, you were just an ordinary soldier, and now you have risen to the position of Minister of the military region. Over these years, I trust you have found our technical support and weaponry development satisfactory?" Academician Jin's previously stern demeanor shifted, revealing a smile that conveyed a touch of warmth. However, to Minister Lee, this affable expression felt more like a thorn in his side. Just moments ago, they were inquiring about matters, and now they seemed to be forging camaraderie. Did they doubt his words? He quickly interjected earnestly, "Oh, Academician Jean, please don't call me Old Lee. I can't bear such a title." Satisfactory? Absolutely, it is beyond satisfactory. Our Jinghai military district will only collaborate with the Long Institute. We shall not even cast a glance at other research institutions. Upon hearing Minister Lee's words, both Elder Jean and Elder Wu burst into hearty laughter simultaneously. "Excellent, excellent. Minister Lee, your words suffice. For your military district's aircraft, we at the Long Institute shall enjoy priority research privileges, and it must remain confidential until our research is concluded." Chapter 10, New Energy. In exchange, not only will we at the Long Institute continue our cooperation with your Jinghai military district, but we will also include your district among the first batch of experimental demonstration bases for new technologies and grant you 30 special talent training slots. What do you think? Upon hearing Academician Jin's words, Minister Lee suddenly realized the significance of the earlier statements. The allure of this aircraft was indeed so profound that it compelled Academician Jin to propose such generous conditions. The Jinghai military district, merely of mid-tier strength, could effortlessly ascend, entering the top 3 military districts of Long Kingdom with the formidable support proposed by Elder Jin. At the Songshan military base, the airport was enveloped in a state of heightened combat readiness. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers surrounded the central black warplane, while Minister Lee and Academicians Jin and Wu hurriedly approached the aircraft, instruments in hand. The experts from the Dragon Academy exhibited no regard for decorum as they, under the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers, approached the aircraft with expressions akin to that of discovering gold. They eagerly leaned over the warplane, engaging in various forms of examination while occasionally uttering exclamations of astonishment. My goodness, what material is this surface coated with? My detector's microwaves are completely absorbed. That radar's detection capability is nothing short of miraculous. And this engine structure, I've never seen anything like it. Minister Li observed this frenzied group of experts and leaned closer to Zhang Chu, whispering, Zhang, tell me the truth. Through what channel did you secretly acquire this aircraft? There's no need for pretense. This time our military district is poised for a significant breakthrough, and this plane is a priceless treasure. Upon our return to the military district, I shall reward you handsomely. Zhang Chu, noticing Minister Li's mysterious demeanor, wore an expression of innocence. Didn't I report to you about how I acquired it? I had it modified at a civilian machinery conversion factory. However, there's something I haven't mentioned. The owner of that factory is actually a friend of mine named Lin Feng. Before Zhang Chu could finish, Minister Li's expression shifted dramatically, causing Zhang Chu to shudder in fear. TSK, you are anything but straightforward. Little Zhang, your achievements today are largely due to my guidance. Even the academicians have stated that no research institution in the entire Dragon Country could produce an aircraft of this caliber. How could a civilian machinery factory possibly create it? Let us speak candidly. Did you acquire this from some clandestine department, perhaps the legendary Dragon Group or the Bureau of Anomalies? Listening to Minister Li, Zhang Chu's face was adorned with 100 perplexing questions. Just as he was about to speak again, an exclamation erupted from the direction of Old Wu. My heavens, what is happening? The power source of this engine. Old Jean felt a jolt of anxiety and rushed over. He saw Academician Wu pointing at a small compartment above the engine that had been opened. This aircraft does not utilize conventional oil or gas as its energy source. Instead, it employs the process of water cracking to generate hydrogen, which is then used as propulsion. Furthermore, upon the combustion of hydrogen, water is produced, enabling a closed-loop system that allows for sustained energy output without the need for additional fuel. As Old Wu's revelation resonated, Academician Jean instinctively inhaled sharply. However, he quickly countered. How could this be possible? It contradicts the law of conservation of energy. Old Wu's expression grew grave. No, it aligns perfectly. The secret lies within this honeycomb-like substance. It is a completely new and unknown material, one that serves as a catalyst. I hypothesize that this mysterious substance exhibits a unique affinity for the molecular bonds of water. Under sunlight's catalysis, it can release immense energy to disrupt the molecular bonds within water, compelling it to decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. Look here. With that, Old Wu shifted aside, allowing the enigmatic material to bask in the light, while gently applying a droplet of water onto its surface with a pipette. In an instant, as the droplets fell, they vanished into thin air, while a wave of pressure surged towards the two individuals. The nearby hydrogen detector immediately erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Old Jin's eyes widened in shock. The rate of decomposition was astonishingly rapid. It was no wonder that this aircraft boasted such abundant power. This represented an entirely new and unknown super-energy catalyst. If this substance could be procured in significant quantities, the global energy crisis would be effortlessly resolved. Most importantly, this energy source would produce no pollution whatsoever. Minister Li and Zhang Chu, upon hearing Old Jin's words, were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. They were aware of the aircraft's formidable capabilities, yet they had never imagined it housed something capable of transforming the very fabric of the world. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Old Jin, nearly with tears of urgency in his eyes, approached Zhang Chu with an intensity that was almost frightening. Zhang Chu, he began with a grave tone. I now invoke the highest confidential inquiry rights of the Dragon Kingdom to pose a question to you. At that moment, Old Jin's eagerness to uncover the origins of this aircraft was palpable. The technology it contained could not only elevate the military prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, but was also pivotal to the world's most pressing energy transformation. Zhang Chu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The highest confidential inquiry rights. Old Jin had only 3 opportunities to wield this privilege. Should he exercise it, the Dragon Kingdom would spare no effort to uncover the truth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Chu straightened up, saluting respectfully in response. Esteemed Academician Jin, I solemnly assure you that every statement I make henceforth is entirely truthful, and I am willing to take full responsibility for each word uttered. This aircraft was submitted to me by my minister, Li Dalei, and I arrived at the Fengshan Civil Machinery Factory on the 12th hour of the day in the year Long Yuan. The factory director is Lin Feng, and indeed, this aircraft was personally modified by him. The report is complete. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, academicians Jin and Wu exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. Initially, they believed the previous comments from the Civil Machinery Factory were mere formalities, yet it turned out to be veritable. "Do we have Lin Feng's phone number, his contact information?" inquired the elder Jin in a serious tone. "Yes. Dial Lin Feng's number immediately, on speakerphone." Zhang Chu responded without hesitation, promptly extracting his phone to call Lin Feng. After a few rings, the call connected. On the other end, Lin Feng's voice sounded somewhat muffled, as if he had just awakened. "Zhang Chu, what on earth are you doing? It's not easy for me to catch a nap. I've been disturbed 3 times in mere minutes. I'm quite irritable right now. I tell you, if you don't introduce me to a few lovely ladies today, I won't let this slide." His voice resonated through the speaker, causing the others to exchange bewildered glances. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chu, with a face full of embarrassment, replied, "Ahem, Lin Feng, I'm discussing serious matters here. Did you indeed modify that fighter jet? What is its name?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's voice on the other end suddenly rose several octaves. "Hey, Zhang Chu, you wretch. Do you dare to eat from the bowl and then curse from the same bowl? That fighter jet was painstakingly crafted by me, piece by piece, through countless sleepless nights. And now you have the audacity to question my efforts? This aircraft bears my name, Lin Tian Phantom Fighter." Chapter 11. Sensation, Highest Command by the Heavens. The Lin Tian Phantom Fighter. With esteemed figures like Elder Jin and Elder Wu, alongside our superior Minister Li, how could Zhang Chu possibly spare a moment to bicker with Lin Feng? "Ahem, Lin Feng, let us speak of serious matters. Speak plainly and tell me, did you truly create this fighter?" As an ace pilot, Zhang Chu has flown countless missions, certainly in the hundreds, from fighter jets to helicopters to transport planes. Only through experience can one understand that those aircraft, regarded as invaluable by the military and shrouded in secrecy, pale in comparison to this fighter. The speed, the turbo-boosted engine. It is simply exhilarating. Lin Feng, do tell the truth. If you did not craft this, it would not be a disgrace. Truth be told, after experiencing it, Zhang Chu himself feels that Lin Feng could not possibly have produced such a sophisticated creation. You, a graduate from a second-rate university, paired with a civilian machinery factory, could you truly have brought this marvel to life? The bigwigs are watching. On the phone, Lin Feng's temper flared. "Hey, Zhang Chu, you fool. You pull down your pants only to soil yourself. Yet when you pull them up, you refuse to acknowledge anyone. I have but one thing to say. This fighter jet was crafted by my own hands, piece by piece. Believe it or not, I care not. No returns, no exchanges." Before Zhang Chu could utter a word, the phone beeped twice and was disconnected. Elder Jin, Elder Wu, Minister Li. Zhang Chu cleared his throat, his face a mixture of embarrassment and bewilderment, akin to a child who has shattered a glass bottle. Li Dalei shook his head with a sigh. The mistakes of his subordinates inevitably fell upon his shoulders as their leader. "Elder Jin, Elder Wu, what do you think?" Elder Jin appeared pensive, contemplating the terrifying implications if this aircraft were indeed crafted by Lin Feng. "Elder Wu, how do you perceive this matter? Do you believe we?" Zhang Chu had no intention of jeopardizing his future, especially since Lin Feng had repeatedly and unequivocally acknowledged it over the phone. Presently, no faction within the Dragon Nation's esteemed research institutions or military factories possessed knowledge of such technology. Elder Wu furrowed his brow in deep thought. Elder Jin remarked, "I believe this Lin Feng is truly talented. This aircraft may very well have been engineered by him. After all, it cannot be attributed to the military factory. And the most suspicious party, Old Qin, has been excluded." The two elders exchanged glances and promptly commanded Li Dalei, "Minister Li, this matter is of utmost importance. I hereby issue the highest directive. Mobilize the elite forces of the military in Jinghai City. Spare no effort to locate this talent named Lin Feng." Understood. With the elders personally issuing the highest command, Li Dalei dared not delay. Level 1 command. All units, heed my orders. Special Forces, Team 1. Team 2. The Joint Security Department has issued the highest directives to coordinate operations. Once the target has been confirmed, tighten the encirclement and await further instructions. A group of fully armed soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, sir." In Jinghai City, a video showcasing a new type of fighter jet taking off via catapult has gone viral, capturing the attention of the internet. Platforms such as Douyin and Kuaishou, along with major news headlines, have placed it at the top of trending searches. Users are continually sharing and clicking, causing the video's popularity to soar. The comments section is ablaze with excitement. Wow, when did this happen? Our great dragon country possesses such formidable fighter jets? Isn't this absolutely astonishing? Catapult takeoff, no less. I'm even more shocked to see the jet execute a complete 180-degree turn mid-air. I was left speechless. Had it not been for this exhibition, I would have never known our dragon country is this impressive. Indeed, with such powerful fighter jets, who needs to fear the beautiful nation or the cherry blossom country? Once mass production begins, won't we become the sovereigns of the skies? Dragon country is phenomenal. I have no regrets in my allegiance to the dragon country. Brothers, forgive my lack of education. I can only humbly express, wow, it's truly remarkable. As the online buzz continues to escalate uncontrollably, the official channels are struggling to manage the situation. At this moment, the official Douyin account of the War Deception Bureau has stepped forward to clarify. Hello everyone. I am the spokesperson for the War Deception Bureau. We have noticed the widespread sharing and discussion of the recent videos from the technology exhibition. The official statement from the Combat Ignorance Bureau declares that the video has been edited and manipulated before being uploaded. It urges the vast number of netizens to rely on the official announcement, refraining from believing or spreading rumors. The video has gained immense popularity, prompting a spokesperson from the Combat Ignorance Bureau to refute the misinformation, resulting in a dramatic surge in views, with likes reaching 100,000 within a mere 5 minutes. The online community is abuzz, with users presenting video evidence to support their claims. Combat Ignorance Bureau spokesperson, this matter is certainly not a mere rumor. I possess authentic footage. High definition and unfiltered. From the moment of ejection to the ascent, every detail is crystal clear. Really? Bro, I'm requesting the video. I'd even pay for it. Combat Ignorance Bureau spokesperson, dear sister, if it were indeed a rumor, it wouldn't matter. We're just here for a bit of fun. Haha, you've worked hard. We're merely entertaining ourselves, so please don't take it to heart. The official account of the Combat Ignorance Bureau has further amplified the video as popularity. The jet's turbo ejection has caused quite a stir, with many possessing the original footage, making it impossible to suppress the truth. Ding. The jet has caused a societal uproar. Congratulations, host, you have received feedback points. 10,000. Note, feedback points will automatically convert to modification points. Modification points can be exchanged for technology and equipment in the system shop. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Lin Feng lay soundly asleep in his bed. Outside, armored vehicles and SWAT cars traversed the streets, and the entire city of Jinghai was illuminated by red lights. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. An hour ago, the Municipal Security Department received a directive of paramount importance from the military command. Elite forces were dispatched to establish a perimeter. Upon reaching the designated location, all personnel awaited further orders. It was merely a single phone call that prompted the Security Department of Jinghai City to halt all ongoing investigations, entering a state of heightened alert, ready to follow commands. The Special Police Unit and the Criminal Investigation Team, fully armed, were all present and accounted for. Director, we have arrived at the designated positions, ready to receive instructions at any moment. The voice of the team leader resonated powerfully through the Special Police Unit's communicator. In the makeshift command center established by the mobile units, the expression of the highest-ranking official of the Security Department was grave. Surround all streets surrounding Sunshine Community. Erect a security cordon. Chapter 12. You were asked to observe, not to engage in a real confrontation. The Security Department acted with alacrity. The director issued directives. The Special Police Unit was tasked with establishing the cordon, while the Criminal Investigation Team was responsible for clearing the vicinity of all vehicles and pedestrians. Director, the perimeter is secured. Should we proceed with the operation immediately? The entire security apparatus of Jinghai City was abuzz, all efforts dedicated to sealing off this community, undoubtedly indicating a significant case. On the phone, the director's voice was hoarse, nearly roaring in intensity. What operation? Stand by. The military personnel are on their way. To be candid, the notification received by the Security Department from the military was to seal off Sunshine Community. All actions awaited further directives. In other words, their department was to cooperate with military operations. An hour passed. More than 80 armored vehicles encircled the Sunshine community, rendering it impenetrable. Above, 20 helicopters, laden with weaponry, hovered ominously in the sky. The sound of a hatch opening echoed as a group of camouflaged special forces, armed to the teeth, disembarked from the armored vehicles. In Unit B, on the 7th floor, apartment 701, Lin's parents busied themselves in the kitchen, diligently preparing dumplings. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin's mother wore a face of bewilderment. What on earth is happening out there? Why have they sealed off our community? Is it a military exercise? Lin's father, alarmed by the situation, hurriedly shut the window, preferring ignorance to anxiety. In a military jeep, Zhang Chu personally opened the door for Minister Li, while the commander rushed forward. Report, Minister. The perimeter around the Sunshine community has been secured, encompassing 30 streets. According to the plan, the security department and special forces have reached their designated positions. Please advise, Minister. Zhang Chu, despite being an ace pilot accustomed to military life, found himself swallowing hard at the sight of such a formidable display. Lin Feng has truly escalated matters this time, he thought. The security department and the military had united under the highest orders to swiftly encircle the Sunshine community, leaving no room for even a dog to enter. Minister Li nodded, instructing everyone to remain on standby. Send a small team with me. Minister, is that really necessary? Zhang Chu replied with a wry smile. Dispatching a special forces team, armed with live ammunition, might frighten Lin's parents. Given Lin Feng's propensity for mischief, an ill-conceived endeavor could indeed lead to complications. Therefore, let everyone remain on standby. Zhang Chu shall accompany me upstairs. Li Daler understood that the grandiose preparations were primarily intended to facilitate a meeting between Lin Feng and the esteemed elders, Jin and Wu. Should this escalate into an apprehension, it would undoubtedly be an embarrassing spectacle. In Unit 701 of Sunshine Community, Lin Feng's mother was vigilantly observing the commotion below. When she spied two men clad in military uniforms at her doorstep through the peephole, she became immediately alarmed. Your father, old Lin, come quickly. Do you see these men? Are they here to apprehend our Lin Feng? Lin Feng's father, ever the optimist, dismissed her fears. How could that be possible? Ding dong. The doorbell echoed, and the elderly couple exchanged anxious glances, their faces paling significantly. What should we do? What should we do? They truly are here to apprehend our Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mother was in a state of panic, while Lin Feng's father remained composed and steady. Do not panic. Our Lin Feng neither steals nor robs. Perhaps these individuals are merely here for inquiries. Peering through the peephole, Lin Feng's father confronted the two men. What is your purpose here? Good day. We represent the military department and need to discuss matters concerning Comrade Lin Feng. Unfortunately, we cannot disclose specifics. Would you kindly open the door? Li Daler spoke with a friendly demeanor as Lin Feng's father reluctantly opened the door. Zhang Chu stepped forward, carrying 2 boxes of pre-prepared nutritional supplies. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Zhang Chu. Is Lin Feng at home? Yes, he is at home. Lin Feng's father nodded, contemplating the gravity of their visit. Upon arrival, will gifts be presented? Shouldn't handcuffs be applied immediately? That would resolve the matter. Perhaps they have truly come to inquire. After securing the consent of Lin's parents, Zhang Chu dashed into Lin Feng's bedroom without a moment's hesitation, only to find the rascal still deep in slumber. Lin Feng, get up this instant. Who is it? What do you want? Groggy and barely awake, Lin Feng, spotting Zhang Chu at his doorstep, assumed he had come to discuss a refund and sprang up immediately. Zhang Chu, we agreed there would be no returns or exchanges. Moreover, you explicitly stated I could modify it at will before the alterations. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Zhang Chu merely scoffed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. I did ask you to keep an eye on the modifications, but I certainly did not intend for you to create a genuine contraption. Hurry up. The minister is waiting outside for you. If you wish to avoid a dire situation, come with me at once. Confused, Lin Feng glanced out the window. To his astonishment, over 20 fully armed helicopters hovered in the air, while an innumerable array of armored vehicles and tactical police cars surrounded the neighborhood, leaving no room for escape. Only those with a strong mental fortitude could withstand such pressure. Lin Feng quickly donned his clothes, just as he encountered the scrutinizing gaze of Li Daler. Indeed, it was this very individual. After retrieving Lin Feng's profile from the database, Li Daler had gathered comprehensive information from his birth to present, including academic performance and romantic history. Fortunately, Lin Feng's background was impeccable. Otherwise, Li Dalii might have resorted to using handcuffs. Greetings, I am the Minister of the Military District, Li Dalii. He extended his hand, and Lin Feng grasped it firmly. Lin Feng, well, this is quite remarkable. The Minister of the Military District has come to pay a visit. Lin Feng is well aware of the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chu. Mom and Dad, there's nothing to worry about. I will accompany them for a while and call you later. With such an imposing display from the minister, refusing was simply not an option. As they descended the stairs, Zhang Chu whispered a multitude of things into Lin Feng's ear, still incredulous that the fighter jet had been modified by Lin Feng himself. However, he was quite pleased to hear one thing. That fighter jet is truly impressive. Absolutely remarkable. Of course, with meticulous welding and operations carried out step by Lin Feng, how could it not be extraordinary? It is no exaggeration to say that if conditions permitted, Lin Feng could manufacture a fighter jet capable of participating in interstellar warfare. What of those inferior nations, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Black Hawk, or bombers? All mere refuse. Is it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle? After finally navigating out of the community, Lin Feng was once again astounded. To find him, they went to such lengths. One might think they were apprehending an international fugitive. Zhang Chu shrugged, patting Lin Feng's back in comfort. It's the highest directive from the military district. If it weren't for my intervention, they would have rolled out the tanks. Chapter 13, The Test. The kinetic energy equation. The helicopter landed smoothly on the military district runway, and Lin Feng, supported by Zhang Chu, stepped down. Lin Feng, what are you doing? The balanced performance of the transport helicopter is still quite poor. I have numerous improvement proposals. Lin Feng brimmed with confidence, believing that if he could enhance the armed helicopter's stability amidst turbulent and rapid airflow, it would significantly reduce the likelihood of motion sickness for passengers like himself. This indeed represented a commendable improvement. Zhang Chu, however, grimaced as he considered the audacity of transforming a war-damaged fighter jet into a cutting-edge interceptor. The prospect was formidable enough. Without the endorsement of Minister Li, or rather, the esteemed elders Jin and Wu, he was reluctant to permit Lin Feng's modifications. Who could predict what mischief this impudent fellow might concoct? We must hurry. Elder Jin and Elder Wu are awaiting your arrival, Zhang Chu insisted, dragging Lin Feng along the military district runway, where a throng of experts was busily measuring with various instruments, surveying every aspect. Something was amiss. Why did the instruments indicate that the measurements were exceeding the standard? If the parameters were inaccurate, how could the aircraft achieve a smooth takeoff? At a staggering speed of 5 Mach, ordinary steel frameworks would be utterly inadequate for support. This was precisely the dilemma the experts were pondering. As for elders Jin and Wu, they had grown desensitized to the bewildering data presented by their colleagues, repeatedly shocked into a state of numbness. Now, they cared for nothing but the arrival of Li Dalii and his team, eager to seek clarifications. Old Wu, they are here. The moment had arrived. At the military district of Jinghai City, all elite special forces had been dispatched. It would be utterly disgraceful if not a single soul could be retrieved. Elders Jin and Wu rose hastily, their gazes fixed on the approaching figures. With his hands clasped behind his back and adorned in a Zhongshan suit, he exuded an aura of vigor and vitality. The young man in sports attire trailing behind Li Dalii was likely the future of Longhua. Elders Jin and Wu. I have brought him back. Li Dalii stepped forward to report, only to be overlooked by the two elders, who approached Lin Feng with measured steps. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, he appeared far too youthful to have developed such an advanced fighter jet, not to mention mastering various forms of energy, turbine dynamics, and balance. One would typically expect at least 4 or 5 decades of experience. Yet Lin Feng seemed barely 20. Had he been learning since infancy? Or was he a prodigy with an extraordinary memory? Such notions seemed implausible. As a scientist, one ought to rely on facts and data for conclusions. Elder Jin extended his hand, initiating a handshake with Lin Feng. Greetings, young friend. Is it true that this advanced fighter jet was crafted solely by you? Lin Feng opened his mouth, on the verge of affirmation, when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his knuckles. What on earth? Had the old man exerted unexpected force? Naturally, Lin Feng, accustomed to working with machinery, had hands as resilient as iron clamps. Surely, he would not be outdone by an elderly gentleman. All right. Perhaps it was the pain he inflicted that prompted Elder Jin to withdraw his hand and address the matter directly. Young friend, Since you claim to have single-handedly developed this advanced fighter jet, I have several questions that I find perplexing, and I would appreciate your assistance in clarifying them. A test. Perhaps? Scientists often engage in such inquiries, yet Lin Feng remained undeterred, inviting questions freely. Elder Jean and Elder Wu, both esteemed figures, exchanged glances before retrieving measuring instruments from several assistants, manipulating them while elucidating their findings. Come now, young friend. Enlighten me regarding the materials constituting the surface of this fighter jet. Graphene, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, and Lin Feng responded seamlessly, without hesitation. And what of these anomalous data? According to conventional dynamics and gravity, it simply cannot be coherently explained. Furthermore, the energy source, splitting water to produce hydrogen, which subsequently reverts to water in an infinite cycle. And how is that superconducting catalyst fabricated? Surely, science must adhere to empirical foundations, does it not? The barrage of questions continued, and Lin Feng's patience began to wane. Shall I merely demonstrate how a fighter jet is constructed? Manufacturing such a complex machine takes no less than several months. Do they truly possess that much time? Elder Jean, however, remained relentless in his inquiries. Young friend, should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, it would imply that the fighter jet was not of your making. In military terms, you would be deemed a leaker of significant state secrets. Lin Feng was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Are you attempting to intimidate a child? This old man speaks in riddles. After all this, I simply wish to refrain from disclosing, and yet, I am immediately branded with a significant accusation? Very well. I am not one to shy away from a challenge. If you desire answers to your questions, I shall oblige. I present to both of you a mathematical equation, and if you can solve it, I shall answer any question you pose. It would even be no trouble to construct a fighter jet of this caliber. Hiss. Upon uttering these words, not only did Elder Jean and Elder Wu take notice, but even Li Dali, who stood nearby, could hardly contain himself. Who are Elder Jean and Elder Wu, and what is their esteemed status? You arrogant brat, must you boast so? Elder Jean and Elder Wu are revered figures of great wisdom. If you can respond, do so. If not, refrain from such futile bravado. Zhang Chu cast a disapproving glance at Lin Feng. While the two often engaged in light banter, to speak so boldly in the presence of numerous scientific experts, especially before the likes of Elder Jean and Elder Wu, is simply audacious. Who granted you such audacity? Heh. In the face of this scrutiny, Lin Feng flashed a grin and inquired, do you have paper and a pen? Of course. Elder Jean and Elder Wu were brimming with confidence. After all, having dedicated the majority of their lives to scientific research, how could they possibly be stumped by a mere equation? A sheet of paper and a pen were promptly presented to Lin Feng, who wasted no time and began to write on the ground before everyone. Some of the symbolic characters were recognizable to the experts. What was this? Wasn't it merely the simplest of speed equations, albeit with some peculiar factors mixed in? Yet, no, the further he wrote, the more it seemed amiss. Minutes later, the paper was filled with a dense array of characters and equations, leaving Zhang Chu bewildered as he scrutinized it from start to finish. What on earth was this? How is it that I cannot comprehend any of this? This is the first time Zhang Chu has questioned himself. Yet, Lin Feng patiently presented the paper to the two elders, explaining, I feared that the two of you might struggle to grasp it, so I documented the process. You merely need to provide an answer. Furthermore, this pertains to a kinetic energy equation. Chapter 14 also touches on quantum computing. Is it truly that difficult, this kinetic energy equation? It certainly does not appear so. The paper was densely filled with thoughts and processes, and it is inconceivable for a group of experts and research academicians to claim they do not understand it. The crux lies with the venerable Jean and Wu, two eminent figures, who scrutinized the paper, seemingly eager to etch every word and symbol into their minds. Old Wu, the equation is indeed sound and valid. However, can you discern the answer? At this moment, old Jean resembled a schoolboy bewildered by a challenging question posed by a teacher, urgently seeking assistance from his deskmate. Old Wu furrowed his brow, his face etched with contemplation, perhaps due to the intensity of his focus. Beads of sweat began to materialize on his forehead, indicating the strain of mental exertion. Old Jean, can a kinetic energy equation be expressed in this manner? Gravitational force, balancing force, and various forms of kinetic energy intertwined, the problem-solving process appears flawless, yet the key issue lies in the final answer. To arrive at a solution, it seems that the assistance of the most sophisticated quantum computer would be indispensable. Goodness gracious! Aside from the experts and research academicians wearing troubled expressions, Zhang Chu and Li Dali, among the military personnel, were utterly perplexed. What on earth? This young man Lin Feng scribbles a few incomprehensible symbols. And suddenly we require a quantum computer? What nonsense! Even the ace pilot Zhang Chu is oblivious to Lin Feng's remarkable prowess. After all, he is merely a mediocre graduate from a second-rate university. It's as if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and miraculously constructed a fighter jet. Theoretical knowledge and mere wordplay cannot possibly rival the expertise of Elder Jean and Elder Wu, can they? Zhang Chu genuinely found it hard to believe, while Li Dalai, at that moment, dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that either Elder Jean or Elder Wu might become displeased and issue a severe directive. Elder Jean and Elder Wu, is this true? It's merely a kinetic equation. How could it necessitate a quantum computer? Quantum computers are designed for precise data calculations, employing advanced technology, with their operational codes and data being exceedingly complex. Just a kinetic equation, and one conjured by an unknown rookie at that. Could it really be so outrageous? Experts and academic scholars were wholly skeptical, seeking the approval of Elder Jean and Elder Wu. The crowd began to examine the equation, with some even squatting on the ground to calculate, resulting in a flurry of bewilderment and incredulous glances exchanged. Could this possibly be real? Is it feasible for a kinetic equation to be formulated in such a manner? It seems utterly impossible. The volume of calculations is staggering. If undertaken manually, it would likely require nearly half a month, and it must be conducted by a team. The absurdity only escalates. Li Dalai, as the military district minister, lacked the luxury to observe these experts squatting on the floor, calculating. Elder Jean and Elder Wu, if what you assert truly necessitates such a computer, I can arrange for personnel to prepare it for you. No need. Without waiting for Old Jean and Old Wu to respond, Lin Feng waved his hand and directly stated, "It is merely a kinetic energy equation, and there is no need to employ a quantum computer. Can it be solved by human intellect? Impossible. Indeed. Where did this brash young fellow come from, boasting with such arrogance? Old Jean and Old Wu would never dare to speak so." A multitude of experts and research academicians stood up to refute him, clearly dismissing Lin Feng's presence. After all, one must possess exceptional talent to become an expert and enter the realm of scientific research. A modicum of pride is to be expected. Lin Feng smiled gently. "Everyone, please do not rush. I harbor no ill intentions. I can understand that you are unable to solve it. We can certainly attribute it to a mismatch of expertise." As he spoke, his gaze turned towards the contemplative faces of Old Jean and Old Wu. "Gentlemen, let us adopt a different approach. Set aside the original method of solving the problem and instead, consider the conditions encountered during the generation of kinetic energy, such as air resistance, density, and pressure. Eliminate these factors one by one, focusing on the equation itself, dissecting and analyzing it, and applying the simplest kinetic energy theory to elucidate it. How does that sound?" His guidance was meticulous and thorough. Upon hearing these words, Old Jean and Old Wu, who were deep in thought, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yes, this approach works. They realized that reverse elimination significantly reduced the computational load and shortened the calculation time. Old Jean was quite exhilarated. The reverse approach was indeed feasible. However, Old Wu still wore a contemplative expression, struggling to grasp the concept. It can be propelled, yet the equation remains unsolvable. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded emphatically, once again seizing paper and pen to inscribe a lengthy string of characters at the end of the final section. "This is the answer. Involving certain supercatalysts and the principles of energy transference, which may indeed be a tad beyond the syllabus. Do not concern yourselves." After several years of immersion in kinetic energy and energy cycles, one can grasp the concept. Of course, this only pertains to comprehension. Whether one can ultimately unravel it is an entirely different matter. The gathered experts and academicians exchanged glances, some with skepticism and others with astonishment. How could such an obscure young individual possess such extensive knowledge? Could he truly be a prodigious genius? The most astonished of all was Zhang Chu, who slowly approached his superior, Minister Li Dalai. "Minister Li, do you believe there exists a type of person whose performance is hindered by their environment and conditions? Yet once these are met, they unleash astonishing potential? Is this not precisely describing Lin Feng?" Li Dalai regarded the incredulous faces of Jean Lao and Wu Lao, utterly astounded. "I cannot guarantee the existence of such individuals, but the person you have brought this time has certainly accomplished something monumental. The term supercatalyst reverberated in the minds of the two elders. The process of splitting water to produce hydrogen, which subsequently recombines to form water again, an infinite cycle. How is it achieved? Jean Lao and Wu Lao exchanged glances, thoroughly captivated by Lin Feng's brilliance. And they came to believe that this elusive fighter jet was indeed a creation of Lin Feng. Elder Jean, his face brimming with excitement, turned once more to Lin Feng, filled with anticipation. My young friend, might you share with this old man how you have concocted this extraordinary catalyst? Is there any possibility that you could assist in producing more? If we could achieve mass production of this remarkable catalyst for use in combat aircraft, it would represent a monumental leap forward. Elder Jean and Elder Wu have devoted their lives to scientific research and the betterment of our nation. Acquiring the method for producing such a supercatalyst would be worth sacrificing even their own dignity. The notion of a supercatalyst. Lin Feng was well aware that these scientists would be captivated by such a creation, hence he did not feign ignorance. Chapter 15. The Supercatalyst. Indeed, I can create it. The supercatalyst was fabricated in my civilian machinery factory. It is not out of the question for me to assist in its production. However, there are considerations to address: materials, tools, costs, and manpower. My young friend, please articulate your needs. We shall surely accommodate you. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Elder Jean promptly provided his response. This was his true desire. Very well, then follow me. I can commence the production of the supercatalyst immediately. Upon hearing this, neither Elder Jean nor Elder Wu hesitated for a moment. For the sake of research and the nation, they were undeterred by the potential risks or the distance to be traveled. They issued the highest level directives, commanding Li Daler to dispatch a fully armed special forces unit to accompany them, safeguarding both confidentiality and security. With 2 top-level orders issued in a single day, Li Daler, the minister of the military district of Jinghai City, remained perpetually on high alert. Military jeeps rolled into Lin Feng's civilian machinery factory, which, due to its remote location away from the bustling city and its sparse surroundings, was initially chosen for its affordability. Is this your machinery factory? Elder Jean inquired, standing outside. The structure bore resemblance to other ordinary civilian factories, constructed of corrugated iron, and aside from its considerable scale, it appeared unremarkable. Could such a dilapidated facility truly produce a supercatalyst or transform into a terrifying aircraft that could be likened to a specter? Lin Feng was acutely aware of his factory's shortcomings and paid little heed to the astonished gazes of onlookers. With a decisive motion, he pushed open the factory door and was immediately enveloped by a lang of oil and steel scents. It was not unpleasant, merely overwhelming. Goodness, when did you manage to fabricate such a colossal robotic arm? Exclaimed Zhang Chu, the sole fortunate visitor to the factory. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Particularly, the immense robotic arm exuded sophistication and intelligence, unmistakably a piece of advanced technology. To his surprise, within such a rundown factory, he encountered a remarkably sophisticated production line. Indeed, Lin Feng's machinery factory was, overall, a well-equipped and advanced production line. Among its components, such as robotic arms and various instruments, represented technological operations that one would typically only find in the most cutting-edge military factories of Longhua. My young friend, are you currently able to produce the catalyst? Approximately how long will it take? We can wait. If only they could witness the production process of the supercatalyst with their own eyes, the elderly duo would gladly wait, regardless of the time required. This is an opportunity that cannot be bought with money or time. It is a genuine stroke of fortune. Lin Feng gazed at the two elders, their eyes filled with an insatiable longing and anticipation, fully aware that their intentions were rooted in the betterment of the nation. Thus, he resolutely activated the switch. Not much time would be needed. An hour should suffice. An hour? Elder Jean and Elder Wu exchanged incredulous glances. How could a leading military factory in Longhua produce a catalyst in merely 10 hours? Lin Feng's small, humble machinery factory claimed to accomplish it in just 1 hour? Observing Lin Feng's boastful demeanor, Zhang Chu could no longer contain himself. Lin Feng, could you refrain from causing trouble for your brothers? If it takes longer, so be it. No need to exaggerate. Who is exaggerating? Lin Feng's temper flared. This was disdain for him and his system. Zhang Chu, remember that scrap metal you tossed to me last month, and then recall what I managed to create from it. You think I was just making empty promises with that half-month production? Not a chance. My system is incredibly powerful. Zhang Chu was left speechless. It wasn't that he couldn't stand his brother's prowess or success. The critical point was that Elder Jean and Elder Wu were present. If Lin Feng continued to boast, and something went awry, it would truly be embarrassing. To claim an hour, if he truly could not produce it within that time, it would indeed be an outrageous boast. Very well. If it came to that, Zhang Chu would simply lend his voice to support Lin Feng. Moreover, observing the looks exchanged between Elder Jean and Elder Wu regarding Lin Feng, coupled with their eagerness to dismantle the production line for a closer inspection, it is evident that they are not overly concerned with the passage of time. Old Wu, this robotic arm is truly remarkable, and this instrument, quite impressive indeed, truly exceptional. As Zhang Chu had speculated, both Elder Jean and Elder Wu were indifferent to the notion of time. Even if the production of the super catalyst stretched over 3 days and nights, they would remain wide-eyed in fascination. This is a pivotal scientific achievement. Witnessing their almost manic delight, punctuated by bouts of hearty laughter, Lin Feng retreated to the workshop to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Chu burst into the room, exuberant, and promptly pulled Lin Feng to his feet, patting his back with palpable excitement. Lin Feng, you truly are something else. What's going on? Lin Feng, still bleary-eyed from slumber, was fortunate that his physical condition was robust. Otherwise, he might have been rendered incapacitated by Zhang Chu's enthusiastic slaps. In less than an hour, you actually managed to produce the super catalyst, Zhang Chu exclaimed, practically beside himself with joy. While Elder Jean and Elder Wu professed not to care about time, such indifference was contingent upon the successful production of the super catalyst. The fact that it had indeed been created in under an hour left these distinguished leaders genuinely astounded. Old Wu, whether it be the advanced fighter jet or the remarkable speed of super catalyst production, Lin Feng is undoubtedly a talent. Indeed, quite impressive. In the days of yore, when Elder Jean and Elder Wu were of Lin Feng's age, they were still preoccupied with the intricacies of graduation defenses and deliberating over the selection of topics. Yet now, observing the likes of Lin Feng, the disparity becomes starkly evident. Without comparison, there can be no pain. In contrast to Lin Feng, he truly embodies the essence of a prodigious intellect, a veritable intellectual paragon. Before long, Zhang Chu whisked Lin Feng out of the room, while Elders Jean and Wu paid no heed to Lin Feng's disheveled appearance, having just awakened. They clapped him on the shoulder, their eyes glimmering with admiration. My young friend, what you have asserted is indeed no exaggeration. The super catalyst, you have genuinely managed to create it. Elder Jean spoke earnestly, his words laden with wisdom. If the super catalyst is deemed the heart of that spectral next-generation fighter jet, then producing it in quantities sufficient for the aircraft would render Long Country invincible, undetectable by radar, and impossible for cruise missiles to track. To attempt to engage it with the naked eye? At full speed. It could achieve a velocity of 5 Mach. Can you even hope to strike it with your vision? Not even titanium alloy eyes would suffice. Upon realizing the terrifying capabilities of that next-generation fighter jet, and witnessing the formation of the super catalyst once more, Elder Jean could not suppress the tremors coursing through his very being. Chapter 16. An invitation to collaborate with the Dragon Institute of Science and Technology, a goal emerged, bursting forth in his mind, a target that he yearned to achieve beyond all else. Well, if you wish to acquire this super catalyst, it is not impossible. You merely need to pay a certain fee. Lin Feng seized the opportunity. Although the materials for crafting the catalyst were remnants from the fighter jet's construction, they were nonetheless the fruits of his meticulous processing and diligent efforts. Such a substantial opportunity should not be squandered. Zhang Chu cast a glance at Lin Feng, and the smile that had just illuminated his face instantly froze in disbelief. He never anticipated this. Lin Feng, how dare you? How could he even consider it? To so earnestly inquire of Elder Jean whether old Wu seeks financial compensation? The minister of the military district in Jinghai City, even Zhang Chu's direct superior, Li Dalai, would never dare to act in such a manner. Comrade Zhang Chu, we are, after all, affiliated with the military. It is entirely justifiable to seek remuneration. Elder Jean stated with utmost seriousness. Young friend, since you are acquainted with Zhang Chu, do not hesitate to request funds from him in the future. I shall inform Minister Li about this. That would be splendid. Lin Feng responded, a broad grin spreading across his face. The old man seems quite agreeable, as long as the fees are compensated. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, Elder Jean continued, young friend, I wish to extend an invitation in the name of the highest scientific research institution of Longhua. How would you feel about collaborating with our Lonka Institute? Collaborating with the Lonka Institute? Has he succumbed so quickly, already extending an olive branch? Lin Feng pondered. The Lonka Institute indeed sounded remarkable, contributing to confidential work for the military and the nation. His parents would surely take pride in it. Rest assured regarding remuneration, there will be no issues in that regard. Elder Jean and Old Wu assured, thumping their chests, as long as we can secure your collaboration, financial matters will pose no obstacle. At this moment, Lin Feng remained silent. Zhang Chu patted him on the shoulder. Lin Feng, what are you thinking? The Lonka Institute. Thus, it can be said that this is the highest-level research institute in the Dragon Kingdom. Collaborating with the Dragon Science Institute would certainly lend an air of prestige. Wouldn't it? Indeed, it is quite prestigious. However, I have not considered partnering with the Dragon Science Institute. Wouldn't it be preferable to modify the vehicles on my own and lead a tranquil life? Lin Feng's words left Zhang Chu in disbelief. A tranquil life? Surely, he must have misheard. Handing Lin Feng a war-damaged aircraft, this fellow could effortlessly transform it into a cutting-edge fighter jet. Now, he is capable of producing a supercatalyst in less than an hour. The sensation is akin to a tractor's starting mechanism, straining with all its might. Just on the verge of ignition, and then, you let go? Lin Feng, are you certain you are not jesting? Not at all. Lin Feng shook his head, speaking with utmost sincerity. He truly had no intention of selflessly contributing to the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't it sufficient to be like he is now? Gentlemen, I appreciate your high regard for me, but I still have no intention of collaborating with the Dragon Science Institute. My apologies. The notion of collaboration is merely formalities, without tangible benefits. If Lin Feng were to truly agree, who knows what kind of ideological work he might bring forth, accepting a guaranteed salary while toiling away at exhausting tasks. Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged glances. This young man was far too forthright in his refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, the collaboration on the production of the supercatalyst must be achieved, regardless of the circumstances. Both Elder Jean and Elder Wu are esteemed figures of great merit in the Dragon Nation, wielding considerable influence. It is inconceivable that they would overlook a prodigy like Lin Feng, nor would they relinquish the opportunity presented by the supercatalyst. After a brief consultation, Elder Jean stepped forward to propose their terms. Young friend Lin Feng, please refrain from hastily declining. After discussions with Elder Wu, we have resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill from the Dragon Institute. We are prepared to offer you a super quota black card from the Dragon Nation and access to the military factory in Jinghai City. Furthermore, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to reach out to us. What an astonishing offer. A super quota black card from the Dragon Nation and the military factory in Jinghai City. What other machinery factory in Jinghai could possibly rival the scale and sophistication of a military establishment? Lin Feng's eyes widened. The adage that substantial rewards attract bold individuals rang true. If such an opportunity were to slip away, it would be a regrettable oversight. Without waiting for Zhang Chu to interject with caution, Lin Feng nodded, feigning reluctance as he said, "If you insist on this course of action, I suppose I shall reluctantly acquiesce." Zhang Chu struggled to suppress his impulse to admonish Lin Feng, while Elders Jean and Wu exchanged satisfied nods. After all, with their authority in the Dragon Nation, securing a super quota black card for Lin Feng posed no challenge. Their true interest lay in the potential of Lin Feng himself. Young friend Lin Feng, let us anticipate a fruitful collaboration. Elder Jean and Elder Wu then carefully retrieved the super catalyst from the production line before departing with the special forces of the military district. As Lin Feng watched the military jeep disappear into the distance, a broad smile adorned his face. This was the real deal. This was the essence of a grand enterprise. He was practically free from the worries of sustenance. Zhang Chu clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You, my friend, have now proudly acquired a super-exclusive black card and have access to the most prestigious military factory in Jinghai City. To attain such privileges, others would toil for many years. Yet you, with just a casual glance and a smile, have sealed the deal. It's infuriating how some people can achieve so much so effortlessly." Lin Feng grinned, replying, "It's only fair, only fair. By the way, Zhang Chu, you still haven't told me how my painstakingly crafted Phantom fighter jet performs. Is it exhilarating to fly?" He had only discovered the jet during a moment of boredom while scrolling through Douyin, initially believing it was simply on display, only to inadvertently launch it into the skies. This incident had sent waves through the entire Jinghai military district and the Joint Security Department, which surrounded the Sunshine community in search of him. Lin Feng, how can you even ask? You know full well the power of that creation of yours. Just think of the thrill and peril. Had it not been for Zhang Chu's genuine prowess as a top-tier pilot, things could have turned disastrous. Fortunately, it was a close call. Just tell me, was it not exhilarating? Do you wish to create something even more formidable than that fighter? Men, after all, should have a few interests, a few pursuits. It's a good thing. Can you truly craft something superior to that jet? You must be jesting. Zhang Chu might not possess extensive theoretical knowledge, but he had certainly piloted his fair share of aircraft, including fighter jets. Whether one believes it or not is up to them. Wait until I create it. It will be the first to bring you delight. Chapter 17. Arrival at the military factory in Jinghai City. After a long day of toil, Lin Feng hailed a taxi to rush home. As the vehicle approached the entrance of his community, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no. He had forgotten to call his parents to assure them of his safety. Given the commotion caused by the Joint Security Department of the military district, his parents must be exceedingly worried. Furthermore, considering he had been taken away by military forces, how would the neighbors perceive him? It could potentially lead to misunderstandings. What if they thought he was some sort of international fugitive? Just as he pondered this, the cacophony of sounds interrupted his thoughts, and the taxi driver pulled over to the side of the road. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but it seems there is some event happening inside. We cannot enter. That is quite all right. Lin Feng paid the fare and alighted, gazing at the bustling scene at the community entrance. People were thronging in and out, adults and children alike, clutching either bouquets or carrying baskets filled with flowers, energetically banging drums and ringing gongs. What was going on? Was someone getting married? Lin Feng felt utterly perplexed. He had initially intended to slip by unnoticed, but it appeared that would be quite impossible. Ah well, if one has not committed any wrongdoing. There is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Strolling leisurely toward the entrance as soon as he appeared in the public eye, the neighbors, both young and old, began to stir with excitement. The scene resembled that of a celebrity being greeted by fans. Wait a moment. What on earth is that banner being held? Lin Feng squinted as he looked around. To his surprise, the crowd was overwhelming, obscuring his view. All he could discern was a banner proclaiming "Welcome home, people's hero. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, great hero, great hero." A familiar voice rang out amidst the throng. Little Feng, I never imagined you to be so accomplished. The city leadership has come personally to visit our community today. What on earth? Lin Feng was bewildered. The city leaders coming to visit? Shouldn't it be the special forces from the military district, the SWAT team from the Ministry of Security, the Criminal Investigation Unit, along with over 80 armored vehicles and more than 20 armed helicopters? Suddenly, Lin Feng found himself surrounded by a cluster of children, the property manager, and a multitude of unfamiliar faces, some adorned with floral wreaths, others patting him on the shoulder. Little Feng, you've truly brought honor to your parents. Not Luanti. What on earth is going on? Among the crowd, Lin Feng finally spotted a familiar face. It was Lu Auntie from the same building. The two of them managed to squeeze their way out. Speaking almost at a shout, she exclaimed, Little Feng, don't you realize? Today is quite the spectacle. After you left, the city leaders arrived, accompanied by a legion of reporters with cameras and microphones, documenting everything. It was only later that we learned you had saved the commanding officer of the military district in Jinghai. They organized this grand event to express their gratitude. Lin Feng paused, deep in thought. It dawned on him. This was the military district's way of covering for him, forcefully attributing him with a commendation. He pushed through the crowd, lost in his own thoughts as he made his way home. As anticipated, my parents were both anxious and elated. Regarding the matter of assisting the high-ranking officials of the military district, Lin Feng casually brushed it off with a few vague remarks. Mom and Dad, I might be changing my workplace soon. I will be at the military district and may not return home at night, Lin Feng stated candidly. Although the military district in Jinghai City was not far from our residence, the constant back and forth would inevitably cause concern for my parents. Lin father nodded. That's fine, my son. Focus on your work. But, does that mean you won't be coming home at night? How can you work at the military district? Is it safe? Lin mother exclaimed. Oh dear, what are you saying? Before Lin Feng could elaborate, Lin father had already commenced his verbal admonitions. Our little Feng is making progress. A good position has been arranged for him by the senior leaders of the military district. This is a commendable development. I must inform you, our family is now a focal point of attention from the higher-ups, so do not falter. After a speech that rivaled that of a high-ranking official, Lin Feng smiled silently, surprised by his father's awareness. After a few days of rest, Lin Feng spent most of his time catching up on sleep, occasionally noting the persistent notifications echoing in his mind. The images of the Ghost fighter jet launching from the exhibition at the Science and Technology Museum continued to circulate. Although the official channels had dampened its popularity significantly, there was still a noteworthy amount of feedback from this wave of attention, translating into a substantial sum of modification points. On the designated day, Lin Feng boarded a military jeep and later encountered Zhang Chu, who had come to greet him upon his arrival at the helicopter. "How have you been resting these past few days?" Zhang Chu inquired with evident delight. During this brief respite, both Elder Jean and Elder Wu had repeatedly expressed their concerns, constantly thinking of Lin Feng, fearful that the young man might change his mind and abscond at any moment. In fact, Minister Li had even contemplated bringing Lin Feng over ahead of schedule to avoid any complications. "It's quite satisfactory," Lin Feng mused. He still felt that the noise from the transport helicopter was excessively loud and its stability left much to be desired. He would need to address these issues when the opportunity arose. "By the way, are there others at the military factory in Jinghai City, or am I the sole occupant?" "The military factory in Jinghai City must be substantial," Zhang Chu bellowed. "It's likely as large as several football fields." Regardless, the orders from Elder Jean and Elder Wu clearly stated that the rights of usage were in Lin Feng's hands. There would typically be a number of designers and experts conducting research and design within the facility. "It's your domain. Manage it as you see fit." The authority granted by Elders Jean and Wu piqued Zhang Chu's curiosity regarding the promises made to Minister Li. Regardless of the terms, as long as there was documentation, Minister Li would approve it without a second glance. The helicopter descended, and after some time traversing the runway, they boarded an off-road vehicle that brought them to the military factory. One could not help but admire the impressive stature of the establishment, particularly given its location in the Jinghai military district, which assured exceptional security. "Very well. You may proceed with your endeavors here. I have other tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Contact me by phone if you need anything." With Lin Feng settled, Zhang Chu took his leave. A military factory as expansive as several football fields has fallen into Lin Feng's hands. He meanders through the vast premises, greeted by the familiar scent of steel that permeates the air. As he wanders, Lin Feng stumbles upon an impressive armored vehicle, both in appearance and design, located at the center of the facility. This armored vehicle has already been subjected to some rudimentary modifications. Lin Feng, tapping the front of the vehicle, quickly discerns some details with the assistance of the system. The power system has been altered, alongside the steel plating, bulletproof glass, and the tires. Identifying each component, Lin Feng feels an irrepressible urge and casually picks up a toolbox, embarking on a comprehensive disassembly. Chapter 18. The truth is, my modified Wuling van outshines yours. The military factory in Jinghai City stands as the foremost mechanical facility with the most complete equipment. Only highly educated intellectuals are permitted entry. Top-tier engineers abound. Just one of them could either design a tank or modify artillery, truly impressive individuals. At this moment, the factory's leading engineer, Gao Xiong, is accompanied by a group of assistants and senior engineers from other departments, visiting the factory to showcase the new technologies he has painstakingly developed over the past few months. "Wow, Engineer Gao, this military factory is quite remarkable," exclaimed one visitor, taking in the sight of tanks, transport aircraft, and numerous armored vehicles. The factory not only specializes in modifications, but also serves as a maintenance hub for tanks and transport aircraft that encounter issues. As the premier engineer, Gao Xiong naturally oversees these operations, relishing the opportunity to innovate and devise new creations. Do not hold back, everyone. Feel free to take a look. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, just some conventional military weaponry. Today, what I truly wish to unveil is the groundbreaking technology one have recently developed. With unwavering confidence, I, Gao Xiong, have dedicated several months to this project, and I am thoroughly pleased with the results. I am even confident that I could secure a commendable position in a military engineering competition. Is that true? I have certainly heard whispers about it. Gao Xiong has been working in isolation, and I've often heard intriguing tales. Indeed, the use of some rare materials has left me envious. Instantly, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. After all, This is an exchange of knowledge, and fostering communication and understanding is undoubtedly beneficial. Well, since everyone is aware, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Come this way. Gao Xiong is brimming with confidence, believing that neither his knowledge base nor his modification techniques or design concepts would pale in comparison to anyone else's. Clang, clang. Thunderous sounds echoed through the expansive military factory as the group walked for approximately 10 minutes, finally approaching the central area, where an array of fascinating innovations awaited them. Goodness, this tank has indeed been modified, hasn't it? Look at that caliber, the treads, and even the observation scope has been altered. Wait a moment. Gao Xiong, why does it smell so charred? Is something burning? And what is that noise? Visitors to this place are undoubtedly distinguished intellectuals, accustomed to interacting with machinery on a daily basis. The clattering sounds resonate, as if a fierce altercation is unfolding. Gao Xiong furrows his brow, revealing a hint of contemplation. Do not rush. Allow me to investigate. As he approaches the source of the noise, an ominous premonition suddenly washes over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. It cannot possibly be that the armored vehicle he modified has encountered a problem. Clang, clang. The steel plates are indeed formidable. Enough of this. Let us resort to the cutting machine. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is drenched in sweat, discarding the number 8 iron pliers in favor of the cutting machine. The thunderous roar eventually attracts Gao Xiong. While the invited assistants and engineers stare at one another in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist within. Gao, who is this person? Their gazes, filled with complexity, comfort, and even sympathy, turn toward Gao Xiong. It is evident to the discerning eye that among the myriad armored vehicles, Lin Feng is disassembling one that stands apart. It is the very vehicle modified by Gao Xiong. Goodness, how could it be reduced to merely a chassis, with the doors completely removed? Gao Xiong's expression darkens, perhaps due to the cacophony of the cutting machine, as Lin Feng remains blissfully unaware of the crowd behind him. Staring at the scattered remnants of parts, Gao Xiong finds himself at a loss. After months of dedication and labor, he had painstakingly designed and modified that armored vehicle, his pride and joy. Where has his magnificent armored vehicle vanished to? Stop! Stop! You must cease this at once. In Kaohsiung, the frustration reached a boiling point, and he charged forward without a second thought. Feeling as if his own beloved son had been abducted, Lin Feng noticed the newcomer behind him, and the cutting machine came to an abrupt halt, leaving him bewildered. Who are you, my friend? Can't you see I'm busy here? If you have something to discuss, let us save it for later. You can amuse yourself for now. The onlookers were taken aback. Who was this brash young man, dismantling the meticulously modified armored vehicle and dismissing it as mere play? Had he lost his mind? Or was it the audacity of this youth that defied reason? Kaohsiung was utterly infuriated. He was a top engineer at the military factory. Yet here stood an impudent boy. What did you say? Do you even know who I am? Are you aware of who modified this armored vehicle you're so carelessly disassembling? Do you have any idea how much effort I poured into this? Kaohsiung was on the verge of a breakdown. That armored vehicle was his prized possession, something he cherished dearly, almost cradling it as he slept. Damn it! Where did this reckless youth come from, to dismantle it without a second thought? Oh, so this armored vehicle was your handiwork? Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, though he was determined to speak the truth. However, your modifications leave much to be desired. While the power output has indeed seen a notable increase, the fuel consumption is alarmingly high, and with such a massive chassis, do you fear it might run too swiftly? To speak candidly, your modified armored vehicle, when placed on the highway, pales in comparison to the speed of my revamped Wuling van. One might mistake it for merely a shell of iron. Lin Feng was known for his forthrightness, especially after embarking on a career in mechanical modifications post-transmigration. He was wholly absorbed in his craft. If one is to undertake modifications, it should be the best, the most formidable. The unfortunate reality is that this contraption bears little distinction from its unmodified state. It is outpaced by my Wuling van. Gao Xiong's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot. Had his gaze possessed lethal capability, Lin Feng would have met his demise countless times over. Such an audacious lad. How dare you claim that Engineer Gao's modifications to this armored vehicle are futile? And your Wuling van? Surely you jest. If you lack understanding, it is best to refrain from unwarranted commentary. Engineer Gao is renowned as a top-tier engineer. Indeed, after dismantling the fruit of his labor, a simple apology would suffice. Gao Xiong is not the type to be unreasonable. In mere moments, The crowd had branded Lin Feng a villain while elevating Gao Xiong to the status of a paragon of virtue. Gao Xiong took a deep breath, striving to quell his wrath. To intrude upon a military factory and tamper with military weaponry. Need I elaborate on the repercussions? Chapter 19. Is it merely the dismantling of an armored vehicle? What? Does this imply that I am to be subjected to a military tribunal? Lin Feng offered a faint smile. Was it not just the disassembly of an armored vehicle? Cao Sheng, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, directly contacted the relevant authorities. Upon discovering that a newly appointed individual had dismantled one of Cao Sheng's armored vehicles, his initial reaction was one of indignation. However, when the name Lin Feng was mentioned, the responsible party became subdued, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Come on, it's merely the disassembly of an armored vehicle. There are numerous such vehicles in the military factory. Surely, you can just modify another one. Cao Sheng responded. What happened to your earlier resolute promise to hold the wrongdoer accountable? Weren't you supposed to report the punishment? Why the swift reversal? With that, he decided to conclude the call. I have other tasks to attend to. Before Cao Sheng could utter another word, the phone abruptly disconnected, offering no opportunity for further discussion. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, Cao Sheng acknowledged that the dismantling of the armored vehicle was a minor issue. However, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity, for he was among the few top engineers within the military factory. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed the office of the Minister of the Military District in Jinghai City. Hello, who is this? Came the slightly irritable voice of Li Daler on the line. Recently, the internet had been abuzz with discussions regarding the Phantom fighter jet that Lin Feng had modified. Although official channels attempted to suppress the fervor, it was merely a temporary measure. Moreover, the official statements intended to placate others were transparent to the higher-ups in various military research institutions. Countless calls flooded in, alternating between expressions of concern and veiled threats, leaving Li Daler exceedingly occupied. Certainly, Lin Feng remained unaware of the situation, only cognizant of the steadily increasing feedback points from the system, which were subsequently converted into a substantial sum of modification points. Gao Xiong cleared his throat, addressing directly, Hello. Minister Li, I am Gao Xiong, the chief engineer at the Jinghai military factory. I have discovered an illegal intruder within the facility, who has unauthorized access and is dismantling military equipment. There is only one individual, and we have him in custody. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Minister Li's already displeased visage. So, what? Any stray cat or dog thinks they can take advantage of the situation in my Jinghai military district. Gao Xiong, maintain control of the scene. I shall personally bring a team over. Understood. After hanging up, Gao Xiong felt a surge of confidence. Now this was more like it. You'd better behave yourself, boy. Explain your reasons for illegally trespassing into the military factory and dismantling military supplies clearly from start to finish. Clang, clang. While Gao Xiong spoke passionately, Lin Feng continued his work, swiftly removing a round tire. Approximately 10 minutes later, 4 or 5 off-road vehicles and a fully equipped Special Forces unit stormed into the military factory. Minister Li, Zhang Chu, who had hurried over, gasped for breath. What is happening? I heard there was an illegal intrusion at the military factory. Are there any casualties? Lin Feng is still inside. Could it be that someone caught wind of the ghost fighter's information and traced it back to Lin Feng? Li Daler suddenly trembled, uncertain about others. Yet he truly believed that if it were Lin Feng, it was indeed possible. It is worth noting that before their departure, both Elder Jean and Elder Wu had explicitly instructed that Lin Feng's safety must be ensured at all costs, even proclaiming that Lin Feng was a prodigious talent, the future of the Dragon Academy, and the very hope of the entire Dragon Nation. Hurry, Zhang Chu, follow me closely. Lin Feng must not come to any harm. With a fierce determination, Li Daler rushed in alongside Zhang Chu, personally donning 2 sets of equipment to safeguard Lin Feng's life. Upon witnessing the military factory strewn with debris and the special operations team, fully armed yet exchanging bewildered glances, Li Daler was perplexed. Where were the intruders, who had dismantled the military supplies, and where were they? Before anyone could respond, Lin Feng emerged from beneath the remnants of an armored vehicle, declaring, Minister Li, I am the so-called intruder you mentioned. Did you dismantle that armored vehicle as well? Indeed, the exchange was fluid and confident. Li Daler glanced at the captain of the Special Forces team, conveying an appreciative look. Fortunately, when they had set out to find Lin Feng, this team was aware of his appearance. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated into a serious misunderstanding. After dispersing the Special Forces team, Li Daler removed his gear and approached Lin Feng earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You weren't injured, were you?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng responded. Gao Xiong, observing the scene, was baffled. What is going on? Does Minister Li know this young lad? And it appears they share a good rapport. Could it be that the flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple? No problem, it's all good. There seems to be a misunderstanding here, and I am here to clarify. Li Dalei once again found himself before an engineer in Kaohsiung and spoke earnestly. "Chief Zheng, there has been a misunderstanding. This young comrade is new here, named Lin Feng, specializing in design and modifications. You will be able to collaborate in the future." Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. This brash, self-important young man was indeed a newcomer? Was he also an engineer? "Minister Li, I wonder what expertise this new comrade possesses, as our military factory currently requires innovative and highly knowledgeable talents." Li Dalei furrowed his brow, sensing the implication of being instructed on his duties. "Hey, Minister Li, please don't be upset. Allow me to explain." Zhang Chu understood that these engineers and experts were often quite arrogant, considering themselves superior. Not long ago, didn't T. Jean and Old Wu bring in a whole batch of them? What experts, what research academicians, ultimately? Weren't they all subdued by a kinetic energy equation casually presented by Lin Feng? Ahem. Zhang Chu cleared his throat, then stood tall, addressing the crowd. "Allow me to clarify your doubts. Comrade Lin Feng is not an engineer, nor does he possess the advanced degrees that you all hold. But hold on. Let me finish." Zhang Chu reveled in this moment, as if adorned with numerous accolades. Everyone was surely aware of the Ghost fighter jet showcased at the Jinhai City Science Museum exhibition, right? It was indeed created by Comrade Lin Feng. Hiss. As these words were spoken, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Feng, who was yawning. Furthermore, isn't everyone curious about Comrade Lin Feng's position? I recall that a few days ago, an esteemed elder from our military factory in Jinhai City was reassigned, right? Chapter 20, Modification, Pursuit of Ultimate Perfection Hints and Pretentiousness. I yield to no one but you, Zhang Chu. As Gao Xiong and others displayed their astonishment, Li Dalei waved his hand, reminding everyone that they were all part of the Jinhai City Military District, and it was essential to maintain fairness. Enough of this misunderstanding. Let us all disperse. Lin Feng, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Feng leisurely detached the last tire from the armored vehicle before following him. The expressions of Gao Xiong and the others were indescribable. Outside the military factory, the two found a vacant area where Li Dalei stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Feng, well, recalling the instructions from Elder Jean and Elder Wu, a broad smile spread across Li Dalei's rugged face. Within the military factory, for all necessary materials to manufacture supercatalysts, you may report to Zhang Chu. The military district will handle the reimbursement. Additionally, regarding that Phantom fighter jet, Elders Jean and Wu expressed their hope that you could draft a detailed modification report when time permits. Naturally, it would be even better to have an operational manual as well. Just thinking about that Phantom fighter jet is truly exhilarating. Among all the pilots in the Jinhai City Military District, only Zhang Chu has the audacity to take it on. Upon mentioning the extraordinary catapult takeoff, the instantaneous 180 turn, and numerous perplexing maneuvers that confound scientists and baffle the average person, Li Dalei finally comprehended the reason behind the immense regard that Elder Jean and Elder Wu held for this young individual. Lin Feng, touching his nose, felt gratified by the attention and appreciation from his superiors as it paved a smooth path ahead. "No problem, Minister Li. Leave these tasks to me. Once I finalize the design, I shall hand it over to Zhang Chu." As their conversation concluded, Lin Feng felt fatigued from disassembling the armored vehicle and aimed to return for a brief rest. However, Gao Xiong, like a phantom, persistently trailed closely behind him. "What is the matter? Is it such a big deal that I dismantled your armored vehicle?" Gao Xiong appeared contemplative, his demeanor serious. "Minister Li is right. That cutting-edge, ghost-like fighter jet was crafted by you." "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Lin Feng instinctively stepped back, sensing an unusual intensity in Gao Xiong's gaze. "Fine. Today you dismantled my modified armored vehicle. We shall compete again at the military-industrial competition. I will show you just how inferior you truly are." With that, he stormed off, leaving Lin Feng bewildered. This fellow seemed rather peculiar. Researchers often exhibit such eccentricities. Upon returning to his quarters, following the directive from Li Dalai, the minister of the military district of Jinghai City. He leaned over his desk and began drafting a conceptual report regarding the Ghost fighter jet, including a meticulously crafted operational scheme for a Phantom fighter jet, encompassing details from procedural workflows to emergency incident management. After addressing these matters, Lin Feng reclined in bed and succumbed to slumber. In the ensuing days, he devoted himself entirely to the task of modification, contemplating the armored vehicle that lay disassembled into a myriad of components. Lin Feng pondered that since it was already dismantled, it would be prudent to undertake some simple enhancements, perhaps transforming it into a mode of transportation within the military district. Ding! Detected remnants of components awaiting upgrade and modification for the armored vehicle. Does the host wish to proceed with the upgrades? With this notion in mind, the system indeed provided a definitive response. Modification. Ding! Modification plan generation in progress. Modification plan 1. Supersonic hydrogen-powered armored vehicle. Required materials: super catalyst, nickel-chromium metal smelting, vector jet device. Characteristics: supersonic, energy recycling. Modification plan 2. Nuclear-powered heavy armored vehicle. Required materials: nuclear reactor, tungsten-chromium alloy. Characteristics: strong defense, capable of withstanding significant impacts. Modification plan 3. Super ejection reactive armored vehicle. Modification plan 4. Modification plan 5. A pale blue holographic interface unveiled numerous modification proposals, leaving Lin Feng overwhelmed. The system remained as comprehensive and audacious as ever. The concept of a supersonic hydrogen-powered armored vehicle, leveraging hydrogen energy for propulsion and employing supercatalysts to decompose water, emphasized its supersonic capabilities. Plan 2 was evidently enticing, boasting the ability to endure considerable impacts. Yet Lin Feng had no intention of choosing it, as he was not ready to engage with a nuclear reactor at this juncture. He continued to rummage for quite a while until he discovered a modification plan that perfectly aligned with his desires, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. This is the one. Ding! Selecting this modification plan requires the expenditure of 3,000 modification points. Does the host choose to proceed with the modification? Naturally, the choice was clear. Modification it was. After all, it was merely 3,000 modification points, and the previous exhibition of the Phantom fighter had significantly enriched Lin Feng. With a modification plan in hand, the next step was to delve into the work, utilizing the high-tech instruments and equipment within the military factory to expedite the modification process considerably. Perhaps it was due to the candid words of Zhang Chu that had genuinely pierced Gao Xiong's heart, for since that moment, Gao Xiong had not appeared before Lin Feng again. This had certainly alleviated a considerable amount of hassle, allowing Lin Feng to concentrate solely on the modifications. There were times he would endure several sleepless nights, invigorated by the astonishing descriptions within the system's modification plan, truly magnificent and awe-inspiring. With that thought, fatigue vanished, and he eagerly rolled up his sleeves to get to work. During this time, Zhang Chu visited several times, merely acting as a substitute for Minister Li Dalai to observe Lin Feng's progress. Even amidst the busy modifications, Lin Feng did not forget the collaboration with the Dragon Science Institute, which revolved around the production of supercatalysts. This task was straightforward. It simply required the design of a production line. As for the Phantom fighter, Lin Feng was aware that it was consistently kept in a crucial and secret military base under the jurisdiction of the Jinghai military district. Apart from a few high-ranking officials within the military district who possessed the authority to inspect it, Lin Feng also held the necessary permissions, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. On this day, Lin Feng's armored vehicle was precisely at the assembly stage when a sudden thought struck him. The stealth fighter, capable of evading radar and detection, with a speed of Mach 5, vertical takeoff, and a 180 turning capability, possessed performance and defensive characteristics that closely resembled those of a Phantom aircraft. Yet, there was one crucial aspect missing. A fighter jet is fundamentally about combat, is it not? When Lin Feng initially selected the modification plan, the characteristics section did not include the phrase combat prowess. Instead, it predominantly featured terms related to radar evasion and stealth. Lin Feng, who has always pursued perfection, felt an unsettling discomfort at this realization. While the invisibility of the Ghost was indeed advantageous, what if, beyond that, it wielded a dazzling scythe of ethereal light? An entity that could not be tracked, that could remain hidden, yet deliver a fatal strike at a critical moment. This was what Lin Feng truly desired. Yes, while its performance in all aspects was commendable, the attack capabilities were lacking. For instance, modifications for tracking firepower coverage and precision bombing could be implemented. Chapter 21. Leader, I only need 5 days navigating through layers of obstacles. Lin Feng deeply sensed the stringent militarization of management in Jinghai City. Fortunately, with the privileges granted by Elder Jin and Elder Wu, he was almost granted a clear passage. Lin Gong, the base is just ahead. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, striding forward. Finally, he laid eyes on the stealth fighter he had modified, and the feeling was akin to that of seeing his own flesh and blood. The stealth fighter, enhanced by the system's proposed modifications, was indeed formidable and striking. Greetings, comrade. I require assistance in unlocking the Phantom Fighter jet for reconfiguration. Lin Feng turned to the guard station nearby. The Phantom jet involves significant military secrets. Thus, such stringent and high-level security measures are entirely justifiable. The guard, familiar with Lin Feng, acknowledged that in the military district of Jinghai City, no one is unaware of Lin Feng's reputation. Following a previous incident of misunderstanding, Minister Li of the military district had issued orders to classify Lin Feng's records as confidential. Lin, we can certainly assist in unlocking the Phantom Fighter jet, but as for the modifications, Elder Jin and Elder Wu interjected. Prior to the commencement of the military-industrial competition, no alterations may occur without our express consent. Is that so? What is the issue with wanting to refine a fighter jet that I personally constructed? Lin Feng countered. Indeed, Lin. But both Elder Jin and Elder Wu have issued directives stipulating that no modifications to the Phantom jet are permissible without their approval, not even the alteration of a single screw. I see, Lin Feng comprehended. It appears that Elder Jin and Elder Wu intend to utilize the Phantom jet for participation in a certain military-industrial competition. Oh, and let us not forget that engineer from Kaohsiung who proclaimed his intent to challenge Lin Feng in the competition. Everyone has their temperament, do they not? Very well. I genuinely wish to make some improvements to the Phantom jet. Could you find a way to contact Minister Li and request his assistance in conveying this matter? To personally call Minister Li and seek his intervention is a request that only you, Lin Feng, would dare to make. However, Lin Feng is indeed valued by the esteemed elders, Jin Lao and Wu Lao Air, and the guards dare not be negligent. What if Lin Feng's modifications could yield something remarkable? Soon, the guards devised a way to contact Li Dalei, who, upon learning of Lin Feng's intentions, promptly abandoned his current task and rushed over. Breathless from the journey, he exclaimed, Lin Feng, did you just say you wish to further enhance the Phantom Fighter? Jin Lao and Wu Lao have made it clear that this aircraft is to be showcased in the military competition. They have confidently assured that if this Phantom Fighter is entered into the contest, it will undoubtedly emerge victorious, surpassing the fighter jets painstakingly designed by the esteemed Jin Lao from the Military Research Institute. Such high hopes rest upon it. This urgency is precisely why I hurried here upon receiving the news. The Phantom Fighter must not be allowed to falter. Minister Li, please do not be anxious. I have my own thoughts, Lin Feng replied. While the Phantom Fighter possesses commendable attributes, its radar evasion and detection prevention capabilities are up to standard. I have contemplated that its combat effectiveness appears somewhat lacking. Initially, Lin Feng had chosen the Phantom Fighter based on various options provided by the system, primarily due to its unassuming and low-key nature. Now that it has inadvertently come to light, there is no need for further concealment. The essence of modification is to pursue perfection. What Lin Feng truly desires is a Phantom Fighter that glides effortlessly through the skies, bombarding with the grace of flowing clouds. A specter in the night, the paragon among phantoms. Li Dalei wore a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in his words, yet the impending military competition loomed ever closer, leaving little time to spare. Lin Feng, your intentions are commendable. It is not that we are unwilling to provide you with opportunities, but with the competition approaching, I fear we may run out of time. Run out of time? Minister Li, how long do we have until the competition begins? A week, perhaps? About that, Li Dalei replied cautiously, immediately regretting his words as he discerned a deeper fervor in Lin Feng's gaze. Enough. Minister Li, a week is sufficient, not more. I only require 5 days. 5 days, Li Dalei exclaimed, glancing at the formidable Phantom Fighter jet within the warehouse. While he may not grasp the intricate theories involved, he had observed other engineers, including the esteemed Jin and Wu, laboring on minor modifications and measurements, which typically took at least a month. Lin Feng. This military competition is of utmost importance, and both Jin and Wu have emphasized its significance repeatedly. 5 days is simply insufficient for any modifications. Are you jesting? To enhance an entire fighter jet's weapon system in just 5 days? Even if you were to work tirelessly for 5 consecutive days and nights without food or rest, could you truly achieve such an improvement? Not even a team of top-tier engineers could manage that, let alone you as an individual. Li Daler regarded Lin Feng's assertion as a momentary lapse in judgment, dismissively waving his hand. Lin Feng, I appreciate your good intentions, but one must adhere to practicality. It is already quite practical. 5 days is undoubtedly sufficient. Lin Feng was well aware of Li Daler's concerns, so he began to devise a strategy. Minister Li, consider this. The Phantom fighter is already remarkably perfected. However, what if we were to encounter a competitor in the military industry whose performance exceeds it in every aspect? While the likelihood of such a scenario is nearly non-existent, Lin Feng was merely attempting to persuade him. Minister Li, think further. If Elder Jin and Elder Wu were to unexpectedly acquire a flawlessly modified Phantom fighter with unparalleled capabilities during the military competition, they would undoubtedly be elated. Their satisfaction could lead to the provision of certain conveniences for our Jingheim military district. It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Elder Jin and Elder Wu represent the Long Institute. If the Jingheim military district can establish a connection with them, it would be akin to forging an unbreakable alliance. In just a few exchanges, Li Daler found himself genuinely intrigued by Lin Feng's proposition, his gaze igniting with fervor. Lin Feng, can you assure me that you can perfect the Phantom fighter within 5 days? After all, it was you who initially modified the Phantom fighter from a scrap metal wreck of a battle-damaged aircraft, a task that took you half a month. No one anticipated that you could accomplish it, yet you truly did. Minister Li, I promise, 5 days is all it will take. Lin Feng asserted with unwavering conviction, reigniting the hope within Li Daler. Very well, just let me know what materials and equipment you require. Chapter 22, The Military-Industrial Competition. Each showcasing their skills if Lin Feng's assertions hold true. Prior to the commencement of the military-industrial competition, he has remarkably enhanced the Ghost Fighter's weapon system, making it even more formidable. When the esteemed Elder Jin and Old Wu arrive, it will undoubtedly be the greatest surprise. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng indeed relocated the Ghost Fighter to his military factory, laboring tirelessly day and night, with late-night work becoming a routine affair. Notably, a special operations unit was stationed outside the factory, taking turns to stand guard. Moreover, Li Daler issued a Level 1 directive. Without his explicit permission, no one within the military district was allowed access to the factory. This arrangement was precisely what Lin Feng desired, as it allowed him to focus wholly on his work. Any materials or equipment he required could simply be requested through a requisition list submitted to the respective authorities. This represented an unequivocal green light for his endeavors. In such circumstances, Lin Feng was determined not to disappoint Minister Li. He invested 5,000 modification points to procure some specialized weaponry and metallic alloy materials for further enhancements and smelting. Observing the massive robotic arm meticulously dissecting the Ghost Fighter's exterior and patiently welding it together piece by piece, an overwhelming sense of pride blossomed within Lin Feng's chest. Now, this was truly impressive. This was the authentic Ghost Fighter. On the day the modifications to the Ghost Fighter were thoroughly completed, upon hearing the news, Zhang Chu, the ace pilot, was eager to take it for a spin. However, Li Daler promptly interjected, Zhang Chu, you best refrain from such antics. Comrade Lin Feng has painstakingly completed the second modification of the Ghost Fighter, enhancing its weapon systems. The military-industrial competition is about to commence. Old Jin and Old Wu are eagerly awaiting your impressive display of prowess in the military competition with the Phantom fighter jet. At this moment, you must not cause any trouble. It is not that Li Daler is overly serious. Rather, he must exercise utmost caution. In these 5 days, while others blink and the time passes, Li Daler is not so fortunate. Whenever Lin Feng requires materials for modifying the Phantom jet, be it military supplies or otherwise, Li Daler tirelessly seeks to procure them, ingeniously dismantling and reassembling various components to meet Lin Feng's needs. Only after reviewing the materials list does Li Daler come to grasp the immense power that those elements, when combined, can unleash. Very well, Minister Li. Zhang Chu. Being a sensible person, understands the minister's concerns and refrains from pressing further. Soon enough, it was announced that this year's military competition would be held at the Jinghai Military District. Li Daler was taken aback by this sudden privilege, only later realizing that the decision to host the event there was strongly advocated by Old Jin and Old Wu. On that day, the Jinghai Military District's runway was lined with helicopters, military jeeps, and armored vehicles. Minister Li, donned in military uniform, exuded an air of seriousness and authority. The entire armed force of the Jinghai Military District was on high alert, from the inside out. The special forces stationed to ensure security were armed to the teeth, genuinely committed to maintaining order at the competition site. At that moment, a military helicopter gently descended, and two elderly gentlemen clad in dark Zhongshan suits emerged. Old Jin and Old Wu, you two have truly endured a long journey. Li Daler stepped forward first, a hearty smile gracing his face. Elder Jin and Elder Wu exchanged glances and shook hands with Minister Li. Minister Li, it has been a month since we last met, yet you seem rather haggard. Ha. The affairs of the military district are quite demanding, and the workload has certainly increased, Li Daler remarked casually. However, ever since Lin Feng arrived at the military factory in Jinghai City, he had scarcely found a moment's peace. Whether it was the development of special metallic materials or inadvertently causing a ruckus while modifying equipment late at night, the commotion had raised alarms within the ranks, leading them to believe they were under attack by enemies. Elder Jin and Elder Wu, though perceptive, chose not to voice their insights. Since collaborating with Lin Feng, the production of super catalysts had been incessant, and the two elders had thoroughly examined this advanced technology. Were it not for the impending military industry competition, they would not have left their research platforms. By the way, Minister Li, I heard that engineers from other southern and northern engineering institutes have also arrived. Indeed, it is a rare opportunity for everyone to gather and engage in academic discussions. Li Daler, as the minister of the Jinghai City Military District, felt honored, and it was clear that the higher-ups placed great importance on this military competition. Excellent. At the military competition, numerous top engineers and experts showcased their redesigned military equipment and weaponry. Among them, a Dragon Kingdom Type 99 main battle tank was currently surrounded by numerous senior engineers and experts who were evaluating and scoring it. Elder Jin and Elder Wu moved closer, observing the tank, particularly noting the tracks and the caliber of the cannon. The individual responsible for the design and modification of this tank is a distinguished engineer, tall and adorned with a pair of spectacles, exuding an air of profound knowledge. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Chen Fei from the Southern Institute of Technology. This is the 99 main battle tank that I have personally designed and modified. Building upon the original 99 main battle tank, I have equipped it with the latest 130mm caliber cannon. Furthermore, the tank's engine power has been significantly enhanced to an impressive 2,000 horsepower. The maximum highway speed can reach 110 km per hour, while the maximum speed in field operations can attain 75 km per hour. This is a true evolution in design. Listening to the introduction from the esteemed engineer Chen Fei, both Jin Lao and Wu Lao nodded in satisfaction, offering a commendable evaluation. Very impressive. Your consideration of the speed improvements for the modified 99 main battle tank indicates that you have dedicated a great deal of effort to your work. Now, let us find a tank driver to test it on the range and observe its performance. With Jin Lao's suggestion, Chen Fei was understandably thrilled at the prospect of showcasing his research and design achievements before the esteemed figures of the Lonka Institute, a dream that many senior engineers yearned to fulfill. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the audience, a tank driver designated by Chen Fei began to operate the vehicle, the 99 main battle tank swiftly racing across the testing ground. Ultimately, it aimed at the target and fired, reducing the target to mere powder in an instant. Excellent, excellent. Now, let us proceed to the next one, Jin Lao and Wu Lao remarked, nodding in approval as they approached the next armored vehicle, which appeared somewhat cumbersome in design. However, the aspect of defensive security has been ensured. Minister Li, who is the engineer responsible for the modification of this armored vehicle? Oh, are you referring to Gao Xiong from Kaohsiung? Li Dales recognized that this armored vehicle, modified in Kaohsiung, indeed boasts impressive defensive capabilities, and he promptly sent someone to summon Gao Xiong. Upon meeting the two elders, Gao Xiong, like everyone else, was filled with excitement. Good to see you, Elder Jin and Elder Wu. Well then, please introduce this armored vehicle of yours. Chapter 23, showcase of the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle Gao Xiong stood before the crowd and elaborated on the conceptual framework behind the vehicle's modification, delving into details concerning its operation, performance, and various other facets. In summary, it possesses formidable defensive strength and remarkable speed. The armored vehicle's original steel plating has been enhanced with the incorporation of nickel-chromium alloy metal elements, rendering it resistant to high temperatures and cannon fire. More importantly, the power system has been transformed to utilize the most practical, eco-friendly, and high-energy hydrogen fuel. Gao Xiong spoke with great passion, ultimately becoming quite flushed with enthusiasm. Elder Jean and Elder Wu nodded in approval, repeatedly exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad." As they continued their inspection, they encountered several more armored vehicles, each exhibiting corresponding improvements in speed and defensive capabilities, yet lacking any significant breakthroughs. Just as the two elders were about to enter the aircraft section, an earth-toned armored vehicle, seamlessly blending with the surrounding grass, came into their view. Minister Li, which engineer modified this armored vehicle? Why is it parked in this location? It was evident that the location was not particularly conspicuous, to the extent that the two elders only noticed it upon their impending departure. Li Dalai, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Zhang Chu, who, understanding the situation, promptly saluted and reported, "Report. The engineer responsible for the modification of this armored vehicle is Lin Feng. All performance specifications and related documents are here for your perusal." What is this? Everyone was taken aback when Zhang Chu mentioned Lin Feng's name. When a booklet resembling a manual was presented before them, the engineers and experts were left dumbfounded. Other engineers and modifiers typically arrived in person to provide explanations and conduct tests. Yet, here they were, presented with a mere booklet? In the grand setting of a military-industrial competition, how could such a farce occur? Li Dalai patted Zhang Chu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What are you up to?" "Zhang Chu, where is Lin Feng? Why isn't he here?" In the presence of Jean Lao and Wu Lao, Zhang Chu hesitated to raise his voice. Opting instead to whisper in Li Dalai's ear, "Minister, Lin Feng said he was too exhausted and is currently resting in his quarters." In simpler terms, he was taking a long nap. Li Dalai's face, characterized by its square shape, darkened considerably. "Go fetch that lad immediately." Zhang Chu nodded, still handing over the usage manual for the armored vehicle, personally written by Lin Feng, to Jean Lao and Wu Lao. Trusting Lin Feng, they began to peruse the small booklet. Ultra-Intelligent Stealth Combat Armored Vehicle. The name of the armored vehicle is quite lengthy. Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle, much like the previous Phantom fighter jet designed by Lin Tian. It seems he has a penchant for creating flashy and novel contraptions. As they continued to observe, their expectations for Lin Feng in this military competition grew significantly. And although the individual was yet to arrive, the manual was indeed available, remarkably detailed. It included the concepts behind the modifications, design schematics, and the materials and equipment utilized. Old Jean, this time, Old Wu began, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the operational instructions. What does this mean by environmental adaptability and concealment capabilities? According to what it states, under suitable conditions, the armored vehicle can exhibit a camouflage color? It appears so. The manual provided explanations, claiming inspiration from the camouflage patterns found in the animal kingdom, leading to this innovative design. The materials employed include rare metals. The two elders exchanged glances once more. Many of these rare elements seem to be far down the periodic table. Some of them have not even had their specific functions clarified, yet that audacious young man, Lin Feng, has already incorporated them. And what of this? This power system modification, which purportedly can reach up to 5,000 horsepower. How is that even conceivable? Achieving 5,000 horsepower would leave nothing but an afterimage on the roadway. I must say, this truly has delayed your ascent. Old Jean and Old Wu regarded each other in astonishment, as the manual also elaborated on the bulletproof glass and defensive armor capabilities, stating that a significant amount of nickel-chromium alloy metal elements had been infused, enabling it to withstand bombardments. Finally, a remark emerged. The super-intelligent invisible combat armored vehicle, fully equipped, is something you, young man, truly deserve, regardless of age. Both Old Jean and Old Wu were eager to question Lin Feng, hoping to ascertain the authenticity of the manual's claims. But what of the term superintelligent? Where does this intelligence manifest? Has it been consumed? Who possesses the capability to operate this armored vehicle and demonstrate its prowess at the testing grounds? Old Jean spoke, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Let me take the wheel. I can handle it too. Operating an armored vehicle is my forte, especially one that has been modified and deemed obsolete. The crowd surged forward, each individual eager to impress Old Jean and Old Wu, hoping to gain their favor and recognition. Before long, Li Daler personally selected a candidate. However, before the driver could even approach the vehicle, a military off-road vehicle sped onto the scene, with Zhang Chu dragging along a drowsy Lin Feng. Old Jean, Old Wu. This armored vehicle cannot be driven. Why can it not be driven? The crowd was perplexed. After all, it was merely an armored vehicle. Zhang Chu scratched his head and explained with a wry smile. I brought this armored vehicle here. Initially, I assumed it operated as simply as others, so I didn't examine the manual closely. I inadvertently pressed some button, nearly causing an explosion of a nearby modified armored vehicle. With this declaration, the aloof top engineer, Gao Xiong, who had been standing with his arms crossed, let out a disdainful snort. The modified armored vehicle that Zhang Chu nearly detonated was, in fact, his own. Zhang Chu, your words seem rather grandiose. I have modified this armored vehicle to be renowned for its defensive capabilities. Why not attempt to detonate one and see for yourself? Furthermore, armored vehicles are not combat tanks. How could they possibly possess a weapon system? Hey, such an assertion from you, esteemed engineer, seems a tad exaggerated, does it not? While I was driving, a faint blue holographic display appeared on the bulletproof glass, quite distinctly. Had I not promptly removed the ignition key, your armored vehicle would indeed have been obliterated. Zhang Chu is not one to boast. He witnessed it firsthand. That faint blue holographic screen is truly impressive, featuring intelligent controls and a button for submersion, whatever that entails. I cannot articulate precisely what transpired. For any inquiries, you may directly consult Lin Feng. The armored vehicle was meticulously constructed by him, every weld and bolt meticulously secured. Unable to clarify further, Zhang Chu deferred to Lin Feng, who has evidently prepared something remarkable. Upon meeting Lin Feng, both Mr. Jean and Mr. Wu displayed even broader smiles. Lin Feng, please take a moment to introduce your extraordinarily intelligent, stealthy combat armored vehicle to everyone. Chapter 24, Taking Action, Diminishing His Prestige. Given the terrifying new generation capabilities of the stealth fighter, Mr. Jean and Mr. Wu remained somewhat skeptical about Lin Feng, eager to uncover what innovative military supplies this young gentleman could produce. Lin Feng, indeed, was not to be underestimated. The super-intelligent, stealthy combat armored vehicle was the result of a month of arduous research and painstaking modifications on his part. It is not merely a matter of effortlessly altering certain aspects such as speed and defense. Old Jean and Old Wu, to speak candidly, the specifications outlined in the manual are precise and can be flawlessly manifested in the armored vehicle. It is not only the alloyed metallic elements that play a role, but also those rare elements that occupy positions further down the periodic table, which Lin Feng has expended considerable effort to procure. One could assert that, were it not for the existence of this system bug as an auxiliary, even the most ingenious minds would struggle to comprehend the developmental philosophy behind the ultra-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle. Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Yet what prevailed was incredulity. Lin Feng, do you truly mean what you say? The specifications, the system, can all indeed be demonstrated? You are not exaggerating? Old Jean was the first to voice his skepticism. Merely the stealth feature outlined in the manual, which claims to mimic the camouflage of animals, is a formidable challenge. In practical combat, armored vehicles serve as essential equipment for first response units, where speed and defensive capabilities are paramount considerations. This explains why most engineers, whether they be senior or top tier, instinctively prioritize enhancements in speed and defense when modifying armored vehicles, regardless of the extent of modification. The real-world effectiveness is undeniably impressive and applicable. At this moment, both Old Jean and Old Wu were exceedingly curious about Lin Feng's assertions. If this modified armored vehicle he spoke of fails to meet even the most fundamental combat emergency requirements, it would indeed be a significant disappointment. Military supplies are fundamentally concerned with practicality and efficacy. If these two criteria cannot be satisfied, then any modifications or improvements would be rendered utterly meaningless. No boasting. The two elders can rest assured. Lin Feng confidently patted his chest, assuring them that after a month of meticulous improvement, the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle is far from superficial and certainly not just a hollow reputation. Enough with the trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the demonstration. Explanations can only go so far. The design schematics and conceptual data serve merely as references, for it is the actual testing that will truly showcase the results. Zhang Chu, follow me. Lin Feng waved his hand, and without hesitation, Zhang Chu quickly joined him in the vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle roared to life. Merely circling the test field twice or firing at a stationary target would be utterly mundane. If we are to undertake this endeavor, we must do so with genuine intent. Remembering the grandiose claims made earlier by a certain top engineer, Lin Feng felt it necessary to temper his pride. Elder Jean, Elder Wu, I believe that conducting performance tests solely on the test field is inadequate and cannot perfectly demonstrate the vehicle's capabilities. What do you propose? Elder Jean and Elder Wu exchanged glances, sensing that Lin Feng was up to something, a foreboding feeling lingering in the air. Since this is a military competition, there must be a comparative element. Let us find a similarly modified armored vehicle on site to engage in a contest. That would be far more engaging. This was indeed a bold idea, yet no one in attendance dared to intervene, for Lin Feng's argument was sound. Shooting at targets in a test field lacks excitement. True competition lies in the challenge. However, while Elder Jean and Elder Wu had no objections, the question remained: who would be willing to compete against them? Kaohsiung discerned the almost mocking and disdainful expression on Li Chao's face, and with a cold snort, he strode forward, declaring, Old Jean, Old Wu, I believe there is some exaggeration in Engineer Lin's words. I am willing to pit my modified armored vehicle against yours. What a spectacle! The premier engineer Kaohsiung had stepped into the spotlight, promising an enthralling contest. It is noteworthy that during the recent exhibition at the Armored Vehicle Testing Grounds, Kaohsiung's creation received accolades from both Old Jean and Old Wu for its speed and defensive capabilities. How delightful this situation has become. One is a top-tier engineer, while the other is a grassroots expert, specifically favored and nurtured by Old Jean and Old Wu. The outcome of this duel remains uncertain. The engineers and experts gathered for the military competition observed with eager anticipation, their expressions akin to spectators at a grand performance. For not everyone was privy to the intricacies of the Phantom Fighter's modification design. Most of these engineers and experts have been tirelessly immersed in their own projects, focused solely on their work. Furthermore, with the Bureau of Strategic Deception having dispelled rumors surrounding the Phantom Fighter, interest dwindled over time, and some even adopted a skeptical stance. In light of this, they decided to proceed to the testing grounds together, commencing with the most conventional assessments. The final details would be left for the two to discuss and decide amongst themselves. Conventional testing bears a certain scientific rationale, and Old Jean and Old Wu were not exhibiting favoritism, but rather granting both individuals the freedom to showcase their prowess. Ultimately, the extent of their competition would depend on their performances, as everyone was eager to witness the sparks that would fly when two equally modified armored vehicles faced off on the testing grounds. Excellent. I have no issues. In fact, I am even more at ease. Lin Feng grinned widely, harboring no animosity, merely wishing to temper the audacity of Kaohsiung. Zhang Chu, seated in the passenger seat, wore a hearty smile upon his earnest visage, having experienced the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle, which indeed exhibited remarkable performance. Lin Feng, do refrain from being too harsh later on. After all, we are all comrades. Rest assured, I know my limits. The two modified armored vehicles roared to life, gliding down the runway. The initial test involved a conventional sprint to ascertain the maximum attainable speed within a designated range. The vehicles came to a halt side by side, their engines occasionally rumbling, the sound waves unmistakably indicative of modifications. However, with engineers and experts present, certain individuals could discern the overall performance of a vehicle merely by its acoustic signature. For instance, Engineer Liu. Listen closely to this sound wave and observe the exhaust port's output. The disparity between them is quite pronounced. The crowd's eyes gleamed as they began to scrutinize intently. Indeed, the variance in the exhaust port sizes and the differing exhaust outputs was evident. Moreover, observe the weight distribution of the tires. The distinctions were glaring. Every detail unveiled itself. And based on exhaust characteristics and tire weight distribution alone, it was clear that Lin Feng's design for this armored vehicle held a distinct advantage. In contrast, Kaohsiung's vehicle appeared overall cumbersome, more suited for defensive operations, yet should any emergency response be required, it would likely find itself at a disadvantage. Chapter 25. The mundane lacks appeal. Let us seek excitement. The competition test had yet to commence. Yet some individuals had already begun to compare data and ascertain the advantageous direction. Old Jean and Old Wu, both esteemed engineers from the Dragon Institute, perceived the situation with clarity, though they refrained from expressing their thoughts. They were skeptical of the notion that one could determine superiority merely through data comparison. Ultimately, everything must be evaluated through practical dialectics. Now, gentlemen, if you are prepared, listen for the signal to commence. With a resounding boom, Gao Xiong was the first to surge forward, and in an instant, an armored vehicle transformed into a streak of lightning. Hey, wait, Lin Feng, why are you grinning foolishly? Gao Gong has already dashed so far ahead. Observing Lin Feng's silly smile, Zhang Chu grew anxious. The testing track was not particularly long. Its primary purpose was merely to accurately measure acceleration and top speed. No need for haste. I shall grant him a 5-second head start. Xiao Hui, initiate the countdown for 5 seconds. Understood. The ejection launch sequence is primed. 5-second countdown commencing. 5, 4. Lin Feng tightened his safety belt and, much to the astonishment of onlookers, clasped his head with both hands as if preparing for a nap. What on earth was he doing? Gao Gong had exerted tremendous effort to launch so far ahead. Even if he could not keep pace, one would expect him not to simply resign to complacency. What kind of maneuver was this? It was utterly perplexing. Not only did Old Jean and Old Wu find it bewildering, but even Zhang Chu was at a loss. Let us set aside the chaos, but what does the 5-second countdown for ejection signify? And who exactly is that little gray figure you just mentioned? Zhang Chu, as your brother, I must advise you to fasten your seatbelt, otherwise. Lin Feng, what on earth are you up to? Zhang Chu nearly shouted. Yet regardless of how absurd and unrealistic it seemed, he obediently secured his seatbelt. He double-checked, ensuring it was fastened tightly and securely. At that moment, the mechanical intelligence, Little Gray, had already completed its 5-second countdown. 1. The ejection sequence initiated automatically. Engine 1 is ready. Engine 2 is ready. Engine 3 is ready. 4. Boom. Zhang Chu's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts of engines, pondering why an armored vehicle required 4 engines. Had I delayed your launch? Lin Feng, Zhang Chu opened his mouth, intending to voice a question, but the armored vehicle had already launched into ejection. The explosive force generated in that fleeting moment, especially the sensation of weightlessness, was overwhelming. Thankfully, he was secured by the seatbelt, or he truly would have been propelled out. As for the engineers and experts observing this spectacle, they stood in utter astonishment, left to inhale the exhaust fumes, astonished by the ejection launch. Lu Gong, if I am not mistaken, that should indeed be an ejection launch, correct? Regardless of its nature. Can anyone inform me of the acceleration of this armored vehicle within such a brief moment? Observing the situation, it appears that the vehicle has achieved the acceleration necessary for a fighter jet's takeoff. Could it truly be possible? The acceleration required for a fighter jet's launch is indeed around 5 meters per second. Are you certain that an armored emergency vehicle can attain such a figure? Some expressed skepticism, noting that reaching the maximum takeoff acceleration of a fighter jet in a brief moment is no trivial feat. At this juncture, the esteemed figures, Old Jean and Old Wu, wore expressions of wry amusement and could find no words to articulate their thoughts. Old Jean, I believe that, based on the modifications made by Lin Feng to this armored vehicle, it could indeed match the speed of an aircraft at full throttle. Naturally, this is contingent upon the availability of a spacious runway devoid of any obstructions, as Old Wu rendered such a high appraisal. Old Jean, however, could only nod in acknowledgement. Presently, Lin Feng had granted Kaohsiung a 5-second head start, yet it was astonishing to see that the test runway was nearing its end, and he was being caught up. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Kaohsiung pressed the accelerator with fervor, wishing to push it to the limit, yet the vehicle had reached its top speed. Initially, he had thought Lin Feng's momentary halt was an act of timidity, believing he would easily secure victory. Who could have anticipated that he would lose the first round? The second round of testing would involve a defensive armor assessment and a pressure resistance test. Subsequently, the testing personnel summoned substantial equipment. Just wait and see. The armored vehicle I have modified incorporates nickel-chromium alloy materials into its plating. Its resistance to pressure can reach thousands of kilograms. Kaohsiung boasted, while Lin Feng merely smiled. Remaining silent, the sound of machinery rumbled ominously. The testing personnel deftly maneuvered the pressure tool towards the armored vehicle's door, initially setting it to exert a force of 1,000 kilograms. Soon, the metallic door emitted a creaking sound, signaling the compression of the metal. As pressure continued to be applied, the door began to deform. Upon reaching a critical threshold, the testing personnel retrieved the data measuring instrument and announced 3,000 kilograms. A commendable figure indeed. Mr. Jin and Mr. Wu remarked that the design modifications made by Gao Xiong for this armored vehicle notably enhanced its defensive capabilities. The pressure resistance test was merely intended to gather data while preserving the original performance of the armored vehicle. Lin Feng, it is now your turn. The crowd's gaze shifted towards the armored vehicle behind Lin Feng, which appeared notably smaller compared to conventional models. As the testing personnel prepared to conduct the test, Lin Feng, however, intervened to halt them. This action, observed by the onlookers, prompted Gao Xiong, who had lost the first round of testing, to rise and mock Lin Feng. What is the matter? Are you worried about damaging your beloved modified vehicle? Gao Xiong harbored deep resentment towards Lin Feng, believing that if the latter had not dismantled his painstakingly designed armored vehicle, he would have had a far superior entry for the military competition. With a dismissive smile in the face of skepticism, Lin Feng approached Mr. Jin and Mr. Wu directly, declaring, "Report to the leaders. The current testing instruments are insufficient to validate the performance of armored vehicles. I believe we should adopt an alternative approach, one that is more innovative and closely aligned with real combat scenarios." The mention of actual combat certainly piqued the interest of the venerable Mr. Jin and Mr. Wu, as a closer connection to real-world situations is most desirable. Lin Feng, do you have any thoughts to share? Lin Feng has always had a knack for surprising us, so it would be worthwhile to hear if he has any more applicable methods for real combat. Chapter 26, Pressure Testing, Explosive TNT. Lin Feng's eye sparkled. Report, leaders. I request to utilize TNT explosives to bombard the armored vehicle. This will replicate the most authentic and rigorous aspects of real combat. Gasp. Good heavens. TNT explosives. You really dare to suggest that? The crowd's eyes widened. In the military-industrial competition, numerous engineers and experts participated, ostensibly to showcase research achievements, but in reality, to facilitate academic exchanges and discussions. This aims to enhance communication among various military institutions and engineering departments, allowing them to learn from each other's experiences and address deficiencies. Testing is merely intended to gather certain data for practical reference. But you, on the other hand, this is merely a defensive pressure test. And you propose to recreate the battlefield by directly using TNT explosives? Are you mad, or am I? Mr. Jin and Mr. Wu exchanged bemused glances. Wally Daler's expression darkened. How did the Jinghai City Military District produce such an eccentric as Lin Feng? No, he doesn't entirely belong to the Jinghai City Military District. Lin Feng, do not act recklessly. In a military-industrial competition, if you present TNT explosives for pressure testing, are you not concerned about endangering others? The potency of TNT explosives is exceedingly formidable, prompting even Li Dalei, the minister of the military district of Jinghai City, to harbor reservations about the controlled detonation. Should a spark inadvertently strike a person, Li Dalei would undoubtedly attain infamy within the military circles of Jinghai City, potentially incurring reprimands from his superiors. To employ TNT for pressure testing is indeed a bold proposition. Similarly, Jin Lao and Wu Lao shook their heads in disapproval, advocating for a more conservative approach to the testing. Lin Feng, they cautioned, the explosive power of TNT is truly excessive and may not be suitable for testing purposes. We should resort to conventional testing instruments, shouldn't we? Lin Feng, however, cast a glance at the testing apparatus being operated by the staff, pondering how long it would take to achieve reliable results with such rudimentary equipment. No, Jin Lao Wu Lao, please trust in my capabilities. I possess absolute confidence. Moreover, only TNT can truly demonstrate the fruits of my research and design efforts over the past month. If not, all will be in vain. Is it truly that severe? At this juncture, while others might have dismissed his assertions, Jin Lao and Wu Lao remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, Li Dalei was disinclined to engage further. Lin Feng, do you genuinely have this assurance? Despite their reservations, Jin Lao and Wu Lao held a glimmer of faith in Lin Feng. Should this advanced intelligent stealth combat vehicle withstand the onslaught of TNT, it would represent a groundbreaking achievement in military technology. Rest assured, there will be no issues. I implore you both to place your trust in me. It was no jest. Lin Feng had painstakingly developed this super-armored vehicle by alloying various rare metallic elements and employing a multitude of processing techniques. Unable to withstand the might of TNT explosives, I, Lin Feng, shall write my name in reverse. Old Jean and Old Wu, are you truly allowing this young rascal, Lin Feng, to act recklessly? While others may be oblivious to the immense cost of modifying and constructing this super-intelligent, stealth combat vehicle, Li Dalei is acutely aware. The rare metallic materials listed in the inventory, were it not for the esteemed regard of Old Jean and Old Wu, would never have been provided to Lin Feng. And now, the armored vehicle has been transformed. Its speed is commendable. Even if its defensive capabilities leave much to be desired, at least its velocity exceeds expectations. What if, in the face of the terrifying destructive power of TNT, it were to be obliterated? Wouldn't that render a month of effort utterly futile? Moreover, with such a significant investment of resources, would it not be a waste of the alloyed metals? Considering the greater good, a conservative test approach is warranted. Old Wu glanced at Old Jean, a man who inherently values prudence and relies on empirical scientific evidence. In contrast, Old Jean is inclined towards practical applications, striving to align scientific data with the harsh realities of combat. I believe it might be worthwhile to let Comrade Lin Feng have a try. Should there be any losses, let that portion be borne by my Dragon Science Institute. Old Jean assured with a smile. What else could Li Dalei say? Could he lament the loss of a modified armored vehicle? That would be excessive. Very well then. With a wry smile and a nod. It seemed that in the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng's modified vehicle, with its commendable speed and ejection launch system, had already become a heap of scrap metal. Zhang Chu, observing the officer wielding TNT, shook his head, weary of further persuasion. Lin Feng, I must say, if you were to drop the pretense just once, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Can't you behave a bit more normally? Lin Feng smirked. As people often say, genius is on the left. Madness is on the right. Zhang Chu, speak honestly. Do you consider me a genius or a madman? Zhang Chu found himself at a loss for words, ultimately stating that at times, Lin Feng embodied both madness and brilliance, and if he could just exhibit a touch more normalcy, it would be perfection. Report to the minister. The TNT explosives are ready. Li Dalei nodded, his serious gaze fixed on Lin Feng. The destructive power of TNT is astounding. Although this modified armored vehicle is undergoing a pressure test with TNT, in a certain sense, it has already been reduced to mere scrap metal. Nevertheless, Lin Feng is a member of the military factory in Jinghai City. Even if the armored vehicle is destined to be blown to smithereens, it should not be reduced to too many fragments. Old Jean, Old Wu, how much TNT do you think is appropriate? The two elders exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Feng. Young man, you are the designer of this modified armored vehicle. The decision rests with you. 10 kilograms. What? As soon as he spoke, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Are you joking? 10 kilograms of TNT? This is absurd. 10 kilograms of TNT is beyond the maximum threshold even for the most advanced Russian-modified armored vehicles, which can withstand only 8 kilograms during military exercises. 10 kilograms would be tantamount to declaring the armored vehicle's pressure test a complete failure. Indeed, 10 kilograms of TNT is no trivial matter. It is evident that Lin Feng has already acknowledged the impossibility of victory and has chosen to give up. Engineers and experts are in heated debate. 10 kilograms of TNT represents a significant quantity, and the destructive power it yields far exceeds the maximum threshold that theoretical armored vehicles can endure. Even Jean Lao, who has consistently supported Lin Feng's endeavors, has begun to waver regarding this 10-kilogram TNT charge. Lin Feng, 10 kilograms may be excessive. Why not reduce it to 8? If it can withstand that, I shall consider your test a success. Jean Lao proposed a figure, with 8 kilograms referenced against the newly modified armored vehicle from Russia. 8 kilograms. If it can endure that, it would be commendable. Lin Feng shook his head, maintaining that calm and unperturbed smile. 10 kilograms of TNT is merely a conservative testing figure. In the future, the weight can be progressively increased. Chapter 27. 16 kilograms, perfectly passed. Is it truly the case that 10 kilograms of TNT is not the limit for this modified armored vehicle? What an absurd joke. The latest Russian-modified armored vehicle can withstand a maximum of only 8 kilograms. Yet Lin Feng claims that his design far exceeds 10 kilograms. As a top engineer, Gao Xiong was the first to express disbelief. Lin Gong, I suspect you may be overwhelmed by the pressure test, and are speaking nonsense here. 10 kilograms is sufficient to propel any armored vehicle into the air, let alone your unmodified, robust steel-plated one. Indeed, we are all engineers and experts here. One might argue that 10 kilograms is acceptable for a Na'vi novice, yet you flaunt your data before a multitude of scientists, which somewhat resembles a mere show of bravado before a master swordsman. Lin, I suggest you concede. Losing is far preferable to witnessing your painstakingly modified armored vehicle being obliterated. Is it not? Exactly. There is no shame in defeat. Observing this scene, both Mr. Jean and Mr. Wu felt that Lin Feng was indeed somewhat boastful, as they had yet to encounter an armored vehicle capable of withstanding an explosion of over 10 kilograms of TNT. Lin Feng, see how everyone is voicing their opinions. Perhaps you should reconsider. I reiterate, if your armored vehicle can endure an explosion of just 8 kilograms of TNT, I shall deem you qualified and declare you the victor. Mr. Jin's personal assurance left no room for contradiction, and 8 kilograms of TNT is no trifling amount, especially considering its terrifying destructive power. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, awaiting his response, whether he would concede or adjust the weight. Everyone is here for the military-industrial competition, not only to compete, but also for academic exchange. There is no need to destroy someone's painstakingly crafted armored vehicle. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed, grinning as he asserted, Mr. Jean, Mr. Wu, trust me. In truth, I consider 10 kilograms to be a conservative estimate. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the engineer, who had previously ridiculed him. I appreciate your concerns, but they are somewhat unnecessary. As for the armored vehicle you modified, I cannot ascertain its resilience. However, the 10 kilograms of TNT I have prepared will merely tickle it. Zhang Chu commenced the detonation. Before Elder Jean and Elder Wu could issue their commands, Minister Li Dali could no longer bear to witness the situation. If the armored vehicle crafted by Lin Feng was not obliterated into smithereens, he would begin to doubt the potency of TNT itself. Minister, how many kilograms should I use? Did you not hear Lin Gong? 10 kilograms is merely the beginning. Let us accelerate matters directly to 16 kilograms. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd at this revelation. 16 kilograms was no trifling matter. It was evident that Minister Li Dali was also perturbed. For 16 kilograms was precisely double the 8 kilograms, implying that he wagered Lin Feng's modified armored vehicle was indeed twice as formidable as the much-touted Russian model. Elder Jean and Elder Wu exchanged glances, surprisingly refraining from voicing any objections. Lin Feng, forgive me. Zhang Chu sighed ruefully. This predicament was a consequence of Lin Feng's bravado. If he declared 16 kilograms, then 16 kilograms it would be, with not a gram less. Under Zhang Chu's direction, the 16 kilograms of TNT were meticulously arranged atop the engine hood of the armored vehicle, as well as on the bulletproof glass. It is important to acknowledge that these two areas are particularly vulnerable. Should the engine hood be compromised, the armored vehicle itself would be rendered nearly useless. Furthermore, if the bulletproof glass cannot withstand the pressure, the situation would be dire indeed. One cannot help but remark on Zhang Chu's audacity, placing explosives in such critical weak points. Does he harbor a grudge against Lin Feng? Meanwhile, Lin Feng displays an expression of smug satisfaction, as if he orchestrated Zhang Chu's actions himself. Everyone, remain concealed, and testers, please prioritize safety. When the time is ripe, you may make the decision to detonate. Caution Minister Li Daler of the military district. The detonation of TNT explosives would unleash a terrifying shockwave capable of propelling anyone into the air. Lin Feng, can you truly handle this? Zhang Chu and Lin Feng huddled together. Indeed, positioning the TNT on the engine hood and the bulletproof glass seems to have been a covert suggestion from Lin Feng. Given their relationship, what other explanation could there be for such a move? Zhang Chu, perhaps I should remind you, never lightly inquire about a man's competence. If you falter, I shall prevail. Lin Feng maintains his cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of concern. After all, he possesses a systematic improvement plan, albeit he struggles to remember the specifics. Just how much TNT can the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle withstand? Surely, it must be capable of enduring at least dozens of kilograms, if not 100. Otherwise, Lin Feng would feel embarrassed to present it at the military competition. Unlike others who merely tweak a few defensive or speed features and bask in their own self-importance, he is not one to boast without substance. Moments later, I wonder how you will manage when you cannot descend. You must exercise caution. Boom. As Zhang Chu spoke, The 16 kilograms of TNT in the testing ground was detonated. Instantly, a dense and pungent scent of gunpowder enveloped the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that propelled dust and debris toward the onlookers. For a brief moment, the scene was obscured by swirling smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The destruction wrought by 16 kilograms of TNT was indeed terrifying. I could already hear the sound of the armored vehicle's hood shattering, while the bulletproof glass was utterly obliterated. Alas, a perfectly capable armored vehicle, designed for rapid deployment, was thus rendered worthless. What a pity. Who could argue otherwise? Originally, 8 kilograms of TNT would have sufficed. Now, with 16 kilograms, it would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Engineers and experts began to shake their heads in dismay, reflecting on Lin Feng's modifications to this armored vehicle. Its acceleration during launch was akin to that of a fighter jet. If defensive modifications could be implemented based on this performance, it would represent an excellent innovation, potentially yielding outstanding results in actual combat. Elder Jean and Elder Wu refrained from drawing immediate conclusions. Instead, they exchanged glances and turned their attention to Li Dalei, who contacted the testing detonator via radio to conduct further assessments. They were reluctant to approach, wishing to avoid the disheartening sight of scattered debris and mechanical remnants. Report: the results of the pressure test for the modified armored vehicle with 16 kilograms of TNT. The testing detonator hurried over, reporting with utmost seriousness. The armored vehicle's engine is intact. The bulletproof glass shows no signs of cracking. Everything is normal. Test results. Passed. Chapter 28. Not 100 kilograms, but at least dozens. The examiner's words reverberated in the ears of the crowd, especially the phrases "the test results have passed," and "everything is normal." The smiles on everyone's faces froze, as they felt certain that there must have been an issue with the instruments. Comrade, can you confirm that there are no problems? Is the test truly passed? That is a full 16 kilograms of TNT explosives. I refuse to believe that bulletproof glass has even the slightest imperfection. 16 kilograms of TNT explosives, and even more absurdly, you dare to tell me it passed the test? Are you trying to deceive us? Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged glances, and Lin spoke. Let us go. The crowd followed the two elders, their hearts filled with trepidation, for the words of the test detonator were far too outrageous. If the engine were unscathed, I might concede that the engine is robust, but what about the bulletproof glass? What brand of bulletproof glass could possibly withstand TNT explosives? Remember, we are talking about TNT explosives. 16 kilograms of TNT explosives, not some mere firecracker. Old Jean and Old Wu led the charge to the super-intelligent stealth combat vehicle. Upon initial inspection, the vehicle appeared flawless. The 16 kilograms of TNT had merely left behind various imprints on the surface, reminiscent of a tattoo on the singular paintwork. Outwardly it seems fine, but who knows, it might shatter at the slightest touch. Gao Xiong was the first to approach, pressing his palm against the bulletproof glass with force. If my palm isn't sufficient, I shall strike it directly. With a resounding crash, a fist struck the bulletproof glass with great force, causing a sharp pain to radiate through Cao Xiong, who, with a flushed face, remained utterly silent. The bulletproof glass remained unscathed. Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged a glance, and promptly commanded the testing personnel to open the engine hood. Before long, everyone beheld not one, but 4 engines, all intact and spotless. How could this be possible? A group of engineers and experts clutched their heads, feeling as though their fundamental beliefs and worldviews had been shattered. All the scientific and mechanical theories they had studied seemed utterly futile. 16 kilograms of TNT had merely left a faint mark? Was it I who had gone mad? Or was it the armored vehicle that had lost its senses? No, it must be me who is insane. This cannot be real. We must be dreaming. Old Hu, come quickly and slap me awake. This dream is utterly absurd. Remarkably, some began to doubt the soundness of their own minds. Lin Feng stood with his arms crossed, choosing silence. He relished this sensation. He neither engaged in idle chatter nor took action. Aren't you scientists fond of speaking through data? Well, the data is here, now. Do tell. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining top engineer Cao Xiong's shock feedback points. 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving senior engineer's shock feedback points. 800 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring military district minister Li Dalei's shock feedback points. 1,000 points. The mechanical and monotonous alert echoed in Lin Feng's ears as he grinned widely. relishing the impact he had created. Old Jean and Old Wu finally grasped the situation, turning to Lin Feng with a markedly different demeanor. Lin Feng, enlighten us. What is the maximum capacity of TNT that your armored vehicle can withstand? This time, Old Jean had learned from the previous experience with the Phantom Fighter and was wary of the intricate details of metal elements that Lin Feng might elaborate on, potentially leading him to compile yet another list of rare metals. Better to refrain from that. The inquiry regarding the maximum weight of TNT that could be endured struck a chord with everyone present. 16 kilograms was the boastful claim made by Russia regarding their armored vehicles, which was 6 times less. Moreover, this did not even account for the upper limits of endurance. Lin Feng stroked his chin, feigning modesty. I cannot provide precise figures, but it must be at least several tens of kilograms, if not 100, right? Otherwise, I would feel rather embarrassed to present it. The engineers and experts were taken aback, their expressions darkening in disbelief. Several tens of kilograms, at the very least. Was this even a reasonable statement? After all, we are speaking of TNT, not some trivial firecracker. Ahem. Both Old Jean and Old Wu cleared their throats, and fortunately, Old Jean maintained a commendable level of composure. Comrade Lin Feng, I believe we can forego further testing on several tens of kilograms, as we all bear witness to your credibility. In the second round of stress testing, you are deemed qualified, declared victorious. Just kidding. 16 kilograms. Utterly unscathed, such an impressive armored vehicle. Is it really necessary to follow Lin Feng's suggestion and directly bombard it with dozens of kilograms of TNT? Is there something amiss? Fortunately, the confidentiality measures of the military district in Jinghai City are commendable. If this scene were to reach the United States, our already enigmatic Eastern Dragon Nation would surely be further embellished with fantastical elements. Indeed, the superintelligent stealth combat armored vehicle modified by Comrade Lin Feng is indeed remarkable. 16 kilograms pose no issue, and dozens of kilograms of TNT would undoubtedly be manageable. At this moment, Li Dalai, the minister of the Jinghai City Military District, also stepped forward. The military factory in Jinghai City falls under his purview, and the modifications made by Lin Feng belong to the military district. Gaining recognition for the military district, securing medals in military competitions, would certainly bolster his requests to higher authorities in the future. Very well then. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent, merely inquiring if there was truly no need for further confirmation. What if what I claimed were false? Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged awkward smiles, promptly dismissing that notion. By the way, Lin Feng, did you not mention that this superintelligent stealth combat armored vehicle could engage in offensive maneuvers while in motion? Could you demonstrate that for us? No problem at all. Lin Feng beckoned Zhang Chu to board the vehicle, leaning out of the window to wave at the chief engineer, Gao Xiang. Come on, Gao. Our competition has not yet concluded. I envision that the armored vehicle you personally customized will undoubtedly withstand my assault. Indeed, Kaohsiung possesses great confidence. Yes, your armored vehicle's ejection system is impressive, and it is capable of enduring bombardments from dozens of pounds of TNT explosives. You are indeed remarkable. However, I find it hard to believe that an armored vehicle, primarily designed for emergency missions and personnel transport, can be modified to launch artillery shells. Even with modifications, it would merely be equipped with light weaponry, such as machine guns. Can you genuinely engineer artillery shells? Kaohsiung considers it improbable. As long as it is not subjected to artillery bombardments, this modified armored vehicle should remain unscathed. Chapter 29. What on earth is that large-caliber cannon on the roof? After 2 prior rounds of testing, the crowd had grown accustomed to the spectacle, yet they still felt that in this final round of free play, Lin Feng could not pose a challenge to Kaohsiung. It is essential to acknowledge that Kaohsiung's armored vehicle sacrificed speed to maximize defensive capabilities, firmly resembling a fortified shell. With an ejection start and TNT pressure tests, Mr. Jean and Old Wu have increasingly taken an interest in the modifications Lin Feng implemented on this armored vehicle. If it can indeed achieve exceptional results in operational performance, it would be fair to say that Lin Feng's transformation of this superintelligent stealth combat armored vehicle is nothing short of perfection, making it the sovereign of armored vehicles. Minister Li, after the conclusion of the military industry competition, could you kindly prepare a comprehensive list of materials used by Comrade Lin Feng in the modification of this armored vehicle? Mr. Jean smiled as he glanced at Li Dalai in the rear, eager to discover what rare metallic materials Lin Feng had employed to create such an extraordinary armored vehicle. Certainly. Jean Lao and Wu Lao are esteemed experts of the Dragon Academy, having made significant contributions to the nation. Li Dalei had no valid reason to decline their request. Meanwhile, the testers had meticulously prepared a vast testing ground to allow the two modified armored vehicles to fully demonstrate their combat capabilities. Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction, remarking that the size of the area was inconsequential, as the armored vehicle from Kaohsiung was devoid of any weapon systems, signifying it was merely a target. Once you're prepared, you may commence. The backstage operations linked the radio communications to the two modified armored vehicles. Lin Feng and Kaohsiung simultaneously ignited their engines. Although Lin Feng's vehicle emitted a sound reminiscent of a vortex initiating. Lin Feng, does your armored vehicle truly possess weapon systems? Are you not exaggerating? Of course. Lin Feng's series of button manipulations left Zhang Chu feeling a sense of unease. Was this genuinely an armored vehicle? It appeared to resemble a modified tank. Xiaohui, activate autopilot. Engage the weapon systems and lock onto that armored vehicle nearby. Lin Feng reclined in the driver's seat, issuing his commands. Received. Autopilot system is now activated. Weapon systems are preparing for engagement. Activation complete. The mechanical synthesized voices echoed within the armored vehicle. And soon everyone outside witnessed the extraordinary sight of the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle operated by Lin Feng and Zhang Chu. From the seemingly unremarkable roof of the vehicle, an ominous cannon barrel abruptly protruded, dark and foreboding. The group of engineers and experts observing the scene looked upon the suddenly emerged cannon muzzle with expressions darkening, their lips twitching incessantly. Who could tell me the caliber of that cannon? From my estimation, it appears to be roughly similar to that of the Type 99 tank. Once again, Old Jean and Old Wu were astounded by Lin Feng's modified armored vehicle. I thought you were merely jesting, yet here you are, truly presenting me with a cannon of considerable caliber. The others fared better, but the one bearing the greatest psychological burden was Gao Xiong. He had initially anticipated a machine gun, so why was there a cannon instead? Old Jean and Old Wu could not allow Lin Feng to act recklessly. A cannon of such caliber could undoubtedly lead to calamity. Indeed, Old Jean Zheng nodded emphatically, asserting that while testing was essential, it must not result in loss of life. Lin Feng, please acknowledge. Halt immediately. The urgent voice of Old Jean crackled through the radio, yet Lin Feng merely grinned and replied, Old Jean, perhaps you should let Gao Xiong disembark. Truth be told, the destructive capability of my cannon is not that great. I am uncertain of its full potential, but I simply wish to test it. Let Gao Xiong step out. The radio communication echoed in everyone's minds, revealing the mischievous nature of the young man. Albeit with a valid point. A newly modified armored vehicle certainly required thorough data testing. Well then, so be it. In truth, Kaohsiung heard everything with clarity. However, he did not blame Old Jean for his consent, nor did he perceive any impropriety in the situation. His dissent stemmed purely from a sense of incredulity. Indeed, the emergence of such a large-caliber cannon was impressive, yet it did not necessarily imply that it could obliterate his renowned armored vehicle, famed for its defensive capabilities. As Kaohsiung disembarked, preparations were finalized, and Lin Feng issued another command. Xiaohui, activate the weapon systems and initiate automatic targeting. The weapon systems powered up successfully. Target locking in progress. Target detected. One modified armored vehicle. Locking complete. Listening to the mechanical announcements, Zhang Chu, seated in the co-pilot's seat, nearly burst into laughter. Did the armored vehicle truly recognize that Kaohsiung S was a modified one? How amusing. Firepower coverage, full assault. Received. Upon Lin Feng's declaration, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone in shock. The roof of the super-intelligent stealth combat armored vehicle began to reveal multiple gun barrels of varying calibers, including heavy machine guns and even holographic targeting systems. The spectators were left in a state of unease, while Kaohsiung's expression darkened significantly. Is this truly an armored vehicle? Are you sure this is an armored vehicle? Enough. Not even a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster would dare to depict such a scene. It was utterly absurd. The question lingering in everyone's minds was how Lin Feng had managed to transform an armored vehicle into something so seemingly flawless. After 2 rounds of testing in the absurd weapon system, it was unfathomable that such a masterpiece could be the handiwork of a single individual. Whether we can truly breach the defenses of the high-tech armored vehicle remains uncertain. That armored vehicle, modified with nickel-chromium alloy, is formidable indeed. Consequently, until the outcome is determined, No one would dare to believe it. Soon, as the first armor-piercing round, accompanied by a barrage of artillery shells, was unleashed, the armored vehicle, which could only be described as a defensive fortress, was engulfed in fire. This is outrageous. Experts have already begun to curse. Is this truly a weapon system? It is evidently an arsenal mounted atop an armored vehicle. Old Jean and Old Wu were left speechless, witnessing the thick smoke billowing as a relentless bombardment rained down, with every shell striking the armored vehicle with unerring precision. Thankfully, Gao Gong had disembarked beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere rubble. All right, that's enough. Comrade Lin Feng, the test has been comprehensively successful. One could discern from old Jin's voice, trembling over the radio, that he was exceedingly pleased, one might even say, immensely satisfied. Target neutralized. Bombardment complete. Excellent. Lin Feng gazed upon the armored vehicle, now reduced to scattered fragments, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with the weapon systems he had integrated. Just as he and Zhang Chu had stepped out of the vehicle, the thunderous roar of rapidly rotating helicopter blades filled the air. A transport helicopter. Chapter 30. Ace Maneuver. Stalled spiral ascent. Old Jean, Old Wu, we finally meet. As the aircraft landed, before anyone could alight, Old Jean's voice resonated from a distance. Old Jean has arrived. Old Jean glanced at Old Wu beside him, and their expressions grew increasingly solemn. The confrontation between Kaohsiung and Lin Feng's armored vehicles is merely a trivial skirmish. In this military-industrial competition, the most significant spectacle lies in the rivalry with Elder Qin's Military Institute. The Lonka Institute and the Military Institute have always been fierce competitors. What is most intriguing is that Elder Qin has been working in seclusion lately. Who knows what formidable creation he has produced? Elder Qin, vigorous and sprightly, swiftly approached the crowd, pausing briefly to gaze at Lin Feng before turning to Elder Wu with a smile. Well, I have heard that you possess great confidence in your fighter jet this time. Just recently, you even called me, attempting to extract intelligence regarding my aircraft. How naive. The three venerable academicians began to bicker like children. Old Qin, let me tell you, don't rejoice too soon. This time we have made thorough preparations. Elder Wu declared, his face flushed with determination. The previous occasion when the Military Institute triumphed had left the Lonka Institute humiliated. Thus, they were resolute in reclaiming their honor. In response to Elder Wu's declarations, Elder Qin merely snorted dismissively. The esteemed scholars engaged in their verbal sparring, while Li Dali and others could only listen in silence, unable to interject. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu discreetly pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered, "Brother, do you have confidence? I must tell you, the Military Institute is formidable. Last year, Elder Wu and Elder Jean suffered a significant setback, so this year they are determined to secure victory, placing all their hopes on you." Zhang Chu was cautious, yet Lin Feng merely smirked in response. "Is there any assurance? A joke? Do you not have any self-awareness?" As the two whispered quietly, Old Qin eagerly led everyone to the airport. The black curtain was lifted, revealing a menacing black warplane that starkly differed from contemporary aircraft in both its paint scheme and design. Old Jean exchanged a surprised glance with Old Wu. "Is this not a stealth fighter? The design is somewhat aligned with aerodynamics, yet it has not reached its zenith. It still pales in comparison to ours." Old Qin, momentarily taken aback, erupted with expletives. "Nonsense. What do you two fools know? This is cutting-edge technology, stealth coating. Only 2 nations in the world can achieve this. Moreover, the aircraft's propulsion system is of unparalleled global standards." Old Qin possesses unwavering confidence in his fighter jet, as it incorporates the most advanced technology, granting it significant advantages in combat. Old Wu, shrouded in mystery, chuckled softly and instructed Li Dalii to unveil another curtain. The Phantom Fighter was revealed. "Goodness, how? How do you also possess this?" Old Qin's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an apple. "What is happening? Has my research been pilfered? This cannot be. I have not disclosed anything to anyone during this time. I say, you two have not stolen any of my materials, have you? How is it that your modified aircraft resembles mine so closely?" In response to Old Qin's accusations, Old Wu retorted loudly, "Old man, given your age, do not stoop to slandering others. What do you mean by stealing from you? Open your eyes and observe closely. We are undeniably more advanced, are we not?" Elder Qin remained silent, eagerly advancing to scrutinize the ghostly aircraft. However, upon his hand grazing the surface of the plane's coating, a chill enveloped his heart. Blast it! These 2 old fellows have indeed outdone him. The Ghost aircraft boasts an equally remarkable stealth capability, yet its coating is far more pronounced and its materials exquisitely refined, devoid of any graininess, significantly mitigating aerodynamic drag. In contrast, Elder Chen's fighter jet failed to match this aspect of excellence. What say you? Elder Jean chimed in, attempting to bolster the moment. Elder Chen, I must inform you. Our research trajectory aligns closely with yours, yet our outcome will undoubtedly surpass yours by 1,000-fold. Elder Chen felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow these two old rascals to bask in triumph, and upon noticing the absence of weaponry on their aircraft, a thought sparked in his mind. Mere words without evidence. Let us see the truth in action. Elder Chen remarked coolly, though inwardly he calculated that even if he lagged behind in design and coding, he would certainly not falter in practical combat, particularly concerning weaponry. Those were his life's work. Very well, I shall indulge you. Elder Jean waved his hand, and both he and Elder Wu had been anticipating this moment. Having been longtime rivals, they were curious about Elder Chen's hidden strategies. Although they harbored some uncertainty, they were aware that Lin Feng had previously undergone modifications. They were simply unaware of the current alterations. Zhang Chu, brimming with impatience, dove into the cockpit. This time, weaponry had been installed, yet its potency remained uncertain. Soon, both fighter jets roared to life simultaneously. As the engine roar of the stealth fighter reverberated, Old Chen's face registered astonishment. What was happening? This certainly did not resemble a conventional power engine. Could it be a novel engine design? Old Chen clenched his fists anxiously, fixating on the stealth fighter before him. When the stealth fighter launched into action, Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had believed that his vertical takeoff and landing capabilities were already cutting edge, yet he was utterly outclassed by this direct launch. Old Chen's fighter jet pursued the stealth aircraft relentlessly. In the cockpit, Zhang Chu observed the enemy aircraft displayed on the radar, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Prior to boarding, he had consulted with Lin Feng and had garnered a fair understanding of the weapon systems. He felt wholly confident, not only in confronting a single stealth fighter, but even a squadron. Meanwhile, Old Chen and his team had arrived at the temporarily established command center, where the status of both fighter jets was clear. Although Old Chen's aircraft was in hot pursuit, the stealth fighter meandered, maintaining a speed neither too fast nor too slow. How could a top-tier pilot like Zhang Chu operate the aircraft in such a manner? This was clearly a mockery, an exhibition of superior speed. It felt as though he was toying with Old Chen's fighter. Witnessing this, Old Chen's expression darkened. That young man dared to slap my face like this? Xiaozhong, showcase our research achievements to the esteemed academicians and bring down this mere decoration. Old Chen declared sternly as his fighter jet's speed began to escalate, locking onto Zhang Chu's stealth aircraft. At that moment, the spectators beheld the phantom fighter jet of Zhang Chu on the grand screen come to a sudden halt, subsequently executing a mesmerizing stall spiral. During its descent, it deftly evaded the enemy's targeting systems. In an instant, it unleashed an overwhelming surge of acceleration, transforming from the hunted into the hunter. This epitomized the extraordinary synergy between an ace pilot and a premier fighter jet. Even Old Chen couldn't help but nod in approval, remarking, "This young man possesses remarkable talent." Old Wu chuckled, suggesting, "Old Chen, I advise you to concede." He had a point. It would be rather embarrassing to be shot down later. Old Jean, standing nearby, expressed his pride, stating, "Regardless of the Ghost Fighter's attack modules, its speed is truly unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Old Chen scoffed. "What is there to be anxious about? The moment you entered my line of sight, your fate was sealed." In the next moment, Old Chen's fighter jet launched a missile. Upon witnessing the missile's velocity, both Old Jean and Old Wu's expressions changed dramatically. Good heavens, that's a supersonic missile. Chapter 31, Electromagnetic Pulse. Vector barrier. Seeing the reactions of Old Jean and Old Wu, Old Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. How about that? Are you convinced now? No matter the flashy capabilities of your aircraft, they are insignificant in the face of my hypersonic missile. I shall send you on your final journey with just one. Old Chen reveled in his triumph, leaving Old Jean and Old Wu at a loss for words. Old Chen's fighter jet already boasts commendable stealth capabilities, and with the addition of hypersonic missiles, it is fully equipped to carry out operations behind enemy lines, striking with the lethality of a concealed cobra. Old Jean remarked with a sense of admiration. Although they were rivals, One could not overlook Old Qin's innovations in technological research and development. He had indeed made significant strides. Of course, if there were no accomplishments, I would feel guilty for the countless hours spent on modifications. Old Qin chuckled with pride, his face radiating confidence. I suggest you all accept your defeat gracefully. There is no shame in yielding to me. Old Wu shot a sideways glance at the smug Old Qin and scoffed. What are you so pleased about, old man? Your progress is notable, yet it still falls short of our expectations, let alone surpassing our phantom fighter jet. Old Qin widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you spouting nonsense? With this technology, how can it possibly be inferior to the Dragon Institute's phantom jet? Old Qin was incredulous. Do you two dare to make such claims? Old Wu, keeping his cards close to his chest, chose not to respond. Old Qin struggled to suppress his growing curiosity and looked up. After the emergence of the hypersonic missiles, everyone believed that Old Qin's fighter jet would undoubtedly triumph in this battle. While Lin Feng's phantom jet indeed held advantages in stealth and speed, those benefits would vanish in the chaos of a dogfight. In the air, the phantom jet would become akin to a swordsman devoid of weapons, essentially a sitting duck. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the phantom fighter remained motionless, deliberately reducing its speed. What is Zhang Chu up to? Is he conceding defeat? Li Dalai, witnessing this scene, stomped his foot and clenched his fists. While it is true that Old Qin's supersonic missiles are formidable, must you raise your hands and surrender? That would be an utter disgrace. Both Old Wu and Old Qin displayed expressions of confusion, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, however, the missiles originally targeting the phantom fighter inexplicably lost control. Old Qin's heart nearly stopped as he observed the scene on the display screen. Nearly choking with disbelief. Electromagnetic pulse. Several voices echoed in unison. Who could have anticipated that the phantom fighter was equipped with an electromagnetic pulse weapon? This is sheer aerial dominance. Zhang Chu erupted into triumphant laughter aboard the phantom fighter, while the enemy aircraft behind him fought back defiantly, making a final stand. The aircraft's cannons locked onto the phantom fighter ahead, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Given the reduced speed of the phantom fighter, evading such a dense barrage would be nearly impossible. Zhang Chu, however, was well aware of the enemy's intentions and smiled smugly. Did you think I was unaware? He had anticipated the enemy's actions long ago. Let me show you the wonders of high technology. Under the relentless assault of cannon fire, the onlookers beheld a shimmering blue energy shield materializing on the surface of the phantom fighter. Bullets struck it with no effect, being effortlessly absorbed. Old Qin stumbled back, collapsing into his chair. Impossible. What is this? Both Old Qin and Old Wu were left in stunned disbelief. The phantom fighter, equipped with electromagnetic pulse weaponry, is already a formidable force, capable of functioning as a strategic nuclear bomber. The emergence of such a unique energy barrier surpasses their comprehension. Old Qin, Old Wu, please elucidate for me what this extraordinary phenomenon truly is. Even the composed Old Qin could not restrain his expletives upon witnessing the complete defeat of his creation. Old Qin chuckled and brought forward Lin Feng, who stood beside him. I apologize, Old Qin, but this aircraft has been ingeniously modified by our genius from the Dragon Institute. As for the underlying principles, I am not privy to them. Old Qin turned to Lin Feng. Did you make these modifications? Lin Feng nodded. What was that just now? Old Qin inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued by the blue barrier that resembled something from a science fiction film. It seemed no nation in the world had achieved such a feat. The vector barrier can withstand an equivalent of 600 kilograms of TNT, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the esteemed academicians could no longer remain composed. Old Qin slammed the table. You cheeky rascal, do you take me for a fool? Do you grasp the implications of such a claim? Even a Tomahawk cruise missile only carries an equivalent of 454 kilograms of TNT, and you are asserting a capacity of 600 kilograms? My assertion of 600 kilograms refers to a duration of 2 seconds, after which it can recharge rapidly, provided the energy source for the vector barrier is sufficient. Theoretically, no weapon should be able to harm the aircraft itself, Lin Feng stated, all the while maintaining a serious demeanor. The words spoken evoked expressions of fervent admiration from everyone present. What does this signify? It is utterly invincible. As long as no new formidable weapon emerges at this stage, this stealth fighter jet stands as the pinnacle of achievement. Elder Qin firmly grasped Lin Feng's shoulder and declared, Young man, follow me. The Military Research Institute is willing to spare no expense. In the future, You may modify whatever you desire. Even if you wish to retrofit an aircraft carrier, I shall not flinch. Hey, 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 Elder Qin, what do you mean by this? Why are you conducting a military competition and poaching talent from our Dragon Institute? Wu Lao interjected, stepping forward to separate Elder Qin and position himself protectively in front of Lin Feng. What future does your Dragon Institute even have? Join the Military Research Institute. And whatever you wish for, I can fulfill. Elder Qin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. Such talent must be seized at any cost. Unlike Elder Jin and Elder Wu, Elder Qin was not preoccupied with understanding the principles behind the vector barrier. The moment the stealth fighter ascended, he recognized that the foundational technology employed in these two aircraft existed on entirely different planes. Therefore, with the emergence of a weapon like the vector barrier, which evidently transcends the forefront of global technology, he harbored but one thought: to secure this young man first. A person who could command the respect of a veteran researcher like him, who had dedicated years to military technology, was bound to achieve remarkable feats in the future. Has the old fellow truly come to snatch talent right from under our noses? Allow me to introduce Lin Feng, a valued member of our esteemed Lonka Institute. None shall succeed in luring him away. Old Jin and Old Wu stand before Lin Feng like protective hens, resolutely defending him. The Lonka Institute vows to stand united with Lin Feng in life and death. Chapter 32. Kaohsiung's Defiance. Tank Modifications. Old Qin, I am grateful for your recognition. Yet I find great contentment residing within the Lonka Institute. Lin Feng interjected amidst the heated exchange. Old Wu and Old Jin raised their voices, their tempers flaring. Did you hear that? Old Qin, did you hear what Lin Feng said? He desires to remain with us at the Lonka Institute. As for your Military Research Institute, it can go wherever it pleases. Observing their proud expressions, Old Qin huffed in indignation and waved his hand dismissively. Very well. If you, young man, prefer the Lonka Institute, then stay there. However, should you find any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. As he spoke, Old Qin produced a piece of paper and inscribed a number upon it. The onlookers were taken aback upon seeing the number. Was it truly Old Qin's personal contact? Goodness, Old Qin, this seems excessive. You are even sharing your private number? We have sought that number multiple times. Old Jin muttered discontentedly. Old Qin merely scoffed. You cannot possibly compare yourself to young Lin. Lin Feng accepted the note with a smile, assuring Old Qin, rest assured, should I require your assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to reach out. Meanwhile, Li Dachui quietly grumbled to himself, pondering the audacity of seeking benefits without any sense of responsibility. Yet what choice did he have? Lin Feng was undeniably in high demand, his value sought after by both the Military Research Institute and the Lonka Institute, each with their own intentions. It would suffice to retain Lin Feng. Even if this young man only produces a project once every decade, it would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Old Jin, Old Wu, I can certainly keep this individual for you, but I must also have a share in the technology of this fighter jet. Old Qin chuckled slyly. Young Lin, how about sharing the information you possess with me? I knew you had ulterior motives, and indeed, you even wished to deceive us regarding our research data. Naturally, Old Wu was unwilling. However, Lin Feng, with a smile, interjected, of course, there's no issue. Whether it's the Dragon Academy or the Military Industry Institute, our goals are aligned. Only through competition can we foster progress and development. I am willing to share all information regarding the Phantom fighter jet with both Old Jin and Old Wu. Observing Old Qin's astonished expression, Lin Feng added, it's free of charge, without any compensation required. This revelation brought immense joy to Old Qin. Even though his fighter jet had just lost to Qin Feng, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction remaining. Losing one match and gaining a groundbreaking modification technology, what a lucrative deal. As for Lin Feng, he was generously offering it without hesitation, thus broadening the horizons for collaboration. At this moment, Old Qin was solely focused on the authorization of these technologies from Lin Feng, believing it would propel him further in the fighter jet modification project. Lin Feng understood that sooner or later, this technology would be shared between the Dragon Academy and the Military Industry Institute, as these advancements could lead to further applications. Therefore, it was far more prudent to be magnanimous in sharing. Moreover, what is free is often the most valuable. Old Qin was elated by Lin Feng's impressive display, excitedly engaging with Old Wu and Old Jin as they observed the Phantom fighter jet. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was summoned aside by Li Dachui, who praised him. Lin Feng, you performed exceptionally well this time. I will specifically request your reward from the higher-ups. Rest assured, we shall not shortchange any deserving hero. Li Dazhuai assured enthusiastically, patting his chest. Zhang Chu, standing nearby, muttered, what about me? I was the one piloting that aircraft. You rascal, reaping benefits while feigning modesty? In today's live drill. Don't think you're the only one. I could do it too. Li Dazhuai scoffed. With the modifications Lin Feng made to this Phantom fighter jet, it's practically a guaranteed victory. Thanks to the military competition, Lin Feng had established his reputation within the military institution. At that moment, Gao Xiong approached with purposeful strides. Lin Feng cast a glance at the towering figure before him, but said nothing. Gao Xiong had witnessed the earlier competition and understood that Lin Feng possessed genuine skill. However, he remained unconvinced. Lin Feng, what is the matter? Speak calmly. There is no need to shout. My hearing isn't impaired yet. Lin Feng, while digging in his ears, impatiently gazed at Gao Xiong. Though I lost to you once, that was not my area of expertise, and I refuse to accept it. I demand a rematch. Gao Xiong declared confidently. In the realm of armored vehicles, he faced numerous constraints, which hindered his ability to achieve satisfactory modifications. A rematch? Splendid. Name the challenge. There is nothing I, Lin Feng, cannot modify. He smiled, entirely dismissing Gao Xiong's challenge. Li Dazhuai was inwardly delighted. Let the games begin. The more defiant Gao Xiong becomes, the more innovative designs Lin Feng will unveil. How about we compare our tank modifications? Gao Xiong inquired tentatively. While Lin Feng could shine brilliantly in the realms of fighter jets and armored vehicles, Gao Xiong brimmed with confidence in the domain of tanks. All right, I shall heed your words. 1 week it shall be, Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. Li Dazhu could no longer contain himself. Shaolin, is a week truly sufficient? Aren't you setting yourself up for failure? Given Gao Xiong's assertion, it was evident that a modification template was already at hand, perhaps even fully realized. How could Lin Feng possibly complete a transformation in such a short span? Gao Xiong nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you feel pressed for time, I can grant you additional leeway. Half a month. Lin Feng waved dismissively. No need. 1 week is ample. You will soon comprehend the vast chasm that separates our capabilities. Unfazed by Gao Xiong's challenge, Lin Feng did not take it seriously. After designing the armored vehicle, he felt a twinge of restlessness. For the limitations of armored vehicles were quite significant, unable to accommodate heavy firepower. Tanks, however, were an entirely different beast, a true instrument of destruction. In 1 week, I shall demonstrate my true prowess. With that, Gao Xiong departed without a backward glance. Lin Feng watched Gao Xiong's retreating figure, shaking his head in bemusement. Truly, an eccentric individual. Upon hearing of Lin Feng's intention to modify tanks, the Dragon Science Institute promptly delivered several tank models for him to choose from at his leisure. Ultimately, Lin Feng opted for the Type 99A tank as his foundational template. This formidable tank boasts frontal armor with an impressive penetration resistance exceeding 700 millimeters, further enhanced by additional reactive armor, significantly augmenting its defensive capabilities. Its exclusive active laser defense weapon system and laser warning devices enable it to suppress or even destroy enemy reconnaissance instruments, thereby substantially fortifying its defenses. With the defensive module already commendable, Lin Feng's objective was to directly augment the offensive module of this model. Given his current modification points, he was fully capable of transforming it into a new type of tank characterized by an explosive surge in capabilities. Chapter 33. Chi Feng, where is your tank's barrel? Before long, the Type 99A tank was delivered to Lin Feng's modification workshop. He refrained from hastily selecting a plan and instead dismantled the entire tank. It must be noted that the design of the Type 99A is already among the most advanced in the world. Most nations' third-generation tanks cannot compete head-on with the Type 99A. Beep, detected remnants of the tank awaiting upgrades. Super modification system has been activated. Shall we commence modifications now? Modification plan generation in progress. Generation complete. Plan 1, controllable nuclear phantom tank. Required materials, sulfurized crystals, fusion catalysts, fusion core. Features, advanced power, unparalleled stealth. Suitable for multiple incursions behind enemy lines. Plan 2, -3 Malawian Quachas tank. Required materials, carbon crystals, unstable compounds, quantum processors. Features, extremely long attack range, excellent stability. Cost effective. Upon encountering Scheme 3, B2, a flare ray tank, which necessitated materials such as microcrystalline ceramics, radiation amplifiers, and superconductors, Lin Feng was immediately struck by inspiration. Ding! Modification commences. In no time, the required materials were delivered into the hands of Li Dachui. However, upon inspecting these materials, Li Dachui was already beset by a headache. It must be acknowledged that while this young man possessed exceptional skills in modification technology, his consumption of resources was indeed astonishing. In the subsequent week, both the Lonka Institute and the Jinghai Military District were mobilized in full force. It was likely that Lin Feng himself had not anticipated that the modification of a single tank could attract such significant attention from both the Institute and the Military District. Throughout that week, Lin Feng devoted himself almost entirely to the modification process. As time sped by, the week swiftly came to an end. On the eve of the deadline, workers could still hear the incessant clattering sounds emanating from Lin Feng's modification workshop. It appeared that this genius military technician was encountering some difficulties, having not completed the modifications even at the last moment. This news quickly spread throughout the military district, with many remarking that Lin Feng had effectively shot himself in the foot by confidently proclaiming he would finish in a week, only to fall short. Such a revelation could indeed lead to embarrassment. As scheduled, Gao Xiong had already completed his modifications and was eagerly awaiting a chance to compete with Lin Feng. As the foremost technician of the Jinghai Military District, he harbored his own pride and would not easily allow Lin Feng to overshadow him. Today marks a pivotal moment for reclaiming the lost ground. When he laid eyes on Lin Feng, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. The man before him bore little resemblance to the spirited individual he once knew. He appeared utterly haggard, undoubtedly having gone an extended period without rest. Li Dachui was well aware that Lin Feng had been wholly engrossed in the modifications during this time. However, seeing the young man in such a state stirred a sense of pity within him. Shaolin, you mustn't neglect your health like this. It would be wise to return and rest for a while, Li Dachui murmured, wary of startling Lin Feng with a louder admonition. Indeed, Lin Feng had struggled with sleep in recent days. The tank's modifications employed cutting-edge technology, and he was fortunate to have the system's assistance. Otherwise, completing the work within a week would have been utterly impossible. More crucially, throughout this process, Lin Feng had devised additional designs that significantly prolonged the modification timeline. Yet, this endeavor also elevated the combat capabilities of the radiant ray tank to a staggering level. As it stood, there was not a single tank in the entire world that could withstand the trials imposed by Lin Feng's creation. He brimmed with confidence. Minister Li, I'm fine. Truly, I'm quite exhilarated, Lin Feng replied with a smile, genuinely pleased. No one could fathom the elation he experienced at that moment. He was eager to witness the power of his tank on the field. Lin Feng, you needn't put on a brave face. I've heard from others that you've encountered difficulties with the tank modifications. Haven't you? It wasn't completed last night. Do you truly believe a single night would suffice? Gao Xiong, appearing quite magnanimous, stated, I've come to inform you that the deadline can be extended. Lin Feng shook his head, asserting, there is no need for a postponement. When I say 1 week, I mean 1 week. Gao Xiong opened his mouth in disbelief. Has this fellow lost his mind? I extended an olive branch, yet he refuses to take it? Li Dachui was equally taken aback by Lin Feng's declaration. Has he already completed the modifications? What, then, was all that clanging and clattering last night about? Minister Li, we can now proceed to inspect the site, Lin Feng said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. There's truly no reasoning with you. Li Dachui sighed, aware that if he did not allow Lin Feng to fulfill his wishes today, this individual would certainly not be able to rest properly. Given the circumstances, it was time to put the matter to the test. The group arrived at the practice field. Gao Xiong was the first to unveil his modified tank. Cloaked in a menacing black, the vehicle's paint shimmered ominously, equipped with a 130mm smoothbore cannon. It was evident that this tank possessed considerable power. Goodness, the barrel is even thicker than that of the 99A. Li Dachui had not anticipated that Gao Xiong could elevate the 99A tank to such a level. This tank also features the Gao Xiong-style fire control system that I designed, ensuring it can maintain firing capabilities under various environmental conditions, Gao Xiong remarked proudly. Furthermore, the frontal armor's penetration resistance had been significantly enhanced, surpassing the 99A model and achieving an impressive 900mm. As for the powertrain, I have employed a new power system, including an optimized shell design. guaranteeing that this Kaohsiung tank can reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour off-road. Its maximum speed can exceed 80 kilometers. Kaohsiung remained silent, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment. No wonder he dared to confront Lin Feng head-on. This young man truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Although the Kaohsiung tank merely augmented various metrics based on the 99A model, its modified prowess has significantly surpassed that of the 99A in numerous aspects, even shedding the latter's shadow in certain respects. Observing the crowd's stunned expressions, Kaohsiung proudly turned to Lin Feng and said, "Hey, what about yours? Bring it out for us to see. I am quite curious about your innovative ideas." Lin Feng retorted, "You are merely a 99A+. Mine is entirely different." He then invited everyone to behold his creation, the B2, a blazing ray tank. Li Dachui expressed his confusion with a simple. Although he could not comprehend fully, he sensed that this young man was venturing into uncharted territory. When the curtain was lifted, however, all present were left speechless. "What is this? You were tasked with designing a tank, yet you present us with a fortress instead? Where is the cannon? How can this tank like a cannon?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, Lin Feng's tank was incomplete, lacking even the most fundamental artillery. Chapter 34. The professionals focus on firepower. What is this B2? A blazing ray tank. The name sounds rather sophisticated, yet you have brought forth a fortress instead? A tank is defined not solely by its anti-armor capabilities. Without a cannon, what merit do you possess? Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Is this still a tank? Minister Li Daluo of the military district could no longer tolerate it. "After all the effort I put into preparing materials for you, this is what you produced? What a farce." Lin Gong, if you wish to concede defeat, there is no need to waste time. I acknowledge your prowess in the design of armored vehicles and fighter jets. However, tanks are my professional forte and the subject of my extensive research for many years. I dare not speak for others, but this modified Type 99A tank of mine undoubtedly surpasses the capabilities of domestic and even global tank development powerhouses. On the international stage, it stands as a paragon of excellence. Kaohsiung boasted confidently about his modified Type 99A tank, as it aligns perfectly with his expertise. Lin Gong, you are outmatched. Without a cannon, it would merely be a target in combat. Alas, the truth is evident to all, even to the uninitiated Li Daluo of the military district. A tank without a barrel is nothing more than a rusty turtle. Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, Lin Feng, who typically detests argumentation, was disinclined to clarify. One must ultimately bring forth the truth. Do not be deceived by the absence of a cannon. Even if I stood still and allowed you to bombard me, you would fail to destroy me. You think I cannot withstand your firepower? Kaohsiung, a top-tier engineer, poured his heart into designing this modified Type 99A tank. With not only reinforced armor, but also a thickened and widened barrel. I can demolish fortifications. Do you really believe your firepower could penetrate my tank? Huh, who cannot boast? Lin Gong, let us refrain from making grandiose claims in our scientific endeavors. What if I were to utterly destroy your iron turtle? The Kaohsiung has been specifically modified for its firepower and kinetic systems, capable of functioning as a short-range surface-to-air missile under optimal conditions. Shall I obliterate it? Is this a wager you wish to engage in? I shall not elaborate further, but if you can extract even a single screw from this tank, I, Lin Feng, will pack my belongings and depart by tomorrow. Very well. Kaohsiung has long harbored disdain for Lin Feng's arrogant demeanor, believing himself to be the unrivaled champion. I acknowledge your prowess in armored vehicles and fighter jet modifications, but when it comes to tank alterations, I assure you that you shall not prevail. But hold your horses. Gao Gong, what if you find yourself on the losing end? Lose. Kaohsiung cannot fathom such an outcome. If he can bring down even a single screw, that would constitute his victory. He is not destined to fail, is he? Theoretically speaking, your confidence suggests you cannot lose, but what if the unexpected occurs? A wager must always entail some stakes to be entertaining. Lin Feng smirked, clearly granting him due respect. Very well. Should I lose, you may handle me as you wish. I shall willingly become your servant. Kaohsiung, too, was unreserved in his confidence. He could not possibly face defeat. It is settled then. Just then, as their wager was solidified, the military district commander, Li Dalii, stepped forward, visibly irate. You two rascals treat this military district as if it were a gambling den. Do you? Do you think you can act as if I, the district commander, do not exist? Who said anything about packing up and leaving? And you, Kaohsiung, are a top-tier engineer. Li Daler, when scolding others, does so without the slightest hint of cordiality. One of the individuals is an extraordinary genius whom even the esteemed Old Wu from the Dragon Science Institute and Old Qin from the Military Research Institute wish to recruit. The other is an exceptional top engineer selected by the military district. Both can be regarded as the future of the military district in Jinghai City. How did a simple academic exchange competition devolve into something akin to gambling, complete with wagering? Minister Li, please do not take offense. Rules are immutable, but people are not. Let us make a modification. Thus, in accordance with Chief Gao's suggestion, the stipulation became that the loser must serve as the other's apprentice for a year. This arrangement should suffice, Minister Li, right? An apprenticeship sounds rather agreeable. At least it does not carry the harsh connotation of being a mere servant. Apprenticeship is indeed commendable, since neither party is willing to concede. Whoever loses must serve the victor as an apprentice for 1 year. The defeated must diligently learn from their master, rectify their undesirable habits, and devote themselves to research rather than indulging in frivolous thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, Li Daler launched into a scolding, especially directed at those engaged in research, who can sometimes be as stubborn and obstinate as a mule. Understood, Minister Li. The testers proceeded to clear the testing ground, ensuring ample space for the two contestants. Li Daler, unyielding in his radio communications, commanded, "Hurry up. If you require any auxiliary personnel, speak up quickly. I will manage with my assistant. Minister, please have that lad Zhang Chu accompany me." With everything in place, Zhang Chu, currently on a mission, was summoned and unceremoniously thrust into the modified tank's cockpit. Lin Feng, must you indulge in such boastfulness? Zhang Chu reprimanded Lin Feng as he arrived. How can you doubt my credibility? It's not that my faith in you has waned. Rather, your assertions are utterly preposterous. Zhang Chu, with a wry smile, reflected on his experience as a distinguished pilot in the Jinghai military district, well acquainted with the engineers there. Do you understand the expertise of that fellow Gao Xiong? He specializes in the research and design of kinetic energy systems. Are you familiar with anti-aircraft artillery? For him, crafting such mechanisms is as effortless as molding clay. Your prowess is commendable, yet his specialization is unparalleled. It's akin to a literature student boasting in front of an English scholar. It's all mere noise, and you'll find yourself dismissed. Calm yourself. It's merely an anti-aircraft artillery piece, a trivial matter. Perhaps on a good day, I shall design an enhanced version for you to play marbles with. Zhang Chu, at his wit's end, wished to expedite the conversation and return to his duties. So, how do you propose we measure this? He inquired. There must be a procedure to follow, after all. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Well, here's the situation. We deliberated and concluded that when it comes to tanks, the most straightforward comparison lies in their defensive capabilities and firepower. Quite simple. You strike me, I shall retaliate. Whoever withstands the assault shall be deemed the victor. Scientists and engineers are truly monsters. Why must they engage in a bombardment when there are perfectly good targets available? Alas, let the bombardment commence and bring this to an end. Chapter 35. You cannot even take down a single screw, as I have stated. Zhang Chu was becoming increasingly restless. Although he was capable of operating a tank, it was his first time patiently awaiting an enemy's bombardment. Lacking experience, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Lin Feng, wait a moment. Where is the cannon barrel of your tank? It was only then that Zhang Chu realized Lin Feng had modified the tank, omitting the cannon barrel entirely. Are you joking with me? What use is a tank without a cannon barrel? How can you boast about anything? Zhang Chu's face turned a deep shade of red with frustration. A tank without a cannon barrel? This is absurd. Calm down, calm down. They are the ones attacking us first. We will retaliate later. Zhang Chu, feeling a wave of despair, urgently contacted the military district minister, Li Daler. Minister, may I disembark? Disembark? What do you want to do? Engineer Lin specifically requested your presence. He said without your tank, nothing would move. Lin Feng, you old rascal. I truly appreciate your efforts. Zhang Chu ended the radio communication, resigning himself to fate. Rest assured, that thing from Kaohsiung will at most scratch our surface. It is of little consequence. Minister, all preparations are complete. Very well. Engineer Gao, handle things as you see fit. Just ensure no lives are lost. Li Daler found himself in a state of helplessness. Initially, he thought there was no need for such measures, especially considering the safety of those in the driver's cabin. However, Lin Feng insisted repeatedly, claiming that only in this manner could the most authentic combat scenario be restored. "Feel free to bombard me," he urged. Given Lin Feng's previously demonstrated advanced modification skills, Li Dalei reasoned that Lin Feng would not recklessly gamble with his own life, and thus he refrained from pressing the matter further. Crucially, the fortress-like tank that Lin Feng had modified appeared remarkably sturdy, enhanced by the rare alloy materials he had employed. "Lin Gong, it's not too late for you to come down." Despite the gamble, Gao Xiong had immense confidence in the firepower system of his modified tank. What if Lin Feng's reckless enthusiasm led to unforeseen consequences? There was no need for such risks. "Hurry, load the ammunition." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Xiong instantly dismissed any lingering sympathy and commanded his assistant to load the least powerful armor-piercing round. This type of shell could typically breach an armored vehicle, but penetrating a tank presented a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, firing a mere screw wouldn't pose any difficulty. "Gao Gong, the ammunition is loaded. Fire!" With a resounding boom, the armor-piercing round shot forth, accompanied by a sonic boom, striking Lin Feng's fortress-like tank with a resounding impact. Dust erupted in all directions, obscuring visibility. "Quickly, medical team. Go assist." Theoretically, everything should be fine, yet when the shell truly struck, even Li Dalei, the minister, felt a surge of panic. A super genius, recognized by the three elders, and a prized pilot painstakingly nurtured by oneself. The thought is indeed painful. The military district of Jinghai City is a first-class rapid response force. Upon receiving the order from Li Dalei, the medical team swiftly drove their off-road vehicle forward, dust swirling as a fortress emerged within the sight of the crowd. "Minister, the detection instruments indicate no issues. The tank remains intact. How can this be possible?" Equally concerned for the safety of Lin Feng and Zhang Chu, Gao Xiong disembarked, intent on rushing over. Upon hearing the report from the technician over the radio, he immediately expressed his skepticism. "Technician, I implore you to conduct a thorough examination. Is it truly unharmed? Although Gao Xiong's artillery bombardment was aimed at a mere screw, it is crucial that my armor-piercing round should be capable of obliterating at least that. If it can't even take down a single screw, I might as well perish." "Air, yes, it is indeed intact." "Impossible." The technician, feeling rather awkward, conducted another assessment and reported, "Well, if you insist on finding something amiss, it seems there was merely a very faint trace of gunpowder." Gao Xiong was left dumbfounded. Everyone could hear the radio communication at this moment. My armor-piercing round merely produced a trace of gunpowder. Gao Xiong began to question the very fabric of reality. Something is amiss. If the tank is indeed fine, then why haven't Lin Feng and Zhang Chu spoken up? "Medical team, please proceed to assess the situation." Li Dalei was genuinely anxious. "I care not whether the tank is damaged or not. My sole concern is for my modified genius, the ace pilot." Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the words fell, the communication crackled with Lin Feng's dry laughter. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Minister, we are fine. What is going on? I was just chatting with Zhang Chu and didn't pay much attention. Has the artillery barrage concluded? Stop dawdling and fire away." The sudden voice over the radio left Li Dalei with a sense of exasperation, while he glanced at Gao Xiong, who was fuming, his nostrils flaring and eyes wide. "Listen, is this even coherent? Lin Feng just now." "Minister." Before Li Dalei could finish his sentence, Gao Xiong, clearly flustered, interjected, "Minister, I was merely conducting a test with an armor-piercing round. It does not accurately reflect our tank's true capabilities. I earnestly request another test." "Oh, so the bombardment has already occurred," Li Dalei mused. "That explains why the tank shook a moment ago. Since Gao has made such a request, let us proceed." Li Dalei had nothing more to say. What could he possibly add? The two were evidently at odds. Nonetheless, the fortress-style tank modified by Lin Feng boasted exceptional defense. While the tester may have been dishonest, the testing equipment could not lie. Remarkably, a single armor-piercing round had failed to dislodge even a single screw. For Gao Xiong, this was undoubtedly a humiliation, a suppression. He felt compelled to vindicate himself. "Load the shells." "Hi, engineer." Shells loaded. The assistant was equally decisive, preparing the most formidable artillery shells. It is worth noting that Gao Xiong had meticulously modified the tank's gun barrel, and the firing system was equally impressive, culminating in the development of the most powerful shells he had personally designed. Unable to produce even a single screw, it is only fitting that he spends a year as an apprentice. Fire. Boom. The cannon aimed and fired without a hint of hesitation from Gao Xiong. The results, indeed, differed under such full force. The sky was filled with artillery fire, and dust billowed high. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Medical team for the inspectors. This time, without Li Dalai needing to summon anyone, they rushed directly in. Surprisingly, the inspectors conducted 3 rounds of tests. Report to the minister. The testing instruments indicate that the tank is intact. Not a single screw has fallen. The specific change is that the amount of gunpowder residue has increased. Excellent. The inspectors have learned to draw inferences from one instance and have become adept at intuitive reporting. Chapter 36. Company Commander, your Italian cannon has arrived. Li Dalai gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This lad is truly a polymath. He can handle aircraft and tanks alike." Meanwhile, Gao Xiong, seated within the 99A, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He could hardly fathom that such a caliber of armor-piercing round could be thwarted by that armored monstrosity that bore no resemblance to a tank. He was in considerable discomfort, never having felt so anguished in his life, and was beginning to question his very existence. The inspector reminded him, "Minister, it is now time for Lin Gong to retaliate." "Very well, I am keen to observe how this tank, devoid of artillery, will respond." Curiosity painted Li Dalai's face as he found himself utterly perplexed by Lin Feng's intentions. Unsure of his next move, those around him were equally bewildered. They had never witnessed such an unusual tank, one that lacked even a cannon. It is akin to a eunuch lacking that particular part. How might one proceed at the critical moment? At this juncture, the voice of Lin Feng resonated through the communication device. "Minister Li, it is imperative that you persuade Gao Xiong to vacate the tank, as there may be a threat to his life." Minister Li Dalai, stroking his bald head in bewilderment, nonetheless instructed his subordinate to reach out to Gao Xiong. Upon hearing the message, Gao Xiong retorted, "Minister Li, I have dedicated my life to designing numerous masterpieces. When it comes to the angles of tank armor and the development of high-energy ceramic materials, few, if any, can rival my expertise, not just domestically but globally. That scrap of metal without even a cannon barrel dares to breach the latest armor I have designed. It's nothing short of a fantasy. Last year at Zhurihe, my design of the upgraded Type 99 tank was the key to the Blue Force's resounding victory." Gao Xiong's intentions were unmistakably clear. He would not disembark, nor did he harbor any fear of the contraption designed by Lin Feng. To him, that hunk of metal scarcely deserved the title of a tank. Lacking a 125mm oversized cannon, a barrel of precisely 50 times its length symbolizing absolute firepower, and even the perfect 35 angle of flawless armor coupled with high-energy ceramics. It was an affront to the very essence of tanks to label it as such. Only his creations could incite a sense of trepidation in one's legs. Gao Xiong's refusal to descend from the Type 99 left Li Dalai in a state of vexation. These weapon designers were insufferably obstinate. Lin Feng reiterated through the communication device, "Minister Li, you must forcibly remove Gao Xiong. Otherwise, he is undoubtedly in grave danger." "I am not jesting with you." In a state of agitation, Li Dalai recalled the ghostly fighter aircraft designed by Lin Feng. "Go persuade Engineer Gao to come out of the tank," he instructed. "Chief, what if Engineer Gao refuses to come out?" came the hesitant reply. "Then we shall have to render him unconscious and carry him out," Li Dalai said resolutely. As a few guards prepared to depart, he added, "Be gentle. Do not cause a concussion. He is a vital talent for our Dragon Nation." Engineer Gao was forcibly extracted from the tank by several guards. In a desperate act of defiance, he attempted to bite his tongue in a suicidal threat, only to have his mouth stuffed with a 3-day-old, foul-smelling sock. Rendered incapable of further resistance, Gao was compelled to vacate the tank. Upon arriving at Li Dalai's side, he remained defiant, feeling that Li Dalai was employing double standards. Li Dalai, however, maintained a broad-minded demeanor, simply stating, "Engineer Gao, there is no need for impatience. A mule or a horse, we shall know once we take it for a walk." Upon learning that Li Dalai had been forcibly taken away, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Chu and remarked, "Do you see that red button below? That is the fire control button. The joystick beside it serves as an auxiliary aiming device. Even if you cannot aim, the AI will assist with automatic calibration." Zhang Chu, still uncertain, asked, "Are you sure this contraption you designed is truly a tank?" "Of course. Have you never played StarCraft? Tanks in that game also require transformation to fire," Lin Feng replied. Zhang Chu paused, "But that is just a game. Rest assured, what kind of relationship do we have? Would I deceive you?" Lin Feng assured him. All right, then I shall proceed. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Chu saluted Lin Feng and declared, Fire Control Officer Zhang Chu requests permission from the commander to engage. Permission granted, came the response. Zhang Chu then seized the control stick, letting out a long whistle, and exuberantly exclaimed, 2nd Battalion Commander, the Italian cannon is here. As Zhang Chu aimed, the exterior of the B-2, a flare ray tank, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The upper section of the tank autonomously morphed with astonishing speed, displaying a sleek design that resembled an electromagnetic cannon rather than a conventional artillery piece. Li Dalai and several engineers watched in wide-eyed amazement. They had never encountered such a structure before. What is this? Is there a transformer involved? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a beam of sky-blue high-energy particle cannon fire surged forward, tracing a magnificent arc through the air. Its beauty was striking, yet its destructive power was equally formidable. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust erupted in the distance, shrouding the sky. As the layers of dust began to settle, the technician monitoring the screen displayed an expression of sheer disbelief. Commander, it seems the instruments have malfunctioned. The readings on the device flashed a staggering 9999, continuing to blink insistently, unresponsive to any buttons pressed. The engineer trailing behind Li Dalai gasped in astonishment and remarked, the instrument is functioning properly. It simply experienced an energy overload moments ago, causing it to crash. This device is the latest in our research institute's arsenal. Unless it were a miniature nuclear weapon, how could it possibly exceed its limits? Allow me to examine it. I am Engineer Yang from Unit 31. The other engineers gathered around, and they soon confirmed that the instrument had indeed been rendered inoperative. That recent blast could likely overwhelm even the Queen Mother of the West. Is that contraption truly capable of such power? Hurry, bring me the telescope. I must ascertain the situation and uncover what could be so extraordinary. After receiving the telescope from the guard, Li Dalai directed his gaze towards the 99A. He observed that the design from Kaohsiung had been reduced to a mere base and half a track. The remaining parts were unaccounted for. Good heavens, this is indeed a formidable piece of artillery. Let me have a look at the telescope as well. I too wish to comprehend the situation. My word, the destructive capability is simply outrageous. Everyone present was utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that this seemingly peculiar tank would be so formidable. This was truly beyond belief. Chapter 37. I bow to your prowess, esteemed one. Li Dalai instinctively called out. Where is the inspector? Should we not send someone to verify if there are any salvageable components? The inspector smiled wryly. Chief, I fear this 99A is utterly beyond repair. It will have to be sent directly for scrap recycling. The three elderly men who had been observing from the sidelines displayed expressions of immense excitement. Elder Jean remarked, I have always said that Lin Feng is a prodigious genius, a true polymath. No one can rival him. Lin Feng can be regarded as the Einstein of the 21st century. His emergence is bound to transform the entire military-industrial sector. With him around, even a small cow could reach the moon. What is it that our dragon nation cannot achieve? Elder Jean and Elder Wu were already moved to tears. As venerable men with snow-white hair, at this stage in their lives, their thoughts no longer lingered on personal accomplishments, but rather on nurturing a new generation of military talents for the Dragon Nation. Witnessing the rise of someone like Lin Feng filled them with immense gratification. Elder Qin nodded with a smile, feeling that Lin Feng could be considered a genius he had discovered, a true merit. With the Ghost Fighter jet in conjunction with the B-2, a flare ray tank, the Dragon Nation had almost attained invincibility in conventional warfare. The Ghost Fighter, with its exceptional maneuverability and formidable firepower, would secure air superiority, while the B-2, a flare ray tank, would unleash a torrent of steel on the ground. One must ask, who could withstand such an invincible combination? What is the essence of man's might if not this unstoppable torrent of iron that can soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Yet Zhang Chu, seated within the B-2, a flare ray tank, found himself feeling rather unfulfilled. Is that it? He pondered. Although he had witnessed the complete destruction of the enemy's 99A through the imaging device, he felt little exhilaration. As an ace pilot, his greatest passion and expertise lay in aerial dogfighting, which bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of joy upon victory. This particular destruction was astonishingly effortless. He merely manipulated the joystick and pressed the fire control button. Even the targeting was assisted by AI, with automatic calibration. To be frank, it was exceedingly simple. Not only an ace pilot like him could manage it, but even an elementary school student could accomplish such a task. Lin Feng sat in the control seat, smiling silently. However, a barrage of system notifications flooded in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 306 Engineering Institute's Engineer Gao Xiong's Astonishment Feedback Points. 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 317 Senior Engineers Astonishment Feedback Points. 800 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Military District Minister Li Daliai's Astonishment Feedback Points. 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lonka Institute's Jean Lao's Astonishment Feedback Points. 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lonka Institute's Wu Lao's Astonishment Feedback Points. 1,000 points. The incessant notifications left Lin Feng's ears ringing. Indeed, the sound of cannon fire had translated into a fortune. This time, Lin Feng had truly struck gold. The sheer volume of astonishment feedback points was sufficient for him to indulge in even grander technological advancements in the future. Yet, he merely smiled, not taking it too seriously. Perhaps having endured too much recently, he had long since become indifferent to praise or blame. When Zhang Chu emerged from the tank, he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. However, when he beheld the eager gazes of those around him, he suddenly felt as though he had accomplished something monumental. From the esteemed Wu, Jin, and Qin elders to Minister Li Daler, and down to the inspectors and guards, everyone was filled with uncontainable excitement. The three venerable elders approached the B-2, a blazing ray tank, gently caressing its surface with reverence. Qin, arriving a bit later, focused his observations on the fire control system, and could not help but express his astonishment. "Does this cannon fire quantum waves?" he inquired. "Indeed, that's correct. Excellent, excellent." Qin's excitement was palpable, bringing tears to his eyes. The concept of quantum weapons had long been a subject of discussion among the nations, with companies like Lockheed Martin and General Dynamics in the West laboring for years without practical validation. To think that our Dragon Nation had outpaced those Americans. This generation of military engineers had truly endured hardships. From the era of preparation during the third-line defense to the subsequent focus on economic development, they had suffered, experienced poverty, and faced neglect, yet they ultimately produced numerous achievements. It was this group of individuals who enabled the Dragon Nation to stand tall at the pinnacle of the East. Yet, they were aging, and it was time to seek successors. In the eyes of the three elders, Lin Feng represented the ideal successor. With the future of China's military industry resting in the hands of these young and capable engineers. This armor is truly exceptional. If I am not mistaken, it must be made of a new type of ceramic material. Remarkable, truly a treasure. Pursuing science requires this unwavering determination to strive for excellence. Chasing after those unattractive individuals has always seemed rather pointless. It would be far more intriguing to have them pursue us instead. The three elderly men were all in high spirits, fully aware of the strategic significance of the B-2, a flare ray tank for the Dragon Nation. With vast expanses of strategic depth in regions such as Northeast, North China, Jianghuai, and Jianghan, these areas are a veritable paradise for mechanized coordinated warfare. The B-2, a flare ray tank, could undoubtedly serve as a national treasure to protect our Dragon Nation. While everyone else was celebrating exuberantly, one figure stood out, appearing rather desolate. That person was, of course, Gao Xiong. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The confidence he had just moments ago was now met with a harsh reality. Truth be told, he never anticipated that the tank designed by Lin Feng would prove to be so formidable. The name B-2, a flare ray tank, sounded rather convoluted, and he initially believed Lin Feng was merely boasting, playing around without seriousness. Little did he know that he would end up losing so decisively, with not a shred of excuse to grasp. For those engaged in scientific research, success is unequivocal, and failure is equally clear. After the live-fire duel, he had suffered a devastating defeat. He accepted this outcome, albeit with gritted teeth, and turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. Many had completely surrounded Lin Feng, lauding his design. After a moment of clenching his jaw, Gao Xiong strode toward Lin Feng. Upon seeing Gao Xiong approach with a fierce expression, Zhang Chu felt a twinge of concern that Gao Xiong might resort to extreme measures. He promptly admonished, "Gao Xiong, you have already lost. What more do you intend to do?" All eyes were suddenly drawn to Gao Xiong, whose face had turned an alarming shade of liver. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Gao Xiong unexpectedly knelt down before Lin Feng. Chapter 38. The mysterious elder, even the three elders found this scene utterly incredulous. Gao Xiong had always been a person of immense pride, one who looked down upon everyone else in the research institute. It was not uncommon for him to reprimand even his superior. To witness such a proud figure kneeling before Lin Feng was beyond comprehension. Zhang Chu glanced between Lin Feng and Gao Xiong, pondering whether the latter had lost his senses due to the defeat. He cautiously moved a little closer to Lin Feng, thinking that as good friends, he should be ready to protect him from any impulsive actions on Gao Xiong's part. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on Gao Xiong, curious about the underlying meaning behind his actions and what he might say after kneeling. Li Dalai, as the minister of the military region, felt both an obligation and a responsibility to address this situation. Gao Xiong, what are you doing? You lost. It is as simple as that. Why are you kneeling? He was aware of his rank and the potential chaos that could ensue if this matter escalated, which could lead to dire consequences for him. Gao Xiong shook his head and declared, I wish to take Lin Feng as my master. What? Surely, I must be mishearing this. Gao Xiong, a senior engineer, is seeking to take a fresh-faced youth as his mentor? Am I truly not interpreting this correctly? Gao Xiong, an esteemed engineer, is actually bowing to someone else? Even Old Wu remarked, Gao Xiong, are you truly serious? Not only Li Dalai, but everyone around him displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Gao Xiong's status had long transcended that of a mere research and development engineer. He held considerable influence within the entire military district, and the senior officials were all well acquainted with the name Gao Xiong. It is worth mentioning that Gao Xiong was entitled to receive expert allowances. Only Old Qin smiled faintly, having already grasped Gao Xiong's intentions. Gao Xiong was the epitome of a pure engineer, consumed by thoughts of how to design and fabricate even more exquisite weaponry. At that moment, he found himself utterly captivated by Lin Feng's B2, a flare ray tank. The advanced technology embedded within this B2, a flare ray tank, was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Within just a few fleeting minutes, Gao Xiong felt as though he had transformed into a figure from the Qing dynasty, utterly unable to keep pace with the cutting-edge technological advancements of the modern world. The 99A modification he had designed paled in comparison to Lin Feng's B2, a flare ray tank, rendering it virtually insignificant. Should they encounter each other on the battlefield, the casualty ratio would likely be an outrageous 100-to-1. It was akin to pitting an antiquated relic from World War I against the most advanced equipment of today. The disparity was truly immense. If Gao Xiong wished to catch up, the simplest and most effective course of action would be to apprentice himself to Lin Feng. By drawing nourishment from Lin Feng, he could transform it into his own strength. This was his only avenue for advancement. The B2, a flare ray tank, exuded a vigorous aura, brimming with a sense of futurism and science fiction. Gao Xiong aspires to design a vehicle tailored for the future battlefield. As a member of the defense industry, the ultimate goal is undoubtedly to produce the finest military equipment on this blue planet. Often, securing second place serves only to highlight one's failure. Moreover, the 99A he designed lags at least 2 to 3 generations behind Lin Feng's B2, a flare ray tank. How can an antiquated vehicle compete in speed with a high-performance sports car? The stark reality is that Gao Xiong pales in comparison to Lin Feng. Gao Xiong said, Lin Feng, I may have offended you, and my words may have been harsh. I acknowledge my mistakes and hope you can become my mentor, guiding me on how to improve my tank. If you still harbor anger, feel free to slap or kick me. The engineers present, who initially harbored some amusement at Gao Xiong's predicament, now found themselves rendered speechless. One must ponder, if they were in a similar situation, would they, like Gao Xiong, directly seek mentorship? Every researcher undoubtedly possesses a sense of pride, convinced that their designs represent the best solution. Yet, when one's ego has been thoroughly dismantled, it often presents a fortuitous opportunity for rebirth. Now, all eyes are on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Would you accept as a disciple someone who has ridiculed and looked down upon you multiple times? Some individuals possess a magnanimous nature capable of forgiveness, while others are more resolute in their grudges and would not entertain such notions. Regardless of the choice made, it remains Lin Feng's prerogative, and even Minister Li Dalai has no intention of intervening. Lin Feng simply remarked, if you wish to be my disciple, that is out of the question. Upon hearing his words, Gao Xiong's face immediately manifested a profound sense of disappointment. He lowered his head, lost in thought. The elder beside him remained silent, recognizing that this was Lin Feng's personal choice and feeling it inappropriate to intervene. However, Lin Feng then remarked, Gao Gong, Do not forget our wager. The loser must serve as the other's apprentice for a year. Have you forgotten? Gao Xiong's eyes instantly brightened, realizing Lin Feng's intention. Not only would he be willing to be Lin Feng's apprentice, but he would gladly sweep the floors at Lin Feng's home. The B-2, a flare ray tank, was replete with groundbreaking technologies, novel molecular ceramic armor, high-energy particle cannons, AI-assisted targeting, and hydrogen-powered engines. There were countless aspects he yearned to explore. As long as Lin Feng offered him the opportunity, he would gladly serve him without reservation. Gao Gong, please rise. There is no need to kneel while speaking. After all, we are all citizens of the Dragon Nation, and such elaborate customs and feudal remnants of master-apprentice relationships are unnecessary. My sole wish is for the military industry of the Dragon Nation to flourish. Whatever you learn here is entirely a testament to your own abilities. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Xiong stood up, his eyes brimming with tears, momentarily at a loss for words. Today, he had received a profound lesson from Lin Feng, both in military affairs and in life. Li Dali felt immense joy in his heart, for this marked a harmonious conclusion to the events. It must be said that Lin Feng's vision is truly not that of a young man in his 20s, at least. Li Dali could not have possessed such a vast heart and perspective at Lin Feng's age. With Lin Feng at the helm, accompanied by Gao Xiong and the others, one can only wonder what extraordinary accomplishments they might achieve. All he needs to do is await their good news. The atmosphere around them was filled with applause, and the three elders were equally delighted. Young man, you spoke splendidly. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged into the crowd's view. Upon seeing this elder, Qin Lao, Wu Lao, and Jin Lao were instantly taken aback, their expressions transformed by astonishment. The imposing figure of the man in the Zhongshan suit commanded respect, hinting at an extraordinary background. Chapter 39. Are you the reincarnation of Einstein? Qin Lao, Wu Lao, and Jin Lao were all momentarily stunned, gazing at the elder in the Zhongshan suit. Meanwhile, Li Dali's demeanor became notably rigid. Clearly, they were all aware of the identity of this enigmatic elder. Zhang Chu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is he?" "Forgive my rudeness. This is Elder Tian, our former leader," came the reply. Goodness, for Qin Lao to speak in such terms. His rank must be extraordinarily high. Li Dali then elaborated. Though Elder Tian has retired, he was once a pioneer in our nation's science and technology. And even the designer of our aircraft carriers was one of his esteemed disciples. Not to mention, it was Elder Tian who led the establishment of our Academy of Sciences. To speak of his military accolades would take an entire wall to display, due to the multitude of national defense secrets associated with Elder Tian. His presence is strictly prohibited from being disclosed to the media. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu promptly stood at attention. Elder Tian approached Lin Feng, first patting him on the shoulder, and then doing the same to Zhang Chu. A smile adorned Elder Tian's face as he remarked, "Truly remarkable youth." Despite his illustrious achievements, this venerable man exhibited no trace of arrogance, embodying humility in every sense. Elder Tian circled the B-2, a flare ray tank, marveling at its design. What a formidable machine! If mass production were feasible, in the context of large-scale mechanized warfare in the Middle East and North Africa, I cannot fathom who could possibly withstand it. Such a precious creation would undoubtedly be cherished by any defense industry professional. Furthermore, if the price of the B-2, a flare ray tank, could be reduced through mass production, it would be nothing short of perfection. With a cheerful demeanor, Elder Tian inquired, "Lin Feng, would you share with me the inspiration behind the design of this tank?" The true motivation behind Lin Feng's creation of the B-2, a flare ray tank, stemmed from a wager with Gao Xiong. However, how could he articulate such a notion in front of the esteemed elder? Lin Feng offered a slight smile and responded, "There was once a notion that we merely imitated the Americans, crossing the river by feeling the stones. We aim to produce something the Americans do not possess." Lin Feng intended this remark as a means of deflecting attention, yet unexpectedly, his casual fabrication left Elder Tian profoundly astonished. Elder Tian, his face radiating with joy, remarked, "Indeed, the youth are truly remarkable. As military engineers, we must strive to create unparalleled innovations for the world. This is the very spirit of daring to be the first." Lin Feng, still processing the moment, was caught off guard when Elder Tian proclaimed, "As the chairperson of this military competition, I hereby declare Lin Feng the champion. This new tank is indeed a remarkable treasure. By the way, what is its name?" "The B-2, a flare ray tank," Lin Feng replied. Elder Tian chuckled. It is undoubtedly an exceptional creation, though the name is somewhat convoluted. Instantly, enthusiastic applause erupted around them. The applause made Lin Feng feel somewhat bashful. It had been since his middle school graduation that he had received such acknowledgement. No one harbored any objections to Lin Feng winning this military competition. The B-2, a flare ray tank, could undoubtedly be regarded as a groundbreaking masterpiece. Li Dalei warmly shook Lin Feng's hand, saying, "From now on, we look forward to your guidance in our military district." The engineers also approached to extend their congratulations to Lin Feng. Those engaged in military technology and science are typically a rational group. With the B-2, a flare ray tank on display, anyone who disagreed could challenge him to design a superior model. Elder Wu and Elder Jin were equally delighted. Elder Wu commented, "I had thought Lin Feng was solely adept at designing fighter jets. I did not realize he is a polymath. In this day and age, such versatility is exceedingly rare." Mr. Jin remarked, "I initially hoped that Lin Feng would take over my position, but it seems that my modest temple cannot accommodate his grand Buddha." The expressions of the three elders were filled with immense joy. They held Lin Feng in high regard, viewing him as one of their own kin. When Lin Feng achieves success, their faces naturally radiate with pride. However, Lin Feng remained utterly bewildered, pondering, "I merely did some spray painting for the aircraft. How did I become a champion?" Zhang Chu enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, exclaiming, "You sly one. With such talent, why didn't you ever mention it before?" Lin Feng chuckled ruefully. "I didn't even realize I possessed such remarkable abilities until now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu completely misinterpreted Lin Feng's words. Sometimes, one must push oneself to discover their limits. Without such pressure, how can one ascertain their potential? Yet, your talent is rather astonishing. Could you possibly be a reincarnation of Einstein? Though, I must say, your hairstyle does not quite match that theory. Regardless, you are now a champion. So you must treat me to dinner tonight. Zhang Chu's declaration incited a chorus of voices clamoring for Lin Feng to host a feast. Having earned this championship, the prize money aside, the honor itself warranted a celebration. Additionally, several engineers seized this opportunity to approach Lin Feng, aspiring to work under him like Gao Xiong, even if it meant becoming apprentices. Among them were numerous leading figures of significant projects. This left Li Dalei somewhat perplexed, for he was precisely in charge of equipment development. If these leaders were to abandon their posts and work under Lin Feng, at least a dozen project teams would come to a standstill. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere surrounding him, Gao Xiong soon approached Lin Feng to extend his congratulations, anxious not to be overlooked. Gao Xiong felt an immense sense of wonder. He never imagined that his apprenticeship under Lin Feng would evoke such envy from numerous senior engineers. Such is the unpredictability of life. Perhaps this is what it means. Then, Old Tian approached mysteriously and said to Lin Feng, "Young man, shall we discuss matters elsewhere?" Li Dalei understood Old Tian's intent and took the initiative to lead others away from the two. Old Tian held a position of great significance, and the conversation he was about to have with Lin Feng would undoubtedly involve critical matters. The B-2, a radiant ray tank, shone brilliantly under the sun, exuding an extraordinary presence. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Old Tian guided Lin Feng towards his vehicle. Old Tian held Lin Feng in high regard, and their ensuing discussion would pertain to substantial topics, potentially altering the trajectory of the Dragon Nation's future. Chapter 40. The Dragon Nation has an important task for you. Zhang Chu, observing from a distance, was equally curious about the secretive discussion between Old Tian and Lin Feng. However, he was well aware of the organization's protocols and refrained from intruding, knowing that breaching discipline would be ill-advised. Strangely, he soon noticed Lin Feng beckoning him over. Then Zhang Chu pointed to his own nose and asked, "Are you looking for me?" He soon noticed Lin Feng nodding in affirmation. Before heading over, Zhang Chu sought a confirming glance from Li Dalei, and then he jogged over. As he approached, Zhang Chu was about to inquire about the matter, but Lin Feng had already commanded, "Get in the car." Once inside, Elder Tian promptly instructed, "Do not ask questions, nor say anything." Zhang Chu instantly understood that there must be an important task awaiting him, and he nodded earnestly. Another individual soon joined them in the vehicle, Gao Xiong. Although Gao Xiong's design for the 99 modification had been swiftly resolved, his foundational skills and overall capabilities remained formidable. Given Lin Feng's youth, having someone as composed as Gao Xiong to assist him was undoubtedly advantageous. The driver quickly started the engine, and Elder Tian then remarked, "You need not be overly anxious. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. However, Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong had been entrenched in the system for quite some time. Thus, they were well aware of many underlying matters. Consequently, they did not relax their vigilance. Soon, the trio arrived at a building surrounded by barbed wire. This structure appeared quite aged, lacking even a sign. After they disembarked, Elder Tian swiftly guided them into a conference room. Once the three were seated, Elder Tian took his place at the head of the table. Shortly thereafter, several soldiers entered from outside and escorted Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong away. Lin Feng felt momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what Elder Tian was truly up to. Old Tian stated, "Both of them have undergone thorough organizational scrutiny, and their loyalty is beyond question. However, you present significant issues." Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. "What issues do I have? Speak up. Are you suggesting I have ties to foreign spies? Confess." After finishing his words, Old Tian slammed his hands forcefully on the table, his gaze becoming exceptionally piercing. What spies? Don't assume we haven't investigated you, Lin Feng. We have scrutinized your ancestry for 3 generations. I have already interviewed your university counselor and professors in S City. As a mere second-tier student, how could you suddenly achieve such extraordinary feats and develop the B2, a flare ray tank? Old Tian's expression darkened to an extreme, exuding an aura befitting a person of authority. This very presence generated an intense sense of oppression, one that even many generals would struggle to withstand, let alone the younger individuals. Moreover, Old Tian commanded several soldiers to restrain Lin Feng. These soldiers were armed, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. For those of timid disposition, it was likely they would be paralyzed by fear. I advise you not to resist stubbornly. Confess honestly. Are you indeed a spy sent by foreign powers to infiltrate our military-industrial complex? Initially, Lin Feng felt quite anxious upon hearing that his ancestry had been investigated, fearing that the secrets of the system might have been exposed. However, what Elder Tian said next struck him as somewhat amusing. Lin Feng defiantly fixed his gaze on Elder Tian. What kind of jest is this? Do you really think the creations of the United States could rival mine? Furthermore, Lin Feng, will never betray my country in this lifetime. Despite my youthful age, I am more than capable of withstanding challenges. You may cast aspersions on my abilities, but you shall never tarnish my integrity. I, Lin Feng, will never engage in treachery against my homeland." After declaring this, Lin Feng stared at Elder Tian, challenging him. "If you intend to take action against me, then proceed. I have said all that I needed to say." To Lin Feng's astonishment, Elder Tian not only refrained from striking him, but instead began to applaud. The soldiers behind Elder Tian, who had been controlling Lin Feng, joined in the applause as well. Now it was Lin Feng who was left bewildered, utterly perplexed by Elder Tian's intentions. Then, he heard Elder Tian speak. "Lin Feng, I apologize. What transpired was merely a test. We know you are not a spy for the United States, but we still needed to evaluate your character." Lin Feng felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing this. No one relishes such examinations of human nature. Elder Tian continued, "I truly apologize. This was not my decision, but rather that of my superiors. We are compelled to do this, as the organization intends to entrust you with an unprecedented and significant mission." Lin Feng remained somewhat dissatisfied, though he refrained from expressing it. "What if I told you that this mission pertains to the destiny of our nation for the next 2 decades? To wager the entire fate of the Dragon Nation on a single individual, do you not think we ought to exercise a modicum of caution?" Lin Feng was completely captivated by Elder Tian's words. What kind of task could possibly intertwine with the destiny of the Dragon Nation? This notion piqued his curiosity immensely. Following closely behind, Elders Qin, Wu, and Jin entered from outside. Upon seeing these 3 elders, Lin Feng could not help but smile wryly. Elder Qin hastily clarified, "We were unaware of the testing beforehand, yet your performance has truly been commendable, Lin Feng." "Indeed, Lin Feng possesses the charm reminiscent of my youth," Elder Wu remarked. To which Elder Qin retorted, "Let us not engage in trivial disputes over such matters. Elder Tian has summoned us and Lin Feng, which surely signifies a significant task from the organization." Elder Wu speculated, could it be that Lin Feng is to design a space station? Impossible. A space station is not a military project. I suspect it may involve the design of a new generation of nuclear submarines, exclaimed Elder Jin. "Aircraft, tanks, now even submarines? Is this not somewhat extravagant?" Elder Tian interjected. "Ah, the youth. One ought to aspire to reach for the moon and delve into the depths of the ocean. There is nothing unattainable, for that is the spirit of youth. Enough of your bickering. Let us hear what Elder Tian has to say about the nature of the task." Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement as he listened to the three elders converse. If he were indeed tasked with designing a nuclear submarine or a space station, it would be a remarkable leap forward. Since we are engaged in military industry, it is imperative that we delve into such national treasures. Upon this realization, Lin Feng felt a surge of fervor. Chapter 41. The World Individual Soldier Equipment Competition. In this room, every individual regarded Elder Tian with eager anticipation, all awaiting the revelation of his response. Elder Tian, not one to prolong the suspense, directly announced, "The International Individual Soldier Competition will commence in 1 month. And we hope you will design a piece of equipment that surpasses that of the Americans." Individual soldier equipment? Although Lin Feng refrained from voicing it, he felt a deep sense of regret. He genuinely believed he was to be tasked with developing a nuclear submarine. However, upon reflection, such a large-scale project, a national treasure, would undoubtedly face even stricter scrutiny. Elder Tian smiled at Lin Feng and remarked, "Do not underestimate this competition, Lin Feng." Lin Feng acknowledged with an "oh." Elder Tian continued, "If you secure first place, millions of soldiers will don the equipment you design, and you will have the privilege of naming this individual combat platform. Is that not a remarkable honor? Just imagine, millions of soldiers will be engaged in battle on a platform of your creation, and your identity will be that of the father of individual soldier equipment for our Dragon Nation. Such prestige is not easily attained. Even if you were to work on a nuclear submarine, could you claim the title of its father? In any endeavor, if you are the pioneer and the foundation, future generations will indubitably remember you." The name of Lin Feng is undeniably significant, and is this honor not sufficient? Moreover, do not underestimate the importance of individual soldier equipment. For any tactic is executed by the soldiers themselves, and superior individual gear carries immense strategic significance. One cannot help but acknowledge the captivating vision painted by Elder Tian. If all soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were to don the individual combat systems he designed, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental honor. Furthermore, Lin Feng is poised to become the father of the individual combat platform. There is a possibility he could be featured alongside the esteemed pioneers and textbooks of the past. This honor is truly priceless, something that money cannot procure. It can be said that this stands as the pinnacle of accolades for military personnel. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a stirring within his heart. Elder Tian continued, stating that all the world's great powers would participate in this event, which is labeled a weapons competition. But in truth, it serves as a showcase of national strength. Our Dragon Kingdom's development of individual soldier equipment commenced later than that of other developed nations, rendering us somewhat inferior, with our best performance merely landing in 12th place. However, if you were to join, I am convinced we could swiftly surpass Britain and America, reaching a level of global excellence. At the very least, we should aim for a position within the top 5. No, Elder Tian, you are mistaken. If we cannot secure the world's top position, then it holds no significance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Elder Tian was greatly invigorated, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a hearty pat. "I knew you were reliable, Lin Feng. Excellent. I have decided to increase the budget by 30. And coupled with the competition prize, you should exert your utmost efforts to bring your ideas to fruition. Do not fear any obstacles. We are your unwavering support." Mr. Tian has resolved to personally oversee the logistics for this endeavor. He has many important tasks ahead and must take his leave for now. Even after Mr. Tian's departure, Lin Feng remained exuberant. This mission is far more thrilling than any phantom fighter or solar flare tank. If he performs admirably in this world competition, he will surely etch his name into history. His name will become synonymous with the development of weaponry in the Dragon Nation. With this thought, Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter, much to the bewilderment of the three elders present in the room, who were left puzzled as to what had provoked such mirth. Lin Feng's heart was racing with excitement. Armed with his system and ample resources, he awaited the astonishment of Blue Star and the Ugly Nation at the competition. Elder Qin inquired, "Lin Feng, do you have any thoughts?" The individual combat equipment should begin with mechanical exoskeletons, followed by network support, and then auxiliary combat devices, such as night vision goggles. Perhaps we should first cautiously navigate the Ugly Nation strategies. However, we must not be content with mere imitation. We must strive to develop even more advanced technologies. Elder Qin remarked, "I possess research experience in individual combat platforms. If you require my old expertise, it is but a matter of your request." Lin Feng was acutely aware that this competition was of paramount importance to the nation's prestige. Hence he did not refuse Old Qin's request. Perhaps Old Qin's wisdom could prove immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Old Qin bid farewell to Lin Feng, stating he needed to return and meticulously organize his materials. Elder Wu addressed Lin Feng, saying, "You must exert yourself. The burden upon you is considerable. Rest assured, Elder Wu, I have devised an audacious plan." Lin Feng replied confidently. The three elders were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Feng's scheme. However, Lin Feng insisted, "For now, it must remain a secret, but I assure you, you will be utterly astonished when the time comes." Before long, Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong finally arrived. Zhang Chu noticed Lin Feng's radiant expression and, unaware of the unfolding circumstances, inquired, "What has transpired? You seem as if you have been invigorated by a stimulant." Lin Feng replied earnestly, "Zhang Chu, I have been entrusted with a significant mission." "Haraha, is that so?" Zhang Chu responded, his face reflecting confusion. "Seeing you so elated, is it possible that our dragon nation is finally about to set foot on the moon?" His words elicited both amusement and exasperation from Lin Feng and the three elders. Lin Feng then patted Gao Xiong on the shoulder and said, "Engineer Gao, from this day forth, we shall collaborate closely. A major project awaits us." "What major project? Can I be involved, Engineer Lin?" "This is wonderful. Thank you, Engineer Lin," Gao Xiong exclaimed eagerly. Upon noticing that Lin Feng and the three elders remained silent, he understood the confidentiality of this task must be exceedingly high. Cao Sheng had never participated in a project of such magnitude, and he felt a surge of excitement. Deep within, he believed he was fortunate to be aligned with the right person, had he not followed Lin Feng. He feared he would remain unqualified to engage with such high-level endeavors for at least another decade. According to the established norms, projects of this caliber were typically reserved for chief engineers. However, Lin Feng's exceptional prowess prompted the upper echelons of Longhua to break convention and embrace flexibility. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng at present, his name had already found its way to the desk of a significant figure in the capital through internal channels. This upcoming World Soldier Equipment Competition was set to be the first major test orchestrated by that esteemed individual. Chapter 42. The Romance of Men. At that moment, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of these developments. The only truth he acknowledged was his profound fatigue after a day filled with exertion. Just as he contemplated returning home for a well-deserved rest, Elder Wu and Elder Jean approached him once more. Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression. Could there be more matters at hand? Elder Wu and Elder Jean chuckled amiably. "Oh, it's nothing at all. But young Lin, don't you think the sun today appears particularly round?" Lin Feng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "What kind of relationship do we share, you two? If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so directly. There is no need for such circumlocution." With a twinkle in his eye, Elder Wu responded, "Young Lin, considering your imminent responsibilities with the significant project and the global soldier equipment competition, we truly do not wish to trouble you. Would you be able to produce 10 fighter jets and 20 tanks after the competition concludes?" After Mr. Wu finished speaking, he rubbed his hands together, appearing quite impatient. "Mr. Jean then added, Lin Feng, we understand that you are quite busy now, but these two projects are of great significance, and we must discuss this with you in advance. Otherwise, once your individual equipment world competition is over, you may find that many project departments will be vying for your attention." Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Is it really that exaggerated? You have no idea how much those old-timers yearn for talent. If they were to learn of your existence, they might very well resort to fighting over you." A vivid image suddenly filled Lin Feng's mind, albeit a rather bizarre one, depicting numerous elderly gentlemen brawling around him. At this thought, he couldn't help but support his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. If possible, Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean genuinely wished to lure Lin Feng to their research institute, eager to observe him at work daily. "By the way, Lin Feng, how long do you think you will need? Could you possibly prioritize the production of our ghost fighter?" Mr. Wu had his own calculations. Mr. Jean countered, "The flare tank is more crucial. We should focus on producing the tanks first." "Old Wu, you shouldn't argue with me on this. Our dragon nation is founded upon its army. Currently, the Air Force is of paramount importance. Without it, the army becomes nothing more than a target on the ground." As the two elders appeared ready to quarrel, Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Please, do not dispute. I will produce both simultaneously and guarantee that all finished products will be ready within half a month. You only need to wait for me for that duration." "What? Half a month?" The two elders were utterly astonished, nearly questioning the reliability of their own hearing. Elder Jean turned to Lin Feng in disbelief. Is what you say truly the case? Lin Feng, I do not doubt your capabilities. It is simply that such a monumental undertaking may be a bit overwhelming for someone of your youth. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I am indeed quite vigorous, and besides, I have a secret weapon. Is it truly that formidable? Elder Wu still wore an expression of incredulity. Producing 10 fighter jets and 20 tanks in just half a month seemed an endeavor that even the most robust individual could scarcely endure. Their skepticism was well-founded. The production of aircraft, especially high-performance fighters, necessitates numerous components crafted by hand. A factory staffed by 2,000 skilled workers might yield fewer than 30 aircraft in a year. This, under the assumption that the workers hail from the industrious Dragon Nation. Had the labor force been from another country, such as India or Japan, achieving even half of that output would be commendable. Nonetheless, Lin Feng boldly asserted that he could manufacture the world's most advanced stealth fighter in the span of half a month, along with 20 dazzling tanks. Elder Jean then inquired, while we acknowledge your genius, is it not possible that the timeline for this endeavor is somewhat rushed? Of course not. Rest assured, if I have stated it, I shall certainly accomplish it. Elder Jean was greatly encouraged. Once a weapon is designed, it must undergo various tests before being deployed to the troops. They sought Lin Feng for these aircraft and tanks primarily to conduct essential tests. Once all validations are successfully completed, they could promptly participate in various bidding processes. If time permits, the latest generation of fighter jets could soar across the skies of the Dragon Nation within 2 years. While 2 years may seem extensive, it is rather deceptive. Such undertakings are substantial projects that necessitate comprehensive evaluations before initiation. Achieving deployment within 2 years would indeed be akin to riding a rocket in terms of speed. Lin Feng, however, has chosen to set aside these considerations, fully committing himself to the next project. Old Jean chuckled and remarked, indeed, the younger generation is formidable. I foresee that it won't be long before Lin Feng completely surpasses us all. Old Wu, with utmost seriousness, clapped his hands and earnestly inquired of Lin Feng, be honest with me, do you possess the ability to create infinite clones like Sun Wukong? It was truly amusing to hear such words from Old Wu, a meticulous researcher. At least Zhang Chu, standing nearby, was already laughing to the point of discomfort. Yet, Old Wu was genuinely at a loss for any plausible explanation. If Lin Feng did not possess the art of duplication, how could he accomplish in half a month what thousands of skilled workers and engineers would struggle to achieve? This notion, from every conceivable angle, defied all logic. Moreover, the two elders racked their brains, unable to fathom how Lin Feng managed to accomplish such feats. Unless, of course, this lad truly was akin to Sun Wukong, capable of transforming a single hair into a small Lin Feng. Lin Feng wore a mysterious expression, intending to keep this secret to himself for the time being. I have always been a man of my word, so, Old Wu, Old Jean, just await my good news. Zhang Chu chuckled mischievously. Lin Feng, despite your vigor, you still have no girlfriend. Old Jean remarked, it's not impossible for Lin Feng to find a partner. Lin Feng, the Old Wu family has a precious granddaughter who is of similar age. Why not let him introduce you? Old Wu sighed. Do you think I wouldn't want that? The issue is, my granddaughter got married last year. Ah, Old Jean, I recall your research institute has a female researcher named Xiao Bai. Lin Feng managed a wry smile. You two should refrain from matchmaking. I still wish to focus on my career while I'm young. As for romance, that can wait. To be honest, Lin Feng's mind was consumed with thoughts of the World Soldier Equipment Competition. Regarding women, they would only hinder my pace in developing equipment. The robust and frigid gear, the formidable and audacious fire control systems, and then the incorporation of swarming technology. Now, that is the essence of a man's romance. After all, which man could resist the allure of iron behemoths exceeding 100 tons, capable of soaring through the skies and vanishing into the earth? Chapter 43. To accomplish great things, one must first take a break. As he was about to leave, Old Jean grasped Lin Feng's hand once more, saying, after much contemplation, I believe half a month is too hasty. How about granting you a month instead? Lin Feng earnestly replied, didn't we agree on half a month? No need for additional time. That is already sufficient. Both Elder Jean and Elder Wu were skeptical, uncertain of what kind of surprise Lin Feng would conjure. However, given his unyielding confidence, it was reasonable to believe he had a solution. After the two elders departed, Zhang Chu promptly remarked, I am, after all, an ace pilot. Lin Feng, are you jesting? You claim you can produce 10 Phantom fighter jets in just half a month? Gao Xiong added, Lin Gong. It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but producing 20 Radiant tanks in such a short span seems utterly implausible. We may not even have enough time for the molding process, let alone simultaneously manufacturing Phantom fighter jets. Even they found Lin Feng's promises to be extraordinarily far-fetched. Lin Feng stretched languidly, assuring them, you need not worry. If I say I can deliver, then I undoubtedly will. Just wait and witness the spectacle. Observing Lin Feng's self-assured demeanor, their curiosity grew, each pondering what remarkable innovation he might unveil. Zhang Chu embraced Lin Feng as good brothers. You should share with me in advance what brilliant ideas you have up your sleeve. Can you keep a secret? Lin Feng inquired. Of course. Who am I, Zhang Chu? My lips are sealed tighter than anyone else's. Well, I can manage that too. Lin Feng retorted before preparing to return for some much-needed rest. After a day of relentless activity, his body was nearing exhaustion. Zhang Chu, you should also take care of yourself. Don't be drinking Huiran Shunbao every day at 40, as if you're not drinking Huiran Shunbao yourself. I cannot fathom the extent of his prowess. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Lin Feng truly retired for the night. Zhang Chu, observing Lin Feng's departing figure, turned to Gao Xiong and inquired, what do you believe his secret weapon might be? Gao Xiong shrugged, responding, if I knew, I wouldn't be standing here with you. To be frank, no one possessed any inkling of the method Lin Feng intended to employ to conjure such a multitude of aircraft and tanks. The following day, at 7:30, Gao Xiong arrived at Lin Feng's modification factory. He was earnest in his desire to apprentice under Lin Feng for a year, and he spoke with absolute sincerity, devoid of any reservations. At 8:30 in the morning, when Lin Feng made his timely appearance at the factory entrance, all the workers, alongside Gao Xiong, stood in formation, prepared to commence the morning meeting. However, the words that escaped Lin Feng's lips left them utterly astounded. Today is a day of rest, and indeed, it is a paid holiday. Gao Xiong's mind buzzed in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that his first day reporting to Lin Feng would be a day off. He had arrived with numerous mental preparations, genuinely poised to embark on a vigorous endeavor here. Gao Xiong envisioned himself as a sponge, ready to absorb a myriad of knowledge. Even if he could not surpass Lin Feng, he at least aspired to excel beyond his own limitations. Yet, Lin Feng's two-word proclamation echoed in his ears, take a break. This sensation was akin to misstepping on a dark staircase, resulting in an unsettling plunge. It was, indeed, a most disheartening experience. Lin Gong, I have come today. Lin Feng patted Gao Xiong's shoulder and said, Gao Gong, just look at yourself. With such pronounced dark circles under your eyes, and at only 30, you are already balding. You should head back and take a proper rest, prioritize your health, and then we can embark on greater endeavors together. Gao Xiong, feeling anxious and fearing that Lin Feng would regard him as inadequate, preferred to refrain from seeking guidance. Thus, he remarked, I can stay behind to tidy up. It's quite clean here. There's no need for that, came the reply. Meanwhile, two other workers approached. Lin Gong, Gao Gong has told us that you are a person of great ambition, and we all wish to work alongside you on significant projects. Indeed. Why is it a holiday today? There is absolutely no justification for it. Lin Feng was taken aback. Even the workers had been influenced by Gao Xiong's fervor. It seemed this fellow was rather impressive. These workers, who usually longed for a day off, were now given a paid holiday and yet chose to forego it. It was almost unbelievable. Gao Xiong continued, what about the task involving 10 fighter jets and 20 tanks? Does Lin Gong have no thoughts on this matter? We expressed that we ought to work overtime and dedicate ourselves diligently. Observing the earnest expressions of the workers and Gao Xiong's resolute determination, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. I haven't even outlined the grand vision for you yet, and you are already eager to embrace the grind. If capitalists were to witness this, they would likely shed tears of admiration. Lin Feng smiled, assuring them, rest assured, if we are to undertake significant ventures, I will not leave any of you behind. Today, I merely wish to grant you all a reprieve, allowing you a moment of respite. For shortly, we shall embark upon a clandestine mission. As Lin Feng uttered these words, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Once you commit to this endeavor, there shall be no turning back. Even if you plead for a break, I shall not acquiesce. Therefore, I recommend that you relish a holiday before this arduous task commences. The secret mission Lin Feng referred to is, of course, the World Individual Equipment Competition. His objective transcends mere equipment assembly. He aims to create a comprehensive platform. Each soldier embodies a complete platform, and together, these platforms will intertwine to form an intricate web of information. By leveraging informational asymmetries, we can achieve unparalleled mastery over the battlefield. This will undoubtedly prove invaluable in urban warfare, law enforcement operations, and counterterrorism efforts. Is this for real? A secret mission? Lin Feng, are you truly granting us all a holiday? What if the production schedule for the Phantom Fighter is delayed? One engineer exclaimed. I had intended to delve into aerodynamic layouts today. Another chimed in. And what of the flare tank? I have yet to fully grasp the fire control module and AI design. These remarks came from two engineers who had accompanied Gao Xiong. Despite Lin Feng's elaborate discourse, they found themselves exasperated by his words. With new opportunities laid before them, who among them would willingly squander such a chance? Yet, Lin Feng holds the reins of authority here. Regardless of their willingness, they were compelled to adhere to and execute the commands issued by Lin Feng. Although Gao Xiong felt a sense of helplessness, he nonetheless began to gather his belongings in preparation to return home, his countenance betraying an unmistakable disappointment. Before departing, he made sure to bid farewell to Lin Feng, stating, Lin Gong, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. I remain on standby 24 hours a day. Chapter 44. What era is this? Still engaging in traditional assembly lines, Lin Feng observed as the workers and the engineering interns departed one by one. Subsequently, he pulled down the rolling door of the modification factory and stepped inside alone. The array of equipment within the factory was exceedingly antiquated. Relying on such machinery to manufacture the Phantom fighter jets and the flare tanks would undoubtedly be futile. To produce 10 Phantom jets and 20 flare tanks within a mere fortnight, the scant number of personnel at the modification factory was patently insufficient. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this reality. To accomplish the task with exceptional quality and efficiency within such a constrained time frame, the assistance of AI was imperative. A blueprint had long been formulated in Lin Feng's mind. He approached the assembly line delivered by the system. Ding! Modification line detected. Super modification system activated. Would you like to commence modification now? Generating modification plan. Generation complete. Plan 1. Ultra-high-speed assembly line. Required materials. Polymer alloy, high-performance tracks. Characteristics that can elevate artificial speed by 15 times, with a quality qualification rate exceeding 99.99999. Scheme 2. A polymer assembly line. Required materials. Anti-gravity magnets. Quantum mechanical arms. Features. Semi-automatic AI, liberating creativity, capable of enhancing production efficiency by 2000. Scheme 3. Next-generation AI assembly line. Required materials. Quantum CPU. A plethora of titanium alloy mechanical arms. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opted for Scheme 3. This time, he didn't even glance at the points. The previous Radiant tank had rewarded him with an abundance of points, rendering him financially unencumbered. A silvery gleam emerged above the assembly line, where an array of extravagant instruments and gauges materialized alongside it. Some mechanical arms were exquisitely designed, while others were impressively massive. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the list provided by the system, assessing what materials were lacking, before dialing Li Delay to request some supplies. Certain intricate instruments required foundational materials for their synthesis. Subsequently, Lin Feng donned a headscarf and commenced the modification process. After assembling many mechanical arms, he began to integrate them with himself. The AI was already operational, and as he observed the assembly line before him, it was akin to witnessing a miraculous surgery performed on oneself. This was precisely the effect Lin Feng desired. Unlike humans, AI never knows fatigue, enabling it to work with perpetual precision. Human beings remain oblivious to their own fatigue, and errors may arise unbeknownst to them. Presently, a myriad of high-precision instruments has emerged on the assembly line. These are remnants of materials from the previous construction of the solar flare tank, such as sand and other essentials. Lin Feng has synthesized these into the central CPU of various instruments using the system. Soon, an assembly line that transcends the current era is nearing completion. The only shortcoming lies in the power source. Lin Feng's design for the power system employs a small nuclear reactor, which can also be described as controllable nuclear fusion. Once accomplished, this marvel would provide an inexhaustible energy supply. This advanced factory could autonomously produce for a millennium without any human intervention. However, The nuclear reactor requires certain prohibited materials. Consequently, Lin Feng placed a call to Li Dali. What? You require enriched uranium? That's strictly off limits. Li Dali chuckled wryly over the phone. Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? My rank seldom encounters such matters. Yet, after Lin Feng uttered a single phrase, Li Dali immediately slammed his hand on the table, assuring, rest assured, I will go to great lengths to procure everything you need. I will turn to the old commander for assistance. Once Lin Feng ended the call, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. The ground was composed of the latest metallic alloys, and he further employed AI to comprehensively renovate the factory. Externally, it appeared unchanged, yet internally, it had been reinforced with high polymer materials, resulting in an exceptionally robust structure. Then came the integration of various AI scenarios. Before long, a myriad of diminutive robots emerged, tasked with the fundamental operations and upkeep within the factory. Yet, should one ponder the necessity of implementing protective measures? What would transpire if this establishment were to fall under attack from adversaries? Contemplating this, Lin Feng immediately initiated a dialogue with the AI. To his astonishment, he discovered that the AI had already devised a remarkably sophisticated defense strategy. Subsequently, a network along with over 300 avian and amphibious robots was fabricated. These lifelike automatons were capable of observing and monitoring any unidentified entities approaching the factory. Following this, an array of fire control systems transformed the concept into reality. By the time Lin Feng had labored until the afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the factory had undeniably morphed into a veritable doomsday stronghold. It seemed that even 10 divisions would find it impossible to breach its defenses. The factory was outfitted with polymer energy rifles and energy shields, awaiting the establishment of controllable nuclear fusion to provide a continuous supply of power. This energy shield was even capable of withstanding nuclear radiation. Simultaneously, the factory, through an assortment of robots and mechanical arms, could incessantly produce combat robots. One might speculate that even Spider-Man would find himself unable to escape if he were to venture here. In the event of a global nuclear war, this site would stand as the final sanctuary, ensuring absolute safety. Furthermore, the production line meticulously crafted by Lin Feng was nothing short of extraordinary. Over 300 mechanical arms of varying sizes could operate tirelessly around the clock. As long as materials were supplied and the AI was briefed on the plan, products could be manufactured at unparalleled speed. 3D printing not only enables the creation of various polymer materials, but also facilitates the fabrication of a unique alloy. This alloy is lighter than titanium, yet boasts performance sevenfold that of titanium, rendering it unparalleled for aircraft manufacturing. As Lin Feng lifted his gaze and stood upon the anti-gravity hoverboard, soaring to the highest heights, a vibrant scene unfolded beneath him. Countless robots, under the flawless control of AI, relentlessly engaged in production. A satisfied expression graced Lin Feng's face. Henceforth, anything designed could be manufactured on-site. With a mere idea, creation was assured. These robotic arms can achieve precision to an astounding 0.000001 millimeters, ensuring that whatever is designed and produced will be nothing short of perfection. At long last, the dream workshop he envisioned had been realized. Gazing upon the intricately precise machinery, Lin Feng was deeply moved. This epitomized the romance of man. Chapter 45. Is this too much to ask? After returning, Elder Wu and Elder Jean pondered the situation. Was 15 days truly sufficient? Even for mold opening? It seemed barely enough time. Perhaps it was asking too much. Elder Wu remarked, I still have my reservations. Should we find an opportunity to check in on this? Elder Jean, bristling with skepticism, replied, I trust Lin Feng. Given his character, he would not exaggerate. I am well aware of Lin Feng's integrity, Elder Wu responded. But my concern persists. How about we inquire with Li Dali? As the materials manager, he must possess some insights. Elder Jean, equally curious about Lin Feng's endeavors, readily agreed. Li Dali is currently an exceptionally busy individual. He has committed to Lin Feng to develop a concentrated glaze, a task that is inherently challenging. To his surprise, Lin Feng subsequently made additional requests, including a quantum-level gauge and various materials such as new naval steel. Without inquiring about the reasons, Li Dali has been tirelessly making calls around the globe to source these materials. Lin Feng has mentioned more than 20 types of special steel, many of which Li Dali had never even heard of before. Upon investigation, he discovered that many of these materials were cutting-edge technologies developed exclusively in the Dragon Country and are currently classified. To be honest, Lee Daler was bewildered, completely at a loss as to why such a modest modification workshop would require an array of high-tech materials. Nonetheless, having promised Lin Feng his unwavering support, he is determined to fulfill his commitment. Thus, when Elder Wu and Elder Jean arrived, they found Lee Daler entangled in a chaotic flurry of activity, engaged in a heated argument over the phone with a Materials Research Institute in the capital. His voice resonated so loudly that it could be heard from the second floor. The composite polymer material Lin Feng requested is exclusively available from that very institute. Only after Lee Daler, flushed and breathless, hung up the phone did he notice the two elders' presence. He hurriedly instructed his secretary to prepare tea for them. However, upon settling down, Elder Wu waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary, remarking on how busy Lee Daler appeared. Just as Lee Daler was about to clarify, Elder Jean interjected, "Ministerly, you need not explain. We too have endured similar circumstances in our youth, all for the sake of work, and we fully understand. Oh, by the way, how has Lin Feng been these past few days?" Merely hearing Lin Feng's name elicited a wry smile from Lee Daler. "I toil tirelessly, engaging in heated telephone disputes, all for the sake of Lin Feng. Esteemed elders, kindly deliberate. What purpose could a modification factory possibly have for a quantum-level gauge? Such instruments boast precision to the extent of 0.001 m, typically reserved for aerospace applications." Upon hearing this, the elders were visibly astonished, with Mr. Wu rising to his feet in sheer disbelief. Yet, what transpired next left them even more astounded. Lee Daler, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Merely days ago, he asked me to procure concentrated glaze, and I nearly fainted from the shock." At that moment, not only Lee Daler, but even Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean were left speechless, their mouths agape. What on earth is Lin Feng up to? Lee Daler sighed, expressing, "I, too, am eager to uncover the truth." Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean exchanged glances, and for a prolonged silence, words escaped them. After 3 minutes, Mr. Jean finally spoke. "Your sole responsibility is to wholeheartedly support Lin Feng's endeavors. I have faith that he harbors yet another brilliant idea. Indeed, every bold claim Lin Feng has made has come to fruition. We need not exert pressure on him, but rather await his promising news." Lee Daler, fully aware of the wisdom in the Elders' Council, could not suppress a wry smile, for he still lacked 7 or 8 materials, and Lin Feng would soon call to urge him again. He must hasten his pace. Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean rose, preparing to take their leave. Thus, "Do carry on with your tasks. We shall not impose further." To be candid, the elders' curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. Even they yearned to discover what sort of modification factory could possibly require concentrated glaze. 15 days, a span neither excessively long nor short, swiftly passed by. During this interval, both Elder Wu and Elder Jean refrained from contacting Lin Feng, apprehensive that such an intrusion might disrupt his train of thought. When one is engaged in monumental tasks, a degree of seclusion can be essential for undivided focus. It was under such concentrated circumstances that the esteemed 2 bombs and 1 satellite of Long Nation were conceived. Now that the 15 days had elapsed, it was time to unveil the results, to reveal whether it was a mule or a horse. The 2 elders had contemplated reaching out to Lin Feng, yet to their surprise, he took the initiative to call them first. "Gentlemen, the task has been accomplished." From Lin Feng's tone, they discerned a sense of confidence and pride. However, the elders were taken aback. Had he truly produced them? In just 15 days. 10 fighter jets and 20 tanks. My goodness. Elder Jean, unable to contain his overwhelming excitement, exclaimed, "What secrets does your modification factory hold? May we pay a visit? How is it that you've even utilized concentrated glaze?" Lin Feng chuckled ruefully. "I had no other choice. Without developing a small-scale reactor, my electricity costs would soar into the billions annually. Who could bear such a burden?" While the figure of billions was astonishing, what truly captivated the elders was Lin Feng's mention of miniaturized nuclear reactor technology. Should humanity master this technology, it would equate to possessing boundless energy. How could the 2 elders not be exhilarated? They promptly set off, eager to visit Lin Feng's modification factory, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they arrived outside. Gazing at the dilapidated factory tent before exchanging glances, they continued toward the gatehouse. Upon reaching the entrance, a sudden emergence of dozens of mechanical eyes from the smooth concrete floor startled both Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean. Then, a metallic voice resonated. "Biometric information confirmed. Iris scan completed. Visitor information duly registered. Subsequently, a small tracked robot appeared from within the gatehouse, gesturing politely to Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean. This diminutive robot resembled a miniature version of a tank, albeit with an additional pair of iron hands. Designation 9527 will guide you, it announced. Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean were utterly astonished. Could this be artificial intelligence? It seemed so. Nevertheless, the robot's design was indeed quite exquisite. Upon receiving praise, the little robot surprisingly expressed gratitude to Mr. Wu, leaving the two elderly gentlemen in a state of bewilderment and heightened anticipation for the extraordinary scenes that lay ahead. As the gates of the modification factory automatically opened before them, they found themselves entranced, completely immobilized. The spectacle before their eyes resembled something out of a science fiction film. Even for seasoned scientists of their generation, it was utterly overwhelming. Chapter 46. A true transformation. The sight left Mr. Wu and Mr. Jean dumbfounded. Having spent their lives interacting with military industries and visiting countless factories, they had never encountered one quite like this. The factory was bright and immaculate, operating in an orderly manner, with production proceeding seamlessly. Hundreds of robotic arms are working in exquisite precision and perfect harmony. Additionally, numerous robots are traversing the tracks above. Though devoid of human presence, the scene is a vibrant tableau of industrious production, infused with a sense of calm and meticulous beauty. It is only now that they comprehend the purpose behind Lin Feng's demand for such advanced materials. Old Jean, look at that robot suspended in midair. It must utilize magnetic levitation technology, right? How is it achieved in such a compact form? Old Jean rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "How should I know? I am not an expert in this field. However, I visited Old Chow's research facility 2 years ago, and they have been focusing on this area. Though their progress shouldn't be this swift. Look over there. If I am not mistaken, that should be a plasma cutter. I've heard that only a couple exist in the United States. Where could Lin Feng have procured one?" The two elders were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, even forgetting that Lin Feng had yet to make an appearance. Meanwhile, on the highway, Li Dali drove with Gao Xiong and Zhang Chu en route. They too had received invitations, as Lin Feng promised to surprise everyone today. Their emotions were a blend of excitement and anticipation, especially for Li Dali, who had argued vehemently with countless individuals, his voice hoarse, all in an effort to assist Lin Feng in sourcing those high-tech materials. Gao Xiong's feelings were far more complicated. He felt disheartened upon receiving the notification of his leave on the first day. However, when Lin Feng later called to inform him of an additional 14 days of paid leave, Gao Xiong was left utterly bewildered. However, during these 14 days, he was far from idle. He diligently sought out the latest journals and academic magazines, dedicating this time to self-improvement. In the realm of scientific research, the greatest fear is falling behind the trends, for that would herald imminent obsolescence. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the modification factory, where Lin Feng awaited them. Today, Lin Feng sported a pair of black-framed sunglasses, exuding an air of coolness. Beside him stood Elder Wu and Elder Jean, both wearing somewhat peculiar expressions, as if they were suppressing laughter. Their usual demeanor was one of composure, a stark contrast to their current appearance. Zhang Chu felt an unsettling worry creeping in. He called Lin Feng aside and whispered, "Is something wrong? The two elders seem a bit off. If there is an issue, be honest with me. We are brothers. And regardless of what others think, I will always support you." A sense of foreboding gnawed at Zhang Chu, for it seemed implausible to produce 10 fighter jets and 20 tanks within a mere 15 days. Moreover, Lin Feng had granted his engineers and technicians a full 15-day leave. Relying solely on himself made the task even more unattainable, unless he were Sun Wukong. Yet, Lin Feng exuded confidence, assuring Zhang Chu, "Rest assured, I never engage in battles without preparation. Just wait and see. There will be a surprise shortly." In truth, it could have been accomplished in 7 days. But on a whim, he decided to incorporate additional elements. Though unnecessary, they would certainly be visually stunning. Zhang Chu could not help but become exceedingly curious. "What have you added?" "Of course, it's the LED strips. Haven't you heard? RGB is the primary productivity force." Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. If Minister Li and the others discover that it's filled with various light strips, then, before Zhang Chu could finish his sentence, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, everything will be fine." Under Lin Feng's guidance, the group made their way directly into the factory area. Li Lei was filled with exhilaration, his heart brimming with anticipation. The moment the factory doors swung open, his expectations transformed into sheer ecstasy. Inside the factory, an automated production line was tirelessly at work. Various robotic arms were intricately coordinating their movements. Even in the absence of human presence, as long as materials were supplied sufficiently, production could continue uninterrupted around the clock. Lita Lei, having seen his fair share of advanced technology, was aware that many high-end weapons today could only achieve partial automation, necessitating considerable human involvement. However, within Lin Feng's modification factory, everything was fully automated. Should any issues arise on the production line, robots would swiftly intervene to make adjustments. These machines moved with a swiftness surpassing that of humans, and their precision was unmatched. The entire modification factory exuded a silvery sheen, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology. It would have been even more perfect without those RGB light strips. As Lin Feng led everyone into the factory, several robots promptly presented them with cleanroom suits, shoe covers, hairnets, and masks. After everyone had changed into their attire, they officially began their tour of the factory. The welding robots here possess precision capable of handling tasks at the nanometer level, ensuring absolute reliability. These robots are employed in the production of fire control systems, meticulously inspecting each circuit board to guarantee that no defective products emerge. Furthermore, the conveyor belt, constructed from high-energy materials sourced by Minister Li, boasts a maximum load capacity of 30 tons, making it entirely suitable for the manufacturing of various heavy weaponry. Of course, these are merely peripheral details. Over there lies the control room, where effective communication with the AI allows for the automated production of the factory, requiring no human intervention. Simply provide the blueprints and plans. As for the energy supply, that issue has also been resolved. A small nuclear reactor situated behind continuously provides power, sustaining operations for an astonishing 3,000 years. Goodness! Li Dalai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Lin Feng's modification factory could produce anything from aircraft to artillery to tanks. It can be considered a perfectly closed loop. Gao Xiong was left utterly dumbfounded. Over the past 15 days, he had perused numerous journals from both domestic and international sources, believing he had acquired considerable knowledge. However, in comparison to Lin Feng's modification factory, those so-called high technologies now seemed utterly obsolete. This factory has flawlessly achieved fully automated production through AI, where humans will only need to concern themselves with drafting blueprints in the future. Perhaps, in the near future, even the task of drafting blueprints will no longer require human hands. Lin Feng's transformation of the factory over these 15 days has been nothing short of revolutionary. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, both Elder Wu and Elder Jin applauded in appreciation. Now, only one critical question remains. Had the 10 aircraft and 20 tanks been produced? Chapter 47. Kaohsiung surrendered. In response to this inquiry, Lin Feng merely smiled gently. With an air of unwavering confidence, he declared, "Of course they have been completed. Follow me." The expressions of the two elders shifted to one of immense anticipation. Excitement surged among everyone present. However, Kaohsiung, amidst the exhilaration, clenched his teeth. Realizing that the chasm between himself and Lin Feng seemed to widen considerably. Setting aside his thoughts, he resolved to first ascertain the condition of the manufactured aircraft and tanks. As they traversed through the front section of the workshop, they beheld, in the finished product area, 10 ghost fighter jets meticulously arranged. Behind these aircraft stood 2 rows of dazzling tanks, resembling an illusion birthed from magic, standing proudly in place. "Wonderful!" Elder Wu exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Elder Jin shared a similar fervor. With these prototypes in hand, they could immediately commence various tests. If progress was swift, the units could be deployed within a year or two. Li Dalai was utterly astounded, exclaiming, "My goodness, you truly produced them all. Lin Feng, you are the first person in my life to earn my profound admiration." Zhang Chu circled the ghost fighter jets, his excitement as an ace pilot abundantly evident upon encountering these new aircraft. Yet, Kaohsiung stood to the side, his face flushed, fists clenched, acutely aware of the stark contrast in prowess between himself and Lin Feng. The span of these 15 days rendered the prospect of modifying an assembly line utterly implausible, let alone the production of 10 aircraft and 20 tanks. Such an endeavor was simply unattainable. He could not help but feel utterly feeble and somewhat ridiculous. Having previously entertained thoughts of challenging Lin Feng, surely Lin Feng must perceive him as a fool. The The sound of clanging reverberated in Lin Feng's ears, confirming without a glance that these individuals were thoroughly astonished. Soon, the technicians from the modification factory would return, heralding yet another influx of points. The mere thought of this brought a genuinely satisfied smile to Lin Feng's face. However, what he never anticipated was that Gao Xiong would suddenly kneel before him with a resounding thud. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Gao Xiong, what are you doing?" Gao Xiong replied, "Lin Gong, I wish to take you as my master. Consider me your disciple. I am completely in awe of you now and have no further words to express." Observing that Lin Feng remained unresponsive, Gao Xiong boldly declared, "If you do not agree, I shall not rise today." Surrounding them, Elder Wu and Elder Jin witnessed this scene without intervening. Even when Lin Feng cast a glance of appeal towards them, they remained unmoved, clearly intending for him to resolve the matter independently. "I hope you can impart to me the manufacturing process of the Yaoban tank, Lin Gong." Lin Feng clapped his hands and replied with ease, "So this is what you seek. That is simple enough. I shall guide you through the entire process shortly. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire directly. You ought to rise. How can a man of stature so easily bow down?" Gao Xiong hesitated momentarily. Yet Lin Feng remarked, "If you do not stand, how shall I escort you to witness the production line? It lies just behind us." With that, Gao Xiong cheerfully rose to his feet. The others, equally intrigued, were eager to discover how this futuristic, fully automated assembly line operated. Under Lin Feng's guidance, they proceeded towards the rear. There, over 30 robotic arms were busily assembling the combat components of a tank. The speed of these mechanical appendages was astonishing, completing the assembly of a tank's combat unit in less than 15 minutes. The principles behind this were self-evident. However, none had anticipated that machines could operate at such an extraordinary pace. Ordinary machinery would certainly fall short, but this modification plant was equipped with AI orchestrating the entire production process. Through these robots, the AI possessed an intimate knowledge of every speck of dust within the facility, making enhancements to production efficiency remarkably effortless. Mr. Wu and Mr. Jin were already profoundly astonished, but their wonder only deepened as they observed numerous robots simultaneously employing multiple arms to assemble the tank's tracks. The assembly of the armored sections was nothing short of outrageous, truly beyond comprehension. The entire armor of the tank is primarily fabricated through 3D printing, eliminating the need for mold creation and ensuring enhanced precision. While 3D printing remains a pinnacle of advanced technology, it appears to have reached full maturity at this particular modification facility. Upon witnessing this, Gao Xiong responded with great enthusiasm, quickly retrieving his notebook to take notes. Subsequently, Lin Feng clapped his hands, prompting the robot designated as 9527 to rush over immediately. "If you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with it," he suggested. I then took Mr. Wu and Mr. Jin to tour the aircraft assembly line. If the production line for the Yaoban tank is this technologically advanced and sophisticated, one can only imagine the heights of the Phantom fighter jet's assembly line. After all, the precision and material strength requirements for aircraft surpass those of tanks. An aircraft soars in the sky, while a tank traverses the ground. The two are fundamentally different. When an aircraft engages in supersonic cruise at high altitudes, it endures tremendous pressure. Should the materials fall short of standards, safety incidents are inevitable. Modern aircraft commonly feature numerous weld points, which must be manually welded. Otherwise, the structural integrity is compromised, risking disintegration mid-flight. However, under Lin Feng's guidance, the necessity for skilled welders has been entirely eliminated here. The wings and fuselages are crafted using 3D printing technology, forming a cohesive structure. This is then meticulously assembled by advanced robots employing a sophisticated material that even Mr. Wu struggles to comprehend, seamlessly bonding the components of the aircraft. 3 minutes later, not even a hint of a gap remained. This rendered the Phantom fighter jets even more seamless and imposing. Old Wu inquired, "Lin Feng, are you using a special adhesive?" "What adhesive?" "This is liquid nanotechnology. Employing it as a filler is undoubtedly the finest choice." Old Wu could hardly contain his excitement. "Lin Feng, it appears you possess an abundance of treasures here. Even I, an old man, am reluctant to leave and wish to stay and work." Old Jin echoed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed, the assembly line here is a veritable treasure trove. I feel it is even more precious than fighter jets and tanks." Chapter 48. How could it be so fast? Old Wu was completely astounded. and old Jean could only murmur in admiration. Old Wu then asked, Lin Feng, this automated processing is quite advanced, yet, does it not require human oversight for quality control? Not at all, Lin Feng replied. The entire production process and quality inspection will be managed by the AI in the central control room. The operation is exceedingly user-friendly. One merely needs to provide the blueprints and materials to the AI, then press that green button over there, and the AI will continue producing incessantly. Essentially, one could take a nap and return to find several aircraft completed. Lin Feng's words left everyone in a state of disbelief. Such fighter jets are critical assets of great nations. It was astonishing to discover that the production process could be so effortless and straightforward. It is worth noting that although there are over 200 countries in the world, the number capable of manufacturing aircraft does not exceed 10. And this includes those antiquated models of rather mediocre quality. If everything were as simple as Lin Feng described, wouldn't it be feasible to merely increase the number of production lines and manufacture as many stealth bombers as desired? Li Delay was left utterly astounded, speechless, while the two elders were equally at a loss for words. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Lin Feng, perplexed by the sudden stillness, quickly interjected. Please do not doubt me. Everything I have said is entirely true. Allow me to take you to the control room now. Upon their arrival at the control room, they were once again struck with astonishment. They had anticipated a plethora of machines, given the necessity for significant data storage. However, they were met with a single, incomprehensible machine, which served as the cerebral core of the entire modification plant. Lin Feng had aptly named it logic. Through the glass window of the control room, they beheld hundreds of mechanical arms tirelessly at work, with numerous robots weaving through the bustling activity. The scene was imbued with a uniquely intense aesthetic of machinery. Logic. Let us produce a chair. Please use my physique as the data reference, and create a chair that embodies the utmost in ergonomic design for me, Lin Feng commanded. Understood. Mr. Lin, the AI responded promptly. Consequently, the production line sprang into action. First, robots transported raw materials, followed by direct 3D printing. Then mechanical arms trimmed the excess. And finally, the robots conducted quality inspections before delivering the finished product back to the control room. As Lin Feng settled into the chair, he indulged in a delightful stretch, relishing the comfort it provided. The two elderly individuals beside him had become utterly speechless. The production process of this chair was not particularly complex, however. With but a simple command issued by Lin Feng, it had materialized before him in mere minutes. This was indeed a touch excessive. Did this imply that future industries would gravitate towards such a paradigm? A mere command, followed by the automated creation of goods, delivered right to one's doorstep. This transcended the concept of Industry 4.0, venturing into the realm of what could be termed Industry 5.0. Upon rising from the chair, Lin Feng displayed a curious expression and inquired, why the silence? Is there something amiss with my command? Lin Feng, it's not that we wish to remain silent. We are truly astounded. They replied, how did you manage to create this assembly line? I must have been mistaken. Even the engine of the Phantom fighter jet was printed? Lin Feng, what materials are those robotic arms constructed from? They seem to be fashioned from an unprecedented high-grade alloy. Suddenly, a flurry of questions erupted from everyone, leaving Lin Feng feeling overwhelmed. These individuals were truly something. When they refrained from questioning, it was fine, but once they began, they bombarded him with inquiries, leaving no room for preparation. Lin Feng expressed that the production precision required for the Phantom fighter is exceedingly high. Relying solely on human labor would jeopardize both safety and performance, not to mention significantly hinder production efficiency. Thus, from the very beginning, he had envisioned a fully automated production process. Do you see the holographic screen over there? He inquired. That illustrates the structure of the Phantom fighter, and the numbers indicate how many units can still be produced. The figures below represent the 7 modules, including flight control and wings. And beside it is the blazing tank. Its structure is comparatively simpler, necessitating only 4 modules for production. Everyone's attention was captivated by Lin Feng's explanation, their gazes fixed on the holographic display. With a gentle tap on the screen, a 3D model of the Phantom fighter materialized beside them, a completely immersive holographic image rendered in naked eye 3D. However, having witnessed numerous astonishing new technologies, the mere presence of holographic projection did not evoke overwhelming astonishment among the audience. Suddenly, Elder Wu interjected, what does the notation 3 hours 12 minutes and 36 seconds signify? Lin Feng, That represents the average time required to produce a single Phantom fighter. Currently, our production numbers are insufficient, and there remains ample room for improvement in our production processes. If we continue to enhance our methods, I believe we could reduce that time to under 3 hours. As for the blazing tanks, the process is much simpler. We could likely complete 20 tanks in just an afternoon, Lin Feng remarked casually. However, both Elder Wu and Elder Jean were taken aback after hearing this. 20 tanks in one afternoon? My heavens. Lin Feng, surely you jest. If this were to be the production rate for an entire year, wouldn't that amount to tens of thousands of radiant tanks? Elder Wu seemed to envision countless radiant tanks forming a torrent of steel across the vast yellow earth. The Phantom fighter jets. This production speed rivals that of the two major factories, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation and Chengdu Aircraft Corporation. Truly, Lin Feng, this is rather exaggerated. No one present could maintain their composure, as Lin Feng's assertions were far beyond common understanding. Li Dalei, who was responsible for equipment manufacturing, was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. If this were indeed the case, all other aircraft assembly plants in the country could be shut down, as this single factory would suffice. After all, at the peak of Long Nation's capabilities, there were only a few hundred fighter jets. If one includes early warning aircraft, transport planes, bombers, and aerial refueling tankers, the total would barely exceed 1,000. A medium-sized nation typically maintains a fleet of only 100 or 200 fighter jets, with the most formidable rarely surpassing 300. And many of these are often outdated third-generation fighters. Lin Feng, however, wore an innocent expression. I assure you, everything I said is indeed true. With AI managing the operations here, there are still many aspects that require fine-tuning. Once these adjustments are made, the production speed will undoubtedly accelerate even further. Chapter 49, A True Genius. Upon hearing this, both Elder Wu and Elder Jean gasped in astonishment. One can only say that Lin Feng has bestowed upon them an extraordinary surprise. They had never anticipated that the assembly line crafted by Lin Feng would be so remarkably impressive. With this singular production line, it is conceivable that within a few years, an unstoppable torrent of steel could be assembled. Li Dalei was right. These two assembly lines, along with this modified factory, are even more invaluable than the Phantom fighter jets and flare tanks. Lin Feng, could you share with us the thought process behind your creation? Lin Feng, taken aback by the inquiry, paused momentarily. Well, I honestly don't have a grand vision. I merely aim to establish a production line with higher efficiency. After 14 days of modifications, we finally commenced production on the last day. It was imperative to accelerate the process. Otherwise, we would truly lag behind. Lin Feng conveyed this with utmost seriousness, and by the time he finished, Li Dalei was already chuckling. Lin Feng, I must admit, you've truly impressed me. You said it would take 15 days, and indeed, it was precisely 15 days. This experience has certainly broadened my horizons. Despite spending a lifetime in military industry, I have never witnessed anything so astonishing. They all gazed down at the assembly line, and Li Dalei was nearly salivating at the sight. This modification factory could easily serve as a clandestine production base for Longhua. The capacity to produce such an abundance of aircraft and tanks in a single day is truly astounding. Kaohsiung was left speechless, while Zhang Chu prepared to interrogate Lin Feng. Over the past few days, he had harbored considerable concern for Lin Feng, never expecting that this young man possessed such remarkable capabilities while keeping them under wraps. He must insist that Lin Feng treat him to barbecue later, and it is imperative that 10 lamb kidneys be grilled. Without those 10 lamb kidneys, his resentment would remain unresolved. Both Elder Wu and Elder Jean were filled with profound emotions. With the establishment of this modification factory, the military industry of Long Country has undoubtedly ascended to the forefront of the global stage. In the past, we were the ones pursuing the ugly nation, and they had the audacity to claim that we were fond of plagiarism. I believe that from this day forth, it will be those from the ugly nation who will begin to chase after us, and at that time, we can just as easily assert that they are the ones who enjoy imitation. Upon Elder Wu's remark, everyone shared a knowing smile. Li Dales had already prepared to report the matter of this modification factory to his superiors. Given the technological level of this factory and its domestic production capabilities, it would undoubtedly be a matter of utmost confidentiality for Long Country, likely classified at the SSS level. This was a realm he normally had no access to. Li Dales felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Meanwhile, Elder Wu and Elder Jean had begun conversing with the AI. gradually understanding the operational logic of the factory through their dialogue. They also started to gain insights into some advanced technologies. Holographic images appeared before their eyes. And coupled with the AI's explanations, the two elders experienced a profound enlightenment. Topics that had previously eluded their understanding seemed to have found new directions. Elder Wu and Elder Jean could not help but become exceedingly excited. At that moment, Li Dales received a phone call. It was from Elder Tian. Upon receiving a call from Elder Tian, Li Dalei was not the least bit surprised, for he was aware that Elder Tian had heard about the agreement involving Lin Feng. Elder Wu and Elder Jean. Elder Tian, filled with curiosity, wondered what extraordinary creation Lin Feng could possibly unveil. After answering the call, Li Dalei was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly streamed down his face. Although Elder Tian was unaware of the remarkable sight Li Dalei had witnessed, the latter's reaction, being a person accustomed to grand spectacles, suggested that Lin Feng had indeed produced something extraordinary once more. Elder Tian remarked, "I was just about to dispatch someone to locate him at the secret modification facility, as we prepare for the World Individual Soldier Equipment Competition. Since this is the case, I shall come personally to see what astonishing innovation he has devised that would elicit such a response from you." Before long, Elder Tian arrived with his entourage. However, upon his arrival, they were immediately halted by a robotic guardian. As the robot conducted an iris scan, the security personnel accompanying Elder Tian drew their weapons, their tension palpable. Yet, Elder Tian waved them off, and suddenly, Lin Feng's voice emanated from the robot. "Ah, it is you, Elder Tian. Greetings." Just as Elder Tian was about to respond, the robot projected a holographic image of Lin Feng, alongside Elders Wu and Jean, as well as Li Dalei. The holograms were so lifelike that it felt as though they were standing directly before him. Elder Tian was taken aback, as he had not anticipated experiencing such advanced technology even before entering the modification facility. After a moment of astonishment, he finally replied, "Greetings to you all." Old Jean exclaimed with great excitement, "Old Tian, come in and have a word. This time, it is truly extraordinary." Old Tian harbored doubts in his heart, wondering if Lin Feng had perhaps robbed aliens. However, upon entering the modification factory, he was immediately taken aback, rendered speechless. He had never encountered such a modernized military factory in his entire life. There wasn't a single worker present. Everything was flawlessly automated. The robots and mechanical arms worked in unison, resembling an alien civilization. Old Tian stood in a daze for 3 full minutes. Had Lin Feng not come out to greet him, he might still have been lost in thought. "You accomplished all this in just 15 days. A complete system?" Old Tian was utterly astonished. Lin Feng sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "To be precise, it should be 14 days. He then led Old Tian directly to the control room. Upon seeing the holographic screen, Old Tian was immediately filled with awe. After conversing with the AI in the control room, his excitement reached new heights. "I have a project team in the capital dedicated to AI training. If only they had half of your efficiency, Lin Feng. Truly, comparison breeds envy." Old Tian, more than anyone, understood the weight of that sentiment. He continued, "You have done remarkably well to develop such advanced technology in just half a month. Even if aircraft and tanks haven't been produced, it matters not." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Old Tian, you underestimate me. I can assure you that the 10 ghost drones and 20 flare tanks have long been completed. We were just discussing how to enhance production efficiency." Upon hearing this, Old Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You must be joking, Lin Feng." Before Lin Feng could respond, Old Jean and Old Wu exchanged wry smiles and said, "Just look over there." Old Tian followed their gaze and was met with the sight of the ghost drones and flare tanks lined up neatly. "Good heavens! Lin Feng, you truly are a genius." Chapter 50. Old Tian was stunned, overcome with excitement. Old Tian's face flushed red, and it took him several minutes to calm his racing heart. He then asked Lin Feng, "You set up the assembly line in a day, but surely it required some fine-tuning afterward. How much time did you actually take to produce so many aircraft and tanks?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Of course, it was just 1 day, perhaps even less. I pushed the assembly line to operate at 160 capacity to test the entire system's stability. The results seemed promising. In truth, Lin Feng merely wanted to assign a score of 70 to the entire system. It was not that he was overly critical, but rather that he believed the full potential of the production system had yet to be fully realized. As a true geek, he was determined to pursue the limits and uncover the utmost capabilities. However, Lin Feng's words, upon reaching Elder Tian's ears, undoubtedly transformed into a form of elevated Versailles. Elder Tian inhaled sharply. Given Lin Feng's efficiency at the modification factory, was it not conceivable that within a few years, the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom's military could be armed? Moreover, if the production line was capable of manufacturing aircraft and tanks, then it stood to reason that other military products could also be produced. With this thought, Elder Tian's heart raced, and his emotions became uncontrollably more fervent. After a considerable effort to suppress his excitement, he inquired, Lin Feng, I wish to pose a question to you. Please contemplate it carefully before responding. Can the production lines in your factory be replicated nationwide? That is, can we establish numerous factories on a large scale? Upon hearing Elder Tian's proposal, both Elder Wu and Elder Jin's eyes lit up. Given the current technological level of this modification factory, if 10 such facilities could be established across the nation, the entire military-industrial system of the Dragon Kingdom would undergo a monumental transformation. It is a widely held belief among military industrialists that only with superior equipment can the finest military products be produced. One cannot help but commend Elder Tian for his expansive vision. While Elders Wu and Jin contemplated urging Lin Feng to produce more aircraft and tanks, Elder Tian was already envisioning the establishment of a second, third, fourth factory, up to a 10th. If these military factories could be integrated into a cohesive system, it is not an exaggeration to say that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the people of the U.S. would find themselves restless for at least the next 30 years. Li Dela remarked, Lin Feng, think carefully before you speak. Can you accomplish what Elder Tian has proposed? Lin Feng gently shook his head and replied, Elder Tian, these 2 production lines are quite costly. Minister Li has exerted considerable influence to procure some materials, while others are simply unattainable without my own efforts. Moreover, the technical challenges are substantial. The complexity of this production line surpasses that of the Phantom fighter significantly. I believe that merely replicating it will prove to be rather arduous. Lin Feng's reasoning was compelling, yet Elder Tian could not conceal a look of regret upon hearing it. As a military industry professional, he understood that every asset within this modification plant was invaluable. However, acquiring these treasures certainly required more than a paltry sum. Naturally, for projects of this magnitude, financial constraints are secondary. Many components are exceedingly difficult to procure, not only due to international technological embargoes but also because certain materials are challenging to manufacture. The annual output in Long was minimal, often pre-ordered 3 years in advance. Elder Jin stated, in truth, there is no need to feel disheartened. With Lin Feng on our side, we should be able to develop even more remarkable projects. Elder Wu added, indeed. Lin Feng is the most formidable genius I have encountered over the years. We should simply allow him the freedom to pursue his endeavors. However, Lin Feng's subsequent remarks were astonishing. He furrowed his brow slightly and stated, constructing 1,000 such factories would indeed be a daunting task, but establishing 200 production lines should be quite feasible. Elder Tian, what do you think of this approach? Indeed, absolutely remarkable. Oh, you little comrade. Are you not aware of the elderly comrade's frail heart? Is this not akin to subjecting us to a roller coaster ride? Both Elder Wu and Elder Jin have also become exceedingly animated. Lin Feng, with a wry smile, remarked, I thought you were asking me to establish 1,000 such factories nationwide. That indeed poses a significant challenge. However, if it merely involves outputting a few production lines, with AI managing remote control through logic, then it is not insurmountable. Splendid. We shall proceed entirely as you suggest, Lin Feng. Elder Tian's face flushed with excitement, his emotions bubbling over. If all the military factories across the nation possessed such technological prowess, then the military-industrial complex of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of global supremacy. These production lines would not only manufacture stealth fighters and dazzling tanks but also a plethora of anti-ship missiles, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft artillery, and rockets. Elder Tian, of course, was profoundly exhilarated as he oversaw the manufacturing of these high-tech devices. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, I shall await your auspicious news. Once the International Individual Soldier Equipment Competition concludes, I will ensure you have the opportunity to launch a grand undertaking. Until then, I will personally expedite all necessary permits and materials for you. Given Elder Tian's status and standing, such matters would undoubtedly be a mere formality. Elder Tian then resumed communication with the AI for a while longer, his joy reminiscent of a child's delight. The three elderly gentlemen were thoroughly impressed with the AI designed by Lin Feng. Had it not been for the need for AI to maintain order in this setting, they would have already contemplated taking it back for further study. Observing the jovial demeanor of the three elders, Zhang Chu nudged Lin Feng and remarked, "My good brother, you are truly invincible this time. Should the opportunity for prosperity arise, do remember to bring me along." Lin Feng replied, "I simply enjoy engaging in these activities. I never considered the prospect of wealth." Zhang Chu then added, "That individual soldier equipment competition seems rather intriguing. Why not persuade Elder Tian to allow me to join? With my capabilities, serving as your test subject would pose no challenge whatsoever. Given that Zhang Chu is an ace pilot, his physical prowess would undoubtedly qualify him as a tester for the equipment. However, there was the concern that Zhang Chu's superior might object, necessitating Elder Tian's intervention. In that moment, Elder Tian was in high spirits. He would readily agree to any request, be it for Zhang Chu or even an entire division if Lin Feng wished for one. Then there was Gao Xiong, who Lin Feng insisted should accompany them, as having an assistant would be exceedingly beneficial. Instantly, Gao Xiong cast a gaze of profound gratitude towards Lin Feng. Although Elder Tian was reluctant to part ways, he nonetheless drove the three of them away from the modification factory. What lay ahead for Lin Feng were even greater challenges. After all, our Dragon Nation lags far behind the Americans in the realm of individual soldier equipment. Chapter 51. Lin Feng, do you wish to go on a blind date? Upon departing the modification factory, the vehicle made its way directly to a military airport. There, a helicopter awaited them. Once aboard, Elder Tian suddenly inquired, "Lin Feng, I believe you mentioned previously that you do not have a girlfriend, am I correct?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as his straightforward demeanor left him oblivious to why Elder Tian posed such a question. However, he soon grasped the underlying implication. Elder Tian was suggesting that he consider female soldiers in the design of the individual soldier equipment. He took note of this. Elder Tian then casually remarked, "Actually, I have a granddaughter. Would you like me to introduce you?" It was at this moment that Lin Feng comprehended Elder Tian's true intentions. Zhang Chu nudged Lin Feng playfully, chuckling mischievously. "Elder Tian has taken a liking to you, my friend." Lin Feng hastily shook his head and waved his hands, responding, "Let's not, shall we? I am not one for romance, and wouldn't want to waste the young lady's time. Furthermore," he added, "for a man, the most important pursuit is to focus on one's career. As for matters of love, I plan to address those after turning 30. Hearing this, Elder Tian chuckled heartily. "Lin Feng, the more I observe you, the more you remind me of my younger self. Back in my day, when the organization arranged blind dates for me, I was equally resistant. Do you find women to be quite troublesome? Rather than squandering time on them, wouldn't it be more productive to devote that time to work, potentially yielding greater results? I once thought that way as well, but you'll find that once you establish a family, your perspective will shift. As men mature, it becomes essential to settle down. Having a family provides a solid foundation for pursuing one's endeavors." Elder Tian's words were steeped in personal experience, and whether Lin Feng heeded them was entirely up to him. Regardless, Mr. Tian has already stated that should Lin Feng have a change of heart, he can arrange matchmaking for him at any time, continuing until he finds a spouse. Although these senior comrades have stepped down from their pivotal positions, they still hold the capacity to make a difference. The propeller began to spin, and the helicopter ascended swiftly into the sky. The scenery below gradually diminished in size, and as the aircraft reached several hundred meters in altitude, Gao Xiong's complexion turned ashen. He clutched his chest, striving to suppress the urge to vomit. Gao Xiong had suffered from motion sickness since childhood, making the experience of flying in a helicopter particularly arduous for him. In contrast, Lin Feng was exhilarated beyond measure. It was his inaugural helicopter ride. He gazed at the instrument panel in front of him, utterly fascinated, eager to touch everything within reach. To be candid, compared to the allure of young women, it was the mechanics of such contraptions that captivated his attention and ignited his excitement. After a quarter of an hour in the air, they soon arrived at a clandestine base. The facility bore no markings, and there were no signs of personnel outside. Once Mr. Tian led the three of them inside, they discovered that the 5-story structure above was merely a facade. The truly significant portions of the base lay beneath the surface. Mr. Tian ushered them into an elevator and pressed the button for the 7th basement level. The elevator swiftly descended to a depth of several meters. Though situated deep underground, the space felt anything but cramped. The 3-meter height was far from oppressive. The floor gleamed as if newly polished, and the walls were adorned with an array of densely placed surveillance cameras. As they turned a corner, a peculiar insignia appeared before them, a simplified totem depicting an eagle above 5 stars. Upon seeing this emblem, Gao Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his excitement becoming palpable. He turned to Elder Tian and inquired, "Is this the fabled nuclear source base?" Elder Tian affirmed, "Indeed, this is the very establishment where you shall be working henceforth. I will arrange for your identification documents to be printed. During this period, you are to remain within the confines of the base. Any desire to venture outside must be approved by me." In that instant, even Zhang Chu could not contain his exhilaration. He saluted Elder Tian and, like Gao Xiong, could not mask the enthusiasm radiating from his face. Only Lin Feng appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed as to why the two were so animated. Isn't it merely a change of workplace? Although it seems quite mysterious, isn't working anywhere essentially the same? Is this nuclear source base truly remarkable? He queried. Both Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong were momentarily stunned. Zhang Chu then remarked, "He has not previously worked in the military district, so his ignorance is understandable." "Gao, why don't you enlighten him?" Gao Xiong promptly responded, "Very well, Lin, allow me to share with you the history of the nuclear source base. This was once the workplace of the pioneers behind the 2 bombs and 1 satellite initiative. Several significant design institutes are located here. The subterranean structures here were constructed under the esteemed leadership of Elder Tian. They are not only capable of withstanding the majority of explosives, but can also resist the impact of small nuclear weapons. The underground facilities boast independent water sources and food storages, making them suitable as a refuge even in apocalyptic scenarios." Gao Xiong spoke with great fervor. Yet to his and Zhang Chu's astonishment, Lin Feng exhibited no visible reaction. This is because the enhancements available at Lin Feng's modification factory could achieve even superior results. Only the most crucial experts and projects are transferred to the nuclear source base. Merely working here is a significant honor in itself. All tasks undertaken here require the approval of the commanders of the capital's War Department, which means our names are already known to them. My former mentor once served at the nuclear source base, a pinnacle of his illustrious career. Since I entered the research institute, I have yearned for the opportunity to come to the nuclear source base." Gao Xiong's excitement stemmed from the realization of his dreams. Observing Lin Feng's continued indifference, Zhang Chu placed a supportive arm around his shoulder. "My dear brother, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Without your influence, I doubt I would have the privilege to work here." Zhang Chu, a proud individual and an ace pilot, expressing such sentiments is no trivial feat. This realization struck Lin Feng. Irrespective of the project at hand, merely being able to work within this nuclear source base was a tremendous honor. The projects being researched here pertain to the most advanced sectors globally, which, as the Dragon Nation suggests, are deemed too sophisticated for public display. Their presence in this esteemed establishment is a profound acknowledgement of their capabilities. Should they achieve any notable accomplishments here, it is certain that the National Medal of the Dragon Nation will be bestowed upon them. Chapter 52. Your mech is lacking. Listening to Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong, Lin Feng was naturally filled with excitement. How remarkable it is here. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Old Tian led the way ahead, swiftly bringing them to an office. This office was remarkably spacious, yet strikingly barren, furnished only with a single desk. Old Tian announced, "This will be your workspace from now on. The space should suffice, right? If you require anything." He paused. "I will arrange for someone to assist you." No sooner had Old Tian finished speaking than a knock echoed through the room, and a man in uniform entered. The man appeared to be in his 30s, impeccably dressed, and saluted Old Tian with utmost seriousness. Old Tian then remarked, "There is no need for such formality. This individual, known as Yi Yin, will serve as your liaison. Should you need anything, feel free to approach him. If matters become too complicated, you may report directly to me." Yi Yin then quietly conversed with Old Tian for a few moments, presumably discussing an important meeting awaiting Old Tian's leadership. After listening, Old Tian nodded and suggested that Yi Yin guide the 3 of you around to familiarize yourselves with the internal workings of the base. Lin Feng and his companions had no objections. In fact, Gao Xiong and Zhang Chu were already excitedly planning how to arrange their desks. However, Lin Feng felt that working underground without a single window was rather stifling. Once Old Tian departed, Yi Yin naturally approached the trio. He introduced himself, saying, "Greetings. I am Yi Yin, a PhD candidate from the National Defense University of the Dragon Nation. May I inquire from which university, or universities, you 3 hail?" Gao Xiong replied, I am from the 307 Institute. Gao Xiong, pleased to meet you. Yi Yin smiled faintly, acknowledging, I recall that the 307 Institute specializes in tanks and armored vehicles. It is indeed among the finest in the nation. Next, it was Lin Feng and Zhang Chu's turn to introduce themselves. Upon learning that Zhang Chu was an ace pilot, Yi Yin expressed a hint of surprise. Finally, when it was Lin Feng's turn, he stated, I graduated from Yinshan University. What university is that? Yi Yan's expression turned one of astonishment. Even with his utmost efforts, he could not recall such an institution. It is not unusual that you haven't heard of it. It is merely a second-tier university. A second-tier university? Yi Yin could only feel that Lin Feng was jesting. How could a student from a second-tier school dare to come to the nuclear source base? It is noteworthy that despite being a doctoral candidate from the National Defense University of Longhua, he is merely a grassroots researcher here. However, Yi Yin quickly deduced that this Lin Feng must be someone who possesses formidable connections, enabling him to secure an arrangement directly from Elder Tian. Yi Yin harbors a particular disdain for such individuals with influential ties, and he felt a growing irritation within him. His annoyance intensified when he observed Gao Xiong addressing Lin Feng as boss, which led him to believe that Gao Xiong was merely a sycophant, lacking any real competence. It was evident that these three individuals were merely biding their time at the nuclear source base, anticipating to ride the coattails of a successful project to claim a share of the accolades. This thought elicited a scornful smile from Yi Yin. Nevertheless, being a doctoral candidate endowed him with a certain level of decorum. Despite his profound contempt for them, he refrained from overtly displaying it. The nuclear source base harbors numerous secrets, with access requiring a card swipe. Yi Yan's permissions were limited to level 3, yet sufficient to access most areas. Their first stop was the cafeteria, followed by the gym, which even featured an indoor swimming pool in its subterranean levels. However, it was currently a break period, and no one was utilizing the pool. Zhang Chu expressed great satisfaction with the gym equipment, as he was an ace pilot accustomed to maintaining his physical fitness through regular exercise. Beyond the gym lay the dormitories. The dormitory section is situated on the ground, yet it is said that a significant part of the crucial research institute resides underground. The thought that this very base may potentially serve as their workplace and residence for an extended period weighs heavily on Lin Feng's mind. To speak candidly, this place pales in comparison to the modification factory he personally crafted. Furthermore, the regulations here are exceedingly numerous. At this moment, Gao Xiong curiously inquired, Yi Yin, you must also be involved in equipment manufacturing, right? Yi Yin replied with a smile. Indeed, I am part of a project team that operates under extreme confidentiality. However, I can guide you through areas with less stringent security. This presented an opportunity to glimpse the research capabilities of the nuclear source base, igniting Lin Feng's curiosity as well. What level of expertise does the nuclear source base truly possess? Before long, Gao Xiong led them to the subterranean level -5. After traversing a corridor lined with surveillance monitors, they finally arrived at a small exhibition hall. Within, there hung a mech approximately 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, its design exuding a distinctly sci-fi allure. Gao Xiong observed it with evident excitement, while Zhang Chu's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. This is the Wukong 02 prototype we developed, featuring the most advanced exoskeletal armor, with combat capabilities that are undeniably impressive. As Gao Xiong enthusiastically explained, Lin Feng had already approached to scrutinize the human mech closely. The hydraulic mechanisms employed in the reverse joint sections appeared quite sophisticated, likely capable of supporting a load of at least 200 kilograms. The heavy machine gun extending from the arm also piqued his interest. The communication module at the back has been ingeniously miniaturized, positioned at the nape of the neck. The armor and helmet at the front have been designed with both protection and stability in mind, leaving little to critique. Nevertheless, Lin Feng sighed and remarked, this contraption is of no practical use in combat. Yi Yin, initially wearing a smug expression, felt deeply insulted by Lin Feng's dismissive words, as if it were a slight to have someone of his stature utter such sentiments. Are you certain you comprehend individual combat armor? Lin Feng straightened up, asserting, if I claimed ignorance, then no one on Blue Star would grasp the concept of mechs, including you, esteemed engineer. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Hi, Engineer Gao, now in complete admiration of Lin Feng, was inclined to believe whatever he said. You've excelled in fire control, communication, armor, and mobility. It's evident you strive for perfection. Yet, this is precisely why I deem it ineffective. Zhang Chu was left bewildered by Lin Feng's words. If an object possesses commendable performance across the board, how could it be deemed useless? Because they have solely focused on performance, neglecting the issue of energy supply. If this thing were a car, it would be an automobile incapable of hitting the road. Is that not akin to scrap? Lin Feng concluded with a shrug. Yi Yan's expression turned increasingly frustrated, yet he found himself unable to counter Lin Feng's assertions, as they were grounded in truth. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from outside. Who dares to speak so arrogantly here? Chapter 53. The arrival of Elder Tian's granddaughter. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a young woman clad in a white lab coat strode in. She wore a high ponytail, her skin remarkably fair, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with vitality, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Although devoid of makeup, she possessed an undeniable beauty, and one could only imagine how stunning she would appear adorned. Zhang Chu was momentarily entranced, utterly astonished that such a lovely female researcher resided within this nuclear research facility. However, upon encountering this enchanting woman, Yi Yan promptly bowed, indicating that her status far surpassed his own. Hello, Engineer Tian. The woman dismissed Yi Yan's greeting, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon Lin Feng. Were you the one speaking nonsense here just now? Yi Yan hastily interjected. These three are brought by Old Master Tian, and it was Old Master Tian who requested that I show them around. Is that so? Even if they were brought by my grandfather, it is of no consequence. Please have them leave. Zhang Chu's eyes widened in realization, recalling Old Master Tian's words on the helicopter. It dawned on him that she was the granddaughter he had mentioned. Goodness, Old Master Tian intended to introduce you to Lin. However, Zhang Chu's sentence trailed off as he noticed the woman's expression darkening significantly. If she were indeed Old Master Tian's granddaughter, she was one of their own. Zhang Chu chuckled heartily. Who is considered one of your own? Do not make baseless claims. Do you think this nuclear research facility is some sort of gang? My name is Tian Ing, and you may address me as Engineer Tian or Teacher Tian. I am a senior researcher at the nuclear research facility. Tian Ing showed no regard for Lin Feng and the others, despite their connection to her grandfather. Were you the one who claimed that the Wukong 02, produced by my team under my leadership, was merely scrap? I would like to invite you to leave. This place does not welcome those who speak arrogantly. This prototype embodies the considerable effort of Tian Ing and her dedicated team, and she would never permit her hard work to be insulted in such a manner. Yi Yan murmured, let us depart. Engineer Tian is a prodigy within the base, capable of leading a team in cutting-edge development at merely 25 or 26 years of age. Lin Feng was utterly speechless upon hearing this. Do you think scientific research and development is akin to a mere fan club? If the work is subpar, must it remain unchallenged? Who do you think you are? A little fairy? Tian Ying's temperament was already rather irritable, and Lin Feng's remarks nearly drove her to madness. Who do you think you are? To claim my prototype is deficient? Can you create something superior? Of course I can. Tian Ing was on the verge of exasperation, yet she refused to yield. She directly inquired, pray tell, where do you believe the issue lies? Certainly, it pertains to the energy sector. This mech's weight exceeds 200 kilograms, correct? If we add a combat module, the weight will surpass 350 kilograms. Am I mistaken? Tianing fell silent, her expression darkening. In truth, Lin Feng's figures were rather conservative. If fully loaded, the mech's weight would exceed 400 kilograms. How does one expect to make an entity weighing over 800 gene traverse various terrains with agility? This is inherently a formidable challenge. Upon reviewing your design, I was astonished that you intended to use lithium batteries for sustained power. Could you enlighten me on the rationale behind this choice? Such a heavy object, combined with the weight of over 100 pounds of the human body, can only operate for a mere 25 minutes on a lithium battery, only to sputter out upon reaching the enemy. What practical use does this serve in combat? Is it anything but scrap metal? Lin Feng was utterly bemused. Had it been him, he would never have conceived of manufacturing such worthless machinery, deeming it a waste of one's life. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, Tian Ing was immensely frustrated. Did he really need to voice such opinions? This lithium battery system is currently the most advanced power supply available. If there were a more sophisticated energy system, do you think we would be unaware of it? The entire world is grappling with this very challenge in battery technology. If we could efficiently convert hydrogen energy, the battery issue would no longer be a concern. However, this dilemma is unlikely to be resolved within the next 2 decades. The world is not equipped to tackle it. Tian Ing felt that Lin Feng was merely being unreasonable. Lin Feng shook his head, wondering why he could not design a more advanced energy module himself. Was such a trivial task beyond his capabilities? And he called himself a senior researcher, appearing rather dim-witted. At this point, Tian-Ying was genuinely infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. She had been regarded as a prodigious beauty since childhood, a super genius who entered university at the age of 13. It is easy for you to speak of hydrogen energy conversion. Do you comprehend the complexity involved? Have you considered how to verify its safety? Tian-Ying was on the verge of being exasperated by Lin Feng's words. Did this man truly believe that a hydrogen energy battery module could be fabricated at whim? Even the most unattractive individuals in the world are merely at the nascent stage of their journey. However, Lin Feng's response left everyone astounded once more. Indeed, I have contemplated this notion, and the path to its realization is surprisingly straightforward, Lin Feng asserted with unwavering confidence, for he had already accomplished it with the stealth fighter. Yet, Tian-Ying remained oblivious to the existence of such an extraordinary aircraft, which is a closely guarded secret of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War. Tian-Ying's face flushed with indignation. She no longer wished to engage in conversation with this individual. Yi Yin was equally taken aback, unable to fathom Lin Feng's audacity in boasting so brazenly. If this invention could indeed be designed, securing a national medal for the Dragon Kingdom would pose no challenge whatsoever. Zhang Chu, standing nearby, chuckled mischievously. He relished these exchanges of banter, finding a peculiar delight in their rivalry. It must be said, Tian Lao's granddaughter indeed possesses remarkable vigor. However, Tian-Ying held a contrary view, perceiving these individuals as not only perplexing but also exceedingly frivolous. Yin, please escort these people away. I can no longer tolerate their presence. They are insufferable. Yin, equally speechless, had not anticipated Lin Feng's brashness, especially from someone who graduated from a second-tier university, daring to approach Tian-Ying for collaboration. It is worth noting that the team led by Tian-Ying ranks among the top 3 in the nuclear source base. Let us not quarrel with women, Lin Gong, Gao Xiong softly interjected in an attempt to mediate. He actually found Lin Feng's words to be quite reasonable. However, the concept of hydrogen energy battery modules was indeed beyond common understanding. In this world, only Lin Feng possessed the capability to design and manufacture such a thing. Just as Lin Feng and his companions were about to leave, old Tian unexpectedly arrived. What was happening? Why was he chasing away the expert I had painstakingly invited? It was evident that old Tian was on Lin Feng's side. Tian-Ying, who had been fuming, was left utterly stunned upon hearing old Tian's words. Yi Yin was equally bewildered. Chapter 54. You want to command a Gundam. As for Tian-Ying, her confusion only deepened. She could not comprehend why old Tian was reprimanding her. Wasn't Lin Feng always spouting nonsense? Then old Tian approached with a serious demeanor and proclaimed, Tian-Ying, Yi Yin. I have brought Lin Feng here to serve as your supervisor. He will be the overall director for this year's World Individual Equipment Competition. What? On what grounds does he assume the role of my superior? Furthermore, this World Individual Equipment Competition is of utmost importance. Can we truly entrust it to him? Tian-Ying was acutely aware that her qualifications were insufficient, considering she was merely 24 years old. Logically and emotionally, it would be unreasonable to assign such a significant responsibility to her. Yet, she never anticipated that the appointed director would be someone of a similar age, and moreover, it was Lin Feng, with whom she had never seen eye to eye. Her dissatisfaction surged within her, and she certainly could not accept this decision. Yi Yin need not be mentioned further. He believed that among the 3, Gao Xiong was the most formidable. To his astonishment, the true prowess lay with Lin Feng. As for Elder Tian, his status was not to be trifled with, for he held in high regard individuals of significant merit, certainly not ordinary folk. Yet, what remarkable abilities did Lin Feng possess to earn such esteem from Elder Tian? It is worth noting that the leaders from the General Equipment Department had issued directives for this World Individual Equipment Competition, deeming it one of the most critical undertakings of the period. Numerous seasoned engineers aspired to partake, yet the responsibility was entrusted to someone entirely unheard of. Moreover, Lin Feng was remarkably young, merely a graduate from a second-tier university, devoid of any apparent advantages from any perspective. Why then did Elder Tian place such unwavering trust in him? Both Tian-Ying and Yi Yin were utterly confounded, struggling to comprehend Elder Tian's decision. Tian-Ying protested, Director Tian. I disagree. Elder Tian, well aware of his granddaughter's temperament, promptly responded, as a senior researcher, How can you question the decisions of your superiors? This only intensified her sense of injustice. Then Lin Feng addressed Elder Tian, saying, Elder Tian, it's all right. The young lady is merely throwing a tantrum, and I bear no ill will. At this moment, Tianing could no longer contain herself. This Lin Feng was simply insufferable. To be precise, she had never encountered anyone as exasperating as him in her entire life. Did he even comprehend the weight of his words? She was a prodigious beauty from the nuclear source base, a super genius who attained the title of senior researcher at the mere age of 23. Old Tian chuckled and remarked, it seems you two are getting along quite well, which puts my mind at ease. At that moment, the old man and the young girl exchanged knowing smiles. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tianing declared, I refuse to back down. I must compete with him. This competition was of utmost significance, presenting a splendid opportunity for our dragon nation to showcase its prowess. A poor performance would undoubtedly invite ridicule from peers across the globe. If he cannot surpass me, it would undoubtedly signify his lack of capability to assume the role of the chief supervisor. After she spoke, her chest began to heave with intensity. Truthfully, she was genuinely infuriated by Lin Feng's demeanor. It was imperative that she engaged in a fair contest with him. Old Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Lin Feng as if to inquire how to proceed. Lin Feng's response was exceedingly straightforward. If the little girl wishes to compete, let her. It's no trouble at all. I can whip up a mech in about 3 days. When the time comes, Zhang Chu can don it, and we shall compare its performance with hers. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tian Ying, who had just begun to calm down, felt her excitement surge once more. I will never concede to you. Just you wait. She huffed, clenching her fists tightly. 3 days from now, she was determined to show Lin Feng her true capabilities. How dare he look down upon her and refer to her as a little girl? Her esteemed title as a senior researcher was earned solely through her own merit, not through old Tian's connections. Although she is still quite young, she has already led the research and development of 2 significant projects, demonstrating exceptional governance capabilities and leadership experience. Old Tian remarked, it's all my fault for spoiling this girl since she was little. Please don't take offense, Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, it's nothing. I am not upset. Old Tian's words had already caused some dissatisfaction in Tianing, and Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude further fueled her irritation. However, with only 3 days remaining, is it feasible to produce an entirely new set of battle armor? Yi Yan inquired. This task seemed exceedingly daunting regardless of how one contemplated it. Yet, Gao Xiong and Zhang Chu were brimming with confidence. If they could construct ghost fighters and flare tanks, how could a mere mech pose a challenge? For Lin Feng, this was simply an overreaction. He proposed, how about this? Just find me any mech, and I will make a few modifications. 3 days should be more than sufficient. You have no objections, do you? Lin Feng asked Tianing. She responded, of course, I have none. Yi Yan, please procure a Wukong 01 mech for him. In 3 days, you will witness what true mechs are like. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chu couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng, does this mean I can wear a mech soon? I have a question. Can you make the mech a bit larger? The surrounding individuals were puzzled by Zhang Chu's statement. But Lin Feng understood perfectly, raising an eyebrow. Are you hoping for a Gundam? Ha! You have uncovered the truth. The colossal mecha is indeed a man's romantic ideal. Lin Feng remarked, it isn't entirely unfeasible, but creating humanoid forms from such massive machines is rather wasteful of resources. The legs may not perform as effectively as treads. Meanwhile, Tian Ying's expression darkened, as she suspected Lin Feng was merely boasting. He could hardly grasp the intricacies of a single soldier mecha, yet he claimed he could construct a Gundam. Yi Yan found himself at a loss for words. But judging by Tian Lao's demeanor, it seemed Lin Feng possessed some remarkable abilities. Tianing declared, let us establish the terms. We shall have 3 days. After this period, we will present our creations. The loser shall be deemed a little dog. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. You profess not to be a little girl. Is this how adults wager? Tian Ying immediately grew furious. Very well. If either of us loses, we must depart from the nuclear source base. Do you dare to take this bet? Lin Feng responded. Is that truly your desire to leave this place? Tian Ying was infuriated by Lin Feng's words, stamping her foot in frustration. I absolutely refuse to lose. With that, she flounced away, on the verge of madness due to Lin Feng's provocations. Chapter 55, Lin Gong's unfathomable strength. Tian Lao observed Tian Ying's retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. However, once Tian Ying's temper flared, even he could not rein her in. With a wry smile, he lamented that he had intended to introduce Tian-Ing to Lin Feng, yet their initial encounter had devolved into such an irreconcilable dispute. After that, it seems increasingly unlikely. Then, Elder Tian addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, you need not concern yourself too much with this matter. Tian-Ing has always been quite competitive since childhood." Lin Feng shrugged lightly, indicating that he was not overly concerned and merely required a set of battle armor to familiarize himself with the equipment over the next 3 days. Elder Tian nodded and then instructed Yi Yan, "No matter what Lin Feng requests, do your utmost to fulfill it. If there is something beyond your reach, simply call me." Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback before he remembered to nod in agreement. He truly did not anticipate Elder Tian's significant regard for Lin Feng. Within the entire nuclear source base, few individuals commanded such attention from Elder Tian, and those few were all of chief engineer status. Each a recognized authority in their respective fields. Could it be that Lin Feng was indeed a concealed heavyweight? Yet, regardless of perspective, Lin Feng's youth was striking. How could a person in their 20s possibly be an esteemed authority? "Lin Feng, I am placing my entire bet on you for this upcoming World Individual Soldier competition." After delivering his words, Elder Tian departed, as he had another meeting to preside over. Subsequently, the three of them returned to the office with Yi Yan, where they began to arrange office supplies. Tables, chairs, and computers were in surplus within the storeroom, along with some more personalized items that Lin Feng had requested. The arrangement of the office and the placement of various items were entirely at Lin Feng's discretion. Throughout this process, Lin Feng had not once mentioned anything regarding the mechas. This left Yi Yan with a lingering suspicion about whether Lin Feng was merely a facade, lacking substance. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be tirelessly immersed in the modification of the mechas, unwilling to squander a single second. With the competition against Tian-Ing looming in 3 days, the losing party would be compelled to withdraw from the nuclear source base permanently. Such matters are not to be trifled with. As for Lin Feng, he appeared unperturbed. Even Gao Xiong and Zhang Chu seemed to bear no pressure. Gao Xiong, being a senior engineer, should fully comprehend the immense value of the title of senior researcher at the nuclear source base. "Senior engineer, we have nearly gathered all the office supplies. The day is drawing to a close. When shall we commence work on the mechas?" Gao Xiong inquired. "This matter is best directed towards Lin Gong. He is the one in charge here." "I am merely his apprentice," Gao Xiong replied. "Apprentice?" Lin Feng looked at Gao Xiong in bewilderment. Sensing that he might be jesting absurdly, he found the joke utterly unamusing. The title of senior engineer is not easily attained, as the next step up is chief engineer. Even within the entire nuclear source base, there are only about 20 or 30 senior engineers. "Lin Gong, regarding the mechas, how shall we arrange this?" Before Gao Xiong could finish his sentence, Lin Feng interjected, "It's already 4 or 5 o'clock. Let's have dinner first. We can discuss the matter of the mechas tomorrow." "And what about tonight?" Lin Feng remarked, "Setting up the office is quite exhausting. I see everyone is worn out. Let us take a break today and discuss the mech affairs tomorrow. I am not fond of overtime, and the 996 work schedule is entirely unnecessary. Maintaining a standard 8-hour efficiency suffices." Zhang Chu added, "That girl could never be Lin Feng's match. It's merely a matter of going through the motions." As Lin Feng is bound to emerge victorious, Yi Yan was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling that Lin Feng's arrogance was excessive. "Lin Gong, I must point out that although Tian-Ing is a woman, she possesses an intelligence quotient of 160, making her a super genius unmatched within the entire base." "Oh, I see," Lin Feng replied, maintaining an air of indifference. Yi Yan felt as though he were speaking to a wall, despite his clear warnings. Did Lin Feng truly not recognize any flaws in his behavior? At that moment, Gao Xiong approached, patting Yi Yan on the shoulder. "I understand your concerns, but you need not worry. Lin Gong's capabilities are unfathomable, akin to the sweeping monk from demigods and semi-devils." "Ah?" Yi Yan was eager to discern the true depth of Lin Feng's prowess. The fighter jets designed by Lin Gong had stirred considerable excitement even among the military leaders, and it seemed to him that these jets could be classified as 6th-generation aircraft, capable of achieving a 0 to 100 damage ratio against 5th-generation and 4.5-generation jets. Subsequently, the flare tank was designed, and I must candidly state that its performance far surpasses the main battle tanks of various nations by at least 2 generations. The advanced technology integrated into these 2 pieces of equipment is truly abundant. I am not exaggerating. Just the fire control system alone would warrant extensive research. Young man, Mr. Tian holds you in high regard, which is why he appointed you as a liaison here. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for learning. You must cherish it. Ian was momentarily taken aback. I have heard some rumors about the Phantom Fighter and the flare tank. They are said to be extraordinarily impressive. However, I remain somewhat unclear about the specifics. That said, I still wish to assert that individual soldier equipment and those formidable machines are fundamentally different. They belong to entirely disparate realms, akin to submarines and aircraft. Zhang Chu could not help but chuckle at this. Do you truly believe that aircraft and tanks belong to the same domain? Ian found himself at a loss for words. What shall we do tomorrow? Before he could finish, Lin Feng interjected. You need not worry about that. Tomorrow, bring over a set of battle armor. By the way, do we have tungsten steel and titanium alloy? Please procure more alloy. I intend to modify the chassis itself. The design of your chassis is excessively cumbersome. Yi Yin could only nod in response, as Lin Feng was the authority in this office. Moreover, Mr. Tian's directive was clear. He was to heed Lin Feng's instructions. Zhang Chu remarked, the mechas they designed utilize a power exoskeleton with numerous reverse joint designs. I feel that the pilots will undoubtedly find it uncomfortable. This aspect may require some adjustment. Lin Feng replied, rest assured, I shall create the most exquisite prototype for you. At this point, Yi Yin was genuinely intrigued about how Lin Feng would transform the mechas they had designed and manufactured. Chapter 56. Is surrender possible? The following morning, Yi Yin diligently delivered a plethora of items according to Lin Feng's list. Among these items, many left Yi Yin bewildered, such as the request for a considerable amount of sand. He simply could not fathom the purpose of such an item. However, since Elder Tian had instructed him to fulfill all of Lin Feng's requests, it became a straightforward task. Whatever Lin Feng required, he would procure. As for the eventual outcome, he bore no responsibility. As for the trio, Yi Yin found them utterly perplexing. Gao Xiong, on the other hand, had arrived at the office promptly at 7:30 and was diligently at work. Zhang Chu and Lin Feng, however, sauntered in leisurely at 8:30. Did Lin Feng not realize that his competitor was Tian Ying, the prodigious beauty of the nuclear source base? The office was already brimming with various materials Lin Feng desired. Alongside a complete prototype of the Wukong 01, he was quite pleased with Yi Yin's efficiency. If he were to express any dissatisfaction, it would be that Yi Yin sometimes tended to be excessively talkative. Lin Feng began to tinker with and organize the materials, while Gao Xiong assisted him. Zhang Chu, rather nonchalantly, chose to cover his face with a book and reclined with his legs propped up on the desk, swiftly succumbing to slumber. It was the first time Yi Yin had witnessed such a carefree demeanor within the confines of the nuclear base. This behavior was, in fact, orchestrated by Lin Feng. Zhang Chu's contributions to research and modifications were minimal. His sole responsibility was to conserve his energy for when the time for testing arrived. Lin Feng had always been adept at delineating responsibilities, ensuring that each individual focused solely on their designated tasks without the necessity of mastering every aspect. Soon, Lin Feng circled the Wukong 01 prototype, expressing his thoughts with a few clicks of his tongue before engaging in a discussion with Gao Xiong. This mechanized suit encompassed a wealth of ergonomic knowledge, an area in which Gao Xiong possessed ample expertise. Before long, Lin Feng formulated his ideas, primarily regarding the outdated nature of the reverse joints and hydraulic systems. Furthermore, the upgrade and modification of the chip became imperative. Lin Feng was disinclined to utilize the existing system due to numerous material constraints. Many of the materials were exceedingly precious and rare, rendering their application on this antiquated model imprudent. With the impending world individual equipment competition, Lin Feng was determined to construct a new prototype. Having undergone 3 modifications via the system and engaged in extensive dialogue with the AI at the modification factory, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge that transcended contemporary standards. Now was the opportune moment to assess the extent of his capabilities. Lin Feng swiftly began to engage with the task at hand, while Gao Xiong assisted him diligently. The initial step involved disassembling the apparatus, after which considerations for upgrades could commence. Yi Yin was soon astonished to discover that both Lin Feng and Gao Xiong possessed extraordinary practical skills, starkly contrasting with the typical engineers, who were often bespectacled, genteel, and primarily adept at drafting and data analysis, yet lacked substantial hands-on abilities. In contrast, Lin Feng and Gao Xiong eschewed extensive schematics and excelled in practical execution. Before long, the prototype of Wukong 01 was completely dismantled by their efforts. Lin Feng meticulously categorized the prototype into 5 major modules: propulsion, armor, firepower, communication, and energy. Frankly, None of these components met his standards. However, the 3-day time frame was somewhat too hasty to perfect every aspect of the modifications. Nonetheless, it should suffice for the impending competition against Tianying. Gao Xiong, working alongside Lin Feng, found his enthusiasm growing exponentially. The most invaluable aspect of this collaboration was the knowledge he gleaned from Lin Feng, which proved to be exceptionally rare. In just these 2 or 3 days, he had learned more from Lin Feng than he had in the previous 3 years. Contemplating this, Gao Xiong couldn't help but chuckle, feeling fortunate to have aligned himself with Lin Feng. Those 3 days swiftly passed, during which the personnel at the nuclear source base heard whispers of a newcomer daring to challenge Tianying's research group, leading to a friendly rivalry with a competition scheduled for 3 days hence. As Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong made their way to the dining hall, they noticed a considerable number of people whispering and pointing in their direction. Gao Xiong was somewhat perturbed by this attention, while Zhang Chu reveled in it, savoring the sensation of being observed and discussed, akin to a celebrity basking in the limelight. In contrast, Lin Feng remained unfazed by the idle gossip surrounding him. He simply did not care. The 3-day period swiftly came to a close. On that particular noon, Tianying led her team to the training ground. A soldier was warming up at the sidelines, clad in the Wukong 02 modification, while a laptop connected to the mech underwent final adjustments. Tianying's eyes were bloodshot, a testament to the mere 3 hours of sleep she had allowed herself each night, all in pursuit of defeating Lin Feng in the competition. Her team had been warming up their mech for half a day when Lin Feng's trio finally arrived, albeit tardily. Zhang Chu, still in his mech, let out a yawn. Yi Yin trailed behind, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, appearing rather peculiar. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng, Tianying's face broke into a confident smile. She and her team approached Lin Feng directly. It was then that they heard Yi Yin pose the question to Lin Feng. Is it possible to surrender and only lose half? Of course not. Tianying interjected, providing her response despite the query not being directed at her. Tianying, that seems rather inappropriate, Yi Yin remarked, his expression increasingly conflicted. A man must honor his word. There is no notion of surrendering for half a loss in combat. This is no mere child's play. Tianying and her team were filled with exuberance. The opposing side's remarks indicated a complete lack of confidence. It seemed that victory was assured this time. However, to their utter astonishment, Yi Yin sighed and remarked, Tianying, I fear you are destined to lose this time. Yi Yin, have you lost your senses? Do you even realize the words you are uttering? Tianying's team was brimming with confidence, never once entertaining the notion of defeat. Naturally, Tianying was indignant upon hearing this. The competition had yet to commence. How could she concede? After days of sleepless nights dedicated to enhancing the performance of her mech by 15%, she had finally achieved her goal. She was determined to demonstrate to these uninformed individuals what true mechs were capable of. Chapter 57. Breaking the limits of records. Yi Yin sighed and chose to remain silent thereafter. He understood that no words would carry weight. Soon enough, they would witness the astonishing capabilities of Zhang Chu's mech and comprehend the basis of his assertion that surrendering equated to conceding half the battle. Yi Yin's unusual demeanor piqued the curiosity of those around him. Few were aware of the backgrounds of Lin Feng and his companions, nor did they recognize their illustrious past achievements. Yet, Tianying had worked at the nuclear source base for several years and was universally acknowledged as a prodigious beauty. Had she not been so young, she would have long been appointed as the chief engineer overseeing a major project. To be candid, there were very few who held any optimism for Lin Feng and his team. More importantly, the mech that Zhang Chu donned appeared rather lacking. Firstly, it bore no paintwork, with various welding marks conspicuously visible. Moreover, several pieces of metal were hanging limply from its back. Aside from the helmet, which had a somewhat stylish appearance, the rest was undeniably dismal. It resembled a battle-damaged relic pulled straight from the battlefield. What a heap of scrap metal is this? Is it not salvaged from a junkyard? When did our nuclear source base become so impoverished that even the mechs are crafted from such pathetic materials? Tianying recognized at a glance that this mech was the prototype Wukong 01, albeit utterly transformed by Lin Feng and his team. In truth, Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless regarding its appearance. 3 days was an exceedingly tight time frame, leaving little room for redesign. They had to make do with what was available. Especially concerning aesthetics. How could you possibly compare this heap of scrap with my meticulously designed Wukong 02? Tianying's demeanor was akin to that of a proud little phoenix. After all, The mech had been brought here. Was it merely for a stroll before returning home for dinner? Her expression darkened instantly, as her intention was to provide Lin Feng with an easy way out. Little did she know, he showed not the slightest inclination to spare her feelings. Furthermore, conversing with him felt like an exercise in futility, as any additional words would surely lead to frustration. Those around them began to murmur, sharing the sentiment that Lin Feng's mech was likely a mere paper tiger. However, at that moment, Elder Tian and two other elders arrived. Old Master Tian's demeanor remained as cheerful as ever. Upon his arrival, he cast a glance at the mech donned by Zhang Chu, but refrained from making any remarks. It was rather the two elderly gentlemen accompanying Old Master Tian who furrowed their brows in disapproval. To them, this contraption was not merely unpainted. It appeared to be nothing more than a mere prototype. Lin Feng, of course, did not contest this observation. 3 days was indeed a rather rushed time frame. However, even as an unfinished product, it sufficed for the task at hand. Old Master Tian patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and quietly suggested, "What if we extend the time by an additional 2 days? I can persuade Xiaoying. She is bound to agree." According to Old Master Tian's perspective, the initial 3 days posed significant challenges for Lin Feng, particularly since Tianying had a team dedicated to developing individual equipment providing technical support, which further complicated Lin Feng's situation. Nevertheless, Lin Feng replied, "It's nothing. Let us commence the testing right away. If I cannot even prevail against her, then there's no need to participate in the World Individual Equipment Competition." Indeed, this was merely a minor assessment. The true challenge lay ahead. Tianying's expression was as frosty as a winter's morn. For reasons unknown, every encounter with Lin Feng seemed to ignite a quarrel, and his words were anything but pleasant. "Who goes first?" "I shall." Tianying promptly instructed her subordinates to disconnect the data cable from her laptop. Meanwhile, the Wukong 02 mech, having undergone modifications, swiftly rose to its feet under the control of the soldier. Towering at over 2 meters, the mech emanated an imposing aura. The first order of business was the speed test. Tianying ingeniously devised retractable wheels at the ankle of the mecha. Once switched to mobility mode, the wheels emerged, propelling the machine forward at an astonishing speed. A nearby judge, equipped with a stopwatch, swiftly recorded the mecha's maximum velocity at 50 kilometers per hour. Such a feat of agility filled Tianying and her team with immense pride. Even on an international scale, this accomplishment could be deemed advanced. Next came the strength test. For 3 exhausting days, Tianying toiled, sacrificing sleep to extract every ounce of potential from the mecha. When the mecha's fist struck the testing apparatus with tremendous force, the result was a staggering 1 ton. Subsequently, the mecha effortlessly overturned a compact car. Then, the pressure resistance training commenced, where various weapons bombarded the mecha to assess its defensive capabilities. During the frontal assault test, the Wukong 02 modified mecha once again shattered the records within the base, as no light weapon could breach its heavy armor. Only heavy artillery stood a chance against its defenses. Remarkably, the mecha's defense rating soared to an unprecedented level 6. What does this signify? The other 2 teams' designs could only achieve a maximum defense rating of 3. Each increment in defense rating represents a 10-fold increase in protective strength. Such testing results transcend the mere description of excellence. They are nothing short of extraordinary. Although Lin Feng's team had yet to conduct their tests, many had already come forth to congratulate Tianying. Even the 2 elderly men accompanying old Tian were full of praise for Tianying's remarkable creation. They remarked that even if Lin Feng lost the bet this time, it was worthwhile, for he had fully unleashed Tianying's potential. The improvements she made to the mecha shattered one record after another, a feat that was somewhat attributable to Lin Feng. Yi Yin gently shook his head, letting out a sigh as he glanced at Zhang Chu and his seemingly dilapidated mecha. They truly understood nothing. Once they realized that Zhang Chu was piloting a mechanical beast of steel, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Tianying looked at Lin Feng with pride, saying, "Humph. Now you recognize my prowess, do you? Oh, what is this attitude? Are you still unconvinced? I've broken numerous records. And do you have any idea how many innovations I've made in minor technologies? So what? Go to hell, you fool." Old Tian observed as Tianying's face flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself that this girl and Lin Feng were indeed a pair of playful adversaries. He wondered if Lin Feng had any affection for such a headstrong personality. If he could win Lin Feng over, the Tian family would certainly bask in glory. However, Lin Feng harbored no particular thoughts about Tianying, even spending more time examining the mecha than paying attention to her. Have you finished your nonsense? It's our turn to take the stage now. Chapter 58. Can mechas dance street style? Is that reasonable? Tian-Ying was infuriated by Lin Feng's words, exclaiming, "My mecha has been enhanced aerodynamically, and I've implemented new algorithms for the battery. What do you know? What a fool." After Tian-Ying uttered those words, she still felt unsatisfied, yet could not conjure any more insults. Being an intellectual of considerable stature, she was not accustomed to such derogatory language. Her utterance was indeed the extent of her capabilities. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that Lin Feng had genuinely provoked her, resulting in significant progress. The Wukong 02 modification had undoubtedly achieved an internationally advanced standard. Consequently, she felt an unwavering confidence in her superiority. Unless Lin Feng were to unveil a revolutionary product akin to the iPhone X overshadowing the iPhone 4. Yet, such an occurrence was far from simple. Even if Lin Feng were exceptionally talented, he had only been exposed to mechas for a mere 3 days. In that short span, he might not even grasp the entirety of the blueprints, let alone other complexities. Moreover, the mecha he utilized was originally her design and fabrication, the Wukong 01 prototype. Even if Lin Feng had drastically modified the Wukong 01, an enhancement of merely 20 in performance would be remarkable. In contrast, she had extracted even greater and more potent capabilities from the more advanced Wukong 02. She firmly believed that Lin Feng could not surpass her. With her hands tucked into her lab coat, she awaited Lin Feng's performance, eager to witness the moment of his apology. Zhang Chu maneuvered the mecha to the center of the training ground, its gait appearing exceedingly awkward. It was evident that Zhang Chu had not dedicated sufficient time to training, resulting in a lack of proper acclimatization. Everything about Lin Feng's approach seemed frivolous, whether it pertained to the mecha or the test pilot he had recruited. According to Tian-Ying's calculations, the maximum speed of this mech cannot exceed 30 kilometers. The notion of reaching 40 is nothing more than a wild fantasy. Moreover, in a display of misguided cleverness, the reverse joint device has been dismantled. The reverse joint is a marvel of biomimicry. Without it, the mech's lateral movements will undoubtedly be excruciatingly sluggish. It is unnecessary to mention Tian-Ying. There is not a soul here who holds any faith in Lin Feng and Zhang Chu, save for their own unfounded confidence. Can this dilapidated contraption truly function? I observe it staggering as it attempts to walk. Will there be safety incidents during the testing? I feel there is no need for competition. This rickety apparatus is bound to falter, merely wasting everyone's time. Lin Feng remains oblivious to the surrounding clamor, while Yi Yan lets out a few sighs. He had previously shared the same sentiments, dismissing this shoddy creation as utterly useless. However, upon witnessing the mech spring to life, he promptly retracted his thoughts. Tian-Ying stands no chance whatsoever. They are entirely unaware of the monstrous challenge they are about to face. Gao Xiong's excitement also swells, as this mech embodies much of his effort and thought. Although it may appear somewhat unsightly, its performance will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Upon arriving at the center of the testing ground, Zhang Chu gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, just as the referee inquired, "Are you prepared for the mobility test?" "I am ready. Please give the signal." The referee's pistol fired with a sharp crack, and in an instant, a fleeting shadow zipped past everyone present, accompanied by a rush of wind. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tian-Ying was utterly stunned. Her teammates were rendered speechless, staring in disbelief as Zhang Chu surged forward with an astonishing velocity. The audience was equally mesmerized. No one could have anticipated that such an unremarkable machine could exhibit such prowess. The acceleration was akin to that of a hypercar. What kind of propulsion system could possibly achieve this? How extraordinary! Several leaders and chief engineers from various research groups were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have been reluctant to believe that anyone could operate a mech at such remarkable speeds. Moreover, Zhang Chu was not merely sprinting. He was also experimenting with single-leg maneuvers at high velocity, executing numerous seemingly irrational movements. These actions bore no practical significance and could only be classified as dance moves. Yet, to see a several hundred-kilogram mech performing breakdance moves while in rapid motion was simply surreal. Had he just attempted a Thomas spin? This move is reminiscent of MJ's iconic dance step. How is it possible for a mech to dance? Is this even plausible? It defies all logic. What kind of monster is this? It is truly astonishing. How has he achieved such an advanced propulsion system and human biomechanics? I am utterly confounded. This is utterly astonishing. My senior colleagues in the capital have only managed to create bionic muscles and bones that simulate human functionality to 70%. What he has achieved surpasses the very essence of humanity, does it not? At this moment, Zhang Chu was already maneuvering through space with his mech, a level of control that seemed trivial to him. Tian-Ing could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before her, despite gazing for an extended period. She struggled to comprehend how Lin Feng had accomplished such a feat. Unable to contain herself, she glanced towards Lin Feng, and their eyes met briefly. Yet, she found no trace of mockery upon his countenance. Lin Feng seemed indifferent to her presence, wearing only a subtle smile. In that instant, Tian-Ing felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Had Lin Feng mocked her even slightly, perhaps she would have felt less affected. The sensation of being disregarded was palpable, as it was evident that Lin Feng did not regard her as a rival at all. Tian-Ing bit her lower lip tightly, her emotions swirling chaotically, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, her team members wore expressions of deep dismay, observing Zhang Chu execute a series of actions on the training ground that defied all logical norms. Even a human could scarcely attain such agility. Tian-Ing could not fathom what kind of sorcery Lin Feng had employed to enable the mech to surpass human mobility. It was simply inconceivable. Zhang Chu continued to emit whistling sounds. This speed was hardly thrilling for him as an elite pilot. Yet, the entire training ground had descended into a profound silence. Even the most oblivious could discern the immense disparity between the two mechs. Yi Yin smiled wryly, recalling why he had previously remarked that surrendering meant losing half. He had long known that Tian-Ing stood no chance whatsoever. Alas, Lin Feng is indeed astonishingly formidable. After gritting her teeth, Tian-Ing inquired of the referee, "What was his speed just now?" The response came, an average speed of 80 kilometers, with a peak instantaneous speed exceeding 102. The records have already been doubled. Chapter 59. Let us get started. Zhang Chu, upon hearing these figures, Tian-Ing was utterly stunned. How could this be possible? Is this some sort of jest? Yet the numbers recorded by the instruments were undeniably truthful, even if there were deceit. The astounding high-speed maneuvers executed by Zhang Chu at that moment could not be fabricated. The intense visual impact was equally indisputable. Tian-Ing stepped back several paces, grappling with disbelief over the surreal events unfolding before her, feeling as though she were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Tian exclaimed good. Thrice in succession, he felt that Lin Feng had performed exceptionally well, completely living up to his expectations. The onlookers were aflame with excitement, watching in awe as that seemingly worthless scrap of metal executed illogical maneuvers under Zhang Chu's control. It was akin to a dazzling display of acrobatics. However, when it came to agility and power, she had undoubtedly suffered a crushing defeat. Tian-Ing had been a prodigious beauty since childhood. Achieving second place in exams was deemed a monumental failure. How could she possibly lose to a carefree Lin Feng? Her pride found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. Yet, despite her profound discomfort, she must confront reality. Numerous researchers have already approached Lin Feng, eager to comprehend the intricate layout and design of the mecha's power system. The devices they aim to design and manufacture may indeed benefit from this knowledge. Such is the nature of scientific inquiry. Upon encountering new technologies and equipment, it is akin to discovering a new world, compelling them to delve deeper. Observing the intricate maneuvers executed by Zhang Chu, one can discern that this mecha employs an entirely novel power mechanism. Furthermore, the control appears as seamless as one's own limbs, indicating substantial effort has likely been invested in AI assistance. It is truly astonishing that such a transformation could be achieved in merely 3 days. Lin Feng is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Tian-Ing stood nearby, her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. She found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with discomfort. Even more surprising to her was Lin Feng's complete lack of reservation as he meticulously deconstructed the mecha's power system for everyone. The surrounding individuals listened intently, nodding frequently, evidently inspired by Lin Feng's insights. Regardless of her reluctance to concede, Tian-Ing recognized that her own expertise and power layout paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. Moreover, in terms of AI application, it seemed she lagged significantly behind him. This realization constituted the most painful aspect for Tian-Ing. She had believed her team to be at the forefront of international standards, only to discover that even Lin Feng's casually assembled contraption outshone their efforts. What qualifications does she possess to compete internationally with the design teams of formidable nations? Tian-Ing is undeniably disheartened. Old Tian witnessed this scene, but refrained from offering her any immediate consolation. This setback may, perhaps, serve as a boon for Tian-Ing. After all, she has had a rather untroubled journey throughout her life. Without experiencing some adversity, it is indeed challenging for one to truly mature. Beyond lofty aspirations, one must also seek out obstacles. Only by surmounting these challenges can one ascend to greater heights. Lin Feng serves as the obstacle that old Tian has introduced for Tian-Ing. Were it not for the provocation by Lin Feng, Tian-Ing would not have pushed the Wukong 02 to extract its utmost performance. However, that alone is insufficient. After all, Lin Feng is a prodigy who has engineered the Phantom Fighter and the flare tank. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu, in the center of the training ground, has finally come to a standstill, still approaching the starting point with a somewhat unsteady gait. It is evident to all that Zhang Chu is not yet proficient in the operation of this mecha. Nevertheless, the recent displays have been truly unforgettable. Next comes the strength test, and anticipation for this seemingly battered mecha has surged among the onlookers. Judging by its previous power performance, this mecha's strength should not be lacking. The Wukong 02 modification has just set a new record. It remains uncertain whether this record will be surpassed. Tian-Ing has grown increasingly anxious. If it cannot outperform in power, surely it must excel in strength. If it fails to surpass in all aspects, she would undoubtedly find herself in a most embarrassing position. It may very well be her greatest defeat in her lifetime. Tian-Ing felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Her delicate white hands clenched into fists. In stark contrast, Lin Feng appeared exceedingly at ease. He stood there, inquiring of Yi Yin why there was no cola available. If only some fries could be procured, it would be perfect. Yi Yin was left speechless. However, he had come to understand that Lin Feng simply did not adhere to conventional methods. Perhaps true genius operates in such a manner. Zhang Chu adjusted his mecha and then let out a boisterous laugh. To be frank, he could hardly contain his excitement, eager to witness even more astonished expressions from the onlookers. Ideally, he wished to see every jaw drop in disbelief. When Zhang Chu, clad in his mecha, approached the testing apparatus, Lin Feng unexpectedly raised his hand, pausing to clarify a minor point. Curiosity piqued. All eyes turned toward Lin Feng, wondering what he intended to express. I would like to inquire, what is the maximum force that this testing apparatus can accommodate? The referee replied, you need not worry. This device can withstand a maximum load of 5 tons. Your mecha should easily surpass that. Only 5 tons. Disappointment was etched across Lin Feng's face. 5 tons is no trifling matter. Yet generally, mechas struggle to exceed a 1-ton limit. Your mecha is the Wukong 01 modification, is it not? The prototype's force is merely 500 kilograms. Even with your prowess, it seems improbable that the modifications could exceed 1 ton. Mecha, a construct inherently constrained by battery power, necessitates the establishment of a threshold in its design to avert complete depletion of energy. Should such an occurrence transpire, it would render the mecha a mere target, vulnerable to enemy fire. However, Lin Feng shook his head and suggested, perhaps we should consider an alternative testing method. At this moment, he cast a glance towards Elder Tian, who remained cheerfully unperturbed, offering no response. Lin Feng, unable to contain his agitation, inquired, Elder Tian, will we be liable for damages if the machine is destroyed? Rest assured, there will be no financial repercussions. If your mecha possesses such formidable power, we would be more than eager to see it. Elder Tian replied amiably. The referee added, fear not, the 5-ton limit is already quite impressive. Allow him to unleash his full potential. Lin Feng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. This is your suggestion. Should any mishap occur, we shall not bear the consequences. Proceed without hesitation, Zhang Chu. Chapter 60. Instantaneous explosion. Zhang Chu had long been brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, he immediately unleashed a powerful punch at the testing apparatus. A resounding boom echoed as his fist collided with the instrument, reminiscent of an explosion. A shockwave radiated outward from the machine. The force of this punch was undeniably terrifying. Despite prior preparations, many onlookers were so startled that they collapsed to the ground. The numbers displayed on the instrument were absurdly exaggerated, because there were no numbers at all. Only 5 letters. Error. The system had been utterly overwhelmed by that punch. In other words, Zhang Chu's strike had entirely surpassed the limits of what the apparatus could withstand. The referee was left in a daze. Having assumed that Lin Feng's earlier chatter was merely a display of bravado, never anticipating that the device would truly be rendered inoperative. Old Tian's mouth fell agape, and he was completely stunned. It took a full half-minute before Old Tian burst into laughter. This Lin Feng, always managing to conjure up something that leaves one momentarily blinded. The melee combat capabilities of this mech must surely be the strongest of its kind. Even the American Optimus Prime series would likely be no match. He yearned to witness this mech tear the American Optimus Prime apart right before his eyes. Old Tian felt a lingering excitement. Even Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Feng, who reassured him, "Don't worry, there's no need to compensate. I already inquired. They encouraged us to engage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu immediately gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, acknowledging his foresight. If he were to bear the cost for such an expensive device, he might end up toiling for 20 years without reward. The referee wore a troubled expression, his mind buzzing, unable to comprehend how he had encountered these two formidable adversaries. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. Zhang Chu followed the direction of Lin Feng's finger, only to see the red digits on the device beginning to erratically fluctuate. "What is happening? My goodness!" Lin Feng immediately exclaimed, "Zhang Chu, the internal power supply of the device has collapsed. It might explode at any moment. Hurry, throw this machine out." Zhang Chu reacted swiftly, taking immediate action upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He embraced the device with both arms, and suddenly, several seemingly tattered metal plates at the rear of the mech unfolded, revealing two thrusters. The thrusters emitted a stunning blue flame, and then Zhang Chu piloted the mech directly into the sky. Could this mech actually soar through the heavens? This is astonishing. This must be considered a violation of norms. A flying single-unit mech. Such mobility renders it invincible. Everyone present was utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Previously, they had been puzzled by the seemingly meaningless metal plates hanging from the back of Zhang Chu's mech. Now, they realized that hidden beneath those plates were the thrusters. The design. Could this mech truly take flight? Unsurprisingly, the most shocked person was Tianying. Witnessing all of this, she could only express her disbelief at such an outrageous turn of events. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She had merely designed a mech capable of running on the ground and had been so proud of it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's design had already achieved the ability to soar through the skies, and he remained more modest than her. The distinction between flying and not flying is indeed worlds apart. A flying mech can undoubtedly be considered a harbinger of the next generation of futuristic mechs. It is akin to the relentless domination of fourth-generation fighter jets over their third-generation counterparts. The outcome of this contest is devoid of any suspense. This disparity in technological advancement weighs heavily on Tianying, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Observing Zhang Chu effortlessly lift the apparatus into the air, she watched as he crashed through the training ground's dome and ascended into the open sky. Zhang Chu's mastery of the mech allowed him to soar at an astonishing speed, exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. This indicates that the full potential of this mech's mobility has yet to be realized. Tianying finds herself questioning the very essence of life. She cannot fathom the kind of sorcery Lin Feng must have employed to conjure such an illogical monstrosity. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, the apparatus erupted in a violent explosion above them. A deafening roar accompanied the detonation, unleashing a thick plume of black smoke. Numerous fragments rained down from the sky. Fortunately, the training ground was unoccupied, for otherwise, the mere descent of these debris could have resulted in catastrophic consequences. Tian Lao was suddenly alarmed, pondering the potential repercussions. His concern for Zhang Chu's safety eclipsed any worry for the mech. A mech can be replaced. After salvaging its remains, a new one can be constructed. But a human life cannot be so easily restored. Zhang Chu is a premier pilot, and the investment required to cultivate such talent is equivalent to a fortune in gold. The endeavor to nurture a top-tier pilot could easily amount to hundreds of millions. Should any misfortune befall Zhang Chu, it would be a grave matter for Tian La to account for. It appears that the machine exploded while cradled in Zhang Chu's embrace. Although Zhang Chu was clad in his mech, the proximity of the impact and the explosion sent numerous shards of metal hurtling toward him, placing him in a perilous situation. This realization sent old Tian into a state of frantic alarm as he shouted for the medical team to come forth. The surrounding crowd, once captivated by the terrifying capabilities of the mech, was now engulfed in panic. An accident had struck in the blink of an eye. The suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Many had yet to brace themselves psychologically. Several female researchers clasped their hands together, raising them to their chests in silent hope that that Zhang Chu would emerge unscathed. Amidst the thick, black smoke, everyone beheld the battered mech descending from above, appearing even more like a heap of scrap than before. Sharp metal shards were embedded in Zhang Chu's helmet, yet his flight remained unaffected, his movements as graceful as ever. Gao Xiong watched the sky with palpable tension, while Lin Feng maintained his usual composure, his expression tranquil. "Are you unharmed, Zhang Chu?" Old Tian called out loudly. With a smile, Zhang Chu replied, "Of course, I'm fine. Old Tian, you won't believe it, but I'm actually in great shape." The mech, under Zhang Chu's deft control, soared gracefully in the air, its flight posture remarkably stable. Upon witnessing this, Old Tian finally exhaled in relief, while Tian Ying, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Lin Feng, what exactly did you do?" Chapter 61. Tian Ying weeps in response to Tian Ying's inquiry. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, refraining from providing an immediate answer. It was not only Tian Ying who was filled with curiosity. Many others around her were equally intrigued by the remarkable protective module designed by Lin Feng, the chief designer of the mecha. This module had astonishingly safeguarded the pilot during such a close-range explosion, preserving both the individual's safety and the mecha's performance with minimal loss. Before long, under Lin Feng's invitation, Zhang Chu gracefully descended back to the ground. As he landed unharmed, the crowd hurriedly gathered around him, eager to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. As expected, Zhang Chu emerged completely unscathed, with the mecha having shielded him from all harm. However, the high-energy particle shield was now depleted. This shield served as a one-time defensive measure, activated automatically by the mecha's AI upon detecting a level 1 fatal risk, eliminating the need for manual engagement. With the presence of such a high-energy particle shield, the mecha pilot effectively gained an extra life, donning a suit of resurrection armor. This design was utterly astonishing, leaving the onlookers bewildered as they pondered how Lin Feng had conceived it. In truth, Lin Feng had drawn inspiration from the Phantom Fighter, merely creating a more compact module. Old Master Tian recognized this immediately, yet Tian Ying was oblivious to the design of the Phantom Fighter. This was her first encounter with such an illogical design, leaving her mind blank as she relinquished all attempts at reasoning. She fully understood that no matter the approach she took, she would never be able to create such a safety module. The knowledge she acquired did not encompass this particular domain. Within the group, led by Tian Ying, each individual was struck with astonishment and discomfort. The comparison of performance was so stark that even a blind person could discern the disparity. Lin Feng then turned his gaze towards Tian Ying, questioning whether they should continue the competition. Tian Ying bit her lower lip, momentarily at a loss for words. The collective gaze of everyone was now upon her, intensifying her discomfort. She felt as though their stares were akin to a sentence of execution, pushing her to the brink of despair. With her naturally delicate disposition, she found herself struggling to withstand the pressure. Truth be told, in her over 20 years of existence, she had never experienced such a catastrophic defeat. The Wukong 02 she had painstakingly developed seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to Lin Feng's mech. What more could she possibly say? Continuing to put on a brave front would only serve to make her the subject of ridicule. With a pale countenance, she declared, "There is no need to continue. I concede." Upon uttering those words, tears began to stream down her face. According to the agreement she had made with Lin Feng, the losing side was obliged to withdraw from the nuclear source base. Today was destined to be her final day within the facility. Lin Feng, however, had not taken this wager seriously. Moreover, Tian Ying was the granddaughter of Elder Tian, and Lin Feng maintained a relatively amicable relationship with him. In essence, Lin Feng merely sought to temper Tian Ying's arrogance, wishing to impart a lesson about humility. Now, that objective had been achieved. Yet, Lin Feng failed to consider that Tian Ying was a young woman, distinct from Gao Xiong. While Gao Xiong would grit his teeth and endure, darkness clouding his vision, he would never shed tears. Tian Ying's eyes reddened with tears in mere moments, leaving Lin Feng somewhat at a loss. Alas, had he known that women could be so troublesome, he would have refrained from competing with Tian Ying in the first place. Lin Feng silently resolved that he would never again engage in design contests with any woman, even if that woman were the illustrious Wang Chuxin at the tender age of 19. Unbeknownst to Tian Ying, she had already altered Lin Feng's perspective. All she could comprehend at that moment was the profound discomfort of failure. Lin Feng hastily produced a tissue and offered it to her. Tian Ying accepted the tissue, yet continued to weep softly. At this point, Lin Feng was utterly at a loss. while he could transform scrap metal into a peerless masterpiece. He was genuinely perplexed when it came to comforting a tearful young lady. In his helplessness, he turned to old Tian for assistance. Remarkably, old Tian had nothing to say and showed no signs of anger. He had always believed that Tian Ying's spirited nature could benefit from a touch of adversity, and this minor setback was of no consequence. However, to the onlookers at the nuclear source base, this scene appeared rather exaggerated. After all, Tian Ying was a prodigious beauty, one who had never known defeat until now. The unprecedented loss of this undefeated genius could only suggest that Lin Feng was an extraordinary talent indeed. Curiosity began to mount among the crowd regarding Lin Feng's origins, leaving them to wonder where old Tian had unearthed such a remarkable figure. Old Tian, for the moment, disregarded Tian Ying's plight and approached Lin Feng instead. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "Lin Feng, you are indeed as exceptional as I had anticipated. Now, I wish to confer upon you the qualification to represent Long Kingdom in the World Individual Equipment Competition. Does anyone have any objections?" As the words of Elder Tian resonated, the surrounding individuals were engulfed in profound astonishment. Yet, none dared to voice dissent, for the extraordinary performance exhibited by Zhang Chu's suit of mecha was evident to all. If they were to contest this, could they possibly present a superior creation? Ultimately, in the realms of research and equipment manufacturing, results alone speak volumes. The trio of Lin Feng remained entirely unfazed, for this had long been an arrangement with Elder Tian. Their visit to the nuclear source base was solely for this purpose, to dismantle the armor. At Zhang Chu's command, the mecha opened, and he sprang down from it with a palpable sense of dissatisfaction, his hands coated in rust. Next time, could we avoid using such scrap? He lamented. Witnessing this scene, the researchers were rendered speechless, realizing that the mightiest mecha was, in fact, partially assembled from discarded materials. Tian Ying felt an even deeper discomfort upon seeing this. However, Lin Feng had already handed her a tissue, and how she chose to proceed was of no concern to him. Lin Feng was not one to fawn over others. Even if Tian Ying possessed beauty and charm, it mattered not. Elder Tian gazed with delight at the internal structure of the mecha, posing several questions, all of which Gao Xiong readily answered. Satisfied with the responses, Elder Tian inquired of Lin Feng, if this mecha were to compete in the World Championship, would victory be assured? The two elderly gentlemen accompanying Elder Tian shared a similar sentiment. This mecha has attained the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, with unparalleled agility, lethality, and protection. Competing in the World Championship would undoubtedly enable it to outclass those from lesser nations. Yet, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Isn't this contraption merely a heap of junk? No, I cannot enter this competition. Otherwise, my lifelong reputation would be tarnished." Hearing this, Elder Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If this is considered junk, then the several prototype machines developed at the nuclear source base would scarcely qualify as such. They would merely be deemed refuse. However, Lin Feng's stance remained resolute. If we are to undertake this venture, we must strive for perfection. After all, time is ample, and there is certainly enough to redesign this. Such a creation, I truly cannot present it. While Elder Tian smiled wryly, he found himself at a loss for words. Those unfamiliar with Lin Feng believed he was merely boasting. Yet, even those aware of his pretentiousness had little to say. For Lin Feng indeed possessed the merit to do so. The performance exhibited by this mecha was nothing short of revolutionary. In fact, many began to feel envious. Had they the ability to design and fabricate such a high-performing mecha, they would likely surpass Lin Feng in pride. However, at that moment, Tian Ying suddenly recalled that Lin Feng had transformed this mecha in merely 3 days, utilizing the Wukong 01 prototype as the base. If he were to be granted the freedom to unleash his full potential, coupled with ample materials and time, the mech he could fabricate would undoubtedly surpass this one. This is an undeniable fact. Upon contemplating this, Tian Ying found herself no longer in tears, although her eyes remained somewhat reddened. Her inherently strong-willed nature shone through. Despite the fact that she had encountered remarkably few setbacks in her life, curiosity now stirred within her. She wondered what kind of extraordinary creation Lin Feng would conjure if he were to exert his utmost efforts. Meanwhile, Gao Xiong was utterly elated. In just 3 short days of shadowing Lin Feng, they had already produced such a remarkable entity. If given 3 more years, one could only imagine the astonishing inventions they would unveil to the world. Gao Xiong harbored unwavering confidence in Lin Feng, firmly believing that if Lin Feng so desired, There would be nothing in this world beyond his capabilities. Tian Lao conferred briefly with the two elder gentlemen, and they all consented to Lin Feng's decision. In the time to come, they would exert every effort to fulfill Lin Feng's requests, striving to secure victory at the global individual soldier equipment competition. The mere mention of this ignited a sense of determination among them all. Yet, Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. For according to the wager she had made with Lin Feng, she was to depart from the nuclear source base today. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that upon leaving the base, she would diligently study and learn from this experience. However, she heard Lin Feng say to her, "I believe you need not leave the nuclear source base. You should remain here." "Why? But I lost the bet." Tian Ying's stance was unexpectedly resolute. This amusing situation left old Master Tian chuckling, as the positions of the two individuals had completely reversed. It seemed that these two youngsters had a promising future ahead of them. Lin Feng continued, "Even if you depart from the nuclear source base, I shall gain nothing in return, I must say. Your limbs appear quite sturdy. Why not come work with me on my project? However, I shall not provide you with any salary or overtime pay." At this moment, Tian began to waver. To be honest, she was genuinely intrigued to witness how Lin Feng designed and constructed mechas. The incredible black technology. How had Lin Feng achieved such feats? Yet her pride prevented her from conceding. After all, she was the head of an independent project. Yet Lin Feng pressed on, "Is it true that all you Tians are devoid of integrity?" The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Old Master Tian was present, and yet Lin Feng dared to utter such audacious words. However, Old Master Tian merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Provoked by Lin Feng's remarks, Tian indeed became aggressive, declaring, "Who do you look down upon? The Tian family stands by its word." "Very well then," Lin Feng retorted. "If you lose, there must be some form of punishment. From now on, you shall come here to work 996 after hours. Without my command, you shall not leave. Do you understand?" Once again, the surrounding individuals were taken aback. Lin Feng, did he truly comprehend whom he was addressing? This was the genius beauty of the nuclear source base, and moreover, the cherished granddaughter of old Master Tian. No one within this space had ever dared to speak to Tian in such a manner. Although Lin Feng's words sounded rather harsh, Tian responded without hesitation. Her delicate fist clenched tightly, eager to prove that she was not a worthless individual. After delivering his remarks, Lin Feng winked at Elder Tian. As his words were specifically directed at Tian to encourage her to step down, all for the sake of Elder Tian's reputation. Lin Feng was not entirely ignorant of social niceties. He simply had reached a level of strength that rendered such considerations unnecessary. Those who possess true capability rarely waste their breath on trivial matters. It is often the less capable individuals who take pleasure in showcasing their frivolities. Today's events concluded perfectly, and Lin Feng's team was about to embark on a rigorous endeavor. Elder Tian imparted 7 words of encouragement. "Roll up your sleeves and work hard." "Ha, Lin Feng. I eagerly await your good news." Rest assured, Elder Tian. Since they were to develop a personal combat mech, the primary focus must be on the mech itself. The mechs previously created by Tian and her team were excessively cumbersome, which Lin Feng promptly dismissed. He envisioned a high-performance exoskeleton system or something akin to the nanobots from Iron Man, rather than being encased in a towering 2-meter structure that would severely compromise mobility and lead to significant energy consumption. Lin Feng then accessed his system to explore the array of available resources. The match against Tian had yielded an astonishing 24,500 feedback points. Gazing at the mech lying on the table, Lin Feng activated his system. Ding, modification assembly line detected. Super modification system has been activated. Shall we commence modifications now? Modification plan generation in progress. Generation completed. Plan 1. Nanomaterial mech required materials. Vibranium alloy, nanomolecular materials, small biological batteries. Characteristics. Can completely conform to the body. Nanobiotechnology can autonomously divide and repair the body. Excels in sustained combat. Plan 2. Black Panther mech. Required materials. A small amount of dark matter, dark gold materials, superconductive materials. Characteristics. Possesses formidable lethality, equipped with the destructive power of tactical nuclear weapons. Plan 3. Cyber mech required materials. Vast quantities of C-14 electronic tubes, biologically modified prosthetics. Characteristics. Can transfer a portion of consciousness into the network. No longer confined to 3-dimensional space. Possesses capabilities for unconventional warfare. Plans 4, 5. Chapter 63. Tian-Ing has come to work. This time, Lin Feng genuinely faced a dilemma of choice. Each mech presented was one he desired. In that moment, it was indeed challenging to make a decision. He rested his head upon his hands, reclining in his chair, and began to meticulously examine the various mechs, carefully comparing their advantages and disadvantages. After an extensive period of contemplation, the only conclusion he reached was that he had drooled excessively. The aspiration to modify all the mechs was evidently impractical within the limited time frame. Ultimately, he would have to make a choice. However, gazing at those mecha options truly ignites a sense of yearning. Once dawned, one could instantly transform into a superhero akin to those depicted in films. What ordinary man could resist the allure of becoming Iron Man or donning Spider-Man's formidable armor? Just as Lin Feng was engulfed in his vexation, Tian-Ing arrived. Clad in a white lab coat, her face devoid of any makeup, her skin radiated a natural, delicate fairness. She epitomized the essence of a naturally beautiful woman. Having just concluded her duties in her project team, she was prepared to fulfill her agreement to assist Lin Feng. Tian-Ing had invested considerable effort. She came here today to absorb as much knowledge as possible from Lin Feng, like a sponge. Yet upon her arrival, she found Lin Feng lounging nonchalantly in his office chair, feet propped up on the desk. On the other side, Gao Xiong was engaged in a material strength test, while Zhang Chu had seemingly vanished without a trace. As Tian-Ing approached Lin Feng to report in, she inadvertently caught sight of his computer screen, which displayed an anime character with ample curves, dressed quite provocatively. Instantly, her impression of Lin Feng plummeted. She had no desire to work under a lewd otaku, fearing she might be taken advantage of. However, to be fair, Tian-Ing was overthinking it. Lin Feng's interests were primarily confined to the realm of anime, with little inclination towards the real world. Lin Gong, I have arrived, Tian-Ing stated after taking a deep breath. Oh, you're here, Lin Feng replied, still lost in thought. Tian-Ing endured a full 5 minutes, observing that Lin Feng remained indifferent to her presence. Suppressing her mounting frustration, she took several deep breaths, repeatedly reminding herself not to succumb to anger. Once she managed to regain her composure, she inquired, Lin Feng, I have arrived. I am aware, you need not repeat it. He replied dismissively. Even with her typically good-natured temperament, Tian-Ing found it increasingly difficult to tolerate such cold indifference, especially since she was accustomed to being treated like a cherished star. Are you not going to assign me any tasks? I am here to work. Only then did Lin Feng seem to snap back to reality, momentarily setting aside his thoughts on the merits of various mechas, and surveyed the office. To his dismay, he could not identify any tasks suitable for Tian-Ing. If you have nothing to do, perhaps you could sweep the floor, he suggested. Excuse me? She exclaimed. Or maybe you could help me beat this level of Ninja Dragon Sword. Lin Feng moved his mouse, causing the screensaver to vanish and revealing the game interface. At this point, Tian-Ing could no longer contain herself. You were playing games at work? Indeed, what is wrong with that? Lin Feng replied, his tone so casual that it seemed as though he was engaged in an entirely reasonable activity. Tian-Ing was taken aback, momentarily speechless, before she managed to stammer. That's acceptable, I suppose. But wait, shouldn't you be working during office hours? You are actually playing games on the job? Lin Feng gestured for her to lower her voice. I'm not finished with this level yet. Zhang Chu completed it by 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you summon him, I shall surely be ridiculed. Tian-Ing was utterly taken aback. As a leader, not only did you indulge in video games yourself, but you also led your subordinates into the same frivolity? Tian-Ing felt as if the world had dimmed, nearly losing consciousness. She pressed her forehead, taking several moments to regain her composure and dispel the dizziness clouding her mind. How could she have been bested by such a carefree individual? To be frank, she found Lin Feng's demeanor highly questionable. Yet, if she could not surpass him, what did that say about her own capabilities? Tian-Ing had no desire to engage further with Lin Feng, fearing that her words might provoke his ire to an unbearable extent. She picked up a broom and began to sweep, grappling with the absurdity of a genius like her. Tian-Ing, reduced to cleaning for Lin Feng. It was utterly exasperating. However, the office was surprisingly tidy, leaving little to be done. She aimlessly swept around, eventually finding herself in a corner where Gao Xiong was intently conducting tests. Gao Xiong appeared to be working with a type of superconducting material, meticulously documenting the results of each performance test. In Gao Xiong's presence, Tian-Ing finally sensed the presence of a rational mind within the office. When Gao Xiong paused for coffee, Tianying set down the broom and exchanged a few words with him. In their conversation, she discovered that Gao Xiong possessed considerable insight, particularly in the realm of polymer materials. Why would someone of his caliber choose to work alongside Lin Feng? With fervor, Gao Xiong responded, "Because being near Lin Gong allows me to learn." Tianying felt as though Cao Sheng had been subjected to Lin Feng's manipulation. Wasn't he merely delegating his work to you while indulging in video games? No, you are mistaken. The games are merely a fade for Lin Feng. When he contemplates significant matters, he resorts to gaming. Once he reaches clarity, his creations are bound to astonish all. Tianying reluctantly accepted this notion. Half an hour later, she set down the broom and gathered all the office refuse into her hands. "Lin Feng, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Just as Tianying was about to depart, Zhang Chu returned. Lin Feng nonchalantly replied, "Then you may go." Once Tianying had left, Zhang Chu raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng and remarked, "Honestly, do you think Tianying has feelings for you? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense about feelings?" Lin Feng retorted. Zhang Chu countered, "If she weren't fond of you, why would she frequently come over? After all, she is the head of a project herself. She's merely extending a helping hand. How do you perceive her? Stop projecting romantic notions onto every interaction. You're no longer in elementary school, and such discussions are juvenile." Zhang Chu's expression conveyed mock trepidation. "Lin Feng, I've finally realized that your prolonged singlehood for over 20 years is not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to your prowess." Lin Feng replied, "There is nothing wrong with being single. I simply find women to be quite troublesome." Chapter 64. It's decided. It's you. The following day, when Tianying arrived, she was devoid of her previous vitality, believing her tasks would involve merely sweeping the floors. However, upon opening the office door, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. Inside, Zhang Chu was enveloping a mechanical arm with his hands. While the mechanical arm itself was not particularly astonishing, what truly left her awestruck was the luminous sphere of white energy nestled in the palm of Zhang Chu. Lin Feng and Gao Xiong were gathered around Zhang Chu's arm, engrossed in a technical discussion. Tianying's curiosity was piqued, and she hurried forward, eagerly inquiring, "What is this?" Without lifting his head, Lin Feng replied, "Of course, this is." "Oh, you're here. Why were you 2 minutes late today? Next time, tardiness will incur a penalty." Tianying thought to herself, "Isn't it because you made me sweep the floors yesterday? Who enjoys such drudgery?" Yet, she refrained from retorting, as her desire to uncover the nature of the object was overwhelming. "It's an energy beam. Haven't you seen movies? Those explosive projectiles that go boom, boom, boom." "Oh my." Tianying's wide eyes were filled with astonishment. "Good heavens, how did you achieve this? Such an advanced energy beam must be highly unstable. Isn't it dangerous?" Lin Feng remained silent, while Gao Xiong chuckled, saying, "Rest assured, Lin has made the necessary adjustments. The safety measures are thoroughly ensured." "Oh, I see. What are you researching now?" Tianying was eager to immerse herself in the situation. It was nothing particularly complex. She was merely contemplating the myriad possibilities of the firepower module. What myriad possibilities? Tianying found herself perplexed by Lin Feng's meaning. "Zhang Chu, show her," he instructed. Zhang Chu gently moved his fingers, and to her astonishment, the mechanical components encasing his arm began to reconfigure themselves. These mechanical parts resembled countless ants, swiftly shifting and soon transforming into an elongated barrel. Following this, it morphed into a small cannon, and then into 5 whips crackling with electricity. Throughout this transformation, the white energy beam remained remarkably stable, exhibiting no fluctuations whatsoever. It seemed that the safety performance of this mechanical arm was indeed as astonishing as Gao Xiong had claimed, reaching an almost absurd level. However, Tianying could not help but wonder, why did this mechanical arm continuously reshape itself? She nearly doubted her own senses. Such feats seemed entirely beyond the realm of known technological capabilities. This was no mere mecha. It was akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, capable of transforming into any form at will. "Is this a Terminator?" Tianying finally voiced her question, her tone cautious, yet internally she was overwhelmed with astonishment. Lin Feng merely stated with a hint of nonchalance, "What Terminator? This is nanotechnology. On this arm, there are approximately 300 million nanobots, which possess a certain degree of memory. Through some specialized methods, they can be stimulated to continuously reshape themselves. Do you understand this principle?" "I understand, but this..." Tianying was certainly familiar with memory metals and nanobots, yet she found herself astounded. When did our dragon country's nanobots attain such advanced capabilities? Tian-Ing was left utterly speechless. While she grasped the concept, the reality before her seemed utterly absurd. However, Lin Feng appeared completely oblivious to her astonishment. As he continued to engage in technical discussions with Gao Xiong, after a brief deliberation, they reached no conclusion, and Lin Feng instructed Zhang Chu to detach the mechanical arm. The silvery energy beam gradually dimmed and faded away. The process of Zhang Chu removing the mechanical arm was equally fascinating. He uttered, "Transform." The mechanical arm then disassembled and landed onto the table, undergoing a series of transformations before ultimately taking the form of a Rubik's cube. Tian-Ing stared at the cube, her mind buzzing, and she pointed at it, utterly at a loss for words. After a long moment of silence, she still could not articulate a single syllable. She glanced at Lin Feng, then back at the cube, and then again at Lin Feng. Zhang Chu chuckled. "The girl is clearly astonished by your display. Do you not wish to share your thoughts?" Lin Feng replied, "I have nothing to say." Tian-Ing, after taking several deep breaths, finally managed to steady her breathing. With an expression of utter astonishment, she exclaimed, "Lin Feng, did you truly design and create this? Otherwise, what could it be?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Tian-Ing was momentarily rendered speechless. Even if one wished to steal such a marvel, there would be no means to do so. Of course, that was not her intention. She was genuinely astounded. It finally dawned on her why Lin Feng had so little regard for the previous modified mech. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. "Could you perhaps enlighten me on how you manufactured these nanobots?" she inquired. Lin Feng gestured towards an array of extraordinarily peculiar instruments, where petri dishes lay. "You may take a look over there, but please refrain from pressing any buttons." "What do you mean by petri dishes?" she asked, puzzled. "These nanobots possess a degree of intelligence. In a certain sense, they can be considered metallic life forms. Just think of it that way. If I were to explain it in detail, you would not grasp its complexity," he elaborated. "Oh," Tian-Ing nodded, feeling somewhat dazed. It was worth noting that she was a prodigious beauty, and such notions had previously been her domain of expertise. Approaching the petri dishes, she peered through a high-powered microscope, observing the lively movements of the nanobots. To the naked eye, she could see metallic substances within the transparent containers continuously forming peculiar geometric structures. At the forefront of the instruments, she noticed some liquid metal slowly flowing. "What kind of metal is this?" Tian-Ing mused, feeling like an elementary student, utterly bewildered in the presence of Lin Feng. "A type of superconducting alloy, comprising titanium, gold, radium, and approximately 17 or 18 other elements," Tian-Ing inquired. "Did you create all of these during the day?" "Indeed, what of it?" Lin Feng replied. At this, Tian-Ing fell silent, as she had come to realize that Lin Feng's intellect was likely extraordinary, rivaling the likes of Einstein and Da Vinci, truly a genius of unparalleled caliber. She turned to congratulate Lin Feng, believing that victory in this competition was all but assured. This nanomecha, when unveiled, would surely dominate the battlefield. Tian-Ing was well aware of the level of competition abroad. They were at least 7 or 8 versions behind in the realm of nanomecha technology. However, as she turned, she noticed Lin Feng sighing, seemingly burdened by some unshakable concern. Chapter 65. The 300 billion project. While Tian-Ing remained perplexed, Zhang Chu remarked, "You need not worry excessively. There are always ways to resolve such issues." "Is there a problem?" Tian-Ing asked, her curiosity piqued. How could a man who had even constructed nanorobotic exoskeletons possibly have troubles? It was difficult for her to accept Zhang Chu's assertion. Yet, Lin Feng spoke up. "Of course there is a problem. Have you not noticed? Thus far, we have only managed to create a single arm. The most crucial power core remains unresolved." Tian-Ing responded, "I had assumed that enveloping his entire body with nanorobots would suffice to form a nano-armor. Is there a more intricate structure involved? To endow the nano-battle armor with the capability of regeneration, relying solely on traditional hydrogen energy proves insufficient. Is hydrogen energy not considered a forward-looking, efficient, and clean energy source? How is it, then, that it has been relegated to the status of traditional energy in your discourse?" At this moment, Tian-Ing found herself questioning her own sanity. To achieve complete coverage of the human body, a staggering 2 billion nanorobots are required. When these nanorobots sustain damage from attacks, their inevitable destruction will lead to a corresponding decline in the mech's energy absorption. Upon hearing this, Tian-Ing expressed her complete understanding, asserting that there was no issue at hand. Lin Feng shook his head and remarked, "This undoubtedly presents a problem. If it cannot withstand enemy artillery, can it still be deemed a next-generation mech? What do you propose we do?" "I aspire to develop a core that allows the damaged nano-robots to be repaired within it, thus enabling continuous regeneration. If the mech's combat capabilities can self-repair, that would truly epitomize the future warrior." "My dear," Tianning gestured toward the instruments nearby and said, "I see now. You mean for Zhang Chu to carry those two machines? No, it must be miniaturized, but won't the energy supply fall short? This is the source of my current frustration," she continued. "Have you devised a solution?" "A solution has indeed been conceived, yet it is quite challenging. If you do not articulate it, how will one ascertain its feasibility? In my mind, I have conceived a curvature device, compact enough to fit in the palm of my hand, akin to a heart, capable of delivering unparalleled power. However, for this curvature device to operate, it necessitates a form of high-energy particles from outer space. These particles are fundamental. Simply allowing them to collide will ignite sparks between electrons, unleashing an astonishing amount of energy, to the extent that a portion of space may even become distorted." Tianning, though not entirely versed in the principles of this curvature device, remarked, "Then why not pursue it? It has been established that these high-energy particles originate from outer space. To capture them, must we not venture into the cosmos? The Earth's atmosphere effectively shields us from the majority of cosmic rays. To seize such particles, we must at least traverse the stratosphere. Furthermore, the equipment required for this endeavor will not come cheaply. This project demands a staggering investment of no less than 300 billion. Now do you comprehend?" Tianning nodded, implying that it would necessitate the construction of a massive dam. "Indeed. Who could possibly make such a decision? Please, introduce me to someone who can." Lin Feng's expression reflected profound helplessness. Tianning inquired, "Have you discussed this with my grandfather?" Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "Given the stature of Elder Tian, he would likely not possess the authority to decide. The figure is simply too exorbitant." Tianning understood this as well, stating, "Of course, my grandfather cannot authorize such a monumental project, but he can certainly report it." "Are you being foolish, Lin Feng?" After Tianning finished speaking, her face flushed slightly. She had expected Lin Feng to refute her or engage in an argument. However, Lin Feng displayed a look of sudden realization. "Indeed, why was I worrying about this? It should be Elder Tian who concerns himself with this matter. I am not the one managing the funds. I merely need to hand it over to Elder Tian." With that, Lin Feng promptly leaped down from the high stool and said to Tianning, "Come with me to find Elder Tian. He should still be at work, right?" "Why should I go with you?" Tianning retorted. "You are here to work. Don't you dare disregard the boss's orders. Remember, you lost to me, which means you essentially sold your soul to me." At this point, Tianning could no longer maintain her composure. "Lin Feng, are you a devil?" When they arrived, Elder Tian had indeed not yet finished for the day. He was seated at his desk, reviewing documents. Upon entering, Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Tianning. Though she was extremely reluctant, she still spoke up. "Director Tian, we are here to request funds." While at work, she would never refer to Elder Tian as Grandpa, a rule she had imposed upon herself. "You need funds?" "Certainly. For what project?" "The project for the World Individual Combat Mecha Competition." Elder Tian set down his reading glasses and inquired, "What is the budget overrun?" 300 billion. Upon uttering this figure, Tianning could not help but exhale deeply, her heart racing rapidly. "What?" Old Tian gazed in astonishment at Tianning and Lin Feng, his expression seemingly questioning whether they were jesting. Tianning glanced at Lin Feng and lightly tapped her foot, urging him to speak as well. "You see, Old Tian, I am in need of capturing a specific type of high-energy particles from outer space before I can construct a curvature device, which will enable me to create the most perfect mech in my vision." Old Tian was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? You require 300 billion for a single soldier mech?" The mech itself does not necessitate such an amount, but the apparatus required for capturing high-energy particles is indeed close to 300 billion. However, it can also be utilized for various quantum experiments, thereby benefiting the quantum scientific advancements of our dragon country in the future. With that device, we can delve into research on quantum entanglement, quarks, protons, electrons, and more. Lin Feng concluded, yet old Tian remained in a state of utter shock, still trying to comprehend the enormity of the revelation. "By the way, Lin Feng, are you serious?" Lin Feng nodded emphatically. "I am, without a doubt, serious." Old Tian responded, This project is monumental, far beyond my authority. However, I will assist you in reporting it. Oh, Lin Feng and Tian prepared to depart, but old Tian called out to them, please stay. He then picked up the phone and swiftly dialed a mysterious number in the capital. The secretary on the other end promptly verified old Tian's identity and requested him to hold. Within 2 minutes, a voice that was both aged and deep resonated through the line. Hello, old Tian, is there something you need? Indeed, Chief. I wish to embark on a monumental project valued at 300 billion. Chapter 66. I, Lin Feng, shall not falter. The leader on the other end of the line, fortunately having not taken a sip of water, would have undoubtedly sputtered it out in shock. What are you saying? Old Tian took a deep breath and replied, Chief, I am serious about initiating a project worth 300 billion. Old Tian, are you certain you are not jesting? 300 billion? I assure you, I am not joking. Such a significant matter is not one for levity. I am well aware of the gravity of this situation. Old Tian continued, when I first heard that figure, I was equally astonished. However, after listening to his comprehensive vision for the entire project, I must admit, Chief, I have been convinced. The chief, taken aback, could hardly believe that the typically composed old Tian would utter such words. Could it be that this Lin Feng possesses some extraordinary ability to so easily sway old Tian? 300 billion. A project of such magnitude would undoubtedly be a national treasure. Old Tian affirmed, yes, I believe this project is of utmost necessity. However, I think it imperative that you speak with Lin Feng directly, as he is the one spearheading this initiative. With that, old Tian handed the phone over to Lin Feng. Perhaps it would be best for you to converse with him directly, Chief. This is the first time Lin Feng has conversed with a leader of such stature, and he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Hello, young Lin Feng. Greetings, esteemed leader. Why does this project, costing 300 billion, necessitate such a substantial investment? We aim to construct a high-energy particle capture tower, which will be directly linked to low Earth orbit. Did not the Europeans invest billions in building their quantum collider? They have successfully identified the Higgs boson, a fundamental element in the architecture of our universe. To be candid, in the realm of quantum technology, we have indeed fallen behind those Western nations. Upon hearing this, the leader replied, Lin Feng, I do not grasp the technical aspects you speak of. I merely wish to understand what this project will bring to our dragon nation. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before responding. If this project can proceed smoothly, I can assure you, esteemed leader, that in the fields of quantum technology and aerospace, our dragon nation will attain a position of global preeminence. The leader fell into a moment of silence, as did everyone else in the room, each grappling with their own apprehensions. Even Tian, at that moment, clasped her hands over her heart, adopting a posture of prayer. The leader finally inquired, did we not send you to participate in the individual Soldier World Championship? How does this 300 billion project relate to that? It does. I require the high-energy particle capture tower to gather a rare particle from space, which is essential for advancing certain technologies. In other words, accomplishing your mech project necessitates an investment of 300 billion, correct? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. One could certainly argue that. Yet I firmly believe this investment is undoubtedly worthwhile and indeed progressive. An expenditure of 300 billion to develop a set of mechas. Even the most powerful nations must deliberate carefully on such a cost. However, as I previously mentioned, this high-energy particle capture tower is not solely intended for constructing nanomechas. It has the potential for numerous applications across various fields. Thus, I find myself with but one query. Lin Feng, how confident are you? With such a colossal investment of 300 billion resting upon your shoulders, are you aware of the immense pressure this entails? Did you contemplate this aspect before proceeding? Such a monumental investment leaves no room for failure for any nation involved. Should it fail, it would equate to a complete loss of hundreds of billions. I fear no one could bear this burden, and the repercussions would echo throughout history, marking one with eternal disgrace. Therefore, anyone aspiring to initiate this project or engage with its core must possess an extraordinary level of awareness. This is no trivial matter. The consequences of failure are far too grave to bear. Lin Feng took a deep breath and, with unwavering confidence, declared, Report, Leader, I am 100% certain. 100%? Indeed, I, Lin Feng, shall not falter. Within the room, both Elder Tian and Tian gazed at Lin Feng in utter disbelief, for his assertion defied all conventional wisdom. A researcher cannot casually assert 100% certainty. It is commonplace for a scientist to achieve results only after enduring thousands, if not tens of thousands, of failures. When they venture into the realm of cutting-edge technology and equipment, they are essentially embarking on an expedition into the unknown, where trial and error is a frequent occurrence. In fact, one might say that every day is filled with attempts and corrections, yet Lin Feng boldly claims certainty. Old Tian remained silent, while the leader on the other end of the line spoke directly. "All right, Lin Feng, your words give me confidence. I will assign this project to Old Tian. All we await now is your detailed proposal to be sent to the capital before we proceed." The leader added, "Lin Feng, do not let my expectations of you go unfulfilled." Lin Feng solemnly replied, "Rest assured, leader, this matter will undoubtedly succeed." After hanging up the phone, Tian gazed at Lin Feng, suddenly filled with concern. "Do you realize what you just said? How can anyone in research claim 100%? What if it fails? You would bear that disgrace for a lifetime, Lin Feng." Lin Feng regarded the agitated Tian with a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend her fervor. "Why are you being so verbose?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tian grew even more animated. "You dare to call me verbose? That truly infuriates me. Your kindness has been taken for granted." Lin Feng responded, "As the leader just mentioned, we need to prepare a proposal. I will entrust that responsibility to you. Once we return, let us convene in my room." Tian face flushed as she questioned, "What purpose do you have in my room?" "Of course, I intend to elucidate the fundamental principles of the high-energy particle capture tower. Without a thorough understanding, how can you draft the proposal?" Tian was utterly astonished. "Are you really entrusting me with such a significant responsibility?" "Indeed. I have reviewed the reports you penned over the past few days in the office. Your thought process is lucid, and your writing is precise, superior to my own. You are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this role." Tian widened her eyes. "But are you not concerned that I might falter under such a heavy burden? A minor error could lead to— What do you fear? I harbor no such apprehensions. Besides, you have both me and Elder Tian overseeing the endeavor. Just focus on performing to the best of your abilities." "All right then, come with me to my room." Tian bit her lower lip, hesitated momentarily, and then resolutely followed Lin Feng. Chapter 67. Codename. Candle Dragon. Elder Tian watched the two figures depart, feeling a surge of emotions. He finally remarked, "Youth is indeed a splendid phase." In less than half a month, the entire engineering corps of the Dragon Nation began to converge upon the Lopner region of the Western Territories. Once, this site served as a nuclear weapons testing ground for the Dragon Nation. Now, it was poised to undertake a new mission, constructing the high-energy particle capture tower. Lin Feng and Tian collaborated seamlessly, and within a mere fortnight, they had completed the proposal and submitted it to the capital. After numerous discussions among the higher echelons of leadership, the high-energy particle capture tower project was officially launched, bearing the code name Candle Dragon. The high-energy particle capture tower designed by Lin Feng reaches an astonishing height of 5,000 meters. To construct such a colossal edifice while ensuring safety amidst fierce winds and various extreme weather conditions, it is imperative to develop entirely new materials. Otherwise, the potential devastation from such a gargantuan structure succumbing to the elements would not only incur unimaginable financial losses, but also result in terrifying casualties. For Lin Feng, material development is far from a daunting task, and soon a novel alloy was brought forth. This alloy weighs merely 1/5 of steel yet boasts hardness and corrosion resistance exceeding fivefold. As for the architectural blueprints, Lin Feng had long since prepared them. The entire endeavor would be divided into 87 teams, each tasked with diligently completing their respective duties. Ultimately, the high-energy particle capture tower would be assembled like a jigsaw puzzle. The engineering troops arriving from the north swiftly commenced foundation work. This high-energy particle capture tower stands as an unprecedented monumental structure in the annals of history. Thus, even the battle-hardened engineers felt a profound sense of apprehension. Could this high-energy particle capture tower truly be constructed successfully? Lin Feng and Tian also ventured into the desert, witnessing heavy machinery tirelessly at work amidst the golden sands. They observed a long convoy of transport vehicles snaking along the desert highways. Tian felt an overwhelming sense of awe. This must be the sensation of a great nation's heavy equipment. Moreover, she experienced a subtle anticipation of being on the brink of making history. At times, one may question whether this entire experience is merely a figment of their imagination. So surreal it seems. Yet, the gritty sand striking her face serves as a stark reminder that all of this is indeed real. Should this high-energy particle capture tower be successfully constructed, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, inquiring of Tianying. Have you ever played Rome? What is that? She asked. It's a computer game, also known as Empire 1, a game I played during my childhood. In this game, you select a civilization, and one of the victory conditions is to construct a wonder of the world. As long as this wonder exists for a specified duration without being destroyed by adversaries, you claim victory. Tianying replied, I have never played games. However, I agree with your characterization of what we are about to construct as a wonder of the world. With an expression filled with boundless yearning, Tianying gazed at the construction site ahead. The immense foundation was utterly captivating, evoking a profound sense of humanity's insignificance. Meanwhile, a mysterious military factory, located 100 kilometers away, was already in the process of producing the new alloy material developed by Lin Feng. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Tianying brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, her spirits lifting significantly. She was eager to witness the spectacle that would ensue once the high-energy particle capture tower stood tall. Just then, Lin Feng addressed her again. You don't even play games? How dull you must be. His remark triggered a surge of irritation within Tianying, compelling her to suppress her rising temper upon catching a glimpse of Lin Feng. There is no way around it. After all, she is a defeated subordinate of Lin Feng. In the presence of the strong, the weak are often subjected to ridicule, a truth that seems inherent to their dynamic. Lin Feng was quite taken aback when he noticed that Tianying had suddenly fallen silent. Their banter, typically a light-hearted exchange filled with playful jabs, had come to an unexpected halt, leaving him feeling perplexed. His understanding of women was limited at best, and he found himself unable to decipher Tianying's thoughts. Consequently, he arrived at a rather blunt conclusion. Tianying, have you lost your mind? Tianying could hardly contain herself. Lin Feng, enough. You are the real fool, a simpleton, and impotent to boot. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned before retorting. How do you know I'm impotent? Have you tried? You, go die? Tianying's face flushed a deep crimson. Without a second thought, she charged toward Lin Feng, startling him with her sudden approach, leaving him to wonder what she intended. To his surprise, she merely stomped down hard on his foot. Caught entirely off guard, Lin Feng winced in pain, his expression contorted. Upon hearing his cry, Tianying finally revealed a triumphant smile and headed towards the resting area S tent. Meanwhile, within the confines of the nuclear source base, Zhang Chu was chewing gum, skillfully blowing a large bubble that eventually burst, leaving a sticky mess on his face. In a flurry, he attempted to clean the remnants of the bubble, while the ever-diligent Gao Xiong remained unfazed, diligently recording various test data. In Kaohsiung, one muses whether Lin Feng and Tianying, upon returning from their business trip, might come back as a family of three. Kaohsiung, a paragon of masculinity, displayed an utterly indifferent demeanor upon hearing this topic. Lin Feng's prowess suggests that at the very least, they might be expecting twins, or perhaps even triplets, for anything less would not do justice to his capabilities. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Is it possible that you regard Lin Feng as possessing such formidable strength? Indeed, in my eyes, Lin Feng epitomizes the quintessential man. Zhang Chu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an undertone of ambiguity in your admiration. Just then, Lin Feng sent a video. Let us take a look together. In the video, Lin Feng stood alongside Tianying, who, still clad in her white lab coat, turned her head away, seemingly in a playful dispute with him. However, Zhang Chu discerned immediately that her demeanor was merely a display of her proud nature. Lin Feng greeted them, urging Tianying to respond, yet she chose to ignore him. Then, as Lin Feng pivoted the camera, Kaohsiung and Zhang Chu were left utterly astonished. Good heavens, what a sight to behold! Behind Lin Feng and Tianying, a colossal circular tower had risen majestically, its surface of brilliant sky blue, soaring to a height of at least 300 meters. Chapter 68. Creating a marvel that misleads the nation. Both Kaohsiung and Zhang Chu were aware of the high-energy particle capture tower project. Yet they had never anticipated that upon its completion, it would boast such a breathtaking visual splendor. It was nothing short of unbelievable. As of now, the construction progress appears to be less than 5. When completed, it is hard to fathom the grandiosity it will exhibit. Concurrently, during a press conference, a spokesperson from the United States unveiled a series of satellite images, revealing an undeniable truth. the Dragon Nation has erected an enormous and astonishing structure in the Lopner region. Presently, this edifice has reached a staggering height of 2,000 meters, surpassing the previous world record held by the Burj Khalifa by more than double. More significantly, construction is still ongoing. With each additional centimeter, a new world record is set. The spokesperson from the United States sought to interrogate the Dragon Nation about the nature of this construction and demanded an explanation for the global community. Is this endeavor a prelude to the annihilation of humanity? The United States has reason to believe that the Dragon Nation is developing an unprecedented weapon of mass destruction. Following this accusation, a global uproar ensued. Initially, the project codenamed Zhulong was kept entirely confidential within the Dragon Nation, with no media coverage. However, once the U.S. spokesperson brought it to light, it instantly became the headline story for media outlets worldwide. Naturally, the Dragon Nation vehemently denied the allegations, asserting that no known weapon requires construction at such extraordinary heights. Upon uttering this statement, the United States found it challenging to counter. Nonetheless, the discourse surrounding this colossal and enigmatic structure has surged to the top of trending topics across all social media platforms globally. In a moment, the entire world began to speculate on the reason for such a colossal structure standing in an uninhabited area. The construction of such a monument demands an immense expenditure. What, then, is the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom's undertaking? Numerous international programs have engaged in discussions, with many positing military intentions, suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom aims to wage a cosmic warfare against the ugly nation. This certainly constitutes a serious discourse. Others have veered into the realm of conspiracy, claiming that the Dragon Kingdom has made contact with extraterrestrials, and that this bizarre edifice serves as a conduit for communication with them. There are even whispers that the Dragon Kingdom has opened a portal to a third universe in the Lopner, uncovering energies from alternate dimensions, and is poised to explore these otherworldly realms. The collective discourse surrounding these topics has surpassed billions of mentions online, capturing the attention of countless eyes fixated on the enigmatic desert expanse of Lopner. People around the globe are keen to discern the true intentions of the Dragon Kingdom. Before any clarification could be provided by the Dragon Kingdom, various opportunistic experts and charlatans emerged to seize the moment. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he and Tian-Ing were engrossed in observing the construction of the high-energy particle capture tower in the desert, indifferent to the external clamor. Soon enough, a spokesperson from the Dragon Kingdom finally addressed the matter, asserting, "We have the right to establish various facilities on our own territory, and these installations are unrelated to military endeavors. They will be utilized for advanced scientific research in fields such as cosmology and quantum physics. In the future, we welcome peaceful nations and peoples to collaborate with us in the exploration and utilization of cosmic resources." The spokesperson of the Dragon Kingdom articulated their statements with utmost precision, supplemented by the insightful explanations from various physics professors, leading the public to grasp that the ultimate aim of this remarkable structure is to capture certain exotic particles from the cosmos. However, soon a contrasting perspective emerged in the media, questioning the immense manpower and financial resources expended in constructing this particle capturing tower. Did the taxpayers consent to such expenditures? According to documents disclosed by the Dragon Kingdom, the project is indeed a marvel, requiring an astronomical amount of funding and labor. With such a colossal investment, can even a fraction of the costs be recuperated? Numerous individuals have voiced their skepticism regarding this endeavor, with discussions on the internet garnering comments that reach into the millions. Once the collective enthusiasm of the populace has been fully ignited, it becomes imperative for someone to provide a reasonable explanation to the public. This sentiment has even found some support among the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. The reason is straightforward. This is not merely a project costing 1 or 2 billion, which could be dismissed as a minor loss. We are speaking of a monumental investment of 300 billion. To initiate this project, even the central finances have become somewhat strained. Should results materialize from this venture, it would be well and good, but if not, it would be utterly catastrophic. Throwing 300 billion into the depths of the abyss would be enough to fill a reservoir. Furthermore, this undertaking has monopolized the engineering core of the entire Dragon Kingdom, causing numerous other projects to be put on hold. If the engineering battalions were not toiling day and night to expedite the construction, the pace would undoubtedly be slower, likely incurring even higher costs. As the voices of dissent grew louder, Lin Feng and his companions were compelled to confront the impending challenges. Tian-Ing was deeply apprehensive about the forthcoming turmoil, Yet Lin Feng exhibited no sign of trepidation, for he understood that such events were inevitable. The masses, in their ignorance, could not be relied upon to comprehend the intricate workings of the high-energy particle capture tower. Convincing everyone that the Earth is round is a formidable task, let alone elucidating the complexities of this cutting-edge scientific endeavor. Nevertheless, Lin Feng possessed unwavering confidence, knowing that the so-called truth resided firmly within his grasp. Before long, the War Department in the capital dispatched a specialized task force to assess the situation. Their initial objective was to investigate any potential violations, followed by a confirmation from Lin Feng that the project would indeed yield results. Upon the arrival of the task force for their meeting, Tian-Ying became increasingly anxious. In stark contrast, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, continuing his daily routine of eating, sleeping, and working as usual. Eventually, he was summoned to a small, dimly lit room by the task force. When the light flickered on, he found himself facing a man in his 30s, who introduced himself as Lin Feng, holding a high-ranking position and requesting to be addressed as chief. The tactics employed by Lin Feng were familiar to Tian-Ying, who had already experienced this approach. It typically involved an initial attempt to intimidate through rhetoric, probing for any signs of weakness. Should any vulnerabilities be revealed, a fierce onslaught would ensue. If not, the exchange would continue. If progress remained elusive, the strategy would shift to a more conciliatory stance. This entire process was unlikely to conclude in less than 2 or 3 hours. Thus, Lin Feng stated from the outset, "I will be forthright, as I do not wish to squander your time. The high-energy particle capture tower that I am spearheading not only will not incur losses, but will also generate profit." Chapter 69. Lin Feng, I caution you not to be overly arrogant. What on earth? Lin Feng, having been outmaneuvered by Lin Feng, found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng then proclaimed loudly, "I assert that the high-energy particle capture tower project will not only avoid losses, but can indeed yield profits." His voice resonated to such an exaggerated extent that echoes filled the room. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. "Be honest. Stop the shouting." After Lin Feng resumed his seat and caught his breath, having truly exhausted himself, he replied, "What you just said must be a fabrication. The materials we received never indicated that this project could be profitable." Lin Feng's demeanor hardened severely. "Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving us?" Lin Feng retorted with a look of indifference, "I never deceive. Lin, prior to our arrival, we consulted all the experts from the Academy of Sciences, the Military Research Institute, and the High Energy Physics Institute. The unanimous conclusion from all experts was, this endeavor is absolutely incapable of yielding profit. Do you think that spouting nonsensical claims will suffice to placate us? Do not presume that we are easily swayed. While we may be laymen, we are not fools." Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Feng inquired, "Do you have anything to say? You all seem quite foolish, questioning individuals who possess little understanding. Is that not a display of absurdity?" Lin Feng abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, drawing in a sharp breath. "Lin Feng, I caution you. Do not be overly arrogant. Those are the foremost scientists of the Dragon Country, and they have collectively expressed that this project will only squander resources and cause suffering. Are you implying that they too are fools?" Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he casually replied, "They are certainly not fools. They simply lack the requisite level of competence and capability." "Utter nonsense. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? You are excessively arrogant." Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. "Did Tian-Ying not inform you? In the realm of scientific research, the strong must dominate the weak." Throughout the discourse, Lin Feng had failed to extract any valuable information and instead felt his own composure fraying. It took him several minutes to regain his equanimity. He then produced a stack of reports as thick as a dictionary, all authored by the nation's leading scientists. "Everyone is asserting that your project carries immense risks with minimal returns." Lin Feng remarked, "Ah, I see. What manner of attitude is that?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Has my attitude shifted at any point from the beginning until now? The truth is always held by a select few. Do you think sheer numbers can intimidate me? You ought to engage a more qualified individual for this discourse." Upon returning to the conversation, Lin Feng asserted that the high-energy particle capture tower project would not incur losses, but rather yield profits, a sentiment he had previously conveyed. Lin Feng, with a cold smile and a hint of disdain, retorted, "If that were true, I would willingly sever my head to serve as a football. It would be of no use to me. I might as well gift it to the national football team." After delivering this remark, Lin Feng pressed a button on the badge adorning his chest, and an astonishing 3D holographic image materialized between him and Li Xin. Still reeling from the shock, Li Xin marveled at the strikingly lifelike quality of the naked eye 3D display. How was such an experience even created? Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already risen to his feet, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his white lab coat, as he began to elucidate with a cool demeanor. This is the foundational structure of the high-energy particle capture tower. Do you see it clearly? The lower section represents the ground, while the upper part is the capture device. The particles we aim to capture will unveil the truths of the universe. Li Xin inquired, "What truths?" Lin Feng responded, "According to our calculations, dark matter should comprise 70% of the universe's mass, yet we have never observed it. I intend to uncover the existence of dark matter. The energy produced from the interaction between dark matter and ordinary matter will rival that of the sun, offering an infinite energy source comparable to controllable nuclear fusion. This will be the primary direction for future research. However, the critical aspect remains the issue of profitability. Allow me to explain why this colossal project, valued at 300 billion, is destined for success." As Lin Feng spoke, the 3D holographic image before them began to morph in accordance with his words. Lin Feng remarked, "The high-energy particle capture tower serves not only to capture high-energy particles from outer space, but also has a remarkably significant function. The tower is hollow, making it perfectly suitable for rocket launches. With the pipelines below, rockets can conserve at least 40% of their fuel. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Those saved weights can be entirely allocated for satellite deployment. A single rocket could potentially carry 27 or 28 satellites, thereby reducing the launch cost of each satellite to a mere 500,000. This represents a substantial cost advantage. Our foremost competitor is the United States, particularly NASA-affiliated enterprises, whose average cost stands at $1 million per satellite, while ours is only 500,000 yuan. If you were the owner, whom would you choose to assist in launching satellites? The maintenance expenses of the high-energy particle capture tower alone would suffice to cover the costs of launching satellites and spacecraft worldwide, with a surplus. Furthermore, we could establish a network of communication satellites in low Earth orbit, effectively dismantling Musk's Starlink at merely 1/8 of the American cost. This venture promises even greater profitability. Designing communication satellites is a straightforward endeavor. Surely, no one genuinely believes it to be overly complex? Li Xin was left utterly speechless, completely astounded. He instinctively touched his neck, feeling a chill, as if his head might be required as a sacrifice. As Lin Feng passionately elaborated his vision for half an hour, Li Xin, upon regaining his senses, suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. "I serve as the deputy leader of the working group, and it should indeed be my responsibility to interrogate him. Yet, it seems as though our roles have somehow reversed. One moment, please. Allow me to inquire. I wish to ascertain whether there has been any waste or embezzlement during the construction of the high-energy particle capture tower. Rest assured, everything is meticulously recorded. You may review the accounts at your convenience. However, the vision I shared earlier is genuine, and I have not yet finished. Once we monopolize the global communication network, enabling every individual on Earth to access Wi-Fi, what shall our next steps be?" Li Xin hastily waved his hand, indicating his inability to cope, and suggested that I allow his superior to speak with you. "Lin Gong, I am now 100% convinced of your brilliance. You are a genius, the Einstein of the Dragon Kingdom. I am utterly in awe." Chapter 70. Enormous resistance. Li Xin quickly summoned his superior, a rather stubborn elderly gentleman whom Lin Feng was instructed to refer to as Old Bai. Old Bai's words were straightforward and blunt. "The holographic images you have presented pose no issues. However, how can you ensure that the physical implementation will perform as expected? Words alone hold no weight. Nevertheless, the high-energy particle capture tower has indeed been constructed according to these specifications and should function accordingly. Otherwise, why would I expend considerable effort to develop numerous new alloy materials, ensuring that the overall strength meets such standards? It is solely to facilitate aerospace endeavors." Old Bai scrutinized Lin Feng intently. It seems they are attempting to find potential flaws in Lin Feng's demeanor. However, this time, he may indeed be disappointed, for there exists not a single chink in Lin Feng's armor. His face radiates an unwavering confidence. Old Bai inquired further, "Why then do 160 scientists from the National Academy of Sciences collectively oppose this project?" Lin Feng, hands tucked into his pockets, asserted that it is quite normal for revolutionary concepts to be misunderstood by others. "I can assure you, They have never encountered anything like this, nor does it fall within their realm of comprehension. Soon, the truth will be revealed. Once the high-energy particle capture tower is halfway completed, we shall commence the transportation of rockets into space. If this endeavor proves futile, I shall willingly turn myself in. There will be no need for you to apprehend me. Old Bai found himself at a loss for words, sensing an unparalleled arrogance emanating from Lin Feng. Yet, one must concede, this young man possesses a certain audacity that is indeed commendable. On their journey here, they meticulously examined Lin Feng's dossier, along with his previous accomplishments. Upon discovering that he independently designed and manufactured the Phantom Fighter and the Flare Tank, which represent the pinnacle of Dragon Nation-S technology, Old Bai's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Not to mention the entirety of these machines, even the development of a single system, such as the protective shield system, is an achievement that would mark one as a luminary in the industry. Such a modern endeavor entails surmounting at least thousands of technological hurdles. The fact that one individual could accomplish this suggests that his intellect may well be several magnitudes beyond that of the average person. Perhaps such a prodigious genius is destined to remain incomprehensible to mere mortals. Elder Bai has come to empathize with the sentiments of high-ranking officials. If this individual can indeed fabricate a sixth-generation fighter jet and construct the most formidable land battle tank in human history, then his aspiration to extend miracles into the cosmos warrants unequivocal support for this genius. Elder Bai addressed Li Exine, saying, "Let us depart. Our work here has concluded. Lin Gong, I urge you to labor diligently, for you stand supported by the people of our nation." Li Exine was somewhat taken aback by how readily Elder Bai had been persuaded. Meanwhile, Lin Feng maintained his impassive demeanor, hands tucked within the pockets of his lab coat. Li Exine inquired, "How shall we report to the Academy of Sciences?" Elder Bai chuckled softly, replying, "They are not our superiors. We are under no obligation to account to them. However, Lin Gong, you may find yourself in a bit of a predicament. To be precise, it was not Lin Feng who faced trouble, but rather Tian Ying." Lin Feng stood before the workgroup dispatched by the central authority, while Tian Ying was left to contend with the elderly scientists from the Academy of Sciences. Many of these retired individuals, some even in wheelchairs, approached her to lament the perceived squandering of national funds, leaving Tian Ying utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that she would need to exert herself to defend this fool, Lin Feng. Moreover, it was in the presence of so many venerable figures from the scientific community. One can only assert that the concept of the high-energy particle capture tower is indeed far ahead of its time. Attempting to comprehend it through the lens of previous knowledge and perspectives is an exceedingly arduous task. Firstly, one must possess an exceptional understanding of high-energy physics, followed by expertise in aerospace engineering, as well as a myriad of materials science and other obscure disciplines. During this period, Tian Ying diligently dedicated her evenings to study. She devoured one voluminous textbook after another, feeling significantly enriched by the knowledge she acquired. However, a conundrum arose. Lin Feng, who appeared nonchalant and even engaged in clandestine gaming during work hours, seemed inexplicably formidable. Could it be that while others slumbered, he was secretly immersed in study? This led Tian Ying to ponder whether this facade of effortless success was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, she could not possibly monitor Lin Feng's nocturnal habits on a daily basis. Through the use of holographic imagery, Tian Ying managed to persuade all the esteemed experts gathered. When suddenly, a bespectacled man in his 30s stood up. With a cold smile, he addressed her, "Tian Ying, I can't help but wonder if you and that Lin Feng have both lost your senses." This man, known as Hu Yao, had encountered Tian Ying several times during a conference in the capital and had even pursued her privately. However, she had paid him little heed, finding him rather dark and inexplicably self-absorbed. Visibly displeased, Tian Ying retorted, "Hu Yao, you may express your opinions, but there is no need for personal attacks." Hu Yao remarked, "Your plan appears flawless on the surface. However, in practice, have the strength of those new materials you mentioned been validated? As far as I know, many materials require a verification period of at least 2 to 3 years. To employ them in a project worth 300 billion is utterly against regulations." Indeed, Hu Yao pointed out a flaw in the process. Yet, have you considered, Hu Yao, that the materials designed by Lin Feng exceed the national security standards by over 12 times? This is not mere exaggeration. The new materials developed by Lin Feng outperform the highest national standards in radiation resistance by a factor of 12. Numerous nuclear power plants are already preparing to adopt this groundbreaking technology. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's name, Hu Yao's demeanor soured. He retorted, "Huh? This material may be impressive now, I concede, but what about 2 years from now? Perhaps its efficacy will only last a year, and the consequences could be dire. Have you contemplated that? Hu Yao, are you being obstinate? This material is an alloy, not foam, and its corrosion resistance surpasses national standards by over 20 times. How could it possibly become ineffective in just 2 years?" Tianying was quite infuriated. Hu Yao continued sarcastically, "Isn't that still a violation of regulations? The rule states that safety performance must be verified over 2 years. The surrounding experts and professors began to murmur among themselves. Some found Hu Yao's arguments reasonable, while others supported Tianying. In a moment of sheer panic, Tianying found herself flustered. Her expertise lay in conducting various experiments within the confines of the laboratory, and she possessed little experience in dealing with such petty individuals. Just as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, Lin Feng finally made his entrance. Chapter 71. The most impressive entrance in history. Instead of merely opening the door and walking in, Lin Feng soared into the room on an anti-gravity hoverboard. The sheer spectacle of his arrival was utterly breathtaking. Numerous esteemed professors, who had dedicated their lives to the study of magnetic levitation, trembled in awe as they gazed at Lin Feng's hoverboard. If Lin Feng were to proclaim that there were 2 suns in the sky, they might very well acquiesce without question. To their astonishment, upon entering, Lin Feng's hoverboard underwent a transformation, not the rigid metamorphosis of a transformer, but rather a fluid transition into a liquid state, seamlessly trailing behind him like a metallic slime. In an instant, the vast conference room fell into a profound silence. Countless venerable professors fixated on the object behind Lin Feng, eager to discern its true nature. Hu Yao, equally dumbfounded, could have fit an egg in his gaping mouth. At that moment, Tianying felt an overwhelming urge to rush into Lin Feng's embrace. It was undeniable that his arrival was impeccably timed. Yet, upon noticing Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a playful expression on his face, she was suddenly overcome with the impulse to deliver a few punches to him. Why did this fool arrive only now? Lin Feng seemed to read Tianying's thoughts and casually remarked, "I apologize. I was so engrossed in discussions with the workgroup that I lost track of time." "So, this is the expert team from the capital that's opposing us, is it?" As soon as Lin Feng's words faded, an elderly professor interjected, "Lin, I do not oppose you. But I must know, what is the nature of that liquid robot behind you? What polymer metal material allows it to continuously transform and maintain a liquid state at room temperature? Surely, this liquid robot must possess AI as well?" The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussions, yet their focus was not on Lin Feng, but rather on the robot at his feet. This liquid robot, which had recently morphed into an anti-gravity skateboard, was a creation of Lin Feng's from merely a day prior, designed specifically to impress this assembly of scholars. These seasoned professors and experts had devoted their lives to research, many of whom were titans of the industry. Engaging them in mere chatter would only leave them unimpressed, viewing him as inexperienced and unreliable. However, if he could present a groundbreaking piece of technology, their perceptions would shift dramatically. After all, in this world, it is ultimately strength that commands respect. Tianying gracefully stepped aside, yielding the stage entirely to Lin Feng. In response to the fervent excitement of the elderly professors and experts, Lin Feng gently raised his hand, signaling for silence. He remarked, "This is merely a trivial trinket. If everyone is interested, I can give away 3 later. However, I implore you to let me finish speaking first." With this declaration, the audience erupted, each person vying for the coveted spots. Lin Feng continued, "I have already stated that it is a trivial item. Do you not wish to witness something truly remarkable?" An elderly professor could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Lin, what do you mean by something remarkable?" The interest of the crowd had been ignited by Lin Feng's words. Yet one individual, Hu Yao, scoffed disdainfully. In a tone barely audible to others, he muttered, "What a charade." Lin Feng cleared his throat and replied with poise, "By something remarkable, I am referring to the high-energy particle capture tower. Moments ago, I overheard someone express doubts regarding the materials used for the high-energy particle capture tower. Is that correct?" Before Tianying could respond, Hu Yao stood up, asserting, "Indeed. I suspect that your approval process is flawed. The materials have not met national standards." Lin Feng sighed softly, "You are correct." Tianying and the elder professors anticipated Lin Feng to defend himself, but none expected him to concede so readily. If the materials were indeed non-compliant, would that not render the entire high-energy particle capture tower an illegal construction? Tianning widened her eyes, fixating on Lin Feng. Had the crowd not been so large, she would have approached him to contest his claims. This high-energy particle capture tower embodies her considerable dedication and effort. However, Lin Feng soon broke into a smile, remarking that the outdated national standards had long since lost their relevance and, frankly, held no value as a reference in my eyes. What do you mean by that? There are so many esteemed professors present. Are you implying that the standards they have devoted their lives to establishing are worthless? After Hu Yao spoke, he chuckled with self-satisfaction, intent on inciting these professors to fiercely contend with Lin Feng. Lin Feng clarified, "Of course, that is not my point. Scientific research is, after all, built upon the foundations laid by our predecessors. And what, pray tell, is your point?" One irritable professor in the audience expressed his impatience. Lin Feng posed a question to everyone. Before our Dragon Nation, did any country in the world ever construct a high-energy particle capture tower? This inquiry left the room in stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback, and even Hu Yao found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng then continued, "Excellent. It appears that everyone understands that we are witnessing the world's first high-energy particle capture tower, an unprecedented innovation. How could there possibly be established standards?" After a moment of silence, the professors began to engage in discussion. A significant portion concurred with Lin Feng's perspective. This high-energy particle capture tower is indeed the first of its kind globally, and thus, the notion of construction standards is irrelevant. Furthermore, with a height reaching an unprecedented 5 kilometers, such a towering structure has never before graced the annals of human history. If we continue to adhere to outdated standards, it would indeed be a laughingstock. Whether it pertains to material validation or various engineering assessments, it is imperative that we establish new criteria. Lin Feng generously remarked, "I entrust this matter to all of you. I will also deliver various construction materials and models to each laboratory. Constructing a high-energy particle capture tower is not solely my endeavor, nor is it merely my achievement. It is a triumph for the entire scientific community of Longhua." Upon uttering these words, Lin Feng truly elevated the discourse. To the astonishment of many, several professors in the audience began to applaud him spontaneously. Meanwhile, Tianning, standing nearby, discreetly wiped away a couple of tears, wishing to conceal her tearful visage from Lin Feng. In contrast, Hu Yao, standing beside her, gritted his teeth in frustration. "Lin Feng, you have no prior experience in construction. Do you comprehend the implications of a height of 5,000 meters for a building? When strong winds arise, do you realize the absurd extent to which the structure will sway in the air?" He was merely stubborn, unwilling to relent against Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. "In that case, let us make a wager." Hu Yao scoffed. "You are an amateur concerning construction. I have no desire to bet with a novice." "Oh, so you are afraid." Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, the veins on Hu Yao's forehead bulged. "Lin Feng, stop with the idle chatter and get to the point. How do you propose we wager?" Chapter 72, Ignition and Launch. Lin Feng remarked, "Once we surpass a height of 3,000 meters, we shall no longer employ human labor. All construction will be entrusted to robots. To put it plainly, I shall complete the high-energy particle capture tower within 4 weeks, and it will undergo rigorous safety inspection thereafter. Should it fail to pass this inspection, I shall concede defeat, and I will owe an apology to the entire nation." Upon hearing this, Hu Yao could no longer contain his delight, envisioning Lin Feng's chagrin upon losing. "But if you do lose, you must apologize to me, Lin Feng, in professional journals and newspapers." Hu Yao declared almost without hesitation, "Very well. Let us wager. Who is afraid?" Tianning, standing nearby, could not suppress her laughter, realizing that Hu Yao had willingly jumped into the pit. In such a brief span, her emotions oscillated wildly between tears and laughter, akin to a roller coaster, all of which she attributed to Lin Feng's influence. Lin Feng continued, "Hu Yao? Mark my words, this wager has numerous professors and experts as witnesses, so do not attempt to deny your defeat if it comes to that." Hu Yao chuckled. "You know nothing of architecture, Lin Feng. A structure of 5,000 meters, regardless of the materials used or the depth of its foundation, cannot withstand winds exceeding level 12. Once it begins to sway, its immense weight will become the source of peril." Lin Feng, uninterested in Hu Yao's retorts, was soon surrounded by professors eager to comprehend the process behind the creation of his liquid robots. Tianning had no choice but to lend a slight defense to Lin Feng. Everyone needed to calm down for a moment. Lin's union would soon hold a meeting to clarify matters. This was, in fact, a novel type of metallic alloy. On the international stage, Longwa faced far more perilous scrutiny. Within the United Nations, those old imperialist nations were vociferously accusing Longwa of developing new forms of weapons of mass destruction. Regardless of how Longwa attempted to justify itself, such efforts appeared utterly futile, for no one was inclined to heed its explanations. Instead, they intended to dispatch a working group to the high-energy particle capture tower for investigation. Naturally, Longwa would never acquiesce to such demands. It can be asserted that Longwa had found itself in an exceedingly disadvantageous position internationally. No one in the world believed that this high-energy particle capture tower was constructed for aerospace and physical research. Various conspiracy theories proliferated with fervor. However, aside from these conspiracies, a more prevalent opinion emerged. Longwa was merely a copycat, utterly incapable of producing anything that could lead human technology. This high-energy particle capture tower was deemed to be of no utility. Even if it were a terrifying weapon, Longwa lacked the capability to achieve success. Particularly among the white nations, discrimination against Longwa was most pronounced. Their media went so far as to declare that Longwa's high-energy particle capture tower would become the greatest joke of the century. It is evident that within the mainstream news outlets worldwide, there was not a shred of favorable information regarding Longwa. The Dragon Kingdom is either a malevolent force bent on the extinction of humanity or a neurotic entity. Yet, it is within this very atmosphere that the Dragon Kingdom has flourished over the years. It can be said that the kingdom fears nothing more than these perceptions. The more the Westerners assert that we cannot achieve certain feats, the more resolutely we strive to prove them wrong. We shall not yield in our quest for validation. 2 weeks later, a new type of rocket, transported from the launch site, was placed into the high-energy particle capture tower, marking its inaugural debut. For this momentous occasion, even Lin Feng had gone an entire day and night without rest. As for Tianying, her dedication had reached unprecedented levels during this period. Although exhausted, she felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. The only issue she faced was Lin Feng's apparent foolishness. Once the rocket was positioned within the high-energy particle capture tower, an air of tension enveloped the entire base. Everyone had worked fervently for so long, eagerly awaiting this day. Should today's launch succeed, the Dragon Kingdom would seize the mantle of global leadership in aerospace and high-energy physics, wresting the crown from the hands of the unseemly nation. This ambition had long been a cherished dream for many seasoned experts and professors. Suddenly, Tianying spotted Lin Feng seated before his computer. "Aren't you going to witness the launch?" she inquired. Lin Feng casually opened a strategy game and replied, "There's no need to watch something destined to succeed." At that moment, Tianying found Lin Feng's demeanor rather pretentious, yet she could not deny that he had the merit to back it up. "Humph. If you won't go, then I certainly will. Why don't you accompany me?" Lin Feng smacked his lips and, with a hint of exasperation, shut down his computer, remarking, "Women can indeed be troublesome." Tianying adjusted her hair. Though she never wore makeup, she possessed an innate beauty that shone through without the embellishment of cosmetics. The two traversed the desolate corridor, arriving at a floor-to-ceiling glass window. From this vantage point, they beheld the high-energy particle capture tower piercing the sky. Today, they would witness the inaugural display of this marvel of the world. Meanwhile, the eyes of the globe were fixated on this barren landscape, amidst the swirling controversies. It was time to unveil the truth of the matter. "Lin Feng, are you feeling anxious?" Tianying inquired. Lin Feng responded with an odd tone. "Why should I be anxious? Aren't you afraid of failure? Such a colossal endeavor. If even a single rivet were to malfunction, it could all come crashing down. Why must you dwell on improbable outcomes? I, Lin Feng, shall not falter." His words resonated with unwavering conviction. This time, Tianying fell silent, simply observing Lin Feng before softly murmuring, almost to herself, "At a moment like this, still trying to appear impressive." Meanwhile, at the nuclear source base, Gao Xiong and Zhang Chu remained glued to their computer screens, eagerly anticipating the exhilarating moment. Zhang Chu could not help but express his frustration, exclaiming, "We are merely participating in the World Individual Equipment Competition. How has it escalated to such proportions? This Lin Feng, truly. Engineer Gao, look. We are about to ignite. I must admit, I am feeling quite anxious." Gao Xiong also clenched his fists, visibly excited. If anyone were to be calm in this moment, it would undoubtedly be Lin Feng, who remained nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the wonders of the distant desert. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a warm gust of wind swept through the sandy expanse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and launch. Chapter 73. A single arrow piercing 30 stars. The world stunned with a resounding roar. The live broadcast captured the moment as the rocket, within the high-energy particle capture tower devoid of air resistance, surged forward with unprecedented acceleration, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and attaining a velocity 3 times that of sound. It ascended, enveloped in a colossal plume of fire. The rocket bore not only 30 satellites, but also the aspirations of an entire nation. In less than half an hour, the command center confirmed that the launch was remarkably successful. The atmosphere within the command center was one of jubilance. Everyone embraced one another, reveling in celebration. Even Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong at the nuclear source base were elated, jumping with joy and shouting long live. In that moment, the entire Dragon Nation transformed into a sea of unbridled joy. Due to the advantageous support of the high-energy particle capture tower, a significant reduction in fuel consumption has been achieved, alongside an enhancement in the rocket's safety performance. The remarkable feat of launching 30 satellites with a single rocket stands unparalleled in history, an accomplishment that even the United States has yet to attain. With such triumph, naturally, there are those who find themselves displeased. The live broadcast was disseminated across all global news media simultaneously, delivering a resounding blow to the United States. Furthermore, the American side had invested heavily in this broadcast, eager to witness any potential misstep from the Dragon Nation, only to be met with a stinging rebuke instead. Firstly, it is imperative to note that the scientific endeavors of the Dragon Nation are aimed at the welfare and advancement of all humanity, rather than the development of weapons of mass destruction. Secondly, in the realm of space exploration, the Dragon Nation has secured an unequivocal lead. Lastly, the myriad conspiracy theories surrounding the high-energy particle capture tower can now be put to rest. This structure was constructed to usher in a new era of space exploration for all humankind. It is time for the Dragon Nation to ascend, taking the place of the United States as a beacon for all humanity. The astonishing revelations did not cease there. 3 hours later, the Dragon National Aeronautics and Space Administration convened a press conference. The director of the agency announced that, effective immediately, the Dragon Nation would undertake various satellite and spacecraft launch missions at 1/3 of the previous cost, inviting both domestic and international collaboration. As this announcement reverberated through the audience, astonishment filled the room. To their utter surprise, the director smiled gently and continued. A year later, once the orbit of the high-energy particle capture tower stabilizes completely, the cost is expected to plummet by an additional 50%, making satellite launches affordable even for individuals and families. Upon this proclamation, astonishment swept over the crowd, leaving nearly everyone utterly speechless, while camera flashes erupted in a cacophony of brilliance. If this revelation proves true, the satellite launch expenses for the Dragon Nation may dwindle to an astonishing 1/8, or possibly even less, than those of the Ugly Nation. Historically, the realm of commercial space exploration has been dominated by these two nations. Should the Dragon Nation persist in this price war, the Ugly Nation may find itself on the brink of obsolescence. Naturally, the Ugly Nation expressed its dissent. However, despite their protests, the Dragon Nation proceeded to sign a memorandum of cooperation for space launches with 17 major European corporations and consortiums that very afternoon. Ultimately, the commercial sector hinges on profitability. Furthermore, with the assistance of a certain enigmatic scientific team, the Dragon Nation's launch vehicles have undergone significant enhancements. Leveraging the high-energy particle capture tower, they can now achieve an unprecedented feat of launching 30 satellites with a single rocket, an accomplishment that borders on the extraordinary. This, however, is merely the first surprise the Dragon Nation has in store for the world, a mere appetizer. As the truly formidable innovations are yet to be unveiled, an announcement of grand proportions awaits. Across the Dragon Nation, mysterious factories are operating at 400 capacity, with various launch vehicles soon dispatched to the enigmatic base at Lop Nur. Through the central conduit of the high-energy particle capture tower, the Dragon Nation launched 17 rockets into the sky within the span of just 3 days. Subsequently, it solemnly proclaimed to the world that it has successfully developed the Star God project, which will provide comprehensive Wi-Fi coverage to every corner of the globe, from the primitive villages of Africa to the poles, ensuring no area is left uncovered. It is evident that this initiative is a direct response to the United States Starlink project, which, after years of operation, has yet to achieve even 50% completion. Who could have anticipated that the Dragon Nation would accomplish the Star God project in such a remarkably short period? Moreover, the Star God project is offered to the entire world free of charge. This revelation leaves 8 billion people worldwide with a clear choice. Naturally, the Americans voiced vehement protests, claiming that the Dragon Nation is engaging in unfair competition. Yet, who truly pays heed to the lamentations of the weak? Over 70 small nations at the United Nations openly expressed their support for the Dragon Nation's Star God project. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest individual, saw his fortune diminish by $700 billion within 5 days. Citizens of the United States were vociferously denouncing the situation, alleging that the Dragon Nation must have stolen American technology. However, when questioned, they could only retort that their advanced technology had been pilfered by the Dragon Nation, leaving them at a disadvantage. This is, of course, a farcical assertion. Nevertheless, the American psyche has truly been shaken this time. Simultaneously, Hu Yao's mental state was in turmoil. When he once again appeared before Lin Feng, his teeth were clenched in frustration. Nevertheless, he placed the newspaper he held onto Lin Feng's desk. The headline of this newspaper prominently featured the apology letter that Hu Yao had paid to publish. Lin Feng, upon glancing at it, was genuinely taken aback, exclaiming, "I thought you would try to evade responsibility. How could I possibly shirk my obligations? I, Hu Yao, am a man who accepts both victory and defeat. However, I must assert that the safety performance of your high-energy particle capture tower is entirely unguaranteed. Should any issues arise, I will undoubtedly seek you out." It appeared that Hu Yao had firmly positioned himself against Lin Feng. Yet, it is said that everyone experiences moments of desperation, during which, even if one is in the wrong, it is unlikely they will turn back or willingly acknowledge their mistakes. After saying his piece, Hu Yao departed. Then, Tianying approached Lin Feng's side. After observing the newspaper on the desk, her expression brightened, though she remained silent. Leaning against the table, Tianying inquired, "Lin Gong, when shall we commence capturing those rare particles?" "Oh, your question jogs my memory. Our construction of the high-energy particle capture tower was not intended for launching rockets," Lin Feng exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "How could I have nearly forgotten? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Tianying stood by, utterly astonished. This Lin Feng truly never played by the rules. Chapter 74, Daily Dose of Dog Food. Lin Feng and Tianying arrived at the main control room beneath the high-energy particle capture tower. Here, a row of computers meticulously records the real-time data from various sections of the high-energy particle capture tower. At the apex of this tower, the particle capture device, designed by Lin Feng, has been operational for the past 3 minutes. Instantly, a luminous blue light envelopes the tower from its base to its summit, creating an enchanting spectacle reminiscent of an extraterrestrial spacecraft descending upon Earth, shrouded in an aura of infinite mystery. Seated in the chief engineer's position, Lin Feng and Tianying find themselves devoid of any computer interface, save for a microphone before them. Every command Lin Feng utters is executed with utmost fidelity. Yet, until now, he has refrained from issuing any directives. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the capture device successfully deployed its parachute, the entire process unfolding seamlessly and aligning perfectly with the anticipated timeline. Subsequently, the particle catcher will employ specific cosmic wavelengths to ensnare particles, rendering this moment pivotal for success or failure. The atmosphere within the control room grows palpably tense, yet Lin Feng appears unaffected, sitting calmly in the corner. Tianying has grown accustomed to his nonchalant demeanor, pondering whether he is simply oblivious to the concept of anxiety. Before long, the composite screen ahead flickers with numerous fluctuating values. The energy throughput of the high-energy particle capture tower has surged to 80 in a mere 10 seconds. The tower has consumed an amount of electricity equivalent to what an entire city would utilize in a month. Invisible wavelengths have seamlessly penetrated the atmosphere, capturing a multitude of particles. Artificial intelligence has also provided its insights. The high-energy particle chamber is fully stocked. Should we conclude this operation? Everything unfolds with such tranquility, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Lin Feng remains composed, observing the events transpiring before him. It can be said that everything lies within his command. The experiment has triumphed. How splendid! The control room erupts in thunderous applause as everyone revels in the moment. A faint smile finally graces Lin Feng's face. although unspoken, his joy is palpable. Tian-Ing nudges Lin Feng with her elbow, inquiring about his lack of expression on such a jubilant occasion. "Oh, do you wish for me to treat you to a meal?" Lin Feng responds. Tian-Ing, with a hint of exasperation, clarifies. "What I meant was for you to say a few words, to encourage everyone and express gratitude for their dedication." She then hands Lin Feng the microphone resting on the table. All eyes turn towards him, eagerly anticipating a speech from this nation's prodigy, the Einstein of Longhua, who has undertaken such a significant project at just over 20 years of age. Lin Feng graciously accepts the microphone and declares, starting tomorrow, a 7-day holiday. Instantly, the room is engulfed in a euphoric uproar as everyone leaps in delight. Thus, Lin Feng's address concludes. Tian-Ing gazes at him incredulously as he relinquishes the microphone, asking, "Is that all?" Of course it was over. Otherwise, who would relish listening to the principal drone on for half an hour during elementary school? Tian-Ing felt a wave of irritation, pondering how these two scenarios could possibly be compared. Soon, the specialized engineering unit's robot descended from the apex of the high-energy particle capture tower, retrieving the quantum storage device. This quantum storage device is quite remarkable, constructed upon the foundation of Schrodinger's theory, capable of impeccably preserving the state of those rare particles prior to their capture. Lin Feng required 3 distinct types of rare particles, while the remaining particles were not simply discarded but generously allocated to the other teams. Several venerable professors specializing in high-energy physics were so moved that tears welled in their eyes. Subsequently, these esteemed scholars eagerly volunteered for interviews, proclaiming that the engineering of the high-energy particle capture tower was indeed beneficial for the nation and its populace. Now, our Dragon Nation's high-energy physics would be at the forefront of the world. Naturally, those from the United States continued to make derisive remarks, even suggesting that Dragon Nation would engage in academic fraud. However, the Westerners' actions often speak truer than their words. Within a few days, Nobel laureates in physics submitted applications to visit as scholars in Dragon Nation. If one had not received a Nobel Prize, they wouldn't even qualify to be in line. Yet, all of this was secondary and had little relevance to Lin Feng, for he had already taken Tian-Ing back to the nuclear source space. With the coveted extraterrestrial particles secured, the next step was to continue assembling his nano-battle armor. During this period, Tian-Ing had grown accustomed to entering and exiting alongside Lin Feng, even sharing meals together in the cafeteria. This arrangement felt entirely natural at the new base in the Lopner region, where various research teams from different locales often congregated in such a manner. However, upon returning to the nuclear source base, this closeness began to raise eyebrows. The duo seemed inseparable. Zhang Chu genuinely hoped that Lin Feng would find romance, and he considered Tian-Ing to be a suitable match. Her character, family background, and education were all exemplary, and being the granddaughter of Tian Lao, she complimented Lin Feng well in terms of talent and beauty. Yet, had it not been for Tian-Ing, Zhang Chu found it difficult to envision the whimsical pairing of Lin Feng with a girl enamored with idle dramas and cosmetics. Nevertheless, it appeared that neither Lin Feng nor Tian-Ing harbored such romantic notions. They merely met out of habit and focused on their work, discussing nothing beyond professional matters. They had been seated at the same table for over 4 hours, their proximity evident, with no intention to distance themselves. Finally, after indulging in a game of World of Warcraft, Zhang Chu could no longer contain his frustration. "Enough already. You've been chattering away at that desk since 2 o'clock this afternoon. Am I here just to witness your love story? I'm a top-notch pilot. How can you treat me this way? Ever since you returned, I've been inundated with your dog food." Tian-Ing looked utterly perplexed, inquiring, "What do you mean by dog food?" He claims to be single. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Tian-Ing finally came to her senses, her face slightly flushed, and she promptly threw the pin in her hand at Zhang Chu. How infuriating. Zhang Chu, quick-witted, effortlessly caught the pin and remarked, "Let me be blunt. With all this ambiguity between you two, are you not already together?" What ambiguity? Tian-Ing was completely oblivious to any suggestive behavior between her and Lin Feng. Their interactions were solely for work. Get lost. Zhang Chu, are you out of your mind? I could kill you. Chapter 75. Who would aim at a transformer? Tian-Ing was not only angry but also felt a sense of shame, as if someone had exposed her. In any case, when a woman becomes petulant, it can be quite formidable, even if her intellect is exceptionally high. She could easily be deemed a genius. Yet, once she adopts a sulky demeanor, her intelligence seems to vanish entirely. Although Zhang Chu enjoyed teasing Lin Feng for being a stereotypical straight man, he himself was also without a girlfriend. Thus, in this matter, he was essentially the older brother mocking the younger. Zhang Chu then realized that when a woman loses her temper, she can become truly terrifying, and situations can spiral out of control. The next test they were to conduct involved safety, and coincidentally, it was Tianying who was in charge. When she appeared before Zhang Chu wielding 2 AK-47s, he instinctively shielded his vital area like a bashful young man and timidly suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider." Suddenly, 2 bursts of bullets rained down upon them. Although Zhang Chu made no move, his nano-battle armor began to transform autonomously. Almost instantaneously, it formed a shield to protect him. Meanwhile, Tianying equipped herself with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. This shield was swiftly reduced to debris by the ensuing explosion, the shockwave propelling Zhang Chu 5 meters into the air. Although he descended in flight, Tianying pressed all the fire control buttons in quick succession. Countless rockets surged forth from the launch ports, hurtling directly towards Zhang Chu. In a panic, he turned to flee, yet the rockets relentlessly pursued him. The thunderous booms of explosions echoed all around. Earlier, to ensure Zhang Chu could not retaliate and merely to test the defensive capabilities of the nano-armor, his fire control system had been removed. Thus, he was utterly defenseless, subjected to a relentless barrage of destruction. It was not only Zhang Chu who was taken aback. Even Lin Feng stood in stunned disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how he had dared to offend Tianying, realizing that this woman, when provoked, could instill fear even within herself. However, Tianying turned to Lin Feng with a gentle smile and asked, "Lin Gong, did I appear frightening just now?" Her tone was exceptionally soft, a stark contrast to how she had addressed Zhang Chu. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, unable to fathom such an extreme dichotomy within a single individual. Yet, he noticed the subtle shift in Tianying's gaze, and he feared that she might descend into her darker persona once more. Thus, Lin Feng remarked, "How could it be frightening? You are merely fulfilling your duties, Tian. I must say, your performance has been quite commendable." "Thank you, Lin," Tian replied. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling an immense pressure dissipate at once. He then addressed the microphone. "Zhang Chu, are you still alive? If so, please make a sound." Within the testing chamber across the way, a cloud of smoke and debris lingered, obscuring the situation within. Yet, from the midst of this haze, a mech warrior ascended. Zhang Chu's armor bore several damages, which were rapidly undergoing self-repair. "Haha, Lin Feng, I feel like Wolverine now," Zhang Chu exclaimed. "Isn't it more like Spider-Man?" Lin Feng countered. "Ah, yes, Spider-Man." Gao Xiang, standing nearby, interjected with a bemused expression, "Lin, is it not possible that someone in a mech might be referred to as Iron Man?" "Oh, indeed, Iron Man," Lin Feng acknowledged. "Time to wrap up and have a meal, Zhang Chu." Upon the mention of food, Lin Feng and Gao Xiang were promptly whisked away by Tianying, leaving Zhang Chu to solitary contend with his mech. Once he completed the task, he couldn't help but mutter, "Life, I suppose, is much like this solitude, akin to falling snow." During the meal, Lin Feng continued to deliberate issues with Tianying. The mech's fire control system was functioning flawlessly, and its defensive capabilities were satisfactory. The only potential flaw lay within the transformation system. Tianying, profoundly perplexed, inquired, "Why must you pursue a transforming attribute? I find this feature to be nothing but a burden, lacking any positive significance." Lin Feng, with unwavering conviction, replied, "Ah, you simply do not comprehend the depth of this matter. There is indeed profound knowledge within." "What knowledge?" Tianying feigned earnestness, genuinely intrigued. "This is the romance of men." Lin Feng gestured with his chopsticks towards Tianying's chest. "You see, some men are drawn to the voluptuous, others to the modest, and still others to the perfectly proportioned. Men's tastes are undeniably diverse. However, there exists no man who could resist the allure of a transforming mech, with its sleek wings and robust engine exhausts. A mechanical enchantress that no man could bear to part with. The mere thought of pistons and gears fervently grinding together, generating unparalleled kinetic energy, is undeniably exhilarating. Trust me, no man could withstand such temptation, not even if he were a eunuch." Tianying gasped, her expression one of utter astonishment. "While I acknowledge that individual preferences are free, Lin Feng, what kind of peculiar mindset do you possess? Who harbors such lewd thoughts towards transformers?" Realizing her voice had risen too high, she suddenly remembered they were not in their office, but rather in the bustling cafeteria. However, Even the leaders at the nuclear base have grown accustomed to these peculiar individuals. Everyone goes about their meals and enjoys their fruit juices, entirely unaffected by their presence. Yet, there are still a few ardent fans of Tianying who lament her transformation. Previously, Tianying embodied the archetype of an ice queen, perfectly aligning with many people's fantasies of a goddess. Now, alas, she has been thoroughly led astray by Lin Feng. Nonetheless, being the refined lady she is, Tianying inquired, the World Soldier Equipment Competition is set to commence next week. May I ask what your chances of victory are? Of course, it's 100%. Do you not have faith in the nano-armor we designed? In that moment, Tianying found herself at a loss for words. Would those foreign individuals perhaps unveil some form of black technology? A sense of unease lingered in her mind. Lin Feng chuckled, such a mindset is not advisable. Why? In your subconscious, must our dragon nation always be beneath those foreign nations? Tianying fell silent. In truth, many people's worldviews are shaped between the ages of 10 and 30, and once formed, they remain steadfast, even in the face of immense global changes. It is quite amusing to recall how some previously questioned whether the mecha technology of Japan surpassed ours. Do they truly believe it relies solely on those overpriced bowing figures? Chapter 76. The world competition begins. Upon hearing this, Tianying couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just as Zhang Chu arrived, he witnessed the scene of the Ice Queen's demeanor thawing. However, this time he dared not speak out of turn, should Tianying take offense. He would undoubtedly find himself in a mixed couple skirmish, so it was wiser to remain reserved. They had just finished their meal when Elder Tian arrived, bringing both good news and bad news, inquiring which one Lin Feng preferred to hear first. Lin Feng replied, "Let us start with the bad news." "Very well," Elder Tian said. "The unfortunate news is that Zhang Chu's superior is seeking to reclaim him. They have nominated Zhang Chu for a second-class Valor Medal and wish to send him back to continue piloting the Phantom Fighter while training the next generation of aviators." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Without Zhang Chu, where would he find a pilot for the mechs? Surely, he could not take on the task himself. The current nanotech battle armor demanded extraordinary physical prowess and reflexes, making it far from something anyone could easily handle. Elder Tian remarked, "That is precisely why I deemed it bad news. Now, would you like to hear the good news?" "What is the good news?" Lin Feng inquired. Elder Tian cleared his throat and declared, "I have secured special permission from the commander. Zhang Chu will remain under your command until the conclusion of the World Individual Soldier Competition, allowing you to train him at your leisure." What on earth? Why do I feel a surge of camaraderie? Tianying couldn't help but interject. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu flashed a charming smile at Lin Feng, teasing, "From today onward, I am yours." A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine, and goosebumps erupted all over his body as he hastily sought refuge behind Tianying. Elder Tian chuckled. "Lin Feng, I have entrusted you with my own granddaughter. If you fail to secure a commendable position, I shall hold you accountable for this old frame of mine." Upon reaching this point, Lin Feng suddenly exhibited a sense of resolve. "Rest assured, Mr. Tian, I shall certainly bring home the championship." "Excellent. I do enjoy your confident demeanor." As they walked and conversed, Mr. Tian inquired, "Lin Feng, how is your mech's calibration progressing?" "It is splendid, without any issues. I am ready for the competition at any time." Zhang Chu added, "I am equally prepared." "Then I shall arrange for you both to depart for abroad the day after tomorrow. You will have 2 days to acclimatize to the local climate and venue." At this moment, Lin Feng recalled a crucial question he had neglected to ask. "May I inquire where the competition will be held?" "What? Lin Feng, you truly do not know this?" "Mr. Lin, is this a jest? You have always been the project leader, and yet you are unaware of this?" Everyone, including Tianying and Gao Xiong, expressed their astonishment. Lin Feng sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled, "Well, Mr. Tian never mentioned it. The competition will take place in England, under the auspices of the Venerable Union Jack." "Excellent." 3 days later, Lin Feng and his companions boarded a specialized transport aircraft en route to the United Kingdom. The aircraft landed at a military airport, where an officer from the embassy personally greeted them. Due to special permits, all cargo was exempt from inspection and was promptly directed to a nearby clandestine base. During the ride, Zhang Chu took the opportunity to enlighten everyone on why the British Empire is colloquially referred to as the corrupt nation. The weather in the United Kingdom can be quite tormenting. It often shifts from clear skies to sudden downpours without any warning. It is no wonder that the locals frequently engage in discussions about the weather upon meeting each other. A full day of sunshine, here feels akin to a festive celebration. Soon, the day of the grand competition arrived. The level of professionalism in such events is exceedingly high, while a plethora of media reporters flocked to the venue. The number of spectators was disappointingly sparse. A total of 73 nations participated in this competition, as a few individuals clad in turbans passed by Lin Feng and his companions. An intriguing yet repugnant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Feng managed to endure it, but Tian Ying was compelled to retch. Zhang Chu, feeling quite helpless, could only remark, "This must be a matter of racial differences." The entire venue was saturated with an assortment of peculiar scents, as is customary in any global competition. The event commenced with speeches from dignitaries. It was said that a prince from the United Kingdom was in attendance, followed by the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. The remarks made by these officials went largely unnoticed by the audience, who only erupted into a sparse applause once the competition was officially declared open. Lin Feng then inquired, "Shall we return? I can see that Xiao Ying is not feeling well." Tian Ying had appeared fine upon entering. Her discomfort was entirely due to the overwhelming stench. The body odor of the Caucasian and African participants was already pronounced, and the excessive use of perfume only compounded the issue, leaving Tian Ying's head throbbing. At that moment, an unexpectedly imposing figure from a certain country approached them. This individual towered over them at more than 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon his arrival, he boldly declared, "Representatives of the Dragon Nation, remember my name, Mike. I shall be the one to defeat you." Lin Feng and his companions had come to attend an opening ceremony, unaware that these uncouth individuals would approach them so brazenly. How intriguing! While Lin Feng and his team would not instigate trouble, it did not imply that they would cower in fear. "Mike, allow me to inform you that after our competition, you will find yourself on your knees, weeping profusely, yearning for your mother's comfort." Mike's countenance turned furious as he advanced menacingly. Despite his towering stature, Lin Feng showed no sign of trepidation. "Mike, I sincerely hope you are not a mama's boy. Yet the evidence suggests that even at 30, you require maternal nourishment to find solace." The representatives from Mike's team could no longer restrain themselves, each eager to apply pressure. The volunteers assigned to maintain order in the arena noticed the potential for conflict and swiftly intervened to separate the opposing sides. Once the two groups were distanced, the uncouth individuals continued their tirade, hurling profanities that began with the letter F. Even those unfamiliar with English could surmise the nature of their vulgarity. Lin Feng's response was succinct. "When we face those ruffians, make certain they do not survive a minute, understood?" Zhang Chu. "Absolutely," Zhang Chu replied with a mischievous grin. "I relish the prospect of dealing with those ruffians." Amidst the commotion, the chairman of the event arrived to mediate the escalating tensions. One can only remark on the shamelessness that has been passed down from father to son in the United States and Britain. It is evident that the individuals from the so-called ugly nation instigated trouble first. In the end, both the Dragon Kingdom and the ugly nation received a yellow card. A rather lackluster punishment, as if to say they both deserved a reprimand. However, this yellow card holds little significance, as it will not affect their participation in the competition. What lies ahead is the opening match. Chapter 77. With this, victory is assured before delving into the competition. It is essential to clarify the structure of this World Individual Soldier Equipment Competition. The tournament is divided into 2 halves, each conducting tests in firepower, mobility, and defense. The top performers will advance to the top 32. Following this, the 32 contenders will engage in fierce battles, with the champions from each half vying for the ultimate title. Lin Feng, however, is indifferent to this structure. His sole purpose in the corrupt nation is to secure victory. Does it truly matter who his opponents are? In the face of the absolute performance superiority of the nano battle armor, how could they possibly pose a threat? It is worth noting that the ugly nation has been placed in the upper half, while the Dragon Kingdom resides in the lower half. This arrangement appears to be a deliberate choice by the organizing committee, intended to prevent an early clash between the two powerhouses, thereby maximizing interest and anticipation. As the tests are about to commence, the representatives from various countries begin to don their mechs. The disparity in military and research capabilities is immediately apparent through the mechs themselves. In Europe and America, the second and third generation AI mechs have already been adopted, while nations in Africa are still utilizing the most rudimentary exoskeletons. These exoskeletons, while capable of providing substantial kinetic energy and a modicum of firepower, offer no protective capabilities whatsoever. In today's world of formidable nations, even logistical medics would not don such antiquated models. The African countries, fully aware of their lack of winning prospects, participate merely to pay homage to their former colonial powers. In contrast, the mechs from Europe and America tend to be quite towering, with some exaggerated models reaching heights of 3 meters, resembling individuals seated within miniature excavators. If one were to speak of peculiar aesthetics, one must mention the nation known for its pickled vegetables. This nation acquired certain technologies from its less aesthetically pleasing predecessor and illicitly appropriated some electrical patents from a neighboring country, culminating in the creation of a mech with 8 arms, aptly named 8-armed Neza. This development provided the pickled vegetable nation with ample commentary. Neza is also a mythological figure from the Eastern legends, thus suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom has pilfered from them. This segment of the interview has already gained traction online prior to the competition. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom are both incensed and struggling to contain their amusement, aghast that the pickled vegetable nation has not only appropriated their pickled delicacies but also their dragon boats, traditional Han attire, and now even claim Neza as their own. The 8-armed Neza boasts the title of the world's most formidable mech, yet in reality, it serves as a source of amusement. It has transferred the firepower of an armored vehicle onto an individual combatant's gear, resulting in an absurdly exaggerated firepower, while simultaneously imposing extreme limits on operational capacity due to the increased weight. After reading it, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. He initially thought that the 8-armed Neza was a mere joke, but to his astonishment, those engineers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation were entirely serious. Witnessing their team of over a dozen engineers laboriously utilizing specialized equipment to don the mech was truly amusing. The complexity of such a mech renders mass production nearly impossible. Even if mass-produced, it would struggle to endure the various extreme battlefield conditions. The excessively intricate mechanical structure poses a significant challenge should it sustain damage in combat. How would one replace it? Would they simply wait for death on the battlefield? This underscores the enduring appeal of the track design, primarily due to its durability and ease of repair. One can swiftly salvage parts from damaged tanks of the same model nearby and put them to use immediately. Among all combat testers, Zhang Chu appeared to be the most at ease. He required no assistance whatsoever to don the battle armor effortlessly. With a mere press of his wrist, the crimson electronic watch transformed. The box on the ground opened, and nanobots began to crawl up his body, enveloping him entirely. Nearby, 2 smaller Asian nations employed the Wukong 01 mechs recently retired by the Dragon Nation, a testament to Tianying's ingenuity. Observing this scene, Tianying couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The onlookers soon erupted in fervent exclamations, pointing at Zhang Chu as if they had encountered a monster. The nanotech armor had completely discarded outdated mechanical structures, constructed instead with millions of nanobots. This technology was truly something that should only emerge in the next generation. Soon, the engineers and military technicians in the entire lower sector became acutely aware of the situation. Every individual was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. What manner of mechanized armor is this from the Dragon Nation? Is it a liquid metal suit, or perhaps another model entirely? The reactions from the Pickled Vegetable Nation were particularly humorous. Surely the Dragon Nation must have pilfered this technology from the Ugly Nation. How could the modest Dragon Nation possibly create superior mechs? It is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. The response from the Little Sun Nation echoed similar disbelief. How can this be? Even our esteemed Ugly Nation has not developed such advanced technology. How could the Dragon Nation achieve this? Are we to recognize yet another new paternal figure? Meanwhile, the television station from the Corrupted Nation, initially focused on their own mechs, swiftly redirected their cameras upon discovering this scene, and reporters surged forward, captivated by the spectacle. In stark contrast to the traditional engineers assisting in mech donning, this was akin to the transformation of Iron Man. However, the competition had officially commenced, and direct interviews were not permitted, leaving the reporters stranded beyond the red line. A few individuals from the Ugly Nation stood in stunned silence, and the sounds of OMG and WTF distinctly reached Lin Feng and his companions. Zhang Chu, however, wore a satisfied smile, even gesturing a yay towards Lin Feng and Tianying. In truth, Zhang Chu could don his mech in less than a second, yet he deliberately slowed his movements, setting the speed to the lowest possible gear. It is precisely to make those unsightly foreigners and their sycophants open their eyes wide and recognize who the true master is. Zhang Chu is no harmless little darling. Should anyone dare to trample on him, he would undoubtedly retaliate in kind, especially those ignorant and presumptuous individuals from that ugly nation. The military attached from the embassy, along with the military delegation sent by the Dragon Kingdom, stood there utterly astonished. They had previously had little interaction with Lin Feng and his trio and were unaware of the type of mecha they had developed. All they knew was that Lin Feng's creations were deemed excessively advanced and thus inconvenient to showcase in advance. Upon meeting, they immediately understood why Lin Feng's work garnered such commendations for its extraordinary advancement. Even among their own ranks, they struggled to comprehend the materials of this nanomecha. Subsequently, the entire military delegation of the Dragon Kingdom became exceedingly animated. The leader directly inquired of Lin Feng, Engineer Lin, "If we deploy this, victory is assured, is it not?" Chapter 78. The solitude of invincibility. Once Zhang Chu donned the complete nanomecha, he undeniably became the most striking figure on the scene. He was fully prepared to demonstrate to those unsightly foreigners what it truly meant to be a mecha warrior. The initial test was one of agility. A red whirlwind surged past, while the 5 mechas from his group were still lagging behind on the track. Zhang Chu had already reached the finish line and begun to celebrate. Even the judge at the finish line stood there, utterly dumbfounded, taking 3 seconds to finally lift the victory flag in his hand and wave it fervently. Next up was the high jump event. To speak of high jump is to engage in a rather unfair contest against the younger participants. The nanomachines stand out as the sole flying mechs among all present. Earlier, numerous mechs with commendable mobility performed dismally in this particular test, yielding results even worse than those in the upper-tier competitions. This is attributed to their adherence to the issue raised by Lin Feng regarding Tianying, an obsession with adorning the mechs with every latest and most advanced technology, neglecting the implications of the machine's weight. Truly exceptional products are born from the art of subtraction, not merely in the realm of mechs. As Zhang Chu activated the blue ion flames behind him, he soared into the heavens, eventually landing beyond the height limit. His jump was recorded at 80 meters. However, it is rumored that judges from the United Kingdom are currently in deliberation, questioning whether Zhang Chu's flight can indeed be classified as a jump, pondering if it constitutes a form of cheating. Yet, such matters are of little consequence, for with the prowess of the nanomachines, there is no doubt of Zhang Chu's advancement to the final round. Next came the firepower test. Prior to Zhang Chu's turn, the 8-armed Neza from the Pickled Vegetable Nation had made a formidable display. This 8-armed Neza's performance in terms of agility and high jump was nothing short of abysmal. Reminiscent of an elderly man afflicted with Parkinson's disease, it struggled to execute any high mobility maneuvers, and even maintaining balance during normal movement posed a challenge. However, once it commenced firing, the 8 arms, with multiple firing points, could independently lock onto their targets with remarkable precision. Engaging those mobile targets can be described as an exercise in utmost ease. However, with such a lopsided performance, one might question the prospects on the battlefield in the future. Rather than being referred to as a mech or individual combat apparatus, it would be more aptly characterized as a diminutive turret. At long last, Zhang Chu made his entrance. Even before he commenced, the surrounding media erupted in a frenzy of photography. This gathering included not only specialized military equipment journalists, but also spies from various nations masquerading as reporters. It is safe to say that nearly all eyes were fixated on the nano-mech from the Dragon Nation. The performance and combat capabilities exhibited by the nano-mech undeniably surpassed those of its counterparts by a significant margin. Within its design are numerous advanced technologies that many had scarcely heard of, thus igniting an intense curiosity among the audience. The firepower test required engaging 8 targets, each mounted on autonomous vehicles. These self-driving cars, equipped with artificial intelligence, would automatically evade attacks once targeted. Simultaneously, the 8 mobile targets imposed considerable demands on the payload capacity. Typically, smaller mechs tend to struggle in this aspect, with heavier mechs enjoying a distinct advantage. The nano-mech, seamlessly conforming to its surroundings, is considerably more compact than exoskeletal mechs, boasting an almost superhuman agility. Consequently, many speculate that the offensive capabilities of the nano-mech may be somewhat lacking, especially given the absence of mounted cannons or small anti-tank missiles. The military experts on stage engaged in lively discussions, Yet they held little faith in the nanomech achieving commendable results in this round. However, within less than a second, they were taken aback. Zhang Chu extended his hands, and the nanobots enveloping them began to morph and reconfigure. Witnessing this spectacle left the commentators utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, one of them exclaimed, "Oh my God! What on earth is this?" On Zhang Chu's hands, the nanobots had autonomously transformed into two colossal weapons, each equipped with 4 barrels. Once Zhang Chu pulled the trigger, 8 beams of silvery energy surged forth, accompanied by an explosive cacophony that reverberated across the shooting range. The ground itself seemed to tremble under the intensity of the blasts. These 8 beams not only obliterated the target, but also annihilated the moving truck that carried it. Zhang Chu casually blew away the smoke from the gun barrels before reverting them to their original form. At this moment, the two commentators erupted into fervent praise, declaring the nanobots of Long Country to be utterly counterintuitive and astonishing. They likened the experience to a scene from the movie The Mask, asserting that such extraordinary weaponry should only exist in comics, not in the realm of reality. Yet, after completing the test, Zhang Chu displayed no signs of elation. To him, this test was merely child's play in comparison to the rigorous evaluations conducted at the nuclear source base. After 3 rounds of competition, the nanomech was undeniably the champion of the event. Moreover, he has not only refreshed but shattered multiple competition records. There are records for the highest instantaneous speed, fire control, and jumping, among others, with each achievement significantly surpassing the previous benchmarks. Take high jump, for instance. The former record stood at 8 meters, established by a European. Zhang Chu astonishingly elevated the record to 80 meters. Who could withstand such a feat? Subsequently, Zhang Chu approached the astonished representatives from the rival nation and addressed Mike, one of the competitors, saying, "Young man, you must put in more effort. I shall await you in the finals, where I will dismantle your mech with my bare hands, leaving you to weep for your mother." After delivering this statement, Zhang Chu defiantly raised his middle finger at Mike. The once arrogant representatives from the rival nation could no longer maintain their haughty demeanor. The capabilities of the nanomechs transcended the realm of the extraordinary. It was akin to someone having traversed 50 years into the future and returned with futuristic equipment. Such individual combat gear competitions typically would not ignite much spectator enthusiasm. However, as videos of the nanomech contests circulated across the internet, a fervor enveloped the entire online community. This phenomenon extended beyond domestic borders, as major foreign platforms were inundated with videos of the nanomechs. A simple high jump video garnered over 7 million likes and 300,000 comments. Naturally, Zhang Chu and his companions were oblivious to this frenzy. All Zhang Chu knew was that when donned in the nanomech, invincibility felt profoundly lonely. Chapter 79. The more intense the strikes, the greater their admiration following the conclusion of this series of test matches. Journalists from around the globe eagerly sought interviews with the delegation from the Dragon Nation. Lin Feng, weary of reiterating the same statements before the media, delegated this responsibility to Gao Xiong. Although reluctant, Gao Xiong accepted the task. Within a mere day, he participated in a plethora of joint interviews with over 300 media outlets worldwide, making appearances on more than 3,000 television stations globally. Among these, there were certainly many infiltrators attempting to extract sensitive information from Gao Xiong, yet he remained tight-lipped, revealing no extraneous details. His responses were polished and rehearsed. For instance, a European journalist inquired, "What battery technology underpins your advanced nanomechs?" To which Gao Xiong replied, "Our nanomechs utilize the most cutting-edge battery technology for nanomechs." Another journalist from Japan asked, "What enables the Dragon Nation's nanomechs to achieve flight?" Gao Xiong responded, "The nanomechs are equipped with boosters that facilitate flight. Those without boosters cannot achieve such capabilities." Additionally, a reporter from a certain country questioned, "Is the development of such advanced mechs by the Dragon Nation a threat to regional peace and stability?" Gao Xiong asserted, "Certainly not. We are committed to upholding regional peace and stability. Should we fail in this endeavor, it reflects a lack of effective maintenance of regional peace and stability. Conversely, if we succeed, it signifies that we have successfully safeguarded regional peace and stability." This statement is as good as saying nothing at all. Those journalists listening to Gao Xiong respond to inquiries resemble individuals entranced by a monk's recitation, their minds dulled. Netizens from the Dragon Nation have found immense amusement in this, creating countless memes in response. However, to speak candidly, the citizens of the ugly nation have genuinely been astounded by the capabilities of the nanomech. The prowess of the nanomech should not merely be described as invincible, but rather as absolutely unparalleled. Presently, mainstream mechs cannot even begin to contend with the nanomech. There exists a substantial technological gap. It is akin to placing a child in a boxing match against a world champion. While it may appear to be a one-on-one encounter, complete with rules for protection, if it were to escalate into a real fight, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to murder. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the subsequent matches. Yet, for the citizens of the ugly nation and their prot-GS, this reality is profoundly disheartening. Psychologically and emotionally, they struggle to accept the fact that the Dragon Nation has risen above them. In their view, the Dragon Nation ought to occupy a subordinate position subject to their whims, with any accomplishments merely a result of emulating their ugly nation progenitors. However, the introduction of the nanomech has unequivocally shattered long-standing stereotypes. The Dragon Nation is no longer a country reliant on imitation. It has emerged with unparalleled technological prowess. This perspective has begun to surface in numerous mainstream newspapers worldwide. The following day, the nanomech made its debut in a competitive match, facing an opponent from Li Family Slope, considered one of the ugly nation's prot-GS, albeit less intimately connected. Their mecha technology was purchased from a certain country, subsequently undergoing a degree of localized modification, and was rebranded as the Polaris. Weighing in at 270 kilograms, the Polaris boasts exceptional maneuverability among mechas of comparable weight, and its artillery capabilities are commendable. The sole drawback lies in its nearly non-existent close combat proficiency. As both parties took to the arena, the engineers from the aforementioned country grew increasingly anxious. They fixated on the two mechas on stage while simultaneously monitoring their laptops, which displayed a plethora of data regarding the Polaris. In truth, the mecha sold to them had a performance lock limiting it by 20%. Just yesterday, the engineers from that country had approached them, and throughout the night, they worked tirelessly to not only unlock this performance cap, but also to enhance the Polaris with modifications that made it stronger and faster, utilizing several advanced alloys exclusive to their nation. The resources provided were, of course, not without cost. Thus, the Polaris had effectively come under the full control of the engineering team from that country. They intended to employ the Polaris to test the comprehensive combat capabilities of the nanomecha. Should they acquire such data, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable to them. As the competition commenced, following the referee's announcement, the Polaris swiftly navigated the hastily constructed simulated amphibious landing environment. Soon after, 2 blank projectiles were launched from its shoulders. Though the blank rounds possessed limited lethality, a direct hit could still result in being knocked back. The tension was palpable. The journalists and audience members below were all anxiously watching Zhang Chu, yet he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, nanobots began to reorganize before him, forming a formidable shield wall that blocked the assault from the Polaris. In an astonishing moment, Zhang Chu sprang into action. His speed was so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Many spectators instinctively rose to their feet. By the time they caught sight of Zhang Chu again, he had already positioned himself atop the Polaris, while its combat pilot remained utterly unaware. Zhang Chu extended his hands, which transformed into chainsaws, and in a matter of seconds, he dismantled the Polaris into pieces. The entire process astonishingly took less than 10 seconds. The combat pilot of the Polaris watched in disbelief as his mech's arms and legs soared into the air, followed by its head and weaponry components. It was as if he were seated in a VIP section, witnessing a grotesque disassembly spectacle. The engineers from the United States stood on stage, utterly bewildered, gazing at their notebooks filled with chaotic data, at a loss for words. The Polaris was not designed for close combat. It required distance to engage in ranged warfare, revealing its distinct advantages and disadvantages. Yet, what manner of creature were these nanobots from the Dragon Kingdom? In mere seconds, they had completely dismantled the Polaris. Even Tianying could no longer endure the sight, questioning Lin Feng. "Do you think we are being too ruthless?" Lin Feng stood with his hands in his pockets. "No, you are mistaken. In the realm of international relations, one must embrace ruthlessness. The notion of benevolence and invincibility is futile. Those uncultured individuals comprehend nothing beyond the strength of a clenched fist, the potency of power, and the supremacy of the formidable. Therefore, we must humiliate them with utmost severity. Any effort to spare their dignity will not be met with gratitude, but rather with the impression of inadequacy. The more fiercely we vanquish them, the greater their admiration for us will become. Chapter 80. Shattering your eight-armed Neza. Tian found it challenging to grasp Lin Feng's assertions, for they starkly contrasted with the traditional values of the Dragon Nation. However, observing the reactions of the surrounding foreigners, it became evident that Lin Feng's words held merit. They appeared not only unoffended but also fervently extolling the virtues of the Dragon Nation's nano-battle armor. Countless reporters directed their cameras towards Zhang Chu in a frenzy. The following day, the front pages of major newspapers worldwide echoed a singular theme: shocking. The Dragon Nation has birthed future warriors. Mechanical warriors from the Dragon Nation symbolized the future century. Will humanity be annihilated by these mechanical beings? The Dragon Nation's nanomech armor, the most enigmatic technology on the globe. A technological explosion, yet another masterpiece following the high-energy particle capture tower. Indeed, this nanomech armor has ignited a fervor, rendering the entire delegation visibly anxious. For they now found themselves on foreign soil. The chefs and waitstaff might very well be disguised professional spies. Should they succeed in stealing the nano-battle armor, it would undoubtedly result in an incalculable loss for the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, the corrupt nation has indeed contemplated such actions, intending to use bribery to procure the loyalty of the Dragon Kingdom's military officials. However, no matter how much effort they exert, it is unlikely to yield any meaningful results. This is because the suitcase containing the nano-battle armor is equipped with biometric security. Without the biometric information of Zhang Chu or Lin Feng, it is utterly impossible to unlock. While fingerprints can be acquired through various methods, DNA is simply irreplicable. The Dragon Kingdom's ascent in the competition was as effortless as slicing through butter, swiftly advancing to the top 8. Their next opponent would be the 8-armed Neza from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Before the match, the Pickled Vegetable Nation proclaimed their intent to rend the Dragon Kingdom's nano-battle armor with their 8 arms. Both sides' netizens engaged in a war of words online. But the debate was not about who would triumph or falter. Instead, it revolved around the true nationality of Neza. The audacity of those from the Pickled Vegetable Nation reached unprecedented levels, as they presented numerous so-called evidences in a desperate attempt to assert that Neza is indeed one of their own. Even Tian found herself utterly speechless. One could say that while she had encountered shamelessness before, witnessing such blatant disregard was a first. This time, even Tian was quite irate, reaching out to Zhang Chu to encourage him to thoroughly teach those little rascals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation a lesson. Zhang Chu chuckled and inquired, "Lin Feng, do you have any requests?" Lin Feng gently furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have no particular demands, but, if possible, I hope you become even more invincible." As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, he noticed the individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation gesturing wildly in their direction, displaying thumbs down and even extending their middle fingers. Although the language of the Pickled Vegetable people was incomprehensible, their arrogant demeanor was unmistakable. Zhang Chu's expression transformed into one of utter confusion as he inquired, "What are those little pickled vegetables so boastful about?" Lin Feng shrugged lightly, expressing his helplessness. "How would I know about such matters?" Just then, 2 more individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation approached. "I am Park Sung-sung, the pilot of the 8-armed Neza. I will make you Dragon Kingdom folks understand just where Neza originates. You Dragon Kingdom people are utterly shameless. Neza is undoubtedly a hero of our Easterny nation, and yet you dare to steal him." Park Sung-sung's command of Chinese was somewhat awkward, but it was clear enough to be understood. At this, both Lin Feng and Zhang Chu were left in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Chu, in disbelief, questioned, "Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe that Neza belongs to your Pickled Vegetable Nation?" "Of course." Zhang Chu looked incredulously at the 2 individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, convinced that they were utterly deranged. Mistaking Zhang Chu's astonishment for fear, Park Sung-sung walked away with satisfaction. Once the 2 had departed, Zhang Chu turned to Lin Feng and asked, "What is going on with them? Is the entire nation insane?" Lin Feng responded, "What do you understand? This is the pinnacle of deception. First, one must deceive oneself before deceiving others. How outrageous. I cannot believe I have encountered such shamelessness in my lifetime." Turning to Zhang Chu, he continued, "Well, my good brother, there is no need for me to say anything further. Let us witness your performance." Indeed, after being provoked by those 2 little rascals, any man would find it intolerable. Zhang Chu was seething with anger, and when it was time for him to take the stage, his expression was decidedly grim. Tian inquired, "What is wrong with Zhang Chu? He looks as if he is ready to commit murder." Unbeknownst to her, Tian had been absent during the earlier events, Therefore, Lin Feng recounted the situation to her. Tianying was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, shaking her fists in fury, declaring that those little rascals must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they would truly believe they could trample upon us. Isn't that right, Lin Feng? Absolutely, she replied. Then why don't you give Zhang Chu a super fire control? I want to see him swat those little rascals away with a single blow. Lin Feng took a step back. Isn't that our secret weapon? Are you truly that incensed by these little rascals? Indeed, she affirmed. The competition soon commenced. The 8-armed Neza, piloted by Park Chinxing, showed no intention of moving, its nearly 3-meter frame laden with an array of ammunition. Although this mech competition utilized only various dummy rounds, being struck directly still posed a threat. The strategy of the Little Rascals Nation was to suppress Zhang Chu with overwhelming firepower. Zhang Chu could hardly contain his excitement. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the referee announced the start of the match, a crimson whirlwind surged forth. Everyone, including the bewildered onlookers, was taken aback as they beheld Zhang Chu already perched atop the head of the 8-armed Neza. Park Qingxing was startled and hastily employed his 4 mechanical arms in an attempt to dislodge Zhang Chu from his vantage point. However, as the mechanical arms advanced towards him, Zhang Chu's nanotech armor transformed into 2 chainsaws. Sparks and lightning erupted. Within mere seconds of the match commencing, the Barbie Neza had morphed into the 4-armed Neza. Zhang Chu first dismantled the protective module atop the machine, then circled to the rear, extracting the chip from the Barbie Neza, followed by the battery module. Park Qingxing, confined within his mech, found himself in utter despair, calling out for help to no avail, desperately pressing various buttons to no effect. Soon, his Barbie Neza was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. In a frenzy, Park Qingxing began to shout, "Referee! Referee! The people from Longhua have committed a foul. Is there any mech competition that does not involve combat, specifically dismantling the opponent's mech? This is a blatant violation." The referee, already annoyed by the incessant chatter of the spectators, stifled a yawn before responding to Park Qingxing. There is no rule against dismantling your opponent's mech. If you cannot continue fighting, then surrender promptly. Chapter 81. The outgoing cloud of daily life as the 8-armed Neza was rendered a mere shell of its former self. Devoid of arms, it was astonishing that despite its formidable arsenal, it had yet to fire a single shot before facing imminent defeat. Park Qingxing, seated within the mech, was overtaken by a rush of frustration and fury, causing him to faint on the spot. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Pickled Vegetable Nation were in a frenzy, their faces contorted in anger, wishing to rush onto the field and exact vengeance upon Zhang Chu. At that moment, the referee declared, "The mech combatant from the Pickled Vegetable Nation has lost self-awareness. The Dragon Nation emerges victorious." Zhang Chu then descended from the platform, not immediately returning to his own side, but instead approaching the Pickled Vegetable Nation and displaying a rude gesture. The spectators from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, now at a loss for words, could only redden in humiliation, refraining from voicing their grievances. This singular act catapulted to the trending topics in the Pickled Vegetable Nation, igniting a fervent backlash as they accused the Dragon Nation of lacking sportsmanship. Frankly, it was utterly laughable. Among the over 200 nations in the world, only the Pickled Vegetable Nation lacked the standing to critique others on the grounds of sportsmanship. Following the defeat of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the next challenge was the semifinals, which proved to be a walk in the park. In truth, the advanced fire control and high-tech systems designed by Lin Feng for the nanomech went entirely unused. Zhang Chu, employing only basic dismantling techniques, rendered the opposing mechs utterly defenseless. Initially, Zhang Chu had anticipated that this world championship would be a fierce contest, yet it unfolded with surprising ease. Compared to the rigorous tests at the nuclear source base, the difficulty had diminished by at least 3 tiers. To speak candidly, if the adversary were of such modest caliber, he would find it rather difficult to muster any enthusiasm. However, upon the announcement of his opponent in the upcoming semifinals, Zhang Chu could not help but display a rather ungracious smile, and a renewed fighting spirit illuminated his demeanor. The reason was simple. His next contender was a certain little day from across the sea, the mech known as Chu Yun. Though constructed on the foundation of the technology from the Ugly Nation, is nonetheless slightly more advanced than that from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. While it may lack the exaggerated firepower of the Octopus Neza from the latter, it has achieved commendable results in mobility tests, second only to the Dragon Nation's nano armor. Even the mechs from the Ugly Nation fall short in mobility compared to Little Day's Chu Yun. Tian inquired of Lin Feng, "What is our strategy?" To which he replied, "Our strategy is a lack of strategy. Zhang Chu will operate freely. If they allow Zhang Chu to unleash a shot, that will be deemed a victory." Zhang Chu languidly remarked, "Worry not. With the poor performance of their mech, I could easily dominate with but one hand." Although Little Day is not as ostentatious as the pickled vegetable nation, they are by no means innocuous. It is said that upon their arrival in the corrupt nation, they have been tirelessly seeking to acquire data on the nano-armor through various channels, both overt and covert. For the people of the Dragon Nation, any confrontation with Little Day requires no pre-match motivation. Meanwhile, online discourse surrounding the match has already ignited fervent discussions, dominating trending topics even before it has commenced, with the overwhelming consensus favoring the superiority of the Dragon Nation's nano-armor. However, there are many individuals who, after kneeling for an extended period, find themselves unable to rise again. They speak of the advanced materials science of the land of the rising sun, which surpasses that of the Dragon Kingdom by at least 3 decades, and their spirit of craftsmanship, which strives for excellence. There is little merit in engaging in discourse with such individuals. It suffices to simply agree. The Izumo, standing at approximately 2 meters tall, is the most compact mech here. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom's nanomechs, Lin Feng stood in the audience, observing Zhang Chu as he approached the Izumo. Tianning inquired, "Lin Feng, what are you contemplating?" "Nothing in particular," he replied. "It seems we are due for another intense battle. The finals should pit us against the people of the ugly nation. Competing against them holds a modicum of intrigue. The mech sold to a few proxies of the ugly nation are relics from a generation past. Mechs are akin to fighter jets. Although the generational gap is merely half a generation, the disparity in performance could be monumental. Presently, the mechs of the ugly nation are under the scrutiny of Kaohsiung. Judging by the combat capabilities displayed by the ugly nation's mechs, they remain a tier below those of the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, those adversaries seem rather feeble, and it is likely that the ugly nation has yet to unleash their full potential. The competition commences. With the referee's words, the more than 50,000 spectators erupted in cheers. Suddenly, 2 azure flames erupted behind the Izumo, which then crouched low and charged towards the Dragon Kingdom. The speed of the nanomech surpasses all others, typically resolving issues with a red whirlwind at the onset. Clearly, the land of the rising sun has meticulously studied the combat strategies of the nanomechs. As he swiftly approached, several exceedingly sharp spikes suddenly protruded from his back, shimmering with blue electric sparks. It was evident that if Zhang Chu attempted to confront the Qiyun mecha using the same tactics he employed against the 8-armed Neza, he would undoubtedly fail. This was a protective module hastily modified by the engineers at Zyrili, who now wore expressions of pride. However, Lin Feng shook his head upon witnessing this. Tianning inquired, "What is the matter?" "Zyrili is truly foolish. Do they believe Zhang Chu relies solely on the strategy of leaping onto others to dismantle their mechas? To affix such a contraption on their back, rendering them akin to a porcupine, is sheer folly. The Qiyun mecha boasts ultra-high mobility, and by burdening it with such a cumbersome shell, its maneuverability has diminished by at least 30%, an unequivocal miscalculation." Tianning responded, "If it were you, how would you modify the mecha?" "I wouldn't bother with modifications. There was never a chance of victory to begin with, and this only serves to exacerbate their folly." No sooner had Lin Feng's words echoed than Zhang Chu had already snapped one of the Qiyun mecha's arms. Under Zhang Chu's command, the nanobots transformed into a sword, which he wielded with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The Qiyun mecha, burdened with its cumbersome shell, not only suffered from impaired mobility, but also experienced a significant decline in balance. The pilot wielding the mecha often felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, this was not the most critical issue. The most dire problem lay in the absolute disparity in performance. Zhang Chu moved with unparalleled agility, while the Qiyun vessel employed every conceivable tactic, yet it could not even graze the hem of Zhang Chu's attire. Even the empty shells launched were unable to touch the tail lights of Zhang Chu's craft. Instead, Zhang Chu approached with the inexorable stride of death, delivering a decisive blow that severed one of the Qiyun vessel's legs with a single stroke of his sword. He then grasped the control core positioned at the nape of the vessel, and with a resounding crack, a flash of blue-violet lightning erupted as the control assembly was crushed, rendering the vessel akin to a disabled entity, collapsing to the ground. Though the combatants from Little Sun continued to roar, their efforts were futile. Zhang Chu placed his foot atop the vessel's head, striking a pose that showcased his brawn. Chapter 82. Preparations before the finals. This scene was captured by numerous reporters, swiftly becoming the headline of various media outlets. Fist against pickled cabbage, foot upon little son. Domestic netizens were overjoyed. This was indeed a moment of triumph, as Zhang Chu asserted his dominance, compelling acknowledgement from his adversaries. However, the Western audience adopted a rather cynical perspective, critiquing Zhang Chu and Lin Feng for allegedly discarding traditional Eastern virtues of humility, adopting an inexplicably sardonic tone towards them. Yet, who would heed their opinions? During an interview, Lin Feng boldly proclaimed, "Our next objective is to seize the championship. I hope the citizens of the ugly country prepare tissues in advance, or perhaps summon their mothers for a comforting embrace." This segment of the interview was broadcasted by CNN hundreds of times. They even reached a rather exhilarating conclusion. The new generation in CN has become increasingly aggressive. One could say it is quite the double standard. Regardless of the sarcastic remarks from foreign media, domestically, Zhang Chu and nanobots have become the first idols for many elementary school students. Zhang Chu's popularity has even surpassed that of Ultraman. Countless students have written in their essays that they aspire to be mech warriors like Zhang Chu when they grow up. Moreover, this competition has drawn greater attention from the youth towards the military industry. To be frank, the military sector was previously quite niche, with a limited number of enthusiasts. On the upper tier, the country without shame has effortlessly dominated all matches. Now, only the final match remains, which can be deemed an ultimate showdown. From the outset of this world competition, two players have demonstrated abilities that far exceed those of the other nations. Long Country versus the country without shame. This climactic battle will determine who is the most formidable mech warrior in the world. There are 3 days left before the finals. This time is designated for formulating strategies and repairing damaged mechs. Of course, Long Country does not require such measures. The head of the delegation inquired of Lin Feng about the plans and arrangements. Lin Feng succinctly summarized it in 2 words: take a break. Upon hearing this, the leader nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. However, upon further reflection, Lin Feng's words held merit. Their efforts have already been invested in their training. When the moment of truth arrives, there is no need for undue panic. However, this is the finals of the World Championship. With billions of eyes from around the globe fixed upon us, are we truly going to take a break? Lin Feng remarked, if we don't wish to take a holiday, there is little else to do. It would be better to seize the opportunity for a bit more sleep. All right, the captain conceded, at a loss for how to continue the conversation with Lin Feng. Although still quite young, Lin Feng had already emerged as a leading figure in the scientific community of Longhua, almost a national treasure in his own right. He was, without a doubt, the very soul of the delegation. While Longhua was preparing to relax, the atmosphere in the United States was palpably tense. Their engineers were racing against time to finalize the adjustments on the Terminator mecha before boarding the plane to compete. The Americans had harbored a confidence of 90% in securing the championship. Even at the opening ceremony, their confidence remained above 80%. However, upon witnessing Zhang Chu emerge clad in his nanotech mecha, their confidence dwindled to less than 10%. At this juncture, the Americans' assurance barely surpassed 1%. The inspiration and nomenclature for the Terminator mecha stemmed from the eponymous film, and it was constructed from a blend of rare metals such as beryllium and rhodium, resulting in a liquid metal fusion with a superalloy exoskeleton. The Terminator boasts 3 distinct combat forms, adaptable to various environments including jungles, deserts, and urban settings. The current issue lies not in the inadequacy of the Terminator's capabilities, but rather in the sheer, almost monstrous strength of Longhua's nanotech mecha. Such an extraordinarily powerful machine is virtually flawless. The nation, often referred to disparagingly, has clandestinely gathered extensive combat data on nanomachines and conducted analyses using supercomputers. However, despite their efforts, they have yet to uncover the vulnerabilities of these nanomachines, leaving them in an unprecedented state of frustration. Historically, this nation has exuded an unwavering confidence, teetering on the brink of arrogance, and the stark contrast to such hubris is profound self-doubt. Presently, the entire mech team is on the verge of madness, feeling that their incessant modifications are merely a waste of time. At this juncture, the CIA has resolved to intervene. What if they cannot create mechs that surpass those of Long Nation? The solution is deceptively simple: theft. Should they manage to pilfer from Long Nation, they would possess the necessary technology. However, given the time constraints, both theft and direct confrontation have become impractical. Thus, they have opted for a more extreme resolution: assassination. By eliminating the key figures behind the nanomachines, Long Nation would find itself unable to prevail, thereby sparing the nation from an utter defeat before the gaze of billions worldwide. While such actions may be deemed disgraceful, for a nation that has historically thrived on piracy and plunder, it is merely a standard course of action. Victory at any cost remains the guiding principle, both domestically and internationally. The CIA of this nation is notorious across the globe, orchestrating a myriad of conspiracies, subversions, assassinations, and drug trafficking, arguably the largest conspiracy organization in existence. Any upheaval in any region bears the unmistakable mark of the CIA's involvement or influence. After meticulous examination of the list from the Dragon Kingdom, the CIA has pinpointed their assassination target, Lin Feng. Indeed, through the dark web and various intelligence channels, they have uncovered numerous accomplishments attributed to Lin Feng. It can be asserted that the Dragon Kingdom's recent fervent export of high-tech products, which has significantly embarrassed the ugly nation, is primarily orchestrated by Lin Feng. Eliminating him would inevitably halt many of the Dragon Kingdom's research initiatives, along with the demise of countless technological innovations still in their infancy. In the realm of competitive games, there exist two strategies for victory. The first is to triumph through one's own prowess. The second, when one's capabilities fall short, is to ensure the opponent performs even worse to secure a win. According to CIA assessments, should Lin Feng be eliminated, the technological advancement of the Dragon Kingdom would stagnate for at least a decade. This decade would provide the ugly nation ample time to undertake numerous endeavors. The CIA has already mobilized, yet their operations have not been communicated to the representatives of the ugly nation, who have only been informed to cooperate when necessary. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he has become the target of the world's most formidable conspiratorial organization, the CIA. At this moment, he sits in his room, where Tian-Ing remarks, "Isn't it a 3-day holiday? Shall we venture out to explore the various castles of the corrupt nation? Look at these pictures. They are reminiscent of the castles in fairy tales." Chapter 83. The first date. Girls possess a certain youthful sentimentality. When faced with charming or beautiful things, they often lose all resistance. Tian-Ing's fair complexion now bears a hint of crimson, her heart racing with excitement. She pondered, "Does this count as a date?" Then Lin Feng addressed her. "Indeed, it is quite lovely. Let Zhang Chu accompany you." At this, Tian-Ing stomped her foot and pouted, exclaiming, "Why should Zhang Chu accompany me? I certainly refuse." "Lin Feng, what happened to your promise when we were in the Lopner? Didn't you say that once we completed this task, we would travel together?" "Zhang Chu never agreed to this. What does it have to do with him?" Lin Feng replied. "I merely mentioned that casually." "Is that so?" "Lin Feng, I had no idea you were the sort who doesn't keep his word. I am utterly disappointed." Lin Feng, feeling helpless, conceded, "All right, consider me intimidated. Where shall we go?" "Naturally, to the capital of the UK. There's the River Thames, Big Ben, Westminster Abbey. And we could even explore Sherlock Holmes." Tian-Ing enthusiastically listed numerous places, clearly having anticipated this for quite some time. Lin Feng, not wishing to let her down, though indifferent to those attractions, responded, "Very well, when shall we depart?" "Right now, of course. But we cannot wear our uniforms. We must don casual attire to head out." It suddenly dawned on Lin Feng that her mention of bringing a set of casual clothes was for this purpose. Tian-Ing chuckled, "You are so verbose. Hurry and change. Should we invite Gao Xiong along?" Lin Feng inquired once more. "It's up to you," she replied nonchalantly, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. If possible, she still hoped that the two of them could venture out together. Soon, Cao Xiong provided a response. He did not wish to go out, preferring to remain at the base to continue perusing journals. In truth, it was Zhang Chu who had advised Cao Xiong not to disturb Lin Feng and Tian-Ing's affairs, adding that it would be rather dull for a grown man to play the third wheel. Thus, Cao Xiong refrained from going out. To be honest, it was a rare opportunity to travel abroad, and he yearned to explore a bit, especially as senior researchers like them often had their passports closely monitored. Tian-Ing changed into a lovely white dress adorned with numerous delicate floral patterns, which truly complemented her grace. When Lin Feng emerged in his attire, he found himself mesmerized by Tian-Ing for a full 3 seconds. Previously, he had never gazed at her in such a manner. During their first encounter, although he acknowledged her beauty, he found her demeanor rather conceited, leaving no room for any affection. As they began to work together, Lin Feng regarded Tian-Ying as a comrade, entirely overlooking her femininity. Furthermore, she typically refrained from makeup, her hair styled simply in a ponytail, devoid of any extravagance. However, today, after taking care in her appearance, Tian-Ying surprisingly exuded a captivating allure. "What are you doing standing there in a daze?" she teased, feeling immensely pleased, particularly at Lin Feng's stunned expression. Though her heart swelled with delight, akin to having tasted sweetness, she maintained an air of nonchalance. Such is the nature of girls. Even when Lin Feng approached, his expression remained somewhat awkward. As Lin Feng suddenly recalled, this should be his first date with a girl. Was it considered a date? He himself was rather uncertain. Although he had lived for over 20 years in matters of the heart, he was utterly inexperienced. In truth, Tian-Ying was quite similar in that regard. Thus, both of them felt exceedingly awkward, unsure of how to initiate conversation, and the atmosphere was subtly tense. After stepping outside, they hailed a taxi, heading straight for the city center. The capital of the United Kingdom ranks among the top 10 megacities in the world. In such a place, tourists are perpetually abundant, as are an array of eccentric individuals. Lin Feng and Tian-Ying observed a few people flamboyantly dressed as characters from One Piece, prompting them to exchange amused glances. Upon reaching the city center, they encountered numerous street performers, each showcasing talents from various countries across the globe. Eventually, they found themselves in a square, feeding pigeons together. Today, Lin Feng and Tian-Ying completely set aside work, immersing themselves in the joy of leisure. A white dove alighted delicately upon Tian-Ying's palm. Lin Feng, ever perceptive, snapped a series of photographs of her. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was gradually encroaching upon their seemingly ordinary outing. "Jack, how is the situation?" "The surveillance is proceeding smoothly. The target remains unaware." "Excellent. Team 123. Move out and check your gear." Around the square, several individuals were already inspecting the silencers on their handguns, encircling Lin Feng and Tian-Ying from 3 distinct directions. Their objective was singular: to eliminate Lin Feng right here. As Lin Feng was feeding the pigeons, he suddenly noticed them startled and taking flight, seemingly sensing an impending danger. Behind the flurry of wings, a golden-haired man had aimed a gun at his forehead, the red laser dot perfectly aligning with Lin Feng's brow. Bang! The thunderous gunfire sent all the pigeons in the square into a frenzied flutter, while numerous tourists scattered in panic to escape. Lin Feng, Tian-Ying was desperately calling out his name. Amidst the utmost chaos, a figure clad in blue nano-battle armor charged forward and seized the gunman by the throat. In that critical moment, astonishingly, Lin Feng donned the nano-battle armor. This suit materialized from his wristwatch, and had he delayed by even 0.001 seconds, it would have been Lin Feng lying on the ground. A surge of electricity emanated from Lin Feng's palm, incapacitating the gunman, who fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Subsequently, the AI automatically locked onto 4 additional adversaries. He turned his head, and before his eyes, the system had marked all the threats. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 assailants, armed with identical silenced pistols, unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Lin Feng. The nano-battle armor sparked under the onslaught, yet its defenses remained unbreached. After depleting their magazines, the assailants attempted to flee, amidst the chaos of tourists scrambling for safety in the square. Should these individuals blend into the crowd, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them again. From behind Lin Feng, for capture projectiles were immediately launched. Upon soaring into the air, they transformed into 4 nets, ensnaring the assassins within. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not break free. Rather, the nets tightened around them with each futile attempt. It was only then that Tian-Ying anxiously rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng removed his mask and snapped his fingers at her. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to conceal the 2nd-generation nano super mech within my wristwatch." Chapter 84. The unabashed extremity at last. Tian-Ying fully regained her composure. "My goodness, we just experienced an assassination attempt." Her tone was exceedingly exaggerated, prompting Lin Feng to suppress a desire to retort. It seemed rather naive to only now comprehend the gravity of the situation after the confrontation had concluded. Nevertheless, Lin Feng refrained from voicing his thoughts as he subdued the remaining gunmen. Meanwhile, the surrounding tourists began to grasp the unfolding events, many of whom fervently captured footage of Lin Feng's mech with their smartphones. A multitude of onlookers raised their thumbs in admiration towards him. In the eyes of these foreigners, Lin Feng had become akin to a superhero from the pages of comic books, like Iron Man or Spider-Man. Soon, numerous videos of Lin Feng emerged on various short video platforms, quickly trending in the United Kingdom. This was yet another point of exasperation for Lin Feng. His videos amassed thousands of likes and climbed the regional charts, while the local police, with their bloated bellies, finally made their tardy appearance. Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. However, there exists another possibility. The officers from the United Kingdom may have had no intention of addressing this matter from the outset. Or perhaps they were compelled by some irresistible force to divert their attention. The Anglo-American relationship has taken a turn, with the citizens of the United States now assuming a paternal role. So what objection could there be to a son showing respect to his father? Subsequently, Lin Feng and Tian-Ing were escorted to the precinct, where they first recorded their statements and then provided their testimonies. Following this, a pair of handcuffs were fastened onto Lin Feng, who was also compelled to surrender his nano-armor. The charge leveled against him was the possession and use of a dangerous weapon in a public space, a serious felony. This was evidently a specific clause dredged up from the legal code to target Lin Feng. If they succeeded in incarcerating him, the nano-armor would unequivocally become the property of the United Kingdom. Once the matter was resolved, the British would certainly not return the nano-armor. They could concoct countless excuses, claiming it had been lost, and would perhaps offer a mere compensation of $600, leaving the rest to fate. This is how the British have historically seized territory. In terms of shamelessness, no nation on this planet could rival the audacity of the Anglo-Saxons. According to the traditional mindset of the Dragon Nation, it is often better to endure while abroad. If it were someone else, these British might very well have their way. But Lin Feng is not one to be trifled with. They would find no success in employing such underhanded tactics against him. Lin Feng shattered the table in the precinct with a forceful strike. I am a diplomatic envoy, endowed with immunity. Spare me your legalistic arguments. I shall await the arrival of my country's ambassador, and until then, you have no authority to act against me. Lin Feng is indeed a member of the military delegation, and his reason for entering is a military visit. The citizens of the corrupt nation were momentarily taken aback. To be honest, they never expected Lin Feng to choose such a direct approach. Consequently, these affluent individuals trained their weapons on Lin Feng, yet none dared to pull the trigger. Whoever fired the first shot would face dire repercussions. Furthermore, when confronted with the array of mechanized suits, the confidence of these affluent individuals was notably lacking. If circumstances allowed, they would have considered taking Tian-Ing hostage to coerce Lin Feng. However, they ultimately could not resort to such an outrageous act, as they represented the law enforcement of a nation. Following the incident involving Lin Feng and Tian-Ing, the delegation swiftly mobilized. The embassy followed suit, and even distant parties were stirred into action. Orders were dispatched. The utmost priority was to ensure the personal safety of Lin Feng and Tian-Ing. If the citizens of the corrupt nation dared to engage in any trickery or attempted abduction, they would face immediate severance of diplomatic relations as retaliation. The prime minister of the corrupt nation was left in a state of shock. Severing ties with the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly be the greatest blemish of his entire premiership. Of course, more critically, this incident originated from the actions of the disgraceful nation, merely transpiring on the territory of the corrupt nation. Although the intelligence agency was eager to obtain first-hand information on the nano-battle armor, under the immense diplomatic pressure from the Dragon Kingdom, the corrupt nation found itself with little choice. Either release the individuals promptly or face the consequences. Either sever diplomatic ties and release the captives, or bear the burden of economic losses amounting to billions. The relationship between the two nations would inevitably suffer grievous fractures. The prime minister of the corrupt nation finds himself with no viable options, despite his desire to be a favored son of the ugly country. Confronted with the national outrage of the Dragon Kingdom, he is compelled to yield. Within a mere 7 hours, Lin Feng and Tian-Ing were released on bail. While this duration may seem brief, for Tian-Ing, it felt as though she had endured a century. Having spent her life within the confines of a laboratory, she was utterly oblivious to the world's capacity for such intensity and ugliness. Perhaps she had been sheltered too well. More importantly, she was grateful to still see Lin Feng. The moment she heard the gunfire, her heart sank, fearing that this was the end. It is perhaps only through experiencing such life-and-death moments that one can truly understand their own heart. Now, Tian-Ing has come to realize that Lin Feng occupies an immensely significant place within her soul. Though their acquaintance with the time lock expert has not been lengthy, They have certainly weathered many storms together. Upon their release from custody, Zhang Chu immediately enveloped Lin Feng in a warm embrace, followed by Cao Sheng and the delegation's leader, Li. Li turned to Lin Feng and remarked, "This incident has escalated into an international uproar. However, the high-ranking officials in the capital have issued a stern directive to ensure your protection. Lin Feng, you are undoubtedly one of our nation's most invaluable talents. As long as everyone is safe, I have no idea how to return home and report." At this moment, Tianning inquired, "What about those captured individuals from the ugly country? It is said they have been released. This matter is difficult to clarify with ordinary laws. They are diplomatic personnel and enjoy immunity." Upon hearing this, Tianning was understandably displeased. Those individuals had the audacity to fire a gun directly at Lin Feng's forehead. And they were released just like that. In fact, not only were they released, but they also turned the tables, claiming they acted out of fear of Lin Feng's threats before resorting to gunfire. The diplomatic side is still entangled in disputes. The ugly country is exerting pressure, demanding an apology from our dragon country. This situation has not only infuriated Tianning, but has nearly driven everyone to the brink of explosion. It is well known that the individuals from the ugly country are overbearing, yet no one anticipated their audacity would reach such heights. They initiated an underhanded attack, and yet they dare to place the blame on Dragon Country. These individuals truly exemplify the meaning of shamelessness to the fullest extent. Chapter 85. Brother, are you up to the task? Commander Li found himself at a loss. After all, this is not the territory of our Dragon Country, and there is little that can be done. Sigh. At this moment, Zhang Chu finally erupted. Tianning, rest assured, in 2 days, we will have the finals of the world competition, and during that final match, I will surely avenge you by defeating those individuals from the ugly country. All the citizens of Dragon Country displayed expressions of righteous indignation. Ultimately, Lin Feng summarized, "You are right. There are only 2 days left until the final match. This time, we must deliver a significant blow to those from the ugly country." Before the finals, the media from the United States published over a dozen sarcastic articles targeting the Dragon Country, which were subsequently shared by many mainstream media outlets worldwide. This is an inevitable situation, as at least 70% of the world's media is under the control of the Americans. However, this may also reflect their underlying insecurity. When they hold a significant lead, they are indifferent to any criticism. They may even engage in self-deprecation. Yet, as their lead diminishes, their demeanor shifts dramatically. One might observe that the facade of the world's foremost power is not as magnanimous as it seems. In fact, it appears rather petty and vindictive. Zhang Chu felt a deep-seated frustration. This time, it was not merely about winning, but about asserting dominance over the Americans. The diplomatic tensions and various incidents preceding the finals transformed what should have been an ordinary match into a battleground of grievances. Even before the mechas took to the field, the atmosphere had become palpably tense, with beads of sweat forming in Tianying's palms. She instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, who, as anticipated, did not disappoint her. His expression radiated an invincible calm, as if nothing in the world could provoke a frown from him. In contrast, Zhang Chu remained silent in the audience, seemingly gathering strength. Once on stage, however, his gaze transformed entirely, now infused with the fierce intensity characteristic of a soldier. Zhang Chu is indeed a distinguished ace pilot, possessing an unparalleled combination of physical and psychological prowess. In contrast, Mike, the combatant from the United States, is no less formidable. He is reputed to have been the king of mercenaries on the African continent. Moreover, the American Terminator mech continues to undergo astonishing transformations, with its liquid metal capabilities leaving spectators in awe. This battle represents a confrontation of the highest individual technological prowess on Blue Star to date. The victor shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world, treading upon the vanquished's remains. While some may regard second place as an admirable achievement, for Zhang Chu, it merely signifies being the largest loser, nothing more. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, the atmosphere shifted from tense anticipation to a palpable sense of impending conflict. Zhang Chu adhered to his established tactics, initiating high-speed maneuvers as soon as the contest began, relentlessly seeking out his opponent's vulnerabilities with the aid of AI. Upon identifying a weakness, he would be poised to deliver a decisive blow. This strategy, consistent throughout previous matches, has proven remarkably effective, as none of Zhang Chu's prior adversaries have posed any genuine threat, with him dominating the battlefield. However, this time, the American Terminator is different. Its liquid metal form allows for continuous alteration of both offensive and defensive stances. Additionally, the mech is equipped with advanced AI to assist in combat. For the first 30 seconds of the match, Zhang Chu refrained from launching an attack, a fact that heightened the tension among the onlookers. The reason Zhang Chu refrained from launching an attack was quite simple. He had yet to discover a weakness in his opponent. However, unwilling to squander any more time, he promptly issued a command to enter assault mode. In his hands, the nanobots transformed into colossal hammers. After soaring through the air for a brief moment, he struck down towards the end of the adversary's nation. A thunderous roar erupted, engulfing everything in a massive cloud of dust. Terrifying fissures rapidly spread from the center of the arena outward. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone was gripped by sheer terror. No one anticipated witnessing such an astonishing display of power. The impact just now likely exceeded 10 tons. This raises an intriguing question. Given the diminutive size of the Dragon Nation's nanomech, where did such immense energy supply originate? Regardless of how formidable a mech's performance may be, it ultimately requires energy. It can be said that the more powerful the mech, the more terrifying its energy consumption. With the combat prowess of the nanomech being so formidable, what then is its source of energy? Engineers around the globe scrutinize the nanomech with magnifying glasses, striving to uncover the location of its energy module. However, this time, they may be left disappointed, for the energy module is concealed not on the surface but within its core. Moreover, the nanomech does not utilize traditional batteries, nor does it rely on hydrogen or nuclear power. Instead, it harnesses cosmic energy. According to the formulaic calculations, for our universe to maintain a state of equilibrium among all matter, at least 70% must consist of dark matter. Yet, humanity has yet to capture any evidence of dark matter amidst the vast, unbounded cosmos. When dark matter interacts with baryonic matter, it unleashes an unfathomable amount of energy, which serves as the power source for nanomachines. Lin Feng's unwavering commitment to constructing a high-energy particle capture tower stems from the necessity of harnessing the energy of dark matter through particles found in outer space. Even if the efficiency is merely 1%, it surpasses the capabilities of internal combustion engines and hydrogen fuel cells by several magnitudes. This represents a precious energy source poised for the future, inexhaustible and ever abundant within the universe. Should humanity transcend into the galactic era, this energy will be of paramount importance. Lin Feng stood calmly, observing the immense cloud of dust. He understood better than anyone the destructive power of the nanomachines. If Zhang Chu were to become serious, he would find no rivals on this blue planet. Indeed, Zhang Chu had come to realize that he had perhaps been overly cautious. After delivering his 2 strikes, that so-called Terminator, that alleged liquid metal, lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Come on, are you even capable? I haven't even begun to warm up, and you're already on the ground? As soon as Zhang Chu finished speaking, he transformed into a crimson whirlwind, charging downward. He swiftly twisted off the Terminator's 2 arms, blue electric sparks crackling violently. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 86, The World's Best with Fervor. Zhang Chu unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes upon the Terminator mech lying on the ground. Each punch resonated with a resounding thud, causing the arena to tremble under the force, resulting in numerous cracks appearing across its surface. These fissures gradually spread outward, much to the astonishment of the audience seated in the stands, who could only gape in disbelief. Meanwhile, the media reporters seized the moment, fervently capturing every detail. It is well known that the foremost technological superpower on Blue Star is the United States. Although the nanomech from Long Country had previously garnered significant attention, the Terminator from the United States emerged triumphant. Public anticipation for the duel between these two mechs was exceedingly high. While professional technicians believed Long Country's victory was a foregone conclusion, the general populace viewed it as a fierce clash between titans. This entrenched stereotype is indeed a formidable force. Even if the Terminator produced by the United States is merely a gimmick, the general consensus defaults to it being the world's best, simply due to its origin. Conversely, even if Long Country were to genuinely produce the world's finest technology, skepticism would arise regarding its authenticity. Such stereotypes lack justification, for the ebb and flow of national strength is not swayed by public perception. It is impossible for Long Country to falter simply because a multitude of people doubts its capabilities. To overturn such a stereotype and reshape Long Country's image on the global stage, It is imperative to produce more technological marvels like the nanomech that can rightfully claim the title of the world's best. As long as there are more nanomechs, the entire world will come to recognize the Dragon Kingdom as the foremost power. At this moment, what is unfolding on the battlefield can hardly be referred to as a contest. It is merely Zhang Chu's unilateral domination over the people of the Ugly Nation. The liquid metal shield devised by the Ugly Nation is purported to withstand 8mm bullets. However, it proves utterly futile against Zhang Chu's iron fists. The pilot, Mike, struggles repeatedly to lift himself from the ground, but no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to achieve this feat. Various screws and wires are sent flying through the air. At this rate, he fears he might be left utterly exposed. Those brash little pickles, who had previously boasted loudly and taunted the Dragon Kingdom, claiming that their defeat would mean nothing, now assert that once their father intervenes, the Dragon Kingdom will understand true power. Yet, even these pickles' father ultimately cannot escape the fate of being forcefully dismantled. This final match is being broadcast live across the globe. At this moment, the spectators from the Ugly Nation have covered their eyes or are holding their foreheads, unable to bear the sight any longer. Even if they possessed a modicum of capability to counterattack, it would not be so disgraceful. Meanwhile, the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom are filled with exhilaration. Every individual is brimming with excitement. Even children are pleading with their parents to buy them toys of nanomechs. Although this match is not yet concluded, celebrations have already begun with firecrackers. The journey of the Dragon Kingdom over the years has truly been fraught with challenges. Now, returning to the pinnacle of the world can be regarded as the fulfillment of a cherished aspiration for many of the Dragon Kingdom's men. Our relentless efforts stem from the desire to reclaim the positions we rightfully deserve. Throughout the annals of human civilization, the Dragon Kingdom has consistently been a formidable power and a center of culture. Weakness is not the norm. This one-sided match not only invigorates the spirit, but also serves as a potent symbol. The invincible Dragon Kingdom of yours is poised to return to its former glory. As long as the referee remains impartial and the adversaries do not concede, Zhang Chu shall not relent. Before long, he dismantled the core of the adversarial mecha. A heap of malfunctioning components left Mike incapacitated, foaming at the mouth, and rendered unconscious. Although Mike is considered a tough man, even the strongest cannot turn the tide under such circumstances. This mecha chip, reportedly developed at a staggering cost of $300 billion, harbors many of the adversary's top-secret high technologies. Zhang Chu crushed the chip in his hand. Subsequently, the referee declared, "The Dragon Kingdom triumphs." A profound silence enveloped the tens of thousands of spectators. The vast majority present were from the corrupt nation, there to cheer on their so-called father. They were utterly astonished to witness such a lopsided contest. Now, they found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu raised his hands high, proclaiming to the world through a loudspeaker, "Whoever dares to harm our people shall face my wrath. If you, from the corrupt nation, continue in this blind ignorance, I will send you home to your mothers." Zhang Chu triumphed in the competition, exhibiting no inclination to show mercy towards those from the Ugly Nation. Such is the essence of dominance. Engaging with the representatives of that nation necessitates an assertive demeanor. There is no place for humility. Should you display modesty, they might misconstrue it as fear. As the flashbulbs incessantly illuminated the scene, a segment of the media shifted their focus toward Lin Feng and Tianying. Their intention was not to delve into any scandal involving the two, but rather to highlight the remarkable achievement of this scientist in his 20s, who masterminded and designed the nano battle armor. To accomplish such an extraordinary feat at such a young age suggests that he is destined for greatness. Images of Zhang Chu adorned with the gold medal graced the front pages, often accompanied by photographs of Lin Feng below. In that moment, the duo of Zhang Chu and Lin Feng emerged as the focal point of global attention. Countless media outlets submitted requests for interviews, all of which were ruthlessly denied by Commander Li. His sole responsibility now was to safeguard the national treasures of Longhua, ensuring their safe return. Beyond that, any further engagements could lead to complications. Previously, the CIA from the Ugly Nation had attempted to assassinate Lin Feng. How could one be certain that they would not attempt another assassination? They could easily masquerade as journalists and poison Lin Feng's water. The CIA excels in such nefarious tactics. This prestigious World Individual Soldier Equipment competition was held on Western soil, where many believed they would secure the championship title. Even now, there are still those who find it hard to believe. Simultaneously, various intelligence agencies across Europe and America began to circulate extensive information regarding Lin Feng. All NATO countries have designated Lin Feng as their foremost adversary. Should the opportunity arise, they would resort to assassination, poisoning, and a myriad of other measures to confront him. Undoubtedly, the most anxious among them are the citizens of the so-called ugly country. They have been severely humiliated by global television broadcasts, prompting the question, who would still recognize their nation as the world's preeminent power? Consequently, the leader of the ugly country proclaimed on television, "I shall represent my nation and 76 allied countries to initiate technological sanctions against the Dragon Nation." This declaration aimed to address issues of product dumping, trade inequality, and tariff protectionism. Chapter 87. Sanctions and blockades unite upon the leader's televised address. It instantly became a focal point for the entire world. Numerous news outlets began to draw connections between the recent individual equipment global competition and this incident. Many perceived this as a forceful counterattack by the ugly country to defend its imperial dignity. In an instant, the global landscape shifted dramatically. This confrontation transcended mere technological warfare. It evolved into a trade war and became a component of unrestricted warfare. The dynamics of modern conflict extend beyond the battlefield, infiltrating every aspect of national life, including economic and political arenas. The blockade, instigated by the ugly country, swiftly transformed into a comprehensive technological embargo against the Dragon Nation by the entire Western world. Even Zhang Chu found himself somewhat apprehensive, as he was acutely aware of the extent of foreign materials present in our aircraft. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Long Country's technological development has commenced rather late, and many specialized materials require decades of continuous validation before they can be obtained. In industries that rely on the passage of time, Long Country often finds itself at a disadvantage. When Lin Feng came across these news articles, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tianying, who had been consumed by worry, was taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden outburst of mirth and couldn't help but display a look of reproach. "Lin Feng, what is there to laugh about?" she queried. "I know you must feel uncertain upon reading this news, perhaps even fearful, but I am not afraid in the slightest." Lin Feng indeed appeared to exude an unshakable confidence. This piqued Tianying's curiosity. What could possibly instill such assurance in Lin Feng? Could it be due to sheer strength? While she pondered this, Lin Feng was already internally mocking the situation. Prior to his transmigration, he had experienced a technological and trade war with the ugly nation. Initially, many were struck with fear. But as time passed, they realized it was merely a routine affair. The songs continued, and the dances persisted. With the vast scale of Long Country, it could not be so easily vanquished. Moreover, Lin Feng now possessed a formidable system that would bolster his endeavors. Should the ugly nation wish to engage in any technological or trade conflict, he would gladly entertain them. When has Long Country ever been afraid? Yet, the overwhelming majority remained anxious, for this was a novel experience for them in their lifetimes. Furthermore, the environment in which one grows during their formative years, particularly between the ages of 10 and 20, often shapes their values and worldview. For instance, in recent years, the costs associated with certain daily necessities have been fervently scrutinized, revealing that many of these expenses have persisted for decades. Yet, a considerable number of individuals still regard the industrial products of our era as formidable, and the technological advancements even more so. This is largely due to the fact that during their formative years, these products truly excelled. Even if the circumstances surrounding these products later deteriorate, many will continue to uphold the worldview established during that period as an undeniable truth. Individuals like Tianying represent the archetype of dedicated researchers. In a nation like Longwa, with its population exceeding 1 billion, it is inevitable that a significant number of outliers will emerge. During such times, it is not uncommon for those who seek to undermine Longwa to come forth. These individuals exhibit an alarming propensity to defer to Westerners, often appearing eager to prostrate themselves before them. Even before hostilities commence, they are already contemplating surrendering to the Western world, asserting that without Western technology, Longwa would be incapable of producing any high-tech products. Are automobiles, computers, and smartphones not all inventions of the West? Were it not for the West, Longwa would still be in its primitive state. Such absurd assertions are certainly met with disdain by the overwhelming majority of Longwa's citizens. Nevertheless, they do reflect the mindset of a certain faction that has prospered through trade with the West, their thoughts consumed by the notion that purchasing is preferable to producing. As long as Longhua remains in a state of backwardness, their mercantile ventures will continue to thrive. However, these individuals do not represent the majority. The vast majority of Longhua's populace is preoccupied with the pursuit of self-reliance and empowerment, relying on their own strength. They aspire for Longhua to reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the world, becoming the epicenter of civilization once more, reminiscent of the illustrious Han and Tang dynasties. The global landscape is, indeed, undergoing a tumultuous transformation. Just before Lin Feng and his companions boarded the plane, circumstances were one way. However, once they were on board, the situation shifted entirely. The various restrictions imposed by the United States suddenly came flooding in. Elder Tian personally greeted them at the airport, expressing his excitement by shaking hands with both Lin Feng and Zhang Chu. Lin Feng and Zhang Chu were to remain in the capital for several days. Zhang Chu had to report to a special Air Force base, likely related to his military assignment, and as the champion of the recent world competition, he was also due for some accolades. Lin Feng had matters to attend to as well, as it was rumored that high-ranking officials wished to consult him on certain issues. Following their victory over the Americans and their triumph in the world competition, Lin Feng and Zhang Chu had been hailed as national heroes by many netizens. Their popularity within the Dragon Nation had reached an apex. Elder Tian, with evident concern, spoke to Lin Feng about how unexpectedly these developments had unfolded, leaving them utterly unprepared. The nuclear source base's plans to procure essential raw materials, research equipment, and even some already paid-for supplies had all been halted. Now, they were compelled to seek alternative solutions. But certain items would remain utterly unattainable. The actions of the United States were utterly irrational, inflicting self-harm while attempting to harm others. Lin Feng chuckled softly, remarking that the United States had become entirely hollow. High technology and finance were their lifelines, and by targeting these sectors, the Dragon Nation had struck at their very core, which explained their desperate resistance. The manufacturing industry of the United States had long since relocated to other countries. In the contemporary world, it is accurate to describe the Earth as a global village. Following the wave of globalization, the industries of various nations have achieved a remarkable complementarity. Even the Dragon Country, which stands as the foremost industrial power globally, cannot manufacture every item independently. From an economic standpoint, such an endeavor is profoundly impractical. Many products, even if producible, would not yield profit. Take, for instance, the ballpoint pen refill. Intellectuals have extolled its virtues for years, only for domestic manufacturers to falter under the pressure of competition, ultimately leading to the demise of foreign producers. However, the Dragon Country's foray into producing ballpoint pen refills resulted in financial losses rather than gains, serving merely as a matter of pride devoid of substantial significance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's analysis, Mr. Tian found it to be exceedingly cogent. He remarked to Lin Feng, "Seeing your calm demeanor reassures me. The ugly country may resort to desperate measures. I had anticipated this, though I did not expect it to happen so swiftly." Lin Feng's expression indeed conveyed an air of confidence. In truth, there is no need for trepidation. The Dragon Country grows stronger with each attempt at isolation. When the ugly country imposed a comprehensive technological blockade, did we not succeed in developing our own nuclear capabilities and satellite? The ugly country has not restricted automotive technology, and the market remains rife with a myriad of competitors. A lack of technological restrictions, combined with potential profit, inevitably fosters a class of intermediaries. Frankly, these intermediaries are tenfold more detestable than their counterparts from the ugly country. As for Chapter 88, Indifference, I shall take action. Aside from the vexation caused by the inability to import certain high-end materials, there also exists the current pinnacle of technology, equipment that the Dragon Country is, for the time being, unable to produce independently, which necessitates reliance on imports, such as lithography machines. Many people, when discussing lithography machines, often perceive the West as formidable, as if it has become an adversarial entity to the Dragon Nation. However, in truth, no single country possesses the capability to independently manufacture a lithography machine. Not even the technologically superior nation can achieve this feat. The creation of lithography machines is the culmination of efforts from numerous countries around the globe. Nevertheless, the West has long imposed restrictions on the Dragon Nation regarding this technology. Over the years, the Dragon Nation has diligently strived to gain a competitive edge in the semiconductor arena. Yet, it appears that there remains a gap of at least 7 to 10 years before they can catch up. Setting aside the semiconductor issue, Certain industries within the Dragon Nation have reportedly achieved significant advancements, while others have effectively reduced the competitive landscape to just two players, the Dragon Nation and the West. Certain essential laboratory equipment, if unattainable, would also hinder the research capabilities of the Dragon Nation. When asked about the solution to this predicament, Lin Feng cheerfully replied, "There is nothing insurmountable. If we cannot procure it, we shall create it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian joined in the laughter. Lin Feng, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of confidence after hearing your words. Although the circumstances are decidedly unfavorable, adversity breeds resilience, and with the pressure from the West, I find myself invigorated. Subsequently, Lin Feng and Elder Tian shared a hearty laugh, with Elder Tian appearing markedly more relaxed than before. While we cannot dictate the erratic actions of the West, we can assure ourselves that we will strive with unwavering determination. The vehicle conveyed Lin Feng and Elder Tian to a remarkably ancient edifice. Surrounding this structure, numerous guards were stationed. After Elder Tian presented his credentials, a minute later, a secretary-like figure hurriedly emerged from within. "You must be Director Tian and Engineer Lin. My apologies for my tardiness," he remarked with utmost courtesy, promptly ushering them inside the building. Within, additional guards were also posted. Although Elder Tian did not disclose the identity of the individual they were to meet, the grandeur of the situation indicated that this personage was certainly of significant stature. Soon, Lin Feng and Elder Tian were led into a lounge, where the secretary prepared a cup of tea for each of them before retreating into the inner chambers. After Elder Tian settled down and took a sip of his tea, he turned to Lin Feng and said, "This is likely your first visit here, so there is no need to feel anxious." To claim that Lin Feng was entirely at ease would be a falsehood, given the imposing atmosphere. However, amidst his apprehension, curiosity prevailed. What kind of task would the high-ranking official entrust to him? In truth, Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his duties, for only through action could he deliver a resounding rebuttal to those sycophants and opportunists. Before long, an elder clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged, accompanied by the secretary. Elder Tian immediately set down his teacup and rose to his feet, with Lin Feng following suit. The stature of this elder was undeniably significant, reminiscent of figures frequently seen on television. Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting to be personally received by such a high-ranking leader. The elder, upon seeing Lin Feng, began to speak. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in their youth. Splendid. The elder seemed remarkably familiar with Lin Feng, first commending him for his design of the mecha, which had brought honor to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the elder's expression soon shifted to one of concern. The current operations at the General Equipment Department were nearing a standstill due to the abrupt technological war initiated by the Cho Kingdom, leaving the Dragon Kingdom utterly unprepared. Particularly in the realm of chips, the Cho people had effectively seized control. This was a significant challenge not only for civilian applications, but for military ones as well. This situation starkly contrasted with the world Lin Feng had come from, where the Dragon Kingdom was significantly more advanced in chip technology and the Comprador forces were less formidable. Suddenly, acquiring a single chip became impossible, leaving the Dragon Kingdom in a state of bewilderment. The only viable solution now was to become self-reliant and seek individuals to independently research chips. Yet, no one could guarantee how long it would take to produce a chip of global standards. This was precisely why the elders sought Lin Feng's counsel. The urgency of the situation was palpable, with heavy responsibilities at stake. Only the most elite expert group from Huaxia could shoulder this task. The elders suggested appointing Elder Tian as the group leader. However, Elder Tian immediately interjected, stating, "I have just discussed this with Lin Feng. He possesses profound insights regarding chips, and my recommendation is to allow Lin Feng to proceed unhindered." The elder was left utterly astonished by this revelation. "I acknowledge Lin Feng's remarkable capabilities, but isn't he primarily focused on designing military-industrial products? How is it that he possesses such extensive knowledge of chips as well?" Old Tian chuckled and explained, "Within the high-tech military products designed by Lin Feng, there exists a profound integration of artificial intelligence, making them comprehensive products that encompass not only AI, but also fire control, flight control, and aerodynamics, among other disciplines." Despite his youthful age, Lin Feng has already established himself as a prominent figure in academia. I, an old man, truly find myself outmatched by him. Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Presently, our nation finds itself in a precarious situation regarding chip technology. as we are effectively choked by the ugly nation. Every industry suffers from the absence of our own chips. If our country could truly develop a chip, it may not rival that of the ugly nation, but at least it could place us in the second tier globally, sufficient for practical use. Such an achievement would indeed be of immense merit. However, the difficulty of this endeavor is exceedingly high. I am hesitant to entrust this task to Lin Feng, not out of disdain, but rather out of a desire to protect him. Lin Feng's reputation has skyrocketed. He is now considered one of the most renowned experts and scholars in our nation. Should he encounter any setbacks while overseeing chip production, it would undoubtedly result in a significant blow to his reputation. The blockade imposed by the ugly nation is unprecedented in its intensity. Never before has a country faced such a technological war. It is safe to say that nearly all of our nation's experts and scholars are shaking their heads in despair, with some even calling for surrender to the ugly nation in exchange for chips. However, Lin Feng harbored an entirely different perspective. He did not perceive any overwhelming pressure whatsoever. With a faint smile, he remarked, "It matters not what the situation is with the United States, for I shall take action." Chapter 89. The predicament of Longwei Company. Lin Feng, Elder Tian, and the venerable elder engaged in conversation until the clock struck 2 in the morning. The elder's personal secretary had urged them to conclude their discussion on 4 or 5 occasions, yet the elder, still reluctant to part ways, finally indicated that their meeting would come to an end. Had it not been for the secretary's persistent reminders, it is likely that the elder would have continued to converse with Lin Feng and Elder Tian throughout the night. The specifics of their dialogue remained a mystery to outsiders, but it was common knowledge that the following day, Lin Feng had secured the title of deputy director at an information office affiliated with the National Development and Reform Commission. Achieving such a rank at the age of 26 was no trivial feat. It was a rarity that could scarcely be matched by anyone else. Indeed, aside from Lin Feng, it would be difficult to find another individual who could claim such an accomplishment. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not place much importance on these accolades and did not even visit the office. Instead, he intended to observe the front lines. When it comes to software and hardware companies in Longwei Company undoubtedly holds the top position. This time, with the sanctions imposed by the United States on Longwei's technology sector, Longwei Company bore the brunt of the impact. In the span of a single night, the company's market value plummeted by 300 billion. The atmosphere within Longwei Company was one of despondency, and it was rumored that a mobilization conference was scheduled for that day. Upon arriving at Longwei Company, Lin Feng was personally received by the deputy general manager, who introduced himself as Mr. Zhang. A bespectacled, balding man, he epitomized the typical appearance and attire of a programmer. Mr. Zhang briefed Lin Feng on the day's general agenda. In the morning, the senior executives convened a meeting, followed by a grand ceremony in the afternoon where thousands would take an oath. Currently, Longwei Corporation finds itself in dire straits due to a suspension in chip supply, effectively cornering them into a desperate situation where they must explore every possible avenue for self-rescue. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Although he deemed the meeting somewhat futile, at least Longwei had assumed a posture of self-preservation. The most concerning scenario is when those drowning cease to struggle. Manager Zhang escorted Lin Feng to the 56th floor of the headquarters, intending to introduce him to Longwei's most advanced laboratory. Just then, Manager Zhang received a phone call. "What? Jiang Nen is resigning. This is unacceptable. At this juncture, if he leaves, what will become of the entire team?" After a brief pause, he added, "All right, I will speak to him personally. I have very important guests to attend to right now." Once he hung up, a bittersweet smile lingered on Manager Zhang's face. Lin Feng inquired directly, "Who is this individual you mentioned earlier? Is he significant to Longwei Corporation?" Manager Zhang sighed. "Jiang Nan is our chief scientist, an industry expert we recruited at great expense from the United States to assist us in chip development. With the blockade on our chips, we are unable to procure many essential components, halting our research efforts entirely." Before Manager Zhang could finish his explanation, Lin Feng interjected, "Allow me to meet this chief scientist." Manager Zhang found himself in a state of uncertainty, yet the individual beside him confidently remarked, "Just proceed according to Director Lin's instructions." This individual, despite holding the rank of district chief, could only follow in Lin Feng's wake, with no room for dissent. Manager Zhang led Lin Feng and his companions to the laboratory. There, a middle-aged man in his 40s, balding and preoccupied, was gathering his belongings in preparation for departure. This man was our chief scientist, Jiang Nan. No, he should be referred to as the former chief scientist. Here is my resignation letter. I regret to inform you that if you cannot continue to support my research endeavors, I must seek opportunities abroad. Jiang Nan handed a letter directly to Manager Zhang. Wait, Jiang Nan, this individual has something to convey to you. Upon seeing the youthfulness of Lin Feng, Jiang Nan frowned slightly, regarding him as merely another arrogant scion. State your business plainly. There's no need for circumlocution. Lin Feng responded directly. Yesterday, the talent from the U.S. imposed sanctions on us, and today you intend to flee? Jiang Nan replied with an air of indifference. Discussing this with someone like you would be futile. A scientist's career spans merely 2 decades. I cannot squander my precious career in a place that cannot even provide me with the necessary instruments. Do you comprehend? I am a scientist. My aim is to achieve results that benefit all of humanity. The location of my work holds no significance for me. Upon concluding his statement, he expressed with a palpable sense of pride, I will take the team with me, of course, referring only to those who are willing to follow. If anyone prefers to stay here, I shall not obstruct them. My ultimate aspiration is to become the foremost scientist in the world. I will go wherever the conditions are most favorable. Lin Feng interjected, so, if the conditions offered by the United States were superior, would you then relocate there? Indeed. Jiang Nan responded, eliciting a wave of astonishment from those around him. At such a moment, for a chip expert to consider moving to the United States seemed tantamount to treachery. It was likely that accusations of being a traitor would soon follow. However, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, focusing solely on the contributions he could make to his field over the span of his 20-plus years as a scientist. Lin Feng, calming those nearby, directly inquired, have you ever heard the adage that while science knows no borders, scientists possess their own homeland? The pioneers of the 2 bombs. One satellite project did not have better conditions, yet they achieved groundbreaking results that astonished the world. The surrounding crowd voiced their agreement. The majority, including members of Jiang Nan's own team, finding Lin Feng's words to hold greater merit. After all, this land had nurtured them. How could they lack a sense of attachment? Yet, Jiang Nan dismissed Lin Feng with contempt. You can only utter such platitudes. Do you truly understand what scientific research entails? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's retort, Lin Feng chuckled. At that moment, Manager Zhang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Isn't he merely an ignorant heir? Given his youth, it is likely that he attained such a position solely through familial connections. Jiang Nan, you have truly lost your senses. This director Lin, his name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Jiang Nan displayed a contemplative expression. Yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Lin Feng, the prodigy hailed as the foremost genius in the military industry for designing the Dragon Nation's nanomecha, is now a source of pride for the entire country. Jiang Nan, you even claim that the intelligent chip of the nanomecha is undoubtedly a product of an era beyond its time. How dare you speak to Lin Feng in such a manner? I wonder if your mind is truly functioning correctly. Manager Zhang seized the opportunity to chastise Jiang Nan. Upon learning Lin Feng's true identity, Jiang Nan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Chapter 90. Can you design a 3mm chip? Jiang Nan realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Initially, he presumed Lin Feng to be an unknowledgeable second-generation heir seeking to enhance his credentials. Little did he anticipate that he was conversing with the Lin Feng who has graced the front pages of global media. However, even upon acknowledging his error, Jiang Nan remained obstinately defiant. He stubbornly continued, even if you are Lin Feng, what of it? Your expertise lies in nanorobots. You would not comprehend matters regarding chips. You say I do not understand. Lin Feng chuckled, and those accompanying him, including Manager Zhang, joined in laughter. Just a moment ago, Lin Feng engaged in lively banter with them, his words soaring to great heights. To claim that Lin Feng lacks understanding of chips would suggest that no one in the Dragon Nation could rightfully assert their expertise in this field. Jiang Nan observed the laughter of those around him. Internally, he felt a profound discomfort, yet dared not display it overtly. What is there to find amusing? Am I not speaking the truth? Simply because he is Lin Feng, you all feel compelled to sing his praises, do you? Manager Zhang chuckled and said, Jiang Nan, there's no need for your baseless ramblings. Let me speak plainly. Just moments ago in the elevator, I discussed numerous matters regarding chips with Director Lin. He undoubtedly qualifies as an industry expert. He added, by the way, the nanorobots designed by Director Lin feature exceptionally high-performance AI chips. At this, Jiang Nan found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng continued, Chips can be categorized into three main types: logic chips, storage chips, and functional chips. We have already made breakthroughs in storage chips in the Dragon Nation. We still need to strive for advancements in the first and third categories. I am here to assist you in rapidly developing chips for our nation. Jiang Nan, visibly displeased, fixed Lin Feng with a glare, retorting, anyone can boast. When it comes to the actual design of chips, do you truly possess the capability? Jiang Nan's arrogance stemmed from being a rare expert in chip design. He had worked in Europe and America, not only bringing a wealth of experience, but also possessing remarkable skill. The Longway Company offered him an annual salary of 50 million, along with the title of chief scientist, persuading him to return from the United States. Jiang Nan could not fathom that Lin Feng would engage in chip design. Typically, those who venture into this field are still pursuing their studies in their 20s, and without a doctoral degree from a prestigious institution. One would hardly stand a chance in this industry. Lin Feng's youth was strikingly apparent, coupled with his prior experience in military engineering. Unless he possessed the ability to clone himself, how could he possibly excel in chip design? However, Lin Feng's subsequent remarks left Jiang Nan utterly astounded, as did the others around them. Lin Feng proclaimed, "Chip design? It's as effortless as eating and drinking." Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression radiating incredulity. Before he stammered, "You cannot be serious? Why would I jest?" Lin Feng retorted, rendering Jiang Nan speechless, his mind buzzing with confusion. Lin Feng continued, "I can produce a design blueprint for a 3mm processed chip at any moment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression of disbelief intensified. Not only Jiang Nan, but even Manager Zhang and the others were equally taken aback. It is worth noting that the world's most advanced companies are currently struggling with the mass production of 3mm chips. While production is feasible, both the yield and quality remain unstable. If Lin Feng could indeed create a blueprint for a 3mm chip, it would propel them into a league of global advancement. As of now, Longway Company has invested hundreds of billions in chip development, and even achieving a 14mm chip has proven exceedingly challenging, let alone the 3mm process. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jiang Nan perceived Lin Feng's words as nothing short of absurdity and outrageous fabrication. Yet Lin Feng proposed, "Chief Scientist, would you care to place a wager with me? What are we betting on?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Naturally, the blueprint for a 3mm chip, if I manage to produce it. You must remain with Longway Company, for once we commence mass production, we will require someone to oversee the myriad issues on the production line. And I believe you would be quite suitable for that role." Jiang Nan's countenance darkened at this, for as the chief scientist, he felt Lin Feng was insinuating that he was merely an engineer on the production line. "And if you fail to deliver?" he questioned. Lin Feng responded with an air of confidence, "I assure you, there is no possibility of failure. Should I be unable to produce it, you are free to depart wherever you wish, and I guarantee Longway Company will not impede your exit." "Very well, you have my word on that." Manager Zhang, suddenly filled with impatience, realized that their immediate priority was to retain talent, yet Lin Feng's proposition seemed to drive them away. While they recognized Lin Feng's extraordinary genius and exceptional capabilities, they harbored doubts regarding his ability to truly produce the design for the 3mm chip. Longway Company's branch in the capital boasted over 2,000 employees, yet to date, they had only designed a 7mm chip, with mass production still stalled at 14mm. Jiang Nan ceased his preparations and returned to his post, only to soon realize the flaw in their wager. There was no stipulated time limit. What if Lin Feng never succeeded in his design? Was he to remain here for an eternity? He soon sought out Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, without any pretense, naturally stated, "I will work overtime tonight to complete the blueprint and present it to everyone tomorrow." Who would delay such a trivial matter? Manager Zhang and the others initially believed Lin Feng was merely engaging in wordplay, but to their astonishment, he was quite serious. They were left dumbfounded. However, Lin Feng's confident demeanor suggested he might indeed possess a solution. Yet, as they pondered, they could not conceive of a method to produce a 3mm chip blueprint overnight. The architecture of such a seemingly trivial item is, in reality, exceedingly intricate, often requiring a 1,000-member team 1 to 2 years for development. Jiang Nan had already begun to display a victor's smile, remarking, "I shall await your good news, Director Lin." Chuckling, "I truly wonder whether it is I who am mad, or this world." Everyone around exhibited expressions of disbelief, convinced that Lin Feng's assertions were nothing short of boastful. Such an accomplishment seemed utterly unattainable. Manager Zhang sighed heavily, preparing to lose Jiang Nan, the chip expert he had painstakingly recruited from the wretched country. Yet, Lin Feng patted their shoulders and said, "Why are you all so disheartened? It is merely a blueprint. Just wait to witness the spectacle tomorrow." Chapter 91. A New Chip Architecture. The atmosphere at Longwei Company was one of despondency. Evidently, Lin Feng's reassurances had yielded no effect. It is a challenge to convince individuals steeped in the sciences, whose minds are often anchored in idealism, of the existence of wondrous miracles in this world. While one can achieve much in a single night, producing a blueprint for a 3mm chip is certainly not among those feats. Lin Feng swiftly concluded his initial day of assessment at Longwei Company. Truth be told, he found the company to possess a commendable spirit of ambition. With a remarkably youthful workforce, many project leaders for significant initiatives appeared to be in their early 30s. Such an enterprise undoubtedly holds great potential for the future. However, the immediate priority remains to assist Longwei in navigating its current crisis. Without overcoming the present challenges, discussions of the future remain mere fantasies. While Lin Feng himself was unable to draft the blueprint for the 3mm chip, he had the advantage of an AI assistant. From the design of nanorobots to the subsequent high-energy particle capture towers, the success of such extraordinarily advanced projects would be unattainable without AI support. Thus, when Lin Feng returned and broached the topic with Tianying, she dismissed it entirely. In comparison to the sophisticated intelligent chips utilized in smartphones and nanomechanical suits, the 3mm chip seemed akin to pitting a modest gaming console against a supercomputer. Clearly, one night would not suffice for the design of a 3mm chip. Yet, upon assigning the task to the AI, it calmly estimated a completion time of approximately 4 hours and 15 minutes. Lin Feng then prepared cups of coffee for both himself and Tianying, for they had more pressing matters to discuss. The blueprint for the 3mm chip is merely a minor project. Today, the focus shifts to discussions regarding the development of the 4th generation of nanomachines. The specific development tasks have been entirely delegated to Tianying by Lin Feng, though he still intends to oversee the overarching direction of the project. The following day, Lin Feng arrived early at Longwei Company. Upon his arrival, he almost instantly became the center of attention within the entire organization. Unlike the previous day, when only a vice president accompanied him, today even General Manager Ren of Longwei Company was present. This heightened interest stemmed from Lin Feng's wager with Jiang Nan, which had become common knowledge throughout the company, prompting the upper management to convene a closed-door meeting specifically to address the matter. Many executives expressed their opinions vehemently during the meeting. However, in the end, General Manager Ren prevailed against the majority, suggesting they wait until the following day to reassess the situation. He remarked, "I firmly believe that a scientist like Lin Feng is exceptionally meticulous. If something is unachievable, he would never make frivolous promises. Since he has spoken, he shall surely deliver." Thus, early that morning, Ren led nearly all the senior executives of the company to welcome Lin Feng. Although this was their first encounter, it did not hinder their engaging and jovial conversation. Neither Ren nor Lin Feng broached the subject of the 3mm chip design. Instead, they exchanged light-hearted pleasantries. Eventually, Lin Feng inquired, "Where is the chief scientist?" "I have yet to see him." To which Ren replied, "Jiang Nan is still in the laboratory, likely awaiting your arrival. Shall we head there now?" "That sounds agreeable," Lin Feng responded. Almost everyone was observing Lin Feng's reaction, and all they could perceive from his countenance was an unwavering confidence. Initially, they harbored doubts about Lin Feng, but now some began to waver in their skepticism. All followed closely behind Lin Feng and General Ren, swiftly arriving at the laboratory. Jiang Nan had arrived at the company by 7 this morning, eager to witness Lin Feng's folly. "Where are the blueprints? Surely you did not come empty-handed?" Jiang Nan wasted no time in getting to the point, showing no intention of cordiality towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, replied with great composure, "Of course. I have brought the blueprints. They are simply stored on a USB drive." He promptly handed over the USB drive, and immediately, 2 PhDs from Jiang Nan's team began the process of copying the files. Once the copying was completed, the next stage was verification. General Ren and the senior executives of Longwei Company grew increasingly anxious, fully aware that the outcome of this wager could significantly impact the company's future. Soon, the expressions of the 2 PhDs turned grave, their brows furrowing in confusion, leaving everyone puzzled about the situation. "If there is an issue with the blueprints, you may simply state it," someone remarked. "If everything is in order, why do you appear so troubled?" Even General Ren could no longer contain his impatience, addressing the two. What is the situation? Please provide us with a definitive answer. The two doctors, upon hearing Mr. Ren's words, began to perspire profusely. Mr. Ren, this is an entirely new architecture that we have never encountered before, so there are numerous aspects that require meticulous confirmation. The notion of a new architecture? While Mr. Ren remained composed, the other executives gasped in astonishment. The senior management of the Long Corporation had all risen through technical positions. They possessed a profound understanding of technology. Thus, upon hearing the words of these two doctors, they gravitated closer. The development of chip architecture is an endeavor mastered by fewer than 3 companies worldwide, and a comprehensive embargo on all equipment and products had long been imposed on Long Country. Jiang Nin interjected, if someone could conjure a new chip architecture overnight, that individual would not merely be a genius, they would be divine. Professor Jiang, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. The two doctors were visibly anxious. Jiang Nin approached, perceiving their claims as sheer nonsense. The design of chip architecture is far more intricate than the design of the chips themselves, being at least tenfold more complex. In essence, current chip design involves overlaying various commands onto a fixed structure. The architecture is fundamentally more profound. Initially, Jiang Nin regarded the situation with disdain, but that contempt swiftly transformed. This is utterly. Jiang Nin could no longer contain his expletives. For the spectacle before him was simply beyond comprehension. Glancing once more at the two doctors, he suddenly grasped the source of their astonishment. Even he was now enveloped in goosebumps. The investigation is utterly astonishing. Having navigated the chip industry for so many years, he never imagined that someone could possess such extraordinary prowess, crafting an entirely new chip architecture overnight. He had contemplated last night whether Lin Feng might resort to stealing blueprints. Considering that Lin Feng is backed by the Dragon Nation, where espionage agencies might indeed possess such capabilities. Yet now, he has been thoroughly humiliated. This novel architecture is something he has never encountered before. Where could one possibly steal it from? It can only be a product of independent design by the Dragon Nation. Teacher Jiang, wait, let me examine this further. This design, goodness, it can actually be conceived this way. Chapter 91. The new chip architecture. The atmosphere at Longway Company is filled with despondency. Evidently, Lin Feng's reassurances have had no effect. The staff, predominantly men of science and engineering, possess a mindset inclined towards idealism, making it exceedingly challenging to convince them of the existence of miraculous phenomena in this world. While many feats can be accomplished overnight, generating blueprints for a 3mm chip is certainly not among them. Lin Feng swiftly concluded his initial day of inspection at Longway Company. To be candid, he finds the company quite spirited, with a youthful internal culture. Many leaders of significant project teams are merely in their early 30s. A company of this caliber undoubtedly holds great promise for the future. Nonetheless, the immediate priority remains to assist Longway Company in navigating the current crisis. If they cannot surmount this challenge, any discussions of the future would be mere illusions. The schematic for the 3mm chip is indeed beyond Lin Feng's artistic capabilities. Yet he possesses an AI assistant. From the inception of designing nanorobots to the subsequent high-energy particle capture towers, these extraordinarily sophisticated projects would be unattainable without AI support. Therefore, when Lin Feng recounted this matter to Tian Ying upon his return, she dismissed it entirely. In comparison to the advanced intelligent chips utilized in nanomechanical exoskeletons, the 3mm chip on his phone was akin to comparing a rudimentary gaming console to a supercomputer. One night was certainly insufficient for a human to design a 3mm chip. However, once Lin Feng delegated the task to the AI, it calmly estimated that the project would be completed in approximately 4 hours and 15 minutes. Subsequently, Lin Feng prepared a cup of coffee for both himself and Tian Ying, as they had far more significant matters to discuss. The blueprint for the 3mm chip was merely a minor undertaking. Today, their conversation would focus on the development of the 4th generation of nanomechanical exoskeletons. Although Lin Feng had entrusted the specific development to Tian Ying, he still needed to oversee the broader direction of the project. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived early at Longway Company. Upon his arrival, he swiftly became the focal point of the entire organization. Unlike the previous day when only a vice president accompanied him, today even General Manager Ren of Longway Company was present. It turned out that news of Lin Feng's wager with Jiang Nin had circulated throughout the company, prompting the upper management to convene a special closed-door meeting regarding the matter. During the meeting, numerous executives expressed their fervent opinions. However, ultimately, Mr. Rin decisively overruled the dissent, proposing to defer the matter until the following day. Mr. Rin asserted, "I have unwavering faith in scientists like Lin Feng, who exhibit remarkable rigor. If something is unattainable, he would never make frivolous promises. Since he has spoken, he will undoubtedly deliver." Thus, early this morning, Mr. Rin arrived with nearly all of the company's executives to welcome Lin Feng. This marked the inaugural meeting between Lin Feng and Mr. Rin, yet it did not hinder their amiable exchange. Neither Mr. Rin nor Lin Feng broached the subject of the 3mm chip design. Instead, they engaged in casual conversation. Eventually, Lin Feng inquired, "Where is the chief scientist?" "I have not seen him." Mr. Rin replied, "Jiang Nin is still in the laboratory. He must be awaiting you, Director Lin. Shall we head over now?" This seemed agreeable. Almost everyone observed Lin Feng's response, perceiving only absolute confidence etched upon his visage. Initially skeptical, some individuals began to waver in their disbelief. They all followed closely behind Lin Feng and Mr. Rin, swiftly arriving at the laboratory. Jiang Nin had arrived at the company at 7 o'clock that morning. Eager to witness Lin Feng's potential misstep. "Where are the blueprints? You haven't come empty-handed, have you?" Jiang Nin wasted no time in getting to the point, showing no intention of civility towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, replied with nonchalance, "Of course, I brought the blueprints. They are merely stored on a USB drive." He promptly handed over the USB drive, and immediately, 2 PhD candidates from Jiang Nan's team began to copy the files. Once the copying process was completed, the subsequent phase was verification. Mr. Rin and Long Wei, along with the company's senior executives, became increasingly anxious, as everyone was acutely aware that today's wager could significantly impact the future of Long Wei's company. Soon, the expressions of the two doctors turned grave, their brows furrowed in deep concentration, leaving others utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "If there are any issues with the blueprints, you could simply express them," someone remarked. "If everything is in order, why such grave expressions?" Even Mr. Rin could no longer contain himself, addressing the two doctors. "What is going on? Please provide a definitive answer." Seeing Mr. Rin's inquiry, the doctors began to sweat profusely. "Mr. Rin, this is an entirely new architecture that we have never encountered before, necessitating meticulous confirmation in numerous areas." "New architecture?" Mr. Rin remained composed, yet the other executives gasped in astonishment. The upper management of Long Wei's company had all risen through technical ranks, possessing a solid understanding of technology. Therefore, upon hearing the doctor's statements, they gathered closer. Chip architecture is a domain where fewer than 3 companies worldwide possess the capability, and all equipment and products had long been embargoed against Longhua. Jiang Nin interjected, "If someone were to create a new chip architecture overnight, that individual would not merely be a genius, they would be akin to a deity. Professor Jiang, perhaps you should take a look for yourself." The two doctors suggested, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Jiang Nin also approached, feeling that the two doctors were speaking utter nonsense. The complexity of chip architecture is not something that can be easily designed. It is indeed an order of magnitude more challenging than the design of the chip itself. To put it plainly, contemporary chip design involves layering various commands upon a fixed structure. The architecture is fundamentally more profound. Initially, his gaze was rife with disdain, but that disdain swiftly transformed. This was utterly bewildering. Jiang Nin could not help but utter a curse, for what lay before him was beyond comprehension. As he cast another glance at the two doctors, he instantly understood their astonishment. Even he was covered in goosebumps at this moment. The scrutiny was astonishing. After years of experience in the chip industry, he never imagined that someone could be so extraordinarily talented as to conceive an entirely new chip architecture overnight. He had pondered the possibility of Lin Feng stealing blueprints from elsewhere, considering that Lin Feng was backed by the Dragon Country, where espionage agencies might possess such capabilities. However, he was thoroughly humiliated now. This new architecture was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Where could one possibly steal it from? It could only be the result of independent design by the Dragon Country. "Professor Jiang, wait, let me take another look. This design, how is it even possible?" Chapter 92. Are you out of your mind? You want to build a lithography machine? The more Jiang Nin examined it, the more astonished he became, leaving him utterly dazed. He patted his forehead, his mind buzzing, and then he opened his mouth wide, utterly astonished. There were several structures that appeared remarkably novel and entirely illogical. However, Once these seemingly irrational structures were combined, they surprisingly made sense. This is absolutely incredible. The individual who conceived this structure must undoubtedly be a genius, or rather, a deity, the deity of chips. Jiang Nan. Finally, Jiang Nan regained his senses and realized that the person speaking to him was General Ren. "Ah," General Ren remarked, "Jiang Nan. You have been staring at the screen for an hour. Are you ready to provide a conclusion?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan became aware of the passage of time, having been so engrossed in his observations that he completely lost track of it. Nevertheless, it was quite impressive that he could remain captivated for an entire hour without noticing. Jiang Nan stated, "This blueprint is bound to astonish the world. Having navigated the chip industry for nearly 3 decades, I have never encountered such an extraordinary design. It is truly remarkable." After Jiang Nan made this declaration, everyone's gaze inevitably turned towards Lin Feng. They then witnessed Jiang Nan darting forward, grasping Lin Feng's hands tightly, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "I concede defeat. Could you teach me? How is it possible to design such an impressive chip architecture in just one night? This is an unprecedented chip architecture, surpassing even the formidable offerings from Samsung and major manufacturers in Europe and America. How on earth did you accomplish this? This chip architecture promises to enhance performance by at least 20 while reducing energy consumption by 15. If it goes into production, it could potentially outpace Qualcomm in no time." Jiang Nan's words invigorated the executives at Longwei Company, instilling a sense of excitement among them. To claim that there was no exhilaration would be a blatant falsehood. Longwei Company is currently hampered by its reliance on chips. If we can achieve complete domestic chip production, it would spell doom for those Western giants. After all, our nation excels at manufacturing the finest industrial products at minimal costs. However, amidst the celebration, Jiang Nan doused the enthusiasm with a sobering reality. Even if a design is realized, it is futile. Our country lacks lithography machines. Without these machines, the production of chips is impossible. Jiang Nan's statement undeniably brought a wave of calm over the crowd. Indeed, our nation does not possess lithography machines. It's akin to attempting to grow a tree without roots. Even with blueprints in hand, there is no feasible way forward. Moreover, chip design and manufacturing have now diverged into distinct specializations. The major Western companies focus solely on design, while actual manufacturing is outsourced to East Asian foundries. Unfortunately, these foundries have also imposed restrictions on our nation, rendering collaboration impossible. We have the world-class designs and architecture, yet we lack the means of production. Where can we turn to seek resolution for such a predicament? The executives of the company were utterly constrained, each one feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. To be frank, their discomfort had intensified compared to yesterday. Perhaps nothing is more disheartening in this world than this kind of situation, first presenting a glimmer of hope, only to shatter it immediately afterward. However, Lin Feng wore a faint smile on his face as he remarked, "Isn't this matter quite manageable? We can form a team and create our own lithography machines." Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned toward him, their faces etched with disbelief. The absurdity of Lin Feng's statement was palpable. Even the United States could not manufacture lithography machines on its own. It required the collaboration of numerous allies to achieve such a feat ultimately. The products belong to companies outside the United States. In the realm of manufacturing, lithography machines and chips are undoubtedly the jewels atop the crown. If Long Country could independently produce these two items and ascend to the forefront on a global scale, it would unequivocally surpass the United States. For the majority of researchers, the idea of Long Country overtaking the United States seemed like a mere fantasy, an unrealistic proposition. "Director Lin, do you realize what you are saying?" Yet Lin Feng continued, "Just yesterday, you claimed I could not design a 3mm chip. What do you see today? The most challenging endeavors are often those you believe to be beyond your capabilities. If one limits oneself before even beginning a task, failure is inevitable." Had Lin Feng uttered such words yesterday, no one would have believed him. Yet today, he presented a groundbreaking 3mm chip design that surpasses global standards. In light of this undeniable fact, even if he claimed he would set foot on the moon in the future, few would dare to question his ambition. "Mr. Ren, we can commence assembling a team today to construct our own lithography machines. Whatever we lack, we shall create. I refuse to believe that the collective intellect of our 1 billion compatriots cannot produce even a modest chip. Are we, the people of Longwa, any less capable than others? If the Westerners can manufacture such devices, I am confident that we in Longwa can achieve it too, perhaps even surpassing their creations. As Lin Feng spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, embodying an extraordinary charisma. His words ignited a fervor among the listeners, stirring their spirits. Indeed, let us forge ahead. Whatever the United States attempts to block, we shall build ourselves. Let the world witness the prowess of Longwa and the strength of our dragon. Once we master chip production, we will no longer be beholden to the whims of the United States, and we can even undermine their chip enterprises. The youth possess that fervent spirit, often tackling challenges head-on. The more one contemplates, the less likely one is to succeed. Mr. Rin immediately set his subordinates to work, appointing manager Zhang and Jiang Nan to assist Lin Feng, striving to produce the lithography machine in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, Mr. Rin and his team would also focus their efforts on other critical areas. Currently, Long Corporation finds itself grappling with the most formidable crisis in its history. However, true strength lies in the ability to transform such crises into opportunities, thereby ascending to ever greater heights. Manager Zhang and his colleagues erupted into hearty laughter. I feel as though I am on the brink of igniting with passion. For the sake of Long Nation's lithography machines, it is time to make a valiant effort. In the years to come, even as I age, I will have at least one remarkable tale to share with my grandchildren. Chapter 93. The world's premier optical laboratory. The fabrication of lithography machines is no trivial endeavor. It encompasses a multitude of industrial sectors, all of which necessitate advanced precision and expertise to achieve success. To be candid, Long Nation's industrial manufacturing capabilities are no longer negligible. We are capable of producing heavy-duty trucks, colossal ocean liners, and spacecraft. However, in certain relatively intricate projects, our proficiency still falls short. This is an unavoidable reality, as Long Nation's industrial development is a latecomer, lacking the extensive groundwork established by others. To create lithography machines, one must first procure a variety of optical materials and components. There is no denying that Western countries have long imposed embargoes on us, leaving us no choice but to produce these items ourselves. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remains unperturbed. The task of manufacturing these components poses no significant challenge for him. The nanomech suits are composed of millions of nanobots, and to confine their use solely to combat would be a grave injustice to the very essence of science. In the realm of manufacturing, these nanobots can undoubtedly be regarded as miraculous entities. Thus, in the inaugural meeting following the establishment of the team, Lin Feng set forth a resolute objective. The notion of developing a 3mm process chip seemed utterly trivial. By the time we succeeded, industry giants in Europe, America, and Japan would likely have already embarked on the creation of 2mm chips. Therefore, we either refrain from pursuing this path, or if we do, we must strive to achieve unparalleled excellence. We shall directly innovate a 1mm chip, rigorously testing the physical limits of silicon crystal materials. Upon uttering these words, the audience was left utterly astonished. Manager Zhang and Jiang Nan were particularly taken aback, rendered speechless. Wasn't Lin Feng just presenting the architecture for a 3mm chip? How could the focus suddenly shift to 1mm? Jiang Nan, somewhat stammering, remarked, "To my knowledge, a team at the University of Southern California has only just managed to achieve 1mm in the laboratory, and mass production would require at least 5 to 6 years. Is it not overly ambitious to embark on 1mm technology at this juncture?" Jiang Nan's perspective was indeed representative of a rational mindset. Yet Lin Feng swiftly countered, "We cannot assert that what the Americans cannot develop, we in Longwa cannot achieve. Moreover, if one lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? We either refrain from action, or we must aim for the pinnacle of success." Lin Feng's words undoubtedly exuded a profound charisma. The young researchers present found themselves invigorated and inspired. However, Manager Zhang and his colleagues could only manage a wry smile. The Dragon Kingdom has yet to conquer even the rudimentary 7mm technology, and the prospect of achieving 1mm seems utterly unattainable. However, Lin Feng's reputation precedes him, and he managed to devise the architecture for a 3mm chip in merely one night. They dared not speak too boldly in Lin Feng's presence, fearing a fate akin to Jiang Nan's, who had been thoroughly humiliated by him. Thus, they could only sit there with wry smiles. Lin Feng announced, "I am planning to establish an optical laboratory in the capital, and I shall invite everyone to join in a few days. I firmly believe that if we all exert ourselves, we shall astonish the world." The recent global competition not only propelled Lin Feng to international fame, but also garnered him a vast amount of astonished feedback points, over 200,000, to be precise. Transforming an optical laboratory with such resources would be a mere trifle. Manager Zhang and Jiang then continued to wear their bittersweet expressions. In the subsequent 2 or 3 days, progress was stagnant, and they had not encountered Lin Feng. The matter of the lithography machine remained in its infancy. At the current pace, achieving the construction of the lithography machine within a decade would be regarded as a miracle. As for the 1mm process chips, they were as distant as the stars and the moon, utterly beyond reach. It was only when Lin Feng called that Manager Zhang and Jiang Nan remembered the optical laboratory project. Subsequently, they gathered a team to visit the laboratory. Upon arriving at the experimental building at Yenjing University, their faces bore little expectation, for the structure before them appeared exceedingly worn and outdated. Furthermore, with the embargo imposed by the West on the Dragon Kingdom, any equipment present is likely to be quite antiquated. However, upon arriving at the laboratory entrance, they were met with an unexpected revelation. A metallic female voice resonated from within, initiating human biometric information collection and identification. Identification complete. Dr. Jiang Nan, Manager Zhang. Please enter. Subsequently, the laboratory doors opened automatically, revealing a robot equipped with 2 wheels before them. I am the auxiliary intelligent AI of the optical laboratory. You may call me Qian. I will guide you on a brief tour. The current owner, Lin Feng, is not at home, but is expected to arrive within 15 minutes. Being prominent figures in their field, they were undoubtedly familiar with various forms of artificial intelligence. Yet, even in the high-tech realm of the Dragon Company, they had not encountered such advanced AI. As they stepped fully into the optical laboratory, they were utterly astonished. The lab was filled with an array of instruments that even Manager Zhang could not comprehend, all autonomously conducting extraordinarily precise research. In the adjacent dust-free research room, they observed several humanoid robots working in perfect harmony on some material research. Dr. Jiang Nan, captivated, was drawn to a massive machine almost the size of a small room. Radiant beams of aurora light emanated from within it. Is this a photolithography machine? Dr. Jiang exclaimed incredulously, as it bore no resemblance to any photolithography equipment he had previously encountered, yet the internal lasers were actively engaged in their tasks. It is difficult to avoid the suspicion that this is indeed a lithography machine. Opposite this remarkable apparatus, various data and samples from the laboratory are flawlessly projected into the air as holographic images, rendering everything strikingly clear. The robot, in turn, engages with this data to provide answers. Jiang Nan's emotions are in a state of exhilaration. He begins to feel fortunate that he did not resign from Longwei Company. Had he departed, it would have been unlikely for him to witness such an advanced laboratory. Jiang Nan had previously spent 3 years as a visiting scholar at Harvard in the United States, where visiting the most cutting-edge university laboratories was a common occurrence. Yet, it must be said, even the most advanced labs at Harvard appear woefully outdated and meager compared to this establishment. If given the opportunity to work in such a state-of-the-art laboratory, he is confident that he could produce significant results within a year. Jiang Nan possesses unwavering confidence regarding this matter. As for the embarrassment of losing a bet to Lin Feng, he is no longer concerned. Working in the world's most advanced laboratory is the realization of his lifelong dream. Chapter 94. The press conference. Manager Zhang is also experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. He cannot help but feel that Lin Feng may be some sort of sorcerer, capable of conjuring these astonishing creations in just a few short days. The young researchers, too, are beyond measure in their excitement. Although Lin Feng is still engaged in a meeting outside, the system has begun to alert them fervently, and an overwhelming number of system notifications have been received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a shocking feedback score of 1,000 points from Jiang Nan, the chief scientist of Longwei Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a shocking feedback score of 1,000 points from Vice General Manager Zhang of Longwei Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a feedback score of 1,000 points from the senior engineer of Longwei Company. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Lin Feng finally arrived. He was greeted by a multitude of beaming faces, all thoroughly captivated. Jiang Nan and Manager Zhang excitedly clasped Lin Feng's hand, exclaiming with fervor, "Now we truly have a chance." Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, feeling that time was rather constrained. There were still numerous aspects of this optical laboratory that had yet to be adequately transformed. It could only be deemed passably functional. In comparison to the laboratory at the nuclear source base, it was woefully inadequate. Jiang Nan was left utterly astonished. If this could merely be classified as passively functional, then the laboratory that Longwei Company had constructed for him at the cost of 300 million could only be described as inferior. Manager Zhang exhibited a keen interest in the array of robots scattered throughout the laboratory. He inquired, Director Lin, may I be so bold as to ask where these robots and advanced artificial intelligence originate? They are my own designs, actually not overly complex, Lin Feng replied. However, Manager Zhang, I must express my sentiments. Your Longwei Company, being the premier high-tech enterprise in our Dragon Nation, seems to lack sufficient technological sophistication. At the very least, the implementation of artificial intelligence appears to be woefully underutilized. Lin Feng's candid remarks left Manager Zhang momentarily speechless. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally reacted, pondering to himself, if our company, Longwei, possessed such technological capabilities, we would have no fear of Western blockades. We could easily surpass those major companies in Europe and America. Lin Feng then elaborated on the functionality of these robots. They are impervious to fatigue, ensuring that data collection and analysis are executed flawlessly. Not only do they operate at a velocity surpassing that of humans, but their precision is also unparalleled, capable of enhancing efficiency by several multiples. In the laboratory, he entrusted all mechanical and repetitive tasks to the robots for autonomous completion. Remarkably, AI could even design many experimental components independently. For Jiang Nan, the chief scientist, this level of AI seemed almost like something out of a science fiction film. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, brimming with confidence and vigor. This was precisely what Lin Feng needed. He had already established a premier environment, and now it was time to witness the talents of these young minds. As long as they fully harnessed their intellect, the mere 1mm chip would be effortlessly manageable. On that very day, Longwei Company held a press conference, attended by Manager Zhang and Jiang Nan. With the West accelerating its technological blockade against Longwei found itself at the forefront of scrutiny. Many were eager to observe how Longwei would respond. Even before the conference commenced, over 300 media outlets from around the globe had already arrived. As Manager Zhang and Jiang Nan appeared before the cameras with beaming smiles, the flashes from the cameras were relentless, continuing for a full 5 to 6 minutes before finally subsiding. Manager Zhang, radiating with delight, boldly declared before all the reporters, our Longwei Company will develop a 1mm chip. As soon as Manager Zhang concluded his statement, a flurry of applause erupted from the journalists, many of whom displayed expressions of sheer incredulity. While it was widely recognized that Longwei Company possessed extraordinary technological reserves, the audacious claim to create a 1mm chip seemed excessively extravagant. Almost every individual present wore a countenance of disbelief. Manager Zhang, even the world's foremost power has yet to produce a 1mm chip. Is your assertion merely a strategic intimidation, suggesting that you lack the capacity to achieve such a feat? Another voice chimed in. Is what you say genuine? As far as I know, our nation's chips struggle even to reach 14mm production. Isn't 1mm a mere fantasy? The overwhelming majority of technology journalists in attendance found it impossible to accept Manager Zhang's words, deeming them utterly nonsensical and contrary to established knowledge. Yet, Manager Zhang merely smiled gently and replied, a 1mm chip is not a trivial matter. Moreover, I must share with you an even more significant announcement. Our Longwei Company has established the world's most advanced optical laboratory, and we are set to manufacture lithography machines. The journalists surrounding him were left utterly astounded. Some stood speechless, unsure of how to formulate their inquiries, as Manager Zhang's statements were simply extraordinary. Nevertheless, a few reporters began to revel in the unfolding spectacle. This time, Longwei Company has certainly made headlines. Regardless of whether Longwei can deliver on their promises, the mere presence of discussion and excitement ensures that the media will thrive. The journalists, driven by curiosity, bombarded Manager Zhang with a flurry of questions, some of which could be deemed intrusive. You have made such grand claims. What if you fail to deliver? Are you merely peddling patriotism? Does Longwei truly possess the technological prowess? In the face of these inquiries, Manager Zhang merely smiled gently and handed the microphone to Jiang Nan. As Jiang Nan took the microphone, anticipation filled the air. How would this chief scientist of Longwei, a globally recognized chip expert, respond to these challenging questions? With a beaming smile, Jiang Nan declared, what Manager Zhang has stated is entirely factual. Longwei has received assistance from a mysterious scientist, and our technological capabilities have surged forward at an astonishing pace. Immediately, journalists pressed on, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic scientist. However, Jiang Nan merely replied, "You may regard him as the equivalent of Du Guqiu from Jin Yang's martial arts novels. I can only assert that his capabilities far surpass those of anyone else in the world. Longwei will soon produce a lithography machine. And as for the 1mm chip, it is by no means a jest. I would stake my entire career on it. Longwei will undoubtedly astonish the world." Chapter 95. When the entire world doubts, Jiang Nan's words once again astonished all the reporters present. What intrigued them even more was the identity of the enigmatic figure he referred to as Du Guqiu. What manner of mysterious individual could command such reverence from the chief scientist of Longwei Corporation? The media, drawn to the allure of the unknown, found themselves increasingly captivated by this elusive presence. However, Jiang Nan remained remarkably reticent on the subject, steadfastly refusing to divulge the identity of Du Guqiu, regardless of the reporters' relentless inquiries. In that moment, Jiang Nan was overwhelmed with emotion. Just days prior, he had contemplated leaving Longwei Corporation. Yet now, he was wholeheartedly committed to his role within the company. In truth, his salary remained unchanged, and his title was still the same. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he now had the freedom to pursue his work fully, supported by the most advanced instruments available in the world. For a man, it is essential to know when to seize opportunities and when to let go. Following this press conference, the world was equally taken aback. Various headlines began to connect the concepts of Longwei, lithography machines, and 1mm chips. However, the lithography machines and chips had long been significant challenges for Longwei. Many perceived Longwei Corporation's claims as mere bluster. If the company truly possessed such formidable capabilities, they would have manufactured lithography machines and chips directly, rather than opting for imports. Particularly vocal were the opportunists and public intellectuals, who concocted numerous articles from various angles to disparage Longwei Corporation. Their intent was abundantly clear. They believed that Longwei Corporation possessed no genuine technological prowess, merely dispatching two executives to boast without substance. The discourse has escalated to the issue of national character, with criticisms directed towards the nation of the dragon, alleging that its people are unproductive and prone to boastfulness. It has been claimed that the lithography machine represents the jewel in the crown of manufacturing, and that the national character of the dragon nation is so deficient that it cannot rival that of its European and American counterparts, rendering it incapable of producing such technology. The intellect of these self-styled intellectuals appears diminutive, akin to that of a walnut. Even the most trivial incident, such as someone passing gas on public transportation, is elevated to a matter of national character, as if individuals from Europe and America are immune to such natural occurrences. Of course, should such an event occur, these commentators would likely assert that the emissions of their Western counterparts are fragrant. There seems to be a conspicuous absence of logic in their reasoning, if any does exist. It is a logic that venerates the superiority of the West. The news regarding the Longwei Company has ignited a fervent debate domestically, and it has also garnered extensive coverage abroad. Foreign media have been particularly scathing in their derision, labeling Longwei as a company that merely boasts without possessing any real technological prowess, merely painting grand visions to postpone its inevitable demise. Indeed, Western media have effectively issued a death sentence to Longwei. Within their framework of reasoning, individuals of Asian descent are deemed inferior, without the patronage of Caucasians. Even nations like Japan and South Korea would be incapable of producing semiconductors. Furthermore, in the semiconductor industry, even the likes of Taiwan and South Korea are relegated to the lower echelons, primarily engaged in manufacturing for others. A well-known comedy show from the Ugly Nation even ridiculed this situation, equating the Dragon Nation's aspirations to create lithography machines with the notion of Africans attempting to land on the moon, asserting that such an endeavor is utterly unattainable. The atmosphere over there is rather peculiar and enigmatic. The Central News Agency released a press statement with the title "Once the Dominant Power of East Asia, Now a Lame Giant: The Plight of Photolithography Machines and Chips." The Koreans, lacking cultural depth, are significantly more direct in their approach, mockingly asserting that the Dragon country will not be able to manufacture photolithography machines within the next 50 years. After all, they themselves cannot produce kimchi and must rely on the benevolence of foreign patrons to possess such machines. As various international news articles were circulated back to the domestic internet, The netizens of the Dragon Country engaged in yet another fierce online battle, creating a tumultuous atmosphere of conflict. Ultimately, the situation escalated to the point of inciting real-life confrontations. Naturally, Lin Feng is indifferent to these matters. However, they have undeniably invigorated the team at Longway Company. When the entire world doubts your potential for success, it fills you with a greater resolve to challenge the globe. If you fail, it is of little consequence, for no one believed in you to begin with, and your failure is merely expected. Yet, should you succeed, you will have achieved a miracle. Your name may be immortalized, perhaps even featured in elementary school textbooks. The pioneers of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite project exemplified such individuals. Detractors labeled them as ignorant farmers, lacking in resources. Yet, in the face of extreme adversity, they made resounding declarations that compelled the world to take notice of this great Eastern nation, perhaps due to the overwhelming online uproar. Even Tian-Ing approached Lin Feng to inquire whether the chip project at Longway Company was in need of personnel. Perhaps I could be of assistance, couldn't I? Lin Feng inquired. What kind of attitude is that, Lin Feng? Do you look down upon women? How dare you treat me this way? You must understand that my capabilities have evolved significantly from before. While I may not be entirely proficient with chips, I am nonetheless an expert in electronics. I might indeed be able to assist with the lithography machine. Why do you regard me with such disdain? Lin Feng gazed at Tian-Ing, feeling overwhelmed. Sister, I merely uttered 2 words, and you have extrapolated so much meaning from them. Your interpretative skills are quite impressive. Tian-Ing replied. I am merely concerned that you might underestimate others. As she said this, there was a hint of grievance in her tone. Over the past period, she had been diligently enhancing her skills, fearful of falling behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Tian-Ying's hair, saying, Do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. After the gesture, Tian-Ing felt a surge of excitement and comfort, yet she still pouted. So, will the company truly not require my assistance? Lin Feng responded. As it stands, it seems there is no need. The project is now on the right track. How is the transformation of your nanorobots progressing? Tian-Ing replied. Following your plan, we have developed the optical camouflage functionality, though it is still not sufficiently stable. However, is this functionality truly useful? Lin Feng stated effortlessly. The optical camouflage is quite impressive. For mechas, aesthetics come first, and practicality should be considered afterward. Tian-Ing was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a long pause, she finally exclaimed, Lin Feng, you are such a foolish imbecile. Upon uttering these words, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, making it evident to any discerning observer that she was experiencing the tender pangs of youthful infatuation. Yet, Lin Feng remained blissfully oblivious, wearing an utterly perplexed expression. I was speaking seriously. How did that turn me into a fool? He pondered. Mechas are meant to be strikingly handsome. Chapter 96. The world erupts in excitement. The internet is perpetually ablaze with a myriad of trending topics. Just as one fervor begins to wane, another swiftly emerges. The buzz surrounding Longway Corporation was soon overshadowed by scandals of infidelity and gossip from the entertainment industry. However, just as the public was on the verge of forgetting Longway, the company made a startling announcement. We have developed the world's leading lithography machine. Furthermore, they had circumvented the technological blockade imposed by Europe and America, successfully innovating a new silicon-based CFT process. If the limitations of traditional Western manufacturers were confined to 1 millimeter, then Longway's groundbreaking production technique would transcend this barrier. Upon the release of this news, media outlets erupted into a frenzy, with the comment sections of related articles overflowing with heated discussions. Many individuals, who only learned what 1 millimeter meant through Baidu, suddenly transformed into self-proclaimed chip experts, eager to impart their newfound knowledge on chip manufacturing in the comments. Even more absurdly, numerous so-called science communicators began to assert that Longway's lithography machine was fundamentally incompatible with scientific principles, labeling it a deceitful endeavor. Tian-Ing approached Lin Feng with a tablet in hand, expressing her frustration at the disdainful comments from certain individuals. How can they not trust us when we have already completed the task? Are these people not citizens of the Dragon Nation? Her agitation was palpable, as she lamented the lack of faith from these critics. Do they not have jobs? All they do is disparage their own country. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at her exasperation, remarking that such was the nature of their profession, online commentators. Despite his amusement, Tian-Ing remained discontented. Why don't you write a program, Lin Feng? I want you to teach these trolls a lesson. Why bother? Lin Feng replied, unfazed by online opinions. He regarded the digital realm as ephemeral, something that young individuals often struggle to grasp. Although Tianning typically shared his indifference. Witnessing Lin Feng being subjected to ridicule stirred her emotions. If Zhang Chu were present, he would undoubtedly incite mischief, urging Lin Feng and Tianning to unite. Yet, in Zhang Chu's absence, no one was available to break through the metaphorical glass separating them. Lin Feng calmly asserted, "Those who choose to believe will do so, while skeptics will conjure countless reasons to doubt. Even if you present the truth before them, they may still claim it was stolen from a foreign land." Many issues, when elevated to a certain level, transcend mere right and wrong. They become matters of perspective. The position one occupies often dictates the words one utters. Even if you truly manage to send astronauts to the moon, the naysayers and detractors will continue to utter their sardonic remarks. Thus, why bother with such trivial individuals? After the announcement from Longwei Company, the national authorities promptly assembled a panel of experts for verification. After all, Longwei Company has become a prominent representative of Longhua. And if any deception were to occur regarding such significant matters, the repercussions would be unbearable. Countless eyes from around the globe are fixated on this situation. Should the lithography machine prove to be a fabrication, Longhua would undoubtedly face considerable embarrassment on the international stage. The verification panel comprised numerous esteemed professors, each highly respected and well-versed in the field of electronics. In truth, even these venerable scholars initially lacked confidence, as Longwei Company's disclosed technology allegedly surpassed that of the so-called ugly nation, proclaiming itself as the world's foremost. The magnitude of achieving such a title is not lost on these professors. If the lithography machine and chips were indeed so straightforward, Longhua would not have faced a stranglehold for so many years. However, upon discovering that Lin Feng served as the chief consultant for Longwei Company's chip project, the expressions of some professors transformed dramatically. They may doubt anyone, but Lin Feng is beyond suspicion. Since the successful creation of the high-energy particle capture tower, Lin Feng has become the emblem of the scientific community in Longhua. Any project he partakes in is destined for success. When the venerable professors entered Longwei Company, they were initially filled with skepticism. However, upon their departure, nearly every one of them wore an expression of immense satisfaction. These silver-haired scholars had dedicated their lives to the aspiration that Longhua could rise in the chip industry, competing with the U.S. on equal footing. Now that this goal has not only been achieved but even surpassed, how could they remain composed? Some professors were even moved to tears. The following day, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of Longhua held a press conference to announce that the lithography machine developed by Longwei Company is indeed the world's foremost new technology. Once this innovation received official endorsement, it transformed dramatically, becoming the headline news across global media outlets. The American magazine, Time, issued a chilling title, "Longhua Leads the World, the Ultimate Victor in the Chip War." Subsequently, the official news agencies from Korea and Japan also published articles proclaiming, "The masters of East Asia return. Longhua's technology surpasses the world." And another major breakthrough for Longhua, yet again the world leader. As mainstream serious media outlets worldwide began to report on this matter, the U.S. could not remain idle. Initially, on Wall Street, chip enterprises across Europe and America, encompassing the entire industry chain from design to manufacturing, saw their stock prices plummet. Within just a week, they lost a staggering $500 billion. Consequently, even the director of the Central Intelligence Agency was compelled to intervene and reassure the market. During the interview, Director Norton stated that although the Dragon Nation has developed the world's foremost lithography machine, producing chips is not solely reliant on this technology. It also involves design, packaging, testing, and other crucial stages. He emphasized that unless the Dragon Nation advances in all these areas, it will remain at a disadvantage. Norton asserted that a technological blockade has been successfully imposed, predicting that the Dragon Nation will not produce the world's leading chip for at least 5 years. He remarked that the technological capabilities of the Dragon Nation are still a decade behind ours, and their ambitions to create a 1mm chip are mere fantasies. Undoubtedly, Norton's remarks reverberated back to the Dragon Nation, igniting a fervor online, particularly among the so-called Pathguiders and hate country factions, who experienced waves of exhilaration. They believe that with the intervention of the United States, the Dragon Nation stands no chance of success. After all, the U.S. is the preeminent global power. and the prospect of the Dragon Nation's failure brings them more joy than a lottery win of 5 million. Chapter 97. Who is truly in control? Most rational individuals would find such sentiments disturbingly irrational. Yet, with a population of 1,400 million in the Dragon Nation, even if merely 1% are deemed abnormal, that still amounts to 14 million, surpassing the total population of many countries. As the population grows, the variety of human experiences becomes increasingly diverse. Nonetheless, Lin Feng's response swiftly surfaced online, accompanied by an image and 2 statements. Once, individuals from the U.S. claimed we could not produce the world's leading lithography machine. Now that we have, they assert we cannot create the world's best chip. Therefore, let us wait and see. In a remarkably brief span of time, this image garnered an astounding 7 to 800 million shares, infiltrating the social circles of nearly everyone. Consequently, Lin Feng felt compelled to post a clarification. I did not utter these 2 statements. In truth, those words belonged to Tianying, yet for reasons unknown, they were attributed to Lin Feng. Regardless, Tianying remains wholly indifferent to this misattribution. However, one fact has become evident to the entire world. It is not Longhua that stubbornly clings to falsehoods, but rather the ugly nation. The entity gripped by frantic fear is not Longhua, but the ugly nation. Meanwhile, the chip development team at Longwei Company is tirelessly laboring day and night on their chips. As for the chip architecture, Longwei has long since made its selection, opting to redevelop upon the innovative framework designed by Lin Feng. His architecture is not only novel but also brimming with potential for contemplation and advancement. Thus, all that remains is to entrust everything to the passage of time. The development of Long Xin necessitates overcoming numerous challenges. Yet it is undeniable that the emergence of Long Xin is merely a matter of time. The entire team is exhilarated, for they are on the brink of accomplishing something that will astonish the world. This endeavor is destined to be etched into the annals of Longwei's technological history. Each of their names will forever be woven into this legendary tapestry. Particularly, the team leader, Jiang Nan, despite having acquired a considerable number of gray hairs, is exceptionally elated. Even if Longwei Company were to withhold his salary, he would persist in his efforts. Having come this far, the question of monetary compensation has become utterly trivial. Discussing money has become rather mundane. Meanwhile, Lin Feng has attended several meetings at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, during which numerous prestigious universities in the capital and the metropolis have expressed their desire to invite him as a guest professor. Lin Feng has temporarily declined these offers, as he finds himself disinterested in teaching at the moment. He plans to impart some wisdom in the academic realm when he approaches retirement at around 60 years of age. Zhang Chu has finally returned, reportedly after undertaking a highly confidential mission in the capital's military district. However, he did not disclose the specifics of his assignment, and Lin Feng had no intention of prying. Upon his return, Zhang Chu's first order of business was to continue experimenting with the new generation of nano-battle armor, during which he inquired about the Dragon chip's progress. How much longer until the first Dragon chip is unveiled? He asked. Lin Feng replied. I inquired about it just a few days ago. They are doing their utmost, and it should be ready by next month at the earliest. Next month? That's rather slow. Lin Feng retorted. Creating a chip is akin to bringing a child into the world. You wouldn't want your offspring to be born prematurely, would you? But the Ghost Fighter and the Flare Tank did not take this long. Why not lend them a hand? Zhang Chu suggested. It's not that simple, my young comrade. Your impatience is palpable. I intend to allow them the freedom to explore their potential. If they succeed this time, it would mean the birth of a world-class team. Lin Feng spoke with the demeanor of a seasoned official. Rather than focusing on specific projects, he expressed a desire to cultivate more world-class teams for Long Country, believing that such teams are essential for the continuous advancement of technology. Without them, relying solely on a few individuals would leave humanity's lunar ambitions indefinitely delayed. Upon the mention of lunar exploration, Zhang Chu's interest was piqued. He had 2 senior brothers who had transitioned from pilots to astronauts, and Zhang Chu felt an overwhelming sense of envy. By the way, Lin Feng, when will our nano-battle armor be upgraded to the level suitable for lunar missions? Lin Feng cast him a sidelong glance. Perhaps in the next life. No way. I still dream of setting foot on the moon in this life. Lin Feng, don't leave me hanging. The development of Longxin was progressing slightly faster than Lin Feng had anticipated. When Jiang Nan and several doctors excitedly presented the chip before Lin Feng, Jiang Nan suppressed his overwhelming excitement and said, Director Lin, Take a look. This chip, no larger than a fingernail, represented the pinnacle of contemporary human technology and manufacturing. The total investment from Long Country in the chip industry could easily be counted in the hundreds of billions. Countless missteps and detours had been traversed along the way. At last, the emergence of this Longshin chip was within sight. A 1mm process? Indeed, the most advanced 1mm chip in the world. No other company can replicate it. Jiang Nan and his team radiated immense pride, a sense of honor that no amount of money could ever purchase. It can also be regarded as the original aspiration of every researcher. So, is mass production achievable? At this moment, Jiang Nan smiled wryly. The production of lithography machines is somewhat lagging. Thus far, only 12 machines have been produced, and even at this pace, it is already 7 to 8 times faster than that of Europe and America, with many workers operating in shifts. Once the lithography machines fully enter the production line, it will still take time to stabilize the production line and quality. Tuning all the machines and the production line will require additional time. We should be able to achieve mass production by the end of the year, but the capacity may not be sufficiently ample. What Jiang Nan conveyed was within Lin Feng's expectations. Once such a high-precision production line is initiated, it cannot afford to halt, as even a mere power outage could incur tremendous losses. Moreover, once the electricity is restored, extensive recalibration is necessary to ensure everything functions correctly before resuming full production. The quality of the first batch of products must be diligently monitored, as long as the quality is assured. It is merely a matter of time before we ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Very well, Director Lin, speaking of which, after our team's assessments, the price of Longshin should align with that of the unseemly nation's Apple chips, yet its performance exceeds theirs by more than threefold. Such high production costs. Lin Feng expressed surprise. Jiang Nan chuckled. I haven't finished yet. Our pricing is calculated in renminbi, while theirs is in US dollars, resulting in an actual cost discrepancy exceeding sixfold. The experts surrounding Lin Feng could not help but applaud enthusiastically. As long as both performance and pricing can achieve absolute dominance, those chip enterprises from the unseemly nation will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. In the future, the Dragon Kingdom will seize the throat of the ugly nation. Chapter 98. The world's premier chip, available for a mere 99. Let us release the Longshin directly. Very well, Jiang Nan agreed, and to be honest, I am rather eager to witness that day when the entire world acknowledges that we have created the finest chip on the globe. During the launch event, we shall distribute some Longshin chips to certain tech media outlets for free. They will promote us in return, particularly those tech outlets from Europe and America. Excellent. Let it be so. I can hardly contain my anticipation to see the expressions on those Westerners' faces this time. After Longway Company posted a tweet about Longshin, it immediately soared to the top of trending topics, garnering over 1 million likes, nearly overwhelming Weibo's servers. The tweet consisted solely of a single sentence and an image of the chip. Welcome this little fellow to the world. 5 hours later, Longway Company finally released a second tweet. This featured a video with Lin Feng and Jiang Nan seated together. Jiang Nan, the chief scientist of Longway Company, announced, with Director Lin's assistance, we have successfully developed the world's premier Longshin. We will hold a launch event where all details will be disclosed. The video then presented a date. As time progressed, invitations to the Longshin launch event skyrocketed in value, reaching a staggering 100,000 per ticket. Now, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire world is abuzz with excitement. The world's foremost lithography machine is capable of producing chips. But does that truly make them the best in the world? This question has piqued the curiosity of nearly everyone. Additionally, there are those who have resurrected an interview with the director of the Central Intelligence Agency of a certain country. Norton had previously stated that the Dragon Nation would be unable to develop a chip within 5 years. Can the Dragon Nation indeed deliver a resounding rebuttal to this claim? The entire world is eagerly awaiting the answer. Moreover, Lin Feng has emerged as a focal point of discussion online. His name resonates not only within the Chinese-speaking internet, but also across global media and social platforms. Even individuals with golden hair and blue eyes have begun to extol Lin Feng's virtues, likening him to a modern-day Einstein. Naturally, while they laud his intellect and capabilities, they cannot resist making snide remarks about his lack of independent spirit, suggesting he merely serves the Dragon Nation's government. Lin Feng, however, finds little motivation to engage with such disparaging comments, recognizing the inherent double standards of these Western critics. On the day of the Longshin launch event, the venue was teeming with journalists, both inside and outside the hall. The arena, which could accommodate 20,000 spectators, was filled to capacity. When Lin Feng and Jiang Nan ascended the stage, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause that lasted for a full 5 minutes, leaving no time for self-introductions. Once the applause finally subsided, Jiang Nan began to present on the large screen, elucidating the architecture of Longshin and demonstrating the significant performance enhancements compared to other chips. The cheers from the audience surged with each revelation, creating an electrifying atmosphere that left those engaged in technology media in a state of euphoria. The advanced technology of the Dragon Kingdom has finally surpassed that of the Ugly Nation, delivering a resounding blow to the face of that nation's CIA director. He claimed that the Dragon Kingdom could not produce certain items, yet we have indeed succeeded. Jiang Nan has never felt so elated in his life. Whatever he uttered was met with thunderous applause. Even if Steve Jobs were resurrected, such a spectacle would be unattainable. Once Jiang Nan concluded his exposition, it was finally Lin Feng's turn. Lin Feng's segment was remarkably straightforward, comprising merely a single statement. The price of the Longshin chip is 160 yuan. However, this simple declaration ignited a frenzy among the audience. My goodness, did I hear that correctly? 160 yuan? Is this an act of charity? How could a chip with such extraordinary performance be sold at such a low price? Is it possible that the Dragon Kingdom is not pursuing profit with Longshin, but rather aims to obliterate all foreign chip enterprises? Price wars are a favored tactic in the realm of the Dragon Kingdom's essential industrial products, employed frequently due to their remarkable efficacy. Almost every media outlet speculated that the Longwei Corporation was gearing up for a price war. However, Lin Feng's subsequent words left everyone disheartened. I understand that you find this pricing unreasonable, but it is what it is. The Longwei Corporation still retains a 25% profit margin. Currently, mass production remains unstable, but if we can stabilize it and enhance the manufacturing process, achieving a Longshin 99 chip is not merely a dream. Indeed, you heard correctly. Our ultimate goal is a Longshin 99 chip. The journalists in attendance were utterly astonished, to an indescribable degree, questioning whether there was something amiss with their hearing. How could Longwei Corporation possibly conjure such an outrageous price for its chips? If this were indeed true, it would seem the world might soon be left with but a single chip manufacturer, Longwei Corporation. That day, the entire tech industry was set ablaze with discussions surrounding Longshin and its development team. Everyone eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the first batch of Longshin chips, for only after they were tested could the true prowess of Longshin be ascertained. Many tech media outlets speculated that Longwei Corporation would maintain its air of mystery, but to their astonishment, the following day, they received a package containing a Longshin chip. Indeed, Longwei Corporation had sent a Longshin chip to all these domestic and international media outlets, extending an invitation for comprehensive evaluations and encouraging feedback on any shortcomings. Longwei Corporation proclaimed that it would not engage in any media public relations. Such confidence was remarkable, and that very evening, these two statements surged to the top of trending topics. Scanning the landscape, half of the 30 trending topics were related to Longshin, a level of fervor unmatched by anything else. Meanwhile, the Central Intelligence Agency, Apple, Qualcomm, Google, and other high-tech enterprises remained on high alert, seeking to ascertain whether Longshin truly possessed such formidable capabilities. If such prowess truly exists, then the technological supremacy painstakingly cultivated by the United States over several decades would inevitably be rendered obsolete. Concurrently, Wall Street has its eyes firmly fixed on Longshin. Should Longshin's performance exceed expectations, a cataclysmic upheaval could befall the high-tech stock market. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness for many technology professionals, as well as for capitalists alike. All are eagerly anticipating the inaugural evaluations of Longshin. Will the entire industry be irreversibly upended, or will Longshin merely become a subject of ridicule? Chapter 99. Shocking the world. The largest technology media outlet in the United States, Z Technology Channel, has announced, "We will employ the most rigorous testing methods ever seen to evaluate Longshin. Let us see what results we shall obtain." This video, upon its release, amassed over 1 million views within just 5 hours, soaring to the top of the trending charts in 27 countries and regions. In this video, an American content creator meticulously tested Longshin from various angles. Initially, the software benchmark revealed a staggering score of 3,212,000, surpassing the performance of current mainstream chips by a remarkable 50%. This was achieved without any special optimization for Longshin in the benchmarking software. Should such optimization be applied, the results would likely be even more astounding. This performance has left many in utter disbelief. It is truly unfathomable. Even the blogger from this unattractive nation, supporting his head, took almost 30 seconds to recover, repeatedly uttering the phrase, "They did it, they truly accomplished it." Following this, various performance tests post-overclocking were conducted, culminating in thermal control assessments. The conclusions drawn from these tests were far more extravagant than those proclaimed by the Longwei company itself. The performance of Longshin can be described as overwhelmingly superior to the mainstream chips currently available on the market. More importantly, this chip, hailed as the most advanced in the world, is priced at less than $30. This astonishing price left the individuals from the unattractive nation utterly flabbergasted. He remarked, "I am aware that Longwo excels in cost suppression, a fact known globally, yet I must emphasize that this price is truly incredible. This day will undoubtedly be epoch-making. From this moment onwards, the realm of global chips will usher in an era belonging to Longwa." Although it is difficult for someone from the unattractive nation to accept, this is the reality. The subsequent comments surpassed 100,000 within merely 7 hours. Keyboard warriors from around the world have transformed this video into a battleground, and just 2 days later, the views skyrocketed past 10 million. Naturally, this video has also been shared domestically, along with the highly praised comments in the section. Following this, global tech media outlets disseminated Longshin's testing results across the internet. Almost every technology blogger has sung praises for Longshin's performance. Even those few who sought to criticize could only point out the limited software compatibility. As the entire chip ecosystem has yet to take shape, this undoubtedly represents a weakness for Longshin. However, given its pricing and performance, the establishment of a proprietary ecosystem is merely a matter of time. Numerous videos concerning Longshin have ascended to the pinnacle in over 100 nations and regions on platforms like YouTube. This time, the Dragon Nation has truly demonstrated to the world that it has become a technological powerhouse. Particularly compelling is the fact that this sentiment was articulated by none other than its principal rival, the United States, which lends it further credibility. Within the domestic sphere, the fervor is palpable, as various technology media outlets are relentlessly publishing articles and videos related to Longshin. Anyone engaged in this industry cannot possibly overlook this topic. Under the rigorous evaluations conducted by a plethora of tech influencers across the internet, Longshin's performance remains impressively robust and unassailable. A recent video released by Longwei Company regarding Longshin has garnered an astonishing 4 million likes, with the comment section overflowing with 70,000 remarks. While there are certainly some discordant voices, the overwhelming majority of comments are highly supportive. Some individuals have even taken to the comments of those who disparage the country, voicing their opinions. Those who previously proclaimed that they would be at a loss if Longshin came to fruition have now fallen silent. How could the vast online community allow them to evade accountability? The comments section is rife with accusations of deceit and exploitation. Only a handful have dared to record videos confessing their misjudgment and subsequently apologizing to Longwei Company. Now that Longshin has captured global attention, the pressure has naturally shifted towards the United States. In response, an Intel spokesperson remarked, "No comment." The very next day, Intel stock plummeted by 40%. Just yesterday, it was hailed as a paragon of Western civilization. Today, it has become a relic of a bygone era, a victim of obsolescence. Intel, Qualcomm, and Apple, these once mighty technological enterprises of the United States, have truly experienced a tumultuous roller coaster ride. However, the most disheartened are the small nation and its pickled cabbage. The small nation may voice a few bitter remarks, acknowledging that its American benefactor is destined to falter in the ongoing chip warfare. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope for the future. The Dragon Kingdom, despite its triumph, finds itself merely at the end of its tether. Meanwhile, the small pickled cabbage is on the brink of despair. Lacking a core industry, its so-called technological prowess is limited to serving as a mere subcontractor for the West, particularly in the realms of chips and memory modules. With the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, the small pickled cabbage has suddenly lost even that role. For a diminutive nation, a single industry can sustain millions. It even spins tales of being a developed country. Should its pillar industry collapse, the consequences would be unprecedentedly dire. Indeed, for such small nations, it feels as though the apocalypse has arrived. Samsung dominates a significant portion of the small pickled cabbage's economy. Should Samsung experience any turmoil, It could lead to a situation where even pickled cabbage becomes scarce, forcing them to rummage through the refuse of the American military for scraps. In light of this predicament, the small cabbage has resorted to a form of psychological victory. Technology influencers from that region boldly assert that the Dragon Kingdom's Longshin is a product of theft from the United States, claiming to possess evidence. Some even go so far as to declare that Longshin is entirely fictitious, a mere ruse concocted by the Dragon Kingdom. The reason those nations fell for the deception is that they are not dominant powers in the cosmos. Witnessing such impotent fury, it is only natural that people around the globe could not help but snicker. However, what is even more outrageous is that, 2 weeks later, the team from Longway Company held yet another press conference. Jiang Nan announced that with the assistance of enigmatic experts, they had resolved the production capacity issues and managed to reduce costs to under 100 yuan. This implies that no matter where one might be in the blue planet, as long as one can afford 100 yuan, one can access the most advanced chips in the world. Following this press conference, an anguished wail echoed throughout the entire chip industry in Europe and America. Reluctantly, the United States was compelled to take the lead in forming a chip alliance to prohibit all chips from Long Country from entering Europe and America. Only this could prevent their chip industry from imminent collapse. At this juncture, the world could finally discern the unsightly side of Europe and America. When they are in the lead, they preach market rules, establish human rights standards, and moral guidelines. Yet, when they find themselves lagging behind, they discard all pretenses, disregarding any ethical standards, and outright declare that if they say you cannot sell, then you cannot sell. Chapter 100. The global landscape has been thrown into chaos. The notion that all Europeans and Americans are gentlemen with romantic ideals is merely a product of the propaganda from those who lead the way, and many are simply naive. They genuinely believe in the existence of an ideal paradise on the blue planet, a realm where each individual possesses exceptional qualities, surpassing even the Dragon Nation. Such a nation should only exist within the confines of their imagination, especially considering that the places they refer to as Nordic utopias have a higher rate of sexual assault than that of certain other nations. Presently, those noble Caucasians are indeed in a state of desperation. They are acutely aware that the so-called civilizational gap is, in fact, a disparity in industrial technology. Should the monopoly on high-end products be dismantled, the generous welfare systems of Europe and America would ultimately be rendered as ephemeral as a tree without roots or a river without a source. To preserve their own existence, they feel compelled to suppress the Dragon Nation and its advancements at all costs. This eventuality had long been anticipated by Lin Feng. Thus, he instructed Longway Company to announce that, at the outset, Longshin would supply exclusively to friendly nations like Pakistan, in addition to domestic needs. Initially, Longway Company struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's rationale, given their achievement in producing the world's foremost chip. Following a trip to the United Kingdom, during which he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, Lin Feng gained a clearer understanding of the true nature of these foreign entities. Moreover, chips are not merely products. Akin to oil, they carry numerous additional significances beyond their commercial attributes. The intricacies of this contest extend far beyond the grasp of technical personnel. Nonetheless, even with such an announcement from the Dragon Nation, the Americans have grown increasingly anxious. They declared that should the Dragon Nation engage in chip transactions with Pakistan, both countries would face immediate sanctions. It is widely acknowledged across the globe that if the Dragon Nation were to falter in strength, the ugly nation would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to brandish a bag of laundry detergent, proclaiming it to be the Dragon Nation's inhumane chemical weapon. A nation can only offer hope to its people when it stands robust and prosperous. The Dragon Nation has long ceased to be the country that endured humiliation from foreign powers a century ago. However, our ally, the Iron Brother, appears to be in a quandary. Their national strength does not permit them to engage in a fierce confrontation with the ugly nation. Nevertheless, the Dragon Nation has boldly announced the forthcoming donation of another batch of Longshin chips to the ASEAN countries, which collectively boast a population of 1 billion. It is no small feat for the ugly nation to exert its control over all of them. Additionally, the Dragon Nation plans to semi-sell and semi-gift a quantity of Longshin chips to the peculiar nation of A3. A3 is indeed a remarkable country, known not only for its array of bizarre delicacies, but also for its penchant for seizing small advantages. Upon hearing of the semi-sale, A3 would undoubtedly show up uninvited. Moreover, A3 has vehemently condemned the ugly nation on the international stage, asserting that the ugly nation ought not to deprive developing countries of their rights. Yet, the ugly nation is not easily swayed by A3's rhetoric, swiftly issuing a warning of potential sanctions. It must be said that the fighting prowess of A3, with its population exceeding 1 billion, on the English-speaking internet is astonishing. They have even managed to disrupt the ugly nation's White House website. Observing the heated online debate between A3 and the ugly nation, the Dragon Nation cannot help but revel in the situation. In the meantime, the Dragon Nation has secretly doubled its production capacity for Longshin and is fervently exporting to friendly nations. The Dragon Nation has declared, if the ugly nation wishes to engage in a technological war, we shall accompany them to the very end. The nation, often derided, has suddenly displayed signs of trepidation. Its choice of adversaries for conflict typically hinges on a singular criterion: the certainty that the opposing side possesses minimal capacity for retaliation. The moment this certainty wanes, the nation is inevitably hesitant to engage in warfare. With the involvement of the third party, the international arena has descended into utter chaos. Numerous European nations have also instituted prohibitions against the Longway Company. However, within the framework designed by Lin Feng, the Longway Company never intended to export to the markets of Europe and America. The combined population of the territories governed by the so-called Westerners amounts to merely 1 billion, while the planet is home to a staggering 7 billion individuals. Although a significant portion of this 7 billion may still grapple with poverty, they collectively represent a vast market. The arrogant Europeans and Americans may believe they are imposing sanctions on the Dragon Nation, yet in reality, they are isolating themselves from this enormous market of 7 billion. In the realm of the internet, the Dragon Nation has undoubtedly encountered challenges. For many, only the Western powers are deemed foreign. Beyond that, over 100 nations worldwide are regarded as mere NPCs, devoid of significance. Nevertheless, the strategy of the Dragon Nation remains refreshingly straightforward: to quietly amass wealth. Regardless of the disparaging remarks from others, the nation focuses on relentless production, establishing connections, and selling to Africa and Asia. With such a plethora of nations and populations, the demand for top-tier chips like Longshin can be likened to an insatiable appetite for illicit substances, impossible to suppress. The financial reports of the Longway Company reflect this resurgence, with profits soaring by an astounding 400. However, just as the entire world anticipated a confrontation between the United States and China, the United States astonishingly dispatched a secret delegation to China. Even the closest European allies of the United States, as well as their two sons in Asia, Japan and South Korea, were oblivious to this occurrence. The sole purpose of this clandestine delegation was to discuss matters pertaining to the Longshin technology. Lin Feng personally received the head of the delegation, a striking blonde woman named Alice. Alice was assertive from the outset, presenting only one demand: China must relinquish all technology related to Longshin, and in return, the United States would forgive China. The entire Chinese delegation was incensed upon hearing this. Yet Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. "Miss Alice, did you traverse half the globe merely to share a joke with me? If you do not adhere to the rules set forth by our United States, we will impose sanctions on your trade." "Haven't you already imposed sanctions?" Lin Feng replied with an air of indifference. "We can expand the scope of these sanctions to include machinery and equipment, which are among your country's finest industries. This could lead to a massive wave of unemployment, potentially affecting millions." Lin Feng responded, "I am not easily intimidated. If you impose all these sanctions, your own sales, after-sales services, and a plethora of related industries will undoubtedly suffer, resulting in millions of unemployed in your country as well. Let us see who can endure such a predicament." Alice slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, please do not be so arrogant." "Arrogant? Do not forget, this is the land of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you, the people of the ugly nation, threaten a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom on its own soil?" Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "If you possess any real capability, you should defeat us through technological competition rather than resorting to such despicable tactics. You are often proclaimed as the beacon of humanity. Yet I fear that if you continue down this path of degradation, you risk becoming humanity's latrine. However, I can somewhat empathize with your sentiments, as it seems your country lacks formidable technological prowess." Chapter 101. The Europeans surrender first. The entire delegation from the ugly nation found themselves in a state of utter frustration. Historically, it was they who roamed the world with impunity, backed by their unparalleled technological, military, and political might. This triumvirate constituted the sole superpower on Blue Star. The emergence of Longxin marks a significant turning point. From this moment onward, the foundations of their empire appear to be trembling. When the ugly nation no longer commands the world's foremost technological strength, nor can they lead the advancement of humanity, what right do they have to call themselves the beacon of mankind? Their current ambition is to cling to their imperial hegemony through cunning and exploitation. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom has risen. It is no longer the nation that suffered a century of decline and desolation. Lin Feng embodies the attitude of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. They will forge their own path, without the need to regard the ugly nation as an idealized destination. The Dragon Kingdom seeks only to advance its own endeavors. And should the ugly nation choose to instigate trouble, we are prepared to engage fully. The entire delegation from the United States was utterly bewildered, as they had never anticipated Lin Feng's resolute demeanor. Lin Feng, do you comprehend the consequences of provoking our nation? Lin Feng smiled. I've already stated. Whether you wish to negotiate or to fight, our dragon nation shall not retreat. Naturally, this round of discussions yielded no fruitful outcomes. Once the news spread, the high-tech stocks in Europe and America suffered another significant blow, with losses exceeding $300 billion. Since the emergence of Longxin, the high-tech sector in the United States has plummeted by at least $1,500 billion. The stock market is driven not by profits or future prospects, but by confidence. When confidence abounds, capital flows liberally. However, once that confidence dissipates, investors become reticent to commit even a single dollar. Should this bearish trend persist, Wall Street might contemplate drastic measures against the leader of the United States. Simultaneously, the European Parliament discreetly dispatched a delegation seeking to negotiate the acquisition of Longxin. The two long-standing imperialist nations manipulating the European Parliament rely on their industrial prowess, yet they have long been eclipsed in the chip sector. If they could procure Longxin at a favorable price, it might bolster their industrial advancement. Internally, France and Germany also harbored their own calculations. Having been subservient to the United States for decades, they yearned for an opportunity to break free from their chains and reclaim their status as masters of Europe. Longxin represented a potential test of this aspiration. Upon the arrival of the French and German delegation, it was Lin Feng who graciously received them. These venerable Europeans, with an air of superiority, engaged in discussions about painting, porcelain, and other artistic endeavors, despite their primary purpose of acquiring Longxin chips. It was as though conversing about business would somehow tarnish their refined sensibilities. Lin Feng, a quintessential engineer with little understanding of the arts, boldly interjected. You are here to purchase Longxin, correct? The Longxin, in conjunction with the Dragon Company's development of an industrial 4.0 software suite, can undoubtedly enhance the production efficiency of your Mercedes and BMW. The elderly Europeans gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. The art of your nation. Lin Feng continued. Let us speak directly about Longxin. There is no need to discuss art, for it gives me a headache. In Lin Feng's straightforward manner of thinking, meandering around the subject was a mere waste of time. Business, after all, is simply a matter of exchanging money for goods. However, the old European aristocrats began to feel the strain of this directness. Their extensive discourse on art was not born of genuine appreciation, but rather a desire to exhibit their own sophistication. Little did they expect to encounter such a blunt individual as Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, one of them ventured, if we were to purchase Longxin, might your country also consider procuring some of our products? Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. Of course, that is the essence of business, mutual benefit. Then, will your country truly impose no restrictions on the procurement of Longxin? Lin Feng responded with a puzzled expression. Why would we restrict the sale of our goods to you? The more we sell, the better it is for us. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng discerned the underlying reason behind the inquiries from old Europe. For years, they had imposed sanctions and restrictions on the Dragon Nation, denying the export of any high-tech products that even remotely pertained to military applications, in an attempt to achieve a complete technological blockade against it. Ironically, it was precisely due to these limitations and sanctions that the Dragon Nation was able to abandon any illusions and focus diligently on research, resulting in a plethora of achievements. They, being of a petty nature, assumed that others were similarly inclined, as the old adage goes, to judge a gentleman by the standards of a rogue. Frankly, Lin Feng found the Europeans to be rather hypocritical. Nevertheless, in the face of the ugly nation, it was necessary to forge alliances with them. If the ugly nation were to learn that their European allies had already orchestrated a betrayal, their expressions would surely be most entertaining. Lin Feng continued, "Rest assured, our dragon nation harbors no pettiness. Apart from the ugly nation, anyone in the world wishing to purchase Lungsen is welcome." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the European representatives were overwhelmed with joy. The two parties reached an astonishing trade volume of 80 billion euros, which translates to several hundred billion yuan. Furthermore, the European representatives announced that they would lift all restrictions and trade barriers, including technological embargoes against the Dragon Nation. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world. Particularly on the side of the ugly nation, their reaction was exceedingly intense. The supreme leader of the ugly nation even inquired about the matter, deeming it a colossal failure in their diplomatic strategy. Mainstream media outlets across the globe chimed in with commentary. Europe has capitulated. How much longer can the ugly nation endure? A war over chips destined to falter. The sovereign of the new global order, the Dragon country, has seen Europe bow in submission. Merely glancing at these headlines reveals the horror gripping the Western mainstream media. Critics worldwide declare that the ugly nation faces a monumental defeat, not only in the realm of technology, but also in diplomacy, where it finds itself utterly isolated. The emerging paradigm of an ascendant East and a declining West is unmistakably evident. The resurgence of the Eastern Dragon is an undeniable reality. Even within the ugly nation, voices of introspection have emerged, questioning why its once dominant chip industry has suddenly succumbed to the Dragon country. Could there be cultural roots at play? Perhaps the ugly nation should learn from the Dragon's people, abandoning forks and knives in favor of chopsticks, for only a civilization that embraces chopsticks can be deemed truly intelligent. The publication of such articles in the ugly nation's mainstream media signifies a waning confidence, as the world collectively laments the ugly nation's plight. Only its two favored offspring in East Asia descent, the little sun and kimchi, fervently criticize Europe, accusing it of betraying the white race. These two misguided progenies seem to forget that they are not white themselves. Chapter 102. The ugly nation is indeed prepared to shed all semblance of shame. While global media laments the ugly nation's fate, proclaiming an Eastern rise and Western fall, the denizens of the ugly nation have begun to take action. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency once uttered a profoundly revealing statement. "I have served as the director of the CIA. We lie, we deceive, we steal. We even have a course dedicated to teaching these skills. This is the glory of the nation continually striving for advancement." The people of Angsa initially ventured into piracy, and their moral standards have always been remarkably flexible. If morality serves their interests, they espouse it. Otherwise, they dismiss it entirely. Upon acquiring the Dragon core, the first action taken by the Europeans was to deliver it to the foremost laboratories of this nation, seeking to have their top scientists thoroughly analyze its structure. Subsequently, they intended to replicate the Dragon core. Indeed, this time, the individuals from this nation planned to shamelessly imitate the Dragon core directly. Although these individuals often deride the Dragon Kingdom with terms like imitation and plagiarism, they have now resolved to abandon all pretense and directly replicate the Dragon core. Given their established proficiency in chip packaging and manufacturing, the allowance for imitation would enable them to swiftly attain the most advanced chips in the world. In fact, imitation and plagiarism have long been the forte of this nation. Prior to the First World War, their industry took pride in mimicking and copying European innovations, while Europeans generally looked down upon their methods. At that time, numerous jokes circulated in Europe, mocking the nation's practices of imitation and plagiarism. It was only after the war devastated several industrial nations that this nation ascended. Throughout the history of industry, nearly every industrial power has borne such a reputation. For latecomer industrial nations, the simplest and most direct path to progress is to emulate the products of others. Only after reaching a certain level of development does one gain the qualifications and capabilities to create original products. Subsequently, a highly controversial bill was passed in the Parliament of the United States of America. Any nation designated as unfriendly by the United States will no longer have its intellectual property rights protected. In essence, the United States, through this legislation, has proclaimed its prerogative to plagiarize from the world at large, provided it deems a country unfriendly. This bill has sparked intense controversy across various sectors within the United States, as many American brands rely heavily on licensing and patent fees. Should the world follow suit, the losses incurred by the United States would undoubtedly outweigh any gains. However, The United States shamelessly escalated the situation by declaring that any nation daring to defy its patent laws would face economic sanctions. In other words, the United States asserts its right to appropriate freely, while forbidding any resistance, lest that nation face punitive measures. Such blatant double standards have led to a slight rebound in the plummeting technology stocks of the United States. Yet, this maneuver has already provoked an uproar among domestic media. Not to mention the outrage from liberal factions who have deluded themselves into believing they are the beacons of humanity. Their perception of the United States' moral decline is deemed utterly unacceptable. Even the American media has lambasted this decision, and one can only imagine the global media's reaction. Nevertheless, the politicians are acutely aware that, regardless of the backlash they face, such measures are imperative. Should the United States lose its absolute technological supremacy, the lavish lifestyle characterized by wastefulness and high welfare would become unsustainable. Rationally speaking, this is a necessary strategic move. However, this move is destined to be scorned by all. Even the citizens of the ugly nation themselves will hurl insults, perhaps even more vehemently than those from the Dragon Nation. Lin Feng, seated in his office, could not help but chuckle after perusing the international news. He understood better than anyone the motivations behind the ugly nation's actions. Curious, Tianning inquired, "What is so amusing?" "They intend to counterfeit our Longshin. Their legislation is aimed precisely at that," Lin Feng replied. "The semiconductor industry is worth trillions, and it seems we have underestimated the extent of their shamelessness." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tianning could not help but feel a twinge of panic. "Lin Feng, what if they truly do counterfeit our Longshin? What then?" Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Oh, you are truly amusing." Tianning, wearing a serious expression, looked at him in bewilderment. "This is clearly a grave matter. Why are you laughing? I fail to see why you are concerned. Even if I were to hand over the blueprints to the ugly nation, they would not be able to produce it. Do they possess the CFT technology? No? Then how could they manufacture a 1mm chip? Moreover, the Longshin architecture I have designed will undoubtedly baffle them." Lin Feng chuckled again. Recalling that Jiang Nan is already a renowned expert in the semiconductor industry, and even he required 3 hours of instruction from Lin Feng to grasp this new architecture. It is something entirely novel, never before seen on Blue Star. The experts from the ugly nation would need at least 2 to 3 years to comprehend this architecture. In 2 or 3 years, Longshin will have advanced to its 5th generation. By that time, even if the United States manages to produce the 1st generation of Longshin, what use would it be? It would lack any market competitiveness. Furthermore, the manufacturing costs in the United States pose a significant challenge. If they intend to produce locally, how will they manage to reduce costs? It is essential to note that China has already driven the price of chips down to the 100 yuan level while still maintaining profitability. The capability of China to lower industrial product costs is unparalleled, rendering it virtually invincible. Hence, Lin Feng finds amusement in the situation, recognizing that the efforts of the United States are ultimately futile. However, if they choose to invest considerable resources in this endeavor, I would welcome it, as it would only delay our adversaries by several years, making it even harder for them to catch up with us. After Lin Feng elucidated these points, Tianning gazed at him with her beautiful eyes wide open in astonishment. She looked at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "When did you become so astute? Your statement raises questions. Was I not clever before? Yet, you were solely focused on research. This is all politics, and it seems you comprehend it thoroughly." A slight blush crept onto Tianying's cheeks as she said, "Could you share more about these topics with me in the future? I find it quite fascinating." "That's not possible." Tianying immediately stamped her foot, asking, "Why not? Are you going to discuss this with other girls?" "Of course not. It's just that I'm thirsty." Only then did Tianying's irritation transform into delight as she handed her teacup to Lin Feng. Observing this, Zhang Chu, sitting nearby, became infuriated and unleashed his fury in the game, thinking to himself, "This is enough. I did not come to the capital merely to witness your romantic escapades." In Zhang Chu's eyes, Lin Feng and Tianning had become excessively flirtatious, yet they seemed utterly oblivious to it. Given their intelligence, such ignorance was perplexing. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the clarity of an outsider. The more Zhang Chu pondered, the more vexed he became. Why? With his striking good looks, being a top-notch pilot and a driver of a nanomecha, was he still a solitary figure? Chapter 103. The Grand Commendation Ceremony regarding the affairs of the ugly nation. Lin Feng's prophecy indeed proved accurate, albeit only partially. The team from the ugly nation swiftly acquired Longshin from the Europeans. Subsequently, Longxin was dispatched to the most advanced optical laboratory at Harvard University, where they aimed to dissect its architecture at the nanoscale. However, these distinguished experts from the ugly nation soon stumbled upon a startling revelation. They had never encountered a chip architecture like this before, until they witnessed it firsthand. They were unaware that such a chip even existed. The task of deciphering Longxin's structure left them utterly bewildered. Furthermore, the production of Longxin rendered them completely helpless. Lacking mastery of the CFET process, the ugly nation could never hope to manufacture such a chip. After hours of futile research, the nation's leading scientists remained utterly at a loss. Then, an official from the ugly nation arrived at Harvard University and inquired, "How long will it take for you to replicate Longxin?" The White House has authorized several enterprises, and they have already named the chips, awaiting the blueprints to be sent over. Professor David, the leader of the scientific team, responded with difficulty, stating that it would likely take 5 years. 5 years. By then, the Long Kingdom's Longxin will have reached its 10th generation. Professor David could only shrug and reply, "This chip is far beyond its time. I cannot fathom how those individuals from the Long Kingdom managed to produce it. Perhaps they received assistance from extraterrestrials? 5 years is already a conservative estimate. In reality, it may take 7 years to fully unravel the secrets of Longxin." The representative from the White House nearly fainted upon hearing this. After all the commotion, they had passed the imitation bill and endured scorn from numerous reporters, only for these scientists to inform them that, regrettably, they could not produce such a thing. "This is not research, it is mere imitation. Professor David, a Nobel laureate, how is it that you cannot even accomplish basic reverse engineering?" "Regrettably, sir, that is the reality. We have exerted every effort, but the technology of the Long Kingdom eludes our understanding." Upon receiving the news, the leader of the ugly nation shattered his coffee cup in frustration, the pieces scattering across the floor, coffee spilling everywhere. "Those infernal individuals from the Long Kingdom, are they truly intent on subjugating us?" The contrast between the Long Kingdom and the ugly nation has become starkly pronounced. The atmosphere in Longhua is imbued with a celebratory spirit. The successful conquest of the chip industry signifies that Longhua has achieved a comprehensive breakthrough in its industrial sector. From the most rudimentary plastic barrels to the most advanced chips and aerospace equipment, Longhua has accomplished complete autonomy and localization. This is undeniably a remarkable achievement. Throughout history, no nation, including empires, has ever accomplished such a feat. Currently, the industrial output of Longhua accounts for over 60% of the global total. This epitomizes what it means to be the foremost industrial power of humanity. Within the Chinese internet, countless industrial advocates are fervently praising the accomplishments of Longhua Company. With the chip industry now conquered, the next endeavor is to send humans to the moon. Should this goal be realized, Longhua will not only surpass the United States, but will also claim an equal standing with it. At that juncture, the discourse on who truly represents the beacon of humanity will ensue. It can be said that surpassing the United States and reclaiming the status of the foremost power on this blue planet, thus reviving the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties, is the dream of every citizen of Longhua. To honor the achievements of Longxin, the Ministry of Science and Technology even organized an awards ceremony, attended by thousands. The venue was filled to capacity, and the expressions of the attendees were nothing short of ecstatic. Most of these individuals were technological professionals from various regions of Longhua. The high-ranking officials of the ministry directly invited Lin Feng to the stage, wishing him to deliver a speech. As Lin Feng stood before the microphone, thunderous applause erupted, resonating for an unbroken 10 minutes. Lin Feng stood resolutely before the microphone, unexpectedly taken aback by the grandeur of the occasion. Initially, his emotions were tranquil. Yet upon witnessing the fervent faces surrounding him, he too found himself swept up in excitement. Each individual present, regardless of their varying capabilities, shared a common aspiration to elevate Longhua into the foremost technological powerhouse in the world. Thus, when Longhua achieved significant breakthroughs in critical industries, a wave of elation surged through the crowd. After 10 minutes of resounding applause, the fervor gradually subsided. Over 10,000 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, eager to glean insights from the leader of Longhua's scientific community. At this juncture, Lin Feng had become a household name, renowned throughout Longhua. Even numerous elementary and middle school students included Lin Feng in their essays, expressing their ambitions to emulate him as a scientist. However, when Lin Feng finally spoke, his words took everyone by surprise. He refrained from detailing his own accomplishments or recounting his past endeavors. Instead, he stated, "I wish to introduce a team of heroes. Please welcome them to the stage." Led by Jiang Nan, several key technical members of the Longxin project team from Longwei Company ascended the stage. Lin Feng decisively handed the microphone to Jiang Nan, inviting each member to introduce themselves and share the formidable challenges they faced during the development of Longxin, as well as the strategies they employed to overcome these obstacles. As for Lin Feng himself, he displayed no inclination for self-aggrandizement, instead attributing all the accolades to the frontline researchers. The atmosphere of the Grand Assembly became immensely vibrant, with applause resonating in waves. In moments of heartfelt emotion, both the presenters on stage and the audience below were seen with tears glistening in their eyes. The high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology cast a smile at Lin Feng, evidently recognizing his remarkable prowess. The subsequent segment of medal presentation was met with thunderous applause. The researchers were overwhelmed with an exhilarating sense of honor, a sentiment unattainable by monetary means. Jiang Nan was profoundly moved, grateful for Lin Feng's presence. Without him, the day of his global renown would have remained a distant dream. Yet, even during this segment, Lin Feng stood among them, not seeking to elevate his own status. Frankly, such a leader is one for whom one would gladly toil, at least for now. Jiang Nan was utterly devoted to Lin Feng, resolutely following his guidance. However, amidst the fervor of this monumental gathering, a letter arrived in the capital, bearing the signatures of numerous luminaries from the scientific community. The contents of this letter pertained to the high-energy particle capture tower, poised to astonish the entire scientific realm of the capital. Chapter 104. 7 billion. In a year after the Grand Assembly concluded, Elder Tian approached the backstage. He shook Lin Feng's hand firmly, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lin Feng, on receiving another medal from the Dragon Kingdom." Lin Feng humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely good fortune." Old Tian chuckled. "All right, Lin Feng, there's no need for you to be modest. Am I not already aware of your capabilities?" He then inquired, "By the way, have you made any progress with Shaoing recently?" "What progress?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. One must admit, Lin Feng was truly a quintessentially oblivious man. Old Tian burst into laughter. "You remind me so much of my younger self, but I refer to your personality, not your abilities. In that regard, I cannot compare to you. Lin Feng, there is a matter of utmost seriousness. I will show you something shortly. Are you heading to the celebration banquet now?" "Oh, what could be so serious?" To be honest, Lin Feng rarely witnessed such a grave expression on Old Tian's face. The last time he saw such seriousness was when Old Tian was about to take him to Beijing to meet a high-ranking official. Old Tian sighed. "Go celebrate with them. I do not wish to disturb your joyous mood. I will seek you out tomorrow. This matter may be one only you can resolve." No sooner had Old Tian finished speaking than members of the Longxin team rushed over, lifting Lin Feng and shouting, "Long live Engineer Lin." Their overwhelming enthusiasm abruptly interrupted the conversation between Lin Feng and Old Tian. The following day, nursing a hangover, Lin Feng arrived at the office only to find Old Tian already present. Last night had been quite the revelry. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that those engaged in scientific research could drink so heartily. For a long time, everyone had suppressed their feelings, but now, having achieved great success, they seized the opportunity to indulge in a well-deserved release. The most effective way to unwind, of course, was to indulge in a spirited revelry. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, his demeanor less than favorable, Tianing promptly prepared a cup of tea for him, infused with goji berries, red dates, and chrysanthemum. Tian Lao observed with a mix of astonishment and admiration, for Tian Ying, who had always been accustomed to being cared for, had now taken on the role of caregiver. What was even more remarkable was the naturalness with which Lin Feng accepted the cup, prompting Tian Ying to chatter on. Tian Lao could hardly believe his eyes. The dynamic between these two resembled that of an old married couple. Were they truly oblivious to this? Suddenly, Tian Lao found their interaction quite amusing. While they might be deemed immature, they were among the brightest minds within the vast population of Longhua. Yet, they seemed utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart, blissfully unaware that their actions might provoke peculiar associations. Nonetheless, Tian Lao had always held Lin Feng in high regard. Should Lin Feng be willing, he would wholeheartedly welcome the prospect of their union in matrimony. However, this was not the moment for such personal sentiments, as there were far more pressing matters at hand. Clearing his throat, Tian Lao declared, "Take a look at this." He then placed a letter on the table. Lin Feng opened the letter and quickly began to peruse its contents, while Tianning stood behind him, following along. The expressions on their faces mirrored each other. At first, they appeared indifferent, but gradually, their brows began to furrow with concern. However, Lin Feng's furrowed brow soon relaxed, while Tianning maintained a consistently grave expression. This letter originated from an esteemed elder in the scientific community, addressing the complexities surrounding the high-energy particle capture tower. From a technological standpoint, the high-energy particle capture tower is undeniably flawless and has attained a globally preeminent status. Yet, it harbors a critically fatal flaw: energy consumption. The management and maintenance of the high-energy particle capture tower could be entrusted to the military, which would alleviate considerable expenses. However, the issue of energy consumption remains insurmountable. The tower is equipped with hydrogen energy converters, yet these converters can only supply a fraction of the necessary energy. In this region, where the atmosphere is thin, conventional energy sources struggle to perform effectively. Furthermore, the majority of the energy utilized by the high-energy particle capture tower relies on electricity. Several instruments within the tower are exclusively powered by electricity, consuming it at an astronomical rate. The electrical consumption of the high-energy particle capture tower is staggering. If one were to articulate the figures, they might seem abstract. However, when converted into monetary terms, the reality becomes strikingly clear. The monthly electricity expenditure for the high-energy particle capture tower amounts to 5 billion RMB, and this is under conditions where the tower is not operating at full capacity. Should the utilization exceed 70, the electricity costs could soar to an astounding 80 billion RMB. This figure is based on the cost price provided by the National Power Grid Company. Thus, the annual electricity expenditure for the high-energy particle capture tower could reach nearly 6 to 700 billion RMB. If one takes into account the various expenses, the chaotic amalgamation amounts to an astounding sum of 100 billion annually for this high-energy particle capture tower. This was a revelation that Lin Feng had not anticipated. He had initially believed that the high-energy particle tower could maintain a balance of income and expenditure through the launch of rocket satellites. However, it has become evident that once the tower embarks on various scientific research projects, it truly transforms into a formidable money-consuming machine. The reason these esteemed scientists have written to the central authorities is quite straightforward. The financial drain of this high-energy particle capture tower is excessive. These venerable scholars feel that conducting research under such circumstances is an utter waste. When they first learned of this staggering figure, they were utterly taken aback. Were this the case in the United States, it is likely that no one would voice such concerns, for they can reap the benefits of the world through the dollar. However, Longwood does not enjoy such advantageous conditions. These senior scientists have labored tirelessly throughout their lives, saving meticulously, and upon hearing of a project that demands such exorbitant funding, they find it impossible to accept. After examining the signatures at the end of the letter, Tianning recognized many illustrious names, individuals she had encountered personally. She understood that the integrity of these professors was beyond reproach. Their opposition to the project stemmed from a place of national concern. Old Tian remarked, "Lin Feng, the commander has asked me to bring this letter to you and inquire about your thoughts." Lin Feng chuckled in response. "Surely the commander is not expecting me to cover the electricity costs?" Old Tian replied, "Look at what you're saying. Even the world's richest cannot afford such electricity bills. The commander wishes to know if you have any solutions. The high-energy particle capture tower, constructed with immense human and material resources, would be a tremendous pity to leave in neglect." Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "I understand, Chief. You are inquiring if I have any methods to reduce electricity costs, correct?" Chapter 105, Creating Something Remarkably New. Elder Tian clenched his fist and replied, "Indeed. That is precisely the Chief's intention. You must strive to ensure the success of this project, as it is your most remarkable creation." Lin Feng laughed modestly. "It's not about being remarkable. It was simply a necessity at the time, nothing more. If the goal is merely to save on electricity expenses, there are indeed ways, albeit somewhat cumbersome, which would render the high-energy particle capture tower quite unwieldy." Elder Tian stated, "As long as we can reduce the electricity costs by 40%, no, even 30%, no one would have any objections. After all, this high-energy particle capture tower can be considered a flagship project for our dragon country, a vital tool for humanity's future. 40% seems unfeasible, but I have a solution that could achieve a 100% reduction." "What?" Elder Tian was utterly astonished upon hearing Lin Feng's words, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Tianing interjected, Lin Feng, you cannot be jesting, can you? Jest? How could I possibly joke about something of such significance? I assure you, what I say is the truth. However, old Tian had begun to stutter. For Lin Feng's words were utterly incredible and defied all common sense. Tianing also inquired, Lin Feng, what exactly is your plan? How can we save hundreds of billions in electricity costs in a year? What energy source will replace the high-energy particle capture towers? Regardless of the energy source, it undoubtedly incurs expenses, right? Even a hydrogen energy converter requires special reagents to neutralize its violent reactions, making the hydrogen output less intense. These neutralizing agents are exceedingly costly. For a moment, Tian could not fathom how Lin Feng intended to cut down on such enormous electricity expenses. Even Zhang Chu grew anxious and urged, Lin Feng, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us your method. The solution is quite simple. Limitless energy, a man-made miniature sun. Zhang Chu was somewhat perplexed. Yet old Tian and Tian instantly comprehended the implications. Their expressions shifted to a state of even greater incredulity, their astonishment surpassing that of moments prior. Lin Feng, are you jesting with us? Are you suggesting controlled nuclear fusion? Controlled nuclear fusion is humanity's ultimate dream. If achieved, it would equate to possessing infinite energy. The wars ignited by oil and various resources would cease, for with infinite energy, who would still covet resources? Global warming may be alleviated by the reduction of fossil fuels, ushering humanity into an entirely new era of civilization. As Tiao Lao and Tiaoing exchanged words, Zhang Chu began to comprehend. This is an extraordinary project, one that is simply worth pursuing. Yet, Tiaoing remained somewhat uncertain, turning to Lin Feng with a question. Is this truly real or merely a facade? When have I ever deceived you? Have any of the projects I aspired to ever failed? Lin Feng's expression radiated unwavering confidence. Tiaoing remarked, however, this project surpasses all previous endeavors and tackles a challenge that the scientific community has struggled with for decades. Currently, both we and the United States have research teams working on this in many respects. We are still lagging behind. Whether in materials science or the mastery of nuclear energy, before Tiaoing could finish her thoughts, Tiao Lao burst into laughter. No, I have faith in Lin Feng. He will undoubtedly succeed. So, is that your answer, Lin Feng? I must return promptly to report to the authorities. Tiao Lao beamed at Lin Feng, who reciprocated with a bright smile, and the two shared an infectious joy. Should controlled nuclear fusion indeed be realized, humanity would ascend to an unprecedented level of civilization. Such an invention, if brought to fruition, would undoubtedly transform the world completely, surpassing all of Lin Feng's previous innovations combined. Regardless of who it may be, the individual who successfully develops controllable nuclear fusion will undoubtedly surpass the likes of Einstein and Newton, those luminaries of science whose names are etched in history. It is not that Tiaoing lacks faith in Lin Feng. Rather, this endeavor embodies a vision shared by all of humanity, the prospect of infinite, eternal energy holds the potential to eliminate the existence of war among mankind. With boundless energy and limitless sustenance, each person could choose their preferred way of life, free from concerns about basic necessities, all provided without cost. Such a world may well resemble a form of communism, and soon we may find ourselves entering an interstellar age. The vision is indeed stunningly beautiful. However, such an invention seems rather far-fetched given the current state of technology. Lin Feng, however, remarked, I have never been one to boast. Perhaps I should say, every claim I make will come to fruition. Old Tian, relay this to the leaders. I, Lin Feng, can achieve this. Old Tian was immensely invigorated and replied, Lin Feng, henceforth do not refer to me as Old Tian or Director Tian. It feels too formal. Like Xiaoing, call me Grandpa. Being a girl, Tianying's thoughts are much more intricate. She appeared to grasp Old Tian's implication, her face immediately flushing crimson. Lin Feng, however, took it at face value and readily agreed. Then we shall be family from now on, and I entrust Xiaoing to your care. Lin Feng chuckled softly, realizing that it was indeed Tianing who had been looking after him all along. He understood Old Tian's words literally, not perceiving that Old Tian intended to bestow Tianing upon him. Even Zhang Chu could no longer bear to watch the situation unfold. He approached Lin Feng and remarked, Lin Feng, you truly are a blockhead. Old Tian's intention is for you to be with Tianing. Lin Feng, perplexed, responded, but we've been together since the nuclear source base. working side by side every day. At that moment, Zhang Chu, Tianying, and old Tian nearly fainted from disbelief and exasperation. To be honest, they had encountered many straight men, but none as oblivious as Lin Feng. Zhang Chu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Dear brother, you are truly single by sheer force of will. I must admit, I have a newfound respect for you." Then, Lin Feng glanced at Tianying, who appeared unperturbed. Perhaps she simply relished the tantalizing yet unattainable allure? Alas, he found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Feng, wondering why he had no female admirers. Yet, truth be told, Lin Feng and Tianying seemed remarkably well matched. One could only hope that Lin Feng would soon grasp the young lady's affections. Chapter 106. The Doubts of 17 Academicians the following morning. Lin Feng accompanied old Tian to the National Academy of Sciences of Longhua. Attaining the title of academician at the National Academy is a coveted aspiration for nearly every researcher. However, this prestigious title is not easily earned. One must demonstrate pioneering achievements within a specific field or discipline to qualify for selection as an academician. Moreover, even with such accomplishments, the selection process remains exceedingly rigorous, akin to scaling the heavens. If it can be said that anyone who can attain the title of academician at the National Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly a person of exceptional merit, then today, Lin Feng must face the scrutiny of 17 esteemed academicians. Among these distinguished individuals are authorities in nuclear physics and luminaries in high-energy physics, many of whom are renowned figures within their respective fields. The reason for their gathering is Lin Feng's submission of a proposal yesterday, in which he proclaimed his ambition to create the world's first commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion reactor, often referred to as an artificial sun. This synthetic sun, through controlled nuclear fission, promises to provide a continuous energy supply for an astonishing duration of at least 7,000 years before depletion. The proposal contains an abundance of intricate and specialized terminology, rendering it incomprehensible to the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership, compelling them to seek the expertise of these academicians. Upon reviewing the proposal, the academicians engaged in discussions that extended into the early hours, lasting until 3 a.m. Some expressed their support for Lin Feng, recognizing his application of cutting-edge technology and its potential for great advancements. Conversely, others opposed his claims, arguing that without prior technological validation, the notion of commercialization appeared overly ambitious. The Dragon Kingdom indeed harbors plans for controllable nuclear fusion on a commercial scale, set to be realized by the year 2050. However, this goal remains considerably distant. Lin Feng's proposal is markedly ahead of its time, with many aspects still residing in the realm of theory. Consequently, after prolonged debates that failed to reach consensus, it becomes imperative to invite Lin Feng today to clarify his intentions and elucidate this matter. As Lin Feng stepped into the National Academy of Sciences of Longhua, he did so with an undeniable aura of confidence, markedly different from his previous demeanor. Even before he entered the lecture hall, numerous esteemed scientists had gathered, drawn by his reputation. Upon his arrival, he placed his briefcase down, revealing a lecture hall brimming with scholars of various disciplines, all eager to witness the spectacle. Before Lin Feng stood 17 academicians, each varying in height and stature, the youngest among them already in their 50s, with the majority sporting distinguished gray hair. Such a formidable assembly might have daunted others, yet Lin Feng remained entirely composed. He gazed steadily at the academicians and pressed a button on his briefcase, which then transformed into a projector. The transformation left the scholars in awe. They had only heard of Lin Feng's groundbreaking nanorobots that could freely morph and assemble into diverse mechanical devices, but witnessing it firsthand was a novel experience. The scene exuded an unmistakable sense of futurism and science fiction. With a clap of his hands, the projector sprang to life, casting a 3D holographic image that captivated every individual in the hall. The hologram depicted the Thomas magnetically controllable nuclear fusion reactor that Lin Feng had meticulously selected from his system in advance. The controllable nuclear fusion reactor boasts a significant advantage: its remarkable stability. The decay period of particles can be extended, and the immense light energy generated throughout the reaction can also serve as illumination. However, its drawbacks are equally evident. It operates within a moderate capacity, providing energy steadily, yet with limited potential for modification. Once successfully constructed, there is little room for enhancing its efficiency. Moreover, its energy efficiency ratio is the lowest among several proposals, hovering around a mere 1. 5, while other alternatives can achieve ratios as high as 3:0, effectively doubling this option's performance. Yet, in the context of contemporary technological advancements, such shortcomings are not perceived as obstacles but rather as substantial merits. The essence of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor lies in its controllability. Perhaps the greatest strength of a mediocre plan resides precisely in its mediocrity, which fosters greater stability and manageability. When designing such a system, it is essential to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Should any safety issues arise with the nuclear fusion reactor, a well-thought-out emergency response is crucial. Lin Feng articulated his thoughts eloquently while observing the 3D holographic imagery. Initially, academician Chen, who had overseen the construction of 5 nuclear power plants, wore a frown. However, as he listened, his expression gradually softened, eventually giving way to a look of sheer ecstasy. It is worth noting that just yesterday, he was the most ardent opponent of this project, declaring that he would only agree to its initiation if a vehicle were to run over him. His stance has now completely transformed, and the remaining academicians are not particularly rigid in their views either. As long as a project benefits the Dragon Kingdom, they shall wholeheartedly agree to its initiation. The atmosphere within the report hall has become exceedingly fervent. With the endorsement of these 17 academicians and the unparalleled prestige of Lin Feng, the launch of this project appears to be an effortless endeavor. Academician Chen, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Little Lin, you truly are a genius." The enthusiasm expressed by the academicians, even prompting an expletive, attests to their satisfaction with this plan. How did you conceive of the controllable nuclear fusion within a magnetic field? To be candid, our nation has been engaged in this field for over 30 years. And while we may not have achieved nothing, our energy conversion efficiency stands at merely 50%. Energy conversion efficiency refers to the ratio of energy injected into the reactor. For instance, if 100 units of energy are supplied and 80 units are extracted from controllable nuclear fusion, that results in an 80% conversion rate. For a long time, the Ugly Nation and the Dragon Kingdom have been engaged in intense competition within this industry. Currently, the Ugly Nation boasts an energy efficiency ratio of approximately 85%, while the Dragon Kingdom lags slightly behind at 77%. Nevertheless, these figures represent the pinnacle of achievement on Blue Star. In contrast, Lin Feng has presented the Thomas Controllable Nuclear Fusion Reactor, which boasts an astonishing energy efficiency ratio of 150%. This indicates that for every 100 units of energy injected, 150 units can be extracted as output. The additional 50% represents the production of boundless energy. Conversely, the Ugly Nation's energy efficiency ratio fails to even reach 1, signifying that their controllable nuclear fusion remains in the technological validation stage and cannot yet serve as a viable energy source. If the Dragon Kingdom can promptly initiate this project, it will undoubtedly surpass the Ugly Nation, and by a significant margin. Chapter 107. If you can do it, I shall consume this chair. Of course, success in this venture is imperative to secure a leading position. Over the years, both the Dragon Kingdom and the Ugly Nation have invested vast sums into this project, and it is far more complex than merely throwing money at it. Firstly, your nation must possess a world-class nuclear industry to even have a chance of becoming a player in this arena. The academicians meticulously examined the 3D projections in the air, expressing their astonishment while beginning to calculate various elements using formulas. There are numerous innovations here. Even these esteemed experts at the pinnacle of their field require time to fully comprehend these advancements. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood nearby, and Elder Tian had given him a thumbs up. The significance of the controlled nuclear fusion project surpasses that of the Dragon ship. Should it indeed be completed and widely implemented, Lin Feng will undoubtedly become a historic figure. By noon, Academician Chen warmly invited Lin Feng and Elder Tian to dine at the National Academy of Sciences. Although Lin Feng had initially intended to return, he could not resist the enthusiasm of these academicians and thus remained at the academy. Young Lin, given your youth, you possess such profound knowledge in nuclear physics. Why not stay and enlighten us with a lecture? That would be inappropriate. Esteemed seniors, Lin Feng modestly declined. To speak candidly, the thought of him imparting knowledge to these venerable academicians, with their heads crowned in white, was a notion beyond his wildest imagination. Academician Chen earnestly remarked, No. As long as your abilities and knowledge surpass ours, you shall be our teacher. Indeed, Shaolin, despite our advanced years, we possess a greater thirst for knowledge than the youth. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, could only reply, "Then this afternoon, I shall elucidate the Thomas equation, which is pivotal to controlled nuclear fusion." Instantly, the academicians were filled with elation. Lin Feng had initially believed that once he garnered the support of these scholars, the project could commence forthwith. Meanwhile, Tianying was meticulously verifying various data and preparing numerous documents. Even Gao Xiong had arrived from the nuclear source base. Gao Xiong, who had recently been assisting Elder Qi in overseeing the production of the Phantom Fighter and the flare tank, was also quite exhilarated upon meeting Lin Feng in the capital. Almost everyone was poised and ready to embark on an ambitious endeavor. However, at that moment, unforeseen complications arose. Lin Feng had anticipated potential threats and obstructions from foreign adversaries. Yet he never imagined that his own compatriots would engage in such actions. Previously, the controlled nuclear fusion project of Long Country was conducted under the auspices of the 706 Institute affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences, a research endeavor that had spanned several decades. Before Lin Feng intervened, it could be deemed among the top 2 internationally. Yet after his involvement, they were rendered utterly ineffectual. Their research achievements and objectives had been reduced to mere scraps of worthless metal. The progression of science is such that once a groundbreaking development occurs, what was once considered advanced swiftly becomes obsolete. The entire team at the 706 Institute now faces a dire predicament, the threat of disbandment. Their director, Dai Shi, is so anxious that he cannot sleep at night, and his hair is falling out in clumps. Dai Shi can hardly believe that someone has managed to create a device with an efficiency exceeding 100. If such a thing exists, it should be beyond the current capabilities of humanity. It must be extraterrestrial technology. Therefore, Dai Shi suspects that the higher-ups have been deceived by someone. If their project is terminated and the team dispersed, the controllable nuclear fusion initiative of the Dragon Kingdom will be rendered futile. At this critical moment, Dai Shi received a call from his superiors, instructing him to travel to the capital. He intended to inquire about the purpose of the visit. But his superior firmly stated, "You should understand. Those of us in this line of work should not ask where we are going or what we are to do." Gritting his teeth, Dai Shi feigned calmness and replied, "I understand." Yet in his heart, he resolved that upon reaching the capital, he would expose the fraud behind this project. Indeed, he absolutely does not believe that the Thomas controllable nuclear fusion reactor is a feasible creation. Without delay, Dai Shi journeyed to the National Academy of Sciences in the capital, where he met with his superior and subsequently encountered the man behind the most advanced controllable nuclear fusion reactor design, Lin Feng. Upon meeting Lin Feng, Dai Shi offered a cold smile, his expression laden with disdain. Regardless of Lin Feng's previous accomplishments, he only knew that claiming a 150 efficiency conversion at this stage was utterly preposterous. Unless this Lin Feng were an extraterrestrial. Director Dai directly stated, "Lin Feng, I have heard your name. Are you not the one who manufactures chips and robots? What brings you into the nuclear industry? Are you certain you truly comprehend nuclear physics?" Following Dai's remarks, his superior, Director Qin, was immediately displeased. "Dai, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? The controllable nuclear fusion reactor designed by Director Lin has received the collective endorsement of all academicians from the National Academy of Sciences. If he doesn't understand, then you are no better than a primary school student." In the face of his superior's scathing rebuke, Dai remained unfazed. He merely regarded his superior as flattering Lin Feng. This Lin Feng was the most prominent figure in the entirety of Longhua, essentially a social media sensation. He believed that a researcher, even upon achieving results, ought to maintain a low profile rather than bask in the limelight. The more he pondered this, the greater his contempt for Lin Feng grew. After all, Dai had been in this industry for nearly 2 decades. It was only natural that he found it difficult to accept the sudden emergence of a revolutionary concept. Yet, this time, he was undeniably mistaken. Although his superior was already quite irate, he was momentarily subdued by Lin Feng's presence. With a smile, Lin Feng remarked, "How can you call me a fraud when you have yet to see my proposal?" Dai replied almost without a second thought, "Because your claims are truly outrageous. In this era, the realization of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor with a conversion ratio exceeding 1.5 seems utterly implausible, primarily due to the prohibitive limitations in materials. We simply lack sufficiently robust substances." Lin Feng remarked, "Oh, I have heard such sentiments far too often. When constructing the high-energy particle capture towers, many expressed similar doubts. Yet, here we stand with those towers completed, do we not? If one insists on believing that nothing is achievable, then inevitably, one will find themselves incapable of flight or any other endeavor. Individuals should not confine their imagination. Dai Shi, however, was not swayed by Lin Feng's words. He boldly declared, "If you can accomplish such a feat, I shall consume this chair." He challenged, "Well, Lin Feng, do you dare to take this bet?" Chapter 108. No Compromise. Absolutely no compromise. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng could not suppress a mischievous laugh. He glanced at the office chair on the floor. Had it been entirely wooden, it might have been feasible, yet it was an ergonomic chair containing a considerable amount of plastic and a steel bearing. If one could indeed consume it, then Dai Shi would surely become a transformer. I hope you refrain from such impulsiveness, for it may lead to quite the unfortunate spectacle. Lin Feng's well-meaning counsel was interpreted by Dai Shi as a sign of weakness. He believed that Lin Feng must be terrified to utter such words. Consequently, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. "Lin Feng, I knew you were a fraud. You must be afraid of being exposed. Rest assured, my visit to the capital is solely to unmask you. This swindle is exceedingly rudimentary." Dai Shi's audacity left Lin Feng in a state of helplessness. "In truth, I have no desire to engage in this wager, for you are likely unaware that I have never lost a bet in my life. I do not care. Your refusal to wager only signifies your cowardice. If you are afraid, I shall report you under my real name." Lin Feng could only exasperatedly shrug his shoulders, stating that it was indeed Dai Shi who insisted on this bet. In response, Dai Shi's superior could only express profound resignation. He had earnestly advised against it. Yet the other party remained obstinate. What could he do? Just as Dai Shi began to revel in his self-satisfaction, Academician Shun and his colleagues greeted Lin Feng from a distance, calling out, "Teacher Shaolin." Even the academicians had begun to address Lin Feng as a teacher, a title they fervently insisted upon. Then, one statement from Academician Shun nearly caused Dai Shi's jaw to drop. "Teacher Shaolin, when shall we resume our lessons?" His astonishment reached such heights that it felt as though his mind was on the verge of a complete shutdown. Wasn't this Lin Feng a fraud? How could he possibly be teaching academicians? It is well known that those who gain entry into the National Academy of Sciences of Long Nation are titans standing at the pinnacle of their fields. For these giants to refer to someone as teacher carries immense significance. Moreover, Academician Shun, a luminary in nuclear physics, is recognized as a foundational figure in the discipline, with textbooks authored by his students. This alone suffices to illustrate the magnitude of his prowess. Now, to think that Academician Shun would address Lin Feng as Teacher Shaolin, what an extraordinary notion. As Dai Shi felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision, he nearly fainted. Lin Feng then gently patted his shoulder, remarking that the chair must be quite difficult to endure. If Dai Shi truly found it unbearable, he could generously offer him 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma. Dai Shi's expression grew increasingly bitter. Following this, he joined Academician Shun and the others in the multimedia presentation hall. Inside, various holographic 3D images floated in the air, vividly clear and unmistakable. Having worked on the front lines for many years, Dai Shi was momentarily astounded, realizing that Lin Feng was not merely boasting but indeed possessed significant insights. Before long, his gaze shifted to one of profound astonishment as he identified the core of the presentation: the magnetic field confinement technology. Theoretically, if the magnetic field were sufficiently powerful, the energy and range produced by nuclear fusion could be controlled. However, transforming this theory into reality proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Both Long Kingdom and the United States had traversed this path for decades, refining numerous theories, yet they had only made incremental progress. Yet, if one were to follow Lin Feng's design meticulously, that minor step could very well transform into a monumental leap, provided they could surmount the challenges ahead. The prospect of controllable nuclear fusion could indeed become a tangible reality. Contemplating this, Dai Shi felt a surge of excitement. He recognized that Lin Feng's theoretical framework was entirely feasible, and the proposal of such an intricate system was nothing short of genius. The sole remaining challenge was to identify superconducting materials robust enough to support the experimental model. Should these superconducting materials be successfully developed, the construction of controllable nuclear fusion would no longer be a mere theoretical discussion. At that moment, Dai Shi looked up to see a blue metallic cube, resembling a Rubik's Cube, suspended above the mechanical arm formed by the nanomachines. This was the superconducting alloy essential for completing the Thomas magnetic field. By meticulously following the model, we could assemble the superconducting magnetic field and ultimately create a flawless controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Daisher was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. This was utterly fantastical. Lin Feng must be a genius. He actually managed to produce such a thing. Did this mean construction would commence immediately? Realizing this, Daisher slapped his forehead. The implication was that work would begin right away. He had come to the capital precisely for this purpose. At this point, Daisher was truly at a loss for words. There was simply no way he could compare to Lin Feng. As for the lectures Lin Feng was delivering to those academicians, he no longer had the heart to pay attention. His immediate concern was how to swallow that chair. Daisher's face burned with embarrassment. Honestly, he felt he had lost all dignity to remain there. Finally, Lin Feng concluded his lecture. The academicians rose in unison, applauding him. Today, they had genuinely learned a great deal, with many beginning to jot down notes. Lin Feng then approached Daisher, who appeared like a defeated rooster. Dejected and forlorn. Director Lin, I concede defeat. He did not attempt to argue, but rather admitted his loss with candor. Lin Feng inquired, so, do you intend to eat the chair now? He fell silent, his face ablaze with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he known that Lin Feng possessed such remarkable abilities, he would never have dared to boast so brazenly in his presence. He wished he could take Lin Feng as his mentor. However, in light of the current circumstances, it was too late for any words. He had lost the bet, and could only hope that Lin Feng would show him mercy, allowing him to leave the National Academy of Sciences without further incident. Yet, Lin Feng's subsequent words left Daisher utterly astonished. He stated, the controlled nuclear fusion project requires a site liaison leader, someone who must be diligent, hardworking, and serious. Lin Feng paused deliberately, gauging Daisher's reaction. This role could not be offered to Daisher directly. He needed to be the one to plead for it. Indeed, Daisher's interest was palpable, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cling to Lin Feng's leg. Director Lin, I believe I am more than capable of fulfilling this role. But aren't you the head of the 706 Institute? Wouldn't it be a bit of a demotion for you to serve as a site team leader? Not at all. Absolutely not. Daisher exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement. Being able to witness the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion reactor has been my lifelong dream. I would gladly endure any hardship to see that day come to fruition. Chapter 109. Let us gaze at the stars together once we succeed. Lin Feng regarded him thoughtfully. Then how about this? For now, hold off on the chair. I can appoint you as the team leader, and the people from 706 can continue to assist you. Bring your original team to support our new project. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Daisher was left utterly flabbergasted. Lin Gong, the 706 has been disbanded, and all personnel have been assigned to different research institutes to engage in various projects. Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, rest assured. I have managed to bring everyone back. You will all be working with the same familiar team. At this moment, Daisher was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. His greatest regret had been the dissolution of the 706 Research Institute, but now everyone had returned, and controllable nuclear fusion was on the agenda. Life was truly looking promising. His excitement left him momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng smiled at him and said, Team leader, I leave the on-site matters to you. I have many responsibilities and cannot be present every day. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Daisher suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Among men, a mere glance often suffices to convey understanding without the need for excessive words. Without delay, Daisher departed from the capital, heading towards a significant construction site in the Lopner region. There awaited the project he had dreamed of for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to his laboratory, where he found himself alone except for the nanorobots diligently conducting various experiments. He promptly summoned the system's interface, utilizing it to transform numerous simple metals like molybdenum and radium into an array of superconducting alloy materials. Subsequently, the laboratory's AI analyzed these materials, employing reverse engineering to deduce the manufacturing methods of these superconducting alloys. Simultaneously, Lin Feng casually glanced at his astonishing feedback points, which had inexplicably accumulated to 55. 611 since the emergence of Longshin. Above the system interface, a striking red notification appeared. Unlock a special achievement gift pack upon accumulating 100,000 astonishing feedback points. Lin Feng was momentarily intrigued, pondering what this so-called gift pack might entail. Perhaps it was something even more formidable than controllable nuclear fusion. However, he realized he still had a considerable way to go before reaching that milestone. He would have to first achieve controllable nuclear fusion to astonish the world. With this thought, Lin Feng broke into a mischievous grin. Suddenly, he heard Tianying's voice from outside the laboratory. puzzled as to why it had entered a level 1 security alert. In such a state, only Lin Feng was permitted entry, as others lacked the necessary clearance. Upon seeing Tianying's image appear on the screen before him, he promptly disabled the system and lifted the level 1 security alert. As Tianying entered, she wore a perplexed expression, questioning how the lab had entered a security state. Lin Feng, are you up to something? Her intuition proved remarkably accurate. Lin Feng lifted 3 pieces of superconducting material, and as he did, his body gradually began to levitate. Stunned by Lin Feng's sudden flight, Tianying was momentarily speechless. He then handed 1 piece of superconducting material to her. Tianying suddenly felt an inexplicable force lifting her body, causing her to float weightlessly in the air, as if her form had transformed into that of a balloon. This is a superconducting material designed to contain nuclear energy. Fusion is far too perilous. I must create a reliable safety mechanism. Tianying remarked, such a remarkable substance. Why aren't you using it for an aircraft? Dear sister, this tiny piece in your hand costs at least 70 million. What aircraft could possibly afford it? Tianying retorted. Lin Feng, you are incorrigible. Oh, what have I done? You've gone behind my back to create something so extraordinary. How infuriating. You always keep me in the dark. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile. Did she expect him to divulge the existence of a system that grants him the abilities of a transmigrator? Please. It was evident that such a revelation was out of the question. However, Tianying was not truly upset. She merely wished to express a bit of playful annoyance. Seeing Lin Feng achieve such astonishing results filled her heart with immense joy. Yet, she soon recalled other matters. Lin Feng, my grandfather spoke to me at length this morning. He wishes to understand your intentions. What do you truly mean? Can you clarify? Tianying's face flushed slightly. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. How do you truly perceive me? The moment Tianying uttered these words, her heart began to race uncontrollably. To speak frankly, her words were tantamount to a confession. However, Lin Feng, being rather oblivious and excessively straightforward, failed to perceive the delicate sentiments of the girl, likely due to his natural rapport with Tianying. Nonetheless, this is often characteristic of great scientists. They can calculate the erratic behaviors of quantum particles, yet frequently misplace their own socks. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng remarked, aside from your beauty and amiable disposition, I am at a loss for further commendations. Tianying was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated such high praise from Lin Feng. She had assumed he might look down upon her, especially since she could not compete with him in the realm of scientific research and lacked makeup skills. Little did she realize that being unadorned was regarded as an asset in the eyes of a straightforward man. At that moment, Lin Feng clenched his fist and declared, Tianying, I have relocated the entire 706 Institute to the Lopner region. They are seasoned professionals in the field of controllable nuclear fusion research, and with their assistance, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced. Once this project is completed, Tianying inquired, what does a signify? You are truly perplexing. Why do you only speak in half-truths? Please enlighten me. Lin Feng responded, of course, it means we will have the freedom to pursue our desires. Just imagine. With controllable nuclear fusion and chips in our possession, we will be left with no unfulfilled aspirations. Upon reflection, Tianying realized it was indeed true. After achieving controllable nuclear fusion, she found herself devoid of significant ambitions. Nevertheless, she still wished to utilize the high-energy particle capture tower to explore outer space. From a young age, she harbored a profound fascination with the cosmos. Initially, her foremost aspiration was to become an astronomer. However, due to familial influences, she ultimately ventured into the realm of military-industrial research and development. Tianying quietly inquired, during that time, would you accompany me to gaze at the stars? Of course. Chapter 110, The Ultimate Test. Upon their return to the desolate expanse of the Lopner, they encountered not only the barren, endless sea of sand, but also a colossal tower rising majestically from the ground. The tower shimmered with a myriad of radiant hues, while numerous maglev landing crafts ascended and descended around it with remarkable frequency. Arriving here felt akin to stepping into a sci-fi universe, bustling with various extraterrestrial species at an airport. Traversing the desert road, they finally reached the research base. Lin Feng, Tianying, and Zhang Chu arrived slightly later, while Gao Xiong had long been immersed in frenzied labor alongside Dai Shi and the others. As Gao Xiong described, The researchers at the 706 Institute were utilized in a manner that saw women performing tasks typically assigned to men, while men were treated as mere beasts of burden. Their work ethic was nothing short of manic. Even this workaholic found it challenging to keep pace. Upon receiving the project plan, they wasted no time and commenced the first phase of construction. Concurrently, military units transported a plethora of equipment and large machinery from the 706 Institute into the heart of Lop Nur. It can be said that the entire nation of Longhua awaited the thunderous sound that might emerge from the neighboring desolation of Lop Nur. Last time, it was an atomic bomb. This time, it promised to be something even more formidable, controlled nuclear fusion. Enormous machinery labored tirelessly at the construction site, operating around the clock. Within the laboratory situated in the rear, a flurry of validation reports emerged with remarkable speed. In the words of Gao Xiong, the young lady truly exerted herself to the utmost, holding her breath in determination to create the first controllable nuclear fusion in human history. The esteemed academicians from the capital were also not idling. They provided invaluable technical support to the project through remote means. After Gao Xiong escorted Lin Feng and his companions into the laboratory, he promptly distributed protective goggles to each of them. Once they donned their goggles, the experiment commenced without delay. Before them, an enormous white sphere pulsated with an immense release of energy. A portion of this energy transformed into brilliant light, enveloping the entire laboratory in a radiant glow. At that moment, the instruments indicated that the thrust energy had reached 90, while the internal temperature of the white sphere soared to an astonishing 30,000 degrees. In terms of safety, all safety locks, ranging from level 1 to level 5, remained intact, signifying that the experiment was still under control. Such an extraordinary temperature would surpass the tolerance of even the most resilient materials. This brings us to the solution proposed by Lin Feng. The Thomas magnetic field within the white sphere would insulate the temperature, ensuring that the energy release remained within a controllable range. Of course, activating this magnetic field required an immense amount of energy. The electricity consumed in igniting and initiating the reactor over the span of 10 seconds would suffice for the entire population of the capital, over 20 million people, for an entire month. How remarkable! It is already stabilized for 3 minutes. Our objective is to maintain stable operation for 10 minutes, thereby ensuring that the safety validation poses no concerns whatsoever. Comrades, we have now shattered the world record. Every passing second from this moment forth is a new world record. The entire laboratory erupted in jubilant cheers, and even the remote connection to the National Academy of Sciences in the capital buzzed with excitement. The esteemed academicians tossed their hats into the air in celebration. Yet, Lin Feng remained composed, hands in pockets, wearing a subtle smile, for he had anticipated this outcome. The system began to issue frenzied notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock feedback points from Director Dai Shizhen of the 706 Institute. 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock feedback points from Senior Engineer of the 706 Institute. 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock feedback points from Academician Shen of the National Academy of Sciences. 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock feedback points from Academician Li of the National Academy of Sciences. 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock feedback points from Academician Liu of the National Academy of Sciences. 1,000 points. Amidst the euphoric atmosphere, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Let us proceed directly to the next phase of testing." However, this time even Gao Xiong hesitated. Dai Shizhen shared his concerns. The small verification facility had only just been established, and the inaugural experiment had been successfully completed. Wasn't it a tad hasty to embark on the second phase immediately? The individuals surrounding them felt a sense of trepidation. What if this endeavor were to fail? Lin Feng spoke up. I understand that you are all apprehensive about the possibility of failure, but science progresses through a continuous cycle of trial and error. Therefore, do not fear. If we make a mistake, we shall start anew. Moreover, I have confidence in my design. It may very well succeed. His words instantly ignited a spark of confidence among the team. The second phase of testing, which focused on safety performance, was about to commence. The controllable nuclear fusion reactor would unleash a tremendous amount of energy, and if harnessed correctly, it could provide an inexhaustible source of power. However, any misstep along the way could lead to a catastrophic nuclear disaster. Chernobyl and Fukushima serve as stark reminders of this peril. Thus, from the outset, our nation's nuclear industry established exceptionally high safety standards. The The safety tests are paramount, representing the final hurdle for a project to emerge from the confines of the laboratory. The outcome hinges upon this moment. Success would mean a collective celebration for the entire nation, while failure would necessitate a return to square one, as Lin Feng aptly articulated. At such a juncture, to claim one is entirely unperturbed would be disingenuous. Even Tianning clutched at Lin Feng's sleeve in nervous anticipation. In contrast, Lin Feng maintained a confident smile, issuing his first command: initiate the safety lock test. The command center acknowledged. 3, 2, 1, 0. Test initiated. Suddenly, the brilliance within the laboratory intensified tenfold, resembling the ascendance of an artificial sun. However, this radiance constituted merely a billionth of the actual energy, should all safety locks fail. The entire laboratory and its occupants would be vaporized instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. The primary safety lock, situated within, serves as a critical valve that would immediately be impacted in the event of an anomaly. The foremost test is to assess its pressure resistance. At this moment, the indicator for the primary safety lock shifted to yellow, quickly transitioning to red. Following this, alarms blared throughout the laboratory and safety lights began to flash. Although everyone was aware that it was merely a test, tension permeated the atmosphere, transforming it into one of somber apprehension. Just as anxiety reached its zenith, Lin Feng issued a new command: increase the thrust to 100 and observe the outcome. Chapter 111. Controlled nuclear fusion achieved. Upon hearing Lin Feng's directive, expressions of shock and disbelief spread across the faces of the team. Lin, are you certain? Trust me, we are still in the testing phase. We must push the limits to verify safety. Soon, the control panel executed Lin Feng's orders. After 30 minutes, the first safety lock was finally severed. This was considered a remarkable achievement, as the design specifications had anticipated a melting time of 20 minutes for the initial safety lock. The 30-minute achievement even surpassed the theoretical expectations, instilling greater confidence among everyone involved. The safety locks, each stronger than the last, primarily serve to buy time. In the event of an incident, the presence of these safety locks not only prevents nuclear leakage but, more importantly, provides critical time for shutting down the reactor. The 5 safety locks successfully passed their tests, particularly the final one, which Lin Feng designed with remarkable ingenuity, creating an isolated magnetic field that endured for a full 48 hours. The National Academy of Sciences in the capital closely monitored the entire experimental process, and upon the successful validation of safety, the project was set for immediate implementation. The national news broadcast succinctly summarized the success of this experiment in a mere 36 characters. Yet such brevity often signifies great significance. In an instant, media outlets worldwide began echoing the reports that the Dragon Nation had accomplished various experiments in controllable nuclear fusion, positioning itself at the forefront globally. Numerous nuclear physics experts began to speculate whether the Dragon Nation would soon advance its controllable nuclear fusion project. However, many others expressed skepticism, particularly those self-proclaimed elite overseas Chinese. Regardless of what the Dragon Nation achieved, they would insist it was either pilfered or deceived, in their eyes. The United States was always superior to the Dragon Nation. These individuals fervently disseminated their viewpoints across various newspapers, attempting to prove that the Dragon Nation's claims of controllable nuclear fusion were entirely fabricated. Yet this time, the official media of the Dragon Nation surprisingly refrained from countering them, even neglecting to acknowledge their remarks. The authorities, of course, had their reasons for this deliberate silence. In truth, the nuclear physics community had long sensed a shift, as evidenced by the recent surge of over 30 papers on nuclear fusion emerging from the Dragon country within the past 3 months, a remarkable leap forward. Numerous foreign professors in nuclear physics have already begun to queue up to apply for visiting scholar positions in Dragon country. While words can often be deceptive, actions speak louder. If the East were truly dim, why would these esteemed foreign experts seek to engage with Dragon country? Lin Feng, however, remained indifferent to the external commotion. Each day, he observed the construction site, witnessing magnificent structures rise from the ground, evoking the sensation of playing a real-life version of Minecraft. These colossal edifices are destined to become Dragon country's inaugural controlled nuclear fusion base, poised to supply energy to the high-energy particle capture towers. One could assert that everything is in place, awaiting the final touch from the East. During this period, both Gao Xiong and Dai Shi have been sleeping merely 3 hours a day, awakening solely to work, intensely. They are acutely aware of the significance of their project. Should it succeed, their names would be inscribed in textbooks, ushering humanity into an entirely new era. The prospect of boundless energy is nothing short of exhilarating. Massive machines toil day and night, with each individual working with fervent zeal. Meanwhile, on the international stage, the United States has once again stirred a considerable uproar. The unfortunate nation has audaciously deployed its forces to abduct numerous nuclear physics experts from the European Atomic Energy Agency back to North America. This incident has stirred a significant uproar between the unfortunate nation and Europe, reaching a point where diplomatic relations were nearly severed. The rationale behind such drastic actions is rooted in their pervasive intelligence network, which has discerned that the Dragon Nation has made remarkable strides towards achieving controllable nuclear fusion, now nearing its final stages. Historically, the unfortunate nation has prided itself on being at the forefront of controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, the sudden advancement of the Dragon Nation has left them in a state of disarray, having already suffered a setback in the competition within the semiconductor industry. The prospect of losing once again in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion could potentially relinquish their status as the preeminent force in global technology to the Dragon Nation. Such a shift would likely precipitate monumental changes in the world order. Should nations around the globe cease to recognize the unfortunate nation as the dominant power, its exploitative position would undoubtedly collapse, leading to an eruption of internal conflicts. However, the unfortunate nation's realization of this predicament appears to be belated. Following Lin Feng's directive, the Dragon Nation completed its controllable nuclear fusion project 4 months ahead of schedule and successfully conducted the ignition ceremony. The ceremony was broadcast live by the Central Network to all nations worldwide. The Dragon Nation aims to convey a powerful message from this day forth. Humanity shall transcend the era of fossil fuels and step into the age of limitless energy. The eyes of the world are now firmly fixed upon the Dragon Nation, as Lin Feng ascends to the highest command platform. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes around the globe are fixed upon him. This is but a small step for him, yet a monumental leap for humanity. Ignition sequence initiated. With Lin Feng's command, the control panel successfully executed its operations. Subsequently, a palpable tension enveloped the room as nearly everyone fixated on the dashboard, which was now securely locked. A minute later, the instruments confirmed that controllable nuclear fusion had commenced energy output, and the entire command center erupted in exuberance. Individuals embraced one another in a euphoric celebration. Meanwhile, numerous ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation, gathered before their television sets, joined in the fervor. Together, they flooded the streets, waving national flags and parading in their vehicles, eager to share this monumental joy with all. At long last, the Dragon Nation had triumphed once more. The television host announced that, effective immediately, electricity prices nationwide would be reduced by 50%, with a projection of achieving completely free energy within 5 years. The entire nation reached a fever pitch of excitement. Even the most oblivious now understood that the Dragon Nation was on the brink of an era of infinite energy. Unlimited energy signifies boundless productivity. It is destined that no nation on this blue planet can compete with the Dragon Nation in industrial prowess. In 5 years, the industrial capabilities of the Dragon Nation could elevate the entirety of Asia into a developed society. Humanity as civilization is poised to enter a new epoch. Many smaller nations have already begun to refer to the Dragon Nation as the beacon of humanity. The Dragon Nation offers the world progress and technology, while another significant nation is synonymous with division, war, invasion, and an endless array of human rights issues. The contrast could not be more pronounced. Chapter 112. The Global Fusion Summit. A month later, heads of state from over 70 nations converged upon the Dragon Country, their purpose being to attend the Fusion Summit. Most of these nations lacked nuclear technology. However, they sought to acquire the Dragon Country's controllable nuclear fusion technology. Once these controllable fusion reactors are established across the globe, the entire energy landscape will be irrevocably transformed. The time has come for the Dragon Country to take its turn. The ugly country has long maintained control over the world's major transportation routes, crucial straits, and canals, thereby exerting dominance over the entire globe. This control reached its zenith after the fall of the Soviet Union. No nation on Earth dares to disregard the ugly country's intentions entirely. Yet this time, the Dragon Country has truly achieved something remarkable. Prior to the commencement of the summit, the two loyal hounds of the ugly country, namely Little Japan and Little Pickle, were already engaged in a frenzy of barking. Little Japan's prime minister emerged first, accusing the Dragon country of fabricating its claims regarding controllable nuclear fusion, asserting that he had received credible intelligence. He further declared that he would not attend the Global Fusion Summit, a statement aimed at showcasing his stance to his ugly country patron while simultaneously pledging loyalty. Since the end of World War II, Little Japan has been gradually feminized under the ugly country's influence, inadvertently giving rise to a culture of escapism, which is essentially a form of self-imposed spiritual emasculation. If Little Japan displayed some restraint, Little Pickle, on the other hand, was utterly deranged, unleashing a torrent of 7 editorials in its media, vehemently accusing the Dragon country of deceit and claiming that its technology was stolen from them. Since it is a fabrication, how could one steal from them? Are they attempting to pilfer the technology behind the cost of their pickles? The reason these petty individuals are so incensed is that they have come to realize, from multiple perspectives, that the controllable nuclear fusion in the Dragon Nation is indeed genuine. However, constrained by the leash around their necks, they are compelled to frantically lash out at the Dragon Nation. This time, Europe has exhibited an unusual indifference, undoubtedly due to prior disputes. The ugly nation has systematically dismantled the entire European Atomic Energy Agency, attempting to replicate the spectacle of manufacturing atomic bombs as they did during World War II. Yet, this time, fate clearly does not favor the ugly nation. Their efforts are now too late. Moreover, the technological gap between them and the Dragon Nation is glaringly vast, with even their own experts acknowledging a disparity of at least 3 generations. What does a 3-generation gap signify? It is akin to the difference between a black and white television and contemporary LCD screens. The individuals from the ugly nation are infuriated, yet they wield the foremost media influence globally. The media controlled by the ugly nation continues to vilify the Dragon Nation, denouncing controllable nuclear fusion as a hoax and branding Lin Feng as merely an actor forcefully promoted by the Dragon Nation, attempting to deceive the world in such a manner. Lin Feng, of course, is aware of the related reports, yet he finds amusement in them. For, the more the ugly nation stirs up trouble now, the more severe the backlash will be in the future. When those individuals discover they have been misled by the ugly nation's media and that the Dragon Nation has indeed achieved controllable nuclear fusion, the ensuing repercussions will be nothing short of terrifying. The Dragon Nation need not lift a finger. This backlash alone could rend them asunder. Lin Feng attended the summit in splendid attire, having shaken hands with numerous world leaders. Prior to this summit, he had already engaged in discussions with influential figures regarding the scope of application for this particular technology. To his astonishment, he discovered that these leaders shared his perspective on the matter. The Dragon Nation should not monopolize controllable nuclear fusion technology to exploit and colonize the world, for such actions would transform it into a distorted and fearsome entity. One such entity has already inflicted immense suffering upon the globe. Should the Dragon Nation succumb to becoming the next harbinger of despair, the consequences would be even more dire. Each day, lives are lost to famine, disease, and war. Yet Lin Feng and his associates possess a key that could liberate humanity from this prolonged anguish. At that juncture, red flags will be planted across the world, uniting humanity as a collective, with technology and politics in harmonious alignment, paving the way for an interstellar era and heralding a new epoch of civilization. Thus, the Dragon Nation must propagate its ideals, and the realization of the international is imperative. Indeed, within the current landscape of the Dragon Nation, many comrades remain resolute in their mission to liberate all humanity, steadfastly believing in the international. If the Dragon Nation were to share controllable nuclear fusion technology with developing countries, famine would cease to claim lives, and no child would be forced into labor due to familial circumstances. It would be truly lamentable if, after developing such groundbreaking technologies, the Dragon Nation were to become the next embodiment of despair or merely replace one with another. This is Lin Feng's original statement. Beginning with controllable nuclear fusion, his next ambition is to establish a permanent lunar base, and he dreams of stargazing on the moon alongside Tianjin. The absence of an atmosphere on the moon would surely render stargazing an extraordinary experience. If the purpose of reaching the moon were solely to manufacture weapons through controllable nuclear fusion, engaging in conflicts with other nations, or pursuing colonization, such aspirations would indeed be tragically limited. Given the vastness of the cosmos, why not explore it? The leaders of these nations fervently anticipate this groundbreaking technology as a means to liberate their citizens from poverty and hunger. Yet, the voices of these smaller countries in the international arena are alarmingly faint. When was the last time you witnessed news broadcasts from an African television station? The narrative of the news is firmly controlled by a certain nation, and at this juncture, Longwa has executed a masterstroke. In this summit, Longwa has invited nuclear physics experts from around the globe, including those from the aforementioned nation, to tour the controllable nuclear fusion base. As these experts traverse the desert highways and behold the colossal high-energy particle capture towers, they are left utterly astounded. Their astonishment only deepens upon encountering the bizarrely designed monumental structures of the controllable nuclear fusion base. Longwa's openness during this visit is unparalleled, allowing these experts unrestricted access for exploration. Even some internal parameters will be made available for their examination. What an extraordinary vision this is. Only those who truly stand at the pinnacle of the world possess such audacity. The first day's tour has already left these leading experts in the field profoundly astonished. On the following day, Lin Feng's presence ignited an extraordinary atmosphere among the scientists. Upon encountering Lin Feng, these esteemed nuclear physicists appeared as if they were in the presence of an idol, eagerly seeking to shake his hand and capture photographs with him. Chapter 113, Leaders from Across the Globe Assemble. While news media may distort the truth, these scientists remain steadfast in their integrity. Through a joint letter, they proclaim to the world that controllable nuclear fusion in the Dragon Kingdom has achieved monumental success. Congratulations to humanity on entering an era of limitless energy. Notably, many of these scientists hailed from Europe and America. In this pivotal moment, they chose truth over the falsehoods propagated by their own nations. In a certain sense, science knows no borders, and their decision was not misguided. The world is already rife with deception. There is no need for them to contribute to the fabrication of further lies. Moreover, these renowned experts explicitly mentioned one name in their declaration, Lin Feng. They heralded him as the most exceptional scientist of this world and this era. The presence of Lin Feng signifies not only a triumph for the Dragon Kingdom, but also a blessing for all humanity. At that moment, news outlets around the globe were astounded, and the populace erupted in fervor. The previous oppressive actions and contrived falsehoods from the ugly nation had transformed into mere punchlines. The certainty with which the media from that nation once spoke now rendered them as clowns. Across the deserts of the Middle East and the jungles of South America, nearly everyone celebrated with unrestrained joy. As long as the Dragon Kingdom can disseminate this flawless energy worldwide, hunger, disease, and poverty resulting from inadequate education will become relics of the past. The suffering of humanity shall be wholly redeemed, ushering in a new chapter in the annals of human history. Consequently, a faction of scientists has proposed that the Nobel Prize be directly awarded to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng himself harbors little interest in this explosive accolade, which is heavily biased and can be regarded as a tool for the ideological exploitation of Europe. Presently, Lin Feng has largely transformed into a source of amusement, deriving enjoyment from the lamentations of the nations of cherry blossoms and pickled vegetables. The once vocal nations of cherry blossoms and pickled vegetables now find themselves utterly bewildered. In the land of cherry blossoms, many have begun to petition for the resignation of their prime minister, with netizens declaring that having a leader who delights in deceiving the populace is an utter disgrace to the nation. Such sentiments are rather commonplace, and their prevalence loses its novelty. Conversely, the atmosphere in the land of pickled vegetables presents a rather unsettling picture, evoking the impression that the entire nation is in a state of mental disarray. It is no wonder they are so enamored with appropriating the traditional culture of the Dragon Nation. Without such theft, they would possess nothing of their own. At present, the land of pickled vegetables is in a state of complete psychological fragmentation, simultaneously launching fervent attacks on the Dragon Nation for its supposed imitation while questioning their supreme leader as to why he does not attend the summit of the Dragon Nation. The small nation of pickled vegetables has thrived on industrial exports to achieve its status as a developed country. Now, with the Dragon Nation's energy being so remarkably affordable, it is destined to utterly dismantle the entire industrial framework of the small nation. In summary, the small nation of pickled vegetables is doomed to failure, soon reverting to its historical position as a reclusive and desolate peninsula. It is said that many citizens from the land of kimchi residing in the Dragon Country plan to incinerate their passports, opting to live clandestinely henceforth. Those from Europe have also begun to shift their stance, approaching the Dragon Country with an ingratiating demeanor, inquiring if they might join the summit midway. The following day, the prime ministers of over 20 European nations arrived in droves. The world was engulfed in a state of utter astonishment. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. not even during the two world wars. Now, leaders from more than 100 nations are congregated in the Dragon Country. It is universally understood that regardless of how formidable one's industrial prowess may have been, failure to keep pace with controllable nuclear fusion will render one a backward nation. At that juncture, Europe could find itself akin to Africa, experiencing a complete reversal of fortunes. This is undoubtedly a scenario that all wish to avert. Yet, this time, even the esteemed European elites must lower their heads and humbly beseech the Dragon Country. Before the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, humanity has genuinely achieved equality. The irony of this situation is striking. Controllable nuclear fusion in the Dragon Country is not accessible to everyone. It is indeed time to tighten the noose around the necks of those European nations. They must relinquish a series of economic colonial privileges. The Dragon Country shall reshape the global order with its own strength, fostering a more equitable and diverse world. Interestingly, the most discomforting aspect is not the European elites, but rather those who fawn over them, including the anti-nationalists and affluent overseas Chinese. These individuals yearn to shed their own identities for a semblance of purity, yet they are struck to the core as they witness a complete upheaval of their world. The sight of their once admired foreign dignitaries bowing to the local regime is an unbearable affront. The lamentations of these elites echo through the air, decrying the descent of society into greater filth. Some, consumed by despair, have even resorted to taking their own lives, proclaiming their unwillingness to exist in such a tainted reality. Lin Feng, merely an observer, finds himself unable to suppress a chuckle. Zhang Chu, with a grin, remarks on the irony. These parasites have long reveled in their attempts to repulse us, yet their failures bring a peculiar amusement, for their existence serves only to squander air, and their demise would merely waste a patch of earth. Tianing approaches Lin Feng, conveying a message from the higher-ups. He is to meet with all the prime ministers of Europe this afternoon and prepare a speech. Again? Lin Feng feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. In recent days, he has encountered a multitude of leaders, leaving his mind in a fog, unable to recall a single name. Moreover, he is not particularly adept at navigating such grand occasions. Yet, there is no choice. The name Lin Feng has resonated across the globe. Even elementary school children in Europe and South America recognize him as the preeminent scientist of our time. Countless children have made wishes to become the next Lin Feng. Meanwhile, chaos reigns in the United States, where many citizens protest outside Capitol Hill, denouncing their government's ineptitude. These individuals, no matter how hard they ponder, remain baffled as to the reasons behind their plight. The Dragon Nation has effortlessly surpassed its rivals, decisively asserting its dominance. The once proud technological supremacy of the ugly nation, heralded as the world's finest, has inexplicably diminished. What, then, is the underlying cause of this upheaval? A tremendous debate has erupted within the ugly nation, having long considered itself the most formidable power on Blue Planet. It is bewildering that the Dragon Nation has managed to eclipse them in such a brief span of time. The confidence of the citizens has been shattered into a million fragments. They now seek a plausible explanation. Not only do the esteemed members of Congress grapple with this enigma, but even the most astute think tanks in the ugly nation are at a loss. They can only ascertain that all intelligence points to a singular figure, Lin Feng. Chapter 114. Weather weapons. The CIA of the ugly nation previously attempted to assassinate Lin Feng, but that endeavor ended in failure. Prior to the assassination attempt, they had conducted an extensive investigation into Lin Feng, uncovering the substantial advancements in military equipment that were closely tied to him. At that time, their apprehension towards Lin Feng was palpable, yet they did not perceive him as an existential threat warranting elimination. Otherwise, the scale of the assassination would have been more extensive. However, it is now far too late for regrets. Even the most sagacious individuals in the ugly nation could not have anticipated that Lin Feng would develop controllable nuclear fusion in such a remarkably short period. The emergence of this technology promises to revolutionize the world on an unprecedented scale. The ugly nation must now confront a daunting reality. The potential collapse of its empire looms ominously. The foundations of the ugly nation's imperial edifice rest upon three pillars. 1. Financial hegemony. 2. The oil dollar pricing system. The world's foremost military prowess is employed to uphold the aforementioned principles. Once controllable nuclear fusion emerges, rendering limitless energy accessible, who would still resort to burning fossil fuels? The first to crumble would be the petrodollar system. The ensuing tremors are already manifesting in U.S. Treasury bonds, with global investors frantically liquidating an astounding $40 trillion in such securities, including capitalists within the United States itself. The entire Wall Street and Capitol Hill reverberate with lamentations. The financial upheaval has extended its reach to nearly all capitalist nations, and it can be asserted that the traditional capitalist countries are currently enduring significant hardships. If this trajectory persists, it is poised to precipitate the most substantial financial crisis in history. This impending crisis could decisively incapacitate the United States. Presently, the Nasdaq index has suffered a cataclysmic decline of 10,000 points, thrusting the nation back 4 decades. This financial turmoil has resulted in the bankruptcy of a multitude of middle-class citizens and led to millions losing their jobs. Streets across the nation now witness daily scenes of $0 purchases, and even the wealthiest capitalists are nearing the brink of insolvency. In the capital, there have been 7 riots within the last 10 days alone. This illustrates the overwhelming impact of the disintegration of the petrodollar system. Should the United States fail to rectify this situation, the empire may face total collapse. At that juncture, the nation could fragment into several states, reigniting the North-South divide. Consequently, the military has fervently advocated for proactive measures. Rather than languishing in despair, a confrontation with China may be deemed preferable. If the ugly nation were to face defeat, it might face disintegration. However, a victory would allow it to maintain its dominion over the world for decades. The current circumstances are exceedingly unfavorable for the ugly nation, with a multitude of protesters taking to the streets daily, as if a knife were poised at the throats of its politicians. In such precarious conditions, it is only natural that some may contemplate taking desperate risks. Initially, we witnessed the troops of the ugly nation stationed in the Small Pickles and Small Sun country beginning to mobilize intensively. The global media has, of course, paid keen attention to this development. It is universally understood that should the 2 mightiest nations on Blue Planet engage in open warfare, it is unlikely that there will be any true victors. In the face of terrifying nuclear weaponry, annihilation can be impartially wrought upon all. This time, even the allies of the ugly nation appear apprehensive, urging it to clarify that the troop movements are not directed against the Dragon Nation. Yet, the ugly nation has surprisingly chosen silence, with spokespeople from the capital refraining from comment. Suddenly, global media has succumbed to an overwhelming sense of dread. Fabricating increasingly alarming headlines, the ugly nation's conventional forces have reached the waters off the Dragon Nation's coast. An unprecedented war looms. Is the end of humanity upon us? Under the shadow of nuclear war? In response, the Dragon Nation's forces have also been deployed to the northeastern front. Gazing across the sea at the ugly nation's troops, everyone understands that if they falter this time, the ugly nation will undoubtedly assert its dominance. Various advanced aircraft are frequently taking off and landing in the northeastern skies as the specter of war looms ominously over East Asia. Nevertheless, the nation in question remains exceedingly cautious, for the combined forces of both the diminutive allies amount to merely around 150,000, with more than half comprising naval and marine troops. To engage in a large-scale confrontation with the Dragon Nation in the northeast with such military strength would be tantamount to sacrificing lives. Consequently, the elite divisions from the homeland are fervently dispatched to military bases in East Asia. From training to personnel and equipment, the complete preparation necessitates a minimum of 3 months. For the global populace, these 3 months are fraught with unease. Undoubtedly, a sword hangs perilously over the heads of all humanity. Should the nation indeed pursue a hot war, escalating to a nuclear conflict, it would spell the demise of human civilization. In light of this predicament, General Liu from the General Equipment Department has arrived at the Lopner. He has specifically requested to meet with Lin Feng. Given the current situation, it may be prudent to seek Lin Feng's astute wisdom to devise a means to counter the weaponry of the nation. Ideally, it would involve decisively defeating them in conventional warfare, thus deterring any inclination towards nuclear engagement. Upon learning of General Liu's intentions, Lin Feng smiled slightly and remarked, "In truth, I have already devised a new operational platform that can compel an enemy submission without a fight." General Liu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. For the paramount leader's request aligns with this. Our Dragon Nation requires opportunities for peaceful development, and the forthcoming decade is pivotal. It would be best to avoid conflict with the nation. I wonder, what does your operational platform entail? Is it a 3D combat platform that integrates the Phantom fighter jets with the flare tanks? A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This time, Not only General Liu, but even Zhang Chu became exceedingly anxious. Lin Feng, just tell us directly, what platform are you referring to? Even Tian Ying chimed in, Lin Feng. You clearly know, yet you still pretend to be enigmatic. What is this all about? Lin Feng maintained his air of mystery and inquired. Have you ever contemplated the possibility of one day summoning the winds and calling forth the rain, akin to the figures in mythological tales? What do you mean? Are you suggesting you wish to master thunder and lightning, to become the Lord of Thunder? Zhang Chu was utterly baffled by Lin Feng's words, as was General Liu, both struggling to grasp his intent. Only Tian Ying suddenly appeared invigorated, exclaiming, I understand. Lin Feng, are you proposing to design weather-manipulating weaponry? Indeed. To create a platform for weather weaponry. Just imagine, the enemy would be utterly dismayed. Picture this, they can't even catch a glimpse of their foes, yet are surrounded by raging storms. After the tempest, there would be heavy snow, followed by hail and more storms. Even the most steadfast of troops would find it unbearable. Chapter 115, The Wind and Rain Master. Zhang Chu was left in a state of bewilderment. He had never heard of such a concept. Yet, it sounded almost fantastical. To control the weather, to summon rain at will, to unleash hail as one pleases, was this not the domain of celestial beings from mythical tales? Could it be that the pinnacle of science fiction converges into the realm of fantasy? Zhang Chu pondered. It is not without merit to suggest that if this weather weapon platform were to be developed, those unseemly individuals from that country would likely abandon their unwarranted ambitions. Victory in warfare hinges upon favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and the support of the populace. With the advent of such a weather weapon, we would invariably possess the element of time on our side, making it exceedingly simple to vanquish them, should they dare to venture beyond their borders. However, General Liu harbored some reservations. Xiaolin, he mused, I have indeed heard of this weather weapon you speak of, but as far as my recollection serves, it exists merely as a concept. To transform it into a viable combat platform, would it not require starting from scratch? Indeed, it necessitates beginning anew. Yet I am confident that within a mere 4 months, we shall bring this platform to fruition. Is that truly the case? General Liu's expression reflected profound astonishment. Nonetheless, he recognized that the young man before him could be regarded as one of the most formidable scientists of this century. A man capable of achieving controlled nuclear fusion could surely accomplish anything. General Liu's imagination soared. If the Dragon Nation could indeed realize the weather weapon, any audacity displayed by that nation in attempting to land would result in them being swept back to sea by a tempest. The vision was undeniably splendid. Moreover, this weather weapon could also transform the arid deserts of the Northwest through artificial rainfall, turning desolate dunes into thriving oases. In that eventuality, perhaps the world's extreme climates could be rendered obsolete. Such a weapon, it would be inappropriate for it to be utilized solely by the people of the Dragon Nation. We could lend our weather weaponry to friendly nations, and together we could transform the earth, resulting in an abundance of fertile lands. General Liu, filled with exuberance, raised his fist and eagerly inquired of Lin Feng, shall we commence now? Lin Feng smiled and replied, of course. Splendid. I shall return immediately to report to the Supreme Leader. You all continue your efforts here. Should you require anything, simply let me know, and I will ensure your team's needs are met without limit. Tian Ying and Zhang Chu also became tremendously excited. If we could indeed develop this so-called weather weapon, humanity's civilization would take a monumental leap forward. Once mankind masters the atmospheric changes of a planet, in the era of interstellar migration that awaits, could we not reshape habitable worlds at will? This, undoubtedly, is a vision of a brighter future. Of course, this hinges on the successful development of the weather weapon. Without it, all remains mere speculation. The military buildup of hundreds of thousands from both Huaxia and the United States in Northeast Asia has astonished the globe. European nations with pale complexions have approached the Dragon Nation, suggesting that concessions be made to appease the United States, thereby averting a potential world war. Yet this time, the Dragon Nation would never acquiesce. The Dragon Nation is no longer the same as when it signed the Treaty of Nanking and the Boxer Protocol. Now, the Dragon Nation has risen in the East, and there is no longer a power in this world that can dictate terms to it. In response to these absurd demands, the Dragon Kingdom resolutely declined without hesitation. However, the Western media and their sycophants launched a frenzied attack against the Dragon Kingdom. Despite the fact that the ugly nation dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to confront the Dragon Kingdom from afar, they hypocritically accused the Dragon Kingdom of violating international order. It is evident that these sycophants perceive their so-called international order as the ugly nation asserting dominance over all. They revel in their role as subservient lackeys. But the Dragon Kingdom shall not assume such a position. The esteemed leader of the Dragon Kingdom has already declared to the outside world, should conflict arise, we shall stand firm until the end, and should negotiations be proposed, we remain open at any moment. This time, the Dragon Kingdom will not yield. Yet, the global stock markets plunged dramatically, and individuals began hoarding various doomsday supplies. If two nuclear powers were to escalate their hostilities, who could guarantee that it would not devolve into a horrific nuclear war? Amidst this cacophony, the world remains oblivious to the fact that in the desolate Northwest, a group of individuals, under the guidance of Lin Feng, is meticulously designing a weather weapon. This weapon has been temporarily named Feng Bo Yushi, inspired by the classical mythology of the Dragon Kingdom. To manipulate the weather within a certain domain, an immense amount of energy is undeniably required. Fortunately, Lin Feng has already resolved the energy dilemma. With the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, the issue of energy has become trivial. However, a new challenge arises: how to store such a vast quantity of energy. A weather weapon cannot be charged while in operation, otherwise the limitations on its usage would be excessively restrictive. This is merely a minor issue. To control the weather across a specific domain, one must establish an extraordinarily intricate model, which can then be manipulated through this framework. The data encompassed within such a model is vast, and it is evident that our current chip technology is insufficient to process such an immense quantity of information with precision. Thus, our present weather forecasts are often unreliable, akin to a form of mysticism. Despite the multitude of technical challenges that are almost beyond verbal description, there exists a systematic approach. For Lin Feng, the endeavor of creating a meteorological weapon is not insurmountable. He is presented with 7 options and ultimately selects the wind and rain control platform. The advantage of this platform lies in its remarkable stability during extreme weather conditions. Even with energy input reaching 100%, it can maintain a stability rate of 70 to 80%. Frankly, the stability of this weapon is unquestionably the best, and the colossal energy it possesses, if unleashed, could rival that of nuclear weapons. Throughout the development of this meteorological weapon platform, Lin Feng has also introduced numerous new concepts and knowledge. During this process, his direct involvement has been minimal. He has primarily been instructing the technological elites of Longhua, equipping them with more advanced knowledge. When it comes to the actual construction phase, however, hundreds of billions of nanobots will spring into action, transforming into countless precise mechanical arms that will work tirelessly around the clock. Within the base, nearly everyone is brimming with confidence, convinced that they are on the verge of producing an extraordinary piece of top-tier equipment. Certainly, all of this unfolds in secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone that the Dragon Nation is undertaking such a monumental project. Should this endeavor succeed, it is likely that the entire world will be left in astonishment. Chapter 116. The world's most advanced atmospheric weapon. 3 to 4 months swiftly elapsed. General Liu returned to the Lopner region, where he beheld a colossal flying apparatus resembling a UFO stationed beside the high-energy particle capture tower. In that moment, he was utterly captivated. When he had previously discussed this matter with Lin Feng, there were no blueprints to reference. Yet now, in less than 4 months, the entire machine had come to fruition. Gazing at the peculiar flying vehicle, General Liu inquired with a grin, "Is this the platform for the weather weapon?" "Indeed. We have provisionally named it the Windmaster and Rain Controller, and it has successfully passed its 3rd test." "Excellent, excellent." General Liu's expression was one of elation. Currently, international tensions between the Dragon Nation and the Ugly Nation are exceedingly high. Conflict could erupt at any moment. Should this weather weapon be deployed in actual combat, it would undoubtedly impose an immense deterrent upon the Ugly Nation, dissuading them from any rash actions. General Liu asked, "What are your plans?" "We intend to conduct a continuous high-intensity precipitation test in the Taklamakan Desert for 3 days. If successful, it will signify that this platform is ready for operational deployment." Lin Feng, the esteemed leader in the capital, has been closely monitoring your progress and mentioned that should you achieve resounding success, he would personally host a celebratory feast in your honor. The current international landscape faced by the Dragon Nation can be described as exceedingly unfavorable. Many countries that attended the Nuclear Fusion Summit in the Dragon Nation have since recanted their commitments. Their reversal is not due to a lack of desire for this technology, but rather a fear of incurring the wrath of the Ugly Nation. The ugly nation has long proclaimed to the world that any entity daring to procure controllable nuclear fusion technology from the Dragon Nation would face sanctions, which could include military measures. In light of such declarations, the smaller nations of the world are understandably alarmed, for even when pooling their resources, they fear they would not stand a chance against the ugly nation. Furthermore, the ugly nation is backed by a formidable coalition of Western allies, intensifying the apprehension of these smaller states. Amid this precarious situation, the Dragon Nation finds itself in dire need of uplifting news to bolster confidence. Accompanied by Lin Feng, General Liu stepped into the meteorological platform. This colossal flying saucer ascended with remarkable grace, offering a sensation of weightlessness within. Had it not been for the changing scenery visible through the windows, one might hardly conceive they were in the midst of a climb. The design of the platform was strikingly futuristic, with scarcely any visible manual controls. Nearly everything operated through holographic projections. Aside from a dozen personnel at the control station, the platform's efficient operations were chiefly managed by an extensive array of robots. General Liu was left utterly astounded. As the platform soared to its designated altitude, even more astonishing developments awaited. We have reached the predetermined height. May we commence testing? Affirmative. As Lin Feng spoke, several staff members had already raised the lever. To be candid, General Liu was exceedingly curious about how one could conjure a torrential downpour lasting 3 days and nights in the heart of this sandy expanse. Suddenly, flashes of lightning and cumulonimbus clouds appeared below. Observing the novel imagery, General Liu could not help but inquire, from where does such moisture arise in the desert? The dilemma of the desert is not the absence of rain, but rather the excessive evaporation that prevents water retention. However, these cumulonimbus clouds were, in fact, summoned from 500 kilometers away. Understanding this requires a grasp of certain principles of quantum physics, which can be rather intricate. Nonetheless, one might perceive this meteorological weapon platform as akin to a blind box. Initially, one cannot predict the weather it will produce, but with the addition of an auxiliary system, one can consistently unveil the weather contained within. This is fundamentally a matter of mathematical probability. The more Lin Feng elucidated, the more perplexed General Liu became. It seemed that while he comprehended each word spoken, the collective meaning eluded him. Meanwhile, Tianing discreetly entwined her finger with Lin Feng's, as if the rain had already commenced. With a resounding clap of thunder, a torrential downpour began to cascade in the very center of the sandy sea. While the platform's energy output had only just reached 30%, the core energy system of the weather platform, which involved antimatter cubes, was exponentially more complex than the quantum physics system required to induce rainfall in the desert. The antimatter cube possesses the remarkable ability to store vast amounts of energy. And more importantly, its compact and lightweight design allows the operational radius of the weather platform to effortlessly reach 2,500 kilometers. Beneath a tumultuous sky, thunder roared, and heavy rain enveloped an area spanning at least 50 miles. Subsequently, Lin Feng issued a command to quadruple the extent of the rainfall. The operators complied without hesitation, and at that moment, the propulsion power of the meteorological platform surged to 95. The next step was to conduct stability testing. If stability could be maintained for 72 hours without any component failure and without a decline in propulsion power, the initial test would be deemed a success. General Liu could not help but feel increasingly anxious. The international situation for Longwo was exceedingly unfavorable, and there was an urgent need for a morale-boosting breakthrough. Time ticked away relentlessly. The expressions of everyone present gradually transitioned from tension to a sense of relaxation. Lin Feng stood by the window, gazing out at a vast expanse of dark clouds, where flashes of lightning danced amidst the tempest. His mind wandered, contemplating how the citizens of the United States would perceive such a weapon. In truth, the military satellites of the United States had long since captured the anomalies occurring in the desert. They had been monitoring the unusual rainfall and subsequently released a photograph. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Almost everyone was led to believe that an extraterrestrial spacecraft had indeed manifested in the deserts of Longwo. Furthermore, there were whispers suggesting that the recent technological advancements in Longwo were a result of knowledge imparted by these aliens. Otherwise, relying solely on the Dragon Nation, how could it possibly surpass the ugly nation? When such reports emerged internationally, the entire Dragon Nation fell into silence, a silence that was undoubtedly intentional. Upon the appearance of the Wind and Rainmaster meteorological platform above the capital city, the rumors dissipated without challenge. There are no extraterrestrial gifts in this world. only the relentless perseverance of the Dragon Nation's scientists. The reason the Wind and Rain Master platform graced the skies above the capital was to address the issue of smog. Following this announcement, the world was left in astonishment. Had the Dragon Nation indeed mastered the most advanced meteorological weaponry in existence? Chapter 117. The Ugly Nation's retreat. Over 20 million residents of the capital erupted with excitement. Everyone brandished their smartphones, fervently capturing images of the colossal structure in the sky. As the smog finally cleared, revealing a bright and sunny day, elation filled the air. Yet, some individuals were consumed by frustration, wishing to strike their chests in despair. These nationalists, upon witnessing the Dragon Nation's monumental technological advancement, felt a pain akin to the loss of a beloved mother. Though born and raised in the Dragon Nation, they harbored an intense loathing for everything it represented, desperately yearning to become the lapdogs of the Ugly Nation. On this day, the Western media remained hushed, with only a few tabloids daring to report on the matter. The Westerners were not oblivious. They began to pressure their governments, questioning why collaboration with the Dragon Nation was not an option. The Dragon Nation, possessing mastery over meteorological weaponry, wielded the power to shape global weather. What climate warming and ozone layer depletion? With the intervention of the Dragon Nation's meteorological weapon, these issues could be resolved instantaneously. Those in the West are frantically seeking to obtain the Dragon Nation's meteorological technology, believing themselves to be the sole saviors of the world. Meanwhile, the situation in the Ugly Nation has descended into utter panic. Although the military and high-ranking officials are sleepless with astonishment over this news, they publicly claim that the Dragon Nation's meteorological weapon is still in the testing phase and remains unstable, under their constant surveillance. Such a statement is utterly shameless. Why would the Dragon Nation require the scrutiny of the Ugly Nation for its endeavors? Furthermore, after addressing the smog issue in the capital, the leadership of the Dragon Nation announced that the meteorological weapon would be lent to their ally, transforming the deserts of their territory into lush, artificial oases. This bold move has captured the attention of the entire world. Should the Dragon Nation falter, it would become a global laughingstock. However, if they succeed, the ridicule would undoubtedly fall upon the Ugly Nation. The members of the Ugly Nation's Congress are relentlessly interrogating their military generals, demanding to know why the Dragon Nation consistently produces what they cannot. Has the Ugly Nation's technology truly ceased to be the world's pinnacle? Where has all the annual investment in technology gone? The world is aware that the Ugly Nation is merely flailing in impotent rage, and in this particular arena, they have lost more comprehensively than in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. At least in that domain, they have conducted experiments for decades, amassing a wealth of technology and data. The meteorological weapon, however, is an area in which they have made no inroads, lacking even a single blueprint. However, this does not deter the arrogant and self-important individuals from the United States from vehemently criticizing the Dragon Nation, claiming that its technological advancements were pilfered from their own. Such baseless accusations, devoid of any substantiation, not only fail to elicit sympathy on the international stage, but also render the United States a pitiful jester. Meanwhile, the world is closely observing Lin Feng and his team. Following an unexpected downpour during the dry season, the entire globe was left astounded. Mainstream media in Europe fervently reported on this event, albeit with headlines that still sought to ridicule the Dragon Nation. Does mastering weather manipulation equate to controlling the fate of humanity? These Westerners, who initially scorned the Dragon Nation, found themselves rebuffed and subsequently began to question its intentions, as if they were the epitome of purity in this world. Undoubtedly, this behavior is exceedingly despicable. What right do they possess to act as arbiters of morality? The transformation of arid landscapes into flourishing oases in Pakistan serves as the finest advertisement. Countless Western media outlets flocked to Pakistan, utterly astonished upon witnessing the verdant oases. Yet, even amidst such wonder, these Westerners sought a particularly insidious critique, asserting that the Dragon Nation's weather modification platform had obliterated the desert, thereby disrupting its original ecological balance. This statement, once uttered, was met with laughter by all but the most haughty of Westerners. The driving force behind humanity's technological advancement has always been the transformation of nature. Now that the Dragon Nation possesses such capabilities, while they do not, it is merely envy that fuels their disdain. Upon witnessing such remarkable technology, not a single one of those desert nations remained unfazed. Subsequently, upon their return to the homeland, Lin Feng and his companions were indeed granted an audience by the leadership, and the celebratory banquet was a perfectly reasonable arrangement. This journey to Pakistan served as an impeccable advertisement for the Wind Master and Rain Master of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that leaders from over 40 nations have already reached out, eager to adapt the Dragon Kingdom's Wind Master and Rain Master to alter their own climates. However, the most astonished of all were the Ugly Nation. Having amassed troops at the border for an extended period, they were nearly prepared for a hot war. Many of their most advanced weapons have been deployed to the first island chain. This is a classic case of feigning a path while secretly preparing a ploy, aiming to strike the Dragon Kingdom while it remains unsuspecting. Yet, with the emergence of this meteorological weapon, the Ugly Nation's confidence has waned. Imagine, as their aircraft carriers traverse the seas, a storm of over 14 degrees suddenly engulfs them, a tempest from which there is no escape. No matter the direction they choose, the storm will follow closely behind. And when the Ugly Nation's Marine Corps lands, they will be met with an unprecedentedly terrifying tornado. What will they do then? The weapons of the Ugly Nation can only inflict physical harm upon the enemy. They are utterly powerless against the forces of nature. Conversely, the Dragon Kingdom can conjure various unpredictable weather phenomena to seize control of the battlefield. Analyzing the feasibility of this conflict, the war room of the Ugly Nation ultimately concluded that their chances of victory stand at a mere 2. The nation in question still possesses an immensely powerful military capable of deterring numerous countries. Should it suffer defeat at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, it is feared that even the mightiest navy of the empire would struggle to maintain its glory. At that juncture, it is likely that even its closest allies would turn against it. In essence, these so-called intimate allies are driven solely by self-interest, devoid of benefits. These Western nations would not remain loyal to the nation in question. Presently, the pressure has shifted to this nation. The critical question looms: should it engage in conflict or refrain? Will it escalate into a limited conventional war or even nuclear warfare? Such decisions demand considerable wisdom. In this moment, global news outlets have surprisingly fallen silent, focusing instead on trivial matters, as if the standoff between these two great powers in East Asia has already concluded. Finally, 3 days later, the troops of the nation in question began returning to their homeland, officially claiming the end of a training rotation. However, anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that within this unprecedented confrontation between great powers, it is indeed this nation that has shown cowardice. In response, the sycophants it has cultivated are voicing their lamentations. Chapter 118. Transforming the largest desert in the world currently. This nation dares not engage in a conventional war with the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, it lacks the confidence to initiate any form of conflict beyond its borders. Nuclear war, while a last resort, is not something that would be easily triggered unless faced with the direst threat of annihilation. Although the nation's military might has been blustered, it does not imply that it has relinquished its ambitions. They have continuously raised their voices on the international stage, claiming that the Dragon Nation's climatic weaponry can whimsically alter the Earth's climate, and humanity shall undoubtedly face repercussions. They also assert that humanity cannot and should not aspire to be gods. In a surprising turn of events, when science faced utter defeat, the individuals from the Ugly Nation resorted to metaphysical beliefs. This was an unexpected development for Lin Feng. However, witnessing the once formidable individuals from the Ugly Nation now lamenting their plight brings a certain enjoyment. After achieving tremendous success with the Wind and Rain Master platform in Pakistan, the next target is the affluent nations of the Middle East, as well as those situated in the Sahara Desert. These desert nations exhibit such an urgent demand that the warnings from the Ugly Nation have become ineffective. A total of 20 nations have directly entered into strategic partnership agreements with the Dragon Nation. With the backing of these Arab countries, the Dragon Nation has at least become less isolated on the international front. The Ugly Nation and its sycophants will undoubtedly continue to bark ferociously on the global stage. Yet the howls of wild dogs cannot alter the impending reality. In an audacious move, the individuals from the Ugly Nation convened a hearing on Capitol Hill, presenting a plethora of so-called evidence to assert that the Dragon Nation's meteorological platform is anti-human. They intend to impose further sanctions on the Dragon Nation across various fronts. This is the true face of the Ugly Nation. When it falls behind, it refuses to acknowledge its shortcomings, instead seeking to suppress its competitors through various underhanded tactics. However, such actions are ultimately futile, for the Dragon Nation's chip industry has risen remarkably, while the chip industries of Europe and America find themselves in dire straits. The ugly nation's endeavors will result in no loss for the Dragon Nation. The international environment of Longhua has significantly improved compared to over a year ago. Transforming planetary scale weather has long been Lin Feng's aspiration, representing the first step towards interstellar migration. As the swirling sands swept across the landscape, several solitary pyramids stood amidst the vast sea of dunes. Lin Feng, accompanied by his entire team, arrived at the Sahara Desert. Once the Fengboy Yushur platform ascended into the sky, the Nile River was visible, flowing gracefully through the terrain. From this lofty vantage point, aside from a few small oases along the banks, the rest of the region appeared as an endless expanse of sand. This area undoubtedly ranks among the most in need of ecological restoration on Earth. The banks of the Nile are home to over 100 million people, long surpassing the ecological carrying capacity. If successful in this transformation, it would signify an ultimate triumph over desertification. Subsequently, Lin Feng plans to lead his team in experimenting with the modification of various climates around the globe, including icebergs, plateaus, and tropical rainforests, undoubtedly amassing invaluable data. Zhang Chu remarked to Lin Feng, "If we succeed in this transformation, won't those individuals from the ugly country be utterly infuriated?" Lin Feng replied, "I am not from the ugly country. You should inquire with them." "You are truly dull," Zhang Chu continued. "It is said that the CIA from the ugly country is currently offering a bounty on you worldwide, with a price tag of $100 million for your head. While even I and Tianing are valued at $20 million. Tianing interjected, "How do you know this?" "What I encountered on the dark web was unexpected, indeed." Zhang Chu's words ignited a sense of vigilance in Tianing, considering they were now abroad, and one could only speculate what mischief those nefarious individuals might concoct. After all, during their previous encounter, those same individuals had attempted to assassinate Lin Feng. Yet, Zhang Chu laughed heartily and reassured, "Tianing, you need not worry. As long as I am here, your safety is assured." Zhang Chu was clad in a 7th-generation nano-armor, equipped with advanced internal chips and an unparalleled combat assistance system, enabling him to effortlessly confront an entire battalion. Furthermore, the authorities had assigned 3 equally formidable bodyguards to Lin Feng, all donning nano-armor as well. Should any untoward incident arise, they would undoubtedly respond with alacrity. Lin Feng, however, did not engage in idle chatter. He was engrossed in designing an entirely new weather system. The vicinity was in close proximity to the sea, which implied the potential to harness significant moisture from the ocean. Stabilizing this meteorological model, however, was a formidable challenge. He aimed to devise a definitive solution. Naturally, throughout this endeavor, AI would assist him in his tasks. If he could transform a section of the Sahara Desert into an oasis, it would mark a monumental leap for humanity in ecological management. When the Dragon Kingdom announced this ambitious initiative, global news outlets shifted their focus to this development. During the press conference, when Lin Feng proclaimed that it would be a permanent transformation, the world's media was left in astonishment, quickly morphing into a state of exhilarating anticipation. They all fully understood that Lin Feng had bestowed upon them a monumental headline. Should this transformation prove successful, it would undoubtedly etch his name in the annals of history. With the Earth's population now exceeding 8 billion, this blue planet has become increasingly congested. However, if there exists a means to convert previously uninhabitable wastelands into livable spaces, it would undeniably hold immense value for all of humanity. Thus, apart from the Americans, even the European media reported with a notably tempered tone. Nevertheless, not everyone harbored optimism for Lin Feng's endeavors. Numerous meteorologists voiced concerns, asserting that permanently altering a region's climate would necessitate an unimaginably vast amount of energy. Yet, Lin Feng had long since addressed the issue of energy sources. When a controllable nuclear fusion reactor was transported from the Dragon Country, the world's gaze narrowed to a singular expectation. The wind and rain deities soared through the skies as colossal energy began to gather moisture. Subsequently, a torrential downpour descended upon the Sahara Desert. This rain persisted for 3 days and nights without respite. Many North African influencers even ventured into the desert to broadcast this extraordinary deluge live. After the rain, seeds cascaded from the sky, settling upon the arid sands. Then came another series of downpours. Within 15 days, the rainfall equaled that of 50 years in this nation. Consequently, the Nile River began to flood, necessitating the implementation of flood control measures. Now, the eyes of the world eagerly anticipated whether life's blossoms would indeed bloom amidst this arid expanse. The rain gradually ceased, Yet a considerable amount of moisture lingered. The climate of the Sahara Desert was slowly transforming into a state of increased humidity. Chapter 119. The Public Relations Battle of the Ugly Nation 7 days later. The image of a small blade of grass breaking through the soil graced the front pages of nearly every national news outlet. The heart of the Sahara Desert was inexplicably turning green at an astonishing pace. This phenomenon was starkly evident when observed through satellite imagery. In an instant, the entire academic community was utterly astounded. Such a transformation could be described as humanity's monumental dream realized after centuries of aspiration. And to think that this dream was perfectly manifested at this moment. Consequently, the name Lin Feng also ascended to the headlines of global news media. Western outlets hailed Lin Feng as the father of meteorological platforms, dubbing him the Einstein of this century. Even the small nation of Japan contributed numerous commentaries, proclaiming Lin Feng as the greatest scientist of the century. However, the situation took a humorous turn with the South Koreans, who published articles claiming that Lin Feng's ancestors originated from a certain peninsula in East Asia, asserting that he must possess Korean heritage, which accounted for his remarkable intelligence. Such reporting would leave even Lin Feng himself incredulous. While he had heard tales of the South Koreans' audacity, he never anticipated their shamelessness would reach such heights. The absurdity of their claims was astonishing. The verdant oasis in the Sahara was ample evidence that the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation was now superior to that of the Ugly Nation. This realization was beginning to be acknowledged even by the Ugly Nation itself. However, the politicians from the Ugly Nation were not so easily defeated. They continued to express their resentment with sharp words. It has been asserted that the technological advancements of the Dragon Nation are exceedingly perilous, and that inevitably, they may lead to the destruction of the world. Furthermore, should one accept the meteorological modification assistance from the Dragon Nation, it follows that the entire nation would subsequently fall under their control, becoming an economic colony of the Dragon Nation. Why are the inhabitants of the Ugly Nation so familiar with the concept of economic colonization? It is simply because they have engaged in such practices themselves. Consequently, they naturally perceive the Dragon Nation as similarly unscrupulous. However, the preferences of the Ugly Nation are largely disregarded. Anyone who has completed secondary education can recognize that the Dragon Nation's modifications to the Earth's climate are beneficial to all humanity. In the near future, the Dragon Nation intends to continue its climatic transformations in Africa, followed by its neighboring states in Central Asia. Presently, the Wind and Rain Master platform has emerged as the largest internet sensation globally, garnering billions of views each time it is captured on video during its operations. Unbeknownst to many, it has become an emblematic promotional tool for the Dragon Nation. The arduous encirclement and strangulation efforts by the Ugly Nation have thus begun to unravel. Now, the world watches with bated breath to see how the Ugly Nation will respond. In turn, the Ugly Nation has announced its intention to invest in the establishment of its own weather platform. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng could not suppress his laughter. Tian Ying inquired, "What amusing thing have you come across that has you so delighted?" He replied, "I merely noted that the Ugly Nation claims it too will develop a weather platform, with an initial funding of $3 billion. Do you genuinely believe they are incapable of achieving this? Certainly, to establish a weather platform, one must first possess a chaos chip. Without such a chip, they can merely construct a shell, which serves little purpose. Next, there is the energy system. Absent controllable nuclear fusion to provide energy, the platform's energy consumption would be astronomical. A burden no nation could feasibly bear. These two elements are undeniably indispensable. The nation in question currently lacks any resources. What foundation do they have to create a weather platform? Do they expect to rely solely on audacity and the bounty of the earth?" Tian Ying was unable to contain her disbelief upon hearing this. Indeed, after investing $3 billion, not even a ripple emerged. Furthermore, of that amount, $2.7 billion remains unaccounted for, dissipating without a trace. With $3 billion expended, all that remains is a blueprint, and there is no guarantee that following this design will yield success. The politicians of that nation are not fools. They are well aware of the reality. If they find themselves incapable of producing such technology, they can at least leverage it to exert pressure on Longwood in the international arena. Consequently, a plethora of conspiracy theories emerged online, suggesting that Longwa has long been under the control of reptilians, and that its leadership is entirely composed of these beings. The so-called meteorological platform is merely the first step in Longwa's quest for global domination. From this initial endeavor, Longhua is poised to unveil numerous subsequent strategies, all intended to lull the masses into complacency. Otherwise, how could the world's foremost nation be incapable of developing such exceedingly advanced technologies? The core argument posits that what cannot be developed by the United States must inevitably be the result of theft by others. The mainstream social media platforms worldwide are predominantly under the control of the United States. When the nation seeks to meticulously fabricate falsehoods and present them to the public, it is nearly impossible for the average citizen to discern the truth. Consequently, a significant number of individuals internationally have come to believe that the upper echelons of the Chinese government have been usurped by extraterrestrials. Even within China, numerous intellectually challenged individuals have spun grander conspiracy theories, linking the Maya civilization and the pyramids, suggesting that China's endeavors to modify the Sahara are somehow connected to extraterrestrial beings. Under the manipulation of the United States, various conspiracy theories have proliferated. Many influencers in the U.S., recognizing the potential for engagement, have intensified their dissemination of these theories. Initially, Lin Feng regarded these conspiracies with disdain. Yet he was astounded to realize that when the number of the intellectually challenged reaches the billions, even the simplest of equations, such as 1 plus 1, must be perceived as equating to 3. The United States has even submitted a report to the United Nations, asserting that China's so-called dangerous weaponry should be scrutinized and regulated by the organization. Astonishingly, this rhetoric has garnered considerable support, leading to a sense of triumph among the U.S. representatives at the United Nations. They believed that China would be unable to withstand the pressure and would ultimately capitulate. The expectation was that if China were to present its weather platform to the United Nations, U.S. engineers would promptly initiate reverse engineering efforts, strive to develop a comprehensive system for the United States in the shortest possible time. To speak candidly, in the realm of technological and trade warfare, the Dragon Nation remains unyielding, bolstered by its formidable technological and industrial prowess. However, when it comes to public relations, the situation appears rather bleak. Not only does it struggle to effectively convey its own perspectives, but the channels of communication have also become riddled with infiltration. The notion posited by the United States has surprisingly ignited substantial debate within the Dragon Nation. Some internet personalities have even suggested that the Fengboy Yusher platform should be surrendered to the United Nations. This sentiment caught even Lin Feng off guard. His intention was merely to create something that would benefit all of humanity, yet he was met with such a plethora of misguided opinions. From the standpoint of public opinion, they are indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 120. The Dragon Nation's counterattack. In this critical moment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation took decisive action. They first imposed bans on a number of attention-seeking influencers who spread baseless claims for the sake of traffic, subsequently regulating various statements across the internet. Consequently, the online environment within the Dragon Nation became significantly more tranquil. However, such regulation only extends domestically and does not reach beyond its borders. Internationally, unfavorable comments about the Dragon Nation proliferate in abundance. Many progeny of the United States attack the Dragon Nation without any financial incentive, armed merely with their own motivations. They initially target the technological advancements of the Dragon Nation, accusing it of mere imitation, and then proceed to critique its societal structure, branding it as a malignancy within human society. These voices are amplified incessantly on social media platforms dominated by individuals from the United States, relentlessly pushed even to those with no interest in politics. If one were to heed the voices resonating across the internet, it would seem that the Dragon Nation's surrender of its meteorological platform is an inevitable conclusion. Should it fail to comply, the specter of global sanctions looms ominously. Meanwhile, the ugly nation revels in secret delight. If they could usurp the Dragon Nation's weather platform without a single skirmish, it would undoubtedly be heralded as the greatest triumph of the century. Thus, they are determined to intensify their efforts. The ugly nation has enlisted several Nobel laureates to publicly denounce such climate modification, asserting that it is fraught with peril. They deliberately obfuscate the concept of likelihood, incessantly emphasizing the dire consequences that could ensue should artificial climate intervention falter. Essentially, they imply that if this technology were to be developed by Chun-Hu, it would be impeccable from both humanitarian and safety perspectives. Conversely, if it were to originate from the Dragon Nation, it would be inherently flawed. Should there be no current issues, it is merely a matter of time before they surface, as problems are inevitable. This is undoubtedly a grave instance of double standards. While some friendly nations have come forth to support the Dragon Nation, their voices, within the context dominated by Europe and America, carry little weight. Should one raise their voice too loudly, Europe and America might swiftly impose silencing measures. The global discourse is, indeed, a chaotic cacophony. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remains undeterred. For he is a technologist, leaving the management of public relations and discourse to another specialized team. Moreover, he is currently contemplating a slight enhancement of the Fengboy Yushi platform, aiming to unveil a version 2.0, which is expected to yield even more favorable results. The data collected from the Sahara, along with the issues that have come to light, have significantly contributed to Lin Feng's and the entire platform's growth. However, Tianying finds it perplexing that Lin Feng remains so composed at this juncture. Does he not perceive the public sentiment outside? In response to Tianying's bewilderment, Lin Feng merely smiled and remarked, "We still have one final ace up our sleeve." Intrigued, Tianying inquired, "What other trump card do we possess? I am completely unaware." "Ah, you underestimate me," he replied. "Do share it quickly, don't keep me in suspense. You have no idea how anxious everyone is right now." Zhang Chu, observing the pair, couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was broad daylight, and here they were, brazenly displaying their affection, utterly devoid of public decency. Lin Feng soon rose to his feet, stating, "By tomorrow, you will all know, we are truly going all out this time." The following day, Longhua issued a declaration stating that any country requiring reasonable climate improvement would be barred from receiving international aid. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. In an instant, dozens of nations found themselves embroiled in a trending topic of monumental proportions. Even the Americans, despite their attempts to delete comments and impose silencing measures, were unable to contain the situation. Under such circumstances, silencing dissent would only exacerbate tensions with the public, leading to dire consequences. Instead, it would illuminate the repugnant hypocrisy of the United States for all to see. Lin Feng's unwavering confidence stems from his interactions with the local populace in the Sahara Desert. The gratitude expressed by these individuals towards Lin Feng is profound. They believe he has salvaged their lives and their nation. Such a gift, in their words, is a divine bestowal. There exists no nation in the world that could withstand the allure of such a blessing, regardless of the disparaging remarks that may have preceded it. Once Long Nation offers assistance, these countries swiftly transform into ardent supporters. Oh my, how delightful! Who does not yearn for an improved living environment? Once climate transformation is achieved, the world shall no longer suffer from extreme weather phenomena. Rain and heat can be judiciously allocated, eliminating the scourge of floods and droughts. Is this not the aspiration of humanity for millennia? Countless individuals have taken to social media to tag the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Long Nation, beseeching for the weather platform to initiate transformations in their own countries. This time, even the positions of certain European nations have exhibited marked flexibility. It is evident that they too are eager to obtain assistance with this technology to render the weather more controllable. Particularly, the nation often referred to as corrupt country, which endures incessant rain and damp chill throughout the year, would find it invaluable to transform their climate to that of a warm Mediterranean paradise. Allegedly, the Prime Minister of corrupt country has reached out to Long Nation, expressing a willingness to represent Western countries in this novel endeavor. During an interview, the Prime Minister articulated a favorable stance towards this initiative. Consequently, the once rampant conspiracy theories have been effortlessly dismantled. In the face of genuine national interests, how many can truly withstand temptation? The entire international community is currently in a state of tumult, and the manipulations by the unsightly nation have ceased to attract any attention. Regardless of their proclamations, they cannot overshadow the emergence of oases along the banks of the Nile. This is, indeed, the finest advertisement for the world. In the face of this, the denizens of the unsightly nation have become exceedingly anxious. However, no matter how frantic they become, they find themselves powerless in the face of the unfolding events. Their propaganda campaign has already crumbled under its own weight. It is rumored that the Dragon Nation is set to convene a global weather summit, with leaders from over 180 countries preparing to attend in person. The advantage has once again shifted to the side of the Dragon Nation. Lin Feng remains composed and unperturbed. "I have always told you not to worry excessively. The Fengbo Yushi platform is in our hands, a resource the unsightly nation lacks. No matter the schemes they contrive, zero can never transform into one. The Fengbo Yushi is akin to the trump card in a game of dodiju. Once it is played, the unsightly nation is bound to lose. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Chu rushed in from outside. Lin Feng, the Grand Leader has summoned you back to the capital. He mentioned there are important matters to discuss. Chapter 121. On the brink of receiving the Nobel Peace Prize, Lin Feng scratched his head, uncertain about what pressing issues the Grand Leader wished to address. Could it pertain to the Fengbo Yushe platform? If it involves a technical matter, that could be resolved with relative ease. Yet Lin Feng harbored concerns about other issues. Upon returning to the capital, he was greeted by Elder Tian. As the liaison for Lin Feng, Mr. Tian has ascended 2 ranks, yet he continues to personally serve in this capacity. While in the car, Mr. Tian cheerfully remarked, Lin Feng, the esteemed leader has a momentous piece of news for you. What news? Lin Feng inquired. Is it that the ugly nation is on the brink of division? Not quite. Though it is indeed quite good news. I shall refrain from revealing it for now. Let the esteemed leader share it with you in due course. Then, Mr. Tian deftly shifted the conversation, stating, Lin Feng, I have delivered good news to you. When shall you provide me with some in return? Are you referring to the Wind Master Rainmaster 2.0 project? Development is already on the agenda. I have delegated much of the work to Gao Xiong. If you wish to urge someone, it would be more effective to press him. That simply won't do. I must press you. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly. I understand. After all, I am the one in charge. However, what I wish to press you about is an entirely different matter. What is the nature of your relationship with Xiaoying? What do you mean? We are quite well together. We have never had any disputes. Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed as to why Mr. Tian posed such a question. By the way, have you considered personal matters? Lin Feng replied with curiosity. What do you mean by personal matters? I feel increasingly bewildered. Mr. Tian, overwhelmed by Lin Feng's obliviousness, candidly stated, I am, of course, referring to your relationship with Xiaoying. My relationship with Tian Ying is excellent. We have never quarreled. Well, old Tian said through gritted teeth, I will speak plainly. Have you ever considered marrying Xiaoying? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt run through him. Look at you, in such a state. Is the thought of marrying Xiaoying truly so daunting? Lin Feng then fixed his gaze upon old Tian and earnestly inquired. But I'm not handsome at all. Could Xiaoying possibly like me? Old Tian found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears, realizing that the thought process of this eminent scientist diverged greatly from that of an ordinary person. You have accomplished so many great feats. Even a single one of them could establish you as one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Kingdom. Are you truly unaware of this? You even have numerous female admirers online. Lin Feng was genuinely oblivious to this, as he rarely indulged in short videos. Old Tian continued, moreover, our Xiaoying is not so superficial. She would never judge a man solely by his appearance. A man's capabilities are paramount. Is that so? Lin Feng seemed to lapse into deep contemplation. Old Tian then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him, young man, put in more effort. The future belongs to you. After they alighted from the vehicle, they made their way to an ancient building. The high-ranking official was already awaiting Lin Feng's arrival. Upon meeting, the official first engaged in pleasantries before revealing an important matter. Just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Northern Europe had informed him over the phone that they intended to award the Nobel Peace Prize to Lin Feng. It remains uncertain whether Lin Feng is inclined to attend. When the high-ranking official expressed this sentiment, he anticipated that Lin Feng would be elated. Considering the global acclaim of the Nobel Prize, should Lin Feng be the recipient, he would become the youngest laureate in the history of the Nobel Prize. However, upon receiving this news, Lin Feng did not exhibit any considerable excitement. The truth is, this award is fundamentally a political accolade. Even the leader of the United States has been honored with it, simply because he refrained from commanding his military to wreak havoc across the globe. In a certain sense, accepting such an award could be perceived as a diminishment of one's moral standards. Furthermore, to be candid, Lin Feng's enthusiasm for accolades has waned. In the past, he viewed the actions of eminent scientists who declined awards or dismissed trophies as pretentious. Yet, upon reaching a comparable level of achievement, one may find themselves sharing similar sentiments. These awards hold little significance. Rather than squandering time appeasing bureaucrats and politicians, it would be far more prudent to devote oneself to research endeavors. Nevertheless, another official believes Lin Feng ought to accept this award. In recent years, the United States has relentlessly besmirched the reputation of the Dragon Nation online, resulting in considerable losses for the country. Regardless of the award's fairness, it remains one of the most prestigious accolades globally. If Lin Feng were to receive this honor, It would symbolize a tacit reconciliation between the Dragon Nation and the West, significantly enhancing the national image. Therefore, for the sake of both the nation and his own interests, it would be prudent for Lin Feng to accept this award. The conversation has reached this point, and even the two leaders have congratulated Lin Feng. So it is indeed time for him to consider attending the award ceremony. Lin Feng's significance to the Dragon Country is self-evident. Any unforeseen incident involving him at the ceremony would constitute an insurmountable loss. Consequently, the Dragon Country has devised several security plans that require Lin Feng's approval. Upon learning of Lin Feng's impending Nobel Prize achievement, Zhang Chu, Tian Ying, and Gao Xiang were overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Chu, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Lin Feng, my dear brother, who would have thought you would achieve such greatness? Haha, if I were to have a son, I could boast to him about Uncle Lin, a Nobel laureate." Meanwhile, Tian Ying was moved to tears of joy. Fully aware of the immense pressure Lin Feng had endured and the monumental challenges he had overcome to achieve these accolades, the technological advancements of the Dragon Country have now surpassed those of the United States. And it could be said that at least 80 to 90% of this success is attributed to Lin Feng's efforts. Gao Xiang, equally exhilarated, mentioned that he wished to take a photograph with the Nobel Prize once Lin Feng returned. The atmosphere among the entire team was one of jubilation. And as Elder Tian escorted Lin Feng back to the hotel, he maintained a constant smile. Lin Feng, however, remained silent, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Elder Tian thought to himself that Lin Feng must be quite excited. Once he returns with the award, Tian Ying would undoubtedly have no reason to refuse him anything. It is advisable for two individuals to settle matters promptly. While work holds significance, personal lifelong commitments are equally paramount, wouldn't you agree? However, old Tian has misjudged the situation once again. Lin Feng, having contained his curiosity throughout the journey, could no longer restrain himself upon alighting, and inquired, "Old Tian, is it true that I have many female admirers?" Chapter 122. A sojourn in Northern Europe. The moment Lin Feng's name appeared on the Nobel Prize nomination list, it ignited a tremendous uproar within the Western media landscape. Nearly every news outlet across the globe heralded this event on their front pages. Renowned media commentators even deemed it a landmark occurrence. Perhaps, from this day forth, reconciliation between the West and the Dragon Nation would commence. To speak candidly, the European nations have no direct conflicts of interest with the Dragon Nation. Rather, they have grown accustomed to aligning with the Ugly Nation. Whenever the Ugly Nation opposes something, they instinctively follow suit, irrespective of whether such opposition truly serves their interests. Now, the Western narrative has shifted dramatically, showering Lin Feng with accolades, particularly lauding the Fengboyusher platform and controllable nuclear fusion as the two most significant inventions in human history. This, in essence, is a calculated orchestration of public sentiment. Just 10 days prior, Lin Feng was portrayed as a malevolent scientist with yellow skin in the Western press. Today, he has been transformed into the savior of humanity. The change, of course, lies not within Lin Feng himself. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Ugly Nation are in a state of frenzy. In the pages of the Ugly Nation Times, it has been proclaimed that this marks the most tragic day in the annals of human technological history, as the Ugly Nation expresses profound sorrow and indignation over the decisions made by certain countries. Indeed, the media in the Ugly Nation appears to have succumbed to a frenzy of defamation against the Dragon Nation and Lin Feng. However, in light of their previous record of deception and duplicitous antics, many nations across the globe have begun to lose faith in the citizens of the Ugly Nation. More significantly, Lin Feng has shattered the myth surrounding the Ugly Nation. Previously, it was widely believed that the Ugly Nation possessed unparalleled technology and strength, standing as the epitome of power. Many were inclined to idolize and blindly follow this strongest entity, regardless of the malevolent deeds it perpetrated and the fabrications it propagated. These individuals resemble ignorant lambs trailing behind a lead sheep, never questioning the status quo. Yet, since the commencement of the World Individual Equipment Competition, Lin Feng has delivered a resounding blow to the Ugly Nation. The subsequent advancements in controlled nuclear fusion and meteorological platforms have proven so formidable that the Ugly Nation finds itself unable to even graze the periphery of such achievements. Currently, a significant portion of the global populace has experienced a profound shift in confidence regarding the Ugly Nation. Undoubtedly, the Westerners hold a deep admiration for the powerful. This time, Lin Feng is poised to step onto the Western stage as an undeniable paragon of strength. As for the sentiments within the Dragon Nation, they can only be described as jubilant celebration. Frankly, a considerable number of citizens in the Dragon Nation still subscribe to Western ideals, believing that Lin Feng's receipt of the Nobel Prize is a matter of immense pride and honor for their heritage. His scientific accomplishments have, without question, garnered recognition from across the globe. Some mainstream media in the country have extensively chronicled Lin Feng's achievements, subtly suggesting that with his prowess and accomplishments, he deserves not merely a single accolade, but multiple awards. However, such clamor bears little relevance to Lin Feng himself. Upon descending from his private jet, he was immediately received by the King of Northern Europe, followed by the Prime Minister and various ministers, all of whom awaited him with cheerful smiles amidst the chilly morning breeze. These venerable aristocrats of Northern Europe were eager to shake hands with Lin Feng. Major television networks across Europe provided comprehensive coverage of the event. Generally, such treatment is reserved for leaders of superpowers. Yet the name Lin Feng now signifies far more than can be encapsulated by the term scientist. Many perceive him as a beacon of hope for Asia, a source of pride for all people of Asian descent. Others regard Lin Feng as a harbinger of humanity's future, believing that, given his youth, he could indeed lead mankind into an interstellar era. Conversely, some view him as an adversary of freedom, labeling him as one of the world's most nefarious scientists. In fact, many in the United States have come to regard Lin Feng as the nation's greatest foe. He has garnered both adoration and animosity in equal measure. Whenever such a figure appears, no matter the venue, an unimaginable sensation ensues. After concluding his visit with the king and the prime minister, Lin Feng was prepared to return to his hotel for rest. However, outside the hotel, a throng exceeding 100,000 people had gathered. These Northern Europeans were eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng, a privilege that even rock stars seldom enjoy. The sheer number of people rendered it impossible for vehicles to reach the hotel parking lot. However, the one most troubled by this situation was undoubtedly Zhang Chu, who had taken on the role of the bodyguard, tasked with ensuring Lin Feng's safety. Surrounded by a throng of over 100,000, one could only speculate whether any assassins lurked among the crowd and where they might be concealed. In order to ascertain the situation, Zhang Chu activated the nanomech, which proceeded to conduct a thorough scan of the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius. As anticipated, the AI proved remarkably efficient, swiftly identifying 3 sniper positions. Additionally, several agents armed with firearms were found hidden within the masses. After signaling to his fellow officers, each of whom also activated their nanomechs, they ascended into the air. A wave of incredulous screams erupted from the surrounding crowd. To the ordinary onlooker, the officers donned in nanomechs appeared akin to superheroes from a cinematic universe. Soon after their ascent, the nanomech warriors swiftly apprehended all individuals bearing firearms from within the crowd. The snipers concealed on the rooftops were subsequently thrown into the snowy ground. These agents, intricately connected to a certain nation, lay bruised and battered, groaning in despair. Meanwhile, the nanomech warriors continued their aerial patrols, utilizing electronic optics and advanced AI to uncover further adversaries. In addition to Zhang Chu, these officers were among the elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, each exhibiting unparalleled individual prowess. Although their time learning and utilizing nanomechs has been brief, the extraordinary combat capabilities and advanced AI of the nanomechs have allowed them to adapt seamlessly. Throughout this process, Lin Feng remained motionless within the armored vehicle, which had been transported from the Dragon Nation and was originally the commander's transport. The Nordic side had previously offered to provide vehicles, yet the Dragon Nation swiftly declined without a second thought. Lin Feng's value is immeasurable, having become a symbolic totem for the Dragon Nation, while these Westerners remain perpetually untrustworthy. After eliminating all threats, the nanorobots, in conjunction with the Nordic National Guard, paved the way for Lin Feng, taking a full 3 hours before he could enter the hotel. Prior to his arrival, the military attaché and relevant personnel from the embassy had conducted a meticulous search. However, just before ascending to his room, Zhang Chu and others performed one final scan. Indeed, this scan yielded an unexpected discovery, a needle concealed within the hotel pillow, coated with a lethal chloride substance. Just a minuscule amount of this compound could prove fatal, and such a diminutive needle is exceedingly difficult to detect. Furthermore, it was uncovered that the hotel phone and vases were filled with an array of listening devices, transforming the space into what resembled an exhibition of surveillance equipment, an alarming revelation. These listening devices were left in the room, but would no longer be operational. The decision to maintain silence regarding this matter stemmed from a desire to avoid any undue embarrassment for either party. In the traditional customs of the Dragon Kingdom, when visiting others' homes, there is always an inclination to preserve the host's dignity. By the time Lin Feng ascended the staircase, the room had been meticulously tidied. Accompanying Lin Feng was the ambassador dispatched by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to this nation. In accordance with protocol, the ambassador had arranged several activities for Lin Feng, such as meetings with Chinese expatriates and interactions with local children. Zhang Chu had initially intended to veto these plans, as the insidious presence of spies and agents from the ugly nation, having thrived in Europe for many years, could be lurking in the shadows. Allowing Lin Feng to frequent public venues at such a perilous time would only expose him to potential danger. However, Lin Feng harbored his own convictions. His purpose for attending the awards ceremony was to bask in glory. The more illustrious his presence, the more discomfort it would inflict upon the ugly nation. To cower in fear and retreat after receiving an award would be akin to the actions of a thief, likely inviting ridicule from those nefarious individuals. More crucially, Lin Feng had unwavering faith in the capabilities of the nanomechanical armor, which could effortlessly detect contraband within a 5-kilometer radius. Should the ugly nation foolishly attempt a direct assault, their demise would be inevitable. Thus, clad in a sharply tailored suit and flanked by 5 nanomechanical warriors, Lin Feng stepped out of the hotel, inciting a fervor among the fair-haired Europeans. Many young individuals held aloft placards emblazoned with the pinion of his name, proclaiming Lin Feng, "We love you." Lin Feng could only shake his head in bemusement. As a researcher, he found it perplexing that he had unwittingly become the centerpiece of a fan meeting akin to that of a celebrity. It turns out that there are indeed numerous altruistic individuals in Northern Europe, some feigning their intentions for monetary gain, while others seek to attain a superficial sense of superiority. However, a fraction of these individuals genuinely aspires to create a better and fairer world. Even if this group constitutes merely 1/5 of the population, it represents a staggering figure within a nation. Lin Feng's innovative inventions have undeniably illuminated the potential for humanity to rescue itself and the planet in the eyes of these altruists. With controllable nuclear fusion, humanity could significantly reduce its reliance on the combustion of oil and natural gas, thereby addressing the issue of global warming. Furthermore, the extraction of oil and gas poses severe pollution challenges, which would also be mitigated, yielding substantial benefits for both ecological health and biodiversity. As for the Wind and Rain Master platform, its significance cannot be overstated. It is poised to be a formidable weapon in the battle against desertification, offering humanity an unparalleled solution in a short time frame. Standing at the entrance of the hotel, Lin Feng was met with an overwhelming reception. Numerous journalists captured the scene with fervent enthusiasm, as it seemed that never before had anyone garnered such acclaim. Once the articles were published, the name Lin Feng dominated the global media landscape, rendering any attempts by certain nations to suppress his popularity utterly futile. It is rumored that the leaders of those nations are quite displeased. Subsequently, Lin Feng, accompanied by the ambassador, met with the Chinese expatriates, who were filled with excitement. One girl even fainted from joy at the prospect of taking a photograph with him. On this blue planet, Lin Feng has emerged as the most renowned figure from the Dragon Kingdom. After meeting with the Chinese expatriates, he accompanied the ambassador to a local kindergarten. There, over 300 media reporters gathered, capturing Lin Feng with fervent enthusiasm. The incessant flicker of camera flashes rendered Lin Feng's surroundings a blinding white blur. Yet he maintained an air of composure. The children, innocent and untainted by ulterior motives, posed an array of questions that only young minds could conceive. Beyond the barricade, the reporters continued to document Lin Feng's every move with their cameras. Within a single day, Lin Feng dominated the trending topics, with news of him soaring to the top of charts in over 190 countries. This left the detractors in utter disarray. They could scarcely have envisioned that despite their relentless efforts to diminish Lin Feng's popularity, his acclaim surged to such staggering heights. Had they not attempted to suppress him, Lin Feng might have already ascended to the status of the world's foremost internet celebrity, effortlessly amassing billions of followers. The magnitude of his influence was such that a mere utterance from him could potentially sway the allegiance of the youth in their nation. However, the detractors were not to be underestimated. They resorted to slander and character assassination. Yet, such tactics often yield the most significant impact when first employed, diminishing in efficacy with each subsequent attempt. Moreover, numerous so-called scandalous rumors have been debunked by Lin Feng's fans across Africa, the Middle East, South America, and even North America. Lin Feng himself remains oblivious to the formidable popularity he possesses within the entire North American Engineering Association. Naturally, such a claim is not something anyone would dare to publicly acknowledge, especially given the current geopolitical tensions between the Ugly Nation and the Dragon Nation, which have yet to reach a resolution. In addition to Lin Feng, several nanomech warriors have also captured significant attention. These nanomech warriors not only possess immense strength but also the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, garnering immense popularity among the youth in Europe and America. Truth be told, Lin Feng executed today's battle with remarkable finesse, effectively projecting a positive image of the Dragon Nation. Typically, he pays little heed to the clamor online. After a long day, he found himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed. After enduring a 17-hour flight followed by a relentless schedule, coupled with the struggle of adjusting to the time difference, the toll on him was undeniably substantial. Tomorrow, he is scheduled to rest, yet it is rumored that a banquet has already been arranged by the king. The awards ceremony is set for the day after tomorrow. Although it is claimed that the Nobel Prize will announce its winners on site, this is, of course, a ruse. Those in the know can invariably glean the results through various channels beforehand. Chapter 124. The Ugly Nation takes action. The decision to award Lin Feng a peace prize rather than a natural science accolade merely underscores the insincerity of the Westerners' intentions. Lin Feng felt parched and rose to pour himself a cup of hot water, drawing back the curtains. Below, amidst the chilly winds of northern Europe, journalists were still stationed, awaiting developments. Moreover, there were numerous fans eager for Lin Feng's autograph. To be honest, Lin Feng himself found it perplexing. Zhangchu, am I really that famous? Of course, you've never ventured online, so you remain oblivious to many things. However, I advise you against browsing the internet casually, as much of it is illusory, and I fear you may lose your grip on reality. Nonsense, Lin Feng muttered. I thought Western nations would be quite hostile towards us. In truth, these Caucasians are not fools. They are well aware of who contributes positively to humanity, yet their pride prevents them from acknowledging it. Nonetheless, Lin Feng, if you manage to secure a few more prestigious global awards, those Westerners will have no choice but to recognize your achievements. Winning awards is certainly not Lin Feng's primary motivation. However, if his accolades could inspire more children to pursue scientific endeavors and view him as a benchmark to surpass, that would indeed be quite gratifying. The day of the Nobel Prize ceremony was a dazzling affair, graced by luminaries not only from Northern Europe but from all corners of the continent. It was rumored that a single invitation to the ceremony had skyrocketed to a staggering price of €1 million on the black market. The fervent enthusiasm displayed by the European elite is undoubtedly driven by their desire to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng, a man who is currently regarded as the pinnacle of human intellect. In preparation for this evening's awards ceremony, Zhang Chu and 4 other nanomech warriors have long been on high alert. While still in their homeland, they meticulously reviewed past ceremonies and conducted a reconnaissance of the venue just yesterday. They must ensure Lin Feng's absolute safety. As this is not merely their duty, but also a profound responsibility, there are over 1 billion pairs of eyes from their nation focused on this event. Any lapse in Lin Feng's security would leave them unable to provide an explanation to the people of their country. Zhang Chu, along with the nanomech warriors, moved with a commanding presence, encircling Lin Feng to shield him. They traversed the lengthy red carpet directly toward their seats. Generally, bodyguards are not permitted on the red carpet, yet rules can be flexible depending on the circumstances. Prior to their departure, arrangements had been made for the security to be solely under their purview. As Lin Feng made his grand entrance into the venue, the air was instantly filled with applause and cheers. Numerous women of Caucasian descent widened their azure eyes, eager for a chance to approach this man named Lin Feng. For these women, the East often connotes a sense of mystery. Given the opportunity, they would not shy away from engaging with this enigmatic and formidable man from the East. Perhaps due to his prior experience with his immense popularity, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed this time, casually walking to the king's side. After exchanging a handshake with the monarch, he took his seat. The 3 Nordic countries each possess a royal family, and now all 3 kings have made their appearances. Even if the leaders of other major European nations could not attend in person, they have dispatched significant envoys. The award ceremony this evening is undoubtedly a highly anticipated event. Everyone is aware that a man named Lin Feng from China has come to receive his first Nobel Prize. Throughout his career, he may encounter more opportunities akin to tonight's momentous occasion. Several nanomech warriors stand vigilantly by Lin Feng's side, continuously scanning the venue to eliminate any potential threats. The host soon takes the stage to warm up the audience, but Lin Feng is not particularly invested in the Western discourse unfolding before him. The sole discomfort he experiences arises from the incessant presence of more than 3 cameras trained on his face, capturing every subtle shift in his expression. Frankly, this sensation is rather unsettling, as it is challenging for an individual to maintain a consistent FAA for an extended period, which can be quite exhausting. Lin Feng can only strive to keep his face impassive, attempting to conceal his emotions. One by one, numerous award recipients have ascended the stage to accept their honors. Finally, the presenter announces Lin Feng's name. As he rises, the audience erupts into thunderous applause. Dressed in a tailored tailcoat for the occasion, he approaches the stage where a female presenter naturally embraces him, bestowing 2 kisses on his cheek. Lin Feng finds himself unaccustomed to the Western custom of cheek kissing, leaving him feeling rather anxious. The next phase entails delivering the award speech. Lin Feng held his small trophy aloft, his initial remarks devoid of anything extraordinary, merely expressing gratitude to his parents and his country. After offering his thanks, he deftly shifted the conversation, revealing that he had several exciting inventions brewing in his mind, which he anticipated would soon be unveiled to the public within the next few years. Upon concluding his speech, a wave of curiosity swept through the award ceremony, captivating not just the audience present, but also those watching from their televisions and computers. What remarkable surprises would Lin Feng bring to the world next? While Lin Feng delivered his address, Zhang Chu remained steadfastly at the foot of the stage, not a moment's relaxation in his vigilance. His scans revealed no anomalies. Just when they believed everything was proceeding smoothly, a sudden wave of cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. He glanced at the trophy in his hand, which he had initially thought felt slick due to the perspiration of the presenter. It now appeared more likely that it harbored a chemical substance that could be absorbed through the skin. Despite their meticulous planning, Zhang Chu and the others had never anticipated that someone would tamper with the trophy. In an instant, Lin Feng collapsed on stage, the trophy slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. The live broadcast to the entire world abruptly ceased at this moment, leaving at least 100 million viewers in the Dragon Country awake, anxiously witnessing Lin Feng's crowning moment. Upon witnessing this scene unfold, nearly every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom was gripped by an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fervently eager to discover what would transpire next. Yet, the disrupted signal remained irretrievable. Soon, individuals began posting online, expressing their deep concern for Lin Feng. The occurrence of such a severe broadcasting incident during a moment of global significance was, in itself, an utterly unreasonable affair. Chapter 125. The frantic actions of the ugly nation. Internet users worldwide were inquiring about the status of the Nobel Prize ceremony. Not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in developing nations across the globe, Lin Feng's name had risen to the forefront. In an instant, the world was aflame with curiosity regarding the events unfolding at the ceremony. Meanwhile, at the ceremony venue, Zhang Chu and 4 other nanomech warriors reacted with remarkable speed. They soared toward Lin Feng, determined to secure his safety at the earliest opportunity. However, a massive lead box descended from above, severing the connection between them and Lin Feng. The lead material absorbed exploratory waves, rendering them unaware of the ambush that had long been set. It appeared that the inhabitants of the ugly nation had indeed invested significantly, deploying such a formidable contraption. As the lead box opened, a pallid and ailing-looking Caucasian man emerged, piloting a colossal mech before the astonished crowd. The mere sight of this mech led Zhang Chu to the grim realization that it was the ugly nation that had intervened. No one among the Western powers, apart from the ugly nation, possessed the capability to manipulate a mech to such an extraordinary degree. The mech is not only equipped with a high-velocity machine gun, but also possesses a close combat laser blade. Its 8 arms dance through the air, delivering an immense force of impact. The combat prowess of this mech far surpasses that of the diminutive 8-armed Neza. With the aid of a sophisticated chip, each bullet can accurately strike the enemy, even preemptively scanning their trajectory. Zhang Chu takes the lead, enduring a relentless barrage of gunfire with an extraordinarily powerful energy field that absorbs the onslaught of bullets. The resounding thuds echo continuously, while the sky is illuminated with fierce sparks. The other 4 nanomech warriors seize the opportunity to reclaim Lin Feng. Yet the stage erupts in violent explosions as a massive lead box collapses. The audience, gripped by panic, screams, and flees in terror. The nanomech warriors activate their energy fields, risking the destruction of their own machines to retrieve Lin Feng. If Lin Feng were to be taken by the hostile nation, they would be at a loss on how to explain it to their homeland. However, what no one anticipated was that the mysterious mech within the lead box suddenly emanated a crimson glow, and the white man piloting it erupted into maniacal laughter. To everyone's shock, the mech he was operating self-destructed. It turns out these adversaries had been acutely aware from the outset that their mech stood no chance against the nanomechs, thus preemptively rigging it with high-yield explosives. The resulting explosion unleashed a tremendous force that obliterated the roof of the entire venue. Even residences 10 kilometers away experienced shattered windows from the shockwave. The shockwave rendered many individuals unconscious in an instant. Zhang Chu and his companions were also swept away by the force, and while they managed to rise quickly, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. Within the darkened venue, the air was filled with anguished cries. The once immaculate stage had transformed into a vast pit. Had Lin Feng remained in that very spot, his fate would have been dire. The sheer power of such a terrifying explosion could not possibly be withstood by mere flesh and blood. Zhang Chu, not only Lin Feng's security officer but also his close friend, was consumed by a torrent of self-reproach in that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, a nanomech warrior ascended, shattering debris with a single punch and uncovering a lead box. Beneath the shattered stage lay a deep and dark tunnel. "Captain, could it be that Lin Gong has been relocated?" Zhang Chu gritted his teeth and declared, "Pursue." This was his final glimmer of hope. He boldly plunged into the shadowy passageway. However, he had scarcely flown 10 meters when a more violent explosion erupted from the tunnel's end. The flames and shockwave engulfed the nanomech in an instant. Zhang Chu found himself buried beneath the enormous rubble. By the time he pushed aside the vast steel structure and regained his footing, 10 seconds had already elapsed. Such an assault could prove fatal for other mechs. Yet it posed no threat to the nanomech at all. Lin Feng emerged unscathed, his spirits as buoyant as ever, but his mind was overwhelmed with regret. Had I known, I would have ensured that Lin Feng donned a suit of nanomechanical armor for the awards ceremony. With the protection of nanomechanical armor, one would truly be invulnerable. Yet, here we are, having fallen prey to those despicable individuals from the opposing nation. Warning, warning. The degree of damage to the mech has reached 50. Please remain calm, pilot. Warning, warning. The pilot's heart rate has exceeded 180, and adrenaline levels are soaring. Please maintain composure. Zhang Chu struck the air with a fierce punch, his expression a portrait of utmost indignation. It could be said that he had never felt such humiliation throughout his life. Now, the only thing he could do was pray for Lin Feng's safety, hoping fervently that he was still alive. Alas, how could he explain this to Elder Tian and Tianing? He had promised to safeguard Lin Feng's well-being. Oh, Zhang Chu was consumed with a murderous intent. He soared into the sky, seeking to locate any potential exits of this underground passage. However, after surveying the area, he found nothing of significance. It appeared that those wretched individuals had truly pushed the situation to its limits. Meanwhile, other nanomechanical warriors had already dispersed in various directions, scanning every suspicious target. No one wished for anything to happen to Lin Feng. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly result in an insurmountable loss for the Dragon Nation. Unbeknownst to the global audience, an array of terrifying events had transpired in the span of mere minutes. Many still believed it was merely a malfunction of the broadcasting satellite, patiently awaiting the moment when the live feed would resume. Merely by observing the extent of the venue's damage, one can surmise that the casualties may surpass 1,000. These are all esteemed old aristocrats of Europe. The actions of those despicable individuals are nothing short of madness. In their frenzy, they even slay their own allies. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gradually regained his senses. Although he still lacked any strength, he was able to survey his surroundings. He had been relocated by several masked agents to a van, which sped along a river towards the outskirts of the city. The female agent in the front seat seemed to notice that Lin Feng had awakened. She excitedly removed her hood and meticulously arranged her golden locks before giving him a thumbs up. "Your willpower is commendable. We administered fentanyl to you, a sedative potent enough to lull even an elephant to sleep. Fentanyl is a controlled narcotic typically employed in major surgeries. Direct skin contact with fentanyl is exceedingly perilous. It could trigger shock and even death at any moment. Everything is fine now. Lin Feng, you now belong to our nation." Chapter 126. The world is outraged as the horrific scenes from the live broadcast were transmitted across the globe, a wave of shock enveloped the world. No one could have anticipated that such reckless abandon would be exhibited by those individuals. This was no longer merely an affront, but a humiliating trampling of European dignity. Thrust into a pit of filth, the king of the Nordic region suffered a grievous injury, losing a leg in the assault, which left his condition critically severe. The death toll has tragically exceeded 300, with nearly every individual sustaining injuries. It is imperative to recognize that these victims belong to the elite strata of European society. Their demise carries a distinctly different weight compared to that of ordinary citizens. Such an attack unequivocally qualifies as an act of terrorism, an abhorrent behavior that the world cannot condone. The white aristocrats of Europe were nearly driven to a frenzy, having previously believed themselves to be allies standing shoulder to shoulder with the nation deemed less favorable. However, this incident starkly revealed their status as mere tools, inferior even to a backup option in the eyes of that nation. Frankly, this conduct can be characterized as an act of war by one sovereign state against another. It is only due to the overwhelming dominance of that nation on the global stage that it dares to act with such impunity. Had another country engaged in similar behavior, the entirety of Europe would likely have declared war immediately. Moreover, it is crucial to understand that the support offered by that nation to Europe over the years has fostered a cadre of loyalists within the continent. These individuals, often referred to disparagingly, currently hold significant positions of power in Europe. They are now fervently striving to prevent a complete rupture between Europe and that nation. However, in the face of overwhelming public sentiment, it seems that the influence of these politicians may falter. The following day, this attack dominated headlines across global news outlets. To describe the reaction as sensational would not be an exaggeration. It eclipsed the fervor surrounding the events of September 11th. The media, of course, emphasized a particular aspect of this incident. This time, the unidentified armed forces were evidently targeting Lin Feng, and the remnants of the battle at the scene point unmistakably towards the ugly nation. The sentiment within the Dragon Nation has reached an unprecedented fervor. To be candid, it has been many years since the Dragon Nation has endured such profound humiliation since its rise. The nation's foremost scientist, Lin Feng, was brazenly attacked by citizens of the ugly nation in such a manner. It is safe to say that these individuals from the ugly nation have truly become lawless. Outrage erupted across the homeland. Given the extensive destruction at the scene, Lin Feng, who has gone missing, is naturally presumed to be in grave danger. Online, any previous influencers who had praised the ugly nation, as well as those who had adopted a mocking tone toward their own country, faced immediate retribution. A petition circulated online garnered an astonishing 70 million likes. The entirety of the Dragon Nation displayed immense and unparalleled anger. Initially, the Little Pickles published several sarcastic articles mocking the Dragon Nation. However, upon sensing the overwhelming fury of the Dragon Nation, they hastily retracted those articles. Should the Dragon Nation truly unleash its wrath, a confrontation with the ugly nation could unveil many uncertainties. Yet, it is undeniably certain that subduing these laughable little pickles would pose no challenge. The entire Dragon Nation now stands united, fervently seeking vengeance. Reports indicate that numerous young individuals across the country are petitioning to enlist voluntarily in the Dragon Nation's military. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation have not relinquished even the slightest hope, yearning to see the living or, at the very least, the remains of the deceased. Even if there remains but a single % of hope, we must never relent. We shall strive to rescue Lin Feng. Given Lin Feng's current popularity in Longhua and throughout the world, a wave of opposition against the ugly nation has surged forth globally. Major cities across the globe have rallied in support of Lin Feng and in solidarity with Longhua. It is evident that the world has suffered under the tyranny of the ugly nation for far too long. This nation, emboldened by its unparalleled military might, has acted with impunity on the international stage, demonstrating an utter disregard for established norms. Even the Western allies of the ugly nation have never regarded them with the dignity accorded to fellow nations, let alone countries like Longhua. Even within the borders of the ugly nation, many have taken to the streets in the capital, protesting against its own imperialistic policies. The approval rating of the supreme leader has plummeted from 36 to a mere 6. Aside from the die-hard faction willing to risk nuclear conflict with Longhua, there are hardly any rational supporters left. It is clear that the ugly nation has incited widespread ire, violating the fundamental principles of international relations, thus drawing global condemnation. In the face of this unprecedented uproar, the ugly nation has shown signs of trepidation. The director of the ugly nation CIA hastily convened 5 press conferences to issue clarifications. In an astonishing display of audacity, he claimed that this incident bears no relation to their nation. When a reporter inquired about the mech debris discovered at the scene, which contained numerous advanced technologies unique to the ugly nation, and pointed out that footage of the mech's testing had resurfaced from 2 years ago in Nidawa, he maintained that the mech had long been stolen by an unknown armed group. The director of the CIA from the United States reportedly made such shameless remarks. The most advanced mecha of the United States, under the stringent protection of the Department of Defense, was astonishingly stolen by a group of thieves. Such an occurrence is beyond belief. The journalists present were utterly bewildered. Yet, politicians from the United States display an unparalleled audacity, fabricating lies with their eyes wide open. They even claim to express sympathy towards the Dragon Nation, asserting that if necessary, the Supreme Leader of the United States would personally clarify the situation to the Dragon Nation. This incited overwhelming outrage throughout the Dragon Nation. The audacity of these Americans is truly staggering. They imply that they will simply deny any wrongdoing, leaving others powerless to act against them. Naturally, the brazen attitude of the United States has provoked significant backlash on the international stage. People around the globe are engaging in massive protests against the United States. At this juncture, should the Dragon Nation decide to engage in direct conflict with the United States, it could be argued that they have substantial justification. At least within the global context, they would garner numerous supporters. However, it must be noted that the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation have exhibited remarkable restraint during this time. Until the fate of Lin Feng is confirmed, the Dragon Nation will not readily resort to war. If the 2 major powers on Blue Star were to engage in open conflict, the resulting devastation would be catastrophic, with casualties reaching into the millions. Moreover, for the Dragon Nation, the paramount concern remains the determination of Lin Feng's survival. At this moment, Lin Feng has been abducted to a secret base in the primordial tundra of northern Europe. As the light shines upon Lin Feng's face, he finally awakens from his unconscious state, only to find 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed agents seated across from him. Chapter 127. The 3 most powerful agents of the Dragon Kingdom. Once these 2 blonde agents spoke, they communicated in impeccable Mandarin. Lin Feng, you presently face 2 alternatives. The first is to obediently heed our instructions, collaborate with us sincerely, and in return, you shall be granted the opportunity to reunite with her. One of the agents produced a photograph of Tian Ying, followed by images of Lin Feng's parents. Where did you acquire these photographs? Lin Feng inquired, astonished. With an air of arrogance, they gazed at him and replied, we have been monitoring you for quite some time, meticulously devising a plan for your capture. Your consistent presence within Huaxia has made it challenging for us to find a suitable moment to act. We had almost resolved to abandon our pursuit, yet unexpectedly, you chose to leave Huaxia. Lin Feng, you have inadvertently afforded us this opportunity. The 2 agents appeared exceedingly pleased. Clearly, capturing Lin Feng would mark the pinnacle of their careers. Mr. Lin Feng, we have outlined the first option. Now, let us proceed to the second. We shall employ the most brutal methods known worldwide to torment you until you are willing to divulge the designs and concepts of Fengbo Yushi nanomachines and those advanced technological apparatuses. Should you choose option 1, you would become the preeminent scientist in the entirety of the ugly nation. What the Dragon Nation can offer you, we can provide in double, be it research funding or your personal remuneration. We could even procure an island for you and grant you the opportunity for private vacations via a chartered jet 4 times a year. The ambition of the ugly nation, undoubtedly, surpasses that of the Dragon Nation. To be frank, working amidst the desolate expanse of the Lop Nergobi Desert inevitably engenders a sense of social disconnection and profound solitude. However, Lin Feng, after all, is a native son of the Dragon Nation. His love for his homeland is beyond the comprehension of these individuals from the ugly nation. Thus, Lin Feng smiled. Had it been merely about financial gain, I could have established my own company long ago and amassed wealth through patent royalties, yet there is no necessity for that. Do you know why? The 2 agents across from him were equally intrigued by Lin Feng's extraordinary journey, genuinely wishing to grasp the thoughts of the man hailed as the most intelligent on earth. Because I harbor no interest in money, Lin Feng declared earnestly, and they listened intently, though they soon found it impossible to contain their reactions. To be candid, they had encountered many pretentious individuals. Yet witnessing such grandiosity was a novel experience. Mr. Lin Feng, your feelings towards money are irrelevant, rest assured. The offerings we provide from the ugly nation are tenfold superior to those of the dragon nation. You shall never regret joining us. When the time comes, your achievements will be enjoyed by all of humanity. Lin Feng could no longer bear to listen. The enjoyment you speak of is predicated upon the chaos wrought by rampant warfare in the Middle East, followed by the reckless cultivation of opium in the region. Is it not? Your CIA has been deeply entwined with South American drug lords since the 1970s, has it not? Not only do you propagate drugs across the globe, but what astounds me even more is that you concentrate these narcotics for distribution within your own borders. Why is that? Do you not harbor any sense of patriotism? As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I find it utterly incomprehensible. Every individual from my nation abhors drugs with a profound disdain. You wage war in the Balkans of Europe, in the Indo-Chinese peninsula of Asia, and on the Korean peninsula of Northeast Asia. Lin Feng stated coldly, if my scientific advancements are merely intended to sustain a decaying empire and an exalted position of exploitation, then I would rather toil in a factory tightening screws, for at least it would not inflict significant harm upon this world. If this world truly harbors a so-called cancer, I believe your nation embodies the tumor and cancer of humanity. Firstly, I will not betray my homeland, just as you would not betray your own. Furthermore, I may possess a greater sense of conscience than you do. I aspire for my inventions to benefit humanity, rather than being employed in senseless slaughter. The two agents stared at Lin Feng, utterly at a loss for how to counter his assertions, for what he spoke was nearly all the truth. They incite wars, carry out assassinations, engage in kidnappings, impose house arrests, and undertake various illegal activities across the globe, inflicting endless suffering upon the world. Mr. Lin Feng, although your assertions hold truth, it is regrettable that we are not here to receive your lectures. What I require from you now is a definitive answer. Will you cooperate with us or not? As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a pitch-black handgun from the table. The weapon was loaded in his hand, though not aimed directly at Lin Feng. It nonetheless exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In the face of a genuine threat to life, to claim one feels no fear or distress would be a deceit. Yet, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was due to his familiarity with high-stakes situations. He did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled and said, all the information resides within my mind. If you kill me or poison me to impair my faculties, you will ultimately gain nothing. He continued, there is one more thing I wish to convey to you. The agent raised the handgun in a gesture of invitation. My dear brother, Zhang Chu, is likely frantically searching for my whereabouts. Should he find you, your lives will be forfeit. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, both agents from the rival nation erupted into laughter. They were well aware of the formidable capabilities of the nanomachines, yet they were also cognizant that they were now 500 kilometers away from the site of the abduction. Already in another country. Even within their own ranks, no more than 7 individuals were privy to this information. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, the leadership has finally reached a pivotal decision to assemble an exceptional team tasked with the rescue of Lin Feng. This elite squad comprises 3 individuals, each a paragon of genius, endowed with the capability to operate independently. By harnessing the collective strength of these 3 prodigies, it is conceivable that they could facilitate Lin Feng's salvation. Elder Tian conveyed this news to Tian Ying, who had been wandering through a haze of despair, as if her spirit had vacated her corporeal form. Even upon receiving this information, Tian Ying exhibited no discernible change. Her gaze remained distant and detached. Nevertheless, Elder Tian reassured her, Little Ying, is Lin Feng not safe for now? Moreover, the 3 operatives dispatched by the organization are the most formidable agents in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Elder Tian spoke with conviction. For indeed these 3 individuals are not only the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, but also rank among the elite globally. They are the unbeatable Long Chung from Furniture City, the nuclear-grade Yin Dan Ying, and the distinguished Detective Qin Feng. Chapter 128. An inconceivable discovery. These 3 premier agents of the Dragon Kingdom departed for Northern Europe, where they promptly rendezvoused with Zhang Chu. Together, they commenced their investigation on site. To be candid, Zhang Chu felt utterly helpless, despite his relentless efforts. He had yet to uncover a single clue. He was consumed with self-reproach, wishing he could single-handedly pilot a plane to obliterate the Pentagon of the ugly nation, compelling them to surrender Lin Feng. He had scoured the scene multiple times, yet not even a fragment of Lin Feng's clothing had been discovered. He deduced that Lin Feng was likely not dead, but rather had been abducted. After conducting an on-site investigation for a period, Lin Feng arrived at a conclusion similar to that of Zhang Chu. Although several days had elapsed and the scene had undergone numerous changes, Lin Feng commenced his search at the location. Zhang Chu could not help but shake his head, remarking, "We have scanned every inch of this land using AI. If there were any discoveries, we would have unearthed them by now." He believed that no matter how astute a person's vision might be, it could not rival that of AI, especially that of a nanomecha AI. Despite having heard of Lin Feng's illustrious reputation and recognizing his remarkable capabilities, Zhang Chu was astonished when, after circling the area several times, Lin Feng indeed made a find. At the entrance of the collapsed tunnel, he discovered a needle. This needle, dark and unremarkable, was hardly noticeable even when grasped with tweezers. Zhang Chu felt a surge of curiosity. What made this needle so unique? Was it not an ordinary needle? Long Cheng, standing nearby, echoed this sentiment. Lin Feng then instructed Zhang Chu to warp the needle into any shape he desired, utilizing the full strength of the nanomecha without any reservations. The power of the nanomecha was unparalleled globally. Using it to bend a needle seemed akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, Zhang Chu proceeded to comply. Initially, he anticipated some difficulty, but once he began, he discovered that it was far simpler than he had envisioned. This needle appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary one. He effortlessly twisted it into a small lump of metal and then returned it to Lin Feng's hand. However, to Zhang Chu's astonishment, this shapeless needle, within mere seconds, transformed autonomously, swiftly reverting to its original form. What sorcery is this? Not sorcery, but memory metal. If I recall correctly, this substance is typically found in the intelligence centers of a certain nation, utilized for handling peculiar documents, the kind that vanish after perusal. At this moment, the usually stoic Yin Danning spoke up. This nation has 3 major intelligence centers in Europe. If there are any clues, they will surely be in the Nordic Intelligence Center. Long Cheng chimed in with a grin. Why not pay a visit? It could lead to remarkable discoveries. Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Without nanomechs and just 3 individuals, was this not perilously reckless? Yet Yin Danning replied, "It is precisely because we lack nanomechs that we can maneuver discreetly. The Nordic Intelligence Center is situated beneath the embassy. Should you intervene, it would undoubtedly be deemed an act of war. However, we are free agents. Even if trouble arises, we would not be considered citizens of the Dragon Nation." At this, Zhang Chu felt a surge of respect. "This matter shall be entrusted to you. Should there be a need for external fire support or any other form of technical assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Lin Feng is a dear brother of mine, and I cannot simply stand by while he faces peril." Long Cheng asserted, "Lin Feng is also one of the most vital scientists of our nation, Longhua. Zhang Chu, rest assured. As long as the 3 of us join forces, we shall undoubtedly accomplish our mission flawlessly." Zhang Chu's countenance was exceedingly serious. He recognized that at this juncture, the only option was to place his trust in his comrades from Longhua. Yin Danning, a lone wolf agent of Longhua, has long been engaged in overseas missions, possessing exceptional marksmanship and combat skills that are nothing short of extraordinary. More importantly, he has established connections with various underground factions. He can even acquire the layout of the embassy of the rogue nation in Northern Europe. With this blueprint in hand, the operation would become significantly more manageable. The embassy itself consists of 7 floors above ground, with an additional 3 levels below. The above-ground sections function as a conventional embassy, while the subterranean levels belong to the CIA's independent realm. Approximately 40% of the CIA's espionage activities in Europe converge at this location. Thus, capturing this site would unveil much of the rogue nation's arrangements in Europe. However, an underlying concern remains unaddressed. The rogue nation's abduction of Lin Feng is an audacious act that defies all moral boundaries. It is possible that the operation itself will leave no tangible documents or electronic records behind. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke up, expressing his unwavering confidence that if even the slightest trace was left behind by the despicable nation, he would undoubtedly uncover it, given a modicum of time. The 3 elite operatives from the Dragon Kingdom brimmed with resolute assurance, a conviction derived from their illustrious history of unbroken victories. At the stroke of midnight, the operation was set to commence with precision. For the past 2 days, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the circumstances beyond his confinement. Though he could surmise that the outside world was likely in an uproar, the agents of the despicable nation were undoubtedly experiencing their own share of discomfort. Based on Lin Feng's assessments, he surmised that he was most likely ensconced in a basement, as he noticed an exhaust fan positioned high on his right. The duration of his imprisonment remained a mystery, for the lights in the room had been blaring intensely since his arrival. This was a tactic of attrition. Under such glaring illumination, restful slumber was nearly impossible. Furthermore, deprived of sunlight, he could not discern whether it was day or night, leading to a significant disruption in his body's hormonal balance over the course of mere days. This phenomenon elucidates why depression is so prevalent in Northern Europe, where sunlight may not grace the sky until 10 in the morning and darkness descends shortly after 3 in the afternoon during winter months. Currently, Lin Feng's condition remained relatively stable, although the agents from the despicable nation had threatened to employ torture. They were cautious not to inflict irreversible damage to his mind or provoke undue psychological strain. Ultimately, capturing Lin Feng would be futile if he were left incapacitated. Thus, they resolved to adopt a strategy of prolonged confinement. In this dimly lit chamber, the previous record was a prisoner succumbing to complete mental breakdown after 79 days. They could only anticipate that the moment Lin Feng's psyche shattered, he would inevitably seek the aid of these grotesque individuals from the ugly nation. Chapter 129. A successful infiltration. The embassy of the ugly nation is, of course, fortified with stringent security measures. To stealthily infiltrate an establishment equipped with hundreds of surveillance cameras is nearly an insurmountable task. Yet today, this endeavor was set to unfold right beneath the watchful eyes of the embassy's night staff. Under the control of Zhang Chu, a swarm of nanobots gradually infiltrated the embassy of the ugly nation. These nanobots were so minuscule that detection was virtually impossible. Clad in nanotech armor, Zhang Chu could command these nanobots to operate briefly within a 200-meter radius for a duration of 10 minutes. Previously, Zhang Chu had lamented to Lin Feng that this feature seemed rather superfluous. However, Lin Feng had countered that it was invaluable for covert operations. The nanobots could breach the adversary's surveillance system, allowing the enemy to witness footage from 10 to 15 minutes prior. Once the AI voice confirmed that the nanobots had fully infiltrated the surveillance system, Lin Feng signaled an OK gesture to Long Cheng beside him. Long Cheng then executed a deft maneuver, descending with the ease of a performer from a height of 4 stories, utilizing flagpoles to facilitate his descent. He approached the rear of the ugly nation's embassy, and with a series of agile movements, effortlessly scaled the 4 to 5 meter high wall, leaving Zhang Chu in awe of his acrobatics. Zhang Chu initially believed his physical prowess and skills were commendable. However, in comparison to Long Cheng, he realized they were of an entirely different caliber. After Long Cheng deftly entered, within a mere minute, he had incapacitated 5 armed guards. He then strode confidently to the embassy's entrance and swung open the tightly secured iron gate. Outside, Yan Danying and Qin Feng promptly followed him inside. At this juncture, Zhang Chu could merely serve as an external technical support, essentially acting as a lookout. His nanomachines were far too conspicuous. Should he appear within the confines of the U.S. embassy, it would undoubtedly cause significant complications. Zhang Chu could only hope that these 3 elite operatives would uncover some clues to rescue Lin Feng. Most of the embassy staff had already clocked out, and the security personnel were largely ensconced in front of their monitors, viewing footage from 10 minutes prior, thereby oblivious to the passage of the 3 formidable operatives from Longhua. A notable complication lay in the embassy's subterranean section, where access to the intelligence center required a special elevator that necessitated an iris scan. Yet, this posed no challenge for Yan Danying, who produced a specially prepared polymer sticker and affixed it to his eye. The iris scan yielded a swift result: clear. Subsequently, the elevator doors opened, with Long Cheng being the first to step inside, waving cheerfully at his 2 companions. Notably, the surveillance system of the intelligence center was entirely separate from that of the embassy above. From the moment Long Cheng stepped into the elevator, he had unwittingly revealed his whereabouts. Indeed, when the elevator came to a halt on the -2 level and the doors slid open, 4 armed agents stood waiting outside. However, as they scrutinized the inside of the elevator, they found it utterly vacant. To their dismay, the hatch above the elevator had been opened. Damn it! That rat from Long Nation has made his way to the -1 level's data room. He must be stopped. Team A, proceed to the -1 level with haste. The agents from the United States incessantly issued commands over the intercom. They swiftly established a perimeter, intent on completely encircling Long Cheng. However, upon entering the data room, a chair suddenly plummeted from above. 2 agents were caught off guard and collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. The remaining agents began firing their weapons indiscriminately, the sound of gunfire echoing relentlessly, yet they could not even graze the hem of Long Cheng's garment. Suddenly, a row of bookshelves toppled over, burying several agents beneath them, rendering them unconscious. Following that, a table crashed down, sending more agents sprawling to the floor. They had yet to catch a glimpse of their opponent's appearance before they were left scrambling for their teeth. 3 special operations teams, comprising a total of 25 personnel and 25 firearms, astonishingly found themselves unable to withstand even a single adversary. Furthermore, this debacle occurred within the intelligence center of the United States itself. Such an event would be utterly humiliating if revealed. Consequently, the head of the intelligence center, an elderly man with a white beard, was driven to fury, stomping his foot in exasperation. Send me the special operations team. However, there is no room for hesitation. We must eliminate that detestable rat from the Dragon Kingdom. While Long Cheng was skillfully toying with those wretched individuals from the ugly nation on the first floor, Yin Danying and Lin Feng had already arrived at the intelligence center on the second basement level. This location served as the command hub. Given Yin Danying's temperament, he undoubtedly believed in capturing the leader before the followers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had his own mission. He would continue his descent to the most secure chamber at the bottom of the intelligence center, hoping to uncover something of significance. Everyone had their respective tasks. On the first floor, Long Cheng wielded a keyboard, a full metal instrument that he wielded with fierce precision, incapacitating 2 agents from the ugly nation with ease. Soon after, the masked agents of the ugly nation, armed with submachine guns, arrived on the scene. Long Cheng swiftly maneuvered through the desks and dashed into another room. The ugly nation had intentionally designed numerous identical rooms at this level to confuse potential intruders. Yet, this time, instead of bewildering Long Cheng, it only served to disorient their own agents, creating chaos all around. Simultaneously, Yin Danying boldly stormed into the control room. Although there were many agents present, the majority were defenseless clerical staff and technical personnel. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive gunshots, Yin Danying struck true, swiftly eliminating 4 agents from the ugly nation. He then approached an elderly man with a white beard. This man, known as Charlie, was the head of the entire Nordic intelligence network for the ugly nation. Charlie had intended to articulate something further, but Yin Danying abruptly discharged a round towards his head, the bullet grazing his scalp and leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. This sudden turn of events rendered old Charlie utterly cowed. The remaining technicians, needless to say, could do nothing but submissively raise their hands and surrender before Yin Danying. Meanwhile, the special operations team was still engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Long Cheng 1 floor above, blissfully unaware that their stronghold had been infiltrated. Yin Danying, on the other hand, produced a crimson box. Upon gently pressing a button on it, a multitude of nanobots erupted forth from within. These nanobots were poised to assist them in commandeering all computer systems within the edifice. In less than 10 minutes, they would complete the collection of all relevant data. Chapter 130. The mysterious black files within Yin Danying's earpiece. The voice of Lin Feng resonated. It turned out that Lin Feng had arrived before a newly installed security door. This formidable barrier boasted a thickness of 50 centimeters, entirely forged from superalloy, rendering it nearly impervious even to explosives. All the most confidential documents of the intelligence center were securely locked within. Furthermore, according to the intelligence Yin Danying had acquired, the memorandums of various operations undertaken by the ugly nation throughout its European history were likely housed within. Over the years, numerous significant figures in Europe had met untimely and mysterious ends, presumably linked to these individuals from the ugly nation. Perhaps they had also concealed their plans to assault Lin Feng within. At this moment, the nanobots disseminated by Yin Danying had fully seized control of the underground intelligence center. It must be said that these nanobots surpass even the most skilled human hackers in terms of utility, primarily due to their portability. A small box is all one needs to carry. Upon arrival, these nanobots can be activated, transforming into the most elite hackers capable of infiltrating all electronic devices. The intelligence center of the United States boasts formidable defenses, equipped with numerous self-destruction protocols to thwart intrusions. However, under the relentless assault of trillions of nanobots, it swiftly crumbles. Now, Yin Danying wields control over every gate, every camera, and even the small arsenal within this facility. Naturally, the secret archive room on the lowest level of the intelligence center is also under his dominion. Through the manipulation of the nanobots, the world's most advanced security door begins to display its password automatically. Comprising 36 digits, the password changes every 3 hours, reputed to be the safest design in existence. Yet, it offers no resistance and has already capitulated before Lin Feng. As he steps inside, he is met with 4 rows of cabinets, all securely locked, undoubtedly containing the most critical intelligence documents of the United States. Should any of these documents be revealed, it is feared that the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Nevertheless, Lin Feng strides directly to the innermost section, where peculiar images begin to materialize in his mind. He seemed to notice a few unseemly foreigners entering from outside, adorned with white gloves, placing some documents into one of the cabinets. At that moment, a calm voice emanated from Yin Danying's earpiece. Lin Feng, the nanobots have alerted me that a proposal related to the stone project appears highly suspicious, yet it has been utterly obliterated from the document system. Please search your vicinity. Perhaps you might uncover something. Understood. Lin Feng retrieved a red box from his attire, opening it and pressing the central switch. Instantly, a multitude of red nanobots emerged, poised to execute their task with precision. They would meticulously seek out all documents containing the term stone and present them to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the other documents would be physically consumed by these nanobots. However, the destruction of the paper documents was not merely a simple obliteration. They were converted into electronic files stored within the cloud drives of the nanobots. Thus, once the nanobots had ingested all the documents from this clandestine archive, the knowledge of these secrets would no longer belong to the unseemly foreigners, but would instead be in the possession of the Dragon Nation. These nanobots truly proved to be remarkably efficient. Just after Lin Feng expressed his admiration, he heard gasping sounds from Long Cheng's end. I have completely resolved the situation here. How are things progressing on your side? Brother Long, are you unharmed? Such a trivial matter. With their despicable caliber, how could I possibly be harmed? What Long Cheng must do next is to secure the soul escape route, ensuring a safe withdrawal later. Meanwhile, chaos has already erupted at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency of the Ugly Nation. They received word of the incursion at the Nordic Intelligence Center. But the distance from their homeland to northern Europe spans 20,000 miles. Even with a formidable military presence, it is impossible for the Ugly Nation to deploy forces at this moment. Their only recourse is to mobilize various scattered forces from across Europe towards the Nordic Intelligence Center. Should this center fall, it would represent the most significant defeat for the Ugly Nation since World War II, a loss no citizen could possibly endure. The first contingent of Ugly Nation's special forces has already set their vehicles in motion towards the embassy. 10 kilometers away, Zhang Chu received a warning from the nanotech armor, indicating that a contingent of Ugly Nation soldiers, heavily armed, was advancing in this direction. The 3 top agents from the Dragon Nation are still inside. If the bulk of the Ugly forces were to arrive, they would be encircled. Moreover, the reinforcements from the Ugly Nation are arriving at an alarming speed. It seems their intelligence network indeed possesses a rapid response capability operating around the clock. At this moment, Zhang Chu suddenly ascended into the air, fully aware that the issue must be resolved promptly, lest it incite greater chaos. However, clad in his nanotech armor, engaging with the rapid response forces of the Ugly Nation would undoubtedly constitute an act of war between nations. Regardless of whether he intervenes, the predicament remains equally challenging. What actions would Zhang Chu undertake? As he soared into the air, he unleashed a missile from his palm, obliterating a bridge. At the stroke of midnight, the bridge was devoid of any presence, thus mitigating substantial losses. However, the brilliance of the flames in that fleeting moment was undeniably dazzling. Subsequently, Zhang Chu commanded the nanobots to morph into machine guns and small artillery, unleashing a barrage upon the roadway. At least a dozen power poles and streetlights toppled, sending electric sparks cascading into the street. These remnants, still charged with high voltage, would compel any unfortunate souls from that nation to navigate around them, compounded by the destroyed bridge, effectively delaying their rapid response teams by over 30 minutes. This precious half-hour should suffice for the flawless retreat of the elite operatives Long Cheng, Yin Daning, and Lin Feng. Upon completing his mission, Zhang Chu ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Even those from that nation could not hope to uncover any evidence. Meanwhile, in the deepest vault of the intelligence center, a number of nanobots, having consumed countless documents, finally delivered a black dossier to Lin Feng. Upon receiving the black envelope, Lin Feng refrained from immediately perusing its contents. Instead, he clasped it in hand and began issuing commands for the nanobots to cease operations. Chapter 131. The nation's fury reached a boiling point. This secret archive was reputed to be of the highest security level, now thoroughly ransacked. Should those from that nation discover this tomorrow, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Subsequently, Lin Feng returned to the control room above, where he met with Yin Daning. They were already aware of the presence of a special operations team from the ugly nation outside, so without any hesitation, they proceeded directly to the elevator. Long Chung had completed his tasks earlier and was replenishing his energy with a red apple when he noticed their return. He quickly pressed the elevator button. Upon their arrival at the embassy on the ground level, the security personnel had already been alerted. Yin Daning fired 3 shots, sending the hats of the guards flying, after which the guards knelt down, relinquishing their weapons in surrender. They paid little heed to these insignificant figures and followed their preordained plan, making their way to the embassy's rear garden, where they uncovered a well and jumped inside. The connection between this well and the external sewer had been obstructed by concrete. However, Long Chung deployed nanorobots, which managed to penetrate the 3-meter-thick concrete in just 3 minutes. A gust of cold wind and an inexplicable stench wafted through. Once they exited from here, they would be able to withdraw safely. Meanwhile, the first batch of rapid response troops from the ugly nation was still deliberating on how to cross the bridge, while the second batch of their helicopters had begun scouring the surrounding streets of the embassy for any suspicious individuals. Armed helicopters unleashed havoc on the streets, indiscriminately targeting several inebriated individuals as enemies and ruthlessly eliminating them in the open. This was still the territory of Europe's traditional ally. Yet they dared to be so audacious. Were it to be in the third world countries, these individuals from the ugly nation would likely descend into even greater madness. After traversing several kilometers through the labyrinthine sewers, Yin Daning and his companions emerged from beneath a bridge. There, they beheld a sky patrolled by no fewer than a dozen armed helicopters, while fighter jets from the United States periodically sliced through the heavens above. Simultaneously, numerous colossal searchlights began illuminating the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy. For many, this night promised to be one of sleeplessness. The supreme leader of the United States, along with military dignitaries and the director of the CIA, were all engulfed in fury. The CIA chief denounced the events of that night as the greatest humiliation in history. Even during the fierce confrontations with the Soviets in any corner of the globe, the United States had never suffered such a profound setback. Within the confines of the top-secret archives, classified documents, many of which would remain sealed for a century, had vanished without a trace. They were baffled by how 3 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom could abscond with nearly a ton of historical documents so stealthily. Were these individuals from the Dragon Kingdom superhuman? The events of that night sparked a tremendous uproar across global media outlets. Some sources described it as a catastrophic failure for U.S. intelligence and a resounding victory for the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it was a retaliatory act undertaken by the Dragon Kingdom in an effort to rescue Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the United States was on the brink of madness, summoning the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador to demand a reasonable explanation for the incident, warning that failure to provide one would be deemed an act of aggression against the United States. When the ugly nation made such a proclamation, nations around the globe erupted into unrestrained laughter. To be candid, one has encountered shameless individuals before, but it is indeed a novel experience to witness a nation exhibiting such utter disregard for dignity. The Dragon Nation, of course, would not concede that this incident was orchestrated by them. Should the ugly nation insist on such allegations, they ought to provide substantiation. Otherwise, be assured that a defamation suit will ensue. In truth, the ugly nation could hardly produce any so-called evidence. Yin, Dan, Ending executed their mission with immaculate precision, leaving not a single fingerprint behind and obliterating all surveillance footage upon their departure. Now, these 3 individuals have vanished entirely from public view. Thus, despite their ire, the ugly nation finds itself impotent to express their fury in the absence of any established protocols. At this juncture, Lin Feng has been confined for a considerable period. During this time, he has enjoyed ample food and restful slumber. Upon waking, he often drifts into contemplation, which, truth be told, has been rather pleasant. Having undertaken numerous significant projects in the Dragon Nation, he was already quite fatigued. Surprisingly, in the clutches of the ugly nation, he has managed to find a semblance of rest, even gaining a couple of pounds. However, the denizens of the ugly nation are not to be underestimated. They have even enlisted a defector, a former diplomat from the Dragon Nation, to indoctrinate Lin Feng. This elderly man, having turned traitor, incessantly extols the virtues of the ugly nation, claiming it to be a veritable paradise on earth, where tap water is potable and surpasses even the mineral water of the Dragon Nation. It is said that in the land of the so-called ugly country, one can indulge in chicken, duck, fish, and meat for merely $1, while the average monthly income has long surpassed $10,000. With just 4 hours of daily labor, one can attain a blissful existence, complete with a car and a home, and even the privilege to vote. Such rhetoric left Lin Feng utterly speechless. The elderly gentleman seemed to be speaking of an alternate dimension of his ugly country. Lin Feng held a profound disdain for traitors. Thus he scarcely acknowledged the old man's words. The leniency shown towards Lin Feng by the people of the ugly country was not born from their inherent generosity. Rather, it stemmed from the understanding that a healthy and complete Lin Feng held significant value for them. Had he been of no consequence, capturing Lin Feng would have been unnecessary. Eliminating him would have been the optimal choice. However, under the seductive allure of controllable nuclear fusion and the meteorological platform governed by Feng Bo and Yu Shi, how could the vested interests of the ugly country ever bear to extinguish Lin Feng's life? After all, he was akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. Presently, Lin Feng faced no threats to his safety. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng acquired the blueprint for the stone project, he commenced a meticulous analysis. The paper used for this document was distinct from that of other classified plans, and even more astonishing was the fact that the text was not in English, but in Hebrew. This revelation hinted at the involvement of certain Jewish financial consortiums and their clandestine organization, the Illuminati. The Stone Project outlined a scheme for global energy control, and it notably mentioned Lin Feng's name, yet it failed to specify how they intended to handle him. Subsequently, Qin Feng began to delve into other documents through the utilization of nanobots, seeking to uncover some elusive clues hidden within these confidential files. From this moment forward, they would need to confront a pressing question: is Lin Feng still in Europe? Or was he transported to the homeland of the unsightly nation at the onset of the incident? Chapter 132. May I inquire if you are Lin Feng? For approximately 3 hours, Qin Feng remained silent, immersing himself in a vast sea of information, his mind continuously piecing together various images. Suddenly, he spoke. I believe Lin Feng has not yet been transferred to the homeland of that unsightly nation. I have meticulously investigated all civilian and military flights, and it appears that those from the unsightly nation are engaging us in a deceptive game of misdirection. Why? In several other documents, I discovered some references. They had previously kidnapped the daughter of a prime minister from a small country in the year 1950 and did not transport her to the unsightly nation. Furthermore, there are 3 additional cases wherein, after abducting significant figures, they resolved the matters right there in Europe. This seems to be a risk management strategy. Such actions are fraught with taboo. If the abducted individual were to be discovered in the unsightly nation, the higher echelons of that country would undoubtedly be held accountable. They proclaimed themselves to be the lighthouse of humanity. Can a lighthouse engage in daily abductions and killings? Moreover, such operations are inherently risky. If both the kidnappers and the abducted remain within Europe, the government of the unsightly nation could conveniently distance itself from the affair. I believe this is precisely what they desire. Within such a large organization, every action inevitably exhibits path dependence. Previously, when they abducted certain dignitaries, they refrained from returning them to the nation of disgrace. Thus, I surmise they would likely repeat this behavior. Longqing inquired. If Lin Feng is not currently in the nation of disgrace, where might he be? Qin Feng unfurled a map of Europe, which was meticulously marked with 27 locations. These locations either housed intelligence centers of the nation of disgrace or military bases, all of which were potential sites. Must we search through all 27 bases? Longqing questioned. Certainly not, Qin Feng replied. Observe this base. Its name is Blackstone. I believe we should commence our investigation here. If the people of the nation of disgrace have not transported Lin Feng back, then it is highly probable he is located at this site. Yin Daning, with an expression of cold determination, remarked, Qin Feng's analysis is quite astute. We should act swiftly, catching the individuals of the nation of disgrace off guard. They would scarcely fathom that we would dare to infiltrate their various bases. The entrance to the Blackstone base bore no identifying markers, only a dilapidated and rusted barbed wire fence. This facility belonged to the Air Force of the nation of disgrace, equipped with permanent radar intended to monitor any unusual activities across the entire Arctic Ocean. Generally speaking, even the personnel of the nation of disgrace would overlook such an inconspicuous military installation. Moreover, Yin Danying's infiltration proceeded with remarkable ease. Although there were some surveillance devices present, They were utterly useless against his agile prowess. Yin Danying's infiltration was remarkably silent. It wasn't until he appeared in the control room that the portly agents were still indulging in hamburgers and idly playing mobile games. With a single shot for each, he swiftly incapacitated them all. Peering through the monitors, he discovered that this seemingly tranquil small military base concealed significant secrets beneath its surface. The underground section spanned 5 levels and was more than 10 times the size of the above-ground area. It was likely that even the Europeans were unaware that the ground had long been hollowed out by these agents. Yin Danying loaded his weapon and advanced toward the subterranean levels. There, 36 agents were already on high alert. Clearly, they had no idea who had invaded their territory. Had they known they were up against the legendary Yin Danying, who could match even a nuclear weapon, they would have likely lost their courage instantly. Inside the desolate base, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. After the initial gunfire, the agents expected to find the enemy's corpses. However, apart from some bullet marks on the ground, there was nothing to be seen. Just as they were left bewildered, gunfire erupted from above. Alone, armed with 2 pistols, Yin Danying's every bullet claimed a life, his precision rivaling that of death itself. By the time he had finished firing, the ground was awash in blood. The agents, clad in black suits and equipped with earpieces, suffered devastating losses. Yet Yin Danying merely replaced 2 magazines and continued his relentless assault within. The foreign agents inside were gripped by sheer terror. To them, Yin Danying had transcended the realm of humanity, becoming a harbinger of death. They had never witnessed an individual so composed and nonchalant while dispatching so many lives. A fresh volley of gunfire erupted, leaving several more lifeless bodies in its wake, while the remaining agents were on the verge of mental collapse. They now perceived Yin Danying as a demon, desperate only to escape. No longer wishing to engage in a deadly game of hide and seek in this dimly lit underground lair, their endurance had reached its limit. Yin Danying swiftly eliminated dozens of foreign operatives, effortlessly neutralizing even the robotic sentinels they had deployed. He was now tantalizingly close to uncovering the truth. Was Lin Feng present here? Though the bullets in Yin Danying's firearm had been exhausted, the foreign agents across from him had succumbed to madness, despite their weapons being loaded. They no longer dared confront this man who seemed to embody both God and devil. They discarded their arms and fled in a frenzy for their lives. Amidst the chaos, a voice crackled through Yin Danying's earpiece. Walk 15 steps to the right. There should be an office. Behind the bookshelf in the office lies a secret chamber, and beyond that should be the prison area. The nanobots have detected a unique life signal there. Yin Danying's expression remained inscrutable as he simply uttered a single word. Understood. He had once again taken action. This man, resembling a deity or demon, swiftly opened the secret chamber. At the far end of the chamber, an elderly man was seen holding a Bible, preaching to a young man who displayed an expression of profound impatience. Yin Danying, with an impassive demeanor, walked in and approached the young man, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you Lin Feng?" Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng met the piercing gaze of Yin Danying. "Ah, you are from the Dragon Kingdom?" "Indeed. I have been sent by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom to rescue you." "Wonderful." The conversation between Yin Danying and Lin Feng reached the ears of Long Qing and Qin Feng on the other side. They couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Haha. The mission has been successfully accomplished. Now, it's time for these ugly foreigners to face the consequences." Chapter 133. A necessary revenge. This news almost immediately reached Zhang Chu's ears. For the past few days, Zhang Chu had been unable to sleep, consumed by guilt for failing to protect Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng was finally safe, a significant burden had been lifted from his heart. This news also spread domestically, and at least Elder Tian and Tianing were aware of Lin Feng's rescue. Lin Feng even recorded a video, lasting about a minute, to reassure Tianing of his safety. Not only was he unharmed, but he had also gained a couple of pounds, indicating that the food provided by those ugly foreigners was quite satisfactory. Tianing gazed at the visage of Lin Feng on the screen, unable to restrain her laughter, despite having recently been in tears. In that fleeting moment, she found herself oscillating between weeping and chuckling, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Lin Feng appeared to be in relatively good spirits, though his pallid complexion betrayed a prolonged absence from the sun. Yet, these were trifling concerns compared to the pressing issue at hand, devising a means to exact revenge upon those despicable foreigners. Indeed, it is not the mark of a gentleman to let grievances go unavenged. A true gentleman knows that revenge delayed is revenge denied. Upon emerging from the confines of that wretched dungeon, the foremost thought occupying Lin Feng's mind was the pursuit of retribution. He was resolute in ensuring that those loathsome foreigners would suffer greatly. Meanwhile, the supreme leader of the foreign nation, upon rising that morning and preparing to review various briefings to commence his day's duties, was suddenly confronted with a headline emblazoned in red. Lin Feng had indeed been rescued by the agents of the Dragon Country? Enraged, the supreme leader hurled his coffee cup to the ground. After laboring tirelessly to establish their intricate schemes, brazenly offending all of Europe and sacrificing the esteemed reputation of their nation, they had successfully abducted Lin Feng. And now, he had managed to escape? This was no mere misfortune. The ramifications were grave. Once Lin Feng regained his freedom, he would undoubtedly emerge to cast aspersions upon the entire foreign nation. Their standing within the Western world would be irrevocably tarnished, and following this incident, they would likely find it difficult to maintain the facade of a global enforcer. The world would see them for what they truly were, a band of ruthless kidnappers. Disaster loomed. Supreme Leader, our largest intelligence outpost in the Hare Nation has come under attack. Alas, the Southern European Division is under relentless assault. On the holographic screen, numerous green dots that once symbolized safety are now engulfed in crimson flames, indicating that these intelligence centers are in grave peril. What is transpiring? Who could be behind this? Could it be those from the Dragon Nation? The commander hastily summoned the high-ranking officials of the Ugly Nation's military, for if this pace continues, the intelligence centers established by the Ugly Nation over decades in Europe will be utterly annihilated. The resulting losses would be incalculable. Uncertainty looms. The enemy's numbers and identities remain shrouded in mystery, yet it appears they are employing some extraordinary technology. Extraordinary technology? Could it not be attributed to the Dragon Nation? Contact the leaders of the Dragon Nation. I demand to speak with them. However, we currently lack evidence, Your Excellency. The adversary will surely deny any involvement. The situation at the White House of the Ugly Nation is dire. Meanwhile, in Europe, Lin Feng is joyfully sipping coffee on the street, donning large sunglasses that conceal his identity. At last, he can seize this opportunity, while the world believes him to be missing, to unwind and savor a well-deserved respite. Meanwhile, Yin Dannying and his compatriots are actively sabotaging the Ugly Nation's largest intelligence hub in southern Europe. When Lin Feng unveiled the 3 sets of equipment, the trio was indeed somewhat incredulous. It was astonishing that Lin Feng could, in such a brief span, transform mere mechanical components into 3 formidable mechas. Notably, these mechas were not akin to the widely recognized nanotech variants. Instead, these transforming mechas possessed the remarkable ability to adapt optical camouflage, seamlessly blending into their surroundings with an array of colors. Yet, what pleased Yin Danning the most was the advanced fire control system, liberating him from the burden of ammunition management during his rampages. Given that these uncouth individuals had already overstepped their bounds, there was no need for leniency. A tenfold retribution against them seemed only just. Upon learning of Lin Feng's audacious endeavors, Zhang Chu could not help but feel a sense of trepidation regarding the risks involved. He wished to safeguard Lin Feng, yet Lin Feng declined his offer. The rationale was that Zhang Chu and his fellow nanotech warriors were under close scrutiny by the adversaries. His sudden appearance would only arouse suspicion. Although rumors circulated about a mysterious armed force wreaking havoc on the agents and structures of the rival nation, the global response was overwhelmingly supportive. After all, the actions of that nation had incited widespread outrage. For the majority, the identity of those causing their disgrace mattered little, as long as they witnessed their downfall. Meanwhile, snippets of mecha combat footage surfaced online. Though somewhat indistinct, the power and performance of these transforming mechas were undeniably impressive. Yin Dannying and his companions swiftly accomplished their tactical objectives and reunited with Lin Feng. The assault on the intelligence network of the Ugly Nation throughout Europe was a decision made by Lin Feng, and the trio of Yin Dannying was more than willing to cooperate. After all, each of them typically had their own missions, making it rare for them to join forces. Given that they were all gathered together this time, along with Lin Feng's advanced technology and mecha, it would be remiss not to give the Ugly Nation a taste of their prowess. The 4 prepared to indulge in the culinary delights of a local Michelin restaurant, blending in seamlessly with ordinary tourists. In the distance, thick black smoke shrouded the sky as a fierce blaze continued to burn. Within the borders of the Ugly Nation, the military hawks were driven to madness. Since its inception, the Ugly Nation had never faced such a formidable provocation. Within just 5 days, 7 of their embassies across Europe were obliterated, not to mention the immense, undisclosed losses to various military facilities. The hawkish faction of the Ugly Nation clamored for an all-out war against the Dragon Nation, even willing to engage in a nuclear conflict if necessary. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation expressed sympathy for these attacks, offering condolences and even medical assistance to the Ugly Nation, which only served to infuriate their ambassador. This time, the supreme leader of the Ugly Nation could no longer contain his fury, delivering a scathing 3-hour tirade against the Dragon Nation during a nationwide broadcast. In the past, should the Ugly Nation dare to mobilize, allies would rally to their side. However, this time, global media outlets questioned. How can the Ugly Nation make such unfounded accusations without evidence? Chapter 134. The counterattack continues. In the past year, the actions of the United States have led to a complete loss of goodwill within the international community. Consequently, when misfortunes befell the United States, even its Western allies resorted to sardonic commentary. It is evident that the entire world is eager to witness the misfortunes of the United States. On one hand, the Americans issued various threats and warnings to China, while on the other, they hastily reinforced their presence in Europe, reallocating a significant number of personnel from around the globe to various branches across Europe. However, shortly after these maneuvers, their intelligence center in South America was attacked that very night. The Americans were left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend why every step they took seemed to lead them into the clutches of their adversaries. The so-called world's premier central intelligence agency found itself overwhelmed, struggling to manage crises erupting in various corners of the world. To their astonishment, a more pressing issue arose. Lin Feng made an unexpected appearance in the media. Although it was merely a brief 10-second teaser, it nonetheless sent shockwaves throughout the globe. This teaser was released by RT, Europe's largest media outlet, which had previously offered no hint of such an announcement. This teaser served to build anticipation for an exclusive interview set to be unveiled a week later. Remarkably, this 10-second preview ignited a frenzy among the media, with a torrent of reposts and related news emerging in its wake. The original post garnered an astonishing 17 million likes in a matter of moments. The global online community has erupted in a fervor, as numerous reports previously suggested that Lin Feng's fate was dire. No one anticipated that he would return from the brink of death in such a remarkable manner. According to reports from Agence France-Presse, the greatest scientist of this century has been resurrected. Fans of Lin Feng around the world have plunged into a state of jubilant celebration. However, it is perhaps the Dragon Nation that feels the most exhilarated. State media from the Dragon Nation has also shared the announcement, which, by their tacit acknowledgement, strongly suggests that Lin Feng is indeed alive and safe. In contrast, the response from the nation often referred to as the Ugly Country has been one of complete silence. Official channels from this country have refrained from commenting on the matter. Meanwhile, beneath their official accounts, netizens from across the globe have united, regardless of skin color, nationality, or religious beliefs, to express their sentiments through the universally recognized gesture of defiance, generating nearly 1 million posts. Consequently, the Ugly Country proudly earned itself a rather embarrassing Guinness World Record for the highest number of such gestures aimed at a single account, significantly surpassing the second-place contender. It is noteworthy that just a year ago, the global narrative surrounding the Ugly Country was markedly different. On the surface, it appeared that the Ugly Country had repeatedly targeted the Dragon Nation. However, whether it be controlled nuclear fusion or the subsequent Fengboyusher platform, these initiatives represent opportunities for development for weaker and smaller nations. Should they fail to collaborate with the Dragon Nation, they risk perpetual poverty. Yet, engaging in partnership with the Dragon Nation could result in direct sanctions from the Ugly Country. It is precisely within this protracted struggle that the image of the so-called Ugly Nation has increasingly plummeted. Once, the elites of those smaller and weaker countries regarded this nation as the sole beacon of humanity, yearning for their own homelands to emulate its attributes. However, many of their perspectives have undergone a profound transformation, even if they cannot aspire to be like the Ugly Nation. Achieving a status akin to that of the Dragon Nation has become a dream fulfilled for these smaller states. Of course, these weaker nations do not desire to possess the same scientific prowess as the Dragon Nation, but rather, they seek a level of social development comparable to it. Lin Feng, undoubtedly, has been elevated as a symbol and representative of the Dragon Nation. Even children in the arid deserts of the Middle East recognize his name, with many idolizing him and aspiring to emulate his ability to transform deserts, thereby beautifying and enriching their own countries. Currently, The most embarrassing predicament for the ugly nation lies in its inability to produce a figure akin to Lin Feng. Even with all efforts at packaging and artificial stardom failing miserably, the chasm between its scientists and Lin Feng is insurmountable. The paramount issue confronting the ugly nation is its loss of legitimacy on numerous fronts. In its heyday as the world's beacon, its rhetoric of brainwashing democracy and freedom compelled everyone to heed its words. Yet, that narrative has utterly lost its efficacy. When RT prepared to release Lin Feng's interview, the servers were overwhelmed 5 minutes in advance. Many began to vociferously condemn the ugly nation, suspecting it of engaging in underhanded tactics. In truth, those individuals from the unseemly nation did not engage in any underhanded tactics. It was solely the immense popularity of Lin Feng that overwhelmed the system. When countless IP addresses from around the globe simultaneously accessed the page, even the most robust cloud servers could not withstand the surge. Within a mere 10 minutes, the traffic was not merely 1 million or 2 million, but an astonishing 30 million from around the world. This implies that at least 100 million people across the globe are currently fixated on this matter. The platform was momentarily taken aback. Their news editor had not anticipated that Lin Feng's appeal would be so formidable. Subsequently, although delayed by a few minutes, they proceeded to broadcast the entire interview to the world. From the outset, they inquired who had abducted Lin Feng and who was responsible for that tragic incident. Lin Feng's response was unequivocally direct. It was the individuals from the unseemly nation. I recognize that the vast majority of people in this world, including those from the unseemly nation, fervently cherish peace. It is truly ironic that as I am poised to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, they are committing heinous acts of violence. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, those watching the live broadcast were nearly apoplectic. At this moment, one's ethnicity or nationality became irrelevant. How many small nations on Blue Planet, particularly those that are non-white, have not suffered exploitation at the hands of the unseemly nation? In the past, people may have harbored anger yet remained silent, fearful of the unseemly nation's minions. But now, Lin Feng has boldly articulated the truth. Since Lin Feng has initiated this confrontation, all they need to do is rally behind him. Furthermore, Lin Feng's words can be viewed as a resounding slap in the face to the unseemly nation. Previously, the individuals from that disgraceful nation hypocritically asserted that they were not responsible for this incident, sternly urging others not to fabricate accusations in the absence of evidence. Now, however, Lin Feng has bravely stepped forward to identify them, leaving these shameless individuals with no further argument to present. Subsequently, Lin Feng recounted his experiences of captivity and the selfless rescue efforts undertaken by the agents from his homeland. The audience watching the live broadcast was utterly captivated. Individuals from diverse corners of the globe, with varying skin tones and languages, were gradually reaching a shared understanding. In Chapter 135, even the common citizens of that disgraceful nation are enraged. While the specific details of the rescue operation and the names of the 3 agents cannot be disclosed, Lin Feng conveyed his heartfelt gratitude towards these brothers and, more importantly, to his homeland. At this moment, the Chinese internet in the Dragon Country was ablaze with fervor. The mere sight of Lin Feng alive was already a source of immense encouragement for the people of the Dragon Country. Upon hearing Lin Feng express his gratitude towards his homeland, many netizens were brought to tears, reflecting a profound sense of patriotism unique to the people of the Dragon Country. Lin Feng then delved into discussions about scientific issues, which he fervently hoped to address. He posited that if scientific advancements do not serve the entirety of humanity, then such progress is devoid of significance. He aspired to achieve boundless illumination through controllable nuclear fusion, aiming to enhance agricultural productivity. According to calculations by scientists from the Dragon Nation, if implemented globally, it could rescue at least 1 billion individuals from the grips of famine and near famine. Lin Feng finds it exceedingly difficult to comprehend why, even in the 22nd century, such widespread and pervasive hunger persists across the globe. Furthermore, the prevalence of diseases such as plague, dysentery, and malaria in underdeveloped regions poses a significant challenge. He is contemplating collaborating with experts from the Dragon Nation's Academy of Biological Sciences to develop biological agents that could shield humanity from the ravages of these virulent infectious diseases. The inequities in this world stem from the disparity between the rich and the poor. I have refrained from patenting controlled nuclear fusion, as I do not wish for it to become a tool for the affluent to exploit the impoverished. The finest energy sources should rightfully belong to all of humanity. Throughout the entire interview, Lin Feng did not proclaim his love for his country or his yearning for power. Instead, he presented himself as a scientist deeply concerned for the fate of all humankind. For the betterment of humanity, he is even willing to relinquish those invaluable patents. Otherwise, it is likely that he would have already usurped the title of the world's richest individual. That evening, a considerable number of individuals from the ugly nation tuned in to the live broadcast. Upon watching, they exclaimed that they had been deceived. Their deception, however, was not at the hands of Lin Feng, but rather by the narrative propagated by their own government. In the official discourse of the ugly nation, Lin Feng has long been portrayed as a menace, an evil scientist of yellow skin, perpetually poised to abduct innocent white maidens for grotesque human experiments. However, upon reflecting on Lin Feng's numerous inventions and the fact that he unreservedly offered these creations to all of humanity, one cannot fathom how such an act could originate from a malevolent scientist. As the interview was only halfway through, a series of sensational headlines quickly emerged on various news websites in the United States, proclaiming that the nation nearly instigated a full-scale war with the Dragon Kingdom, potentially even a nuclear conflict. Such eye-catching news titles undoubtedly captivated many Americans, leading to a flurry of comments lamenting, "Today, I feel ashamed to be an American." In truth, the common people around the world share similar aspirations. They strive to provide for their families and relish moments of leisure spent with friends and loved ones. Yet, since several decades ago, the United States has been ensnared by powerful military-industrial complexes, followed by the rise of Wall Street and tech giants. These behemoths possess valuations exceeding hundreds of billions of dollars, wielding cash flows more formidable than those of some small nations. They further propagate their ideologies through the media, often supplemented by fabricated news, thereby manipulating the populace into applause. This time, through Lin Feng's interview, ordinary Americans have finally awakened. They have come to realize that their government has committed an exceedingly disgraceful act on the global stage. In over 100 cities across North America, massive protests against American imperialism erupted almost immediately. Astonishingly, these citizens began to actively oppose their own nation's imperialistic endeavors. Truly, this is a sight to behold. Who could have imagined witnessing such a fantastical occurrence in their lifetime? Particularly, the university students from the United States have exhibited an especially fervent response, even brandishing slogans demanding the impeachment of their nation's leader. Yet, both political parties in the U.S. have chosen to remain conspicuously silent on the matter. This silence arises from their mutual complicity. Should the leader be impeached, resulting in political upheaval, it would render them even less capable of contending with the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it is paramount to consider that the financial magnates backing both parties are essentially the same individuals. These affluent capitalists from the U.S. have long been accustomed to residing at the pinnacle of human society, employing various nefarious tactics to extract natural resources from impoverished regions in South America and Africa, leaving behind devastation and pollution in their wake. Now, the youth in the U.S. have awakened prematurely. Perhaps from this generation onward, humanity can truly forge a shared destiny. As Lin Feng's interview reached its conclusion, and he announced his intention to donate his entire Nobel Prize winnings to the families of the victims, a wave of fervor surged through Europe. In the U.S., the attempts to apprehend Lin Feng have not only stirred a storm of controversy, but have also resulted in hundreds of casualties. These casualties primarily comprised individuals of noble lineage or prominent European entrepreneurs, distinguished figures indeed. Prior to Lin Feng's emergence, the Americans could feign innocence, claiming they had no part in this affair. However, such denials are likely becoming untenable. Meanwhile, the European Parliament swiftly passed a resolution demanding that the U.S. surrender the perpetrators for trial in Europe, along with a compensation demand of $500 billion. It can be said that Europe is genuinely enraged this time. Had it not been for their profound indignation, the Europeans, given their kinship with the Americans, would likely not have taken matters to court. Of course, it is conceivable that even if they seek compensation for this incident, it will be a protracted affair. However, the heinous acts committed by the Americans have truly shocked the populace of Europe. To be candid, the Europeans exhibit a certain hypocrisy. While the Americans perpetrated unspeakable violence against innocents in the Middle East, they not only remained apathetic but even sent representatives to join in the chaos. Yet, when such events befall them, they quickly proclaim their inability to endure it any longer. Perhaps true empathy is a rare commodity in this world, only truly understood when one experiences extreme suffering firsthand. The exclusive interview with Lin Feng lasted an hour, and by the time the entire segment concluded, the number of simultaneous viewers soared past 1 million, with likes surpassing this figure just as swiftly, simultaneously topping the charts in 57 countries. Chapter 136, Finally Embraced Together. From this video onward, the global disdain for the United States began to coalesce, preventing them from acting with impunity anywhere in the world, particularly in developing nations. Leveraging the immense domestic opposition to the Americans, many have eagerly signed numerous cooperation agreements with the Dragon Nation. This time, the United States has suffered significant embarrassment on the international stage. Their actions this time can be deemed nothing short of an act of war. Were it not for the decades-long infiltration by the ugly nation into Europe, the entire continent might have already reacted with extreme measures. The 3 Nordic countries, having suffered direct casualties, have chosen to temporarily sever diplomatic ties with the ugly nation, a decision that has garnered support from the European Parliament. Even within Europe, opposing the ugly nation seems to have become a form of political correctness. Although many politicians in Europe have privately benefited from the ugly nation under the current circumstances, uttering a single kind word in favor of it feels akin to digging one's own political grave. The waves of protests against the ugly nation on the international stage have finally begun to resonate within its own borders. It is rumored that the ugly nation will reassess its strategy towards the Dragon Nation and that its supreme leader will personally travel to Europe to apologize, striving to mend ties with those once close Western allies. Yet, some matters can only be described as the ugly nation's wishful thinking. When a relationship has sustained such a profound rift, the path to reconciliation is far from simple. Meanwhile, Lin Feng has returned to his homeland. Upon disembarking from his flight at the capital's international airport, he was personally received by the esteemed leader of the Dragon Nation, who awarded him the highest honor of the Dragon Nation, a medal that symbolizes its utmost distinction, an accolade bestowed upon only 7 individuals in history, all of whom are undoubtedly pillars of the nation. At the airport, Lin Feng was greeted with an extraordinary warmth. To be honest, as he returned home this time, he felt a tinge of unease within. Perhaps it is due to the myriad experiences he has endured, but Lin Feng's disposition has matured significantly compared to before. While aboard the aircraft, he maintained a smile, engaging in conversation with Tianying, yet he did little else. However, when the cabin doors opened and he beheld the land of Longwell once more, he found himself unexpectedly moved to tears. His emotions surged uncontrollably, and he could not stem the tide of his weeping. His spirits soared to an exhilarating height, a sensation that is difficult to articulate. In that moment, he finally comprehended why so many eminent scientists shed tears upon returning to their homeland. When one reaches such a juncture, it is nearly impossible to hold back the tears. The news of Lin Feng's return dominated a full 15 minutes of the evening broadcast, a feat that could be deemed immensely honorable for anyone. Yet, Lin Feng himself felt little of the significance. Immediately following his award ceremony, he hastened to reunite with Tianying and Elder Tian. Tianying had lost considerable weight during this period, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she appeared somewhat dazed. Overwhelmed by her surging emotions, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. When Lin Feng held her, a singular thought occupied his mind. This girl's figure remains as curvaceous as ever. He then joyfully twirled her around. After a few spins, Tianying abruptly transitioned from ecstatic laughter to tearful sobs. Lin Feng could only offer soft words of comfort. But I have returned, Haven Ti. Is it necessary to continue crying? Do not be sad. Tianying lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she felt compelled to defend herself. I am not sad. It is merely my overwhelming joy that brings forth these tears. You cannot fathom how paralyzed I felt upon hearing the news of your misfortune. Lin Feng chuckled softly, reassuring her, there is no need for such concern. The people from that country do not mistreat their captives. I have been well fed and cared for, even gaining a couple of pounds. The only nuisance is an elderly man who incessantly reads the Bible to me, truly tiresome, reminiscent of Tang's son. Tianying then broke into a smile, though a hint of shyness crept upon her. Her skin, as fair as porcelain, flushed a delicate pink, exuding an irresistible allure. To be candid, Lin Feng had always regarded Tianying as exceptionally beautiful, yet he had never entertained deeper thoughts. At that moment, he was overtaken by an impulsive desire, yearning to kiss her immediately. Surely, if he did, she would not resist. However, given the presence of Tian Lao and Zhang Chu, such an act would be indiscreet. Lin Feng, being somewhat of an elder statesman now, had many younger admirers who looked up to him. He needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Tianying, however, was devoid of such concerns. Simply holding Lin Feng and feeling the warmth radiating from him brought her an overwhelming sense of joy, nearly rendering her faint. Perhaps it was the experience of loss that allowed her to truly appreciate the preciousness of what she possessed. Tianying was utterly reluctant to let go. She longed for a place where she could embrace Lin Feng for an entire day. The comfort of being in his arms was simply irresistible, enveloping her in a languorous bliss that was profoundly intoxicating. However, she felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her, especially as she recalled catching a glimpse of old Tian standing nearby, grinning foolishly. This was her first experience of love, and aside from her bashfulness, she was utterly bewildered about how to behave. Her mind was a tempest of confusion, and her face burned with a fierce heat. She thought to herself that old Tian was still behind them, and for her to rush over and embrace Lin Feng seemed far too unreserved. A wave of embarrassment surged through her. Yet, Lin Feng, displaying remarkable sensitivity, grasped her hand, their fingers intertwining as they approached old Tian. At this juncture, with emotions and atmosphere reaching a crescendo, it would be foolish for Lin Feng not to recognize what needed to be done. Though he was merely a straightforward man, he was not devoid of feelings. Deep within, he had long harbored the desire to win Tianying's heart, but had always felt there was no opportunity. Moreover, he was not particularly skilled at pursuing women. Now, it was evident that Tianying's affections were unmistakable. She had already taken the initiative to capture his heart. This moment presented a splendid opportunity to bridge the distance between them. Perhaps it is only through shared experiences that one can truly grasp the significance of another's presence in their heart. In that moment, as they held hands, it could be said that they were savoring the sweet fruits of their struggles. Upon witnessing this scene, old Tian felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 137. Gazing at the stars with you. To be frank, he believed that Lin Feng and Tianying were progressing far too slowly. They should have obtained their marriage certificate several months ago. If their pace were to quicken just a little more, it would not be surprising if Tianying were already expecting a child. Of course, this impatience stemmed from the older generation, the youth, particularly those like Lin Feng and Tianying, who are currently experiencing a significant career ascent, cannot possibly be in such a rush. Lin Feng gently wiped away Tianying's tears and said to old Tian, "Grandpa, I will take care of Xiaoying from now on." Old Tian chuckled heartily, "Of course, but you must obtain a marriage certificate. Only then can you be considered a lawful couple." Instantly, Tianying became quite bashful and exclaimed, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? Isn't that a bit too fast? We have only just begun to date." In her eyes, they had only just formally acknowledged their romantic relationship. It was not a matter of who confessed first. It was merely a natural progression. Old Tian, however, felt as if the world had gone dark and nearly fainted. "Haven't you been together for a long time?" "Not at all. Previously, we were solely focused on our work," Tianying asserted, a sentiment echoed by Lin Feng. Yet, others, including a colleague from their project team, Gao Xiong, held a different view, as they had always been quite affectionate, unabashedly displaying their affection at every opportunity. Did they truly not perceive this themselves? Old Master Tian could only smile and shake his head, resigning himself to the fact that as an elder, he must allow the younger generation to make their own decisions. He simply requested to be informed when the time for the wedding arrived so he could partake in the celebratory feast. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a playful wink at old Master Tian. Zhang Chu, following behind, felt a surge of emotions. After enduring so much, standing here together with everyone, engaging in light-hearted banter, was truly delightful. However, he remained uncertain about how to face Tianying, given that it was during their time in Northern Europe when he nearly lost Lin Feng. Had it not been for the intervention of the 3 top agents from Longhua, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Fortunately, Tianying had long since forgiven him, attributing the chaos to the malevolence of those from the ugly nation. Yet, upon Lin Feng's return to the homeland, he encountered an unexpected development. Numerous world leaders visiting Longhua were eager to arrange meetings with him. Primarily, Lin Feng is heralded as the most formidable and popular scientist globally. Associating with him could only yield advantages for these political figures. Furthermore, Lin Feng had emerged as a hero opposing the ugly nation, particularly admired by weaker and impoverished nations, who were keen to collaborate directly with him. Meanwhile, the ugly nation hosted a global climate summit in their capital, which attracted fewer than 10 attendees, primarily from Pacific island nations. They even covered the flight expenses themselves. Presently, the international sentiment regarding allegiance and discontent is glaringly apparent. The once formidable nation has completely lost its previous stature and influence. Upon returning to his homeland, Lin Feng began to fulfill the promises made to Tianjin, embarking on research concerning space. Humanity has nearly mastered controllable nuclear fusion and planetary-scale climate modification, making the advent of a stellar civilization merely a matter of time. If given the opportunity, Lin Feng would undoubtedly wish to personally usher in the interstellar era for humankind. However, numerous technological challenges remain to be addressed. Foremost among these is the issue of weightlessness. Many may perceive the absence of gravity in outer space as an exhilarating experience. In reality, it is far from enjoyable and can even be perilous. The human body has evolved under gravitational conditions and is inherently ill-equipped to adapt to a weightless environment. Once exposed to such conditions, the calcium within human bones gradually diminishes, potentially to life-threatening levels. Consequently, astronauts in orbit must often supplement their calcium intake, and upon their return to Earth, they frequently struggle to stand unaided, requiring assistance even for the simplest tasks, such as posing for photographs. Moreover, the transition back to Earth's gravitational environment necessitates a significant period of readjustment. Thus, humanity must first create a gravitational environment in outer space before contemplating the prospect of interstellar migration. Otherwise, a one-way journey from Earth to Mars could lead to catastrophic consequences due to calcium depletion. As for planets beyond the solar system, Lin Feng has yet to entertain such considerations. The vastness of the solar system surpasses the imagination of many, distinctly differing from the models we typically encounter in literature. With humanity's current pinnacle of technology, under the most ideal circumstances, it would take at least 30,000 years to traverse the outer asteroid belt of the solar system. As for the interstellar realm, it is entirely inconceivable until humanity's spacecraft can exceed the speed of light. Tianjin has been observing various celestial bodies from the apex of the high-energy particle detection tower. Recently, the Dragon Kingdom has constructed numerous super telescopes across the nation. And through these radio telescopes, it has gained the ability to perceive a more expansive universe. In comparison to the cosmos, humanity is indeed minuscule. The so-called animosities among nations resemble mere skirmishes between two colonies of ants, utterly devoid of significance. Through the high-energy particle detection tower, Tianjin has discovered and captured 3 types of high-energy particles, particularly the Higgs-like particles, which serve as fundamental constituents of space itself. Our universe is so immense, predominantly composed of various Higgs-like particles. Should humanity succeed in fully deciphering these Higgs-like particles, the prospect of manipulating spatial folding for travel may become a feasible reality. Following the publication of the Dragon Kingdom's findings in Nature, even the Western Bloc was compelled to acknowledge them. We have now entered an era where the Dragon Kingdom leads human civilization. The knowledge and power shared by the Dragon Kingdom will form the cornerstone of progress for all humankind. Meanwhile, the space station of the Dragon Nation welcomed guests from 7 different countries. These astronauts, representing diverse scientific missions, embody the sincere collaboration of humanity, striving for a brighter future in the era of space exploration. It can be said that, apart from the United States, people across the globe are diligently working together, with no one seeking to create discord. This harmonious cooperation is fundamentally rooted in the leadership of the Dragon Nation. In the event of conflicts among these nations, rather than resorting to war, they can seek arbitration from the Dragon Nation. Unlike the United States, which often engages in chaotic interventions for the benefit of domestic interest groups, the Dragon Nation has historically refrained from establishing overseas colonies. Hence, it inherently possesses substantial influence among third-world countries. Currently, few nations heed the proclamations of the United States. It can be asserted that a world line has emerged where only the United States suffers. Chapter 138. A planet of pure gold within a span of 15 days. The Dragon Nation launched 72 satellites into space, which will assist in weather forecasting and agricultural sensor technology, among other fields. Remarkably, these advancements are not solely for the benefit of the Dragon Nation. Any nation within its technological framework can utilize them, even in close proximity to the Nile River. These remarkable technologies can monitor the growth of cotton and wheat. Similar advancements can also be observed in Eastern Europe, South America, and even in regions of Africa, often deemed the most impoverished and underdeveloped. The technology of the Dragon Nation does not serve to monopolize or create profit for a select few. Rather, it genuinely aims to serve all of humanity. The advancement of technology has ushered in a remarkable transformation in agricultural yields, continuously setting new records. High-tech talents from around the globe yearn to study in the Dragon Nation, as the knowledge they acquire can aid in the development of their own countries. According to Western media, the world is becoming increasingly equitable. While the agricultural technology of the Ugly Nation may surpass that of the Dragon Nation, its agricultural conglomerates, such as Monsanto, have engaged in numerous reprehensible acts. Consequently, from the outset of cooperation, the Dragon Nation expelled these enterprises, recognizing their inability to contribute positively and their propensity to cause disarray. Through the efforts of the Wind and Rain Masters, the lush canopies of South America's academicians are swiftly rejuvenating, and the barren African continent is gradually blossoming with greenery. If this trajectory continues, humanity could achieve carbon neutrality within 3 years. Yet, this is merely a starting point. We must aspire to cultivate an even greener ecological civilization. While many scientists focus their attention on the fields, others gaze upwards into the timeless expanse of the cosmos. We have all seen in the news how seeds sent into space yield extraordinarily large fruits upon cultivation. However, such mutations are often difficult to pass on genetically, as after 2 or 3 generations, these plants tend to revert to their original forms. Lin Feng contemplates the possibility of establishing an agricultural research center in space, pondering the potential outcomes of such an endeavor. However, Lin Feng had already promised Tianning one thing. He would take her to space one last time. Commercial space travel had been realized by certain countries decades ago. Tianying's desire to venture into space was not merely for recreation, beyond some scientific objectives. The more significant aspiration was to fulfill her dreams. Presently, only the Dragon Country possesses a space station, which, however, accommodates no more than 10 individuals at most. To Lin Feng, such a space station feels exceedingly cramped. If feasible, he yearns to establish a genuine space base, one that not only incorporates agricultural capabilities for a degree of self-sufficiency, but also serves as a launchpad for future lunar expeditions. To this end, Lin Feng has devised a relatively straightforward plan to launch a series of nanobots into space using a high-energy particle capture tower. Once these nanobots ascend to a high orbit, they will commence a process of transformation and assembly, ultimately piecing together a space base in the cosmos. Ultimately, the dimensions of a space station are constrained by the payload capacity of rockets. The previous space stations were limited in size due to the inherent capabilities of human rockets. With the advent of the high-energy particle capture tower, the payload capacity of human rockets has increased by nearly 50, along with enhanced safety measures. Nonetheless, achieving Lin Feng's envisioned outcome remains a formidable challenge. Thus, Lin Feng was already contemplating whether he should develop a super engine to be mounted on a rocket. If he could achieve the capability of transporting 300 tons of supplies into space simultaneously, it would be nothing short of perfection. The execution of the lunar permanent base plan would consequently become significantly easier. Old Tian chuckled and remarked to Lin Feng, "It seems you will be receiving the Nobel Prize again next year." Lin Feng was still oblivious to the unfolding events. With the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, humanity had fervently harnessed light, enabling crops to undergo photosynthesis day and night, coupled with the efforts of the Wind and Rain Master to transform the world's climate. This year would surely witness an unprecedented global harvest. Preventing hundreds of millions from facing hunger is an achievement that has never been accomplished before. If the Nobel Prize is not awarded to you, then to whom shall it be bestowed? Lin Feng immediately smiled wryly. Perhaps I should decline the honor. The last awards ceremony nearly cost me my life. If I were to attend another, I fear Xiaoying might truly become a widow. Goodness, why must you utter such ominous words? Old Tian exclaimed. Do you not realize that you are a prominent figure in our dragon country? We rely on you for cultural export. Winning a couple more international awards would not only benefit you but also our nation. Indeed, old Tian's words held merit. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained disinclined to accept any awards or engage with dignitaries from various nations. He was not a social butterfly. He was a dedicated researcher, committed to his scientific pursuits. Rather than engaging in tedious and repetitive conversations with these individuals, it would be far more beneficial to explore the methods of cultivating crops on the moon. Additionally, it seems that the researchers at the Beijing Astronomical Observatory have recently turned their attention to the intriguing Psyche, situated in the asteroid belt at the fringes of our solar system. It is rumored to be a celestial body composed entirely of pure gold. The wealth of gold contained within Psyche could potentially rival that of our entire planet. Wouldn't it be far more meaningful to devise a plan to capture this extraordinary asteroid? Of course, our motives for undertaking such an endeavor are not driven by greed, but rather by the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Gold boasts unparalleled stability and malleability. Its only drawback is its exorbitant value. If we could establish a gold mining operation on Psyche, we would be envisioning a whole planet made of gold. What an exhilarating thought. Moreover, who knows how many other such celestial bodies exist throughout the universe? Old Tian remains unaware that Lin Feng's aspirations have already extended to the very edges of the solar system. To speak frankly, the South China Sea has recently been rather tumultuous, with the fleets of the United States appearing to stir restlessly, parading under the banner of freedom of navigation. This is a classic case of Sima Zhao's intentions being plain for all to see. Numerous stealth aircraft have already been deployed to the South China Sea, and it has been reported that, at one point, our stealth jets were a mere 200 meters away from an American aircraft carrier, an observable distance indeed. The stealth jet skimmed directly over the carrier at low altitude, creating a sonic boom that left the personnel aboard the vessel reeling. This act serves as a warning, signifying our aircraft's invincible capability for rapid advancement. Although you may possess numerous missile-equipped frigates, you could never hope to intercept me. Chapter 139. The Dragon Nation leads the development of interstellar exploration and truth. On the radar screens of several warships belonging to the Ugly Nation, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any discoveries. Despite the fact that the aircraft of the Dragon Nation had soared overhead, visible even to the naked eye, the radar remained astonishingly mute. This was an unprecedented experience for the Ugly Nation. They found themselves at a stark technological disadvantage in terms of weaponry. Historically, the Ugly Nation had excelled at leveraging its world-class military equipment to intimidate those primitive nations still mired in tribal systems, often engaging in skirmishes against minor warlords. However, when confronted with a legitimate nation, the Ugly Nation invariably resorted to proxy wars. They were acutely aware of their reliance on overwhelming firepower, should that advantage diminish. The toll and casualties would be catastrophic. Even the supreme leader of the Ugly Nation could hardly withstand the shock of losses exceeding 1,000. Domestically, there has always been a heightened sensitivity surrounding this issue, thus necessitating their engagement in proxy conflicts. Yet, with the weaponry of the Dragon Nation now surpassing that of the Ugly Nation, it was the latter that found itself in a state of bewilderment. They had never been trained to engage in warfare against an adversary wielding equivalent, or superior, armaments. Consequently, the Pacific Command of the Ugly Nation issued a recall order, mandating that all vessels and nuclear submarines deployed in the South China Sea return to their home port. This represented a silent form of resistance. The media would not cover it, and the average citizen would remain largely unaware. Nevertheless, it would certainly not escape the discerning eyes of naval experts from various nations. Once the vessels of the Ugly Nation have completely departed from the Asia-Pacific region, only the presence of the Dragon Nation remains. In a certain sense, one could argue that the Ugly Nation has willingly relinquished a significant portion of the Pacific's dominion to the Dragon Nation. The sun over the Pacific continues to rise and set each day, seemingly without distinction. Yet, in the silence of these waters, a new master has emerged. The ebb and flow of power between empires often transpires in such a manner. By the time an empire succumbs in a globally scrutinized war, its internal structure has often already succumbed to a profound emptiness. Ordinary individuals lack both the capacity and the energy to comprehend the intricate machinations beneath the surface. Of course, Lin Feng is indifferent to such geopolitical maneuverings. His mind is preoccupied with one paramount concern: the foresight research into space travel. To explore outer space and establish a permanent lunar base, the Dragon Nation alone is decidedly insufficient. It is imperative to unite the majority of the world's nations, at the very least to establish a principle that prohibits military expansion on the moon and the proliferation of weaponry therein. Only then shall humanity be worthy of a brighter future. However, these are matters for politicians to address, not for a researcher like him. Old Tian once again picked up his tablet and began sharing various anecdotes with Lin Feng. For instance, even elementary school students in Africa can now return home to the availability of electricity after school. With the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, Africa is also embarking on initiatives to ensure that every household can afford electric lighting. In South America, Primary school children can joyfully watch an episode of an animated series before embarking on their homework. These two students, despite their differing names, skin colors, and cultural backgrounds, share a common trait: their love for the Chinese language and their commendable academic achievements. Consequently, they will soon travel as young international students to the Dragon Kingdom, which will undoubtedly sow seeds of civilization throughout the world. Perhaps in 2 generations, the borders between nations will gradually blur, transforming the Earth into a true global village. This vision is precisely what Lin Feng aspires to witness and has tirelessly worked towards. When one pursues the right path, it is inevitable to encounter numerous distractions, akin to persistent flies buzzing around one's ears. Presently, the role played by the United States resembles that of an annoying fly. Globally, there is a general disdain for its citizens, a sentiment echoed even by the Americans themselves, who frequently take to the streets to criticize their own country. However, the powerful interest groups within the United States remain in control of everything. Their influence permeates the military, politics, and the realm of public opinion. They manipulate sentiments through various means, such as identity politics and the promotion of 76 genders, leaving ordinary citizens with little time to concern themselves with these politicians. Merely determining one's gender, without mistakenly identifying one's spouse's gender, can take at least 3 years. Interestingly, as the United States began to fall behind, its slanders against the Dragon Kingdom went largely ignored. The world has always been starkly pragmatic. People are inclined to cheer for the powerful while shunning the lamentations of the weak. Certainly, another point to consider is the incident involving the United States at the Nobel Prize ceremony, which ultimately resulted in them shooting themselves in the foot. Following that event, a rift emerged between the United States and its most steadfast Western allies. Although the U.S. subsequently paid a substantial amount in compensation, many issues cannot be resolved with money, such as dignity. Who would willingly attend a globally spotlighted award ceremony only to be inexplicably harmed by the Americans? Without the support of their Western allies, the voice of the U.S. has not only diminished significantly, but has also become increasingly isolated. It is well understood that the current state of the U.S. resembles that of a grasshopper after autumn. On the surface, they may still be regarded as the elder brother of the Western world, yet in truth, the entire Western alliance has long been fracturing from within. And all of this is a consequence of the U.S.'s own actions. Observing the lack of response from their numerous allies despite extensive reporting, the U.S. leaders began admonishing them one by one. However, what transpired next was even more humiliating. The leaders of the 7 major European nations actually banded together to leave Europe and meet with the leader of China. As for the Americans, no one seemed inclined to engage with them. The U.S. diplomats were practically driven to madness. Quite frankly, they have never faced such a significant loss in diplomatic settings before. At present, these diplomats can at least feel the decline of their empire. In earlier times, no nation would have dared to treat Americans in such a manner. The European Space Agency, alongside over 100 nations including South America, ASEAN, the Arab League, and the African Union, has jointly issued a declaration expressing their intent to pursue the development of space resources under the auspices of the Dragon Nation. It is highly probable that a high-level summit will be convened in the Dragon Nation to establish the aim of demilitarizing space as much as possible. The Dragon Nation's concept of a community with a shared future for mankind is increasingly garnering global support. Chapter 140. The Aerospace Fighters of the Ugly Nation. The crux of the matter is that if the leading Dragon Nation refrains from developing space weaponry, then these subordinate nations, which inherently rely on the Dragon Nation's support to advance their own space endeavors, are even less likely to pursue weapon development. On the day the declaration was made, the entire Ugly Nation was engulfed in uproar. Even the most vehemently anti-China media, the notoriously infamous CNN, had to concede. An era led by the Dragon Nation, shaping the destiny of humanity, has indeed arrived. The Ugly Nation shall continue to weaken and engage in internal strife, with its citizens embroiled in conflicts over 72 different genders, becoming the first empire in human history to disintegrate autonomously without warfare. Even the most seasoned citizens of the Ugly Nation have now entirely lost their confidence. They frantically gather in hopes of rediscovering the Puritan spirit of hard work that once characterized the founding of their nation. Yet, the Ugly Nation is now rife with syringes, various psychotropic substances, and youths identifying with 72 different genders. The version of the Ugly Nation they yearn for appears unlikely to return for a protracted period. Even the experts from the so-called ugly nation find themselves in profound sorrow, while the dragon country is diligently constructing its own space fortress. We are merely occupied with the repair of over 70 types of restrooms at airports. Who truly embodies the future of humanity? This stark contrast is also the reason behind Europe's swift abandonment of the ugly nation. Presently, the ugly nation is spiraling into an abyss of decline, and to stand alongside it now is to be utterly oblivious to the meaning of demise. Naturally, the fervor displayed by European political leaders towards space exploration projects is fueled by the belief that Lin Feng has pledged his involvement. Different nations harbor varying expectations of Lin Feng, yet one sentiment remains universally shared: the recognition of his formidable prowess. Regardless of how implausible or fantastical a notion may be, should Lin Feng make a commitment, there are those who will believe in his capacity to bring it to fruition. Indeed, many have begun to revere Lin Feng as a deity, transforming admiration into a quasi-religious fervor. This adulation is a source of considerable distress for Lin Feng. Yet there is little he can do. The world is predominantly inhabited by the inept and fragile, who seek a spiritual idol to momentarily liberate them from the drudgery of mundane existence. Even if not Lin Feng, there will always be others to fill that role. Lin Feng recently convened with the prime ministers of 7 European nations and key leaders of the European Parliament in the capital. Reports suggest that Europe is exceedingly interested in collaborating with the Dragon country to construct an international space station, even expressing a willingness to contribute 50% of the funding, all to secure a stronger voice in the station's operations once completed. A holographic image also materialized during the discussions. The space station designed by Lin Feng will be circular, surpassing any previous space station in size, capable of accommodating at least 300 individuals for simultaneous habitation and work. The station's weight will astonishingly reach 1,000 tons. The laboratory sections will be divided into 12 categories, including agriculture, space, aerospace, and cosmic rays. Launching the space station into orbit will necessitate no fewer than 36 missions. Even with the support of high-energy particle capture towers, such an endeavor is undoubtedly audacious. The earlier International Space Station weighed merely a few tons, while subsequent constructions by the Dragon country did not exceed 30 tons, yet it has already claimed the title of the world's foremost station. Although both are referred to as space stations, Lin Feng's upcoming Peace International Space Station is fundamentally a different entity altogether. Even European scientists deem Lin Feng's plan excessively ambitious. Such a daring project will undoubtedly require an astronomical sum of funding. Yet Lin Feng chuckled, following the success of controlled nuclear fusion. The costs of energy and logistics have plummeted to less than 1/10 of their original values. Coupled with the utilization of various robots, the creation of this unprecedented international space station will only demand 100 billion. Is this 100 billion in dollars or euros? Lin Feng laughed again. Of course. It is in renminbi. As a citizen of the Dragon country, how could I possibly price it in dollars? 100 billion renminbi is certainly not an exorbitant figure. Even if it were to be financed entirely, the Europeans would have no objections, not to mention a mere 50% contribution. Old Europe has amassed a wealth over countless years, and it is hardly an issue for them to allocate some funds. The initiative for the International Space Station has also piqued the interest of numerous smaller nations. It is not solely the venerable gentlemen of Europe who yearn to explore the cosmos. African nations and Arab states are equally filled with a fervent desire for space exploration. This aspiration transcends religion, nationality, and cultural backgrounds. It is an innate human urge to venture into the vastness of the universe and pursue dreams among the stars. The nations attending the summit are destined to be thoroughly satisfied, for the Dragon Nation is poised to guide them on this journey. The most significant distinction between the Dragon Nation and the Ugly Nation lies in this very aspect. When the Ugly Nation develops new technologies, their first thought is how to sell them at exorbitant prices, exploiting the impoverished in the process. They remain indifferent even if those in Africa face starvation, as long as it does not occur before their eyes. Only the Dragon Nation possesses the capacity to bear the future of humanity upon its shoulders, a vision that the Ugly Nation has never embraced. Perhaps one could argue that there was a time when this spirit resided in a figure like Franklin D. Roosevelt. But after his era, the Ugly Nation began its perilous decline. Just as the Dragon Nation strives to unite the world in a quest for peaceful development, the Ugly Nation has unveiled a sensational announcement. They hastily proclaim to the world that they have developed an aerospace fighter jet, claiming it to be the absolute pinnacle of global technology. This so-called aerospace fighter possesses capabilities that extend beyond those of conventional combat aircraft, enabling it to soar to altitudes of 18,000 meters, and under extreme conditions, it can even reach 20,000 meters. Upon arriving at this location, one would find themselves in a state of near weightlessness. Following the development of their aerospace fighter jets, the nation known for its less-than-stellar reputation has commenced a series of brazen provocations against the Dragon Kingdom, boldly asserting that the Dragon Kingdom lacks the capability to produce equally formidable aerospace fighters. Truth be told, Lin Feng was left utterly speechless upon encountering this news. The Dragon Kingdom, of course, would not embark on the creation of such so-called aerospace fighters, as it holds no inherent value. Would it not be far more prudent to develop precision strike weaponry in the vastness of outer space? Why fabricate a contraption that is a mere amalgamation of various concepts? Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom has recently initiated the signing of a treaty aimed at the demilitarization of space, a treaty that the aforementioned nation has conspicuously declined to endorse. However, as a responsible global power, the Dragon Kingdom understands that its commitments cannot be so whimsically discarded as those of the other party. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom's response has been relatively measured, urging certain nations to refrain from provocations, as conflict would be detrimental to all of humanity. Nevertheless, the other nation remains indifferent to these appeals. Its fervent populace has begun to vociferously demand an asymmetrical cosmic conflict with the Dragon Kingdom, vowing to obliterate it from the cosmic arena and reclaim their place atop the world hierarchy. Frankly speaking, the mindset of these individuals has become utterly irrational. Since the collapse of the petrodollar system, the domestic situation within their borders has been rife with turmoil, with a plethora of fantastical factions emerging, even leading to cries for independence in California. The leadership of the Dragon Kingdom has long since grown weary of engaging with this nation. They merely need to observe from across the Pacific, for this nation will inevitably descend into chaos on its own. Should one confront them head-on at this juncture, it would only serve to galvanize their unity. If left unattended, it will inevitably exhaust itself through various internal conflicts. Essentially, the so-called ugly nation is merely a company masquerading as a country. Nevertheless, the esteemed leader of the Dragon Nation urged Lin Feng to contemplate how to confront the aerospace combat aircraft of the ugly nation. In extreme circumstances, all satellites and space equipment we launch could potentially be obliterated by the adversary. This reflects the wisdom that one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against the intentions of others. The citizens of the ugly nation now claim to possess over 70 genders when they truly go mad. Who can predict the uncontrollable actions they might undertake? Upon receiving the directive, Lin Feng recognized the necessity of such preparations. While we may refrain from developing offensive weaponry, surely we must possess defensive capabilities. Thus, Lin Feng returned to his office, locking himself inside and remaining there throughout the night. Even when Tianning knocked on the door, he chose not to respond. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Feng opened the office door, emerging with a stack of blueprints cradled in his arms. Despite a sleepless night, he bore no signs of fatigue. Instead, a faint smile graced his face. The blueprints prominently displayed the words Southern Gate Project. Lin Feng handed the blueprints to Tianning and then stretched languidly, exclaiming, I'm so tired. I plan to get some sleep now. Please hand this over to Elder Tian. He will forward it to the relevant departments. Southern Gate? What is this? Tianning inquired, glancing over the blueprints. A platform situated in the stratosphere can be envisioned as a celestial aircraft carrier. While traditional aircraft carriers traverse the waves of the ocean, I ponder the possibility of elevating such a vessel into the heavens, transforming it into an everlasting stronghold, complete with hangars housing a myriad of cutting-edge drones, poised for instant engagement. At this moment, Tianning was utterly captivated, yet she inquired, but an aircraft carrier typically displaces tens of thousands of tons, with extreme variance exceeding 100,000 tons, and its weight often surpasses several thousand tons. How could such a colossal metallic entity remain airborne? The energy required would be astronomical. The mere thought of the energy efficiency ratio made Tianying's heart sink. I have contemplated this. While it may seem impractical to utilize controllable nuclear fusion, we could retrofit existing nuclear power systems. Presently, the energy efficiency of these systems hovers around 15. However, if we could elevate it to 75, we could effortlessly propel those aircraft carriers into the sky. Yet achieving a 5-fold increase in energy efficiency does not appear to be a simple feat. Tianning responded with a hint of skepticism, her words tinged with caution. This hesitance stemmed from her dialogue with Lin Feng. Had it been anyone else, she would have outright declared it impossible. What sort of divine intervention could facilitate such a dramatic enhancement in energy efficiency? It is akin to leaping from steam engines to electric motors. Nevertheless, she was aware that among her acquaintances, Lin Feng alone possessed the audacity to entertain such outlandish ideas. Indeed, Lin Feng remarked with ease, "I believe I can manage this. The South Heaven Gate project seems quite promising." "Very well," came the response. "However, we shall await the leader's review before proceeding. You should rest properly. Honestly, I told you before not to stay up late recklessly. Yet here you are, burning the midnight oil every day. Do you not take my words seriously?" Tianing exclaimed, hands on her hips, exhibiting a hint of petulance. Lin Feng offered a wry smile, quickly apologizing. "I merely wish to complete the task swiftly. The higher-ups are awaiting my response. Yet the leaders did not instruct you to sacrifice your health. If you do not cherish your body now, you will find yourself drinking wolfberry tea in the future." Once the designs for the South Heaven Gate project were submitted, the senior officials of the Dragon Nation and their advisors were profoundly astonished. If one were to encapsulate their sentiment in a single phrase, it would be a meeting long overdue. Indeed, had this proposal been available earlier, the Dragon Nation would have already launched the project. The South Heaven Gate platform could strike any corner of the globe within 24 hours, ensuring precision in its attacks. With the advent of the South Heaven Gate, the Navy and Army could almost consider retirement. Particularly for the Navy, there would be no need for arduous patrols of maritime borders. Satellites could achieve complete coverage. And in the event of an invasion, the South Heaven Gate would simply deploy the White Emperor drone strike group. Even targets submerged beneath the waves could be addressed with deep-sea explosives. If the Dragon Nation truly succeeds in constructing the South Sky Gate, the nature of warfare will undoubtedly transform into a battleground dominated entirely by drones and robots. The pivotal advantage lies in the fact that these machines can remain on standby around the clock, devoid of the need for insurance or the risks associated with human casualties, rendering them the quintessential warriors. Provided that the Dragon Nation operates at full capacity in production, the South Sky Gate could deploy drones and robots to any corner of the Earth, executing missions with lightning speed. Even high-ranking military officials find themselves enraptured by the South Sky Gate, perceiving it as a pinnacle of contemporary warfare artistry. The meticulously crafted Global Rapid Response System of the U.S. pales in comparison, appearing almost trivial next to the South Sky Gate. In their quest for 24-hour rapid response, the U.S. has had to streamline its operations, now limited to counterterrorism efforts. In contrast, the South Sky Gate possesses the capability to initiate localized warfare at any moment, rendering any comparison utterly unfounded. Lin Feng remains blissfully unaware of the monumental stir his South Sky Gate initiative has caused. He is currently in a deep slumber, only to be roused later by Tian Ying's admonishments before he prepares to head to the dining hall. Lin Feng continues to dine alongside ordinary researchers, lacking the habit of preferential treatment. Whenever he appears in the cafeteria, numerous researchers seize the opportunity to greet him. Chapter 142. The leaders are elated. Lin Feng had barely finished his meal when Tian Lao was dispatched from above. Accompanying Elder Tian were two venerable figures from the military commission, who had come to convey a message to Lin Feng, an invitation to convene with relevant authorities to further deliberate on the feasibility of the Southgate project. The identity of this esteemed department was too elevated to be casually mentioned in public discourse. However, according to the accounts of these elders, the leadership above was profoundly stirred upon reviewing Lin Feng's Southgate project and its accompanying blueprints, expressing an earnest desire to engage in dialogue with him. Presently, the defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation are sufficiently robust to protect its sovereignty and project power within Asia, with no insurmountable challenges. Although there remains a slight disparity with the United States, the nation confidently ranks as the second most formidable power globally. Crucially, the Dragon Nation does not aspire to emulate the aggressive incursions characteristic of the United States. Thus, from a purely defensive standpoint, its current capabilities suffice. Should the Southgate platform be initiated, corresponding adjustments to the nation's defense strategies and postures will be imperative, as the Southgate project aims to enhance rapid global response and projection capabilities, utilizing a high-orbit combat platform. It could potentially deliver military strikes to any corner of the Earth within a mere 3 hours. While these adjustments are not Lin Feng's responsibility, The impending discussions regarding the Southgate project signify a forthcoming and significant shift in the strategy of the Dragon Nation. Such a transformation has been inevitable. If the Dragon Nation seeks to reclaim the grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties, it must embrace this evolution in its role. At a certain juncture, the Dragon Nation will transition from being a pursuer to becoming the pursued. The small nations of the world will regard the Dragon Kingdom as a new benchmark to emulate and draw inspiration from. Upon arrival at the conference venue, Lin Feng and Elder Tian were greeted by a gathering of elderly men clad in military uniforms. Each of these dignitaries bore insignias upon their shoulders, indicating that the upper echelons of the military commission had all gathered for this occasion. Elder Tian was taken aback, having never before witnessed such a spectacle. The excitement was palpable as Elder Tian understood that the presence of so many leaders to meet Lin Feng could only signify one thing: the Southgate project, conceived by Lin Feng, was poised to commence imminently. However, such monumental undertakings typically require extensive feasibility assessments. As Elder Tian's thoughts wandered, a leader approached them to extend a handshake. During the exchange, the military officials exhibited remarkable courtesy, referring to Lin Feng with the phrase long admired. Indeed, Lin Feng's renown in the Dragon Kingdom now eclipsed that of many celebrities. Subsequently, these leaders graciously invited Lin Feng into a conference room. General Zhang, who presided over the meeting, stated, "Lin, we have summoned you today to clarify certain aspects of the Southgate project that remain unclear to us." Lin Feng nodded. Noting that these were merely minor issues, he encouraged them to ask any questions they might have. Even before the presence of so many generals, Lin Feng displayed no signs of trepidation. Before long, a hand was raised and inquiries began. "Lin Gong, allow me to pose the first inquiry. I represent the aerospace forces, and it is now widely acknowledged that the Air Force and the Space Forces have merged into a singular entity. Is it feasible to transform the Phantom warplane you previously developed into a space-capable aircraft? The primary distinction between a space warplane and a conventional fighter jet lies in its operational altitude of 48,000 feet, where one approaches the threshold of cosmic orbit. The combat environment at such elevations is markedly different from that of several thousand or even 10,000 meters. Crucially, at this altitude, the air density diminishes significantly, enabling high-speed vehicles to effortlessly achieve velocities of 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. Naturally, this presents a formidable challenge to the materials constituting the aircraft, as these heights are fraught with extreme conditions. Lin Feng replied with an air of composure, stating that converting the Phantom warplane into a space-capable aircraft poses no difficulties whatsoever. Furthermore, the integration of autonomous piloting technology would enable it to autonomously seek, track, and neutralize adversaries. In fact, I have designed an even more intriguing aircraft, which is more cost-effective than the Phantom warplane. Given its unmanned nature, numerous components can be omitted, yet the operational and combat duration is projected to exceed 180 days. This implies that we could deploy a fleet of space-capable warplanes into high orbit to fulfill a 6-month mission, subsequently retrieving them for maintenance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's revelations, the leaders of the Air Force were galvanized with excitement. They were nearly unable to contain their eagerness for Lin Feng to produce a dozen prototype units to validate the technology. Lin Feng merely pressed a button on his cuff, and a multitude of nanobots swiftly assembled a projector before the leaders. Subsequently, they flawlessly displayed a holographic image of the Divine Sword aerospace fighter that Lin Feng had designed. The capabilities of this aerospace fighter would undoubtedly surpass those of the Phantom fighter jet, and more crucially, it would be adept at operating in ultra-high altitude environments, with a maximum speed likely exceeding 10 Mach. What does such velocity entail? It signifies a pace that even the missiles of certain nations cannot match. No matter their fervent attempts, even if targeted by their missiles, it could swiftly evade and escape. As long as one flies fast enough, those missiles shall forever remain in pursuit without success. This endows us with absolute initiative. Should we choose to strike first, we can engage and retreat without fear of retaliation from that nation. The leaders of the Air Force grew increasingly exhilarated and inquired, "Is there a solution to the engine issue, Engineer Lin?" "Utilizing the same superalloy as the Phantom fighter will suffice," Lin Feng replied, though this time, the aerodynamic layout must be meticulously redesigned. The final speed should indeed reach the levels I previously mentioned. This has already been simulated using a supercomputer. The Air Force leaders were eager to place an order for 1,000 of these aerospace fighters on the spot. However, it would be premature to discuss such matters at this juncture. In addition to the aerospace fighter, another combat unit holds significant importance: the unmanned combat exoskeleton. The South Heaven Gate serves as a combat platform, and beyond executing drone strikes, it should also possess delivery capabilities. The delivery system designed by Lin Feng for the South Sky Gate consists of numerous unmanned mechas. While these unmanned mechas may not match the performance of nanomechas, they are significantly more cost-effective. Unlike nanomechas, which necessitate considerations for the wearer's protection, these unmanned mechas are devoid of such concerns. The demise of these robots will not be included in casualty statistics, and they do not experience fatigue or other negative states like humans, allowing them to remain on standby around the clock. Chapter 142. The leader's enthusiasm. Lin Feng had yet to finish his meal when Elder Tian arrived, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen from the military commission. Their purpose was to inform Lin Feng of a meeting with relevant departments to further discuss the feasibility of the South Sky Gate project. This particular department, due to its elevated status, could not be mentioned in public. However, according to the two elders, the leaders above were exceedingly excited after reviewing Lin Feng's South Sky Gate plan and blueprints, insisting on speaking with him. In truth, the current defense capabilities of Longhua are more than sufficient to safeguard the nation and project power within Asia. Although there remains a gap compared to the United States, Longhua undoubtedly ranks as the world's second superpower. The distinction lies in the fact that Longhua does not require the aggressive invasions characteristic of the United States. Thus, from a purely defensive perspective, its capabilities are entirely adequate. Should the South Sky Gate platform be initiated, corresponding adjustments to Longhua's future defense strategies and postures will be imperative. The Southern Sky Gate platform aspires to achieve rapid global response and projection capabilities. With its operational platform in high orbit, it can execute military strikes on any corner of the Earth within a mere 3 hours. This adjustment, of course, is not solely Lin Feng's responsibility. However, the discussions regarding the Southern Sky Gate plan indicate that the strategy of Long Nation is on the cusp of a significant transformation. Such a shift has been inevitable. If Long Nation wishes to return to the grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties, it must embrace this role transition. Eventually, Long Nation will no longer be a pursuer, but rather the pursued. The smaller nations around the globe will regard Long Nation as a new benchmark to emulate and draw inspiration from. Upon Lin Feng and Elder Tian's arrival at the conference venue, they were greeted by an assembly of elderly gentlemen clad in military uniforms. Each of these elders bore medals on their shoulders, signifying the presence of the senior leadership of the military commission in full attendance. Elder Tian was taken aback. Having never encountered such a scene before, he felt a surge of excitement. Understanding that the only reason so many leaders had convened to meet Lin Feng was one, the Southern Sky Gate plan, designed by Lin Feng, was likely on the verge of initiation. Yet, such a grand project typically requires extensive feasibility assessments. While Elder Tian was lost in thought, a leader approached to extend a handshake. During this exchange, the leaders from the military commission displayed utmost courtesy, referring to Lin Feng with the phrase, "I've long admired your name." Indeed, Lin Feng's prominence in Long Nation surpasses that of many celebrities. The leaders graciously invited Lin Feng into a conference room. General Zhang, who presided over the meeting, remarked, "Lin, the purpose of your visit is to clarify certain aspects of the Nanchaman project that remain unclear to us. We would greatly appreciate your insights." Lin Feng nodded, indicating that these were merely minor issues, and encouraged them to pose any questions they had. Even in the presence of the esteemed general, he exhibited no signs of apprehension. Shortly thereafter, a hand was raised to inquire. "Lin, I shall pose the first question on behalf of the aerospace forces. As we all know, the Air Force and Space Force have now been integrated. Is it feasible to adapt the Phantom fighter jet you previously developed into an aerospace fighter?" He continued. The principal distinction between an aerospace fighter and a conventional fighter jet lies in the need to operate at altitudes of 48,000 feet. This altitude reaches the threshold of outer space, where the operational environment is vastly different from that of several thousand or 10,000 feet. The crucial factor at such heights is the scarcity of air. High-speed vehicles can effortlessly attain speeds of 4 to 5 Mach. Of course, this presents a significant challenge to the materials used in the aircraft, given the extreme conditions encountered at such elevations. Lin Feng replied with composure. Transforming the Phantom fighter into an aerospace fighter poses no issues whatsoever. Moreover, we can incorporate autonomous navigation systems, enabling the aircraft to autonomously search for, track, and eliminate adversaries. In fact, this time, I have designed a more intriguing aircraft. one that is more cost-effective than the Phantom jet. Due to its unmanned nature, many components can be eliminated, yet the operational and combat duration is expected to exceed 180 days. This means that we can deploy a fleet of aerospace fighters into high orbit to undertake a 6-month mission before returning for maintenance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's proposal, the leaders of the Air Force became exceedingly enthusiastic. They were almost impatient to have Lin Feng produce a dozen prototype models to validate the technology. Lin Feng merely pressed a button, and numerous nanobots automatically assembled into a projector before the leaders, showcasing a holographic image of his design, the Divine Sword aerospace fighter. This aircraft's performance is undoubtedly superior to that of the Phantom jet, with the added advantage of being well-suited for ultra-high altitude environments. And it is projected to achieve speeds exceeding 10 Mach. What does such speed signify? It is a velocity that even the missiles of certain nations cannot hope to match. Even if locked onto by their missiles, the aircraft can swiftly evade. As long as it flies fast enough, those missiles will never catch up. We would possess absolute initiative. If we launch an offensive and retreat afterward, that nation would be rendered incapable of any response. The Air Force leaders grew increasingly excited and inquired regarding the engine issue. Does Engineer Lin have any solutions? Utilizing the same superalloy as that of the Phantom fighter is sufficient. However, this time the aerodynamic configuration must undergo meticulous redesign. The ultimate velocity should reach the extent I previously mentioned, a hypothesis already validated through supercomputing simulations. The Air Force officials are eager to place an order for 1,000 such aerospace combat aircraft from Lin Feng right here. Nonetheless, it may indeed be premature to discuss such matters at this juncture. Beyond aerospace combat aircraft, another operational unit holds significant importance: the unmanned combat mechs. The South Heaven Gate serves as a combat platform, which, in addition to conducting drone strikes, should possess logistical capabilities as well. Lin Feng's design for the South Heaven Gate includes a delivery system comprising numerous unmanned combat mechs. While these mechs undoubtedly lag behind nano-mechs in performance, they are far more cost-effective. Nano-mechs necessitate considerations for the protection of their operators. However, such concerns do not apply to unmanned combat mechs. The demise of these machines does not contribute to casualty figures, and unlike humans, they do not suffer from fatigue or other adverse conditions, allowing them to remain on standby for 24 hours. Chapter 143, You Protect Me. These mechs are intentionally designed in a humanoid form when deployed from great heights. They utilize parachutes to land at designated positions. They then swiftly assemble and execute their predetermined tactical objectives. Until the mission is accomplished, these robots will not retreat. It is well understood that large-scale operations involving unmanned combat mechs represent the future trajectory of ground forces. However, due to the underdeveloped state of AI technology and mecha technology, no nation on Earth has yet achieved this feat perfectly. If the Dragon Kingdom were indeed able to deploy such a multitude of unmanned mechas at the South Gate, it would undoubtedly represent a revolutionary experiment. Should it succeed, the Dragon Kingdom's army would be at least one generation ahead of its counterparts. Moreover, significant reforms within the army are anticipated in the future. In contrast to frontline combatants, those skilled in mechanical repairs may very well become the backbone of the military. Unmanned mechas do not require supply deliveries. Even if they venture deep into enemy territory alone, we need not overly concern ourselves with their losses. When necessary, they can be abandoned without hesitation, a luxury not afforded to human soldiers. Lin Feng's words ignited great excitement among the army leaders. Alas, the Yaoban tanks are ill-suited for the Southgate platform. Otherwise, the mere thought of airdropping a mechanic behind enemy lines is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng further elaborated on phased array radar and other technologies. It can be said that he had anticipated every question the leaders could conceive. This is only natural, for the blueprints for the Southgate project were procured from the system itself, imbued with Lin Feng's high hopes. It is evident that once the Southgate initiative commences, the entire ugly nation will no longer stand as a competitor to the Dragon Kingdom. No dragon citizen would regard those from the ugly nation as adversaries any longer. This time, Lin Feng aims to establish at least a 2-generation gap between the two sides. Although the United States has its own Star Wars program, it is largely a mere gimmick. Within this facade, the military-industrial complex has indeed profited significantly, yet a considerable portion of these funds is funneled to appease politicians. It can be asserted that the interest groups in the U.S. merely utilize the Star Wars initiative as a pretext for financial gain, and few genuinely believe that these plans will materialize. However, Lin Feng finds himself in a different situation. He is currently engaged in demonstrating the feasibility of the Southgate project to military leaders. Should this proposal receive approval, the project could be launched at any moment, and the reactions from the Americans would undoubtedly be quite remarkable. At this juncture, a leader inquired, Lin Feng, "We are indeed very intrigued by these weapons and equipment. However, to keep a space aircraft carrier, weighing several thousand tons, afloat in the sky requires a terrifying amount of energy, does it not?" "Indeed. It demands a colossal amount of energy. If one were to rely on burning oil, that would be utterly impossible. However, with nuclear energy, the realm of possibilities expands dramatically. But current controllable nuclear fusion technology is far too large. Do you possess the capability to miniaturize it and integrate it into the space aircraft carrier?" Lin Feng shook his head. Miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion, even a domestic version. With humanity's current technological advancements, we are still a bit too early for that. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, many leaders present began to murmur among themselves, as they deemed such technology excessively fantastical. Humanity has only recently achieved controllable nuclear fusion. The notion of immediately miniaturizing it indeed seems rather impractical. However, if we do not employ controllable nuclear fusion, what immense energy source could possibly support the entire Southern Gate, enabling it to revolve around the Earth at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters? Lin Feng smiled gently, stating that he would modify 2 nuclear reactors. Although somewhat primitive, these reactors would provide a remarkably stable energy supply. Furthermore, the Southern Gate would be constructed using an unprecedented superalloy, rendering it both lighter and sturdier. As for the construction costs, Lin Feng chuckled and revealed that the budget had already been meticulously prepared. The first unit would indeed be quite expensive, but from the second unit onward, cost would dramatically decrease by at least 50%, if not more. This is due to the extensive technical validations and the development of new technologies required for the first unit. Once Lin Feng concluded his remarks, the leaders present could hardly contain their eagerness to support him. Nevertheless, such matters necessitate a collective decision from the entire military commission. By the end of the day, Lin Feng had convincingly swayed 90 of the leaders. Once the Southern Gate of the Dragon Nation is completed, it is likely that the entire world will be left astounded, particularly those from the United States, who will surely be taken aback upon witnessing the Southern Gate. The leaders even insisted that Lin Feng stay for dinner. And throughout the meal, they continued to inquire about various aspects of the Southern Gate. Lin Feng addressed each question with thoroughness and precision. To be candid, he was determined to see the Southern Gate come to fruition, as it is envisioned not only as a military platform but also for various other applications. A vast platform floats within the orbital expanse of 30 to 40,000 meters, perhaps one day serving as a launch site for lunar exploration vessels. The Southern Gate resembles a springboard, and Lin Feng's next ambition is the Guanghan Palace project. If he could celebrate his wedding with Tian-Ying on the moon, it would undoubtedly be the most romantic event in the world. This is the finest gift Lin Feng, a man of science and engineering, can conceive for Tian-Ying. Remarkably, within just 5 days, the military commission issued an appointment letter requesting Lin Feng to serve as the chief engineer for the Southern Gate project. This initiative remains classified at the highest level. Once Lin Feng gathered his trusted allies, Tian-Ying, Zhang Chu, and Gao Xiong, the excitement among them reached a fever pitch. Truth be told, after engaging in military engineering, Hu Wunti desired to undertake a globally astonishing project. Lin Feng meticulously divided the Southern Gate project into 2 segments: the construction of the aerospace mothership and the development of combat equipment. He would personally oversee the mothership's construction, while the responsibility for the combat equipment would be entrusted to Gao Xiong, who had previous experience with mechs and aerospace fighters, providing Lin Feng with considerable peace of mind. As for Tian-Ying, she was tasked with assembling a new materials team dedicated to developing a form of anti-gravity material to enhance the buoyancy and safety of the aerospace mothership. Finally, it was Zhang Chu's turn. He eagerly inquired, "Lin Feng, what about me? What will I do?" "You are responsible for my protection," Lin Feng replied. Zhang Chu's face immediately fell. "But, now that we have returned to the country, and with so many agents arranged around you, what purpose does my protection serve?" Chapter 144. The plan in motion. Why don't you accompany me after work for some gaming? Just tell me if you're in or not. Honestly, it's quite absurd. The job meant to serve the populace is still picky. Zhang Chu, your awareness as a comrade seems to be diminishing. Despite this remark, Zhang Chu remained cheerful. He replied, "Lin Feng, I concede that your research prowess surpasses mine. But when it comes to gaming, you truly fall short. Do you recall the speedrun record for Super Mario? I wager that even with another decade, you could never surpass it. Why is Zhang Chu so full of himself? Tiaoying couldn't help but interject. No matter how impressive you are, you're still just a single dog. Lin Feng took Tiaoying's soft hand and said, but you see, it is precisely because he is a single dog that he requires such quick reflexes. What need does a normal person have for such speed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu nearly wept in anguish. He was already inundated with dog food daily. Just wait. I shall unleash chaos upon the world. Thus, the construction of the South Heavenly Gate plan commenced with remarkable organization. Lin Feng's current status was now entirely different from before, allowing him access to resources that were previously unimaginable. Where he once had to toil personally for many tasks, he could now simply make a call and gain access to the finest universities and laboratories across Longhua. This transformation deeply resonated with him. However, at this moment, he found little need for such resources, as his own team was equipped with AI and nanobots. There exists a multitude of tasks that, once assigned, can be executed tirelessly by AI and nanorobots, culminating in swift reports delivered directly from the hands of Lin Feng. Following the initiation of the Southern Gate project by the Dragon Nation, it appears that the nation of Zhou has caught wind of developments. Their head of state has publicly declared that Zhou will invest a staggering $150 billion within 5 years to actualize their Star Wars initiative. Although the Dragon Nation has refrained from issuing any formal response, the global consensus suggests that a new arms race has commenced between the two nations. This competition extends beyond the confines of Earth's surface, gradually reaching into the cosmos. However, this time, international sentiment has shifted dramatically, with few nations expressing optimism regarding Zhou's prospects. Presently, humanity possesses but a singular space station in the vast expanse of space, namely the Dragon Nation's Peace Space Station. Following a collaborative endeavor with the European Space Agency, the Dragon Nation has acquired numerous critical technologies. Subsequently, they have successfully launched multiple rockets utilizing high-energy particle capture towers, constructing a significant portion of a new international space station. Numerous countries have since sent astronauts to the Dragon Nation for training. It is noteworthy that all operational interfaces within the space station are in Chinese, necessitating that these astronauts learn the language prior to embarking on their celestial journeys. Observing the determined efforts of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Europeans as they strive to master Chinese and memorize its vocabulary evokes a profound sense of reflection for Lin Feng. This is the scene he yearns to witness most vividly in his dreams. Those fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners studying the formulas invented by the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom, mastering the language of the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the Gaokao. Once Mandarin becomes the true global lingua franca, our next generation will no longer have to toil tirelessly over foreign languages. Those who idolize foreign cultures and harbor sentiments of national betrayal will find themselves devoid of any space to exist. Within the International Space Station, 12 major categories of scientific experiments are concurrently conducted, encompassing over 200 subcategories, yielding remarkable results almost daily. This period has been dubbed the Age of Exploration in the annals of scientific history. Apart from the disparaging remarks from certain nations in the media, the countries of the world have largely united in collaboration, striving to usher in the era of human space exploration more swiftly. The bitterness expressed by those nations stems from their exclusion from the International Space Station, a rare circumstance they find themselves in. Now, they are once again proclaiming their hollow mantra of glorious isolation. Yet, we have long since entered an age of globalization. And to speak of isolation now would only elicit laughter. Even the international enterprises within their borders would vehemently oppose such notions. As the construction of the South Gate project commenced, the team encountered challenges and issues far exceeding their expectations. The foremost concern was the modification of the nuclear reactor. Although Lin Feng managed to complete the adjustments using robotics, the specifications for energy input, as well as the energy standards for the entire spacecraft, posed significant compatibility challenges, necessitating the design of several electrical systems, an endeavor that proved to be quite perplexing. Lin Feng convenes daily meetings with his engineering team, primarily to address this pressing issue. In addition, numerous minor setbacks abound. Although robotic construction techniques are predominantly utilized this time, there remain numerous instances where even the precision of the machine struggles to meet the stringent requirements. After all, this colossal structure is destined to float at an altitude of 40,000 meters above the Earth, where the environmental conditions are exceedingly extreme. This necessitates the development of innovative methodologies for construction. The creation of something entirely new from the ground up invariably presents a myriad of challenges, while no one relishes difficulties. The profound sense of satisfaction and achievement that accompanies their resolution is unparalleled, often surpassing the gratification derived from monetary gain. According to Lin Feng's meticulously devised plan, the construction of the South Gate is divided into 3 distinct phases. Initially, they will fabricate a small prototype, which will serve as a basis for validating the reliability of the entire power system. Should this prototype successfully operate for over 90 days at an altitude of 40,000 meters, the first phase of their objectives will be deemed accomplished. As the South Gate gradually ascended from the Lopner base, the atmosphere erupted with exuberant applause. Researchers from across the nation, who had toiled tirelessly to achieve this milestone, celebrated the moment. The South Gate platform swiftly soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, at which point its flight dynamics began to evolve. Ice-blue flames erupted from the 3 engines, heralding its ascent. The thrust surged by an astonishing 90%, propelling the colossal object skyward until the atmosphere grew exceedingly rarefied, rendering everything beneath, save for the clouds, invisible. The Southern Sky Gate verification craft had successfully reached its designated orbit. The command center erupted in exuberant celebration. However, Lin Feng remained rather unperturbed, for he knew that the distance to his envisioned success was still dauntingly far. The next critical phase would determine whether the Southern Sky Gate could maintain stable operations at an altitude of 40,000 meters for a duration of 90 days. Only upon the successful completion of this 90-day operation could the first stage of the experiment be deemed successful. Chapter 145, The Frantic Reactions of the Foreigners. As the second phase commenced, preparations would begin to incorporate various weaponry and conduct drills. Should this stage proceed without complications, the project would then transition into the equipment testing phase. A successful validation at this stage would signify a true triumph for the entire Southern Sky Gate initiative. Following the successful launch, even the military commission sent congratulatory messages, urging Lin Feng's team to continue their diligent efforts. Meanwhile, on the international front, the Dragon Nation remained conspicuously silent, as if nothing had transpired. After all, the Southern Sky Gate project was considered the highest military secret of the Dragon Nation. Nevertheless, foreign satellites were relentlessly surveilling the Dragon Nation, uncovering a wealth of clues. A spokesperson from the rival nation presented 2 satellite images, asserting that the Dragon Nation had launched a massive object into the sky in the western regions, and they had every reason to believe it was a military installation. Then, the citizens of the ugly nation began to express their grievances, claiming that the actions of the Dragon Nation constituted a grave provocation and a flagrant irresponsibility towards peace. Naturally, the Dragon Nation dismissed these remarks, asserting its sovereign right to pursue development unimpeded. The ugly nation was deemed unqualified to dictate terms. If they were dissatisfied, they were welcome to forge their own path of progress. This declaration incensed the citizens of the ugly nation. Their endeavors, reminiscent of a farcical space saga aimed at financial deception, paled in comparison to the Dragon Nation's genuine achievements, such as the astonishing South Heaven Gate project. Why not engage in a bit of subterfuge for funding, they mused. Now it seemed they were merely striking a blow to their own dignity. Consequently, the ugly nation sought the support of its traditional Western allies, only to find that these partners had since turned against them. While the ugly nation boisterously proclaimed its might on the international stage, the response from Europe was intriguingly ambiguous, succinctly encapsulated in the phrase, "no comment." The citizens of the ugly nation were genuinely agitated. That very evening, they launched 2 supersonic aircraft, embarking from the East Coast and traversing the Atlantic. These aircraft achieved an astonishing speed of 10 Mach, yet only one of the experimental flights succeeded, while the other disintegrated mid-air in a fiery conflagration. This was the ugly nation's response to the Dragon Nation's South Heaven Gate initiative. Even within the ugly nation, its own populace began to recognize that they were destined to falter in this impending scientific competition for the future. In truth, the ugly nation's technological prowess had never been particularly formidable. Rather, it was the inadequacies of its competitors that had enabled its previous successes. The ugly nation needed not to exert itself, as its rivals would invariably engage in numerous missteps, inadvertently delivering top-tier scientists directly into its hands. The nation in question has ascended to become a formidable technological and military power, largely due to the unwavering support from European nations over several decades. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, this country further benefited from an influx of Eastern European engineers, which has contributed significantly to its current standing. As for the prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University and Peking University, while they have indeed produced a plethora of exceptional talent for this nation, the trust in these individuals remains elusive. Despite their intellectual prowess, many find themselves relegated to menial positions, such as low-level programmers, with little to show for their capabilities. The emergence of Lin Feng signifies a pivotal moment, indicating that the nation has reached a new chapter in its development. Countries around the world must either align themselves with this nation, reaping the benefits while it leads the charge, or adopt its model to foster their own growth and integrate into the frameworks it establishes. Unfortunately, this nation finds itself distanced from both paths. A stark reality, often overlooked, is the severe corruption that permeates the fabric of this nation, particularly within its military-industrial complex. There was an instance where the Air Force procured coffee mugs at an exorbitant price of $2,000 each, only to discover that these mugs were of poor quality, with handles breaking frequently, necessitating replacements every few months. This translates to over 10,000 yuan for a cup, and the fragility of the product reveals a significant underlying issue. Yet, such problems remain impervious to scrutiny within this nation. On the battlefield in the Middle East, it has expended a staggering $20 trillion on warfare. Yet the number of firearms among local farmers only continues to proliferate. One must ponder, where has all this money truly gone? This is undoubtedly an untraceable account. The two parties in the United States switch back and forth, yet the bureaucrats remain unchanged. Those who ascend to power are often incompetent individuals, easily manipulated by these bureaucrats. Are the elites in the United States unaware of this? Certainly, they are aware. Yet, before them lie only two paths. One is to engage in collusion and amass wealth together, while the other leads to being shot 7 times in the back, ending one's life in their own home. As the southern heavenly gate of the Dragon Nation soars through the skies, the people of the United States argue in Congress over whether to construct 72 different types of toilets in Central Park. The cost of erecting these toilets amounts to $30 million, with ample opportunities for financial gain along the way. Meanwhile, the politicians of the United States proudly proclaim that they represent the most progressive direction for humanity. This is truly perplexing. Since when has human progress shifted from exploring the depths of the ocean and outer space to constructing an array of toilets? In comparison to the Dragon Nation, the United States does have a shortcoming, namely its inadequate public relations efforts. If the United States had built the Southern Heavenly Gate, it would not only be the citizens of the United States who would exalt it, but even the lapdogs would herald it as the beacon of humanity, representing the greatest nation of the future. Yet in the case of the Dragon Nation, despite the United States bringing this matter to light, there has been no response whatsoever. Although the official media have captured a few photographs and provided a brief introduction, the resulting images are truly difficult to articulate. They are even less aesthetically pleasing than a child's model aircraft, leaving one to wonder where they sourced their photographers. In the past, when the Dragon Nation was less developed, a degree of strategic concealment was indeed essential. However, now that the Dragon Nation stands at the forefront of global technology, continuing such practices conveys a sense of pettiness and an utter lack of sophistication. Unfortunately, this is the caliber of those managing the propaganda. Even if they recruit numerous masters and doctoral graduates, within 3 days they are inevitably assimilated into mediocrity. Some matters would leave even Zhang Chu dissatisfied, as he feels these individuals are utterly unworthy of their positions, or perhaps even less deserving than those who merely receive a meal for free. This was evident when they reported on his nanotech armor, transforming such a striking piece into something resembling cheap plastic. The accompanying articles were equally exasperating to read. The content produced by military enthusiasts is far more visually appealing and well-articulated. Consequently, Zhang Chu eventually blacklisted several military media outlets, occasionally turning to the self-published works of military aficionados. There, his nanotech mech appears resplendent. Chapter 146. Pressure from the masses. The media controlled by the ugly nation launched a frenzied assault on the Dragon Nation. Articles emerged, accusing the Dragon Nation's wind and rain masters of defying the laws of nature and standing against the entire world. They further claimed that Longxin's monopolization of the tech industry constituted unfair competition. Moreover, some have resorted to conspiracy theories, spreading rumors that the entire Dragon Nation is under the control of unidentified extraterrestrial beings, with Lin Feng serving as the envoy between the Dragon Nation and these aliens. It is asserted that Lin Feng underwent genetic modification by extraterrestrials, which accounts for his extraordinary intelligence. The rapid technological advancement of the Dragon Nation is also attributed to the assistance of these alien entities. There are even claims that the recently launched South Heaven Gate is an extraterrestrial base. In the face of the erratic and aggressive behavior of the ugly nation, countries that have long suffered under its persecution have naturally become skeptical of its wild proclamations. Certain major European nations have also grown indifferent to the ugly nation's tactics. Only Japan and the nation of Kimchi, which regard the ugly nation as their progenitor, continue to follow in its footsteps. Whenever the ugly nation strikes at the Dragon Nation, their controlled media promptly follows suit. Not only do other countries feel ashamed of their nation's sycophantic behavior, but even their own citizens are embarrassed by such actions. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation has grown weary of engaging with their nonsensical rhetoric. Lin Feng has sequestered himself in the laboratory. Although the South Heaven Gate has successfully ascended and entered its designated orbit, there remains a considerable distance to his ultimate goal. He must continue refining the South Heaven Gate project. With the assistance of the system, after 3 days and nights of meticulous calculations, Lin Feng has finally produced a comprehensive plan. Tianning has now knocked on his door for the 3rd time. Lin Feng, when will you come out? Lin Feng rises, shaking off the crumbs from his instant noodles onto the floor. Over the past 3 days, he has prepared several barrels of mineral water and a few bags of instant noodles. However, once immersed in work, there is scarcely time even to prepare instant noodles, which are often consumed as dry snacks instead. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the laboratory door automatically unlocked. As the door slowly opened, Tianning surveyed the chaotic scene within, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng. Did you not despise working overtime? Why this sudden fervor? Although Lin Feng appeared somewhat fatigued, his heart brimmed with joy. Previously, when the plan was still incomplete, he felt an emptiness within. Now, it was much improved. Tianning gently tapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. So, is the plan entirely finalized now? Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Tianying's face brightened with a smile. I knew you were exceptional. To celebrate, let me treat you to a meal. After 3 days and nights of intense brainstorming, Lin Feng was eager to indulge and replenish his energy. The two ventured into a modest Chinese restaurant. As they entered, the owner instantly recognized Lin Feng, now a celebrated scientist throughout the Dragon Kingdom. His influence eclipsed that of any celebrity. His notoriety far surpassed that of ordinary stars. Anyone with a modicum of interest in national affairs could easily identify him. Tianning gestured for the owner to keep quiet, and he quickly grasped her intent, whispering, Mr. Lin, would you like to eat? Everything is on the house. Lin Feng chuckled. Thank you for your kind offer, but I insist on paying for my meal. The owner immediately responded with conviction. That is out of the question. You are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is my honor to serve you in my humble establishment. Lin Feng, wary of attracting further attention, refrained from continuing his dispute with the manager. After placing their orders, the two settled into a secluded corner. During their meal, a little boy at the adjacent table pointed at his mother's phone, captivated by a striking nano armor. Mom, I want this. Please buy it for me. His mother chuckled softly. We can't afford that, sweetheart. The boy's face fell in disappointment. But when you grow up and serve in the military, you can wear it for free, she added. The boy's expression brightened with anticipation. Then let's make a pinky promise for 100 years and never change it. Observing this tender scene, Lin Feng found the sweet and sour pork even more delightful. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tianning, and they discreetly left the payment under the cutlery before slipping out. As they stepped outside the Chinese restaurant, laughter erupted between them, witnessing the strength of their homeland. They couldn't help but feel that all their efforts today were worthwhile, whether it was locking themselves in the laboratory for 3 weeks or 3 months. Moments like these made it all seem justified. The following day, Lin Feng submitted the meticulously prepared proposal to the authorities. Days passed, yet the plan failed to elicit any reaction, sinking into silence as if cast into the depths of the ocean. When he reached out to the supervisor overseeing his previous project, he was met with an unexpectedly uniform response. We are still engaged with your prior project. The new plan does not fall within my jurisdiction. Although Lin Feng had spent a considerable time within the bureaucratic system, he was well aware that such matters were the responsibility of the relevant department. The proposal was volleyed about like a ball among the bureaucrats. Tianning inquired about the progress of the plan's implementation. Upon hearing the outcome, she felt an immense surge of indignation. In the past, she had been well protected by her family and colleagues. These chaotic matters should not have required her concern. However, having collaborated with Lin Feng on numerous projects, she had come to realize that even high intelligence could not resolve the intricacies of human relationships. In her frustration, she stamped her foot and declared, "This individual is deliberately targeting you. Let us submit the plan. The higher authorities will not overlook your proposal." Lin Feng shook his head, aware that such bureaucratic tendencies had persisted for quite some time. His plan was exceedingly efficient, leaving many corrupt officials without any personal gain, which naturally led to a reluctance to exert themselves in their work. It was well understood that the Nanshanmen project was not one from which illicit profits could be easily extracted. Taking on this responsibility would not only waste time and energy, but would also yield no benefits for him personally. Thus, there was a desire to pass the responsibility to other departments. Yet, this prevailing mentality was not formed overnight. It was a mindset cultivated over centuries in Longhua. If today he merely reported his situation, tomorrow he would witness even more talented proposals being dismissed. Without addressing the root of the problem, true strength would remain elusive. The nation was not solely reliant on him, and development was not his solitary endeavor. Nonetheless, from a policy perspective, it appeared that the senior leaders shared his sentiments, addressing corruption and formalism. However, Lin Feng was a pure scientist, reluctant to involve himself deeply in political matters. Even in reform, he would not take the initiative. With a mere command, Lin Feng directed the AI to anonymously disguise itself as countless netizens to voice opinions to the government. It is hoped that the environment of Longhua can be a tad more pristine. For a moment, the aspirations of Lin Feng have saturated the discourse, echoing through the digital realm. Chapter 147, The Lie Detector. Netizens have long yearned for a cleaner national environment, striving for a more equitable society. Even in the absence of Lin Feng's influence, there are daily appeals beneath the official blog that resonate with similar sentiments. Furthermore, the overwhelming influx of messages demanding prompt rectification of the prevailing atmosphere in Longhua cannot be ignored. Under the mounting pressure from the populace, the intensity of this fervor is uncontainable. Due to the significant societal outcry, the upper echelons have mandated an immediate response. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is compelled to deliver tangible results this time. Yet, over the years, they have not remained idle. However, the vast bureaucratic apparatus of China often renders their efforts ineffective. It is conceivable that even within the Anti-Corruption Bureau, there exist deeply entrenched officials engaging in corruption. Nevertheless, the circumstances this time are markedly different, as the public's response has generated substantial waves online. Should there be a failure to present a viable solution, the collective indignation of netizens could very well drown them in a tide of discontent. The director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau spent a sleepless night, and by dawn, he had leveraged his connections to locate Lin Feng. He was convinced that this individual, acclaimed as possessing the highest intelligence in human history, would possess the key to a solution. Early in the morning, Director Wang stood before Lin Feng's door. Upon opening it, Lin Feng was taken aback by the sight before him. "May I ask who you are?" Director Wang introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau." Lin Feng did not anticipate that the other party would seek him out at such an early hour, and feigned ignorance as he inquired, "You wish to discuss something with me?" Director Wang chuckled softly, remarking on the recent stir caused by discussions surrounding the broader environment of the Dragon Nation online. "It was out of sheer necessity that I sought your assistance," he confessed. Lin Feng feigned difficulty, stating, "However, I am merely a researcher, utterly ignorant of political matters. In fact, I too find myself troubled by such issues." Gesturing towards the proposal on his desk, "You see, it is a challenge even to submit my proposal." Director Wang, observing the document on Lin Feng's desk, smiled knowingly. "Precisely for this reason, we must unite our efforts to eradicate the bureaucratic tendencies hidden within the Dragon Nation." Lin Feng returned the smile, inquiring, "So, Director Wang, do you have a solution?" With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, "I believe I have devised a plan and hope you can assist us in creating a few lie detectors. By utilizing these devices to identify corrupt officials, we can effectively implement corrective measures." Lin Feng confidently declared, "Such a task is but a trifle for me." Director Wang had come prepared, placing several vintage lie detectors before Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, the next steps depend on your expertise." Lin Feng instructed his assistant to return and await further news. With the aid of the system, just a few hours later, a remarkably efficient lie detector was positioned on Director Wang's desk, accompanied by detailed schematics prepared by Lin Feng. "Director, you merely need to follow these blueprints to construct an identical lie detector. This model is exceptionally user-friendly. by merely placing a hand upon it. The interrogator can pose relevant questions, and the subject being interrogated will provide their responses. This method allows for an accurate determination of whether the individual is being deceitful. Should the subject lie, the polygraph will illuminate a red light. Conversely, a green light will signify truthfulness. It is virtually impossible for anyone to deceive this particular polygraph. Unlike traditional devices, this polygraph synthesizes various human characteristics. Whether it be heart rate, respiration, muscle tension, or brainwaves, any slight alteration in a liar's physiological state will be detected. Furthermore, the polygraph not only discerns truth from falsehood but also records the results directly, uploading them to a centralized database for statistical analysis. Even the most elite operatives would find it impossible to outsmart this device. Director Wong, of course, places great trust in Lin Feng, given that the latter is capable of creating advanced nanorobots and controllable nuclear fusion. Such a modest device as the polygraph is certainly within his realm of expertise. Mr. Lin, you have been immensely helpful to me this time. Please do not hesitate to call upon me for assistance in the future, Wong declared. Lin Feng, recognizing he was in the presence of the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, felt it only natural to report the impediments faced by the Nanxiamen project. To be candid, Director Wong, I do have a request, he said. Grateful for Lin Feng's technical support, Director Wong responded eagerly, please, do tell. I will spare no effort in assisting you. Lin Feng then revealed the name of the official obstructing his plans, expressing his suspicion that this individual was likely corrupt and imploring a thorough investigation. Director Wong promptly agreed. In just one day, the fervor of the public's long-held aspirations surged anew. He found himself contemplating which department to commence a thorough investigation. Given Lin Feng's insistence, it seemed prudent to initiate the inquiry with the official in question. After making a phone call, Director Wong, accompanied by Lin Feng, made their way to the Department of National Defense System Construction. When the lie detector was placed before Minister Li, a perplexed expression crossed his face as he looked at Director Wong. What does this mean? Are you suspecting me? Director Wong's response was impeccably measured. We are merely adhering to protocol, and we hope for your cooperation, Minister Li. He emphasized the phrase active cooperation with deliberate weight. Naturally, Minister Li, harboring guilt, was far from cooperative. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, I have devoted so much for our nation. And now you turn around and suspect me? Is there no justice left? He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, declaring, is it merely because your plan was rejected that you resort to slandering me? I believe you should scrutinize him closely. He might very well be the one with issues. Director Wong let out a cold snort, having witnessed such antics numerous times during his tenure. He instructed his subordinates to press Minister Li's hand onto the lie detector. Minister Li, having served for many years, have you embezzled funds from national construction projects? Minister Li scoffed defiantly, absolutely not. Instantly, the lie detector flashed a red light, indicating deceit. Minister Li, did your rejection of the Nanxiamen plan involve personal feelings? He shook his head vehemently, of course not. Yet again, the lie detector lit up red, confirming his dishonesty. After a series of probing inquiries, Minister Li could only resort to deceit to obscure his actions. Director Wong let out a cold laugh, remarking, is this what you call loyalty? He signaled to his subordinates to escort Minister Li away. Undoubtedly a corrupt official, Minister Li's power needed to be usurped, and the corrupt officials under his command eradicated. This endeavor could not be accomplished in a mere day or two. It required his cooperation. Meanwhile, the reporters promptly recorded the events of the day. Acting under Director Wong's instruction, they selected certain aspects to report. Chapter 148. The new minister across various short video platforms and news applications. Reports emerged concerning the journalists apprehending corrupt officials. Bold headlines proclaimed, scientists' technological support. Polygraph tests rigorously examined corrupt officials. However, the identity of the scientist who provided this technological support remained undisclosed at Lin Feng's request. He wished to avoid becoming a target. The invention of the polygraph had encroached upon the interests of many, potentially rendering him vulnerable to backlash. For someone like Lin Feng, a man of resolute integrity, his sole aspiration was to advance technology. Initially, he merely sought wealth through the system, far from notions of serving his country or elevating Longhua to the pinnacle of power on Blue Star. Such grand ambitions were foreign to him. What he loathed most was the endless maneuvering with politicians, ultimately ensnaring himself in a web of conspiracy. Consequently, once this matter was reported, it triggered an immense societal reaction almost instantaneously. Netizens have widely praised the actions of the Anti-Corruption Bureau and expressed their support, believing that through the Bureau's efforts, the national environment will continue to improve. Naturally, where there is agreement, dissent is also present. A small faction of netizens, referred to as the Walking 500,000, has emerged, casting unfounded aspersions. Many of these individuals question why, if the Anti-Corruption Bureau possesses such technology, it was not unveiled sooner. However, such criticisms are negligible. They are quickly overshadowed and lost in the torrent of more prominent discussions, akin to tiny pebbles sinking into the vast ocean without causing a ripple. This recent initiative by the Anti-Corruption Bureau has not only sparked extensive debate among domestic netizens, but has also garnered attention internationally, with many advocating for their own nations to adopt similar technologies. After all, such advancements could significantly enhance the national environment, greatly increasing the likelihood of talented individuals being utilized effectively. Talent is, indeed, the most vital resource for a nation's development. The rapid growth of the United States can be attributed to its successful acquisition of talent from various countries. Presently, however, American netizens, in light of China's recent advancements, have begun to question their own country's internal policies. Just a year ago, their nation was a frontrunner in the realm of technology, a fact that instilled a sense of superiority among many Americans. Yet, in the span of just 1 year, the United States has faced numerous setbacks in its once dominant technological sphere, particularly with the emergence of controlled nuclear fusion, which threatens to gradually dismantle the oil dollar system. Although English remains the lingua franca of the world, an increasing number of individuals are voluntarily opting to learn Chinese. This development has rendered the advantages of the United States nearly obsolete, leading to growing skepticism regarding its status as the beacon of humanity. Some even contend that, given China's current standing and technological prowess, it possesses the capability to supplant the United States and assume the role of this esteemed beacon. Public sentiment is shifting, with questions arising about the presence of internal saboteurs within the United States, who may be hindering its progress and facilitating China's ascendancy. This situation has intensified, as not only ordinary citizens of the United States express concern over internal issues, but affluent business magnates and several ambitious political figures have also voiced strong dissatisfaction with the current president. Were it not for the repeated missteps of the president, how could the media have lost the trust of the populace? In just a year, the United States has nearly squandered the credibility it has built over many years. They are acutely aware that should the United States falter, their fortunes will significantly diminish and their standing will plummet. Their current status and wealth are inextricably linked to the nation's strength. For these reasons, these capitalists cannot remain passive and allow the United States to continue its decline. Observing the discontent among the populace regarding corruption and malfeasance, several individuals have resolved to harness this sentiment to manipulate public opinion, steering the masses towards an early presidential election. Their rationale is that since the current president has proven ineffective, it would be prudent to replace him outright. For many years, the elections in the United States have been constrained by the influence of bankers. There have even been instances where discontent with the president's actions led to assassination. Subsequently, a few individuals utilized substantial funds to manipulate the media, inciting the public to collectively support the election of a new president. Upon seeing this report, the current president immediately recognized the handiwork of these few influential figures. In response to their plans, he delivered 3 speeches in a single day, endeavoring to solidify his position. After all, he has served as president for several years, and his strategies should not be underestimated. He began to leverage the media under his control to widely publicize the accomplishments he has achieved during his tenure, aiming to awaken the dormant memories of the populace. Consequently, the nation was engulfed in turmoil. Some even predicted imminent conflicts, leading to panic buying of essential items like toilet paper and bandages. Many took to platforms like YouTube to criticize this irrational behavior of hoarding toilet paper. However, the issues that have plagued the country for years are far more complex than this. Whether it pertains to the recognition of 76 genders or politicians vying for the support of women and African Americans, these matters have become latent bombs within the fabric of society. The discourse has even extended to the question of the next presidential candidate. There is growing skepticism regarding why the president cannot be a black woman, raising concerns about potential discrimination against both demographics. The citizens of the United States are resolute in their determination to elect the next president, yet they find themselves embroiled in fierce debates over the selection. The tumultuous private lives of certain individuals and the inappropriateness of others have become subjects of widespread discourse. The series of actions undertaken by the nation in question has drawn the attention of major European powers. After all, during this interim period in which the Dragon Nation has not yet emerged victorious, they must remain astute and observant. Should this nation indeed manage to orchestrate a compelling campaign for global hegemony, these venerable European dignitaries would not hesitate to return to their roots. However, in light of recent events, public perception of this nation has soured considerably. In contrast, the domestic atmosphere has seen significant improvement, particularly following the invention of the polygraph. The corrupt official targeting Lin Feng has been apprehended, a position of great significance that has prompted the higher-ups to swiftly appoint a successor. Unlike the previous minister who ascended through connections, the newly appointed individual possesses a wealth of practical experience. Chapter 149, The New Type of Reactor. Not only has he participated in the construction of the Sky Eye and the high-energy particle capture tower, but he also oversaw certain aspects of these projects. During the construction of the high-energy particle capture tower, he developed a profound admiration for Lin Feng. To conceive such an architectural marvel as the high-energy particle capture tower single-handedly has rendered Lin Feng a prodigy in his eyes. Moreover, upon learning of Lin Feng's innovations, including the design of nanorobots and other advanced technologies, his respect for Lin Feng has only deepened. It is not only he who feels this way. Many researchers devote their lives to reaching the heights achieved by Lin Feng. Even witnessing the birth of a national treasure and being able to boast to their grandchildren about their involvement would be a source of immense pride. Those engaged in scientific research may lack wealth or high status, yet their aspirations remain undeterred. However, they have dedicated their entire lives to producing a remarkable work. Qin Yin felt a tinge of regret regarding his promotion to the position of minister by the higher-ups. He believed that, given his age, he still had several fruitful years to contribute at the front lines. On his first day in office, Qin Yin received the complete plan for the South Gate from Lin Feng. The moment Qin Yin laid eyes on Lin Feng in the office, he recognized him instantly. For Lin Feng's reputation had reverberated throughout the Dragon Country, and he was idolized by this group of researchers. These researchers had longed for the opportunity to collaborate with Lin Feng, dreaming of such an encounter. In that moment, Qin Yin suddenly felt that being a minister was quite advantageous. Otherwise, with his credentials, it would have been challenging to even meet Lin Feng, let alone discuss engineering matters face to face. Regaining his composure, Qin Yin immediately stood up, his words imbued with respect. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Feng retrieved the plan from his briefcase. "You must be the newly appointed Minister Qin. The Southgate plan still requires some refinement, and I am here to deliver the proposal." Qin Yin gazed at the proposal in Lin Feng's hands, his eyes shining with excitement. He had heard about Lin Feng's recent endeavors on a grand project, one that rivaled the rapid response capabilities of the Ugly Nation, even surpassing them. However, the specifics of the plan were shrouded in secrecy, well protected by the Bureau, leaving even insiders like him in the dark. To his astonishment, he had the fortune to continue collaborating with Lin Feng, filling him with joy. "Mr. Lin, it is truly an honor to work with you. I will ensure your plan receives the utmost attention." Lin Feng smiled as he handed the proposal to Qin Yin. "This plan requires our collective collaboration." Qin Yin nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, however, I have just assumed my position and am not yet well acquainted with the intricacies of this plan." After engaging in some light banter, Lin Feng felt the conversation was becoming somewhat unproductive and devised a reason to excuse himself. In the United States, following a month of fierce competition and public voting, orchestrated primarily by capitalists behind the scenes, a black prime minister has indeed emerged. Although labeled as a black prime minister, in reality, he is merely a pawn in the hands of numerous politicians and businessmen. Consequently, many foreign netizens on Twitter mock the theatrical nature of the presidential election in the United States. Do you genuinely believe that presidential elections resemble Hollywood films? Shouldn't it be a matter of competence? They questioned. Is it possible that the ruling class in the United States is merely a facade of formalism? Conversely, the populace in the United States appears to view the election of a black president as a positive development. This sparked an intense exchange of barbs between netizens from various countries and those from the United States on Twitter. Meanwhile, the South Gate of the Dragon Kingdom, due to its elevated operational trajectory, inevitably found itself captured in a few photographs by satellites from other nations, particularly from certain technologically advanced European countries. However, they prudently refrained from bringing this matter to the public's attention, fully aware of the Dragon Kingdom's efforts in advancing technology and building its nation. In contrast, their competitor, The United States remains embroiled in the debate over whether a president should be black. The comparison between the two nations is stark, leading several European powers to subtly gravitate towards the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng, however, remained indifferent to these international dynamics, preoccupied with concerns regarding the enhancement of the nuclear reactor. In the laboratory nestled within the desolate expanse of the Lopner Desert, Lin Feng reclined comfortably in a chair, a bag of crispy noodles in hand. Following his recent experience of consuming instant noodles dry, he found himself unexpectedly savoring the taste of the noodles. Zhang Chu lounged on the adjacent sofa, engrossed in a video game. Just as he concluded a round, his phone rang. Hello, hello, yes, all right. Lin Feng stifled a laugh upon hearing Zhang Chu's responses, which sounded almost like a beggar's plea. The call was from Li Dalai. Lin Feng, I must return to the army for a while. What's wrong? Is there an issue over there? Zhang Chu shook his head. It's nothing of great concern. They've formed a nano-warrior team at the military district, but they're not quite adept yet. I need to go back and serve as a coach for a few days. Zhang Chu remained the ace pilot under Li Dalai's command, a pilot whose training had cost the nation several million. Yet here he was, idly playing games with Lin Feng. It seemed a bit of a waste of talent. Should Li Dalai request personnel, Lin Feng would have no choice but to temporarily return Zhang Chu to duty. Make sure to return early so we can play games together. Zhang Chu shot him a glance. Play games? Focus on improving your reaction speed. After Zhang Chu departed, Lin Feng turned his attention to the issues surrounding the reactor. Ding, generating nuclear reactor plan. Generation complete. Proposal 1. A compact traditional uranium-235 reactor, requiring materials such as uranium ore, neutron moderator, and thermal carrier. Characteristics include stability in reaction, consistent energy supply, albeit with a considerable size. Proposal 2. A high-energy tritium reactor, necessitating hydrogen gas, neutron moderator, and thermal carrier. This option boasts stability in reaction, rapid reaction rates, and efficient space utilization. The system presented 7 or 8 proposals in total. Among them, Lin Feng selected the most reliable option, a novel nuclear reactor that not only occupies a diminutive space, but also exhibits an accelerated reaction rate, enhancing efficiency by a remarkable 20. While it may not rival the energy produced by controllable nuclear fusion, it stands at the pinnacle of nuclear fission technology. Furthermore, it is more compact than controllable nuclear fusion and provides a more stable energy output. Upon finalizing the design, Lin Feng promptly submitted the blueprints to the AI. In merely 2 hours, 4 nuclear reactors were fabricated, each equivalent in size to an ordinary room. In comparison to conventional nuclear reactors, the 4 assembled rooms collectively occupy less than 1/10 of the original reactor's volume. Following rigorous testing, the new reactors demonstrated no leakage of nuclear radiation. These 4 reactors are sufficiently capable of supplying energy to the entire Nanxiamen mothership, with additional capacity to power all military equipment aboard. Chapter 150. Secret Negotiations. It is worth noting that the unfinished Nanxiamen structure has been in space for a month. Although he feels assured with Tian Ying assisting there, it is time for him to pay a visit. Should a multitude of researchers wish to conduct experiments at the South Gate of Heaven, it would necessitate high-energy particle capture technology, utilizing rockets to transport them there. This technology is expected to undergo refinement before the Southgate project reaches its full realization. After all, the potential workforce required at the Southgate could be substantial, and relying on rocket transport would lead to exorbitant costs. Perhaps in the near future, the exploration of space elevators and other convenient apparatuses could be pursued. However, at present, Lin Feng has yet to entertain such notions. If it were merely Lin Feng himself who sought to ascend, he could indeed achieve this with the aid of nanorobots. Following the successful testing of the nuclear reactor, Lin Feng seized the briefcase on the table and proceeded to an open area outside. Within mere seconds, the briefcase transformed into countless nanorobots, adhering to Lin Feng and assembling into a state-of-the-art third-generation nanomechanical exosuit. With the nanosuit, he soared into the sky, reaching the South Gate of Heaven in just a few minutes. Observing this spectacle, the personnel at the South Gate mistook the arrival for an external assault. However, there was no need for alarm, as Lin Feng had established vector shields around the South Gate, resembling phantom aircraft. The azure barrier enveloped the entire structure, rendering any attack from intelligent robots or even small missiles utterly ineffective. Lin Feng had previously installed an AI identification system at the South Gate, which promptly recognized him upon scanning his armor. Ding! Nanorobot identity recognized. Engineer Lin Feng. The guards at the south gate, upon hearing Lin Feng's name, breathed a sigh of relief. They deactivated the vector shield, allowing Lin Feng to pilot the nanorobots through the entrance. Upon landing on the expanse of the southern gate, the nano-armor transformed back into a compact briefcase. Shortly thereafter, several individuals rushed forth to greet Lin Feng. "Engineer Lin, you have arrived," they exclaimed. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "How has the testing progressed? Are there any anomalies in the operational data?" "Engineer Lin, all operational data from the southern gate is perfectly normal," one of the team members responded, ushering him into the command center. Lin Feng directed the nanorobots to meticulously record the data in this area. If the primary components of the southern gate were devoid of issues, the subsequent step would involve launching the remaining sections into the sky for assembly. His visit to the southern gate was primarily to verify the absence of data anomalies. Despite the reactor's research being exceptionally flawless, he had exerted every effort to minimize its size. The prevailing challenge now lay in the judicious installation of the nuclear reactor onto the southern gate. Given that the southern gate would operate in the sky, its dimensions could not be excessively large, thereby imposing significant constraints on its weight capacity. Each designated area for combat equipment and experimental personnel had been meticulously planned. Lin Feng had grappled with this conundrum for 2 sleepless nights. It was only when he maneuvered the nanorobots near the southern gate, surveying the entire panorama, that he discerned the vector shield was a spherical structure. Notably, the lower segment of this sphere appeared to be somewhat superfluous. This presented an opportunity to construct a small additional layer beneath, to accommodate the nuclear reactor and some indispensable supplies. At that moment, the Laupner Desert lay directly beneath the unfinished southern gate. Over 10,000 workers, operating in 3 shifts, successfully constructed the framework of the mothership for the South Gate within a month. Although it was merely a rough structure lacking intricate equipment, it exemplified the remarkable speed of the Dragon Nation. In contrast, such an endeavor in Western powers would undoubtedly take no less than a year. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng promptly made his way to the construction site in the Laupner Desert. Upon witnessing the colossal structure in the arid expanse, he even envisioned its ascent into the sky. "Lin Gong, this section requires only one final test. If all goes well, it can ascend," he was told. Lin Feng nodded. If this portion of the mothership successfully launched, it would signify that the South Gate project was substantially completed. Just then, Lin Feng's personal phone rang. It was a call from Elder Tian. "Shaolin, come to the capital as swiftly as possible, the sooner the better." "What has happened, Elder Tian?" "The newly appointed president of the Ugly Nation wishes to engage in technological exchanges with our country. The leadership believes your involvement in this matter is essential." Naturally, Lin Feng was reluctant to engage in any technological exchange with the Ugly Nation. The fruits of his arduous research were meant to maintain superiority over them. Before his arrival in this world, the Ugly Nation had repeatedly suppressed the Dragon Nation under its guise of global dominance. Now that they had finally surpassed them in technology, Lin Feng was resolute in not relinquishing this hard-won advantage. Furthermore, considering that they had once kidnapped him, the deep-seated grievances and enmities only fortified his resolve. Lin Feng was determined to reject any collaboration with the Ugly Nation. After briefing the research team on several matters, he donned his nanotech armor and soared towards the capital. The journey from the vast expanse of the Laupner Desert to the capital, Beijing, took merely a matter of minutes. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the scene, he was met with surprise from Chief Tian. "You cannot possibly be near the capital, can you?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "I have upgraded my nano-armor to a higher level, allowing me to reach speeds of 20 Mach. I just rushed over from the desert." In a hushed tone, Lin Feng inquired of Chief Tian, "What is the current stance of our leadership? Are we still considering communication?" Chief Tian subtly shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, relieved, for it would have been troublesome had he been the sole dissenting voice in the meeting. This covert investigation had involved fewer than 30 individuals from both the Dragon Nation and the Ugly Nation who were privy to the matter. After undergoing the necessary checks, Lin Feng entered the negotiation room alongside Chief Tian. The chamber housed only 4 individuals, the leaders, the president of the Ugly Nation, and their respective bodyguards. Naturally, the bodyguards of both presidents were among the finest in the world, especially in such a delicate discussion, where both parties remained on high alert. Lin Feng cast a glance at the African president across from him, inwardly scoffing, "Goodness, he is indeed quite dark, unmistakably of pure African descent." However, he held no prejudice against individuals of African descent, His disdain was directed solely towards the citizens of the ugly nation, particularly those who displayed such shameless audacity to negotiate amidst the current tense relations between their countries. Yet the African president, accustomed to his lack of decorum, greeted Lin Feng with a smile upon his entry. As Lin Feng noticed the president's gleaming white teeth, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. How terrifying it was to encounter such unabashed shamelessness in this world. Disregarding him, Lin Feng approached and shook hands with the leader. Once again, we meet, Engineer Lin. Chapter 151, Negotiation. Lin Feng greeted General Dajuan with a smile. The president of the ugly nation, noticing Lin Feng's indifference, remained undeterred. Rising from his seat, he extended his right hand towards Lin Feng, saying, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Engineer Lin, the individual with the highest IQ in human history. Lin Feng found it inappropriate to outright reject the president's overture in such a significant setting, to uphold the facade of amicable relations between their two nations. He extended his own right hand in return, stating, You flatter me, Mr. President. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they commenced the day's principal discussion. Mr. Lin, our nation hopes to engage in amicable technological cooperation with the Dragon Nation. The main content includes the core development of Longxin, the operational systems of Fengbo and Yushi, and the core technologies of controlled nuclear fusion. Upon hearing the words of the representatives from the ugly nation, Lin Feng could not help but inwardly curse such audacity. This was not a technological exchange. It was clearly an act of extortion. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Feng glanced at General Dajuan, who sensed the intensity of Lin Feng's gaze. Engineer Lin, this is a private meeting. Feel free to express your thoughts candidly. It was not so much that General Dajuan had an abundance of trust in Lin Feng, but rather that their recent conversation with Elder Tian had reached his ears. Lin Feng chuckled dryly. Given the circumstances, he decided to be forthright. Meeting the president's fervent gaze, he decisively stated, I refuse to engage in technological exchange with your nation. The president of the ugly country evidently fails to comprehend Lin Feng's decision. Why is it that as long as you consent to engage in technological exchanges with the ugly country, they will cease sanctions against the dragon country? Lin Feng, you ought to understand that there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. The alliance of our two nations undoubtedly favors benefits over drawbacks. Lin Feng regarded the president of the ugly country with disdain. For the ugly country, such technological exchanges may indeed yield more advantages than disadvantages. However, for the dragon country, I see no benefits therein. What the ugly country possesses, the dragon country also has, and what the ugly country lacks, the dragon country possesses as well. Hence, what necessity is there for our collaboration? If the purpose of your visit, Mr. President, is merely to engage in empty negotiations, I suggest you return whence you came. The president of the ugly country was left speechless by Lin Feng's forthright remarks. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to speak so bluntly, leaving him with no semblance of dignity. Even a person as brazen as he felt somewhat unsettled. Observing Lin Feng's unwavering stance, the president turned to seek the opinion of the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander smiled and remarked, Engineer Lin has already clarified our position. Should the president wish to experience the charm of the dragon country, he may extend his stay for a few more days. Although the Grand Commander's refusal was couched in politeness, the president of the ugly country grasped his implication. In a fit of rage, he slammed the table and rose. If you do not acquiesce today, there will be consequences. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that the sanctions imposed by the United States held no sway over the Dragon Nation. The irate president of the United States bellowed in anger, proclaiming that they would come to regret their actions. With that, he stormed out of the room, accompanied by his bodyguards. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. He knew that this conversation would never see the light of day, as long as it did not create a significant uproar in society. The United States would not dare to mobilize its forces against the Dragon Nation in the face of formidable adversaries. Regarding his own safety, Lin Feng had already endured a kidnapping. To be frank, the infamous CIA was not as formidable as rumored, with upgraded nanotechnology armor and a doubled number of elite guards. Lin Feng's security was thoroughly assured. The grievances suffered by the U.S. president could only be likened to a mute tasting bitter gall, suffering in silence. After the U.S. president and his entourage departed, the Grand Commander rose from his seat and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Well done, young man. I knew I had not misjudged you. Lin Feng smiled in return, acknowledging, surely you would not wish for our nation's hard-earned technological advancements to be relinquished so readily. The two shared a knowing glance. bursting into laughter. If the Dragon Nation could surpass the United States during the Grand Commander's tenure, it would undoubtedly elevate his accomplishments. Therefore, he naturally supported Lin Feng's endeavors, as both shared the common goal of realizing the dream of national rejuvenation. By the way, how is the implementation of the South Gate project progressing? It is proceeding exceptionally well. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the complete South Gate mothership is scheduled to be launched into orbit tomorrow afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Commander offered further encouragement to Lin Feng. After being rebuffed, the President of the United States swiftly boarded a private jet to return home. It is utterly outrageous that those from the Dragon Nation dared to outright reject my demands. We must take decisive action. The President paced back and forth within the confines of the White House, contemplating for an extended period before finally reaching a resolution. It is time to deploy some of the most classified technologies from the enigmatic Area 51. That very afternoon, under the protection of the FBI, the President set off on a private flight to the most clandestine location in the United States, Area 51. This site remains shrouded in mystery, with no indication of its existence on any map. Even those who inadvertently pass nearby are meticulously recorded by the nation's intelligence agencies. It is rumored that Area 51 serves as a secret hub for the development and testing of aerial vehicles. Furthermore, some nuclear experiments are intricately linked to this location. Its significance akin to that of China's Lapner Desert. In this desolate, uninhabited expanse, no information escapes from Area 51, nor can any secrets be pilfered from its depths. Some conspiracy theories even suggest that this site is a base for the study of unidentified extraterrestrial beings. The technological supremacy of the United States is closely tied to the research conducted at Area 51. The President's visit aims to harness the preserved technologies of Area 51 to advance their own space station, particularly as the United States stands among the few nations excluded from the Dragon Nation's space endeavors. Should they fail to pursue their own space station research, they risk falling significantly behind international standards. Having historically been at the forefront of global advancements, the United States has never before endured such indignity. If the technology of the space station lags behind that of the Dragon Kingdom, they will inevitably forfeit their status as the dominant power on Blue Star. The recent visit of the President of the Ugly Nation to Area 51 was, after all, a reluctant measure, especially given the collapse of negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. Having just assumed office, he is under considerable pressure to deliver results to the populace of the Ugly Nation, given the current turmoil within the country. It is likely that he would soon be replaced if he fails to make a significant impact. To secure his position, he has no choice but to resort to the long-sealed secrets of Area 51. Although such actions are fraught with peril and could potentially expose the secrets of Area 51, he is compelled to take this risky path. Chapter 152. The Ugly Nation takes the initiative to share technology the following afternoon. The South Heavenly Gate aircraft carrier, as per the established plan, successfully launched a rocket carrying a high-energy particle capture tower into orbit. Following the previous launch, the satellites of the Ugly Nation had initiated rigorous surveillance over the Lapner Desert, periodically capturing aerial photographs. Naturally, the ascent of this aircraft carrier did not escape their attention. Not only the Ugly Nation, but also certain European powers, given the significant scale of this launch, received intelligence regarding the actions of the Dragon Kingdom. However, due to the Dragon Kingdom's technological superiority and its emerging trend toward becoming the dominant power on Blue Star, these European nations prudently chose not to leak this information. The Dragon Kingdom surmised that, following the breakdown of negotiations, the Ugly Nation would take some form of action, and their media would likely target the launch of the aircraft carrier. Hence, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom had already prepared statements regarding the ascent of the South Heavenly Gate. Should the media of the Ugly Nation attempt to tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom, the ministry would be ready to clarify the situation promptly. However, to everyone's surprise, the United States refrained from making any statements this time. It was not due to a lack of information regarding the situation, but rather that their media personnel were preoccupied with another matter, one of greater significance to the United States. Shortly after the launch of the Long Kingdom's Southgate mothership, the United States media released a statement to the international community, announcing their intention to unveil their cutting-edge space station technology. In an effort to rehabilitate their national image, they even included the Long Kingdom in their list of invitees. They proclaimed that an international space station conference would be held in a few days, inviting numerous heads of space stations from various countries, including Lin Feng. This series of maneuvers not only caught the Long Kingdom off guard, but also astonished certain European nations. According to past practices, if the United States possessed superior technology, they would typically monopolize it and sell it at exorbitant prices to other nations. Even when extending assistance to other countries, it would not be offered freely. This time, however, the initiative to share space station technology left many bewildered. Nevertheless, the reactions from Japan and South Korea were swift. As soon as the news of the United States sharing its space station technology broke, their media immediately praised the United States' achievements, continuing to extol it as humanity's beacon, guiding the way forward. They seemed eager to instill a selfless image of the United States into the minds of every citizen of Japan and South Korea. Meanwhile, some pro-United States individuals quickly retaliated, criticizing the Long Kingdom's people for their perceived pettiness, contrasting it with the supposed magnanimity of the United States. The establishment of a space station arises from a fear of the technological advancements of a certain nation, while simultaneously seeking to exclude them from participation. There is no mention of the actions undertaken by this nation in the Middle East, nor is there any acknowledgement of their double standards. They demand that their European allies impose sanctions on a particular country, yet they themselves engage in resource transactions with them. In the face of such hypocrisy, the people of another nation do not indulge them. Instead, they respond assertively. When it comes to humanitarian issues, individuals from any nation may voice their opinions. Yet this particular nation lacks the standing to do so. Some individuals are even willing to renounce their nationality to become subservient to this nation. One might wonder who this pet belongs to, as it behaves much like its owner, indiscriminately biting at everything in sight. This situation has sparked considerable controversy on the international stage. Although this nation strives to salvage its image, many remain skeptical, suspecting ulterior motives. Lin Feng is still basking in the joy of the successful launch of the Southgate project. He hosted a small gathering with the project's higher-ups to celebrate the successful ascent of the mothership. By the time he received the invitation from this nation, it was already evening. As he gazed at the invitation, meticulously written in Chinese, he fell into deep contemplation. Just then, Tianning knocked and entered. "What are you so engrossed in?" Lin Feng handed the invitation to her. "I have no idea what they are up to. Inviting me to an international conference on the space station." Tianning carefully examined the invitation. "Oh, I have indeed heard that this nation is organizing an international conference focused on the sharing of space station technology. But I never expected they would extend an invitation to you. Do they not realize that the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation's space station has far surpassed that of the Ugly Nation?" Tianning suddenly understood. "Ah, I see now. They must intend to abduct you and force you to relinquish your space station technology." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Surely that cannot be the case. Who would employ the same tactic twice? Tianning solemnly approached and placed the invitation on Lin Feng's desk. "You absolutely must not attend. What good ideas could the Ugly Nation possibly have? Their intentions are filled with malice." Lin Feng shook his head. "I believe that one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. We cannot remain perpetually on the defensive. It is time for us to take the initiative. Allow me to probe their true intentions." Tianning suddenly clung to Lin Feng's arm. "It is far too dangerous. What if they kidnap you? What am I to do then?" Lin Feng was taken aback by Tianying's unexpected gesture. He gently patted her head. "Do not worry. I am well prepared. They will not catch me off guard this time. Besides, with you by my side, how could I possibly leave you behind?" The Ugly Nation publicly released the list of invitees, and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation spotted Lin Feng's name among them. Elder Tian was the first to call. "Lin, what are your thoughts on the Ugly Nation's invitation? Will you attend or not?" Lin Feng responded decisively. "I will go, Elder Tian. I believe we should seize this opportunity to assess the capabilities of the Ugly Nation." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Sigh. "Since you have made your decision, I cannot dissuade you. Can you ensure your own safety?" Lin Feng smiled confidently. "Of course I can. After all, I am the one who is to marry Yingying." A hearty laugh resonated from old Tian's end. "In that case, be extra cautious. I will apply for the finest agents from the upper echelons of Longhua to ensure your safety." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to old Tian. Just as they ended the call, Lin Feng received a call from Zhang Chu. "Hey, Lin Feng, if you're attending the meeting, count me in." Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "You really understand me. Of course, I'm going." After hanging up, Zhang Chu hurried to request leave from Li Dalai. Upon learning of the situation, Li Dalai did not hesitate to grant Zhang Chu's request. With Zhang Chu equipped with nano armor, He was undoubtedly Longwa's premier combat force, and the responsibility of safeguarding Lin Feng naturally fell upon him. He promptly approved the leave and instructed Zhang Chu to protect Lin Feng at all costs. Chapter 153. Of course, I will attend. Both domestic and international netizens were keenly interested in whether Lin Feng would accept the invitation from the ugly nation. The incident of his abduction had stirred considerable turmoil, and most netizens were well aware of it. No one could guarantee that the ugly nation would refrain from resorting to such despicable acts again. Many speculated that the meeting, ostensibly to share space station technology, was merely a pretext, with the true aim being to assassinate Lin Feng. It was believed that only by eliminating Lin Feng could the progress of Longwa be halted, thereby allowing the ugly nation to reclaim its dominance over the blue planet. Netizens from Longwa fervently advised Lin Feng against participating in such a perilous meeting. Some even playfully commented on Lin Feng's Weibo, "Longwa cannot afford to lose Lin Feng, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem." Lin Feng openly expressed his intention to attend the International Space Station Conference hosted by the United States. Upon confirmation of his attendance, the higher-ups in the U.S. engaged in private discussions. Given that the conference was held on U.S. soil, capturing Lin Feng could prove significantly more feasible, even in the absence of a successful capture. His assassination would hinder the technological advancement of Longwa by at least 2 decades. However, a failed operation would tarnish the U.S.'s reputation irreparably, leading to a loss of trust from all nations and likely making them a target for the now formidable Longwa. After 2 hours of deliberation in the conference room, the U.S. officials failed to reach a definitive conclusion. Some insisted that this was an opportune moment to eliminate Lin Feng, while more rational voices argued that since he was attending the conference, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. The debate escalated, resulting in a discordant end to the meeting. Aside from allies like Body, who have consistently followed Longwa, and nations like the Ribbon that willingly serve as perpetual subordinates to the U.S., no invitee declined the invitation. Until the discord between Longwa and the U.S. is resolved, no nation would openly declare its stance for the sake of national interests. This is especially true for certain European powers, which, possessing considerable influence, do not rely on the U.S. for their strength. These European entities are adept at navigating the intricate dynamics between these two superpowers. On the eve of the conference, Yin Danying was also dispatched to safeguard Lin Feng. Lin Feng, accompanied by the agents assigned by the higher-ups, boarded a private jet alongside Zhang Chuyin and Danying en route to the United States. Even during the flight, the agents remained on high alert, for the United States had been implicated in numerous incidents where vital personnel from other nations met with fatal accidents aboard aircraft. While evidence of foul play often eluded discovery in the event of crashes, astute observers could undoubtedly discern the hand of the United States in such tragedies. Fortunately, the plane landed safely at the airport in the United States. Zhang Chu did not dare to lower his guard, remaining clad in his nano-armor by Lin Feng's side throughout the journey. The instant Lin Feng touched down, Zhang Chu deployed thousands of miniature nano-robots to conduct a comprehensive scan of the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius. The agents assigned by the higher authorities closely surrounded Lin Feng, leaving no opportunities for potential assailants. As anticipated, the nano-robots swiftly identified 2 snipers positioned atop a nearby skyscraper. Upon this revelation, Zhang Chu piloted his nano-armor towards them. Mere moments later, he descended upon the snipers, capturing them, and, in their presence, forcefully snapping their prized sniper rifles in half. Given Lin Feng's considerable influence in the international arena, a multitude of journalists had gathered to witness his arrival. Many captured this astonishing scene, expressing disbelief and admiration. While numerous individuals had only heard of the remarkable capabilities of nano-armor, few had ever beheld it firsthand. They eagerly recorded the spectacle of Zhang Chu soaring several hundred meters in mere seconds and effortlessly dismantling the sniper rifles with his bare hands. Although the United States government had prepared a vehicle for Lin Feng's reception, the atmosphere was undeniably charged with tension. However, they were vehemently rebuffed by the diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom. How could they possibly trust the integrity of the ugly nation? They specifically transported the Commander-S armored vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom to the ugly nation. After neutralizing the sniper threat, Lin Feng and Zhang Chuyin boarded the bulletproof vehicle, while the other agents took their seats in the additional armored vehicles prepared by the Dragon Kingdom, closely following behind Lin Feng's car. The convoy made its way safely to the hotel that had been prearranged. Zhang Chuyan released the nanobots as usual, meticulously eliminating all potential security risks. Only after securing the building from hidden assassins did he permit Lin Feng to enter the hotel. Within the hotel resided not only representatives from the Dragon Kingdom, but also experts invited from the Corrupt Nation, the Grey Bear Nation, and several other countries. Upon learning that Lin Feng was also accommodated in the same hotel, a few individuals were filled with excitement. He was a paragon of human intelligence, a scientist with numerous groundbreaking creations. They gathered together to engage in academic discourse with Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was lying on his bed, engrossed in a game with Zhang Chuyan. The moment the door was knocked, Zhang Chuyan's nerves tensed, and within 5 seconds, he donned his nanotech armor. It was during that brief interval that Lin Feng and Zhang Chuyan's team battle was irrevocably lost. Glancing at the dimmed screen of his phone, he exchanged a look with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Who is so unfortunate as to knock during my team fight?" Zhang Chuyan shrugged and approached the door to open it, only to be greeted by the bewildered expressions of several elderly gentlemen. A group of elderly gentlemen conversed animatedly in English, but fortunately, the nanotechnology armor possessed an automatic translation feature capable of rendering any language into Chinese. The elderly men gazed at Zhang Chu, adorned in his nanotech suit, with palpable excitement. One of them even reached out to touch the armor. Reflexively, Zhang Chu took a step back, asserting that they were there for academic exchange. Lin Feng nodded, and from his wrist-mounted nanotech watch, a nanobot assembled itself into the form of a translation headset. As Lin Feng shook hands with the various experts, despite not recognizing any of them, he understood the importance of maintaining the etiquette befitting a great nation. From the moment they laid eyes on Lin Feng, the experts bombarded him with questions, inquiring about the operational principles of the nanotech armor, the power source of the Windmaster, and the feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped the more sensitive topics while providing answers, all the while harboring a sense of disdain. In truth, even if he laid the schematics before them, it would take these experts at least 8 or 9 years to fabricate the technology. Though he withheld the core details of the projects, by the end of the exchange, the experts felt their day had been remarkably fruitful. They even began to envy the scientists of the Dragon Nation for the opportunity to learn from someone as profoundly knowledgeable as Lin Feng. Chapter 154. Money makes everything easier. The following day, the international conference proceeded as planned, with every seat occupied. The long-standing dominance of the ugly nation in the global arena remained indisputable. The conference prohibited foreign experts from bringing bodyguards, yet Lin Feng remained vigilant, keeping his nanotech watch on his person. Should an assassination attempt occur, he would possess the means to retaliate. Outside the parliamentary hall, Zhang Chuyan and others were vigilantly monitoring the internal proceedings through nanorobots. Should any incident arise, they would swiftly rush to rescue Lin Feng. During the meeting, the representatives of the ugly nation extolled their space station project with grandiose claims, asserting that it could accommodate up to 5,000 individuals and would serve as a transit hub between Earth and Mars. They proclaimed that humanity could set foot on Mars within the next 50 years. Hearing the experts from the ugly nation make such statements, Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, deeming their projections extravagant and their expenditures exorbitant. Setting aside whether the ugly nation possesses the requisite technology, the sheer scale of this project would undoubtedly require an investment of 700 to 800 billion, particularly given that the ugly nation has yet to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. The costs for fuel and energy would likewise demand an additional 200 to 300 billion. Was this not a blatant appeal for funding from the global populace? Nonetheless, the prospect of enabling astronauts to land on Mars had long occupied Lin Feng's thoughts. Regrettably, the current state of human technology rendered such ambitions painfully elusive, prompting him to shelve the idea for the time being. To his surprise, it appeared that the representatives of the ugly nation had taken the lead in this endeavor. However, he remained profoundly skeptical of their assertions. Thus, Lin Feng raised his hand and inquired, "Currently, the space station relies on traditional lithium batteries for energy. How could such batteries possibly sustain a space station of this magnitude? Does your nation possess some groundbreaking technology?" This question resonated not only with Lin Feng but also with experts from other nations, who shared significant doubts regarding the feasibility of the claims. All eyes turned expectantly toward the ugly nation's experts, hoping for a clarifying response. The expert from the United States, who is the chief director of the Area 51 space station project, responded to Lin Feng's inquiries with great composure. "Mr. Lin is indeed correct. The United States possesses the relevant technology to provide sufficient energy for the space station. However, the current efficiency of energy provision is still lacking. It is well known that Mr. Lin has made significant contributions in the field of new energy. Perhaps he could assist us in improving this aspect. Lin Feng's expression twitched in frustration. He thought to himself, "Damn it, you couldn't come up with a solution on your own, and now you expect me to fill the gaps." Rather than giving a direct answer, Lin Feng posed a question. The higher the space station is from the ground, the more fuel is required during rocket launches, and the subsequent cost of traveling back and forth to the space station rise exponentially. Has there been any consideration regarding the costs associated with these future trips, especially if the space station is to serve as a transit point between Earth and Mars? This question was undoubtedly incisive. While the construction of the space station entails substantial expenses, the ongoing maintenance and energy consumption will also be significant. It is no wonder that the United States is willing to share space station technology. After all, no single nation could afford such an extravagant endeavor on its own. Yet, the American expert dismissed the concern, stating, "The Dragon Kingdom has already developed controllable nuclear fusion, so energy is certainly not an issue." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking, "Seriously, is this guy for real? It seems I'm being led on a wild goose chase." They claim the space station is a collaborative effort among nations. Yet the Dragon Kingdom provides both funding and technology and still cannot assume the role of the elder brother. Such a thankless endeavor is something even a dog would shy away from, let alone Lin Feng. Yet, the intricate principles governing the operation of the space station left Lin Feng skeptical that the Americans could truly fathom it. Thus, he posed several pivotal questions regarding the space station. To his surprise, the American experts answered each one with remarkable precision. Observing their tone and evident confidence, it was clear they were not deceiving him. Lin Feng found himself questioning the origins of their technological prowess. Hence, he boldly inquired, "To my knowledge, the United States has not conducted extensive research on space stations. From where does your technology originate?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's straightforward question, the American expert's demeanor shifted noticeably. Hesitantly, he replied, "Naturally, it is the product of our secretive research, which has remained undisclosed for many years." Lin Feng scrutinized the expert's demeanor, sensing something amiss. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda. Why else would he appear so anxious? Even after years of clandestine research, one would expect the principal contributors to be acknowledged for their significant contributions to the nation. Yet, the American expert not only failed to divulge this information, but also seemed to obfuscate the matter. This evasive attitude instilled a profound sense of unease in Lin Feng. He pondered to himself, however, it appeared he was still expected to provide technical support. He contemplated that technology could not be bestowed upon them without cost. These Americans would have to pay a price. If they were amenable to it, he could assist in enhancing their renewable energy technology. But it would be unreasonable to offer his expertise for free. A sum of 20 million would not be excessive, he mused. Moreover, this controllable nuclear fusion energy, if adequately funded, can provide an inexhaustible supply of power. Otherwise, our discussions are futile. The experts from the United States frowned. "Mr. Lin, your perspective is rather narrow. Our research aims for the collective advancement of humanity. How can you focus on monetary matters?" Lin Feng scoffed, amongst all present. "It is only you from the United States who lack moral integrity. Spare me your moral coercion." The Americans seemed unwilling to relent, rallying several European experts in an attempt to impose ethical pressure on Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng professed to possess morals, they could hardly be deemed noble. After a few exchanges, he simply removed his translation headset. "I apologize, esteemed colleagues, but I, Lin Feng, do not comprehend English." The American incited others, chattering away. But Lin Feng, unable to decipher their words, merely sat at the negotiation table, exchanging blank stares with the experts as they continued their animated discourse. Observing Lin Feng's lack of reaction, they began to doubt. Could it be that he truly does not speak English? English is the lingua franca. A researcher of his caliber surely must engage with English literature. How could someone overseeing a significant project in long country possibly be illiterate in English? Surely, a postdoctoral researcher would not claim ignorance of English. Who would believe such a preposterous assertion? Yet, gazing at the unmoved Lin Feng, the experts found themselves in a quandary. Could it be that the illustrious engineer Lin genuinely lacks proficiency in English? Before long, their fervor waned, and they fell silent. One of the experts gestured for Lin Feng to don the translation headset once more. Lin Feng observed the expert's actions and decided not to persist further. placing the translation headset upon his ears. Chapter 155, Photovoltaic Power Generation. So, have you all reached a consensus? Several experts nodded in agreement, stating that the 20 million Lin engineer requested was not an exorbitant demand. However, the energy required for a rocket launch was immense, and the energy produced by controlled nuclear fusion was boundless. Thus, we insist that Long Country offers a discount. Lin Feng smiled, acknowledging that a discount was indeed feasible, as he was merely selling energy, not technology. As for the pricing, that would be a matter for the Ministry of Finance and Trade of Long Country to negotiate in detail. He had already exerted his utmost to secure the interests of Long Country. The profitability of this transaction would ultimately depend on the capabilities of the Ministry of Finance and Trade. Aside from some minor disputes that arose, the meeting proceeded smoothly. Numerous journalists were present, meticulously documenting the proceedings of the conference. Given that this was an international meeting with the participation of many nations, all major powers had gathered together. The event garnered significant attention from the international community, curious to see whether the United States would attempt any tricks, and eager to understand the stance of various countries regarding the global situation. Reports on the meeting sparked considerable public discourse. Meanwhile, the United States resorted to its old tactics, manipulating domestic media to control public opinion, criticizing Lin Feng's statements during the conference, claiming that Long Country failed to prioritize the broader picture, thereby hindering the peaceful development of human society and undermining unity among nations. On platforms like Twitter and YouTube, netizens from other countries also began to denounce the actions of Long Country. Among them, it was the small days in the pickled vegetable nation that raised the loudest outcry. However, what was merely a technological enhancement, Lin Feng astonishingly demanded 20 million. Initially, he was perceived as a noble scientist, but it turned out he was nothing but an utterly commercial individual. The construction of the International Space Station was intended for the advancement of human society, while Longhua only sought to reap profits from it. Meanwhile, certain nationalists and opportunists seized the moment to initiate a wave of criticism, attacking the national character of Longhua and its profit-driven ethos. In response, the populace of Longhua vigorously defended themselves, retorting against these detractors. Why does this dog bark more joyfully than its master? What is wrong with us earning some income from our own technology? Some individuals are so magnanimous. Why not offer up your house for me to stay in for a couple of days? Certain nations attempted to exploit the situation, failing in their schemes, yet still resorting to counterattacks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was exceedingly occupied, having no time to observe the vitriolic exchanges among netizens online. As soon as the meeting concluded, he received an invitation from experts from the ugly nation to study their new energy technologies. The invitees included experts from various nations in the field of new energy technology. The new energy technology of the ugly nation was the photovoltaic power generation that Lin Feng had previously discarded. Before the advent of controlled nuclear fusion, Lin Feng had experimented with photovoltaic power generation, which, despite its simple principles and the easy acquisition of solar energy, was ultimately abandoned after numerous trials. Due to the inefficiency of photovoltaic power generation and its limited applicability, new metallic materials developed by scientists from the United States have significantly enhanced the photoelectric effect, effectively doubling the efficiency of this form of energy production. If the surface of a space station were to be entirely coated with such metals, it could feasibly harness the intense solar radiation in outer space to provide power for the entire station. However, despite this increase in efficiency, it remains insufficient. The space station will inevitably conduct numerous experiments, each requiring substantial energy to sustain their operation. Relying solely on photovoltaic power generation would be inadequate to support simultaneous experiments. After learning about the plans from the United States, Lin Feng began to formulate some preliminary ideas. Though he recognized that further refinement would require the support of systems back in his home country, he considered the potential of this remarkable technology, convinced that it would not be exclusively utilized for the International Space Station. It should first be tested on the space station of Long Country. Before returning to Long Country, Lin Feng and his companions narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. Although the conspirators could not reach a consensus on whether to proceed with the assassination, there were still those who harbored such intentions. Even without the collaboration of high-ranking officials, some were determined to act independently, motivated by the CIA's ongoing bounty on Lin Feng, which had increased by an additional $10 million. Nevertheless, for Lin Feng and his team, equipped with advanced weaponry, the threat of ordinary assassination attempts was hardly a concern. As the assassin approached Lin Feng from over 200 meters away, he was swiftly detected by Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, unyielding towards such individuals, deliberately took the assassin to a secluded area for resolution, considering the ramifications on the relations between the two nations. Upon returning to the Dragon Country, Lin Feng sequestered himself in the laboratory to enhance the efficiency of the research on new energy. The Ugly Nation generously provided this novel metal to experts from various countries, albeit in a meager quantity of merely 2 grams per nation. For Lin Feng, discerning the composition of this new metal was a trivial task. He placed the metal under a scanning machine, from which the AI promptly provided the analysis. As he gazed at the complex composition chart, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering how long it would take to yield results from such intricate elements. The Ugly Nation had indeed displayed remarkable composure. Despite being suppressed by China recently, they had not allowed any information to leak. It appeared that the Ugly Nation had accumulated a substantial reserve over the years. This metal was composed of elements from the latter part of the periodic table, with several containing trace amounts of radiation. Lin Feng requested some materials to be sent over. Distrustful of the experimental data from the Ugly Nation, he resolved to conduct a few metal experiments on his own. However, the production cost of this metal was notably high, and due to the urgency of his request, the Academy of Sciences could only muster 20 to 30 grams. The scarcity of certain metallic substances was one reason, while the other was that the potential applications of these metals had yet to be explored. Thus, interest remained minimal, leading to a lack of extensive mining. Should the utility of this metal be discovered in the future, production might increase, though not significantly. Lin Feng was not picky. The materials developed by the country he deemed unattractive were not necessarily the best. After conducting several experiments, he believed he might discover more cost-effective components. A few hours later, the materials arrived at Lin Feng's laboratory. After experimenting multiple times, he replaced several metals and altered the densities of certain metals. The newly formulated metal proved to be significantly more economical than the one provided by the unattractive country. Furthermore, the efficiency of the photoelectric effect was enhanced by approximately 10%, which was well within Lin Feng's expectations. The efficiency of the photoelectric effect had already reached the limits achievable by humanity at this stage. Lin Feng then sought alternative avenues, secluding himself in the laboratory for several days, leveraging the system to develop a new device. This device could substantially increase the utilization rate of photons from sunlight. The primary principle behind photovoltaic power generation is the photoelectric effect of semiconductors. When photons strike a metal, their energy can be completely absorbed by an electron within the metal. By increasing the utilization of photons, the productivity of electrons can also be augmented. Thanks to Lin Feng's modifications, photovoltaic power generation could now fully supply the energy needs of the entire space station. Moreover, this device was space-efficient and capable of collecting generated electrical energy, ensuring normal operation even on overcast days. Lin Feng aptly named this device the energy-saving photoelectric converter, given its energy-efficient and environmentally friendly nature. Lin Feng believed it should serve purposes beyond the confines of the space station, potentially even finding applications in the military sector, such as connecting the energy-saving photoelectric converter with an electromagnetic cannon. Harnessing solar energy to generate electricity, which is ultimately converted into kinetic energy, presents a remarkable innovation. By retrofitting electromagnetic cannons onto naval vessels or aircraft carriers, not only is energy consumption significantly reduced, but the potency of the electromagnetic cannon remains uncompromised. This ingenious invention prompted Lin Feng to immediately contact Elder Tian, eager to share his discovery. Elder Tian, I have a groundbreaking invention that is exceptionally suitable for maritime combat. Upon hearing of Lin Feng's latest creation, Elder Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What remarkable contraption have you devised this time? Lin Feng smiled, promptly elaborating on the energy-efficient photovoltaic converter. Elder Tian quickly grasped the significance of this technology, given that aircraft carriers often deploy for extended periods. The crucial factors determining their operational timelines are resources and energy supply. Lin Feng's energy-efficient photovoltaic converter adeptly addresses this energy dilemma, a challenge that has long perplexed many experts in the Dragon Nation. This invention promises to substantially enhance the naval endurance of the Dragon Nation, potentially allowing it to roam the seas as freely as the United States. Excellent. Truly commendable, Lin Feng. You consistently deliver top-tier innovations. Lin Feng chuckled, acknowledging, while I am confident in my creation, The true extent of its impact can only be ascertained through practical application. Elder Tian immediately comprehended Lin Feng's intent. I shall dispatch personnel tomorrow to deliver your invention to the naval headquarters, allowing them to install the energy-efficient photovoltaic converter on a warship for trial. Lin Feng's ambitions extend beyond merely applying the energy-efficient photovoltaic converter in military applications. He believed that such a remarkable innovation could undoubtedly serve a significant purpose in improving people's livelihoods. For instance, certain traditional coal-fired power plants in the country are not only environmentally unfriendly but also wasteful of energy. If replaced with energy-efficient photovoltaic converters, it could reduce costs and enhance air quality. Thus, he dialed the phone number of the head of the energy department. Old Xia, I have an invention related to new energy that might address some pressing societal issues. Lin Feng and Old Xia had previously collaborated. Even back when Lin Feng invented the Phantom Fighter, Old Xia had heard of his illustrious reputation. After all, the highly efficient hydrogen power conversion in the Phantom Fighter was managed by Old Xia. Subsequently, they worked together on projects related to controllable nuclear fusion and novel nuclear reactors. While these projects were primarily researched by Lin Feng, Old Xia took charge and applied them in various fields. Nonetheless, as a venerable figure in the energy sector, Old Xia held Lin Feng's capabilities in high regard. Upon learning of Lin Feng's new invention, he promptly inquired, "What new discovery have you made this time? Have you perhaps developed a miniature controllable nuclear fusion device?" Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "It's not that simple. However, I have discovered the photovoltaic effect." This time, Old Xia was no longer amused. "You're not pulling my leg, are you? Photovoltaic conversion has been around for over a decade." Lin Feng quickly clarified his invention. "No. My invention can enhance the efficiency of ordinary photovoltaic conversion by 5 times, and it requires less space without the need for extensive solar panels." Old Xia's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you serious about what you're saying?" "Indeed, it is a testament to integrity. It is well acknowledged that the maximum conversion efficiency of conventional photovoltaic cells is merely 17%. Lin Feng, however, has astonishingly quintupled this rate, achieving an impressive 85%. To harness solar energy with such efficacy is akin to ethically reaping the benefits of nature itself. Moreover, this remarkable photovoltaic conversion does not necessitate extensive solar panel installations, making it accessible to the average household. Should power plants possess ample space, they could utilize this invention to supply electricity to countless families. Old Xia expressed his enthusiasm, inquiring when mass production would commence. Lin Feng smiled, glancing at the assembly line in the laboratory. "It is already in the process of mass production, albeit the assembly lines are currently insufficient." He continued, "If factories could be established nationwide to augment the production lines for energy-efficient photovoltaic converters, they could be deployed immediately." Upon hearing this, Old Xia promptly declared, "Excellent. The Ministry of Energy will undoubtedly extend its full support for this endeavor. I shall draft the documentation to escalate this matter." The following day, bolstered by Old Xia's unwavering support, the energy-efficient photovoltaic converters officially entered mass production. Within a mere few weeks, the output was sufficient for export overseas. Not only was the cost remarkably low, but the applications were also incredibly diverse, leading many countries to eagerly seek collaboration with the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the United States erupted in outrage, publicly accusing the Dragon Nation of appropriating its technological advancements. Interestingly, Shaori did not emerge to defend his father this time. Not for lack of reason, but rather because he himself was in dire need of the energy-efficient photovoltaic converters. Their nation, being a small island with limited land area, possesses virtually no mineral resources. Each year, the importation of oil and other minerals constitutes a significant portion of their fiscal expenditures. In this context, the technology that harnesses electricity solely from solar energy proves to be a veritable boon for the populace, enabling substantial financial savings. Lin Feng is not one to sever bridges after crossing. Having received 2 grams of metal from the ugly nation for the invention of the photovoltaic converter, he reciprocated by sending 2 grams of his improved metal to their research department. Whether those individuals can analyze the composition of the metal is a matter for them to resolve. Lin Feng certainly does not intend to be at a disadvantage. He has widely publicized this matter, prompting the media to extol his virtuous character. The media of Long Country naturally complied, while both the European powers and the small island nation also benefited from Long Country's advancements. The media sentiment subtly began to favor Lin Feng. Chapter 157, International Space Station Research Base. The energy-efficient photovoltaic converter invented by Lin Feng has replaced traditional coal-fired power plants. Consequently, the cost of electricity generation in Long Country has diminished, resulting in a significant reduction in electricity bills for the common populace. Many have flocked to Lin Feng's social media platform to express their gratitude. Engineer Lin, utilizing his skills to enhance the quality of life, is hailed as a hero in Long Country. His invention not only benefits Long Country, but also contributes positively to the world at large. The invention of the energy-efficient photovoltaic converter has generated considerable societal impact, garnering widespread acclaim for Lin Feng. His reputation has soared, and the prestige and international influence of Long Country have significantly increased compared to before. In the laboratory, Lin Feng reclined on his bed, hearing a notification from the system that elicited a slight smile at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated that the energy-efficient photoelectric converter would bestow upon him over 70,000 points of prestige. With the advent of each invention, Lin Feng had amassed an abundance of prestige points, seemingly inexhaustible. It could be said that with the system at his disposal, the world lay at his feet. He could create whatever he envisioned, and the heights of technology would match the breadth of his imagination. Yet, within Lin Feng's heart lingered a weighty concern pressing upon him like a stone. Upgrading the existing space station of the Dragon Nation had long been one of his aspirations. However, in comparison to the United States, he felt woefully behind. The U.S. had brazenly convened an international conference, clearly signaling their intent to stir the pot. Moreover, the demeanor of their experts continued to leave him in doubt. Lin Feng was convinced they were up to something significant, though the specifics of their clandestine maneuvers remained a mystery. To preempt potential threats, Lin Feng resolved to expedite the development of the International Space Station. Furthermore, European experts had recently traveled to the Dragon Nation to hold a meeting, proclaiming their intent to establish an international space station. With plans to escalate its scale to an astonishing 1,000 tons, more than 30 times that of the Dragon Nation space station, the race against the United States was now a matter of speed. Whoever succeeded in developing the International Space Station first would gain the upper hand in the struggle for supremacy on Blue Planet. However, a space station of such magnitude could not be realized by Lin Feng alone. He needed to assemble a team of capable individuals to assist him, and these individuals must possess expertise, rather than lacking any foundational knowledge. If Lin Feng were to start from scratch, the Dragon Nation would certainly not achieve any noteworthy advancements in the realm of international space stations. Lin Feng promptly decided to transfer personnel from the main development team of the Dragon Nation Space Station project. The engineering of the Dragon Nation Space Station comprises 13 distinct systems, with the Dragon Nation Aerospace Technology Group Company, Limited, contributing to the development of 7 of these systems, undeniably serving as the backbone of the space station's construction efforts. This team possesses a wealth of experience in space station development. Given that this is an international space station project, it is evident that development cannot solely rely on the expertise of the Dragon Nation. The European powers that have pledged investment must also dispatch experts to the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, these European nations have committed to contribute at least half of the funding for the project, which will yield substantial financial returns from the space station's construction. The higher-ups of the Dragon Nation assured Lin Feng that he could request personnel transfers at any time as needed. The project at Nanximen was nearing completion. Although Gao Xiong was occupied with the military industry department, developing weapons suitable for Nanximen, he was unable to spare any resources at the moment. However, Tian Ying had completed her tasks, and Lin Feng decided to transfer her to the Space Station Research and Development Department. It would be absurd not to capitalize on the talents of such a highly intelligent young woman, who had gained admission to the Dragon Nation's most prestigious institution at the tender age of 15. Of course, part of Lin Feng's motivation for transferring Tian Ying was to afford himself more opportunities to see her. He immediately drafted a proposal and submitted it. Receiving approval from the higher-ups the following day, the top leader directly sanctioned Lin Feng's appointment as the overall head of the International Space Station construction project. The significance of this chief responsibility is unparalleled, far exceeding that of a mere individual combat weapon leader. The prior designation of Lin Feng as the head of individual combat weaponry was merely a modest trial. Although that competition held substantial importance, its international impact pales in comparison to the construction of the space station. This endeavor not only necessitates collaboration among nations but also stands as one of the most monumental projects in the annals of international cooperation. The high-ranking officials entrusted this project to Lin Feng, both as an affirmation of his capabilities and as an encouragement for him to unleash his full potential. It is imperative that this International Space Station project does not fall short against the adversary. The following day, Tianying and Gao Xiong were reassigned from the Southgate project to join Lin Feng's team. The Southgate project had already entered a stable phase, and Gao Xiong had nearly completed the military design aspects. Though not entirely finished, the challenging elements had been resolved, allowing for a seamless transition of responsibilities to others. To Lin Feng's surprise, Zhang Chu was also returned by Li Dali. Zhang Chu excelled in instructing the soldiers on the use of nano-armor. And following his exemplary protection of Lin Feng during the conference in the adversary's nation, he had been promoted in rank. This strategic move by the higher-ups aimed to facilitate Lin Feng's work by reassembling his original team. Furthermore, a group of seasoned researchers was reassigned from the Space Application Engineering and Technology Center of the Long Nation Academy of Sciences. After their handover, they would be ready to join the International Space Station Research Department in approximately half a month. Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Chu, Tianying, and Gao Xiong, donned their equipment and flew directly to the research center approved by the higher authorities. The aforementioned research center presents rather harsh conditions, requiring Lin Feng to undertake some modifications before it can be utilized. Thus, Lin Feng intends to conduct an inspection to explore the necessary renovations. The research center is situated in the Alashan Desert, an area sparsely populated and devoid of significant technological research hubs nearby. The involvement of foreign experts in the base poses no threat of them appropriating the Dragon Nation's advanced technologies. Currently, the location consists solely of a few five-story buildings, surrounded entirely by sand, rendering it almost unrecognizable as a scientific research facility. Lin Feng, are we not being exiled here? Or is there perhaps a deeper level beneath these buildings? Zhang Chu gazed at the two structures before him, his initial enthusiasm dissipating. Lin Feng shook his head. No, that is not the case. Tianying remained skeptical. She had yet to encounter a research base with such challenging conditions. Having spent considerable time in the Lopner Desert, Lin Feng found the environment here to be somewhat acceptable. The pressing matter at hand is that Lin Feng must establish a space station research base within half a month. Provided with some workers, although time is of the essence, he is confident that the task can be accomplished satisfactorily. This space station base must be equipped with the highest standards of research facilities, not only to showcase the might of a great nation but also to facilitate future studies. Chapter 158. Tidying up the two enduring buildings at this site were once pivotal in the development of a national treasure. However, due to technological and financial constraints, the project was halted. With the advancement of technology, the need for it has diminished. Consequently, these two buildings have been allocated to Lin Feng, granting him the freedom to innovate as he sees fit. Lin Feng held the keys to the building as he led Zhang Chu and others inside. Fortunately, it was once a research base. The building's integrity, security, and interior furnishings were all in good condition. If it were to be entirely renovated, what an expense that would incur. Zhang Chu surveyed the surroundings of the building. Lin Feng glanced around and remarked, cost is not something we need to fret over. If funds are lacking, we can always request from above. Gao Xiong nodded in agreement. After all, it is those Europeans footing the bill. We are not engaging in a losing venture. Nonetheless, Zhang Chu remained apprehensive. Old Lin, will half a month suffice for the renovations? There are two buildings to consider. Tianying furrowed her brow, adding, why only half a month? That timeline seems rather rushed. Lin Feng chuckled. I personally applied for a completion timeline of half a month. The Americans are pursuing us relentlessly. If we delay further, they will soar ahead. Tianying seemed poised to voice more concerns, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Rest assured. The higher-ups assured us they would allocate as many personnel as we require. Besides, I am here. Do you not trust me? Tianying hesitated before responding. I do trust you. Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of envy. It was truly the case that whenever the two were together, they would lavish affection upon one another. Zhang Chu mused about his own stature, a tall figure at over 1.8 meters, with a respectable salary and military rank. Not to mention his decent looks. Why was it that no woman seemed to take an interest in him? He contemplated that perhaps it was simply due to his limited encounters with women. Surely, many would be captivated by his military uniform if given the chance. Gao Xiong waved a hand in front of Zhang Chu. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Chu swatted Gao Xiong's hand away, exclaiming, what business is it of yours? Just as a few of them exited the building, Intending to explore another structure, they noticed a fleet of vehicles parked in front of the edifice. Someone emerged from the cars, striding directly towards Lin Feng. "Engineer Lin, we are the architects dispatched from above to assist in the renovation of the building. My name is Yang Feng." As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Lin Feng, who reciprocated the greeting. "Hello, I am Lin Feng, and this is my assistant, Zhang Chu, and Tianying, Gaoxiong." Lin Feng glanced back and observed that dozens of individuals were disembarking from the convoy, accompanied by several trucks that presumably carried the materials he had requested earlier. After verifying their identities, Lin Feng instructed them to rest for the day. Yang Feng, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, became somewhat anxious. "Engineer Lin, we were only allocated a fortnight by the higher-ups. We cannot afford to waste any time. We should promptly assign tasks and commence work." Lin Feng gestured towards the building, saying, "This structure has remained uninhabited for years. On the first day, let the team familiarize themselves with the environment and tidy up the dormitories. We have another half-month of work ahead. There is no need to rush on this first day." With that, he nudged Yang Feng towards the building, urging him to hurry inside and select a suitable dormitory. He also waved to the engineers behind him, saying, "Quickly, go in and choose. We will attend to the renovation tomorrow." The engineers regarded Lin Feng's leisurely demeanor with surprise, having anticipated a relentless work schedule over the next 2 weeks, only to discover that the initial task assigned was to clean. Moreover, the overall leader exhibited no intention of delegating tasks. Once everyone had entered the building, Lin Feng led Zhang Chu and others into another edifice. Zhang Chu quickly inquired, "Why do you not distribute the assignments? Is time not of the essence?" Lin Feng cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Chu, replying, "We are still missing a few essentials." After uttering this, he proceeded into the building, disregarding Zhang Chu's persistent questions about what was lacking, merely deflecting with, "You will find out tomorrow." What was missing, of course, was the robotic arms. Relying solely on manual labor to renovate these 2 buildings, in line with Lin Feng's expectations, would require the collective effort of dozens of individuals working around the clock, which would be utterly insufficient. Furthermore, today marked Lin Feng's first day at the base, and it was only prudent to formulate a plan before commencing any work. Lin Feng selected a room within the building to serve as his office, while Zhang Chu and the others also began their tasks. Fortunately, the plumbing and electrical systems in the building posed no issues, and it took them a full 2 hours to clean the office and dormitory thoroughly. After 2 hours, the 4 of them collapsed onto the floor. Aside from Zhang Chu, who exercised regularly, the remaining 3 were so exhausted that they could hardly muster the energy to speak. Lin Feng gasped for breath. "This room has been vacant for so many years that the dust we swept up could be mixed with water to form mud." Tianying, who had grown up in a privileged household, had never encountered such a scene. "Old Lin, what are your plans next?" Zhang Chu asked. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chu in astonishment. "Could it be that you still possess the strength to continue working?" Zhang Chu scoffed. "Do you think everyone is like you, cooped up indoors all day? My physical fitness far surpasses yours." Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. When it came to physical prowess, she had no desire to engage in a debate with Zhang Chu. How could an engineer possibly be compared to a top-tier pilot? "Since you still possess some strength, do assist me in fetching a few items." With that, she extracted a slip of paper from her pocket and took out a pen, marking several checkmarks upon it. These items, denoted by the checkmarks, should be on the truck they arrived in. Zhang Chu glanced at the list, noticing it comprised various alloys, certainly not lightweight. "What are these for?" he inquired. "Oh, you inquisitive young comrade, you shall find out tomorrow," she replied, ushering him out the door. At that moment, only Lin Feng, Tianying, and Gaoxiong remained in the room. The 3 exchanged glances, with Gaoxiong caught awkwardly between them. I noticed that Zhang Chu seems rather burdened with those materials. I shall lend him a hand." Lin Feng smiled, appreciating the lad's perceptiveness. Otherwise, he would merely be an extraneous presence in the room. After Gaoxiong departed, Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Tianying, unable to divert her eyes. Today, Tianying appeared strikingly different, though Lin Feng could not quite pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was due to her recent tidying up. She had tied her hair into a casual bun, finding it too troublesome to leave it down. Tianying was already an exquisite beauty, and with her hairstyle thus, her face seemed to have become even more delicate. Unlike her usual rational elegance, today Lin Feng perceived an intellectual allure emanating from Tianying. The intensity of Lin Feng's gaze made Tianying feel somewhat self-conscious, prompting her to glance around herself. "What's wrong? Is there something on me?" she wondered. That cannot be the case. Just a moment ago, while tidying up, I was exceedingly cautious. My clothes should be immaculate. Lin Feng reached out and gently touched Tianying's face, discovering a speck of dust. Chapter 159. Rustic Love Talk. Tianying felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lin Feng's gesture, but quickly regained her composure and retorted, "Impossible. I just washed my face. There can't be any dust." Lin Feng, taken aback by Tianying's reaction, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He cleared his throat twice to ease the tension. Suddenly, he grasped Tianying's hand and inquired, "Are you a rabbit? Otherwise, why do you keep hopping around in my heart?" Tianying was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she questioned whether she had misheard him. Observing her astonishment, Lin Feng deduced that she must enjoy his words, and continued, "Allow me to perform a magic trick for you." With hesitation, Tianying nodded. "All right. I have completed my trick. I now like you even more." Tianying's eyes widened further. "Do you know why I caught a cold?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tianying immediately expressed her concern. "How did you catch a cold? Have you been overworking yourself and fallen ill?" "Because I lose all my defenses when I encounter you." Tianying furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. In fact, many things seemed awry. Lin Feng continued, "Could you refrain from speaking for a moment?" Tianying, puzzled, replied, "But I am not saying anything." "Then why is your voice echoing in my mind?" Although busy with her research, Tianying was not entirely disconnected from the online world. For the first time, she found herself struck dumb by the sheer volume of cheesy pickup lines uttered in her presence. "Last night, I dreamt of marrying you. However, dreams often unfold in reverse. So it should be you marrying me." Tianying could hardly bear to listen any longer and gently placed her hand over Lin Feng's mouth. "We've rested long enough. Let's go assist Zhang Chu and the others." Lin Feng, observing Tianying's reaction, inquired with curiosity, "Do you not enjoy it? Aren't girls fond of sweet nothings?" Tianying cast a skeptical glance at Lin Feng. "Who told you that?" "Zhang Chu," he replied. Suddenly, Tianying stood up. "I do enjoy it, but I must take my leave." Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling an unsettling dissonance. He realized that his daily dedication to research seemed to fall short in meeting Tianying's needs. Even if they did not engage in a typical romantic relationship, he believed it essential for her to experience the essence of love. Yet, being a straightforward and unadorned man himself, devoid of romantic experience, he felt ill-equipped to grasp the nuances of love. Thus, he sought the counsel of others. Zhang Chu had asserted that all girls relish sweet words. With that in mind, Lin Feng had taken the initiative to search online for 66 charming phrases. Having only shared a handful, Tianying had already fled. Could it be that she was overwhelmed by shyness after hearing so many flirtations? Lin Feng chuckled, acknowledging that she was indeed a young girl, unable to withstand even a few lines of affection. Rising to brush off the dust, he decided to descend in search of Zhang Chu and the others. Meanwhile, Tianying had already made her way downstairs, where Zhang Chu was busily checking the cargo beside the truck. "Zhang Chu, did you inform Lin Feng that all the girls in the world adore sweet nothings?" Zhang Chu nodded, wearing a peculiar smile as he replied, "What? Did he say something to you?" Tianying retorted angrily, "You don't even have a girlfriend yourself, so stop giving others advice." Zhang Chu scratched his head. "Isn't that so?" Gao Xiong, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "These two forthright gentlemen. No wonder Zhang Chu has struggled to find a girlfriend for so long." Lin Feng rushed downstairs, casting a suggestive glance at Tianying. Zhang Chu, not wanting to witness their flirtation, hastily interjected, "Everything you wanted is right here." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's move it to my office." Zhang Chu replied without hesitation. "How can one pursue a romance with nano armor? Is it possible to lose one's mind over it?" Lin Feng shot a glare at Zhang Chu, though he had indeed overlooked the matter of the nano armor. A few minutes later, all the materials were transported to Lin Feng's office. He shooed everyone out and locked himself inside. Although they were all familiar with one another, Lin Feng would never voluntarily disclose matters concerning the system. To be cautious, he repaired the lock on his office door before commencing work. 2 entire buildings would at least require 2 robotic arms, which gave Lin Feng a slight headache. However, he was well versed in the assembly of robotic arms. Before heading to the research base, his first task was to request a substantial amount of materials from the organization. Regardless of Lin Feng's remarkable abilities and the sophistication of the system, materials cannot simply materialize from thin air. With the assistance of the system, Lin Feng toiled throughout the night, and just before Zhang Chu knocked on his door, he successfully crafted 2 mechanical arms. However, the office was too cramped to accommodate both. necessitating the relocation of one to the lobby. When Yang Feng and his team sought out Lin Feng, they were taken aback by the sight of the mechanical arm in the lobby. As engineers, they were intrigued by the exquisite craftsmanship and the high-tech appearance of the device. Curiosity piqued. They began to speculate how such an impressive piece of equipment had remained in the research institute. It was rumored that the institute had previously focused on developing national treasures, but had ceased operations due to funding issues. This mechanical arm appeared to be of significant value. Why had it not been taken away? A lively discussion ensued among the gathered crowd, pondering the reasons behind the previous researchers' failure to remove the mechanical arm. As Lin Feng descended the stairs with Tianying, he noticed a circle of people gathered around the arm. It was evident that two individuals in the crowd recognized him. "Engineer Lin, will this device still be of use to us?" Yang Feng inquired, prompting a twinge of anguish in Lin Feng's heart. After an entire night of labor, he had managed to produce just 2 arms, and the question of their utility was disheartening. "Of course, it is useful. I spent last night crafting it." The others exchanged skeptical glances, convinced that Lin Feng was merely boasting. The intricate craftsmanship of the arm seemed far too elaborate to have been completed in a single night. "Engineer Lin, please, do not jest. How could one possibly create such a refined object in just one night?" At this moment, Zhang Chu, clad in nano armor, descended from the upper floor, brandishing a substantial device identical to the one below. Yang Feng and the others gaped in disbelief at such a remarkable object. It was astonishing that the previous research institute had left behind 2 of these. No wonder rumors circulated that the institute had been compelled to cease its research due to insufficient funding. What a waste of resources to discard such an exceptional item. Although they were uncertain of its purpose, its appearance alone suggested a significant cost of production. Observing the astonished expressions of the engineers, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly in a smirk. "To be precise, I crafted 2 of them overnight." Chapter 160. The transformation base naturally. The crowd was skeptical of Lin Feng's claim. One individual spoke up, "Engineer Lin, if you assert that you created this device, then elucidate its purpose, and we shall believe you." The others echoed this sentiment, urging Lin Feng to explain the function of the device. Lin Feng pointed to the mechanical arm and stated, "This is a mechanical arm designed to assist us in renovating the building." After speaking, he issued a command. Number 1, repair the lights in the hall. Immediately, a mechanical arm responded to Lin Feng's command and commenced its task. The 2 buildings had fallen into disrepair over the years, but fortunately, they were free of rodents, and the electrical circuits remained relatively intact. In mere moments, the mechanical arm efficiently repaired the chandelier in the hall. The astonishing speed of the operation left the audience in awe, as some began to comprehend that this device was indeed created by Lin Feng. They cast admiring glances in his direction. Although those present were aware that Lin Feng was an engineer, they were utterly astonished by his remarkable hands-on skills. Lin Feng spoke up, saying, "With these 2 robotic arms, our work efficiency can be significantly enhanced." He had already devised a plan for the layout of the space station base. After conducting a thorough on-site inspection the previous day, he used nanorobots to scan the entire building, determining which walls could be demolished and which could not. Last night, while taking advantage of the downtime in manufacturing the robotic arms, Lin Feng meticulously documented his plan. Now that everyone had gathered and the issues concerning the robotic arms had been resolved, Lin Feng began assigning tasks to the engineers, distributing the blueprints among them. "Yang Feng, allocate the tasks according to the blueprints, and you shall oversee this matter." As Yang Feng examined the blueprint, which included an intelligent biometric recognition system, an AI production line, and a simulated anti-gravity system, he felt a flutter of anxiety. He had never even heard of these technologies, let alone constructed them. "Isn't this merely the construction of a research facility? I never anticipated the technological complexity would be so profound," he remarked, leaning closer to Lin Feng. "Engineer Lin, we have never built anything like this before." His words were quickly echoed by others. "Indeed, Engineer Lin, not only have we not encountered these technologies, but some of them we have never even heard of." This reaction was entirely expected by Lin Feng, as there were only 3 such high-tech laboratories in the entire country. This was precisely why he had chosen to work through the night to construct the robotic arms. Pointing to the arms, Lin Feng reassured them, "Do not worry. They will perform admirably. In the presence of advanced technology, the engineers merely need to assist the robotic arms. As for the intricate process of creating these high-tech devices, that responsibility falls upon me. Furthermore, certain apparatus must be specifically transported from the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. while other sophisticated technologies will require special airlift from our partner nations. These are not contrivances that can be constructed in haste. Each nation contributes its strengths, amalgamating them into a collective effort. Our primary objective today is to transform the layout of the building. Without further ado, let us commence. The engineers below, all seasoned professionals, swiftly mobilized after the task distribution. Lin Feng led Zhang Chu and others to the laboratory. The high-tech equipment necessitated their hands-on involvement. Moreover, Lin Feng was unperturbed by the potential leakage of information regarding intelligent biometric recognition and AI control. Zhang Chu was his most trusted companion, and Gao Xiong had served as an apprentice under Lin Feng for several years. They were indeed part of the inner circle. As for Tianying, Lin Feng intended to propose to her after this endeavor. Lin Feng elucidated the principles of the biometric recognition system to the group. Gao Xiong and Tianying expressed their admiration for its sophistication. However, Zhang Chu found himself perplexed, glancing around in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the fervent discussion among the three. Slowly raising his hand, he interjected, "Ahem, I'm afraid I don't quite grasp what you are discussing. Could you simply inform me what it is capable of doing?" The trio turned their gaze toward Zhang Chu, appraising him once more. Lin Feng retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and proceeded to sketch several circles upon it. The materials for drawing circles are readily available today and should be located in the truck below. Zhang Chu nodded, deciding that moving the items outside was far preferable to remaining here, listening to their incomprehensible discourse. Moments later, clad in his nano-armor, Zhang Chu stood beside the truck. As he was verifying the materials, several trucks sped toward him from a distance, soon halting in front of the research institute. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Chu approached. From one of the vehicles emerged a cultured man wearing glasses. "May I ask who you are?" he inquired. Upon catching sight of Zhang Chu in his nano-armor, the man recognized him instantly. "You must be Zhang Chu. I am Lu Tao, here to deliver equipment from the 5th Aerospace Institute." Upon hearing Lu Tao acknowledge him, Zhang Chu controlled his nano-armor to reveal his face. "How do you know who I am?" Lu Tao chuckled softly. "I frequently see you in the news donning this armor. However, seeing you in person today, I realize how distorted the media's portrayal is. Such a substantial armor appears to be depicted as mere plastic in their photographs." Zhang Chu felt a sense of camaraderie upon hearing Lu Tao's words. He had long looked down upon the photographic skills of the reporters from Longwood Defense News and military reports. Not only did they fail to capture his stature accurately, but they also managed to make him appear several centimeters shorter through their choice of angles. He grasped Lu Tao's hand and exclaimed, "I share your sentiments." Caught in the grip of the nano-armor, Lu Tao felt somewhat uncomfortable and struggled to free his hand. "Ahem, let us first move the equipment inside. It is quite valuable. Some of the items require immediate assembly once they are inside." "Brother Zhang Chu, to which building should we relocate the equipment?" Zhang Chu was uncertain about the appropriate location for the equipment. Consequently, he utilized his nanotechnology armor to call Lin Feng. "Old Lin, we have received some high-tech equipment. Where should we place it?" "High-tech equipment? It must pertain to the temperature control system. It can be placed in another building. We are still occupied with some matters, and will head over shortly to coordinate." The phone call was accompanied by the jarring sound of a chainsaw, causing Zhang Chu's ears to ache. Once Lin Feng concluded, he hung up. Zhang Chu relayed Lin Feng's message to Lu Tao. Moments later, Zhang Chu returned to the laboratory with the materials needed by Lin Feng. Upon entering, he noticed the robotic arm that should have been in the lobby. Thanks to the collaboration between the highly skilled Lin Feng and Gao Xiong, the laboratory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Tianying stood nearby, pondering over her notebook. "I was only gone for a short while, and the laboratory has changed so drastically." Gao Xiong took the materials from Zhang Chu's hands, stating, "We are just missing these materials, and the laboratory will be complete." He then began assembling the circuitry, with Tianying, who had tied her hair back, also lending a hand. Chapter 161. The transformation completed, the three of them were bustling about, with no one showing any intention of pausing. Zhang Chu recognized that he could not contribute meaningfully and retreated to his dormitory to play games. Half a month later, the building was entirely renovated, and all the necessary equipment had been delivered to the space station base. During this fortnight, the engineers were brimming with excitement, witnessing the birth of high-tech facilities daily. What an extraordinary anti-gravity system, a fully automated assembly line that can be constructed simply by following the blueprints, a scientific laboratory boasting dozens of intelligent robots, and an exterior coating capable of completely shielding against radar and satellite detection. Lin Feng, accompanied by his engineering team, has transformed the space station base into the foremost high-tech research facility in the world. One could say that it surpasses even Lin Feng's own laboratory by a significant margin. Over the past half-month, they have truly come to appreciate Lin Feng's remarkable capabilities, which far exceed the accolades sung by the newspapers. The appointed day for inspection has arrived. Lin Feng led his engineering team to await the evaluators in front of the towering buildings. In the distance, a few off-road vehicles emerged from the desert. Moments later, the vehicles sped towards the structure. From the first vehicle emerged an elderly man with graying hair. The moment Lin Feng recognized the face, he chuckled. "Old Tian, so it was you that they sent for the inspection." Old Tian, upon seeing Lin Feng's hearty laughter, responded with a boisterous chuckle. "Haha, little Lin, it has been a while." Tian Ying, upon noticing her grandfather, joyfully approached him. "Welcome, Minister Tian, to oversee the work." Hearing Tian Ying's words, old Tian smiled slightly. She remains as she always was, never referring to him as grandpa in formal settings. "Come, let us see how you have transformed these two buildings." As they reached the entrance, a mechanical female voice announced, "Biometric iris recognition complete." Ding. The door opens automatically. Old Tian had certainly encountered such technology before, yet the experts accompanying him had never witnessed such advanced doors. They stepped inside the building, utterly astonished. Upon entering the building, I was immediately struck by a vast platform seemingly suspended in midair. Experts engaged in lively discussion speculated that it must employ magnetic levitation technology. Indeed, one pondered. For such an expansive platform, what magnitude of magnetic field would be required? Elder Tian pointed at the floating platform and inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" Despite his contemplation, he could not fathom the necessity of such a large levitating structure for the construction of a space station. Lin Feng elucidated. "This platform can expedite the assembly process of the space station. Xiao Wei, elevate the platform to the second floor." Just as the onlookers were intrigued by whom Lin Feng was addressing, a mechanical female voice resonated from within the building. "Understood, Engineer Lin." Subsequently, the platform gently ascended to the second floor. Over the past fortnight, Lin Feng and his engineering team had diligently hollowed out the center of the building, transforming it into a four-story atrium. The platform was capable of supporting a weight of up to 100 tons. With this innovation, the endeavor to construct the space station became significantly less laborious. Lin Feng casually discarded 2 remaining metal plates onto the platform below. "Xiao Wei, craft a chair." In a display that left the onlookers in awe, multiple mechanical arms extended from within the platform, skillfully forging the metal sheets into a chair. To the astonishment of all, the chair was then presented to Lin Feng. "Engineer Lin, please take a seat." Elder Tian gazed in amazement at the chair before him, cautiously extending a hand to touch it. What a splendid chair, and with such a delightful matte texture. The crowd gathered around Lin Feng, eager to understand. "Engineer Lin, how was this achieved? Could it be that this platform is also powered by artificial intelligence? Moreover, can the robotic arm within this platform accomplish any task?" In response to the inquiries from the audience, Lin Feng could only answer each question one by one. "I have interconnected all the high-tech devices within the building using intelligent AI. Now, not only this platform, but all the sophisticated equipment within the edifice is capable of receiving commands for operation. As for the robotic arm on the platform, it can directly accept verbal commands for simple objects. In the case of more complex items, one must place the blueprints on the platform. After scanning, it can then fabricate the object." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the engineering team felt a tinge of regret. After learning about the platform's capabilities yesterday, they were eager to experiment. With a spirit of curiosity, they tossed a heap of discarded metal onto it. One member of the engineering team expressed a desire for a vehicle. Remarkably, half an hour later, the platform indeed assembled a car. Aside from lacking wheels and interior furnishings, the vehicle bore an exterior indistinguishable from a regular car. Yet, one could hardly blame the platform, as no rubber had been thrown onto it at the time. A few individuals listening to Lin Feng's narration twitched their lips. What has become of this world? Is a car truly considered a simple object? Lin Feng then guided the inspection team to explore another building, where they discovered numerous unfamiliar items. Lin Feng provided detailed explanations for each one. Fortunately, after a day of exploration, they finally completed their tour. Elder Tian stood in front of the building and waved at Lin Feng. "Today, I must return to report on my work and cannot linger here any longer. Remember to take good care of my granddaughter. She is my only precious treasure." Lin Feng abruptly grasped Tian Ying's small hand and raised it aloft. Rest assured, Elder Tian, I shall never betray your expectations of me. After saying this, he playfully waved their joined hands. Tian felt a twinge of shyness at Lin Feng's gesture, yet both were free from any feudal mindset. Since they were already a couple, holding hands in front of elders was a trivial matter. After bidding farewell to Elder Tian's inspection team, Lin Feng glanced back at the engineering team. The transformation of the space station base was nearly complete, and their services would no longer be required. According to the timeline set by the higher-ups, the research personnel for the space station were expected to arrive from around the globe tomorrow. To prevent any leaks of confidential information, they should depart today. Having lived and worked together for half a month in this desolate desert, they had become each other's pillars of support, fostering a close bond. Lin Feng addressed the group, having worked alongside each other for the past 2 weeks. This separation may mean we won't see each other again for a while. I have prepared some gifts for everyone. Xiaowei, please fetch the box from my office. Lin Feng called out loudly towards the building. Shortly after, a mechanical arm emerged, carrying a box. Lin Feng opened it to reveal over 20 external mechanical arms, all crafted from advanced nanomaterials. Though referred to as engineers, the work was labor-intensive, and many had found themselves exhausted by the end. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for them. These mechanical arms could augment an ordinary person's strength by at least 20 times. Each person would receive one to wear on their dominant hand. Chapter 162. Unyielding comparison. The external exoskeleton mechanical arm operates with remarkable simplicity, akin to a single arm of nano-armor. A few eager individuals have already donned it, effortlessly lifting a person with one hand. Engineer Lin, this gift is truly precious. We cannot accept it. Moreover, we have not prepared anything for you, Yang Feng said, lowering his head in embarrassment. Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned about their lack of gifts. They were all acquaintances, and there was no need for such formality. It was merely a small favor. Besides, with the assistance of intelligent AI, it required little effort, so please, take it. The group hesitated, torn internally, as this device would indeed be immensely beneficial to them. Yet, the value of such an item made them reluctant to accept it carelessly. Observing their indecision, Lin Feng turned directly to Zhang Chu and said, Old Zhang, please help me move the items to their vehicle. With swift movements, Zhang Chu carried the box and promptly made his way toward the convoy, remarking, Oh, this is his area of expertise. It poses no challenge for him. The engineers, unable to decline the generous offer, ultimately accepted the gift. The following day, experts dispatched from various research institutes arrived at the Alashan Desert. With the Dragon Kingdom taking the lead, the majority of the scientific experts hailed from there. Lin Feng devoted an entire day to familiarizing everyone with the facilities of the space station base. Given the language barriers among the international experts, Lin Feng had thoughtfully prepared translators to facilitate communication. Fortunately, they were all well-versed in their fields, and the operations proceeded smoothly without much difficulty. The space station designed by Lin Feng exhibits substantial differences in structure compared to the existing International Space Station and the Dragon Nation Station. The guidance, navigation, and control systems, propulsion systems, docking mechanisms, as well as environmental control and life support systems have all undergone significant enhancements under Lin Feng's modifications. Notably, the introduction of energy-efficient photovoltaic converters has resolved the energy challenges faced by the space station. The United States claims that their constructed space station can serve as a transit hub between Earth and Mars. Lin Feng, however, has yet to comprehend precisely how the Americans intend to accomplish this. Nevertheless, he is confident that human habitation on the moon is indeed feasible. As for the notion of a space station functioning as a transit point between Earth and other celestial bodies, Lin Feng remains skeptical regarding its realization. He recalls that the last science fiction film he viewed, seemingly titled Wandering Blue Planet, also failed to depict a successful landing on Mars. The endeavor of landing on Mars appears to be overly ambitious for humanity at present. Although plans are in place, the construction of a space station weighing 1,000 tons is far beyond individual capability. Lin Feng believes that collective effort is essential. After guiding everyone through the space station's base, he allowed them to rest for a day. The following day, Lin Feng initiated his unique teaching approach. Although everyone present is an expert in the field of space station research, they may not fully grasp the intricacies of my space station model. This statement elicited immediate rebuttals from the audience. Engineer Lin, we acknowledge your expertise in mechanical exoskeletons, energy research, and military industry. However, Each field has its own specialization. We have navigated the domain of space station research for decades. With ample experience, let us set aside other matters. The model you present for our examination is indeed comprehensible. Immediately, there were voices of agreement. Indeed, understanding a model is not a daunting task for us. Engineer Lin, do not underestimate our capabilities. Lin Feng waved his hand to signal for silence. I anticipated that my words might provoke dissent, which is why I brought along the conceptual model of the space station. Upon finishing his statement, he pressed a button on his wrist-mounted nanowatch. Before the audience appeared a three-dimensional holographic projection showcasing Lin Feng's envisioned space station. However, this space station bore little resemblance to previous designs. The onlookers struggled to identify it, their astonishment palpable, particularly among the foreign experts. They mused internally. Could it be that the technology of the Dragon Nation has advanced to such remarkable heights? Such scenes are typically relegated to the realm of science fiction. Lin Feng deftly manipulated the projection, magnifying it several times. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the space station I have designed. At this declaration, the audience was jolted back from their awe of the holographic display. They scrutinized the structure, brows furrowing in confusion. What is this, Engineer Lin? Are you certain this is a space station? One queried. Indeed, we do not even see solar panels, another remarked. And what purpose do these four protruding metal supports serve? The crowd buzzed with speculation, finding it difficult to associate the design with a space station. Lin Feng smiled. The solar panels have been replaced by energy-efficient photovoltaic converters. The iron framework mentioned below could facilitate the landing of the space station on the lunar surface. As for other inquiries, I shall address them in due course. The pressing concern at present is that if I were to merely provide blueprints and plans to everyone, the space station would be challenging to conceptualize. My aspiration is to cultivate a team capable of independently developing top-tier space stations. However, if the current level of expertise is all that is available, it may prove insufficient. Upon hearing Lin Feng's indirect remarks, some individuals in the audience displayed signs of discontent. A representative from Han's Nation boldly stood up and remarked, Engineer Lin, you are deceiving us. This is not a space station at all. I now have reason to suspect that you are swindling funds from our country. Just yesterday, Lin Feng had observed that this group was quite eager to engage with this individual, often positioning him at the center of discussions, suggesting that he held considerable influence among these Europeans. Esteemed figures in the scientific community naturally boast numerous accomplishments. In recent days, Lin Feng had been exceedingly busy, often feeling overwhelmed. Although he had been provided with a list to familiarize himself with the experts, he had struggled to find the time. Particularly since many of these Europeans bore a striking resemblance to one another in his eyes. Consequently, he could not distinguish the man who had suddenly interjected. Nevertheless, Lin Feng discerned that the individual spoke in Han's language. After all, what is abundant in Han's Nation? The name Hans is ubiquitous. If one were to find 10 people on the street, at least 3 would likely be named Hans. Lin Feng responded, Mr. Hans, if you are dissatisfied, I invite you to a contest of skills. If you prevail, this project will be under your leadership. If you fail, we shall proceed according to my vision. It is evident that all European experts hold Hans in high regard, and some have already concurred with this proposition. Conversely, the experts from the Dragon Nation express considerable apprehension regarding Lin Feng's potential defeat. After all, this project is to be executed in the Dragon Nation, and it seems rather incongruous to allow a foreigner to take the helm. Such an outcome would not only bring disgrace to the researchers, but also tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Nation itself. Chapter 163. Proving the unification of the 4 fundamental forces. Upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration, several foreign experts' eyes sparkled with excitement. If dominance in research aboard the space station were to be established, the standing of their nation's astronauts would significantly enhance during their missions in space. Should they fail, the repercussions for their country would be minimal. They could simply defer to Lin Feng's arrangements. After some deliberation, Hans and the other experts from Han's Nation agreed to Lin Feng's challenge. Very well, we accept the challenge, but we must first clarify the criteria for comparison. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Given the pressing timeline and the weight of the task, it would be imprudent to compare the construction of a space capsule model, especially since he had spent half a month perfecting his own. A loss in such a contest would be utterly humiliating, and a victory would likely be met with skepticism. Observing that the expert did not appear entirely trustworthy, Lin Feng feared potential accusations of bullying, which would complicate his future leadership. Suddenly, a simple solution struck him. How about I pose a question? If you can answer it, you win. If not, I shall be the victor." Upon hearing this, the expert from Han's nation immediately voiced his objections. "This is rather unfair. If you were to inquire about the name of the lady selling breakfast downstairs, must I also provide an answer?" Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the people of Hans are known for their meticulous reasoning. Ahem. How could I possibly pose such a trivial question to you? Immediately, someone suggested, "Why don't you both pose a question to each other? Whoever answers correctly shall be deemed the winner." Moreover, one must already know the answer before posing the question. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and Hans had no objections. Who shall go first? Lin Feng gestured for Hans. Hans had already devised his question, which pertained to a problem that had consumed a significant number of physicists in Han's nation in recent years. It was akin to a state secret. The inventions derived from this theory were nothing short of exquisite. In comparison, aside from the 1mm chip, the creations of Long Nation paled in intricacy, likely due to their ignorance of this theory. After Hans posed his question, Lin Feng calculated the answer on his nanoboard. Simple. Hans's brow furrowed in disbelief. How could this be? How could you possibly arrive at an answer in such a short span of time? This is a theory that our nation has spent years developing, and it has never been disclosed. Lin Feng had actually discovered this theory while manufacturing chips, yet he regarded it merely as a tool. He was taken aback to learn that someone had held on to such a concept so tightly. Lin Feng handed the formula inscribed on the nanoboard to Hans. "Is this what you meant?" Hans suppressed his curiosity regarding the nanoplates as he gazed at the equations inscribed upon them. Indeed, it was precisely this. It was undoubtedly a product of early research from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, Lin Feng could not have demolished it on-site with such swiftness. However, an examination is merely an examination. One must accept the stakes of the gamble. He was not necessarily incapable of answering Lin Feng's inquiries. "Correct, you have answered rightly. Now it is your turn to pose a question." Lin Feng subtly curved his lips into a smile. "I believe all of you possess a solid foundation in physics. Thus you surely know that there exist 4 fundamental forces in the universe." Upon hearing this, Hans's expression darkened. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet he could not confirm it, for no one had solved that particular question. The crowd nodded in agreement, prompting Lin Feng to continue. "Mr. Hans, do you believe these 4 fundamental forces will unify?" Hans's mind momentarily went blank. He was astonished that Lin Feng had the audacity to pose such a question. Not only Hans, but all the experts present appeared utterly bewildered. An expert from the Dragon Kingdom approached Lin Feng and whispered, "Engineer Lin, perhaps we should change the subject. If you cannot answer this question, we may find ourselves at a loss." The scientists were well aware that if energy levels were elevated sufficiently, 3 of the forces could amalgamate into a singular force. Physicists operate particle accelerators, theoretically capable of unifying electromagnetic force and weak nuclear force. At even higher energy levels, the strong nuclear force and gravitational force would undergo a similar phenomenon. Yet thus far, no particle accelerator has achieved the requisite energy levels to unify electromagnetic force and weak nuclear force. Do not suggest granting him a few hours, even if given several years. He would likely remain unable to provide an answer. This matter is exceedingly complex, requiring an exceptionally advanced particle accelerator for resolution. It is inconceivable for Lin Feng to produce such an accelerator for verification, especially considering that the world's largest particle accelerator stretches an impressive 27 kilometers. The calculated probabilities are exceedingly rare. Upon this realization, Hans scoffed. This is a conundrum within the realm of physics, and he harbored doubts regarding Lin Feng's capability to resolve it. "Engineer Lin, since you have posed such a question, it stands to reason that you must possess the ability to answer it, correct? Should you fail to do so, I shall declare this contest a victory for myself." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Engineer Lin, in your country, you wouldn't resort to deception, would you?" Moreover, several European experts stoked the flames of competition, asserting, "How could this issue possibly be resolved on-site? It appears Mr. Hans may be on the verge of triumph." The accompanying experts from Hans's nation were positively elated, astonished at the fortuitous turn of events that placed the project's leadership within their grasp. They gazed at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. With a smile, Lin Feng asserted, "Indeed, the unification of the 4 fundamental forces is conceivable." Hans, already prepared with his retort, replied, "Everything has its rationale, Mr. Lin. You cannot expect us to be persuaded solely by your words. All present are experts, and we would appreciate a demonstration of the unification process for the 4 fundamental forces. Otherwise, it may prove difficult to convince the audience." The crowd murmured in agreement, the majority of them convinced that Lin Feng would be unable to provide an answer. A small contingent of fervent admirers of Lin Feng harbored a keen curiosity regarding the unification of the four fundamental forces. Lin Feng adeptly manipulated a nanopanel, successfully expanding it to the dimensions of a blackboard. I am aware that skepticism surrounds this matter. However, this conclusion has been evident to me for quite some time. With a flourish, he demonstrated the process on the blackboard. The execution was remarkably deft. The rapidity with which he inscribed was entirely attributable to the fact that numerous foundational theories need not be explicitly presented. The blackboard soon brimmed with densely packed writing. And 3 hours slipped by. At last, Lin Feng paused to sip some water. Do you now believe? Not only were the experts below astonished, but Tian-Ing, who had been seated beside them, also gaped in disbelief. Who would have imagined such a demonstration? We are indeed witnessing history, are we not? The unification of the four fundamental forces promises significant contributions to humanity's future development and comprehension of the world. Perhaps, Lin Feng may once again be in contention for a Nobel Prize next year, Tian-Ing murmured. Chapter 164. On the right track, a resounding round of applause erupted from the audience. Truly, Lin Feng is worthy of his reputation as an engineer, remarked one of the experts from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng approached Hans and said, Mr. Hans, one must honor the wager. You should now heed my words. The others, too, had no objections, utterly astonished by Lin Feng's 3-hour demonstration. After enduring this intellectual tempest, everyone recognized the formidable brilliance of Lin Feng and understood why he was often hailed as the most intelligent being. A single individual could match the output of an entire team. With someone of his caliber in the Dragon Kingdom, how could it not thrive? Even a team underestimated Lin Feng. The question of whether the four fundamental forces can be unified has been a subject of human inquiry for over a century. Yet, in his 20s, Lin Feng accomplished this monumental task single-handedly. Fortunately, Hans bore no grudges. Mr. Lin, I am thoroughly impressed. From now on, we shall all heed your direction. Lin Feng nodded. This was the outcome he desired. Suddenly, a curious sound emerged, prompting puzzled glances from the group. What was that noise? Lin Feng rubbed his stomach. It's already 2 in the afternoon. Naturally, I'm hungry. Let us go eat first. We can discuss the allocation of tasks later this afternoon. A throng of individuals made their way to the cafeteria, where the upper management had already designated personnel. During the meal, several experts, seated closer to Lin Feng, seized the opportunity to pose their inquiries while they dined. Despite his inner irritation, Lin Feng managed to engage with them, albeit with a forced demeanor. Even Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong, displaying consideration, refrained from intruding upon Lin Feng and Tian-Ying's intimate moment. It baffled Lin Feng how these experts could be so obtuse. Failing to grasp such a straightforward matter, he remained patient, explaining concepts to them, as he could not afford to disrupt the morale he had just cultivated. After the meal, Lin Feng gathered everyone to commence a lecture. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He was not in a rush. Instead, he allowed everyone to acclimate, facilitating the onset of their research. He elucidated various principles to ensure clarity before they commenced their tasks. With the presence of intelligent AI, efficiency would remain high once they became proficient. Lin Feng generously imparted his knowledge, thoroughly explaining the different components of the space station, earning increasing respect from his peers. Upon gaining a deeper understanding of the structure of the space station, I was struck by its remarkable advancement. I had previously dismissed it as something other than a space station, and now I find myself somewhat embarrassed by my earlier misconceptions. It is not a flaw in Lin Feng's design. Rather, it is a reflection of my own limited experience. After a week of intensive study, everyone is now capable of conducting research and development solely based on the blueprints and plans provided by Lin Feng. Although the process remains fraught with challenges, we make progress each day. Some foundational construction and energy modifications can be developed independently. We are profoundly grateful to Lin Feng, for his teaching over the past week has led to significant improvements among us. Perhaps each individual here will one day be etched into the annals of history. Had it not been for Lin Feng and the nation's allocation of resources to the International Space Station Development Project, we might never have encountered such advanced technology in our lifetimes, let alone witness such monumental experiments. Our proficiency in the technologies required for space station development has grown, and the pace of construction has accelerated considerably. Within a mere month, the project has entered a stable phase. Lin Feng has finally found the time to begin modifying his battle armor and aircraft, as he does not wish to confine astronauts to the space station. Conducting experiments within the station limits the scope of our inquiries. However, if astronauts are placed on the moon, the longer they remain, the more data we can gather. Lin Feng hopes that the newly developed armor will enable astronauts to sustain themselves independently for a month on the lunar surface. To simulate the lunar environment, he has procured lunar data from higher authorities and has installed anti-gravity devices within the space station's base. By extracting the air from the room until it reaches a vacuum and then adjusting the temperature, one can effectively simulate the lunar environment. With this principle in mind, Lin Feng was poised to fabricate a mech suitable for lunar habitation. He locked himself within the confines of his laboratory. The system chimed with notifications. Ding. Space mech design in progress. Design completed. Plan 1. Nano-oxygen supply mech. Required materials. Nanomaterials, glass, titanium. Features, simple operation. Easily modified from nano-mech. Abundant oxygen content. Plan 2. Earth environment simulation mech. Required materials. Nanomaterials, platinum, lead, titanium. Features. Astronauts within the armor experience conditions akin to Earth, enabling a week-long survival on the moon. After meticulously sifting through various plans, Lin Feng distilled his thoughts into a singular conclusion. The new type of space armor was remarkably straightforward, requiring merely an adaptation from the nano armor. By incorporating additional oxygen supply systems and waste collection mechanisms, he felt confident about the armor's pressure resistance and temperature control features. Then, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Feng. If a vector shield were also integrated into the armor, it would ensure the astronauts' safety and well-being, alleviating concerns regarding material exchanges beyond the space station. Lin Feng's thoughts were swift, and his actions even swifter. He enlisted the help of Gao Xiong and Tian Ying, and within 3 days, the trio completed the modification of the space armor. Its appearance, however, diverged significantly from that of the nano armor. Zhang Chu, brimming with excitement, gazed at Lin Feng and remarked, "Impressive. I wondered why I hadn't seen you in a few days. It turns out you were busy re-engineering the armor once again." He circled around the space suit, observing the material. "This should be the 4th generation of nano armor," he remarked. Lin Feng shook his head. "This is designed for astronauts, enabling them to navigate effortlessly on the moon. The temperature on the lunar surface ranges from -180 degrees to +150 degrees. And the suit allows astronauts to traverse both the sunlit and shadowed sides with ease." Zhang Chu looked at Lin Feng with excitement. "My good brother, can I give it a try? I suspect that gravity-defying device you were working on was intended to simulate the lunar environment." Lin Feng chuckled. "Sure. It seems you've been getting smarter hanging around me. This thing isn't dangerous, is it?" Zhang Chu asked skeptically. Gao Xiong immediately interjected. "What nonsense are you spouting? We spent 3 days developing this. It's already been tested, and all experimental data is normal. We just need someone to put it into practice." Without hesitation, Zhang Chu volunteered. "Lin Feng, do you think I can handle it? Look at my biceps and this robust physique." Lin Feng scrutinized Zhang Chu from head to toe. Different fields have their own expertise. You're a pilot, not an astronaut. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu became displeased. "Lin Feng, you don't understand. The first batch of astronauts was selected from among us pilots. As the sole pilot at the space station research base, I have a duty to test the experimental spacesuit." Chapter 165, The Experiment. "I am an ace pilot. Surely I can manage this." Lin Feng shook his head and remarked, "You may not be aware, but a cosmonaut has been dispatched from above." Gao Xiong interjected, "Indeed, he is expected to arrive shortly." Just as they finished speaking, a knocking sound resonated at the door. A tall and imposing man entered. "Greetings, Engineer Lin. I am the astronaut sent from above, Zhou Wei." Lin Feng chuckled. "It seems we spoke of him, and he has arrived just in time." He gestured for Zhou Wei to come closer. Zhang Chu managed a strained smile, inwardly cursing, "Why did you choose this moment to arrive? If only you had come 2 hours later, I would have completed the armor testing." Yet he refrained from showing his displeasure, for they would soon be colleagues, and it would not bode well to sour their relationship. Zhou Wei approached confidently and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Wei, a former astronaut at the Dragon Country Space Station, with extensive experience in aerospace." Tian Ying's gaze flitted between Zhang Chu and Zhou Wei, ultimately nodding toward Zhou Wei, silently contemplating that he appeared slightly more robust than Zhang Chu. Not only Tian Ying, but Gao Xiong also found himself comparing the two. However, having spent considerable time with Zhang Chu, His internal scale had tipped in Zhang Chu's favor. Zhang Chu's smile gradually faded. While being an astronaut was commendable, he had no celestial experience to boast of, and here was someone with more expertise. He noticed the expressions of Tian Ying and Gao Xiong, which did not escape his attention. Deep down, Zhang Chu was acutely aware that, when it came to sheer muscle, Zhou Wei undoubtedly possessed a more formidable physique than his own. Lin Feng did not ponder too much. Since someone had already been dispatched from above, he decided to proceed. Although he had immense faith in the armor he had invented, he feared that if any mishap befell Zhang Chu, he would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. As for the stranger, he would merely be a sacrifice for the sake of experimentation, potentially leading Lin Feng to face a military tribunal. While he would feel remorse, it would not compare to the anguish of losing a dear brother. Lin Feng patted Zhou Wei on the shoulder. All right, since you have arrived, take another day to rest. We are conducting the final tests on the armor. If all goes well, you will need to wear it next week for a few days in the Lunar Environment Simulation Laboratory. Zhou Wei saluted with military precision. I assure you I will accomplish the mission. After this, Lin Feng instructed Gao Xiong to escort him to the dormitory. Once Zhou Wei had departed, Zhang Chu, filled with jealousy, inquired, "Do you think he is more professional than I?" Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chu in confusion. "What are you thinking? I have said that there are levels of understanding and specialties in every field. He possesses experience, so let him take on the task." Zhang Chu wished to argue further, but found no valid points to make, ultimately leaving the laboratory in resignation. Upon returning to his dormitory, he retrieved the dumbbells hidden beneath his bed. "I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you." In the following week, Lin Feng meticulously practiced every function of the armor with Zhou Wei, explaining all the experiments they would conduct on the moon. The next day, Lin Feng brought Zhou Wei to the entrance of the Lunar Simulation Environment Laboratory. "In a moment, you will don this armor, and I will activate the anti-gravity device. Subsequently, activate the vacuum mode and adjust the temperature within the laboratory. Thereafter, you will experience an environment akin to that of the moon. Your task is to remain in the laboratory for a week, completing the requisite experiments. However, the outcomes of these experiments are of little consequence. What truly matters is your adherence to the prescribed procedures." Zhou Wei immediately rendered a crisp military salute, assuring Engineer Lin that he would accomplish the mission without fail. Lin Feng nodded in response, urging caution and advising him to press the red button if anything felt amiss. This would enable us to swiftly revert to Earth's conditions. Nonetheless, it is imperative to avoid mistakes, as time may not be on our side. After all, neither the vacuum conditions, nor the extreme temperatures, be they scorching or frigid, are tolerable for the human body. Furthermore, the radiation on the moon is immensely potent, exceeding that of Earth by a factor of 1,000. Prolonged exposure to such high levels of radiation could precipitate cancer, which is why Lin Feng had designed the space armor to forego a glass visor, as it offers no protection against radiation. Once all instructions were conveyed, Zhou Wei entered the Lunar Simulation Laboratory. Zhang Chu looked on with envy as Zhou Wei gradually began to float, achieving a remarkable leap of 3 meters. Lin Feng, too, felt an urge to experience this. After all, space exploration is a dream cherished by every man. Although this may not be true space travel, the environment is strikingly similar to that of the moon. Zhou Wei signaled an OK from within the laboratory. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly reassured that all was in order. Gao Xiong and Tian Ying sat behind the monitors, meticulously recording the data from this testing endeavor. The monitoring room housed not only the 4 of them, but also other personnel responsible for data recording. Lin Feng called Gao Xiong away, for they had more pressing matters at hand: the creation of aircraft capable of traversing the cosmos. While terrestrial fighter jets rely on lift, where high gas flow results in lower pressure, enabling them to soar through the skies, true freedom of flight in the vacuum of space hinges solely on energy. Lin Feng estimated that the required energy would be 5 times that of current standards. He contemplated the possibility of encountering extraterrestrial beings, ensuring that he would be prepared should such an eventuality arise. After all, the notion of space creatures had circulated widely, yet no one could ascertain the truth. There were even whispers of a 3-eyed female corpse discovered on the moon, rumored to belong to an alien species. However, the veracity of such tales could only be known by those who had witnessed them. Furthermore, accounts of extraterrestrial encounters were not limited to the present. Ancient records also spoke of such phenomena. It is said that after unifying the 6 states, Emperor Qin Shi Huang once received visitors from beyond the stars. An ancient text, known as the Shi Ji, recounts, the inhabitants of that land stood 10 zhang tall, cloaked in the feathers of birds and beasts. And when the emperor conversed with them regarding the cosmos, it felt as though he beheld it with his own eyes. Lin Feng mused that a space station weighing 1,000 tons could easily accommodate 2 aircraft. Thus, he shared his ambitious plan with Gao Xiong. Having been adept in military technology and working alongside Lin Feng for an extended period, Gao Xiong was exhilarated by the prospect of aircraft soaring in the vastness of space. After all, what man has not dreamed of engaging in interstellar battles? Once a mere figment of science fiction or a fleeting dream. Could the day of realization finally be upon us? Lin Gong, what are you waiting for? Let us get started. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, I knew you would be intrigued by this endeavor. Let us commence. Chapter 166, The Conspiracy of Surprises for Humanity. The realm of space fighters signifies a journey that begins anew. There exists no corresponding theory, nor any standards to emulate. It is akin to the initial discovery of gunpowder, where one can only engage in relentless experimentation and exploration. Lin Feng and Gao Xiong devoted an entire month within the laboratory. During this period, Zhou Wei successfully emerged from the simulated lunar environment. Experts from various nations gathered, rejoicing in unison to celebrate this remarkable achievement. After all, this marked the first time in human history that an experiment could sustain habitation on the moon for an entire month. They had ultimately become the pioneers they had always envisioned. Yet, amidst the festivities, Lin Feng's absence was conspicuous. The attendees were well aware of Lin Feng's relationship with Tianning. Those with news eagerly approached Tianning, asking, Xiaoying, where has Engineer Lin gone? We haven't seen him for half a month. With a hint of melancholy, Tianning replied, he is engrossed in research on the space fighter with Gao Gong. I too have not laid eyes on him for the past fortnight. One individual, anxious, inquired, do you have any idea how much longer he will be occupied? There are still several unresolved issues at the space station, which, although not hindering subsequent research progress, cannot remain unattended indefinitely. Tianning shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I really don't know. The development of the spacecraft is exceedingly challenging and he should be given some time. Zhang Chu sat on a nearby stool, engaged in a brainstorming session. Should the spacecraft be entrusted to pilots or to astronauts? He had learned that although Zhou Wei was indeed an astronaut, he was not selected from the ranks of pilots. Operating an aircraft should certainly be left to trained professionals. Lin Feng was a close friend of his, and he would discuss this with him later. Surely, he would be able to assist. Perhaps he would be the first person to pilot a spacecraft. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile appeared on Zhang Chu's face. At that moment, Zhou Wei approached from the center of the gathering. Why aren't you joining them for a drink? Zhang Chu replied with a grin. Our ways of thinking differ too much. I can't quite connect with them. Zhou Wei could relate, for the leaps in logic made by those experts were indeed not something an ordinary person could easily grasp. Suddenly, Zhou Wei fixed his gaze on Zhang Chu and remarked, Brother, why do I feel like you've bulked up recently? Zhang Chu chuckled, of course. As a disciplined pilot, I exercise every day. Internally, he mused that one day he would surely take Zhou Wei's place. Half a month later, Gao Xiong finally emerged from the laboratory. Zhang Chu and Tianning stood at the entrance, peering inside. A rough model of the aircraft had taken shape within, albeit smaller than typical fighter jets. After stepping out, Gao Xiong closed the laboratory door behind him. Zhang Chu quickly inquired, why are you the only one out? Where's old Lin? Gao Xiong bore the marks of exhaustion upon his visage. The fighter jet had essentially been developed, yet certain intricacies required the refinement of Lin Gong. He mentioned that this aspect did not necessitate my assistance, thus I withdrew momentarily. It was a jest, for with Gao Xiong involved, how could Lin Feng possibly feel at ease utilizing the system? In his eyes, the aircraft remained imperfect, undoubtedly calling for the system's prowess to facilitate further enhancements. Suddenly, Tianning, who had been quietly listening, pulled the two aside. With Lin Feng's birthday approaching in a few days, why not orchestrate a surprise celebration for him? That sounds splendid, sister-in-law. I was nearly oblivious to the date, Zhang Chu chuckled. Gao Xiong joined in the merriment, exclaiming, it must be said, the master's wife truly keeps track of his birthday with such diligence. Tianying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, oh, how you annoy me. I haven't even mentioned marriage yet. Besides, he has explicitly promised to wed me. Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong exchanged incredulous glances. He hasn't declared his intent to marry you? That's hard to fathom. It shouldn't be the case. Tianning swiftly interrupted their banter, saying, oh, let us not dwell on that matter. Let us discuss the birthday surprise instead. So, do you have a plan in mind? She smiled knowingly. We could arrange it this way. How does that sound? The two responded with peculiar grins, nodding in agreement. Indeed, quite splendid. As Tian-Ing had anticipated, Lin Feng finally emerged from the laboratory the day before his birthday. You must remember that the modifications have been completed. According to the lunar data provided by the authorities, this fighter jet is fully capable of flight in space. More precise results require the lunar rover to collect additional data. When Lin Feng emerged from the laboratory, he was utterly fatigued and decided to return to his dormitory for a day of rest. However, as he passed by the office, he noticed Tian-Ing and two others huddled together, engaged in a hushed discussion. Curiosity piqued, he quietly approached them. As he contemplated resting later, Tian-Ing, having said only a few words, suddenly became aware of Lin Feng's presence. What are you doing here? Lin Feng smiled. Is my presence here truly so peculiar? Zhang Chu, upon seeing Lin Feng exit the laboratory, felt a mixture of surprise and delight, only to quickly realize something else. What did you overhear just now? Speak honestly. Tian-Ing chimed in. Yes, confess. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, You were speaking so softly that I only caught a few words before being discovered. Naturally. I didn't hear anything significant. Tian-Ing scrutinized Lin Feng with a skeptical expression. Really? Nothing at all. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course not. With Lin Feng's assured response, the trio's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Gao Xiong offered a chair. You must be tired from your work. Please, have a seat and rest. Zhang Chu also brought over a bottle of water. Yes, hydrate yourself. Lin Feng keenly sensed something amiss. These individuals were behaving strangely. Tian-Ing cast a resigned glance at the two, silently critiquing their lack of subtlety. This peculiar behavior would soon be evident to Lin Feng. Realizing she needed to intervene directly, she exclaimed, Oh dear, are you two really this dense? Having worked for such a considerable duration, Lin Feng truly deserves to return to his dormitory for a well-deserved rest. By the way, since we have managed to secure some time off, how about we visit the amusement park tomorrow? Zhang Chu, realizing the suggestion, immediately concurred. Indeed, let us don our armor. The journey there and back will not consume too much time. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. After such a lengthy period of toil, a leisurely outing seemed quite reasonable. Having labored tirelessly for over a month, even a donkey deserves its moments of respite. Splendid, let us head to the nearest amusement park. This past month has been exceedingly exhausting, so I shall return and take a nap. There is no need to call me for dinner. After bidding farewell to the three, he exited the office. No sooner had Lin Feng stepped out than the trio erupted into silent cheers within the office. Chapter 167. The proposal the following day. At 4 o'clock, they prepared for post-production and set off for the nearest amusement park. Tian-Ing, upon seeing the amusement park, was filled with delight. Let us go. Let us hurry inside. As soon as Tian-Ing entered, she pointed excitedly at the nearby swinging pendulum ride, exclaiming, Let us try this one. Lin Feng, feeling dizzy just by observing, marveled at how advanced the pendulum rides had become. The pendulum of old was merely an upgraded version of the pirate ship, but now, the seats of the pendulum even spun around. It was daunting enough to watch from below. How could one possibly consider riding it? Lin Feng shook his head. What is the point of spinning around? Let us choose something else. However, Tian-Ing was not swayed by Lin Feng's words. She eagerly dragged him towards the ticket booth of the pendulum ride. How could one proceed to the next step without experiencing a little dizziness first? Zhang Chu, with a mischievous grin, urged, Come on, come on. If you can't even muster the courage for this, what sort of man are you? Lin Feng shot him a glare, retorting, You, a pilot, should refrain from making sarcastic remarks. Turning to Ying, he suggested, Let us choose something else. This one is far too perilous. As young ladies, we ought to ride the carousel instead. Gao Xiong, nearby, nearly burst into laughter at the idea of burly men riding a carousel. What a ridiculous notion. Under the relentless persuasion of the trio, Lin Feng was finally dragged to the ticket booth for the swinging pendulum ride. Hello. We'd like 4 tickets for the pendulum ride. 3 tickets will suffice. Nonsense, it's 4 tickets. With that, he paid for all 4 tickets. Just before boarding the pendulum, Lin Feng struggled in vain, unable to escape the clutches of his friends. As the ride commenced, the initial experience was not particularly terrifying. The height was modest. However, having previously ridden the pirate ship, Lin Feng realized it was merely an appetizer. The pendulum's speed increased, swinging higher and higher. Ultimately, piercing screams erupted, each cry louder and more haunting than the last, a truly heart-wrenching cacophony. Up above, Lin Feng gasped for breath under the pressure. bewildered as to why he was subjecting himself to this ordeal. He clung desperately to anything within reach, terrified of being flung into the abyss. Damn it, I shall never partake in this again. In stark contrast, Zhang Chu wore a stoic expression, internally cursing. How infuriating. I didn't expect that a day of fun would turn into overtime. Meanwhile, Tian-Ying beamed with excitement. She had long desired to partake in such thrills. But the demands of the past years had left her with little time to indulge. The large pendulum gradually came to a halt, and Lin Feng was assisted by Zhang Chu as he exited the contraption. The moment his feet touched the ground, he was struck by the realization of how delightful it was to be grounded. At that instant, a tumultuous churn erupted in his stomach. Ugh! Tian-Ying, startled by Lin Feng's reaction, hurriedly dashed to fetch a bottle of water. Did you really vomit? Are you all right? Do you need to rest? Zhang Chu displayed no concern, assuring him, don't worry, it's a normal reaction. Some individuals are quite sensitive to such dizziness, while others are not. Just let it out. I vomited during my first training session as well. Lin Feng settled onto a nearby chair, feeling considerably better. I'm fine now, let's continue having fun. Not wanting to disrupt Tian-Ying's enthusiasm, he opted to remain silent. The four of them enjoyed a delightful day together. During their escapades, Lin Feng noticed Zhang Chu and Tian-Ying discreetly slipping away on 2 occasions. Using the pretext of needing to use the restroom, he discreetly followed them, only to discover a man, clad in amusement park attire, engaged in conversation with Zhang Chu and Tian-Ying. Although their voices were somewhat muffled, the man's words were crystal clear. Rest assured, he will definitely feel the surprise. This sparked a vague suspicion in Lin Feng's mind, reminiscent of the hushed discussion he had observed among the trio in the office that day. At dinner time, Tian-Ying chose a skewer restaurant, and the four gathered to enjoy their meal. Though the prices at tourist attractions tend to be steep, it was of little consequence to them. Let us toast to the success of our research project, Lin Feng proclaimed, initiating the celebration. The 3 individuals raised their glasses in joyous unison, exclaiming, cheers. Lin Feng attentively observed Tian-Ying's demeanor, noticing her frequent glances at her phone. At precisely 7:50 p.m., Tian-Ying proposed. Let us stroll by the lakeside to admire the scenery. Although Lin Feng harbored suspicions, he hesitated to voice them and cautiously inquired, it is nearly 8. What is there to see by the lake? Tian-Ying deflected with a casual remark. Oh, come on, you'll see once we get there. With that, she attempted to pull Lin Feng outside. He quickly retorted, hold on, we haven't finished these skewers yet, and I haven't settled the bill. Zhang Chu gestured to the proprietor. Please hold on to this 1,000 deposit. We'll be back shortly to continue our meal. The owner cheerfully waved them off. Off you go. Observing his companions acting unusually, Lin Feng reached a conclusion. They were undoubtedly planning to surprise him. Fortunately, he was not entirely unprepared. Tian-Ying had chosen a skewered food establishment conveniently located near the lakeside, and they arrived within mere minutes. Finally, the clock struck 7:59 p.m. Lin Feng noticed activity across the lake, where individuals were bustling about. As the clock chimed 8, a series of fiery bursts illuminated the sky, enveloping it in a dazzling display of fireworks. Various colorful pyrotechnics adorned the heavens. In recent years, the government had strictly prohibited fireworks, and many had not witnessed such a spectacle in ages. Captivated by the view, onlookers paused in awe. As the final wave of fireworks soared into the night, they unexpectedly formed a message in the sky. Happy birthday, Lin Feng. Tian-Ying, Zhang Chu, and Gao Xiong joyfully exclaimed, Lin Feng, happy birthday. Their enthusiastic voices drew the attention of the crowd, who were equally astonished upon recognizing Lin Feng's visage. Is it truly him? Such an elaborate celebration for a birthday. The genius who invented the wind and rain master and controllable nuclear fusion, the highest IQ in human history. Questions and excitement swirled as a man pointed towards Lin Feng. Where is he? Oh my, it really is him. Given his monumental contributions to the nation, this is entirely understandable. Awestruck by the scene unfolding before him, Lin Feng finally regained his composure amidst the trio's congratulations. Thank you, everyone. However, I have something to say to Tian-Ying. His hand discreetly slipped into his pocket, emerging moments later with an exquisite square box. Tian-Ying, I love you. I promise to cherish you for a lifetime. Will you marry me? His gaze was intense, filled with hope for her affirmative response. The onlookers bore expressions of astonishment, having never anticipated witnessing Lin Feng's proposal today. This ticket was certainly worth it. Someone remarked. Who was that woman? A fellow scientist who has collaborated with Lin Feng on numerous projects. Chapter 168. Successful Proposal. Awestruck by the scene, Lin Feng finally regained his composure amidst the trio's congratulations. Thank you, everyone. However, I have something to say to Tianning. His hand subtly slipped into his pocket, soon retrieving a delicate square box. Tianning, I love you. I shall cherish you for a lifetime, and I wish to marry you. Will you be my wife? His gaze was fervent as he looked at Tianning, hoping for her affirmative response. The onlookers wore expressions of astonishment, utterly captivated by Lin Feng's unexpected proposal. It seemed their ticket had proven worthwhile. Who was that woman? A scientist, collaborating with Lin Feng on numerous projects. Tianning was caught entirely off guard by Lin Feng's proposal, frozen in place. Not only was she unprepared, but even Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong were unaware of this momentous occasion. Fortunately, the two reacted swiftly, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Say yes, say yes. They clapped their hands in encouragement, while the crowd joined in the excitement, chanting, say yes, say yes. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tianning remained momentarily stunned. This man, who had always been a steadfastly straightforward individual, had transformed into a romantic today, even going so far as to purchase an engagement ring. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, kneeling on one knee, felt a surge of anxiety. Why hadn't Ning responded yet? Did she need more time to consider? At that moment, regret began to creep in. Perhaps his actions had been too impulsive. The girl was shy. What if she felt too intimidated to accept in front of such a crowd? Just as Lin Feng contemplated how to alleviate Tianying's discomfort, she spoke up. I am willing. With that, she extended her left hand. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, taking her hand and presenting the ring to adorn her finger. The onlookers were all taken aback and began to scream in delight. How romantic! Engineer Lin turned out to be such a sentimental soul. Indeed, I had presumed that those in the realm of science and engineering were rather wooden-headed. A girl, holding her boyfriend's hand, remarked, "Look at how romantic Engineer Lin is. Why can't you even be half as charming?" After placing a ring on Tianying's finger, Lin Feng stood up and, seizing a moment when she was distracted, kissed her in front of the crowd. "I adore you. You are the only person I have ever truly loved in my life. I swear to cherish you. If I utter even a single falsehood today, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me, and may I, Lin Feng, meet a dire fate." Tianning quickly covered his mouth with her delicate hand, saying, "What are you swearing for? Do you think I would not trust you?" Zhang Chu and Gao Xiong were nearly choked by the sudden display of affection. Gao Xiong, "Do you have any water? Hand me a bottle, please. I rushed out without any and am also feeling choked." Lin Feng's influence in Long Kingdom was immense, attracting an ever-growing crowd. He had no choice but to gently release Tianying's hand and disperse the gathering. Turning to the audience, he proclaimed, "Thank you all for your support in witnessing my proposal to my girlfriend, Tianning. The proposal is now complete. If there is nothing else, you may all disperse." As the crowd realized there was no further excitement to behold, they began to scatter. A few of Lin Feng's ardent fans approached him with paper and pens, eager for his autograph. In his jubilant mood, Lin Feng gladly obliged, and then, finding a moment of respite, he discreetly led Tianning and the others back to the. Zhang Chu, holding the freshly heated skewers from his boss, inquired with an air of curiosity, "You sly fellow, you actually prepared this set. Were you eavesdropping on our plans in the office that day?" Tianning, equally skeptical, chimed in, "Indeed, confess honestly, did you deceive me that day?" Lin Feng, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Chu, unable to contain his impatience, urged, "Stop playing coy and speak plainly." Lin Feng explained, "I merely stumbled upon you conversing with the amusement park staff while I was in the restroom. To clarify, I did not eavesdrop. The staff's voice was simply too loud." He quickly added, fearing Tianning might be upset. Tianning, clearly unconvinced, remarked, "How could you possibly produce a ring so spontaneously without prior preparation? Speak the truth." Not only was Tianning doubtful, but Zhang Chu also found it hard to believe. Lin Feng was typically a straightforward man. The notion of him premeditating a ring seemed almost implausible. Lin Feng, growing anxious, insisted, "This is the truth. Why do you not believe me?" Zhang Chu retorted, "Based on my understanding of you, it seems unlikely that you would have prepared the ring in advance." Lin Feng shot him a look, asserting, "The ring was indeed prepared beforehand, and I purchased it even before attending the international conference in the United States." Seizing Tianying's delicate hand, he continued, "At that moment, I intended to propose to you after returning safely. However, the intervening time was devoid of opportunity, resulting in a delay of several months. Tian-Ying, taken aback by Lin Feng's gesture, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. She gently withdrew her hand, saying, all right, we believe you. Zhang Chu suddenly squinted, pondering to himself when this fellow had become so adept at flirtation. After a day of play, he donned his nano-armor once more and soared back to the space station. Witnesses could have sworn they saw 4 shooting stars streak across the sky, even making wishes upon them. Lin Feng promptly called his parents to share the delightful news. Upon hearing it, Lin father and Lin mother were so elated that they found it difficult to sleep, already contemplating when Lin Feng might bring his future wife home for a visit. After all, this lad had shown little interest in women for the past 20 years. Fortunately, Lin father was open-minded and had never pressured Lin Feng. Tian-Ying also conveyed this joyous tidings to her parents. Tian Lao had long ago mentioned Lin Feng to Tian father and Tian mother, praising him as a talent rarely seen in a century even before he rose to prominence. Once Lin Feng achieved fame, Tian father and Tian mother, having learned more about him, wholeheartedly supported their daughter's relationship with him. Upon receiving this news, Tian mother was overjoyed, urging her daughter to bring her fiancé home for a visit. Tian father, however, exhibited a somewhat peculiar attitude. Our daughter is so exceptional, she could easily find a suitor. Why the hurry? Tian mother quickly retorted, you old man, if you care for our daughter, just say so. Stop beating around the bush. Upon hearing the news, Tian Lao was all the more delighted. If you and Lin Feng could bless me with a great-grandson or great-granddaughter in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. Tian-Ying shyly pleaded, grandfather, what are you saying? Today, I simply wish to inquire if you have any thoughts regarding the date of our wedding. Old man Tian chuckled heartily. I am exceedingly delighted to hear this news. I even forgot that we need to set a date for the wedding. The 5th day of the next lunar month is a propitious date, and I shall request 2 days off for both of you. We shall host a splendid wedding then. Chapter 169. The launch of the space station. Lin Feng spent another month diligently working at the space station base. With Lin Feng's assistance, experts from various nations tirelessly completed the project. The main structure of the space station has been successfully constructed. Today marks the day when the main body of the space station will be launched into the cosmos. A crowd gathered at the high-energy particle capture center in the Blackbird desert, eagerly awaiting the moment of ignition for the launch vehicle. Not only domestic and international experts were present, but also media representatives from various sectors were in the desert, anticipating the ignition moment. This day is one that many have been eagerly awaiting, the first launch of a 1,000-ton space station in human history. Whether from the United States, European countries, or nations of the developing world, all eyes are keenly focused on this event. Following the international conference convened by the United States, it is apparent to discerning observers that this is a competition between the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. The nation that can launch the space station first will undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in this contest. The rivalry between the United States and the Dragon Kingdom revolves around who possesses greater influence on the international stage. As a time-honored power, the United States once incapacitated the world's 4th military power in a mere 43 days, solidifying its undeniable dominance in international affairs. However, during the Nobel Prize ceremony, the actions of the United States led to a tragic incident resulting in the death of high-ranking officials from European nations. The United States has lost the trust of the European populace. Although relations cannot be characterized as being at odds, they are certainly marked by outward cordiality but underlying discord. Meanwhile, while the Dragon Nation has maintained an image of cordiality on the international stage, it has made remarkable strides in technology over the past 2 years with the assistance of Lin Feng, and seems to be on the verge of surpassing the United States. Much like Pakistan, numerous smaller nations staunchly support the Dragon Nation. The 2 countries can be seen as evenly matched. Should the Dragon Nation's collaboration with Europe on the space station proceed smoothly, it is likely to garner even more support. Lin Feng stood ready in the command center, having been appointed as the chief commander, tasked with overseeing the launch of the space vehicle. 3, 2, 1, ignition. The space station, housed within the launch vehicle, was propelled skyward by the immense thrust of the rocket. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Lin Feng issued a second command to accelerate the 2nd and 3rd stage rockets and execute a programmatic turn. The launch vehicle soared, ascending to heights beyond the naked eye's perception. After the 2nd stage booster completed its burn, it detached automatically, leaving the launch vehicle to rely on its inertia as it continued onward. As the craft approached the predetermined orbit of the space station, the astronauts activated the 3rd stage rocket as per the command, accelerating to the necessary speed and position for the space station's deployment. After a successful operation lasting several minutes, the command center erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Feng and Tian-Ying embraced tightly, celebrating their achievement. At last, success has been achieved. Throughout the past month, despite their daily meetings, the two individuals engaged solely in discussions pertaining to space station technology. Various media outlets meticulously documented the launch of the space station. The media of the Dragon Nation promptly reported this event through live broadcasts, igniting a near celebratory fervor among its citizens. Many took to the internet to mock the ugly nation, questioning why it had not made any progress on its promised international space station. Given their nature, it seemed plausible that this was merely a scheme for financial gain. In just 4 months, a space station, such as the remarkable pace of China. Numerous European netizens also voiced their opinions, acknowledging the integrity of the Dragon Nation, which focuses on genuine research. In contrast, they lamented the $20 billion investment made by their own country into the ugly nation, now seemingly wasted. The citizens of the ugly nation, however, remained defiant, asserting that their plans, delayed by merely a month compared to the Dragon Nation, precluded any simultaneous launch. Until their space station is completed, they would not disclose details, suggesting that perhaps in a few days, the ugly nation might also be ready for launch. Observing the thick-skinned nature of ugly nation netizens, some could not help but retort, questioning how they could present new energy technologies at a conference without prior research. The financial contributions from certain European countries to the ugly nation far exceeded those given to the Dragon Nation. Criticism of the ugly nation continued to proliferate online, prompting an official response from its government, which stated that the space station was still under development and that specific progress could not be revealed at this time. The ugly nation is keen to regain international favor, and its scientists are indeed racing against time in their research efforts. In various countries, university laboratories have been commandeered in an instant. Regrettably, the United States lacks a genius like Lin Feng. In terms of speed, it cannot hope to match the prowess of the Dragon Kingdom. However, due to the previous instances of dubious credibility exhibited by the United States, even when they speak the truth now, the citizens of numerous affluent nations have lost faith in the explanations provided by the American authorities. Meanwhile, an atmosphere of tranquility envelopes the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng whispers in Tian-Ying's ear, "My parents wish to meet you." A blush spreads across Tian-Ying's delicate face as she shyly responds, "My parents have longed to meet you as well." Lin Feng takes her small hand in his own and declares, "Then let us arrange to meet them tomorrow and set a date for our wedding." He envisions a romantic journey through space for Tian-Ying, which is the most enchanting idea he can conceive as an engineering student. The main structure of the space station has now entered a stable orbit, effectively establishing a base for the Dragon Kingdom on the moon. The planned space travel is thus within reach, and even a mere trip to the moon would make one the first in the world to achieve such a feat. Tian-Ying nods in agreement. All right. The following day, the two families convene at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Lin Feng's parents are thoroughly impressed by Tian-Ying, a young woman of remarkable intelligence and beauty, perfectly suited for their son. Tian-Ying's parents also hold Lin Feng in high regard. As fellow researchers, they deeply appreciate the exceptional caliber of Lin Feng's accomplishments. Moreover, observing Lin Feng's demeanor towards Tian-Ying assures them that he will care for her throughout her life. Naturally, the union of their families and marriage is a foregone conclusion. Moreover, Mr. Tian held a profound admiration for Lin Feng and had long harbored the intention of uniting Lin Feng with his daughter, Tian-Ying. The two families enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Upon Mr. Tian's suggestion, the wedding was officially scheduled for the 5th day of next month. Suddenly, Lin Feng rose to his feet, declaring, "I had previously promised Tian-Ying the most romantic wedding. Now, with the Dragon Nation thriving and the successful launch of the International Space Station, I wish to take Tian-Ying on a journey into space." Concerned about the safety of his daughter, Mr. Tian hastily inquired, "Is it safe? What if something goes wrong?" Lin Feng replied earnestly, "Parents, esteemed in-laws, Mr. Tian, rest assured, I possess a measure of confidence in my skills. Furthermore, if there were any danger, I would not take Tian-Ying with me." Tian-Ying also stood up, stating, "I am involved in the project as well, and I trust that Lin Feng will take good care of me." Chapter 170. Successful landing on the moon. In the week leading up to the wedding, Lin Feng had modified a fighter jet. He had successfully doubled the jet's capacity. Under the conditions of space, devoid of resistance, the flight speed reached an astonishing Mach 7, allowing it to complete a lunar orbit in approximately 1.5 hours. This advancement significantly expedited lunar exploration. Moreover, at full speed, the fuel could sustain the aircraft for 2 complete orbits around the moon. Lin Feng also undertook further modifications to the first version of the spacesuit. While maintaining the original suit's efficacy, the comfort level was greatly enhanced, and the usability became considerably more straightforward. In order for Tian'ing and himself to fully enjoy their time on the moon, Lin Feng meticulously assembled a lunar rover. This vehicle resembled a powered skateboard. With sufficient propulsion, it could glide across the lunar surface much like one would slide on sand on Earth. Lin Feng recalled having seen a similar scene in a film during his previous life. Perhaps this time, he too could partake in such an experience. With the approval of their nation, the duo boarded a rocket destined for the space station. The higher-ups of Long Country consented for 2 reasons. Firstly, the assistance of Elder Tian, and secondly, for Long Country, it served as an exceptional opportunity for publicity. The engineers who developed the space station were about to become the first individuals to travel beyond the confines of our planet. The narrative of Lin Feng and Tian'ing captured the attention of media outlets across the globe, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. It turned out that Engineer Lin already had a girlfriend. "Please, go search for Tian'ing on Chengdu," exclaimed one user. "Well, I found out she entered Peking University's youth class at the age of 15. After graduating, there was no news about her until a few years ago, when technologies such as controlled nuclear fusion emerged, revealing her involvement in those projects. She and Engineer Lin are truly a match made in heaven. A couple of remarkable talent and beauty. Moreover, how romantic of Engineer Lin to take his girlfriend on a space journey. Such deep affection. You won't believe it." But just a few days ago, someone captured a video of him proposing to Tian'ing, and she accepted. "I too desire a boyfriend as romantic as that." In an instant, Tian'ing became the envy of countless young women and a role model for innumerable students. The current state of rocket launch technology has reached a level of stability that renders the discomfort experienced by astronauts nearly non-existent. The rocket carrying Lin Feng and Tian'ing successfully docked with the space station, where astronauts extended a warm welcome to their arrival. Within the confines of the space station, Tian'ing experienced a sensation of weightlessness, her curiosity piqued by the surrounding environment. For Lin Feng, this was a singular life experience, one he had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. Although he had previously witnessed these phenomena during astronaut demonstrations, the reality of personal experience imparted an entirely different feeling. This process was simultaneously broadcasted to viewers on Earth. Lin Feng's mission encompassed not only the lunar journey but also a crucial task, to assist in ensuring the safe landing of the space station on the moon, thereby setting a new record in human history. This momentous event was also being transmitted live to Earth. An astronaut approached Lin Feng, stating, "Engineer Lin, all systems on the space station are prepared for landing on the moon." Lin Feng glanced toward the lunar surface, noting that the current trajectory would allow for an optimal landing on the far side of the moon. "All right, let us commence the descent." Lin Feng guided Tian'ing to the command center, where they observed the space station gradually deviating from its intended path as it approached the moon. Everything was operating smoothly. But as the station neared the lunar surface, thousands of support struts ejected from beneath. With a resounding thud, the space station firmly settled onto the lunar terrain. The space station erupted in thunderous applause, and this moment was captured by external cameras. Meanwhile, millions of people on Earth joined in the celebration, cheering alongside them. In a clandestine chamber within the land of the unappealing, the president and several politicians convened around a computer. The screen displayed a jubilant scene of Lin Feng celebrating with the space station staff. "This is quite the hindrance. Without him, how could the Dragon Nation surpass the unappealing one in speed?" remarked a man with a bushy beard. Enraged, the president hurled a water cup across the table. "Damn it! Hasn't Area 51 been researching the space station project for ages? All of the nation's technological resources have been allocated to them, yet they have achieved nothing thus far." Suddenly, a previously silent man spoke up. "Contact Area 51 and inquire about their progress." Upon hearing this, someone in the chamber promptly used a secure phone to call Area 51. The higher-ups at Area 51, upon recognizing the number, immediately answered the call. "This is the management department of Area 51. How may we assist you?" The man inquired, "What is the status of the space station project?" The higher-up responded vaguely, "In 2 months, we will be ready for launch." The man, clearly displeased, fell into a contemplative silence. The president erupted in another fit of rage. "Useless. What good are you? strive to complete it within a month and a half. The higher-up felt conflicted. While a forced launch within a month and a half was feasible, the probability of success would plummet from 90% to 80%. Should the space station crash, it would result in a devastating loss. Nevertheless, it was evident that the upper echelons of the unappealing nation were dissatisfied with the current progress. He could only respond with a forced determination, "We will do our utmost, Mr. President." Meanwhile, aboard the space station, Lin Feng was leading a team of international researchers in measuring data from the lunar surface. He would only dare to take Tianning out if the data proved to be reliable. Although the Dragon Kingdom had previously dispatched several lunar rovers to the moon, which collected and transmitted numerous data back home, Lin Feng believed that caution was prudent, especially since he was taking Tianning with him. He had no desire to gamble with their lives. After 3 days of data collection and analysis, the researchers confirmed that the lunar rover's measurements were accurate. At last, Lin Feng could confidently embark on a space journey with Tianning. At that moment, Tianying's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Lin Feng handed her a modified astronaut suit, and she gazed intently at the moon through the space station's specialized glass. Lin Feng understood her feelings. Just the night before, he had stood by the window, captivated by the mysteries of the world beyond. He felt a blend of fear and curiosity towards the unknown, but above all, an exhilarating thrill. If he stepped outside, he would become the first human from the Dragon Kingdom to set foot on the moon. However, all those emotions faded as he donned the spacesuit. At that moment, he simply yearned to witness a world he had never seen before. Chapter 171. A Journey Through Space. Ying, are you not curious about the world outside? Tianying's large eyes, fixed on the exterior, nodded obediently, curious. Lin Feng took her hand. "Let us put on our spacesuits and go." Tianying turned to him, her gaze resolute. "All right." She swiftly donned her spacesuit, and upon the completion of a meticulous inspection, proceeded towards the airlock. The airlock serves as the juncture between the space station and the vastness of outer space. As the doors of the airlock opened, Lin Feng and Tianying gently maneuvered the lunar rover outside. Over the past century, humanity had extensively observed the near side of the moon, where the vast lunar seas constituted a remarkable 50% of its surface. In her childhood, she had mistakenly believed she was witnessing trees being felled. It was only upon maturity that she realized those were the lunar seas. The far side of the moon, however, remained an enigma to humankind. The term far side does not imply a lack of sunlight. Rather, it signifies that, from Earth, one can never behold the moon's reverse face. In stark contrast to the near side, the lunar seas on the far side occupy a mere 2/5 of its hemisphere, with the landscape dominated by craters and ringed mountains. Lin Feng and Tianying reveled in a thrilling journey amidst the myriad of craters. "Wow, this sensation is truly extraordinary," Tianying exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she addressed Lin Feng from the rover. "I feel as light as a feather." Although she had read that the moon's gravity is 1/6 that of Earth's, the actual experience was entirely different. Upon their return to the space station, Lin Feng's modified fighter jet awaited them on the lunar surface, a task he had previously assigned. The modifications to the aircraft were remarkably straightforward, allowing even those without Zhang Chu's exceptional skills to operate it. Lin Feng and Tianying continued their exploration of the moon, witnessing the breathtaking vistas of the far side, a sight humanity had never personally encountered before. Two individuals completed a remarkable 3-day journey in space on the moon, amassing a wealth of data that will significantly aid humanity's future exploration of our lunar neighbor. Perhaps this endeavor will assist in unraveling the mysteries surrounding the moon's formation. After 3 days, they returned to the space station, and in 5 days, Lin Feng and Tianying were set to celebrate their wedding. Lin Feng took the opportunity to enhance several aspects of the station, meticulously cleaning and arranging a designated area. He specially commissioned a set of traditional Chinese wedding attire, as Tianying had expressed her desire for a flawless Chinese wedding. Although many elements could not be directly transported to the moon, Lin Feng ingeniously employed technology to create intelligent 3D projections of the wedding on the lunar surface. The advancements in 3D projection technology now allow for astonishingly lifelike representations. He collaborated with a certain company to integrate the wedding with their VR offerings, enabling audiences to experience the ceremony through VR headsets, immersing them in the enchanting atmosphere of Lin Feng's wedding. Some high-end VR devices even provide tactile sensations akin to reality. Many were eager to witness the moon's splendor firsthand and eagerly purchased VR headsets, causing the company's stock to surge by 6%. The following day, clad in a stunning red gown, Tianying sat upon the beautifully adorned wedding bed, while two female researchers from the Dragon Nation assisted her in styling her hair. Despite the intricate nature of ancient Dragon Nation hair ornaments, the aid of short video applications allowed them to approximate the desired appearance. The wedding was set for a global live stream, and the two researchers had practiced extensively, ensuring they could skillfully style Tianying's hair on this momentous day. One of the female researchers remarked, "I truly envy you, Ying. On the year of my wedding, I unexpectedly received a crucial assignment, which interrupted everything. Since then, I have been perpetually busy, and I never had the chance to make up for my wedding." Tianying was at a loss for how to console her, and could only say, "Sister, you will surely have another chance. Do not be disheartened." The female researcher smiled faintly. "You are so fortunate to have Engineer Lin as your husband." Tianying felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Feng had not only taken her on a journey through space, but had also married her on the moon. For her, the significance of Lin Feng's actions transcended being the first lunar wedding in human history. It was a manifestation of the most romantic gesture he could conceive. Even if it was fraught with challenges, he was willing to undertake it for her sake. The wedding on the moon unfolded flawlessly, without a single misstep. Meanwhile, on Earth, spectators celebrated Lin Feng's wedding, extending blessings from their own nation. "I hope to achieve greater advancements in the future. I too wish to take my wife to the moon for another wedding." This aspiration became a dream for many. Lin Feng's wedding garnered significant international attention. In terms of national standing, it was far from a mere ceremony. It was a demonstration of Long Nation's prowess. It not only showcased the strength of Long Nation, but also propagated its culture. The cultural reverberations from millennia past captivated many, enamoring them with Long Nation. Weddings in the style of Long Nation became a prevailing trend, as numerous individuals altered their plans for Western-style ceremonies to embrace long weddings. Many fashion brands proactively collaborated with the Palace Museum of Long Nation, infusing dragon-themed elements into their collections. The netizens of the Kimchi Nation have once again begun to propagate the notion that the online Dragon Kingdom culture is, in fact, their own. They actively provoke the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, engaging in endless disputes. This has incited considerable anger among the Dragon citizens. As this is not the first instance of such behavior from the Kimchi Nation. They have not only appropriated the culture of the Dragon Kingdom but have also pilfered its festivals. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, stationed far away on the space station, remains oblivious to these developments. He is immersed in sweet moments with Tianying, lost in their intimate exchanges. After a night of silence, Lin Feng should be preparing to return to Earth with Tianying, as there are still several modules of the space station that have yet to be launched into orbit, necessitating further improvement and research. Both Lin Feng and Tianying are principal researchers for the space station project. Given the passage of time, it is likely that numerous issues have accumulated on Earth, awaiting their resolution. This lunar journey has proven to be exceptionally successful. Upon their return, Old Man Tian personally comes to welcome Lin Feng and Tianying home. "Ah, my granddaughter has also married off. Lin Feng, you must treat her well from now on." Lin Feng solemnly bows to Old Man Tian, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will never fail Tianying." Old Man Tian chuckles heartily, nodding in approval. "You two have been through a lot. Go and rest now. The higher-ups may arrange for interviews, so be prepared." Lin Feng understands this is to be expected, as he is the first person in the world to marry on the moon, and it is only fitting to summarize his experiences. "All right, Old Man Tian. We shall take our leave now." With that, he takes Tianying's hand, and they depart. Chapter 172. The press conference. Old Tian observed Lin Feng's anxious demeanor and chuckled softly. "This cheeky lad. Haste will not yield tender tofu." At that moment, Lin Feng's mind was solely occupied with the sweet affection he shared with the precious Ying, leaving no room for other thoughts. Their stay aboard the space station necessitated discretion, as the sleeping arrangements consisted of individual sleeping bags within shared quarters for four. On the day of their wedding, to ensure Lin Feng's enjoyment, his three close friends selflessly vacated the room. However, Tianying found it difficult to let go, and Lin Feng felt reluctant to push the boundaries too far. Engaging in any meaningful activities aboard the space station proved quite challenging, especially since both Lin Feng and Tianying had spent over 20 years acclimating to Earth's gravity. In such an environment, where everything felt amiss, Lin Feng found little interest in the beauty before him and could only rely on his willpower to endure. Now, back on Earth in the comfort of their own home, the couple was free to indulge in their desires. Prior to their marriage, Lin Feng had purchased a villa in a quaint town in Yunnan. The property prices in this town were modest, Yet the pace of life was leisurely, exactly the ideal setting for Lin Feng. He surmised that Tian-Ying would undoubtedly cherish this place as well. Indeed, the moment she laid eyes on the villa, she fell in love with it. Lin Feng made a promise that as they grew old together, they would retire here. Their first night back on Earth was spent in that Yunnan town, where they engaged in a passionate night, only to awaken with the sun already high in the sky. Lin Feng reached for his phone on the pillow beside him. It was 10:48. On the other side of the bed, Tian-Ying remained undisturbed. Rolling over to continue her slumber, Lin Feng swiftly donned his attire and gently settled beside Tian-Ying. "Ying, wake up. It's 10:48. We have a press conference at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tian-Ying immediately sat up. "Right, the press conference." Suddenly recalling her state of undress and noticing Lin Feng beside her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Lin Feng was startled by Tian-Ying's reaction. "What is wrong, Ying?" Tian-Ying shot him an annoyed glance. "It's not because of you. I need to get dressed." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Given our relationship, must we be so coy?" Tian-Ying continued to glare at him reproachfully, prompting Lin Feng to sheepishly exit the room. With a haughty huff, Tian-Ying reflected on the previous night's events, which she surmised she could never forget. Once she was fully dressed, she emerged from the bedroom, radiating a lively and charming demeanor. "Let us get going, Lin Feng." Seizing the opportunity while Tian-Ying changed, Lin Feng prepared 2 cups of instant noodles. Although time was short, they could not embark on their journey hungry. 1 cup each. "Let us eat before we leave." Tian-Ying rubbed her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit hungry. After finishing the noodles, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to prepare her speech. Regret washed over her for having stayed up too late the previous night. "Lin Feng, we haven't prepared a speech. What should we do?" Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. "Surely you can manage some small talk? There is no time to prepare now. So just speak freely. I'll be there to support you." Tian-Ying nodded resolutely. "All right." The two donned their nano-armors and soared directly towards the southern city. The distance from Yunnan to the south is not considerable, and within half an hour, they arrived at the backstage of the press conference. The auditorium was already filled with an audience and journalists. With experience from attending the Nobel Prize ceremony, Lin Feng felt no trepidation in such a setting. He pointed towards the microphone and said, "You go up first to speak. Do not fear if it doesn't go well. I will smooth things over." As for the questioning segment, they would have to adapt spontaneously. Soon, the host called for her to take the stage. Tian-Ying adjusted her appearance and confidently walked up. "Hello everyone, I am Tian-Ying, the head of the International Space Station Technical Regional System." After introducing herself, Tian-Ying commenced her speech. Lin Feng watched from below, occasionally nodding in appreciation. He couldn't help but wonder if Tian-Ying had prepared a speech without his knowledge. Her impromptu delivery was so impressive that it bore no signs of being scripted. In fact, it exceeded his expectations, making it seem unnecessary for him to offer her any reassurance. Before long, Tian-Ying concluded her speech, and a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Feng in the background also applauded wildly. Tian-Ying calmly descended the stage and walked towards Lin Feng. As she stepped down, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "That was nerve-wracking, but I think I did quite well." Lin Feng raised his thumb in admiration, declaring, "Simply outstanding." At that moment, the host called Lin Feng's name. Seizing the opportunity, Tian-Ying embraced Lin Feng warmly. "Go for it." Lin Feng nodded to Tian-Ying, ascended the stage, and before uttering a single word, the applause from the audience erupted like a thunderstorm, intermingled with accolades and commendations directed towards him. Lin Feng waved to the audience, greeting them. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Feng, and I have been appointed as the chief researcher of the International Space Station." After both individuals concluded their speeches, they proceeded to address inquiries from reporters representing various nations. Some questions were particularly challenging, some were technical, while others extended wishes for a blissful married life for him and Tian-Ying. One journalist from a certain country posed the question, "Mr. Lin, have you discovered any signs of life on the moon?" Lin Feng shook his head, replying, "Due to the brevity of our stay on the moon, we have yet to uncover any indications of biological activity. Perhaps there exists some form of life on the moon, awaiting our discovery. I firmly believe that once technology reaches a certain pinnacle, we will undoubtedly find planets in the universe that harbor signs of life beyond our own." Lin Feng's response was exceptionally measured, leaving no room for ambiguity. The journalist meticulously recorded every word he uttered, for his mission was to ascertain information to report back to his nation's high-ranking officials. The leadership of his country inexplicably placed significant emphasis on the question of whether there were signs of life on the moon. However, Lin Feng's statement was rooted in truth. He and Tianjing had merely spent a few days on the lunar surface. During that time, they primarily occupied themselves with traversing the moon in a lunar rover or aircraft, taking a cursory glance at the landscape. Indeed, they had found no evidence of biological activity on the moon. A journalist from the Dragon Kingdom inquired, "Mr. Lin Feng, you and Miss Tianjing are the first couple in the world to hold a wedding on the moon. Do you have anything you wish to express regarding this event?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Firstly, I feel incredibly fortunate to have married such an intelligent and beautiful wife as Tianjing. Secondly, if technology advances to the point where everyone can hold their wedding on the moon, perhaps it would be worth a try. The experience would undoubtedly be extraordinary." After enduring a series of interviews from various reporters, Lin Feng and Tianjing finally made their way to the backstage. Chapter 173, Unfazed by the Exam. Holding Tianjing's hand, Lin Feng leaned close and whispered in her ear, "Did you secretly write a speech yesterday?" Tianjing looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Of course not. You should know what I did yesterday. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Lin Feng nodded. "Your speech was far superior to mine. Next time, try not to be so anxious." Tianjing chuckled. "Now that you mention it, it seems I have been praised for my speeches since childhood." Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at her. "Are you the legendary type who scores full marks on every exam and never falters?" After pondering for a couple of seconds, Tianjing realized Lin Feng might indeed have a point. Despite her ignorance of automobiles, she had passed her driving test on the first attempt. Throughout her life, she had been called upon to give many speeches. Regardless of the nerves she felt before taking the stage, she always managed to remain composed and perform exceptionally well. It does seem that way. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness, as he never anticipated that individuals, akin to those found in novels, would exist right beside him. It was no wonder that when he first encountered Tianjing, she exuded such pride. After all, she possessed the merit to be proud. Subsequently, a subtle smile graced his lips. The notion of possessing a system seemed to echo the extraordinary experiences of protagonists in literature. Indeed, his knowledge had become so profound that he could offer no explanation for the concepts of systems and reincarnation. He could only attribute this phenomenon to metaphysics or quantum mechanics. As the two emerged from the backstage, they hastened toward the Alxa Desert. The space station still required extensive research on numerous vital components. Although this would not impede the station's normal operation in space, many functionalities had been compromised. Having spent several days at the space station, Lin Feng was oblivious to the multitude of issues that had accumulated at the research base, all awaiting his attention. His urgency to return to the space station's research facility stemmed from the necessity to expedite the development of these critical components. There were several paramount experiments reliant on these parts. Humanity's understanding of the quantum realm is akin to an infant's grasp of the world. Both are merely in the nascent stages. To delve deeper into the quantum domain is essential for the exploration of the cosmos. At present, when faced with phenomena that science cannot elucidate, humanity resorts to metaphysics as a makeshift explanation. For instance, the concept of the soul departing the body upon death is supported by research indicating that the soul possesses weight. Yet, the essence of the soul remains an enigma, indefinable by anyone. At least, Einstein's theory of relativity, which elucidates macroscopic physical phenomena, cannot provide answers in this regard. If the mysteries of quantum mechanics are unraveled, those previously insurmountable challenges may find resolution. At this very moment, in the infamous Area 51, a cadre of experts is gathered around a conference table. Their space station has successfully landed on the lunar surface. Should we delay any further, time may slip through our fingers. The assembled specialists from the United States, upon hearing this news, immediately furrow their brows. The longer the Chinese International Space Station remains on the moon, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for them. A sharp-eyed gentleman, adjusting his spectacles, inquires, "When can our space station be launched at the earliest?" A colleague, clad in a lab coat and engrossed in calculations on a tablet, responds without lifting his gaze, "The earliest we can manage is 2 weeks from now. That is already the limit. Any swifter progress would jeopardize the launch. And even if we succeed, our capabilities would be severely limited." The individual presiding over the meeting sighs, "In that case, expedite your research. Discovering evidence of past life on the moon would be detrimental to us." The man exhales deeply once more. Let us hope they have not yet made such a discovery. Meanwhile, in the Alashan Desert, at the base of the International Space Station, Lin Feng is solitary in the laboratory, diligently investigating ways to replicate Earth-like gravity for those aboard the space station. Living on the moon, where gravity is diminished to 1/6 of that on Earth, accelerates the depletion of calcium in the human body. The gravest concern for astronauts in space is falling ill, as the void of atmosphere offers no protection. Exposed to a multitude of direct particle strikes, even a trivial ailment may precipitate more severe health complications. There exists a considerable likelihood of developing an entirely unprecedented illness. For astronauts aboard a resource-scarce space station, such minor maladies can prove fatal. At the moment when Lin Feng was deeply engrossed in his research on the gravity enhancement system, he suddenly received a call on his private line. Old Tian. Lin Feng hurriedly answered the phone. Have you had dinner, Grandpa? Old Tian feigned seriousness, saying, You've already taken my precious granddaughter, and yet you still address me so formally. Realizing the jest, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Grandpa, I've been quite busy. I'll bring Tianing to visit you soon. Old Tian laughed heartily. Well, I called you today for a matter of importance. The Academy of Sciences believes that the existing high-energy particle accelerator is outdated and has requested your assistance in designing a new one. However, they do not have your contact information, so they reached out to me. Is this something you can undertake? Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment. The high-energy particle accelerator is a fundamental instrument in high-energy physics research. Numerous scientific inquiries necessitate the aid of such accelerators to reach fruition. Currently, the largest high-energy particle accelerator in the world straddles the border of 2 European nations. This colossal structure was constructed by 7,000 scientists and engineers from 80 countries, spanning an impressive 27 kilometers in length. With an internal pressure reaching 10 to the power of -13 atmospheres, 10 times lesser than the pressure found on the moon, rendering it the emptiest space in the solar system. The accelerator is equipped with nanometer-level detection instruments, capable of pinpointing the location of particle acceleration within a billionth of a second, achieving an astounding precision of 1/millionth of a meter. In the past few years, this particle accelerator would have sufficed to support scientific experiments. However, the rapid advancements in the scientific community have propelled particle research beyond the realm of quarks. Certain scientists have now proactively ventured into the study of particles at the gluon level. Consequently, the traditional high-energy particle accelerators have become inadequate. If Lin Feng wishes to conduct research, it is not merely a matter of extending its length. Even with an increase in length, it would still be challenging to meet the demands of scientists studying gluons. A structural transformation of the high-energy particle accelerator is essential to enhance its operational efficiency. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng solemnly remarked, Old Tian, to be frank, I cannot guarantee the completion of this task, as I have yet to devise a new structure for the high-energy particle accelerator. However, if the Academy of Sciences can afford to wait, I would be willing to give it a try. Old Tian nodded in agreement, saying, Good, I have been waiting for this assurance from you. Remember to bring Ying back to visit me when you have the opportunity. Chapter 174. Return to the moon 2 weeks later. Lin Feng successfully completed the modifications of the space station's components. Through the tireless efforts of experts from various countries, the other components of the space station were gradually developed. The next step involved transporting all these components to the high-energy particle capture tower, followed by their launch into space to complete the docking with the main body of the space station. Lin Feng promptly reported this news to the higher-ups. Upon receiving the confirmed information, the authorities immediately issued orders for the space station to commence operations as soon as preparations were complete. The docking of the space station and its components could not be accomplished on the lunar surface. It required a fixed orbit for such an operation. Given the significance of this mission, he was tasked with leading the first group of scientists to reside in the space station. Not only were scientists to inhabit the station, but a contingent of well-trained guards was also to be stationed there. By special approval from the higher-ups, Yin Danying, who had collaborated with Lin Feng on multiple occasions, was appointed as the captain of this guard unit. Additionally, he assumed the role of Lin Feng's bodyguard, tasked with ensuring his safety at all times. The space station would host personnel from various nations, creating a diverse and potentially precarious environment. Should any nefarious individual attempt to exploit this situation to harm Lin Feng, it would represent a significant loss for the entire Dragon Nation. After a month of production, Lin Feng's second-generation fighter jets had yielded 15 units. Furthermore, over 60 sets of space combat armor, modified from nanomechs, had been produced. These pieces of equipment were to be transported alongside the space station components into orbit. However, this matter remained confidential, known only to Lin Feng and a select few experts involved in the research and development. These experts had all signed agreements with the Dragon Nation, ensuring that the information would remain strictly confidential. Any breach could jeopardize their personal safety. Lin Feng's cautious approach was also influenced by the attitude displayed at the recent conference involving the United States, just a few days prior. It was only the American reporters who inquired about technological advancements and new discoveries during the press briefing. In the past, the arrogant nation held itself in such high esteem that it seemed to desire the entire world to bow before it. Yet, at this critical juncture, it abruptly shifted to a more proactive stance, thickening the air with the sin of conspiracy, which made Lin Feng wary. As for sending space station components along with researchers into the cosmos, even if Dragon Country wished to conceal it, the truth could not remain hidden. So, they chose to be transparent. Which nation would receive the information depended solely on their own capabilities. At this moment, all ground equipment was fully prepared, and the space station had entered its predetermined orbit. Lin Feng was ready. In just 2 hours, the space station would reach its designated position. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, indicating that the carrier would ignite in an hour. He held Tang Ying's hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. His eyes filled with reluctance. Zhang Chu and Gao Xiang stood by, intending to bid farewell to Lin Feng. The personnel on the space station would only be replaced once every 6 months, signifying that everyone would be unable to see Lin Feng for half a year. Tang Ying had originally wished to join Lin Feng in the space station's endeavors. Just a few days prior, while they were dining, Tang Ying suddenly began to retch. Alarmed, Lin Feng quickly took her to see a doctor. The examination revealed an unexpected yet joyous news. Tang Ying was pregnant. Lin Feng was elated, yet a sense of guilt lingered within him. He understood that he must accompany the international scientists to reside in the space station, a commitment sealed during a previous international conference hosted by Dragon Country, which was not to be violated. Moreover, Lin Feng harbored a deep yearning for this endeavor. It is not merely his intention to conduct experiments alongside scientists from various nations. Rather, he is likely to uncover far more intriguing discoveries in the vastness of space, which would undoubtedly benefit the development of the Dragon Nation. Upon learning that Lin Feng would be leading the endeavor, scientists from across the globe eagerly vied for the opportunity to be dispatched to the Dragon Nation. This arrangement was initially perceived as a mutually advantageous agreement. However, the circumstances have shifted. Lin Feng has taken a wife, who is now with child. The effects of the extraterrestrial environment on the unborn have yet to be thoroughly examined. Faced with such uncertainty, Lin Feng cannot permit Tian Ying to face this peril alone. He must leave her behind, entrusting her care to Zhang Chu. Lin Feng musters a faint smile, assuring Ying, rest assured, I promise to return before our child is born. Focus on nurturing our baby at home. And do make time for our video calls. Reluctantly, Tian Ying nods, please be cautious. For the sake of both me and our child, prioritize your safety. Zhang Chu, standing nearby, embraces Lin Feng, saying, do not worry. While you are away, I shall ensure that your wife is well looked after. I promise you will be just as you left her upon your return. Gao Xiang, with a simple smile, adds, trust me, master. Zhang Chu and I will take good care of your wife. Despite his deep reluctance, Lin Feng must part ways with them. Well, the time has come. I must take my leave. With that, he strides toward the high-energy particle capture tower. 3, 2, 1, ignition. The launch vehicle ascends into the sky, carrying the aspirations of thousands, venturing into the cosmos. An hour later, the spacecraft successfully docked with the space station. Lin Feng, accompanied by a multitude of scientists and guards, entered the station. The chief commander, along with astronauts, awaited their arrival at the docking interface. Together, they transported various expensive equipment into the station. Once all matters were efficiently addressed within the stipulated time, the space station achieved its designated position. Lin Feng maneuvered the spacecraft from the command room, gradually detaching it from the station. The spacecraft would then utilize its remaining energy for a rapid return to the territory of Longhua. Upon the space station reaching its designated position once again, it would harness the energy stored from the photonic converters over the past several days to return to the moon. Everything proceeded with meticulous precision. 2 days later, the space station landed smoothly on the far side of the moon. This time, however, there was an unexpected discovery. Signs of biological activity were detected near the landing site of the station's base. This revelation ignited excitement among the scientists, who promptly reported their findings to their respective nations. Lin Feng found himself equally intrigued. It was recalled that the United States had previously discovered a three-eyed female corpse on the moon. claiming that it exhibited signs of life while on the lunar surface and only truly perished upon reaching Earth. If the International Space Station could indeed uncover living organisms on the moon, it might indirectly validate the United States' claims. After discussions among several nations, it was decided that this matter would be reported. The next day, the headlines read with astonishment, "Discovery of life on the moon." This news reached a wide audience, captivating numerous netizens. The nation of the United States is particularly attentive to the actions of the Dragon Kingdom on the moon. Naturally, they have learned from experts on the International Space Station that there are indications of life on the lunar surface. High-ranking officials from the United States once again convene in a secure chamber. The Dragon Kingdom is progressing too swiftly in its lunar explorations. Should they manage to erase certain traces before the United States reaches the moon and establish a monopoly on scientific research, it is indeed a feasible scenario. The purpose of their meeting today is to deliberate on how to obstruct the Dragon Kingdom's lunar endeavors. However, the Dragon Kingdom's International Space Station is already situated on the moon, rendering the United States' efforts, no matter how frantic, ultimately futile. The man seated at the head of the table ponders for a moment before stating, "We can no longer afford to wait." Upon hearing this, the circle of individuals fell silent. Another man, sporting a bushy beard, promptly dialed a number for Area 51. "Mr. Anthony, when is the earliest the space station can be launched?" Mr. Anthony replied calmly, "The International Space Station is scheduled for launch approximately 1 week from now. We are currently finalizing adjustments and tests." Upon hearing this, the man's face broke into a delighted smile. "Excellent. The United States will take pride in your efforts. Keep up the good work." With that, he ended the call. The phone remained on speaker, and as they heard Mr. Anthony's response, the furrowed brows of the others finally began to relax. "Notify the rocket launch base to prepare for the space station launch in 1 week." At that moment, the private secretary of the president received an incoming call. "Mr. President, reliable sources indicate that Lin Feng's wife, Tian-Ying, is expecting." Furthermore, she did not accompany Lin Feng to the space station. Upon receiving the tidings, the president of the disgraceful nation suddenly broke into a smile. "Very well, continue the surveillance," he instructed. After ending the call, he addressed those gathered. "I have received alarming news. Lin Feng's wife, Tian-Ying, is pregnant and currently resides within the borders of Longhua. If we can abduct her to our country, we can leverage her as a threat against Lin Feng, thereby halting his endeavors." He then turned to the man seated at the head of the table. "Mr. Charlie, what are your thoughts on this plan?" Charlie nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Let's proceed with this strategy. Both plans shall be executed concurrently. We must ensure that Lin Feng's research on extraterrestrial beings and biological activities is thwarted." At this juncture, the head of the FBI interjected, "Rest assured, Mr. Charlie, this matter is in my capable hands. Within 2 days, we will ensure Tian-Ying vanishes from Longhua, guaranteeing that no one will be able to locate her." Charlie acknowledged with a nod, as he held a deep-seated respect for the FBI's efficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engrossed in his laboratory, designing a new high-energy particle accelerator. His reluctance to immediately acquiesce to Elder Tian stemmed from the fact that, with current human technology, particle acceleration could only be achieved through magnetic fields, necessitating vast amounts of space to reach a velocity of 99 the speed of light. Lin Feng aspired to exceed the speed of light, yet the task was far more complex than mere words could convey. Achieving superluminal speeds required groundbreaking theoretical advancements. At present, he was stationed at the space station, tasked not only with its upgrade and maintenance but also leading a scientific team in various experimental endeavors. Amidst the ordinary intervals of daily life, Lin Feng managed to carve out a moment to delve into the realm of high-energy particle accelerators. In the laboratory, he scribbled and sketched fervently, finally making some progress. Nodding to himself, he mused, "Indeed, this design might just be feasible." Having achieved a significant breakthrough, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to share the good news with Tian-Ying, concerned that she might feel lonely at home. He made a video call to her nearly every 2 to 3 hours. At that moment, Tian-Ying was engrossed in a book about prenatal care. When she received Lin Feng's video call, she couldn't help but smile with a hint of exasperation. This was already the 5th call from him that day. She recalled how Lin Feng used to be quite the straightforward man. During their first encounter, he had divulged all the weaknesses of his mecha design without a second thought, leaving no room for her, an exceptionally intelligent and beautiful girl, to save face. Yet, after marrying Lin Feng, he transformed into someone remarkably clingy, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Tian-Ying answered the call, and Lin Feng's voice resonated through the phone. "Ying Ying, Are you feeling bored at home? She adjusted the camera to show her book. Not at all. I'm currently reading. You're so busy every day. How do you find time to call me? Busy? How could I ever forget you? Lin Feng replied, flipping the camera to reveal the 3D projection of the prototype for the high-energy particle accelerator. I have completed the preliminary research. If all goes well, I will be ready to submit the proposal to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in a month. Upon hearing this, Tianying's interest was piqued. She had pursued a continuous academic path in applied physics for both her master's and doctoral studies. His understanding of fundamental physics is quite profound. Naturally, he is aware of the advancements made in high-energy particle accelerators. If progress continues, it could potentially enable particles to exceed the speed of light or match it. Curiously, she inquired, have you discovered a method to surpass the speed of light in just a few days? Lin Feng nodded. It is merely a preliminary concept at this stage. Feasible only in theory. In practice, numerous uncertainties remain, and I need to conduct further research. With that, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Tianying promptly asked, why the sigh? If your only intention is to send the proposal to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, they might not be able to realize it. However, there are still many experiments to complete aboard the space station. Given the current pace, I won't be able to return for at least 4 months. That means I won't see you for another 4 months. Tianying shook her head in resignation, directing her phone's camera towards herself. But you can see me every day? She said, focus on your experiments at the space station, and don't worry about me. I've already made 5 calls today. Tianying cast a playful glare at Lin Feng. He scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. I read an article suggesting that pregnant women may experience depression. I was concerned you might overthink things while at home. Hence, Tianying felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Feng had even considered this aspect, something she herself hadn't recognized. She then turned her phone's camera toward the bookshelf, assuring him, rest assured, I have plenty of distractions. The two individuals indulged in tender exchanges for a while. Suddenly, an experimenter entered the laboratory. Lin Feng, there seems to be a significant issue with the experiment on Sean's side. We would like you to take a look. Upon hearing the experimenter's words, Tianying immediately urged Lin Feng to attend to the matter at hand. Reluctantly, Lin Feng had to end the call. Let's go and see, he said. Chapter 176, a perilous struggle due to the grave complications arising from Sean's research. Lin Feng found himself utterly consumed by work over the next 2 days, losing all sense of direction. He even had his dinner while standing in the laboratory, poring over documents with one hand while holding a bowl in the other. Although Lin Feng wished to call Tianying every day to check on her, he found himself unable to carve out the time, managing only to call her briefly before resting to bid her good night. Aware of his busy schedule, Tianying refrained from disturbing him. On one particular day, while engrossed in reading postpartum care for mothers, the household AI suddenly announced, Alert! Alert! The AI is under a hacker attack and will shut down imminently. Startled by the AI's warning, Tianying felt a surge of panic. Before leaving home, Lin Feng had fortified their residence to resemble a bastion, fearing for Tianying's safety. He had implemented a myriad of security measures, including vector barriers and titanium alloy doors. All household appliances were upgraded to be controlled by a unified artificial intelligence. However, the sole drawback was that these defensive mechanisms and monitoring systems were also governed by the AI. Should it fall prey to a hacker's assault, all protective measures would be rendered ineffective. Tianying suspected that this incident was a deliberate act by someone. An ordinary hacker would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate the artificial brain meticulously crafted by Lin Feng. Once Tianying realized this, she promptly retrieved her phone to inform him of the situation. However, Lin Feng, engrossed in the frenzied construction of experimental models, was without his phone and thus did not answer the call. This marked the first occasion Tianying encountered Lin Feng's unavailability. Just as she contemplated redialing, she discovered that her mobile signal had been severed. A sense of alertness washed over her as she glanced at the bookshelf nearby, and an idea suddenly struck her. She retrieved the 6th volume of Sherlock Holmes from the shelf and deftly flipped it open to the 2nd page. The title on that page read The Kidnapping Case of the Monastery School, and she circled the words kidnapping. She sensed that someone intended to leverage her as leverage against Lin Feng. Such advanced hacking skills could not be the work of a mere individual. It was undoubtedly a coordinated assault by a team of highly skilled hackers, compelling the artificial brain to shut down. Subsequently, Tianying returned the book to the shelf, albeit not to its original position. As a seasoned aficionado of deduction, her bookshelf displayed a complete set of Sherlock Holmes volumes, meticulously arranged in order. She deliberately inserted the 6th volume between the 7th and 8th. Clearly, the home network had been entirely compromised. She needed to leave behind a tangible yet discreet clue. Just as Tian-Ing completed her preparations, the sound of the front door being forcefully opened echoed from downstairs. Donning her nano-watch, she emerged from her bedroom with an air of composure. Before her stood a dozen masked figures, clad in similar attire, brandishing firearms as they scoured the first floor. 2 of them approached the staircase, poised to ascend to the 2nd level. In a mere 2 seconds, under Tian-Ying's command, the nano-armor enveloped her form. She sprinted swiftly towards the electrical panel. A few figures in black had already caught sight of her and were advancing rapidly. With great urgency, Tian-Ing yanked down the circuit breaker and concealed herself in a corner. In the next moment, the very spot she had occupied was riddled with gunfire from several assailants. Having never encountered such a thrilling scene, Tian-Ing was drenched in cold sweat. The expansive villa was plunged into darkness, but fortunately, the nano-armor possessed night vision capabilities. Even in the obscurity, she could discern the silhouettes of each assailant with precision. Clenching her fists, she resolved to find an opportune moment to slip away. The titanium alloy door of her home was forcefully pried open at its center. From a distance, Tian-Ing noticed what appeared to be a van stationed at the entrance. This vehicle was undoubtedly there to facilitate their escape. She could not afford to exit through the front. Activating the flight function now would only render her an easy target. With flames erupting from the back of the nano-armor. As she contemplated this, her gaze remained fixed on the 2 approaching figures in black. She cautiously rose to her feet and stealthily made her way to the side room. The 2nd-floor side room conveniently featured a balcony. If she could leap from the balcony, no one would be able to match the speed of the nano-armor. The vast villa was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. One might easily assume that the owner had succumbed to slumber. With utmost care, Tian-Ing pushed open the door to the side room, which, to her dismay, creaked audibly in protest. Dozens of individuals clad in black turned their gazes toward the door, some even raising their firearms. Tian-Ing reacted with remarkable swiftness, disregarding any sounds, and promptly pushed open the side door. Within mere seconds, she found herself on the balcony of the side room. Just as she believed she had successfully escaped, she suddenly caught sight of several dark silhouettes on the balcony. At the edge, a black-clad figure was attempting to climb inside. A jolt of alarm surged through Tian-Ing. She had not anticipated such a formidable number of adversaries. The black-clad individuals reacted with equal alacrity, rushing to her side, desperately trying to restrain the nanotechnology armor. Yet, mere human strength could hardly contend with the might of the nanotech suit. Tian-Ing maneuvered the armor with precision, bringing down several of the assailants one by one. However, within those fleeting seconds, a group of black-clad figures from downstairs swiftly ascended, overwhelming her with a barrage of gunfire aimed at the nanotech armor. While the formidable defenses of the armor could withstand such attacks, the sheer number of opponents proved overwhelming, and Tian-Ing was subdued. Although situated in a villa district, the gunfire had roused nearby residents. Aware of their precarious situation, the assailants hastily forced Tian-Ing into a van. Prior to their arrival, they had already bribed the security personnel at the entrance, allowing them to exit the community without hindrance. Silent within the vehicle, Tian-Ing realized that until the energy of her nanotech armor was depleted, they held no advantage over her. She listened intently to their conversations. The van was filled with foreigners speaking in a distinctly unrefined English. One of the men remarked, "Paul, what should we do? If she does not remove her armor, she could escape at any moment." The other man sighed in resignation. "What can I do if she refuses to take off her armor? As long as she is encased in that turtle-like shell, we are powerless against her. We can only keep a close watch on her." The leader pointed at Tian-Ing and insisted, "You must keep a vigilant eye on her. If she manages to flee, our efforts will have been in vain." The van sped towards the Golden Triangle border. Once it crossed the borders of Long Country and entered the Golden Triangle, it would be entirely within their territory. Chapter 177. A real problem arises. Tian-Ing sat quietly in the vehicle, hoping to glean some useful information from their conversation. One of the henchmen inquired of the leader, "Boss, who is this woman? How does she possess the most advanced nano-armor from Long Country? Moreover, her family appears to be quite extraordinary, with defensive measures that even require high-level intervention and can only be breached by hacker organizations." The boss shook his head. "How should I know who she is? The higher-ups merely provided an address and instructed us to capture this individual." The man grinned, revealing his gold tooth. "The higher-ups mentioned that if we capture this woman, we will be rewarded with $10 million. The henchman remained curious. What could her identity be that would compel them to go to such lengths to apprehend her? The gold-toothed boss smacked the henchman sharply. I told you I don't know. Can't you use your ears? Although their dialogue consistently referred to the individuals orchestrating events from behind the scenes, it became evident to Tianning that it was likely agents from the adversarial nation seeking to capture her. Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to use her peril to distract Lin Feng, thereby undermining his focus on scientific research. Based on Tianying's understanding of the adversarial nation, it was plausible that Lin Feng, stationed far away on the moon, had inadvertently encroached upon their interest with a particular experiment. The van traversed undeterred, crossing borders to reach the Golden Triangle region. A group of men in black, following directives from the adversarial nation's FBI, arrived at the designated rendezvous point. With a sense of triumph, they forcefully escorted Tian-Ing into a factory area, proclaiming loudly, Mr. Pegasus, we have brought the person. Before they could utter another word, a barrage of submachine gun fire erupted from within the factory, targeting the men in black. Blood flowed profusely around Tian-Ing as she helplessly surveyed her surroundings. Realizing she was utterly alone, only she remained standing on the factory floor, safeguarded by the formidable defense of her nanotechnology armor. Having spent her days in the laboratory immersed in research, she had never encountered such a scene. Overcome with fear, Tian-Ing collapsed amidst the countless corpses. From within the factory emerged a man clad in a suit. Miss Tian-Ing, may I assist you in standing? He inquired, in a state of panic. She took a moment to collect herself before responding. Who are you? The man, unperturbed by her trepidation, earnestly replied, The FBI invites you as a guest. Understanding the gravity of her situation, Tian-Ing resolved not to appear overly timid. Summoning her strength, she declared, Let us proceed. The man waved his hand, and 2 or 3 dozen mercenaries armed with submachine guns emerged from the factory area. He smiled and said, Before you leave, Miss Tian, I kindly ask you to remove your nano-armor. I am confident that these 30 mercenaries behind me can ensure your safety. Tianning scoffed. Just moments ago, they were aiming their guns at me. How can I trust your words? Pegasus chuckled softly. That is only because they know the bullets in their guns cannot harm you while you are clad in nano-armor. Tianning shouted at him in anger. Yet, over 20 lives were extinguished in mere seconds. Pegasus remained unfazed. These are drug traffickers. The substances they produce have devastated countless lives. Eliminating such scourges could be seen as a contribution to society. He said with a hint of impatience, Miss Tian, if you do not willingly remove your armor, we have other means. The reason we are able to negotiate calmly here is twofold. First, you are a preeminent scientist from the Dragon Nation, and we hold great respect for scientists of your caliber. Second, your husband Lin Feng still holds value for our nation. As she listened to the man's earnest words, Tian-Ing felt a flicker of uncertainty within her. She glanced at the energy levels of her nano-armor, having not charged it for use. Only 1/3 of its power remained. Tian-Ing thought perhaps this remaining energy should be reserved for a potential escape, rather than confronting 30 elite mercenaries. She let out a helpless sigh and disengaged the nanotechnology armor enveloping her. Countless nanofactors retreated into her wristwatch. Tian-Ing, with impeccable American English, inquired, How should I address you, sir? The man raised an eyebrow and replied, Pegasus. Miss Tian-Ing, according to protocol, you must surrender your phone and your nanowatch. Aware that resistance was futile, Tian-Ing reluctantly handed over her phone. After all, it was already compromised by hackers in the villa. No message she sent would be received. However, when it came to relinquishing her nanowatch, she firmly asserted, I cannot part with my nanowatch, Mr. Pegasus. It is my sole means of protection. And I must retain a lifeline for myself. I hope you can understand. Meanwhile, Lin Feng finally completed the experimental plan. Stretching his limbs and yawning, he asked, Sean, what time is it? Sean glanced at his phone and noted that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning in Beijing. Lin Feng contemplated calling Tian-Ing, but remembered that she would likely be asleep at this hour. He reached into his pocket to check if she had posted anything on her social media today. To his surprise, he found his phone was missing. Eventually, he located it on the bathroom counter. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed a missed call from Tian-Ing. Concerned that she might be worried about him, he decided to return the call. However, after 3 attempts, each resulted in another missed call. Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. He hastily called Zhang Chu. The latter, disturbed from his slumber by Lin Feng's call, was somewhat irked. Not now, buddy. Why are you calling me at this hour? Lin Feng, unfazed by his sarcastic tone, responded, I have an urgent matter. I just tried reaching Tian-Ing, but she didn't answer, Something must be amiss. Could you check on her for me? Zhang Chu, with growing impatience, retorted, come on, take a look at your phone. It's 3 in the morning Beijing time. It's quite normal for her not to pick up. Lin Feng shook his head. I have a feeling something is wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be calling me during work hours. Reluctantly, Zhang Chu donned his clothes and equipped his nano watch, then sped towards Lin Feng's villa. He thought to himself that the sooner he went, the sooner he could return and perhaps catch a few more hours of sleep. Half an hour later, Zhang Chu found himself standing before the damaged titanium alloy gate, feeling somewhat dazed. He quickly used his nano armor to call Lin Feng. Brother, there's definitely a problem. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Lin Feng immediately felt a surge of panic. What is going on? Zhang Chu paused. I haven't entered the villa yet. Let us do a video call. The hidden camera of the nano armor transmitted what lay before him directly to Lin Feng. The thick titanium alloy gate had been pried open from the middle, indicating that the intruders had come well prepared. Lin Feng's mind was filled with confusion, as he had designed this titanium gate to serve as the last line of defense for the entire villa. There should have been more advanced defenses, such as vector barriers, in place. Moreover, that was merely the outer defense of the villa. Inside, Lin Feng had even arranged for some military weaponry. As long as the artificial brain remained intact, everything could function normally. However, this artificial brain was not easily susceptible to hacking. While Lin Feng pondered this, Zhang Chu had already entered the villa. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any sound. Lin Feng could not afford to dwell on it, and merely hoped to confirm Tianying's safety as soon as possible. Zhang Chu turned right on the second floor, heading to the master bedroom to check if Tianying was still in her room. Without further ado, Zhang Chu followed Lin Feng's guidance and entered the master bedroom, only to find the room completely empty. The scene flickered, and Lin Feng, through the video synchronized with Zhang Chu, caught sight of the bookshelf. He sensed something was amiss. Zhang Chu, take a look at the bookshelf. It seems off. Zhang Chu, somewhat bewildered, replied, at a time like this, you're still concerned about the bookshelf? Although he complained, he obediently turned his attention there. Lin Feng quickly noted the unusual arrangement on the bookshelf. The order of the Sherlock Holmes collection was incorrect. Lin Feng, Zhang Chu said helplessly, I never realized you had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The pressing issue was Tianying's disappearance, and he urged Lin Feng not to fixate on such details. Lin Feng was not in the mood for an argument. The Sherlock Holmes books have always been arranged in order. This is likely a clue left by Tianying. Take out the 6th volume and see. Reluctantly, Zhang Chu extracted the 6th volume of the Sherlock Holmes collection. He had just turned 2 pages when he noticed the circled title on the 2nd page, Kidnapping. The two spoke in unison. Zhang Chu predicted that Tianying was likely no longer in the villa. Lin Feng, where is the circuit breaker? On the 2nd floor, at the end of the corridor. He hurriedly made his way there, and when he pulled the circuit breaker, he was met with a shocking sight. The area around the breaker was riddled with bullet holes. Zhang Chu, astonished, remarked, who on earth could possess firearms within the borders of Long Country? Just as he intended to search each room, he suddenly noticed a bullet hole in the door of the side room. Zhang Chu immediately entered the side room, and as he switched on the light, he saw that the glass door to the balcony had been violently shattered. Zhang Chu shook his head in resignation. Lin Feng, given this situation, Tianying has undoubtedly been abducted. Lin Feng had been intently observing the scene unfolding with Zhang Chu. At that moment, his fists were tightly clenched, and he could no longer contain his emotions. He slammed his fist down on the table. Damn it. Perhaps the last call Tianying made to him was a desperate plea for help. It was precisely because he had failed to answer that she remained missing to this day. Lin Feng was certain this was a well-planned and organized kidnapping. Zhang Chu, perplexed, countered, but wait, doesn't Tianying also possess a nano watch? A few armed thugs shouldn't be able to harm her, should they? Lin Feng nodded. If she hadn't actively removed her armor, those bullets likely wouldn't have injured her. But the pressing issue now is that Tianying is missing, and her fate remains uncertain. Zhang Chu inquired, what do you intend to do? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. I will report this matter and request the higher-ups to dispatch someone for an investigation. His expression darkened as he continued, Zhang Chu, we have been brothers for over 20 years, and I have never asked anything of you. Please, I implore you, bring Tianying back, no matter what it takes. 3 days. If there is still no trace of her after 3 days, I will personally search for her. Zhang Chu nodded, fully aware of Tianying's significance to Lin Feng. This was his brother, and for the first time in over 2 decades, hope had blossomed. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to find her. After ending the call, Lin Feng sat alone in the laboratory. Once he had organized the entire situation, he gradually regained his composure. Since the adversary's hacker had managed to compromise the artificial brain he had designed, there was a possibility of uncovering some traces through it. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng immediately set to work, rebooting the brain using internal circuits. Indeed, he discovered evidence of an attack on the code. However, the assailant's address had been completely erased. It was evident that more than one hacker had targeted the artificial brain. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that he could locate Tianying's current position through her phone case and nanowatch. After executing a series of operations, he stumbled upon a peculiar incident. The coordinates of Tianying's phone were intermittently available, while the nanowatch's location had been entirely severed. Strangely, the phone's coordinates indicated an overseas location. These individuals brazenly roamed both domestically and internationally with firearms. Lin Feng scoffed. They truly possess some remarkable skills. He promptly sent the coordinates of his phone to Zhang Chu, urging him to investigate the location. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Chu did not hesitate. After reporting to his superiors, he swiftly flew to the Golden Triangle region. Tianying's phone was pinpointed within a dense forest. As Zhang Chu surveyed the thick foliage before him, he called Lin Feng. "Are you certain Tianying is inside?" Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before responding. "I cannot be sure, but her phone's coordinates indeed indicate this place." Zhang Chu shared the visual feed with Lin Feng. "Based on my combat experience, there must be an ambush here." With that, he strolled leisurely into the woods, sighing as he walked. "Ah, how times have changed." Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang Chu smiled. "If this were in the past, I would never have dared to venture alone into the woods of the Golden Triangle, especially not in such a precarious situation." He glanced at his nano-armor, reflecting, ultimately, the times have indeed transformed. Just as Zhang Chu approached Tianying's location, a sudden barrage of bullets whizzed past him from behind. Reacting with remarkable agility, he deftly evaded the incoming fire, while the bullets he could not dodge were absorbed by his nano-armor without causing any harm. Lin Feng, startled by this unexpected turn of events, immediately asked, "Who are these people?" Zhang Chu regarded the two burly figures before him, clad in the garb of mercenaries, concluding that it was likely American nationals who had abducted Tianying. Chapter 179. Return to Earth. Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng felt the veins on his forehead throb ominously. Eliminate them. Zhang Chu did not hesitate. The individuals before him were undeniably ruthless villains. With a swift motion, the front of his nano-armor transformed into a gun barrel, and several energy spheres were unleashed in an instant. Within mere seconds, the two adversaries were dispatched. The energy spheres pierced through their bulletproof vests, and in their eyes lingered a glimmer of astonishment and disbelief before they collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Zhang Chu wasted no time and continued toward the direction indicated by his phone's GPS. Along the way, he encountered two more ambushes, both of which he effortlessly thwarted. After eliminating all opposition, he finally located the site of his phone. It lay quietly on a patch of grass, thoughtfully cushioned by a handkerchief beneath it. As Zhang Chu picked up the phone, he keenly heard a clicking sound emanating from beneath the handkerchief. Acting on instinct, he immediately dove away. In that very instant, a landmine concealed under the cloth detonated. Fortunately, Zhang Chu's quick reflexes spared him from the blast. Lin Feng, startled by the sudden turn of events, hurriedly inquired, "Zhang Chu, are you injured?" At that moment, Zhang Chu was crouched approximately 5 or 6 meters from the explosion site, his armor coated in dust from the blast. Hearing Lin Feng's concern, he stood up to inspect his mech. "Rest assured, I'm fine." Even the vector shield remained intact. Damn, that thing had quite a bit of explosive power. Luckily, I reacted swiftly and avoided it in time. Otherwise, even if I remain unscathed, this phone will undoubtedly become unusable. As he spoke, he activated the device in his hand. The password had vanished, and suddenly a text message arrived. "Lin Feng, do you wish to know where Tianying is? Come find out for yourself." Naturally, Lin Feng also saw this message through the synchronized video of the nano-armor. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails inadvertently digging into his flesh. Damn it, these despicable foreigners truly deserve their fate. Despite the firm stance of the Pegasus, Tianying's nano-watch was ultimately surrendered. She understood that she was now at the mercy of her captors. Under the imperative of safeguarding national secrets, her foremost priority was to ensure her own survival. Tianying was fitted with a hood and securely transported to the base of the foreigners in the Golden Triangle region. Although the Golden Triangle has long been a hotbed of turmoil, The foreigners have reaped substantial profits there, maintaining close commercial ties with the area. One could even assert that the rise of the Golden Triangle is inextricably linked to their influence. To a certain extent, the Golden Triangle serves as part of the blockade against Long Country. Moreover, its proximity to Long Country makes it the most convenient route for abductions in Yunnan, bringing individuals swiftly to the Golden Triangle. Long Country cannot recklessly deploy troops to the Golden Triangle, at least not overtly. Such an act would disrupt numerous vested interests. Severing their financial lifelines is akin to taking away their family. Many formidable drug lords would recklessly retaliate against Long Country. This scenario is precisely what the Long Country government most wishes to avoid. Although the higher-ups are now aware that Tianjin is in the Golden Triangle, they can only discreetly dispatch agents to investigate. Even the drone fleet stationed at the southern Heavenly Gate was deployed for reconnaissance in the Golden Triangle region. These drones soared to great heights, eluding the naked eye of those on the ground, while they could meticulously observe every movement below. Though this method was relatively conservative, after 3 days of searching the not-so-extensive Golden Triangle, the drones had traversed the area multiple times without revealing any anomalies. It was as if the individuals who had kidnapped Tianjin had vanished from existence alongside her. The brief span of 3 days had elapsed, and Lin Feng had already submitted his report to his superiors. Today marked the 3rd day, and Lin Feng had informed Yin Danying to accompany a contingent of personnel back to Earth with him. 2 hours later, everyone donned their space armor and boarded the rocket bound for Earth. Upon the rocket's successful return, Lin Feng wasted no time and immediately led his team towards the Golden Triangle. Although the higher echelons of Longhua could not overtly order arrests in the Golden Triangle, it was within reason for them to provide Lin Feng with some military equipment. In response to Lin Feng's request, they supplied him with an aircraft capable of direct flight to the Golden Triangle, laden with an abundance of gear, primarily an array of energy-infused nano-armor. The team had previously donned space armor on the Moon, and the operational principles were quite similar to that of the nano-armor. This was precisely why Lin Feng insisted on returning to Earth with a squad. Witnessing such a vast quantity of nano-armor left many in a state of bewilderment. Mr. Lin, how could there be so much battle gear on this aircraft? Yin Danying, at that moment, remained unaware of the objective of their mission. They were merely informed by Lin Feng at the last moment that they were to be returned to Earth. Yin Danying, seated on the aircraft, inquired with curiosity, Mr. Lin, what is the purpose of our mission upon returning to Earth? Lin Feng's gaze was shrouded in shadows, revealing no discernible expression. Tianjin had been captured, likely by the forces of the nation known as Chou, and the ultimate objective of this mission was to locate her. On board the plane, he activated the holographic projection device, which instantly unveiled a map of the Golden Triangle region before the assembled individuals. Given that it was the Chou forces involved, it was highly probable that they possessed a base within that area. Lin Feng circled several regions on the map, indicating that these areas, controlled by drug lords with no connections to Chou, had a minimal likelihood of harboring Tianjin. Conversely, the drug lords affiliated with Chou, or those engaged in substantial business dealings with them, were likely to control territories that housed the base of operations for Chou in the Golden Triangle. Ultimately, Lin Feng identified 3 locations as the most probable. Our fleet of drones had conducted thorough scans of these sites. However, due to their considerable distance, we could only survey the above-ground space, yielding no significant findings. Thus, I suspect that the Chou base in the Golden Triangle is situated underground. Yin Danying appeared troubled and posed a question. Lin, what if we fail to identify the first location? Wouldn't that alert them? Lin Feng had anticipated this concern. Rest assured, once we arrive in the Golden Triangle, we will rendezvous with Zhang Chu. You, I, and he each lead a team. Let us act simultaneously in our pursuit to locate Yingying. Remember, the primary objective of this mission is to rescue Tianjin, and she must be brought back alive. The group nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Engineer Lin, your kindness towards us compels us to exert every effort in finding your sister-in-law. Soon, the aircraft arrived in the Golden Triangle region, where Zhang Chu awaited their arrival at the airport. Chapter 180. The search for Tianjin. Lin Feng could scarcely find the words to express his thoughts. He was utterly exhausted. After 3 relentless days of searching without respite, they had uncovered not a single lead. I apologize, he said softly. Lin Feng approached Zhang Chu and offered him a comforting embrace. You have done your utmost. Take a moment to rest, for there are still tasks ahead that require your attention. Zhang Chu led the group back to the temporary residence he had secured in the Golden Triangle. Lin Feng, do you have a plan? He inquired. Lin Feng reiterated the strategy he had briefly outlined on the plane to the group. Zhang Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. If you believe this course of action is viable, then let us proceed accordingly. Suddenly, one member of the team raised a concern. Engineer Lin. The Dragon Kingdom has already dispatched personnel to scour this area for 3 days, yet no clues have surfaced. Could it be possible that your sister-in-law has been relocated elsewhere? Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. That is implausible. Over the past few days, every vehicle and aircraft departing the Golden Triangle has been meticulously monitored by the Nanshiman surveillance system. The identity of every individual exiting the region has been thoroughly verified. Do not speak of mere mortals. In these past 3 days, a significant number of narcotics have been apprehended, unless they can burrow their way underground. Any movement they make would be futile against the watchful eyes of the drones. Lin Feng turned to Zhang Chu and inquired, are you able to endure? If not, it is perfectly acceptable to return and rest for a while. Lin Feng was acutely aware that every day they delayed locating Tian Ying increased her peril. However, he would not stand idly by while his comrades perished needlessly. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. 3 hours of rest, and then we shall proceed. He understood the gravity of their mission. He was a professional and would not feign resilience for the sake of pride. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Let the others rest as well. They have just returned from the moon. Let them acclimate to the terrestrial environment. After 3 hours, Lin Feng, Zhang Chu, and Yin Dan Ying donned their nano armor, each leading 5 valiant warriors similarly equipped. Upon reaching their destination, the 3 leaders deployed their nano robots. To their astonishment, they discovered that all 3 areas contained subterranean spaces, with Lin Feng's battleground housing the largest underground expanse. This could very well be the stronghold of the rogue nation within the Golden Triangle region. With a commanding voice, Lin Feng ordered, commence action. The 3 squads launched into synchronized movement. Lin Feng employed the nano-robots to infiltrate the enemy's computers, successfully disabling all surveillance cameras within the base. The team swiftly neutralized the guards at the entrance, and after dispersing with remarkable coordination, they eliminated all sentries inside. Lin Feng then located the entrance to the underground base. He waved his hand, signaling the other team members to follow. The 5 of them safely descended underground, where Lin Feng once again released the swarm of nanobots surrounding him. The underground base was substantial, and within a minute, the bots had thoroughly scanned the entire subterranean structure. Lin Feng recalled the time he had been taken by the wretched nation's CIA and confined in a pitch-black chamber, subjected to brainwashing. Given the notorious nature of that country, it was highly probable that they had treated Tian Ying in a similar fashion. Lin Feng led his team in a meticulous search of all potential interrogation locations for Tian Ying. Along the way, they dispatched numerous foes, unleashing a veritable slaughter. As for these drug lords, even if they had not abducted Tian Ying, Lin Feng harbored no semblance of pity for them. After a thorough search, they found no trace of Tian Ying in any of the interrogation rooms. Lin Feng promptly relayed this disheartening news to Zhang Chu and Yin Dan. The situation on their end was equally conducive. Lin Feng, the underground base here is quite small. I've already conducted a thorough search, and there is absolutely no sign of Tian Ying, Zhang Chu reported. Yin Dan echoed, Lin Feng, my findings are the same as Zhang Chu's. We have yielded nothing. Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment, yet he was acutely aware that his mission was far from complete. Thus, he and his 5-member team began to scour each room one by one, armed with the formidable defensive and offensive capabilities of the nanomechs. Lin Feng had become a relentless force, eliminating any adversary he encountered. It was not until Lin Feng kicked open the door to a dormitory that he beheld a woman lying on the bed, holding a book. The cover boldly proclaimed postpartum care for expectant mothers. As he gazed at the woman's silhouette, a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Tentatively, he called out, Ying, is that you? The woman had already perceived the situation at hand, and as he laid eyes on the nanomachines, her guard was lowered. Lin Feng. He approached cautiously and embraced Tian Ying. At last, I have found you. Come, let us depart. Tian Ying shook her head. We cannot leave yet. Those brutish foreigners have taken my nanowatch. If they decipher its secrets, the military domain could advance by at least 2 decades. Lin Feng scoffed with a dismissive smile. Those uncouth individuals still dare not activate the watch, fearing I might come after them. Rest assured, even if granted 20 years, they would remain incapable of unraveling its mysteries. He produced a new nanowatch and fastened it onto Tian Ying's wrist. The nano-weaponry has now reached its 4th generation. Let us go. Having located Tianying, Lin Feng promptly relayed this news to Zhang Chu and Yin Shanying. I have successfully rescued Ying. You must retreat immediately. Just as everyone believed their mission was accomplished and stepped beyond the gates of the foreign base, they were confronted by over 100 mercenaries clad in the enemy's armor. Dressed in nano-weaponry, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression vividly animated. He regarded the horde of mercenaries with disdain. What? Do you intend to challenge me with your pathetic armaments? Lin Feng surveyed the scene. The armor worn by these individuals appeared to be a version from the last solo combat competition, the 2.0 variant of the foreign armor. Although they were outnumbered 7-1, the odds seemed grim. Yet, with the formidable defensive capabilities of the nano-weaponry, it was unlikely he would meet his demise. At worst, he would merely lose this batch of nano-weaponry. The leading Pegasus spread his hands. Mr. Lin Feng, you are facing the pinnacle of our nation's military prowess. Should you choose to surrender and serve our country, we may grant you a chance for survival. Lin Feng smirked. You people from the ugly nation have nothing else to say upon seeing me, do you? Pegasus replied, Mr. Lin Feng. A person as astute as yourself must surely understand that our optimal solution is not to eliminate you, but rather to persuade you to serve our cause. If you remain obstinate in your refusal to surrender, then I shall have no choice but to send you on the same journey as Miss Tianying. It is a pity that the unborn child within her has not yet seen the world before departing. This statement elicited a laugh of disbelief from Lin Feng. He glanced at Tianying, clad in nano-armor, and decided to take a gamble. He voluntarily removed his nano-armor. As expected, the forces of the ugly nation did not respond. Lin Feng then said to Tianying, Ying, you should remove your nano-armor as well. Chapter 181, Rescue Successful. Tianying looked at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. You can't truly be contemplating betraying your country, can you? Deep down, she could not fathom that Lin Feng would undertake such an action. Yet, his gesture prompted her instinctively to voice her concerns. Lin Feng remained silent, subtly raising an eyebrow at her. He then fixed her with a resolute gaze. It seemed Tianying deciphered something from his look. She chose to trust Lin Feng. Moments later, she too willingly removed her armor. The 5-member team behind them wore expressions of utter confusion. Lin Gong, do you even realize what you are doing? You are betraying your homeland, and will earn the disdain of millions. Today, even if we are outmatched and meet our demise on the battlefield, we must never surrender. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. He merely turned to the 5 individuals in his squad and smiled. One among them intended to eliminate Lin Feng using nano-armor. But as he raised his arm, a teammate restrained him. The individual whispered, Wait a moment. I refuse to believe that Lin would turn traitor. Lin Feng meticulously removed Tianying's nano wristwatch, the only 4th-generation nano-armor among the 7. Its operational method differed slightly from the 3rd generation, and it was Tianying's first encounter with the 4th generation. Lin Feng deemed it more prudent to take matters into his own hands. Pegasus observed Lin Feng and Tianying's actions with a smile, welcoming Mr. Lin Feng and Miss Tianying to the nation of disgrace. Lin Feng offered no reply. Thrusting the 3rd-generation nano-armor into Tianying's hands. Put it on quickly, he urged softly. Tianying cast a worried glance at Lin Feng, who provided no further explanation as he turned back toward Pegasus. Among the 5, one hot-headed individual began to shout in anger. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? How could you make such a decision? If you side with this disgraceful nation today, you will be a traitor, condemned by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. You will also bring shame upon your family, your name etched upon the pillar of disgrace in the Dragon Kingdom. A young man in the group, brimming with youthful fervor, hurled particularly harsh insults, having always looked up to Lin Feng as a role model, aspiring to be someone as useful to the nation as Lin Feng himself. 2 years ago, he resolutely made the decision to enlist. Through his diligent efforts, he finally stood beside his idol. However, he was unprepared for the shocking revelation that his idol was about to betray the country and defect to an opposing nation. Naturally, he could not accept this, unleashing a torrent of expletives that he had accumulated over a lifetime. Lin Feng, hearing those curses, remained utterly unfazed. As he walked, he addressed Pegasus, I remember you. The head of the FBI? Pegasus remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Behind Lin Feng, Tianying had donned her nano-armor once more, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon him. She was certain Lin Feng would never betray his country, yet she was uncertain of his true intentions. Pegasus then inquired, Miss Tianying, do you not intend to join us in the ugly nation? Lin Feng, with a stoic demeanor, gradually moved toward the ranks of the ugly nation. Am I alone not sufficient? At that moment, Lin Feng was merely 10 paces away from Pegasus. Observing Lin Feng's steady approach, Pegasus sensed something was amiss and quietly retreated 2 steps. "Mr. Lin Feng, do you not have any conditions for joining the ugly nation?" he questioned, doubtful that Lin Feng would easily agree to such a proposition. Previously, even the negotiation experts from the ugly nation, alongside the Godfather, had failed to persuade Lin Feng. Yet today, with just a simple inquiry about joining, Lin Feng had approached willingly. Indeed, his demeanor was rather peculiar today. Lin Feng smiled. "Mr. Pegasus, you are overly vigilant. The sole condition for my joining the wretched nation is your release of Tian-Ing and the other comrades," Lin Feng declared, his pace unwavering as he gradually approached Mr. Pegasus. "You ought to be aware that, at a ratio of 7 to 100, we stand no chance today." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Mr. Pegasus gradually lowered his guard. If the preservation of his wife's and comrades' lives could be exchanged for such a reason, then the notion of joining the enemy nation hardly seemed absurd. Among the 5-member team, there were those who still hoped you would persuade Lin Feng to reconsider. Tian-Ing turned around, raising a finger before the mouthpiece of her nano-armor, signaling them to silence. The individual understood her subtle cue. Lin Feng finally stood before Mr. Pegasus. He leaned closer and whispered, "You scoundrel, daring to threaten my family." Upon comprehending Lin Feng's words, Mr. Pegasus suddenly realized he had been deceived. Just as he was about to shout, in that fleeting moment of realization, Lin Feng had donned his 4th-generation nano-armor. In the next instant, a powerful wave of energy surged toward the ranks of the wretched army, obliterating Mr. Pegasus, who stood nearest to Lin Feng, into mere dust. He had no time to utter a final word. The mercenaries clad in the armor of the wretched nation were also struck by this formidable energy wave, suffering grievous injuries. Yet, owing to the robust defense of their armor, their main bodies remained largely unscathed, and most retained their lives. A multitude lay sprawled on the ground, bellowing in fury in their fractured English. Lin Feng, listening to the cacophony of expletives, couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. With just over 100 individuals, do they truly believe they can conquer us? The small team of 5, along with Tian-Ing, gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Lin, Engineer Lin, what is this?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "This is the 4th-generation nano-armor's ultimate skill, the high-energy particle energy wave." This concept had suddenly emerged during his recent research on high-energy particle accelerators. If particles can be accelerated to the speed of light, then it would be effortless to eliminate adversaries with such high-speed particles. However, the energy consumption for a single use is substantial. Lin Feng approached Tian-Ing and said, "Please fly me back. I currently lack the energy to return on my own." Tian-Ing did not respond to his request, but instead looked at him and said, "I knew you would come to rescue me." Observing the puzzled expression on Lin Feng's face, as if questioning how she knew, Tian-Ing felt a wave of emotion. Yet, witnessing Lin Feng's somewhat oblivious demeanor, she refrained from elaborating further. She embraced Lin Feng and, accompanied by the 5-member team, soared back to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Chu and Yin Danning also promptly led their group back to the Dragon Kingdom. Understanding that an assault on certain areas of the Golden Triangle would render their rented accommodation unsafe, as it could be compromised at any moment. The safest haven, naturally, lay within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Hours later, the 3 teams successfully convened at Lin Feng's villa. Chapter 182, A Heavy Loss. Zhang Chu and Yin Danning had already arrived at Lin Feng's villa. As they surveyed the remnants of the battle within the villa, they willingly assisted Lin Feng in tidying up the chaos. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng and his companions were deeply touched by the sight of everyone busily engaged in various tasks. Lin Feng called out, "Thank you, my brothers, for your support. There is no need to tidy up. I shall treat everyone to a meal." The crowd raised their arms in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lin Gong." Lin Feng chuckled, responding, "It is I who must express my gratitude to all of you." The young man who had vehemently berated Lin Feng earlier approached, looking somewhat sheepish. "Lin Gong, I apologize for my harsh words just now." Lin Feng heartily laughed, playfully giving the lad a light slap on the head. "You certainly had a foul mouth. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Now, let us go eat." Meanwhile, high-ranking officials from the United States convened in a conference room. Fully aware that Lin Feng had returned to Earth, reports from their scouts indicated that Lin Feng had immediately boarded a flight to the Golden Triangle region upon his arrival. According to the FBI strategy, should the opportunity arise, they intended to eliminate Lin Feng entirely in that sensitive area, where deploying a large military presence was not feasible. To address the troublesome Lin Feng, the U.S. leadership had even dispatched a formidable mech battalion, a force that had required substantial financial investment to develop. Not to mention the advanced mech suits they wore. Cultivating a single exceptional mercenary would cost at least $50 million. The upgraded U.S. Mech 2.0, on average, required $30 million each. The senior officials, seated comfortably on plush sofas in the conference room, wore expressions of satisfaction as they sipped their coffee. Mr. Prime Minister, with this development, we can consider the greatest threat to our interests neutralized. Mr. Yordle, let us await the news from the Dark Scout before drawing any conclusions, said the Prime Minister of the ugly nation with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the man seated beside it swiftly answered. In a tone of urgency, he inquired, "What news? Did the plan succeed?" On the other end, a terrified voice responded, "Sir, the plan has failed. Our mech battalion has been completely annihilated." The man found it hard to believe the scout's words. "What do you mean, completely annihilated?" "Indeed, sir." The room was filled with incredulous gasps as everyone absorbed the shocking news. From the telephone, the anguished cries of mercenaries from the ugly nation echoed. The president, furious, strode over and seized the phone. "Did you not say there were only 7 opponents? How could we not triumph even against 15? Frustration coursed through him as he recognized the significant disparity between the armors of the ugly nation and the nano-armors. But he had not anticipated such a vast difference. The president roared, "Where is Pegasus? Have him take the call." The scout shook his head. "Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Pegasus is no longer with us. The nano-armors are dreadfully formidable. When he fell, there was not even a trace of his remains." The president was incredulous. What manner of death could obliterate Pegasus to the extent of leaving no remnants? "Now, recount the battle situation to me word for word," he commanded. The scout composed himself and began, "I was monitoring from a distance, closely observing the developments here, as I witnessed Lin Feng emerge from the base accompanied by 6 individuals. Mr. Pegasus, leading a formidable mech battalion, confronted them at the entrance. After Mr. Pegasus uttered a few words, Lin Feng and Tian-Ing willingly removed their nano-armors. Subsequently, Lin Feng commenced a deliberate stride towards our forces. Initially, I presumed Lin Feng had surrendered, only to realize that Tian-Ing had once again donned her nano-armor. Lin Feng continued his slow approach to our military, pausing midway to exchange words with Mr. Pegasus. When Lin Feng stood before Mr. Pegasus, I merely observed him whispering softly into his ear. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had re-equipped his nano-armor with astonishing speed. I scarcely had time to respond when his armor unleashed a powerful surge of blue light towards our troops. Mr. Pegasus was obliterated by the blinding radiance, reduced to mere fragments. The mech battalion suffered grievous losses, with limbs severed and bodies mangled. The phone remained on speaker, and all eyes turned toward the head of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Upon hearing the news, the head of the FBI abruptly rose, slamming his hand on the table in disbelief. "What? According to our intelligence, the nano-armor should not possess such formidable capabilities. It is highly likely that Lin Feng has enhanced the armor on the moon." The excitement that once illuminated the faces of the crowd vanished entirely, leaving the U.S. Secretary of Defense with a countenance as dark as a charred pot. His meticulously crafted mech squad had been dispatched by the enemy in a mere instant. The Minister of Defense directed an accusatory gaze towards the head of the Investigation Bureau. "Such crucial intelligence. Why did you not disclose it sooner?" The head met the minister's unreasonable demeanor with equal defiance. "I am engaged in lunar research. How am I to conduct an investigation? Do you understand that implanting spies on the space station is a task more formidable than climbing to the heavens?" The minister immediately rebuked the head of the Investigation Bureau. "It is precisely due to your erroneous intelligence that the Mech Heavy Brigade suffered total annihilation. This responsibility undoubtedly falls upon you." Upon hearing the minister attempt to shift blame, the head's expression darkened significantly. Over 100 personnel failed to engage a single adversary. Perhaps we should not refer to them as a Mech Heavy Brigade, but rather as mech failures. The room erupted into chaos, with everyone arguing incessantly. Each department bore some responsibility, yet all sought to evade accountability. In light of such a significant loss, no one wished to shoulder the burden. The man at the forefront slammed his hand down upon the table. "Enough. Silence. What is there to quarrel about? Our primary objective was to halt Lin Feng from continuing his explorations on the moon. That goal has been achieved. As for the military's losses, We can always allocate additional funding this year. These losses are not substantial enough to warrant my concern. Suddenly, everyone grasped the reality that the main mission had indeed been to prevent Lin Feng from further scrutinizing the lunar sun. Despite the heavy toll, the objective had been met, and the space agency from the neighboring country had already prepared for the launch of the space station. The following day, the media of the United States announced to the world that the United States International Space Station would launch at 8 o'clock New York time. Due to the media's formidable ability to generate momentum, this event stirred significant commotion globally. Many believed that the United States remained the world's hegemon and continued to lead in the realm of technology. Nations such as Japan and South Korea fervently extolled the grandeur of the United States, asserting that only a nation of its stature could guide humanity toward a brighter future. Chapter 183. High-Energy Particle Accelerator. The populace of the Dragon Kingdom held a dismissive view toward the United States Space Station. Numerous military enthusiasts were already aware that the construction of this space station was primarily overseen by Lin Feng. Given Lin Feng's past conduct, it was certain that the station would be replete with advanced technology. After rescuing Tian-Ying from the Golden Triangle region, Lin Feng upgraded the home system once more. This iteration of the artificial brain not only boasted a formidable defense mechanism, but also featured a counterattack system. In the event of a hacking attempt, the artificial brain would immediately identify the hacker's location and initiate a counteroffensive against the hacker's computer. Additionally, this information would be promptly relayed to Lin Feng's nanowatch. Lin Feng also enhanced the home defense system. This time, the defense system was controlled not only by the artificial brain, but also included a manual control feature operated by the homeowner. Lin Feng specifically linked this feature to the nanowatch. In instances where Tian-Ying found herself in danger at home, as long as she retained the nanowatch, she would be assured of her safety. Furthermore, Lin Feng bestowed upon her the only fourth-generation nanowatch currently in existence, having sustained severe injuries from the U.S. military. In light of the peculiar mannerisms of the nation in question, it is inevitable that they may seek retribution against Lin Feng and his family. Although Lin Feng is undaunted, he now has a wife and children to consider. As a man of responsibility, he feels compelled to safeguard them. Lin Feng meticulously introduced the operating system to Tian-Ying, who, being astute and quick-witted, soon mastered it all. She smiled and reassured him, saying, "There is no need to be anxious. Next time, I will take care of myself." Lin Feng abruptly embraced Tian-Ying, exclaiming, "How could I not be tense? When Zhang Chu informed me that something had gone awry, my heart nearly stopped beating. If I were to lose you due to my failure to answer a call, I would bear that guilt for a lifetime." Tian-Ying did not resist. She contentedly nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, replying, "But I am perfectly fine now. By the way, your return must have delayed several projects, hasn't it? Did they inform you when you are to return?" Indeed, Lin Feng's return to Earth had set back numerous endeavors. However, there were pressing matters to attend to upon his return. He aimed to utilize this time to complete the construction of the high-energy particle accelerator. There's no rush. I should stay for at least half a month, he contemplated. The following day, Lin Feng lay on the sofa, perusing news regarding the space station of the aforementioned nation. Although several months had elapsed since the international conference, the representative's unusual behavior lingered in Lin Feng's mind, fueling his suspicions that they might be up to something sinister behind the scenes. As he viewed images circulating online of their space station, he discerned no significant revelations, only that it had undergone considerable enhancements based on its previous iteration. However, in terms of appearance, it is merely a change of form without any substantial improvement. Lin Feng lay on the bed, scrolling through YouTube for an entire afternoon, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. Suddenly, he sprang up and sat upright, controlling his nanowatch to project a three-dimensional model of a new high-energy particle accelerator before him. On the space station, considerable research had already been conducted on the high-energy particle accelerator. Lin Feng intended to first create a small model for experimentation. If successful, he would directly submit the model to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, allowing him to focus on conducting experiments on the moon without worry. Determined, Lin Feng gathered the necessary materials over the phone and decided to assemble them in his home laboratory. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he finally completed the research on the new particle accelerator. Although it was merely a model, it was roughly the size of half a dining table. Stepping out of the laboratory, Lin Feng noticed the meal that Tian-Ying had left for him on the dining table. He picked up the bowl and devoured the food ravenously. Hearing the commotion in the dining room, Tian-Ying emerged. Lin Feng looked up and smiled upon seeing her. "I didn't expect your cooking to be quite delicious," he exclaimed. Tianying, with a hint of pride, replied, "I learned slowly." Lin Feng gently set down his bowl. "Please don't cook next month. The smoke from the kitchen is not good for your health. Moreover, with such a large villa, cleaning up can be quite a hassle. Perhaps we should hire a housekeeper for next month." Tianying did not acquiesce to Lin Feng's suggestion. "Everything in the house is cleaned by the intelligent robots. I hardly exert myself." Lin Feng continued to eat in silence, refraining from further discussion about hiring a housekeeper, but he had begun to contemplate the matter in his mind. If the nanny were to be bribed by unscrupulous individuals, leading to the kidnapping of Tianying or even her direct poisoning, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. After dining, Lin Feng made a telephone call to the individuals at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, requesting that they send a vehicle to transport the model of the new high-energy particle accelerator back to the Academy. Yunnan is blessed with picturesque mountains and rivers, and its people are remarkably kind. The only drawback might be its considerable distance from the capital, which complicates various undertakings. Meanwhile, the Academy, having heard of Lin Feng's successful design of the high-energy particle accelerator, promptly dispatched a vehicle to retrieve it. Despite the 2-day journey, they managed to complete it in just 1 day. Lin Feng also returned to Kyoto with the vehicle. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the experts from the Academy, who stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his return. Lin Feng opened the car door and stepped out, exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed scholars. An elderly man with graying hair approached him. "Young Lin, we are grateful for your contributions to the Academy." Lin Feng recognized the elder as the esteemed Sun Lao, introduced to him by Tian Lao. Sun Lao had dedicated much of his life to the Academy, significantly advancing modern physics with his theoretical insights, solidifying his status as a renowned expert in the field. Lin Feng instructed his companions to bring forth the high-energy particle accelerator. As the crowd beheld the modest-sized box, skepticism flickered among them. Could this truly be the high-energy particle accelerator? Sun Lao pointed at the box and inquired, "Young Lin, is this the new high-energy particle accelerator?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "Sun Lao, the accelerator is inside the box." He gestured towards the door. "Come, let us step inside and take a closer look." The group followed Lin Feng and Sun Lao into the Academy. This marked Lin Feng's inaugural visit to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he surveyed his surroundings. Noting a distinctly traditional atmosphere, he scarcely encountered any high-tech apparatus. Lin Feng directed 2 individuals to transport the high-energy particle accelerator to the laboratory. Upon opening the box, they revealed a remarkably intricate device within. As the 2 men carefully lifted the high-energy particle accelerator, Lin Feng addressed the assembled experts, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the model of the new high-energy particle accelerator." The incredulous gazes of the crowd gradually transformed into expressions of realization. Elder Sun's inner turmoil began to settle. He mused to himself, how could a high-energy particle accelerator possibly be so diminutive? If it were truly this small, mass production would be feasible. Observing the bland expressions on his audience's faces, Lin Feng continued, "However, the actual high-energy particle accelerator will be approximately 10 times larger." Chapter 184. Is it expensive? Elder Sun, astonished, echoed, 10 times? Lin Feng, with a hint of resignation, shook his head. Elder Sun, I have exerted my utmost effort. It must be enlarged tenfold to achieve optimal functionality. If you find it excessively large, I am at a loss. Deep down, Lin Feng too harbored reservations about its size. But given the current state of human technology, this was indeed the most compact version possible. Elder Sun, animated, shook his head in fervent disagreement. No, no, no. It's not large at all. The cadre of experts behind him wore expressions of sheer astonishment. If it were merely 10 times larger, any available room would suffice. Indeed, this arrangement could save considerable space compared to the traditional models spanning dozens of kilometers. An expert inquired curiously, "Lin, to what extent can this particle accelerator augment speed?" This was indeed a matter of great intrigue for everyone present. As long as the novel high-energy particle accelerator could accelerate particles to a velocity infinitely close to the speed of light, it would be deemed a success. Lin Feng elaborated. This compact model can propel particles to velocities approaching the speed of light. In reality, high-energy particle accelerators can accelerate particles to 3 times the speed of light. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun gazed in disbelief at the model of the high-energy particle accelerator. He pointed at the model and asked Lin Feng, "Is that truly the case? Can such a small device accelerate particles to speeds nearly equal to that of light?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. The crowd gathered around the model of the new high-energy particle accelerator, circling it in admiration. Elder Sun was tempted to touch it, but hesitated, fearing that the sweat on his hands might tarnish such a precise instrument. He cast a questioning glance at Lin Feng, who understood his unspoken concern immediately. Go ahead. Elder Sun, the materials used for this model are exceptional and will not corrode easily. Elder Sun quickly reached out to touch it, only to be surprised by the surface's extraordinary smoothness, akin to ice covered with a thin layer of water. Such precision, he mused, was likely unattainable by any domestic company. Even a nation like Han's would need to deploy its utmost technology to achieve such results. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. If he was not mistaken, Lin Feng had been working from home for the past few days. The last time they spoke, he had been inquiring about materials from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What we require are merely some raw materials. Yet, how does one procure such intricately crafted components? Mr. Sun gazed at Lin Feng with curiosity. Little Lin, where did you acquire such precise parts? Lin Feng responded, I have established a laboratory at home, equipped with machines capable of synthesis. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Lin, could you lend this machine to the Academy of Sciences for a couple of days? Over the past 2 years, Lin Feng had engaged with these individuals frequently and had become well-versed in their ways. The notion of borrowing often led to uncertainty about when the item would be returned, if at all. However, Lin Feng was prepared, as this task was entrusted to him by Mr. Tian, and he intended to handle it with utmost care. With a smile, he reassured Mr. Sun, rest assured, I have come here to assist the Academy in constructing a machine capable of fabricating precision components. He elaborated that this apparatus merely required the blueprints to be placed into a scanner, followed by adjustments to ensure accuracy, to produce the desired parts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Mr. Sun's face illuminated with joy. After all, he had never encountered such advanced technology. If such a miraculous device existed, it would mean that the ability to create high-precision components would be limitless. Previously, he had only heard of 3D printing, which was not yet capable of producing overly complex designs or meeting high-precision standards. If Lin Feng's claims were indeed true, it would imply that anything in the world could be replicated, provided there were sufficient materials. The more Mr. Sun contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He turned to Lin Feng and inquired, how long will it take to assemble this device? Lin Feng replied with a smile, give me 3 days, and it shall be done. Old Sun widened his eyes, unable to believe the words spoken by Lin Feng. 3 days? Surely, you jest with this old man? The others gazed at Lin Feng with incredulity. While they were aware that Lin Feng was no ordinary individual, able to achieve what others could not, they found it hard to fathom such audacity. Lin Feng confidently raised 3 fingers and declared, I assure you, I can deliver within 3 days. Old Sun chuckled softly and ceased his objections. I shall grant you a week, complete it within that time frame. Lin Feng did not elaborate further, silently calculating in his mind 2 days to construct the machine, and then a day to draft the proposal. After that, he could return home to see Ying. Spending 2 more days with Tian, he would then be bound for the space station. The American space station had already launched, and by the time he returned, it would likely be stationed on the moon. At that point, the true battle of the space stations between the 2 nations would commence. Old Sun summoned an assistant. Xiaozhang, please show Lin Feng around the facility. He continued, this week, we must accommodate all of Lin Feng's requests. Any material issues must be resolved. If you encounter difficulties acquiring any materials, just give me a call. Lin Feng nodded at Old Sun, saying, thank you, Old Sunday. I shall now accompany Xiaozhang to explore. Old Sun waved him off and turned back to examine the model of the new particle accelerator, marveling, what extraordinary thoughts must be swirling in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng wandered through the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a place that could be said to be well known among the populace of the Dragon Kingdom. As the highest academic institution for natural sciences and the premier consulting body for technology in the Dragon Kingdom, the Center for Comprehensive Research and Development in Natural Sciences and Advanced Technologies welcomed Lin Feng for the first time, accompanied by Xiaozhang. Lin Feng explored the premises until they arrived at the threshold of Lin Feng's dormitory. Lin Gong, you shall reside here for the coming week. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Xiaozhang said. Lin Feng, feeling no need for formality, invited Xiaozhang into the dormitory. Please wait here for a moment while I prepare a list for you. Seated before the desk, Lin Feng meticulously filled an entire sheet of paper with his requirements. Xiaozhang, here is the list of materials I need. Please do your utmost to procure them. Xiao Zhang's eyelids twitched as he perused the items on the list. This is rather ambitious. Some of these materials are scarcely available nationwide. He continued, moreover, the entire machine is constructed primarily from molybdenum titanium alloy, with silver as the secondary component. Feeling somewhat dazed, Xiao Zhang inquired, Lin Gong, is our machine really going to be this costly? Lin Feng glanced at the list in Xiao Zhang's hand and engaged in a moment of self-reflection. It's not excessive, after all. Investing in the creation of the finest machinery is worth the expenditure. Go now. It would be best to gather everything by tomorrow, Lin Feng encouraged, gently ushering Xiao Zhang towards the door. Xiao Zhang, clutching the list, hesitated to speak further, finally departing with a stammer. In Chapter 185, titled An Interesting Xiao Zhang. Within the office of Elder Son, Xiao Zhang placed the list upon his desk. Elder Son, these materials are quite challenging to source. Elder Son surveyed the items on the list, a pained expression crossing his face. However, contemplating the possibility of creating high-precision components, he gritted his teeth. Surely, the Chinese Academy of Sciences must have some inventory. He would request everything he needed, and if insufficient, he could apply for more. Having obtained the Elder Son's consent, Xiao Zhang remained occupied throughout the day. After a long day of toil, he finally gathered all the necessary materials by evening. He approached Lin Feng's dormitory door and politely knocked. Knock, knock, is Mr. Lin in? This is Xiao Zhang. At that moment, Lin Feng was engaged in a sweet video call with Tianying. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Xiao Zhang would come at such a late hour. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed to open the door. Upon opening it, he saw Xiao Zhang beaming as he announced, Engineer Lin, I have prepared the materials you requested and delivered them to the laboratory. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you very much. Noticing that Xiao Zhang lingered at the doorway without any intention of departing, Lin Feng, out of courtesy, inquired, Would you like to come in for a glass of water? Xiao Zhang shook his head. Engineer Lin, let me take you to the laboratory so we can begin manufacturing the machine right away. After all, I too graduated in mechanical engineering, and I might be able to assist you. Lin Feng patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. Young man, it is time to rest in the evening. We shall resume our work tomorrow during the day. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you anxious? Elder Son has only granted us 7 days. At this moment, Lin Feng had no desire to work. He merely wished to continue his video call with Tianying. Affecting an air of profundity, he replied, Xiao Zhang, there is a time for work and a time for rest. This is the way to ensure efficiency in work. Otherwise, a day may pass in vain without yielding any results. Lin Feng turned Xiao Zhang around by 180 degrees. Go take a break, and come to the laboratory to find me tomorrow morning. Xiao Zhang wished to say something more, but was interrupted by the sound of the door closing behind him. Thus, he could only return to rest. At 7 o'clock the following morning, he reported to the laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Zhang opened the door to find Lin Feng crouched on the floor. To his astonishment, the raw materials that had just been moved to the lab the day before had transformed into scattered parts all over the ground, creating a rather chaotic scene. Lin Feng was busily handling 2 components before him. Xiao Zhang had intended to arrive early to wait for Lin Feng, but he had not anticipated that Lin Feng would rise even earlier. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng glanced up and said, Ah, it's you, Xiao Zhang. Quickly, pass me that round component next to your feet. Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment. Then, realizing the request, quickly crouched down to pick up the circular part. However, the molybdenum titanium alloy was surprisingly thin, making it difficult for him to lift. Reluctantly, he set down his briefcase and managed to pick it up with both hands. Upon touching the molybdenum titanium alloy, Xiao Zhang was taken aback. He had not expected it to be polished to such a smooth finish. Carefully, he navigated through the scattered parts on the floor and handed the alloy to Lin Feng. Is this what you meant? Lin Feng accepted it with a nod. Yes. He then skillfully affixed the molybdenum titanium sheet onto the machine. Make yourself comfortable. Xiao Zhang surveyed the laboratory, her gaze sweeping across the scattered components that left her feeling somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a puzzling anomaly. The materials delivered yesterday had inexplicably transformed into parts. Could it be that Engineer Lin had worked through the night to have them fabricated? With this question lingering in her mind, Xiao Zhang cautiously retreated to the side of the lab. Engineer Lin, if you need any specific part, just let me know, and I shall fetch it for you. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, offering little in response, as his focus was entirely absorbed in assembling the components, leaving him disinclined to engage further. Furthermore, the task of retrieving parts could easily be delegated to the nanobots. Xiao Zhang had only been asked for assistance because she happened to be near the relevant part. Tentatively, she inquired, "Engineer Lin, were these components crafted last night?" Naturally, Lin Feng could not divulge information about the system and could only deflect with a simple yes. Taking a seat on a stool in the lab, Xiao Zhang was suddenly startled to notice a component emerging from beneath the table. Fearfully, she alerted Lin Feng, "Engineer Lin, that part. It seems to be moving on its own." Lin Feng glanced back at the wandering component and chuckled. "Ah, it's moving because there are nanobots beneath it, lifting it." He then raised his gaze to Xiao Zhang and remarked, "You, my friend, are quite naive." Embarrassed by his response, Xiao Zhang offered a sheepish smile. Thus, she remained seated, observing as Lin Feng diligently assembled a machine over the course of an hour. With steady and precise hands, Lin Feng required no assistance, as the presence of the nanobots rendered Xiao Zhang's help unnecessary. In merely an hour, the machine scanning system was entirely assembled. Xiao Zhang sat there, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since he had boasted the previous night about assisting Lin Feng with something. Rising from his seat, Xiao Zhang inquired, "Lin, is there a blueprint for this machine? If so, I could lend a hand in the assembly. I was the top student in my major back in the day." Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Zhang, and to be honest, he held a favorable impression of this ambitious young man. Furthermore, Xiao Zhang's innocent demeanor bore a slight resemblance to Lin Feng's own naive self in his past life. He gestured towards a thick tome on the adjacent table. "That contains the machine's blueprints and plans. If you could, please assist me in installing the power supply system." Lin Feng had deliberately chosen a convenient spot for him to work. The components of the power supply system were not overly complicated, and Xiao Zhang had learned about them in school. With renewed confidence, he opened the blueprints and plans, finally locating the section pertaining to the machine's power supply. The drawings were exceedingly clear, and Xiao Zhang found them rather straightforward. Moreover, the plan was articulated in such detail that even a novice electrician could comprehend it. As Xiao Zhang perused the document, he could not help but chuckle. Just as he was about to take action, he encountered an issue. The myriad of scattered components made them difficult to locate. Observing Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his work, Xiao Zhang hesitated to disturb him and thus steeled himself to search while assembling. 10 full minutes elapsed, and Xiao Zhang had traversed the laboratory multiple times without finding the parts he sought. Lin Feng glanced up to see Xiao Zhang, who had passed by him twice already, still stubbornly searching for the components. Lin Feng regarded him with a curious gaze, marveling at the lad's perplexity. Has he truly not found it yet? Chapter 186. The 3D printer. Xiao Zhang was wholly absorbed in his search for components when Lin Feng's sudden remark startled him. "Ah, not yet," he replied. Lin Feng chuckled and tossed him an object. Xiao Zhang instinctively caught it, only to discover it was a red wristwatch. "Lin Gong, what is this?" "It's a nanotechnology watch. When you wear it, it connects to your consciousness, enabling you to control nanobots. In this manner, the nanobots can assist you in locating items," Lin Feng explained. Xiao Zhang gazed at the watch in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible." He promptly adorned his wrist with the timepiece. Focusing his thoughts, he instructed the nanobots to help him find a component. Suddenly, the watch protruded, releasing a pool of liquid. The substance cascaded to the ground, moving with remarkable organization toward a specific direction. In no time, it presented the sought-after part before Xiao Zhang. Astonished, he observed the nanobots before him. "Lin Gong, this is truly extraordinary." His curiosity led him to poke at the nanobots, only to realize they were not liquid, but rather a multitude of tiny particles amalgamated together. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was assembling components and urged, "Let us get to work." Heeding Lin Feng's words, Xiao Zhang immersed himself in the task. For 3 consecutive hours, he collaborated seamlessly with the nanobots. It must be noted that even a simple electrical system posed significantly more challenges than usual machinery. Fortunately, Xiao Zhang's expertise proved to be quite robust. According to the blueprints and the project documentation, the assembly of the power system was executed flawlessly. He presented the assembled components before Lin Feng, only to find that Lin Feng had already constructed a machine towering at his height. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, pondering how Lin Gong could confidently assert he would complete the task within 3 days. Such speed was truly remarkable. "Lin Gong, the power system is ready," he announced. Lin Feng accepted the power system, casting a cursory glance over it, and indeed, the assembly was commendable. It was no surprise that he ranked first in his field. With that, he settled back down onto the ground and began installing the power system onto the machine. Xiao Zhang scratched his head and chuckled. "Lin Gong, Is there anything else I can assist you with? At this moment, Lin Feng was focused on tightening screws. Once he finished securing the screw in his hand, he replied, "Take me to the cafeteria for lunch." Xiao Zhang then remembered that it was nearly noon. Habitually glancing at his watch, he noticed that the nano watch had suddenly displayed a dial indicating the time. His eyes widened in astonishment. When he had last checked, he hadn't seen such a large display. This device was indeed cutting-edge technology, a testament to Lin Feng's ingenuity in developing controllable nuclear fusion. At this point, Lin Feng had finally completed the installation of the power system. Xiao Zhang removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to Lin Feng. "Come on, Lin Gong. I'll take you to the cafeteria." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the watch Xiao Zhang offered. "Are you not coming to help this afternoon?" Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. The watch was undoubtedly valuable. If it were lost, he could never afford to replace it. This watch had belonged to Tianying in the past. Since replacing Tianying's watch with the 4th-generation nano watch, it has remained unused. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Zhang with a smile and said, "It's up to you." After returning from the cafeteria, the two devoted themselves to assembling throughout the afternoon. Following the blueprint, Xiao Zhang meticulously pieced together the structural printing components. By evening, they had collectively completed a significant portion of the machine, with the scattered parts on the floor reduced by more than half. Lin Feng stretched lazily and relaxed his shoulders. Observing Xiao Zhang, who was diligently tightening screws, he called out, "All right, let us call it a day." Xiao Zhang paused his task, flipped through the blueprint, and estimated their progress. "We've completed about 2/3 of the plan. Lin Gong, I feel that if we exert ourselves today, we might finish the machine." Lin Feng chuckled. "If we finish it today, what shall we do tomorrow?" He stood up and stretched once more, adding, "I still have to video call my wife." Xiao Zhang glanced down at the half-assembled machine in his hands, saying, "Then I'll continue assembling for a while longer." Lin Feng seldom encountered someone so resolute. He urged Xiao Zhang to leave, citing concerns about losing parts. That evening, as Lin Feng lay on his dormitory bed, he recounted Xiao Zhang's character to Tianying. She found Xiao Zhang intriguing and inquired, "Did he ultimately take the watch?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, in the end, he returned the watch to me." The nano watch was not merely a timepiece, but rather a military asset. Lin Feng could not entrust such a device to an unreliable individual. The following day, Lin Feng arrived slightly later than usual. Thanks to the assistance of Xiao Zhang yesterday, the machine has been assembled to a considerable extent. Therefore, there is ample time today. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the laboratory, he discovered that Xiao Zhang had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Lin Feng approached him and inquired, "What brings you here so early?" Although Xiao Zhang was inclined to ask Lin Feng why he had arrived so late, he refrained from voicing it and offered no response to Lin Feng's question. The two of them proceeded to work diligently throughout the day, ultimately completing the installation of the new 3D printer. Xiao Zhang gazed at the machine before him with great excitement. This marked his first experience in assembling such a complex device, albeit not entirely on his own. Nevertheless, the sight of the finished product filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Lin Feng was equally pleased with Xiao Zhang's efforts. He handed the printer's blueprints and project plan to Xiao Zhang, stating, "If the Chinese Academy of Sciences requires another 3D printer in the future, you shall be the one to install it." Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Zhang accepted the blueprints and project plan. Recognizing this as a significant opportunity bestowed upon him by Lin Feng, he bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Engineer Lin. During this day and a half spent with you, I have learned so much." Xiao Zhang spoke truthfully. The project plan contained numerous technologies he had never encountered before, or perhaps only existed in the realms of human imagination. However, Lin Feng had transformed these concepts into tangible reality. Lin Feng smiled gently and patted Xiao Zhang on the back, encouraging him, "Continue to work diligently, young man. Your future holds great promise." Pointing to the machine, Lin Feng added, "Now that we have completed the assembly, let us test its performance." Little Zhang wore a perplexed expression. "How should we proceed?" Lin Feng surveyed the laboratory, discovering that only a piece of metallic silver remained. He hurried to the desk, seated himself, and casually designed a bracelet that lacked aesthetic appeal. He meticulously recorded the dimensions of the bracelet in their entirety. Subsequently, Lin Feng placed the design draft upon the scanner of the 3D printer and tossed the last piece of silver into the raw material reservoir of the machine. The sound of the machinery whirring filled the air. 3 minutes later, the bracelet designed by Lin Feng materialized before their eyes. Chapter 187. Anti-gravity aircraft Little Zhang rushed over to retrieve Lin Feng's design draft and the bracelet. His gaze darted back and forth between the draft and the bracelet, continually comparing them. He then carefully examined the bracelet. Lin Gong, it truly mirrors your design perfectly, and the craftsmanship is exceptionally refined, he exclaimed with delight, sharing the result with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled in response. You played a part in this achievement. Little Zhang, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head, aware that his contribution was trivial in Lin Feng's eyes. After all, any adept student in mechanical engineering could have accomplished this task, and his success was merely a stroke of good fortune. The 3-day period had finally elapsed, and Lin Feng summoned Elder Sun and the others to the laboratory. Elder Sun, accompanied by a group of experts, arrived at the lab. Shaolin, I allotted you 7 days. This is only the 4th day, he remarked. Lin Feng explained, Elder Sun, the 3D printer has completed the production, which is why I called you and everyone here. The crowd gazed in disbelief. What? It's already completed? Given the intricacies involved in crafting precision instruments, it seemed implausible that all components could be ready in merely 3 days. The experts were skeptical of Lin Feng's claims. However, Lin Feng refrained from elaborating further, for he had encountered similar situations numerous times before. What he required now were the raw materials to confront the matter head-on. In the next moment, Xiao Zhang appeared at the laboratory entrance, carrying an abundance of materials. Engineer Lin, I have gathered everything you requested. Lin Feng gestured for him to enter, secretly marveling at the timeliness of Xiao Zhang's arrival. Come in. Old Sun's curiosity piqued as he observed Xiao Zhang entering with a considerable load of materials. Lin Feng then unveiled the cloth covering the 3D printer before the assembly. Old Sun, this is a high-precision 3D printer. Upon hearing this, Old Sun approached, scrutinizing the machine with keen interest. The quality was impeccable, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. Shaolin, how does one operate this marvel? Do give us a demonstration. Lin Feng signaled for Xiao Zhang to commence the demonstration. Xiao Zhang quickly comprehended Lin Feng's unspoken command. He produced a long-preserved design draft, the schematics for an anti-gravity aircraft, a project he had yearned to complete during his university years. Xiao Zhang even contemplated using it as his graduation project. However, due to the immense difficulty and the exorbitant cost of the required materials, it remained unrealized until now. After sharing his vision with Lin Feng the previous day, Lin Feng had resolved to assist this ambitious young man. It was not a sudden surge of benevolence from Lin Feng, but rather the significance of this invention for all of humanity that compelled him. It is essential to recognize that even though the nanarmor is unparalleled in individual combat capabilities and can effortlessly perform actions such as flight, its underlying principle remains the force of interaction. In contrast, the anti-gravity aircraft possesses the extraordinary ability to nullify the gravitational field in a specific area or to liberate a mass from the influence of gravity. Allegedly, the nation known for its unattractiveness had mastered this technology 3 to 4 years prior, yet they have kept it entirely under wraps, conducting clandestine research in secrecy. Should Xiao Zhang's theory come to fruition, its ramifications would extend not only to the Dragon Nation, but to the entirety of Earth. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng leveraged his connections to assist Xiao Zhang in procuring materials, which only arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences that very morning. Xiao Zhang placed the design blueprint of the anti-gravity aircraft in front of the 3D printer scanner and simultaneously loaded the raw materials into the machine. Turning to face the assembled experts, he declared, esteemed colleagues, this is the design blueprint for the anti-gravity aircraft. The materials I just inserted are all that is required for its construction. As he pressed the activation switch of the 3D printer, the sound of machinery whirring to life filled the room. The experts stood in awe as the anti-gravity aircraft gradually took shape before their eyes. Moments later, a complete anti-gravity aircraft emerged, eliciting astonishment. Elder Sun pointed at the aircraft on the ground and inquired, is this truly the anti-gravity aircraft? Xiao Zhang nodded affirmatively, while Elder Sun shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. Xiao Zhang, I have 2 inquiries I wish to pose to you. With utmost humility, Xiao Zhang replied, Old Sun, I shall certainly answer you to the best of my knowledge. Are you certain this is an anti-gravity aircraft? Xiao Zhang shook his head. In theory, it is indeed an anti-gravity aircraft. However, I have yet to conduct any experiments to ascertain its functionality. A tinge of disappointment graced Old Sun's heart, yet it seemed to be within the realm of expectation. He then proceeded to voice his second question. Does this 3D printer produce a fully operational anti-gravity aircraft, or merely an inoperable model? Xiao Zhang was also somewhat uncertain about this matter, as he had previously only utilized it to print a bracelet designed by Lin Feng. He cast a pleading glance towards Lin Feng. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, Lin Feng stepped forward to clarify, "Old son, the 3D printer produces a machine capable of functioning normally. As for the outcome, why not observe whether the anti-gravity aircraft can indeed operate?" Old son nodded repeatedly, and the assembly of experts behind him expressed their strong agreement. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Very well, let us proceed with the trial. Old son directed towards the anti-gravity aircraft on the ground. Lin Feng, with a smile, remarked, "In any case, the aircraft was designed by Xiao Zhang. I am not adept at operating it." Upon hearing this news, many expressed their derision. After all, Xiao Zhang was merely an assistant at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How could his design of an anti-gravity aircraft possibly succeed? Some could hardly contain their impatience to witness Xiao Zhang's blunders. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Zhang promptly stepped forward to activate the anti-gravity aircraft. After the stable operation of the anti-gravity aircraft, he elevated the vessel, suspending it in mid-air. To everyone's astonishment, the aircraft remained suspended exactly as theorized. The onlookers widened their eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. A dilemma that had perplexed the Chinese Academy of Sciences for years had been resolved by a mere assistant. While it was evident that this assistant was no ordinary aide, the unexpected nature of the event still took them by surprise. An expert in anti-gravity research rushed forward, fixated on the machine hovering in the air. "Xiao Zhang, are you certain this is your design?" The young man recognized the individual before him as the esteemed anti-gravity specialist. He promptly replied, "Yes, Professor Wang. 7 years ago, when I was still a university student, I attended a lecture on anti-gravity delivered by you. It sparked a profound interest in the field, which led me to design the anti-gravity aircraft." Chapter 188. Homecoming. In truth, researching anti-gravity devices is not particularly challenging. At the space station base in the Dragon Country, there exists a room that simulates a weightless environment akin to that of outer space. Achieving this effect in a room requires merely the application of a magnetic field, and since the room is fixed, success is relatively straightforward. However, the anti-gravity aircraft, akin to a UFO, possesses the ability to hover in midair and navigate in any direction. Maintaining such a powerful magnetic field in constant association with the aircraft proves to be a formidable challenge. The success of Xiao Zhang undoubtedly signifies the advancement of science. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Professor Wang could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, I never imagined I would still be your mentor," he exclaimed, giving Xiao Zhang a pat on the shoulder. "What a fine young man you are. Who would have thought that after so many years of our anti-gravity research team yielding no results, you would manage to achieve it?" Xiao Zhang smiled modestly, unwilling to take undue credit. "All of this is thanks to Engineer Lin's support and the 3D printer he developed, which enabled me to realize my dream. The anti-gravity aircraft itself is nothing remarkable. The true marvel lies in this 3D printer. It can produce components that are nearly perfectly smooth, with a surface friction coefficient approaching 0, which is essential for the functioning of the anti-gravity aircraft." Elder Sun was astonished. It seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of the 3D printer. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, the assembled experts gasped in disbelief. Lin Feng was greeted by a series of system notifications in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 shock feedback points from top materials scientist Wang Lei. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 shock feedback points from academician Elder Sun of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 8,000 shock feedback points from the physicist." Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. His feedback points had accumulated to an extent that they were beyond his need. Elder Sun glanced at Lin Feng, who simply waved his hand and remarked calmly, "The young man is truly exceptional." Old Sun observed Lin Feng's actions and burst into hearty laughter. "You young lad, both of you are truly remarkable." Lin Feng presented the design blueprint and project documentation for the new high-energy particle accelerator. "Old Sun, I entrust these 2 items to you. All the necessary components can be fabricated using a 3D printer." Upon hearing this, Old Sun's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the designs in Lin Feng's hands. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he looked at Lin Feng with a hint of embarrassment. "Young Lin, regarding the design of this 3D printer, could it be that Lin Feng immediately grasped Old Sun's intent and gestured towards Xiaozhang nearby. Old Sun, you need not worry. The designs and documentation for the 3D printer are with Xiaozhang. Furthermore, he participated in its assembly and should be more than capable of handling the task. Old Sun cast an approving glance at Xiaozhang, who was brimming with excitement, as if invigorated. He looked gratefully at Lin Feng, while Lin Feng's thoughts had already drifted back to his home in Yunnan. Well, Old Sun, as you can see, I have completed my task, so there's nothing more for me to do. May I take my leave? Old Sun, already informed by Old Tian about Lin Feng's situation, could easily deduce the young man's eagerness to return home and did not impede him further. You rascal, fine, off you go. Old Sun waved his hand. Lin Feng beamed with joy at Old Sun's words, while Xiaozhang appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing that his moment of prominence was entirely due to Lin Feng supporting him. Xiaozhang, feeling a tinge of reluctance, inquired, Engineer Lin, might you be able to stay at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for a couple more days? Noticing the somber mood among Lin Feng and his companions, Xiaozhang pressed further, what troubles you? I still have several questions to ask. Lin Feng handed Xiaozhang his personal phone number, assuring him, if anything arises, feel free to call. Rest assured, I can communicate even from the moon. Realizing that his attempts to persuade were in vain, Xiaozhang resignedly replied, well then, farewell, Engineer Lin. The others escorted Lin Feng out of the academy, turning back to resume their work on the 3D printer. Only Xiaozhang lingered at the entrance, watching Lin Feng depart. At that moment, he had already become a devoted admirer. As Lin Feng turned back, he caught sight of Xiaozhang. After a moment of contemplation, he approached him. In a manner reminiscent of their time in the laboratory, Lin Feng tossed an object towards him. Xiaozhang instinctively caught it, and, upon glancing down, discovered it to be a nanowatch. He quickly exclaimed, Engineer Lin, I cannot accept such a precious gift. Lin Feng smiled gently. It's not that valuable. Consider it a gift. Moments later, clad in his nano armor, Lin Feng soared back towards Yunnan. Xiaozhang gazed in the direction of Lin Feng's departure, his eyes filled with a sense of longing. From that moment forth, Lin Feng resolved to strive earnestly to draw closer to his idol. While en route to Yunnan, Lin Feng received a call from the International Space Station. Engineer Lin, when will you return? The American space station has successfully landed on the moon and has already constructed a base. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. The space station was launched and assembled, landing on the moon, where a base was established. To Lin Feng's dismay, the actions of the rival nation unfolded with unexpected swiftness. An ominous premonition gripped him, for this nation was known for its opportunistic nature. Their promptness suggested that something was amiss. Moreover, nearly half of the guarding team had been brought back to Earth by him. If the rival nation were to engage in any covert operations at this juncture, the Dragon Nation might struggle to respond adequately. It seemed prudent for him not to linger on Earth for too long. In approximately 3 days, he could return to the moon with his team. The commander on the other end of the line sighed in relief upon hearing Lin Feng's response. Understood, Lin. Seizing the moment before reaching home, Lin Feng called Yin Daning, instructing him to notify the guarding team to prepare for their return to the moon in 3 days. Throughout the conversation, Lin Feng maintained his swift pace, and moments after hanging up, he arrived at his villa in Yunnan. There, he spotted Tian Ying leisurely seated on the balcony of a small bedroom, engrossed in a book titled Early Childhood Education for Babies, basking in the sun with palpable contentment. Witnessing this scene from above, Lin Feng descended in his nano armor, landing gracefully before Tian Ying. She caught a glimpse of the descending figure and slowly set her book aside. As Lin Feng disengaged from his armor, he stood before her. I've missed you so much. Tian Ying smiled, rising gently to embrace him. Chapter 189. The destruction of the probe. Lin Feng and Tian Ying enjoyed a tranquil existence in Yunnan for 2 more days. During this period, he upgraded the villa's defense system to its fullest extent, all in an effort to ensure Tian Ying's safety. On the 3rd day at dawn, Lin Feng planned to set off back to the rocket launch base. Tian Ying stood at the villa's entrance, her face beaming with a smile as she watched Lin Feng depart with his luggage. Be careful, I'll be at home waiting for you with the baby. Lin Feng turned back, his eyes filled with reluctance. You take care as well. Rest assured, I will call you every day. Lin Feng understood that a pregnant woman craved companionship and did not wish to leave Tian Ying. However, the country needed him at that moment, and he had no choice but to go. In the past, Lin Feng might have considered his own interests first. Yet now, He gradually comprehended the profound truth that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Tianing waved her hand gently. Go ahead. Lin Feng, still reluctant, embraced Tianing once more. Moments later, the nano-armor enveloped his entire body. Lin Feng activated the nano-armor, hovering in mid-air with his suitcase, and waved at Tianing. Meanwhile, Yin Dan-ing and the other members of the mech team were bidding farewell to their families as well. A few hours later, everyone was ready to depart from the rocket launch site. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a familiar figure running towards him from a distance. He squinted, trying to confirm his sight. Somewhat incredulous. What brings you here? I thought you were still at Nanshanmen? Gao Xiong scratched his head sheepishly. Master, the higher-ups said that the ugly country has already reached the moon, and it's time to develop military industry there. Lin Feng immediately grasped Gao Xiong's implication. You don't mean to drive an armored vehicle to the moon, do you? Gao Xiong chuckled heartily. Who wouldn't want to do something so spectacular? Lin Feng introduced Kaohsiung to Yin Danning and the members of the mech squad, many of whom had heard of Kaohsiung's exploits. The group, composed of youthful individuals, quickly bonded. This return to the moon was not solely for them. It also involved a significant amount of equipment, materials, and supplies. Each rocket launch consumes an immense amount of energy. Although controllable nuclear fusion has alleviated energy concerns, the authorities would not squander any opportunity for a rocket launch. After all, resources are scarce at the lunar space station, and stockpiling supplies would greatly enhance their chances of success. The current technology for rocket launches is highly advanced, allowing for a smooth descent onto the moon. The landing was remarkably precise, merely 30 kilometers from the base of the Long Kingdom space station. Li Heng, the deputy commander of the space station, personally came to welcome Lin Feng and his companions. Upon seeing Li Heng arrive with the group, Lin Feng was filled with joy. He approached with enthusiasm and patted Li Heng on the back, expressing gratitude for the ample personnel and the arrival of the aircraft, which was filled to the brim with supplies. Lin Feng led Li Heng to the rocket's inner cabin. Li Heng smiled and remarked, "The higher-ups instructed me to bring a substantial amount of supplies. We'll have a proper welcome for you when we return." The group proceeded to transfer the supplies onto the aircraft. This particular aircraft was not solely designed for combat. It had been modified by Lin Feng for a honeymoon with Tianing, offering 10 times the space of a standard fighter jet. After takeoff, the group, clad in spacesuits, flew directly back to the Long Kingdom space station base. The mech squad and other members of the space station were already well acquainted with such an environment. While it was Kaohsiung's first visit to the moon, he gazed at Lin Feng with an expression of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Master, I told you that following you would be far more thrilling." Suddenly, Lin Feng realized. You didn't abandon the deployment of firepower at the South Gate to dash off to the moon, did you? Gao Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, replying, "Master, what are you saying? We are soldiers, and obedience to orders is paramount." As Lin Feng and Gao Xiong soared side by side, Lin Feng relentlessly inquired about the South Gate. After all, its existence had yet to be disclosed to the public, with knowledge of it confined solely to the military. Nevertheless, the South Gate's significance was undeniable. Should a conflict erupt between the United States and the Dragon Nation, the South Gate, along with the Wind and Rain Masters, could render the children left on the moon by the United States homeless. Gao Xiong confidently reported on the developments at the South Gate. "Rest assured, Master. The drone swarm at the South Gate has reached over a dozen units and is capable of coordinated operations. Various aircraft are also fully prepared at the South Gate, ready to spring into action upon receiving orders. Furthermore, we have tested the South Gate's flight movements in the Brobo Desert, and there were no issues whatsoever. It is estimated that it can orbit the Earth continuously. With the collaboration of the Wind and Rain Masters, it would be virtually unstoppable across the globe." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, pleased with the outcome he had envisioned. The distance was a mere 30 kilometers, and before long, they arrived at the Dragon Nation's space station base. As Gao Xiong stepped into the space station, he immediately felt a noticeable weight upon him. He turned to Lin Feng beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Feng smiled lightly, explaining that the entire space station, under the influence of the magnetic field, had been rendered to experience gravity equivalent to that of Earth. Moreover, the moon's gravity was too feeble, posing a threat to bone and joint health. This was Gao Xiong's first visit to the space station, and he exhibited an expression of curiosity, exploring his surroundings as if he were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. Lin Feng, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Is it really necessary? You've already been in my modified laboratory, yet you act as if you've seen nothing at all. Besides, as far as I know, the apparatus at the South Heavenly Gate is no less impressive. Gao Xiong, with an air of profundity, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's different." All of that was on Earth. As the others retreated to their quarters, only Lin Feng and Qin Yan proceeded to Qin Yan's office. He wished to inquire meticulously about the occurrences of the past days. Upon entering the office, Qin Yan poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Feng, then took a seat opposite him, her expression heavy. Observing her demeanor, Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. Had something gone wrong? After sipping her tea, Qin Yan nodded subtly. Yes, 2 days ago, a probe was deployed. However, it has failed to transmit any information over these past 2 days. Yet, the signal and positioning have not been interrupted. Initially, we assumed there was a malfunction. Yesterday, I dispatched personnel to retrieve it, only to find it had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Lin Feng nodded slightly, considering the loss manageable. Has the black box been located? Qin Yan replied, the problem lies precisely here. The black box lies amidst a heap of scrap metal, yet there is a complete lack of records detailing how the probe was destroyed. I harbor suspicions that it was the actions of those unsavory individuals from the foreign nation. They must have employed some form of advanced technology to sever the fragments within the black box that documented the destruction of the probe. Chapter 190. Wang Tao. Lin Feng also harbored doubts regarding the involvement of the foreign nation in this matter. However, the fact that their base had only recently been established on the moon, followed by provocative actions against the Dragon Nation, seemed incredibly irrational. Has the video from the black box been extracted? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Qin Yan promptly activated the computer situated on her desk. Here lies the footage recorded within the black box. Lin Feng scrutinized the video meticulously. The probe commenced its operations in that designated area, gradually detecting and recording the lunar soil conditions. According to the probe's preset timeline, once it had gathered data for a full hour, it would transmit the findings back to the Dragon Nation space station base. However, at the moment the video reached 49 minutes and 36 seconds, the screen abruptly went dark, and in the next instant, the image froze. Surrounding the lens were numerous fragments, mirroring the scene when the astronauts arrived on site. The probe had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. After watching the entire video, Lin Feng's mood turned exceedingly grim. It is inconceivable that anyone could transform the probe into scrap metal within a mere second. Were explosive weaponry employed, the positioning apparatus and signal sensors would not remain unscathed. There must have been some covert interference at play. On this vast moon, there exist only two factions, the Dragon Nation's base and that of the foreign nation. Unless extraterrestrial beings truly exist, the culprit is evidently clear. Lin Feng's fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table as he contemplated the ensuing strategies. Old Qin, what do you think we should do? Qin Yan smiled gracefully. What I propose is simple. Let us invite them over for a meal, for we are all Earthlings. Lin Feng pondered this suggestion and deemed it an excellent idea. He leaned in and quietly inquired, do we have someone who can drink? Qin Yan nodded. I actually know someone. Wang Tao, formerly a soldier of the 713 Legion, can drink an entire platoon under the table. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Can one person really drink an entire platoon? Is that credible? Qin Yan reassured him, rest assured, I've done my research. It is said he has rarely been inebriated. Moreover, he can mix red, white, and beer without issue. Lin Feng smiled with a hint of mischief. Then it settled. I brought back 2 bottles of fine Matai. For the sake of the detector, I shall contribute them. The two erupted into hearty laughter within the office. Lin Feng mused internally that he must extract something valuable from those foreign devils in exchange for the 2 bottles of Matai, which were quite costly. He had hoped to enjoy them later when there was progress to celebrate. Little did he expect that upon returning to the moon, the Matai would swiftly vanish, causing him considerable distress. Of course, 2 bottles alone would yield limited information. In the space station, a Russian had also brought several bottles of vodka. Qin Yan planned to take those bottles along to further exploit the situation with the foreigners. The following day, Qin Yan dispatched a few subordinates to the base of the foreign space station to deliver an invitation. Initially, it was anticipated that the nation of the ugly country would postpone their response. However, to our surprise, they swiftly accepted the invitation. Moreover, the venue was designated within the space station of the Dragon Country. The individual who agreed to attend was the chief commander of the space station, accompanied by several scientists and guards. Upon receiving this news, Qin Yan immediately sought out Lin Feng to discuss strategies. At that moment, Lin Feng was engrossed in researching the projects that had accumulated over the past few days. Noticing Qin Yan's sudden arrival at the laboratory, he momentarily set aside his work. "Old Qin, what did they say?" Qin Yan glanced around the laboratory, noting that not all present were scientists from the Dragon Country. Although these European scientists had pledged to maintain confidentiality regarding all matters within the space station, Qin Yan remained skeptical of them. "Come, let me treat you to some tea." Lin Feng understood Qin Yan's concerns, offered a few words of reassurance, and then accompanied him. Once they returned to the office and secured the door, Qin Yan recounted the stance of the ugly country. Lin Feng too was taken aback by how readily they had agreed. Qin Yan, filled with apprehension, inquired, "Old Lin, consider this from the perspective of a scientist. Is it possible that their visit is intended to steal our space station's technology?" Lin Feng scoffed lightly. If the core technology of the space station could be pilfered over a mere drink, then it would hardly qualify as core technology. Yet, Qin Yan remained uneasy. He pondered deeply, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Is it conceivable that they have already acquired a means to conduct a comprehensive scan of our space station space, subsequently transmitting all data back to their own station? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. If it involves scanning other structures, it is quite feasible. However, the surface coating on the space station base is not ordinary. Not only ordinary scanning devices, but even radar would fail to receive any signals. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Yan felt somewhat reassured, yet remained perplexed. Then why did the United States agree so readily? That is not in their character. Their behavior is so unusual that it makes me uneasy. Moreover, the chief commander of the U.S. space station comes personally, accompanied by only a few scientists and guards. This is rather strange, isn't it? Isn't he afraid for his life? Not only Qin Yan, who held the position of chief commander of the space station, but even Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. However, the invitation had already been sent out, and it was not feasible to deny entry to the Americans. Lin Feng took a sip of hot tea to compose himself. There is no need to panic. Technologically, there should be no surprises. As for the guards, we can recruit a couple of capable ones, and with Yin Daning, that should suffice. Additionally, we can discreetly assign 2 individuals clad in nano armor to respond immediately should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Since we have already extended the invitation, we shall adapt as necessary tomorrow. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the soldier with a rebellious streak from yesterday. "By the way, have you spoken to that Wang Tao yet?" Upon mentioning this individual, Qin Yan burst into laughter. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You have no idea. I spoke with him yesterday. To my surprise, the moment he heard there was alcohol involved, his eyes lit up with excitement. He fervently assured me that he alone could outdrink everyone opposite him." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately grew anxious. But what's the point of outdrinking them? The crux lies in the conversation. Did he mention anything regarding that? Qin Yan chuckled softly. "I am well aware. I conveyed the main points to him last night. Rest assured, this lad is quite astute." After hearing Qin Yan's unwavering assurance, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He suddenly recalled that this tactic had seemingly been employed by predecessors before. The last time, this approach was used to ensnare Mao. And now the adversary had transformed into the ugly nation. Lin Feng remarked with a smile, "Tell that young man that if he manages to extract anything of value, I shall reward him with 2 bottles of Mao Tai." Qin Yan smiled in response. "I shall certainly relay that." Chapter 191. The global broadcast of the Feast of Hegemony. The following day, the chief commander of the ugly nation space station, accompanied by several scientists and guards, arrived punctually at the Dragon Nation space station. Lin Feng, Qin Yan, Wang Tao, and others awaited them outside the station. This banquet had received high-level approval and was set for global broadcast. It marked the inaugural diplomatic engagement between the Dragon and Ugly nations on the lunar surface. Furthermore, this diplomacy represented not only the 2 nations, but also the attitudes of various countries. After all, it was an international space station, hosting numerous scientists from other nations. Netizens worldwide were keenly observing this banquet. Then, a bearded individual from the Ugly nation descended from their aircraft. Qin Yan's gaze promptly fixated on him. He appeared devoid of the usual aggressiveness associated with his compatriots, exuding a remarkably approachable demeanor. Yet Qin Yan understood that it was precisely such seemingly affable individuals who truly possessed exceptional skills. Lin Feng, evidently preoccupied, directed his gaze toward the aircraft piloted by the representatives of the Ugly nation. As he scrutinized the aircraft, disdain filled his eyes. Setting aside the engine, The design itself presented numerous flaws. Unless the ugly nation feared their aircraft might exceed safe speeds, how could any knowledgeable individual conceive of such a peculiar design? Moreover, the astronaut suit appeared inferior to the advanced space armor. It was evident that considerations regarding the challenges astronauts face while traversing the lunar surface had been overlooked. Wearing the ugly nation's suit would render movement far more arduous than on Earth. Just as Lin Feng was assessing the aircraft, the chief commander of the ugly nation's space station approached him, a smile adorning his face as he extended a hand in a friendly gesture. Mr. Lin Feng, I have long admired your reputation. Though his Mandarin was somewhat clumsy, Lin Feng grasped the meaning. In return, Lin Feng extended his own hand amicably, expressing surprise at the commander's ability to speak Chinese. In the brief moment of their handshake, Lin Feng, through his space armor, discerned the material of the ugly nation's suit, realizing it was significantly inferior to his own. The bearded representative chuckled. I've merely learned a few phrases. You may call me Nicholas, Mr. Lin Feng. Upon hearing the name Nicholas, Lin Feng nearly erupted in laughter, as it inexplicably reminded him of a certain comedian. He restrained himself and nodded, gesturing invitingly. Not only Lin Feng, but also other viewers from the Dragon Nation watching the live broadcast nearly burst into laughter. Among the scientists following Nicholas, one was a representative from the ugly nation for the International Conference on Space Stations. Lin Feng had a vivid impression of this individual and politely nodded in acknowledgement. However, the scientist from the ugly nation completely disregarded Lin Feng and walked straight into the Dragon Nation space station. Qin Yin clearly noticed the attitude of this scientist as well. He exchanged a subtle glance with Lin Feng, both silently pondering the peculiarity of this individual. Lin Feng pointed at the scientist from the ugly nation and quietly advised Wang Tao beside him, suggesting that he should pay special attention to that person during the banquet. I suspect this fellow possesses considerable knowledge, Lin Feng remarked. Wang Tao responded with a mischievous grin, conveying his agreement with a knowing expression. As the representative from the ugly nation entered the Dragon Nation space station, a security screening procedure was naturally conducted. Several members of the security team, clad in nano armor, meticulously scanned the ugly nation representative. Subsequently, they gestured for him to proceed inside. Lin Feng cast a questioning glance at one of the team members, who, perceiving Lin Feng's inquiry, subtly shook his head, indicating that the nano armor had detected no suspicious items. The banquet commenced officially, proceeding smoothly. Although resources on the moon were exceedingly scarce, delectable dishes were indispensable, adhering to the Dragon Nation's long-standing tradition of hospitality. As exquisite national banquet dishes were served, viewers couldn't help but salivate, astonished that such flavorful and aromatic cuisine could be prepared even on the moon. However, it is worth mentioning that a popular science account previously stated that the gravity on the moon is only 1/6 that of Earth. Indeed, this seems not much different from our experience on Earth. Is this truly a space station established on the moon? A flurry of skeptical comments flooded the live stream. The host, upon noticing the audience's doubts, promptly responded, "Rest assured, this is the base of the Dragon Nation's space station on the moon. The reason everyone feels the gravitational pull is similar to that on Earth is due to Mr. Lin's gravity modulation device. This device can adjust the gravitational force of the space station to mimic that of Earth. Moreover, the reason the personnel of the Dragon Nation's space station appear to walk normally, as if they were on Earth rather than the moon, is attributed to the astronautic exosuits, which have been meticulously engineered to create such an illusion." With this official clarification, numerous knowledgeable viewers eagerly took to the comments to share their insights, some even providing formulas for better understanding. In response, the host could only wonder where these experts were before the clarification was made. At this point, the live stream paused, as the subsequent discussion was deemed confidential. Both the Dragon Nation and the Ugly Nation had retained a camera to document the entire proceedings of the banquet. Viewers from various nations, witnessing the abrupt halt of the broadcast, were left in a state of confusion. Why was the stream not continued? Was there a disruption in the signal? Surely, there must be significant content ahead that was unsuitable for our ears. The netizens quickly realized that this was not merely a simple banquet. There was indeed a serious matter at hand. Enough, let us disperse, they concluded. Meanwhile, several attendees had already taken their seats. The Dragon Kingdom was represented by Lin Feng, Qin Yin, Wang Tao, and others, while the Ugly Nation was represented by Nicholas and several scientists. One scientist from the Ugly Nation regarded the bottles of white liquor and vodka on the table with disdain. Lin Feng noticed the contempt in his gaze, and silently cursed him. This fellow seems quite the drinker. Nonetheless, given his arrogant demeanor, I shall ensure he drinks to the point of collapse today. Nicholas, observing the bottles of alcohol laid out before them, smiled and whispered something to his bodyguard, who then presented him with 2 bottles of red wine. Rising from his seat, Nicholas introduced, "These are rare red wines I have cherished for many years. There are likely only a few bottles in existence, and I present them for your enjoyment today." Lin Feng cast a dismissive glance at the 2 bottles of red wine in Nicholas's hands, thinking to himself, they've even contributed 2 bottles of Maodai. Today, I must ensure they become utterly inebriated. He reflected on the implications of failing to extract useful information. Such a loss would be significant. Chapter 192. A Bounty. The banquet proceeded according to Lin Feng's plan. Observing Wang Tao as he persistently urged drinks upon their guests, Lin Feng felt a genuine admiration. Within a mere hour, several high-ranking officials from the ugly nation had succumbed to intoxication, leaving only the haughty scientist still standing. He raised his glass, adamantly claiming he was still capable of drinking, yet his eyes betrayed a haze of confusion. Lin Feng and Qin Yan had completely reached their limit with the drinking. Lin Feng had discreetly excused himself to the restroom to vomit. It was solely thanks to Wang Tao that the 2 of them managed to endure thus far. Lin Feng subtly signaled to Wang Tao, urging him to extract information. Upon receiving Lin Feng's glance, Wang Tao promptly sprang into action, fully embodying the amiable nature characteristic of Northeasterners. He raised his glass and took a seat beside the unattractive foreigner. "Seeing you brings me a sense of familiarity. Come, let us share a drink." The foreigner, upon noticing Wang Tao's raised glass, refused to back down. Subsequently, Wang Tao downed the half-glass of liquor in one go. This audacious move left the foreign scientist utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Lin Feng fanned the flames beside them. "My friend, are you unable to keep up?" He cast a deliberately provocative glance at the foreigner. The foreigner, perceiving Lin Feng's gaze, immediately retorted, "Who says I can't handle it?" He then downed the half-glass of liquor in his hand. Wang Tao nearly burst into laughter at the foreigner's eagerness. Before long, the scientist's dazed expression became even more disoriented. Years of experience in drinking gatherings had honed Wang Tao's instincts, making him acutely aware that this was the perfect opportunity to extract information. "Brother, let me share a confidential matter with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone." The scientist, upon hearing the word confidential, nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will not tell a soul." Wang Tao, noting his reaction, carefully organized his thoughts and began to probe. "A couple of days ago, we dispatched a probe that was inexplicably destroyed. Moreover, the black box recorded nothing, and I suspect extraterrestrial involvement." The enigmatic scientist merely shook his finger. "My dear friend," he remarked, "this matter is truly not the work of aliens." Wang Tao, sensing intrigue, pressed on, "It must be the extraterrestrials. The black box has recorded nothing. Humanity cannot achieve such heights." The individual from the ugly nation shook his head with conviction, stating, "Trust me, this is absolutely not the doing of aliens, I can assure you." Listening to these statements, Lin Feng felt a sense of disquiet. It is often said that inebriation brings forth the truth, yet the words of the individual from the ugly nation only served to confuse Lin Feng further. He turned to gauge Qin Yan's reaction to the utterances of the individual from the ugly nation, only to find her sprawled across the table, soundly asleep. It seemed that during Lin Feng's brief absence to the restroom, the individual from the ugly nation had managed to render her unconscious with drink. With a tone laden with disdain, Wang Tao declared, "It must be extraterrestrial. Even our dragon nation cannot achieve this, and you certainly cannot either." The individual from the ugly nation, upon hearing this, became visibly agitated. "Are you underestimating us? I assure you, this is not the work of aliens. But we are not devoid of capability." Leaning closer to Wang Tao, he whispered, "Though I do not know if it was indeed our doing, we have a backup plan." Upon hearing this response, Wang Tao realized he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. He pressed further, "My friend, you have a backup plan? Pray tell, what is this backup?" The individual from the ugly nation shook his head, asserting, "It is not the work of aliens." After concluding his remarks, he abruptly collapsed onto the dining table. Wang Tao, with a hint of reluctance, gently patted him. "Brother, have you had too much to drink? Oh dear, are you really intoxicated?" The disheveled foreigner offered no response, resting his head on the table, lost in slumber. Wang Tao shook his head at the sight of the inebriated foreigner, then rose to seek another target, only to realize that the foreigners had all succumbed to their libations. It was rather dull. He had yet to finish his thoughts. Observing the array of individuals sprawled across the table, Lin Feng understood that the evening's festivities must come to a close. Wang Tao, are you all right? Wang Tao flashed a carefree smile. This is just the beginning, Lin. Worry not. I am perfectly fine. Lin Feng nodded. Excellent. You've done well today. You may return to rest. He then beckoned for others to join. The guards from the foreign nation, witnessing all the scientists and officials slumped over the table, immediately became alert. Mr. Lin Feng, could you provide us with an explanation? What has transpired? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Nothing much, merely a case of overindulgence. If you find it concerning, you may wait until they awaken before escorting them away. One of the foreign agents approached, extending a finger to check Nicholas's breath. He nodded towards the lead agent, observing his reaction. The lead agent stated gravely, "That won't be necessary, Mr. Lin Feng. Unless there are further activities planned, we shall take our leave." Lin Feng nodded, gesturing for them to proceed. Be safe. Thus, the foreign agents departed, escorting a senior official away from the Dragon Kingdom space station. Yin Danning stood beside Lin Feng, observing the disheveled state of the ugly nation. With a sudden burst, he chuckled softly. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind was still somewhat foggy. Hearing Yin Danning, who was typically so serious, actually laugh, he turned his head in surprise. What's the matter? Yin Danning quickly reverted to his usual solemn demeanor, clearing his throat. It's nothing. Lin Feng chose not to press further. As the aircraft of the ugly nation took off, he could no longer hold on. Ever since that scientist from the ugly nation had declared that the incident was not the work of extraterrestrials, that phrase had been looping incessantly in his mind. It sounded truly peculiar. For a fleeting moment, he even doubted whether the translation device had malfunctioned. Yet he swiftly dismissed that notion. How could it be that all other statements were coherent, yet this one was not? Now, Lin Feng felt as if his head might explode. He yearned for rest. Quick, help me to my dormitory. At the table, only Lin Feng and Wang Tao managed to persevere. Not that Lin Feng was particularly adept at drinking, but today, in pursuit of intelligence, he had willingly poured out high-priced Mao Dai. He had even slipped away to the restroom to avoid intoxication, all in an effort to remain alert and directly hear the ugly nation's secrets. Although he hadn't extracted their hidden plans, he had still gleaned some valuable insights. However, Lin Feng now found himself devoid of the mental capacity to contemplate these findings in detail. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yin Danning swiftly supported him. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Should I fetch a doctor? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit inebriated. With that, Yin Danning felt relieved and assisted Lin Feng back to his dormitory. Lin Feng fell asleep as soon as he reached the bed, not affording a moment's respite to Yin Danning. Fortunately, outside, Li Heng was managing the situation and had made all the necessary arrangements. Particularly, the tape from the Dragon Nation was the most significant trophy of the day. The sumptuous feast laid out was entirely in honor of this tape. Chapter 193. Earth Rebels. Lin Feng awoke naturally, having forgotten much of the events from the banquet. However, he vividly recalled the words of the ugly nation scientist. This matter was truly not the work of extraterrestrials. For some inexplicable reason, that statement instilled in Lin Feng a profound sense of unease. Struggling to rise, he sought a drink of water. Suddenly, a notification chimed within the system. Ding! The host has accumulated sufficient prestige points. The system will undergo an upgrade lasting 3 months. Note, during this period, the host will be unable to utilize the system's powers for modification. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He could not help but curse inwardly for the timing of the upgrade. Perhaps it was the impending 3-month period without the system's assistance that intensified his feelings of anxiety. He stood up to pour himself a glass of water, attempting to regain his composure. After careful reflection, Lin Feng concluded that a 3-month system upgrade was not a significant issue. After all, his achievements up to this point were not solely reliant on the system, but also on his own talent. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Tian-Ing. He promptly answered the phone. Hello. Ing, he greeted. Tian-Ing feigned anger as she replied, Why didn't you answer my calls? Lin Feng, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, hastily sifted through his call logs. As anticipated, there were indeed 2 missed calls from Tian-Ing the previous night. He quickly explained, Ing, please don't be upset. I had too much to drink last night. Unable to contain herself, Tian-Ing let out a soft laugh. Haha, I know, and I even received your tipsy pictures. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Pictures? Where did you get those? Tianing chuckled. Gao Xiong sent them to me. She then shared the candid photo Gao Xiong had taken yesterday, capturing the moment when Yin Daning was helping Lin Feng back to the dorm. Passing by Gao Xiong's room, Lin Feng smiled gently. That's good. It will spare you from worrying. From now on, if I miss your call, try reaching out to Lao Gao. Tian Ying agreed with a couple of affirmations. Lin Feng continued. What book are you reading these days? Tian Ying sighed. I've been reading The Three-Body Problem lately. I've finished all the books on early childhood education. Hearing her words, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of the time in the Golden Triangle's ugly country base when Tian Ying was lying in the bedroom reading postpartum care for mothers. That day, when he returned home from the Institute of Science, he found her on the balcony engrossed in early childhood education for babies. Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. No wonder you're a top student. Your pace of study is astonishing. However, regarding the three-body problem, Lin Feng had only heard of it, knowing it to be a highly acclaimed science fiction novel, yet he had not delved into its pages himself. He leisurely reclined back onto the bed and curiously inquired, Ying, would you care to tell me what the book is about? Tian Ying, intrigued, recounted the entirety of the first volume of The Three-Body Problem to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, lost in thought. The Trisolarans are invading Earth. Tian Ying smiled sweetly. Isn't this book quite fascinating? However, Lin Feng was reminded of something else. He found it far from captivating, but rather profoundly unsettling. For he recalled the phrase, this matter is certainly not the work of extraterrestrials. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng shared the information he had extracted from the American the previous night with Tian Ying. Ying, why do you suppose he is so certain that this is not the doing of aliens? You'd think, as an American, he might at least consider the possibility that it was his own country, yet he adamantly insists it was not extraterrestrial involvement. Could he be simply speaking nonsense after a few drinks? Tian Ying, overwhelmed by the influx of information, struggled to process it all. I thought your national banquet was merely a casual gathering, a formality. I didn't realize there was serious business involved, and that you reap some benefits as well. Lin Feng smirked slyly. Of course, a bottle of Maotai worth over 100,000 yuan should not go to waste. Ying, how would you interpret this statement? Having just read The Three-Body Problem, Tian Ying instinctively connected this situation to the narrative. I can't shake the feeling that this American is being overly defensive. Why else would he so firmly assert that it was not aliens? Lin Feng nodded, allowing Tian Ying to continue her thoughts without interruption. Tian Ying continued, moreover, I believe he is merely attempting to conceal the truth. For some reason, I perceive him to be reminiscent of individuals within the Earth Trisolaris organization. Lin Feng inquired, are you suggesting that he has betrayed Earth? Tian Ying nodded, then shook her head. Well, I'm not certain. It is merely an instinctive feeling. Alas, I have been indulging in too many science fiction novels lately, leading me to be rather suspicious. The two then engaged in casual conversation for a while. After ending the call, Lin Feng reclined on his bed, contemplating the revelations that Tian Ying had imparted. He silently pondered. Suppose that the scientist from the ugly nation is indeed a traitor to Earth. The information he disclosed at the banquet yesterday would not imply the absence of extraterrestrial beings, but rather that the act of sabotaging the probe was not executed by aliens. The statement that this act was certainly not the work of extraterrestrials makes sense. As for why the scientist claimed ignorance regarding whether it was the ugly nation responsible, it is likely because the sabotage was not within his purview. On the moon, there exist only the Dragon Nation and the Ugly Nation space stations. If it was not the work of the Dragon Nation, then it must have been the Ugly Nation. Furthermore, the methods employed were quite sophisticated, at least beyond the technological capabilities of the Dragon Nation. However, it is improbable that the traitorous faction consists solely of this one scientist. Given that he is alone, he cannot accomplish much. Thus, he must have accomplices. Those who have had close contact with him are the most likely candidates to share his allegiance as traitors to Earth. Of course, all of this remains a mere hypothesis from Lin Feng. Nevertheless, from a logical standpoint, everything appears to be coherent. Lin Feng decided to call Elder Tian, seeking his assistance in investigating the individual from the United States. However, as soon as Lin Feng posed his question, Elder Tian promptly provided a response. Oh, I do have some recollection, he said. The records indicate that he has been working in Area 51 for a decade, without stepping outside its confines even once. As for what he has been doing there, that remains a mystery. Those Americans guard Area 51 with utmost vigilance. Even a bird entering must report its name. It's quite a headache. After receiving Elder Tian's reply, Lin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before ending the call. Area 51, Once again, this enigmatic site. Could it be that the rumors surrounding it hold some truth? Chapter 194. Mysterious information. If extraterrestrials truly reside within Area 51, then the rapid advancement of American technology could indeed be elucidated. It is plausible that they have received assistance from these beings. Yet, such aid could not be granted without reason. A certain accord must have been established between them, likely at the expense of Earth's interests. The more Lin Feng pondered this notion, the more terrifying it became, prompting him to sit upright abruptly. He shuddered at the thought of engaging in war against a civilization of advanced intelligence. Was there any possibility of victory? Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled a phrase. Truth lies within the range of artillery. Damn it, let's do it. Regardless of whether Lin Feng's predictions were accurate, surrendering before the battle was far from his nature. He called for Gao Xiong. At this moment, Gao Xiong was in the research room when he heard that Lin Feng was looking for him, and he hurried over. Knock, 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 master. What is it that you seek me for? Lin Feng gestured for him to close the door tightly, and Gao Xiong immediately realized that it must be something of great importance. His expression turned serious as he shut the door and took a seat opposite Lin Feng. Has something happened? Gao Xiong inquired, his demeanor grave. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I suspect that extraterrestrial beings exist in this world. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Xiong exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Lin Feng found this somewhat perplexing. Wait, why are you not reacting at all? Gao Xiong replied matter-of-factly, I too believe that extraterrestrials exist. In such a vast universe, it is implausible that only humans inhabit it. Lin Feng understood Gao Xiong's perspective and continued. What I mean to convey is that extraterrestrials have already made contact with humans. Observing Gao Xiong's facial expressions closely, Lin Feng noticed a slight furrowing of his brow. As Gao Xiong remained silent, Lin Feng took the initiative to ask, and then, Master? I suspect that the Americans have already discovered information about extraterrestrials and have engaged in some form of collaboration with them. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiong could no longer contain himself. Master, I believe you. I trust that Tianning believes you too, and I am confident that Zhang Chu believes you as well. However, how can you expect others to believe you based solely on these few statements? Gao Xiong quickly grasped the crux of the issue, which was precisely why Lin Feng had only shared his findings with him. Due to Lin Feng's inherent distrust of others, who can assure him that the alien infiltrators exist solely among the citizens of the United States? Naturally, others also harbor doubts about Lin Feng. Although you are an exceptionally accomplished scientist, without presenting evidence, who would believe your unfounded claims? Upon hearing Gao Xiong's retort, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. Alas, therein lies the crux of the matter. He helplessly leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Gao Xiong remained intrigued by Lin Feng's remarks. Master, did you uncover something at yesterday's banquet? Lin Feng proceeded to show Gao Xiong the video that Li Heng had sent him that morning. The video meticulously documented every word spoken by the attendees at the banquet. When the footage reached the point where the American scientist declared, "This matter is certainly not the work of extraterrestrials," Lin Feng paused the video. He pointed to the scientist on screen and said, "Do you see his expression of unwavering certainty? Does it seem faint to you?" Gao Xiong shook his head. It appears not to be false. The two fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, it was Gao Xiong who broke the stillness with a question. Master, what do you intend to do? Lin Feng sighed once more. I believe that truth is always within the reach of artillery. This is precisely why I summoned you today. I still place my trust in your expertise in military affairs. Lin Feng's system had been deactivated, while it had not reached the point of being utterly incapacitated. Many advanced weapons could not be realized by him alone. Thus, seeking out his old friend Gao Xiong at this juncture was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Xiong was filled with immense excitement. Although he understood that it might be unwise to harbor great expectations for the interstellar warfare, he could hardly restrain himself. Lin Feng rose to his feet and patted Gao Xiong on the shoulder. My good brother, let's brush up on our fundamental physics, and we shall embark on the study of interstellar weaponry. Gao Xiong immediately sprang to his feet, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, All right, I will return to my studies at once. Just as Lin Feng bid farewell to Gao Xiong, he received a call from Qin Yan. Lin Gong, please come to the command center at once. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng. He swiftly maneuvered his anti-gravity hoverboard, arriving at the command center in record time. Upon entering, he beheld Qin Yan, Li Heng, and other high-ranking officials gathered within the command room. Lin Feng, feeling uneasy, inquired, What is happening? Why are so many people here today? Qin Yin handed Lin Feng a piece of paper, which he scrutinized closely. Several years prior, the largest radio telescope in Dragon Country had intercepted a signal from the depths of space. This signal was clearly patterned, however, due to the solitary nature of its reception. The information gleaned was scant, rendering it unsolvable. Naturally, if it were merely a signal received years ago, there would be no need to assemble such a gathering. The crux of the matter was that the signal receiving station at Dragon Country Space Station Base had only just been completed a few days prior. Remarkably, shortly after its establishment, 2 similar signals had been received. Qin Yin reported this revelation to the higher-ups. To their astonishment, investigations revealed that Dragon Country's radio telescope had not intercepted these 2 signals. The signal receiving station on the moon was woefully inadequate, established solely to facilitate communication with Earth. The reception of information from beyond the cosmos was an unexpected occurrence for them. If the signal reception station on the moon could capture this transmission, why could the radio telescope not do the same? Unless there was interference obstructing the telescope's normal data reception, this would be inconceivable. Moreover, similar signals had been sent to Earth multiple times. To whom were they directed? Who had disrupted the Dragon Kingdom's radio telescope's ability to receive information? All of this remained shrouded in mystery, representing a latent peril concealed within the vastness of space. Lin Feng clenched the page tightly in his hand, contemplating whether he should disclose his findings. Noticing Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, Qin Yin expressed her concern. Lin Gong, are you still feeling unwell? Upon hearing her concern, Lin Feng, taking the cue, nodded slightly. I am indeed a bit off. I had a little too much to drink yesterday. Now that I think about it, everything seems muddled. Lin Feng felt he ought to conduct further investigations. If he were to hastily reveal his perspective, he might not even survive long enough to see it disseminated. Qin Yin, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, chuckled softly. I understand. I too have been pondering some matters, and my head is particularly aching.